It is now 2024, and the transfer of authority ceremony is taking place at Lijiang Second City Academy. This is extremely important for the students, but even more so for this young man. A year ago, he transmigrated into this world as Chao Ngi. Before he could adapt to his new identity, his mother passed away. Immediately after, Chao Van's sister suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. The cost of medicine kept rising, and her part-time job income was no longer enough. So, in this class change, Zhou Yi was forced to switch to a combat profession to earn money in the dungeon and take his sister to meet a higher-level priest. Fate was on his side, and during the ritual, Zhou Yi unexpectedly activated the system and received a beginner's gift package with a hidden profession, a super VIP class in this world. After the goddess's blessing, Chao Ngi received 3 options: Light Mage, Holy Priest, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a purely transport profession, emitting a lot of energy but with few protective skills. In this world dominated by monsters, it's very easy to get injured or die. The Holy Minister has many protective skills and also masters the forbidden art of resurrection. Unfortunately, its combat ability is too weak, too dependent on others, and not suitable for me. The Holy Knight is a well-rounded profession with absolute strength. Defense can endure, offense can advance. Although there are no outstanding skills, the divine light and innate talent here suit me best. Thinking this over, Zhou Yi decided to choose the Holy Knight profession. Congratulations on your class change to Holy Knight. Level 10. After Zhou Yi finished the ceremony, his friends immediately rushed over to flatter him. Class president, that's good. Can I join the college entrance exam team? I want to latch onto a powerful ally. I am a summoner. Our team can definitely score high. I'm a mage. Come with me. Don't gather here. Disperse. A former student pushed the students aside, then his eyes shone as he looked at Chao Ngi and said, "Your performance isn't bad. Rest well today, and come to the principal's office tomorrow." Back in the room, Zhou Ning finally had time to study his individual stats more closely. Strength 20, Stamina 18, Agility 17, Willpower 15, 10 unallocated attribute points. After class change, not only did the attributes increase significantly, but there were also unallocated points, prioritizing strength, then physique, with enough damage output to kill monsters more effectively. Thinking about this, Zhong He operated the system, increasing strength by 6 points and adding 2 points each to physique and agility. You can feel a surge of power boiling inside your body. This is the change brought by the attribute points. After checking, the fake profession's attribute points were allocated for the first time. Activating the Holy Knight's mission. The daily task allows you to freely choose 2 rewards from the options below. Reward 1. Gain an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Accept or refuse. With such attractive rewards, of course, Zhou Nuo chooses to accept. Randomly match the appropriate trial field for your level. Successfully matched, defeat the level E Golabi monster. Please take this trial seriously. If defeated in the trial, they will also disappear from reality. After the notification, Chao Ngi is teleported to another space. Are you cautiously observing the mineral mine? That makes sense. The textbook says Golabi monsters mainly live inside mineral mines. Although they are not carnivorous monsters like other monsters, they become bloodthirsty and violent when they see humans. Feeling the danger behind him, Zhou Ngi quickly jumped high, easily avoiding the surprise attack from the Golabi monster. Since it's his first time facing a monster, Zhou Nuo decided not to use any skills to see if he could handle the monster with basic attacks. His body became much more agile, and his jumping power increased, thanks to the boost in his 4-dimensional attributes. As Chao Ngi was feeling proud of repeatedly dodging Gulabi's attacks, he suddenly got stabbed in the stomach by its sharp tail like a blade. At that moment, Chao Ngi finally stopped showing off and immediately used the level 1 C-grade healing skill. Within 30 seconds, it restores a certain amount of health to all team members within a specific range, and even low-level monsters should not be underestimated. Seeing the monster charge again, Chao Ngi consecutively uses the Pure White Blade and the Tiger Armor to counterattack. The Pure White Blade level 1C. Power condensed, using both arms to draw a cross and form a cross-shaped blade to attack surrounding enemies. After being hit by the attack, the enemy is damaged by the light magic attribute and enters a stunned state. The D-level Tiger Armor at level 4 grabs a target in front of it, runs forward a certain distance, and then throws it away. It can deal more damage to enemies it hits while running. Finally, after Zhou Ngi's combo punches, the Gulabi monster officially disappears. Defeating the Gulabi monster completes the trial. Achievement. A. Please choose your reward. Reward 1. Gain 10 additional attribute points. Reward 2, acquire the Holy Knight skill. Reward 3, receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the source of power for the profession of the fake. For now, I don't need to level up my skills quickly. Free attribute points are the best choice. A suitable weapon will also greatly assist me in future trials. Luckily, the weapon reward system is available. Otherwise, with my current financial ability, I wouldn't be able to buy a weapon. Choose attribute points with random equipment. Received 10 free attribute points as a reward. Gained a basic sword as a reward. Left the training ground. And Zhou Yi returned to his familiar room. Just as the phone rang, the screen displayed a preset notification. 17th Hospital. Meanwhile, Chao Van was sitting on the hospital bed watching the news when the TV suddenly turned off. The head nurse, holding the remote, held up the bill and loudly demanded that the payment for the medicine be made. 10,000? 10,000? Chao Van tremblingly took the bill. Why is it so expensive? Weren't they all 5,000 before? Is there some mistake? My older brother works 3 places a month just to earn 5,000. Where else could the rest of the money come from? The head nurse angrily replied, "You've been taking a lot of medication this month, including suppressants and stabilizers, and you've had 3 episodes in the middle of the month, causing all the night shift nurses to be busy taking care of you. How can someone like you speak so disrespectfully? If you think there's a problem, check it yourself." Chao Van hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean it. Don't misunderstand. Let me tell you, if you're not from a wealthy family, don't get the same illnesses as the rich. The poor should accept it. If you can't handle it, then don't. Nurse, I think I heard you insulting the patient." A middle-aged man chuckles awkwardly, standing next to a tall, dark, and sweaty bodyguard that makes the nurse a bit wary. This person doesn't seem to be a good person. She thought she was wise to leave, and before going, she reminded Chao Van that today's medical expenses must be paid. "Who are you?" she asked cautiously, secretly thinking, "Are you here to collect a debt?" The man pulled out a business card and smiled, saying, "You must be Miss Chao Van. I am a friend of your brother." A moment later, Chao Ni, holding the hospital bill, pushed the door open. "Tio Van, I just went to pay, and the hospital system shows 100,000 in the account. Do you know what's going on?" Chao Ni looked away from the bill, raised his eyes to Xiao Vuan, and seeing the 2 unfamiliar men, he asked cautiously. The middle-aged man introduced himself as Zhao Wenbin, the mayor's secretary, and said he wanted to discuss something with you. Then he extended his hand forward. The mayor is the top figure in Quangtai City, and sometimes the mayor's secretary can even represent the mayor himself. Someone like that would come looking for me? Chao Ni politely shook hands with Trio Van Ban. "Let's find a different place to talk. It's not convenient here in the hospital room." Zhao Wenbin happily agreed and carefully instructed his bodyguard to stay with Zhou Yun before leaving. News about Zhou Yi obtaining a hidden profession has been repeatedly covered by the media, so it's not hard to find people discussing him now, like the 3 female students sitting in a coffee shop not far from Zhou Yi. "Have you watched Hot Sea? The second academy has revealed a hidden profession. It seems his name is Chao Engi. There's a picture of their school circulating here. He also looks pretty handsome." Zhao Wenbin chuckled and said to Zhou Nua, "Mr. Chao, congratulations on receiving an S-rank talent, the protection of a divine angel, and transforming into a holy knight. It's just luck. Receiving an S-rank talent through a normal transfer ceremony can't just be luck. The mayor takes it very seriously, and specifically instructed the media not to bother you." At this point, he took out a box containing a key and continued, even arranging some cultivation resources for you to prepare for the college entrance exam. "The resources are stored in the Citibank's safe deposit box. This is the only key to the safe. If you have any other requests, just let me know. It seems the mayor sees great potential in me and is willing to invest heavily to help me become talented. So it would only bring benefits and no harm, but in this world, nothing comes free. The mayor clearly hopes that one day I can repay him." Seeing Chaoyi remain silent, Trio Van Ban immediately pulls out his trump card. "Starting today, a team of professional caregivers will serve Lady Chao Van 24/7. In addition, the mayor has contacted a level 36 second-generation preacher who will specially come to Quangtai City in a month to treat Lady Chao Van." Hearing this, Chaoyi immediately accepted the subsidy from the mayor. After talking with Trio Van Ban, he returned to Chao Van and told her everything. After hearing that, Chu Van couldn't help but gasp in admiration, thinking to herself that this means he's truly reached the heavens. "Can I make jewelry for your feet?" Chaoyi teased Chao Van affectionately, always saying silly things. "Now you need to recover well." At this moment, Chao Van asked curiously, "What is your specialized skill for each profession?" Hearing that, Chao Ngai immediately remembered something. After changing class, he gained 3 specialized skills of the Holy Knight: the pure white sword for attack, the healing skill for recovery, and the blessing weapon for support. The gradual healing can restore health points and can be tested on your sister. Chao Ngi placed his hand on Chao Van's head and then tried to activate the skill. This feels so relaxing, like being in a hot spring, then massaging the whole body. Chao Van, do you feel better now? Chao Van, immersed in a feeling of relaxation, suddenly snapped out of it and excitedly told her brother, "The pain is gone and my hand is warm now. You're amazing." Apart from considering the strength factor, part of the reason is also due to Chao Van's strange illness. After all, a holy knight is also a nurturing profession. Although I can't completely cure Chao Van, helping to ease her pain even a little is good enough. The next day, Principal Lahang personally came to the office to see Ngi. On the way, the teacher happily said, "Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me for direct recruitment. My phone almost exploded. Today, in just a short time, 4 teachers from top 10 schools have already called. You need to perform well and seize the best resources. These teachers are all second-tier transfer teachers with a level of 35 or higher. If you can be directly admitted there, you will definitely receive top-tier training in the future." "Principal, which schools are those?" Zhou Ning inquired about Vinh Duong University, Xuyen Nam University, Cat University, and Hanziong University. "Aren't the top 3 universities calling?" "The top 3 universities have always based their admissions on exam results, not talent or career potential, so they don't offer direct entry." As soon as they reached the office door, Zhou Yi and the principal heard arguing inside. Old Zhao, from Tin Shuyin over 4,000 kilometers from Guangxi City, wasn't he the one using a dedicated fighter jet? "What is a fighter jet?" "I use the teleportation array for extremely long distances. Every time you activate the teleportation array over a great distance, it costs a level 30 magic core. You actually dared to use it? Because he's a genius, there's nothing we wouldn't do for him. Chaongyi, our Xuyen University will definitely accept you. Then just rely on each side's abilities." At that moment, Lahang pushed the door open, proud, and said, "The recruiting teacher's genius student Chaongyi has arrived." Then he turned to introduce each person to Zhongyi. "This is Mr. Chiu Tianfu from Vinh Duong University, Mr. Li Bang from Xuyen University, Miss Chungok from Hanxiang University, and Mr. Ngok Uyin from Ancat University." Zhou No immediately bowed to the teachers. This gesture pleased them greatly, yet he remained humble and composed, not arrogant or impatient, a well-behaved child and not bad at all. At this point, Trio Tianfu directly stated, "Let me tell you the condition of Vinh Duong University. Just 200,000 mid-tier coins and 3 of the Saints' specialized skill books." Niki Yinghe was a bit surprised after hearing this. An ordinary family only earns about 6,000 a month, but Vinh Duong University offers 2 million at once, along with the Saintly Knights' specialized skill books that ordinary people can't even touch. Not even the mayor would provide such resources. "Ha ha, is that all? Vinh Duong University is still as stingy as ever, huh?" Li Bang sneered mockingly before making a proposal. "Chao Ngai, a fellow student, will receive 3 million when enrolling at Xuyen Nam University, along with 3 specialized skill books of the Holy Knight each year, personally taught by the level 56. Holy Knight Tom Truyen, level 56. That is almost the peak of existence in Lam Tin. If I could become his disciple, the future would be incredibly bright." Lahang secretly admired, but as soon as Mr. Chu Yu Yue heard her, he was even more shocked. They still haven't shown enough sincerity. Paying for admission to Hancheng University costs only 2 million, but as soon as you enroll, I will immediately give you a B-level cultivation resource. A B-level cultivation resource? Lahang couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to look at Chaongyi intently as if to say, "Hurry up and agree. B-level cultivation resources can't be bought with money. Those heavenly treasures and divine artifacts, even a pig can be trained into the strongest demon beast with a single strike." Despite the tempting direct admission offers from the 4 universities, Zhou Nuo refused because he wanted to get into the top 3 universities. Among the top 10 universities, the 3 leading institutions are Tohang University, Qingjing University, and Mado University, which are the most extraordinary and are called the top 3 universities of Zhongsha country. They only recruit 1,000 new students each year, and their admissions are not limited to humans. Non-human races like elves and giants can also apply to the top 3 universities. Their strength is already greater than humans, and with the vast land and abundant resources of Zhongsha country, along with countless geniuses, getting into the top 3 universities is truly as difficult as reaching the sky. So, when he heard Chao Nai's reason for refusing, Trio Tianfu unleashed his power, angrily scolding him, thinking he was a promising seed but turned out to be someone who doesn't know his place. "I've already reviewed your files, and 18 years ago you were severely lacking, with no good resources to compensate, weak strength, and low attribute value. Just relying on your current abilities makes it very difficult to get into the top 3 universities. Even if you do, you'll be the lowest-ranked existence without strong and precise training, and that's all you'll have for your whole life. Changyi tried to stand firm, secretly amazed at how powerful the aura was. If it had been me before, I probably would have fallen to my knees already. Lai Hang then stepped in front of Changyi, also unleashing his strength to counter Trio Tianfu's aura. Teacher Zhao, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to bully my student right here on my turf? Chungok watched Changyi from the side, silently assessing that he could withstand Trio Tianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths. This child is indeed extraordinary. Trio Tianfu, realizing his overbearing attitude, withdrew his pressure and left. Admissions consider not only potential, but also character. Such a person would be hard to succeed even if directly admitted. I'm leaving now. See you, Principal La. Student Changyi has big ambitions, so I won't stay long. The 2 teachers also followed Trio Tianfu and left. La Hong quickly chased after to speak up for Changyi, leaving only him and Teacher Chu Nok in the room. You are very brave, but Teacher Zhao's words are not without reason. In Zhonghua, there are countless geniuses, and with the addition of extraordinary beings born with greater strength than humans, getting into the top 3 universities is truly as hard as reaching for the sky. I confidently replied, I will use my university entrance exam results to prove my strength. The university entrance exam is a month away, and with the support of the system, you will definitely be able to improve your strength beyond imagination. By then, you can choose any of the top 3 universities. How long has it been since I saw such a determined, deep gaze, like returning to those days of fighting on the front lines back then, in a peaceful place where thoughts have long since settled into stability. So you've created a generational gap with the younger students. Chu Nok looked at Changyi for a long time, then turned and walked out the door, smiling as he said, All right, I look forward to your performance in the college entrance exam. See you then. Student Changyi. Time flies like a dog running across the field. A month has passed in the blink of an eye, and the university entrance exam is here. And in the auditorium, the students kept discussing that this year's exam was set by the notorious Duong Dai Ma Dao. We're doomed. A few years ago, he was the one who set the questions, and our province's average scores dropped to the lowest in history. Did you hear that? Trong Ngai refused direct admission and wants to take exams at those top 3 universities. No way he's that arrogant. Even the geniuses of the province or city wouldn't dare to claim they could definitely pass the exam. What does he rely on? He has a rare hidden profession, so he's arrogant? This time he's definitely going to fall flat on his face. With over 1 million in tuition fees, I would have agreed long ago. What a pity. At this moment, Zhou Yi appeared, and the young man who had been gossiping behind Zhou Yi's back suddenly looked up at him, then spoke with a somewhat strange tone, feeling that Zhou Yi didn't seem like the same person as before. He carried an aura of a powerful expert. Unlock the dungeon. After a loud shout, the dungeon information immediately appears. The dungeon secret deep in the dark, gloomy forest ranges from level 10 to 13, with difficulty levels of easy, normal, hard, and nightmare. 1 to 5 players are required. Be careful. The deep part of the dark forest is filled with demon cats and minotaur monsters. They are inherently evil and enjoy eating people. Damn it, I can't believe it's in the dark, gloomy forest. There might also be swamp terrain inside, right? The agile cat demons and the beefy minotaur monsters are tough. Demon Lord Yang clearly doesn't want us to survive. The maximum number of people needed for the dungeon team corresponds to the difficulty level of the dungeon. Previous exams allowed up to 3 people, but this time there are 5. As the contestants were complaining, Li Huangduong stepped forward and loudly reminded them, remember to act within your limits. If you encounter danger and die, those inside the dungeon will also die immediately. Even if you fail the college entrance exam, you must still protect your own life. It's time now. All contestants prepare to enter the dungeon. As Li Huangduong finished speaking, the contestants here immediately turned into light and were teleported inside the dungeon. At the same time, the large screens also started broadcasting images of the contestants inside the dungeon for everyone to observe directly. Class 1. Zong Kong, Profession Warrior, Challenge Level. The team size is 1 person. Class 1. Assassin Profession, Nightmare Difficulty. The team size is 1 person. Class 1, Long Fai, Vuong Fuong Ton Kien, Elemental Mage, Sharpshooter, Yu Min Mage, Nightmare Difficulty. The team size is 3 people. 5th year students, Holy Night Class, Nightmare Level Challenge, 1-person team. 2nd year students, Truong Vi, Vuong Le, Triu Tien Hong, Dung Yi Lang, with professions as Archer, Mage, Fire Element, swordsman, and pharmacist. 4 people in the team, as expected from Tuyenhua Tien, mostly solo players apart from the 2-person team. Doing it alone means gaining all the experience points, but the higher the test score, the greater the risk of death. Only senior Tuyenhua Tien dares to do this.
Everyone was talking excitedly when suddenly a girl excitedly pointed at Chaoyang's screen and shouted, "Look, that's Chaoyang clearing the nightmare dungeon alone." At the same time, in a VIP row, Director Dao of the Education Department was wide-eyed, staring at the screen.
Here! Here! He slammed the table and turned angrily to Lahang sitting beside him, shouting, "The support ability of the Holy Knight is extremely powerful. No matter which team he cooperates with, they will all be crushed. Why does Chaoyang have to clear the dungeon alone?" And he even chose nightmare difficulty with a death rate over 40%. Principal La, this month, the city has provided Chaoyang with many resources to help him achieve the best results. If he were to die in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government would be severely affected. He is basically not taking the government's training seriously at all. Director Lahang quickly forced a smile and said to reassure him, "Don't worry, Chaoyang is not reckless. He must have some trump cards." Returning to Chaoyang, as he moves, he suddenly notices a shadow swiftly gliding through the high branches. Chaoyang, with a serious expression, draws his weapon and prepares to confront, wielding a copper blade. After being equipped with a long-handled axe, strength increased by 7. Agility decreased by 2. Quickly, a monster swooped down from the high branches, claws reaching toward Chaoyang. "Just in time, die now." Shouting loudly, Chaoyang swung his axe down, splitting the monster into 2 halves. Strength 45, Physique 51, Agility 43, Intelligence 52. Ngi looked satisfied as he closed his personal stats, thinking to himself that in just 1 month, although he had only reached level 10, the average value of each attribute had already reached 47 points, equivalent to a level 13 professional. Looking at the entire Tuhang province, I can also be among the top contenders. Then, Zhou Yi smiled and spoke. "Are you afraid to come closer? Then I'll start the attack." You proactively rushed towards the monsters hiding behind the bushes, with your weapon now covered in a golden aura. The Blessing Weapon Nifl. 4. Grade C, condensed with holy light, can increase the weapon's power, physical attack, and critical hit rate for allies within a certain range. Chaoyang, like a tiger encountering a flock of sheep, takes down 1 monster with each strike without exception. Under the influence of the S-rank talent, the protection of the Divine Angel, the blessing effect of the weapon, and the exclusive skill of the Holy Knight are all enhanced. The power of the One Lance has increased by 21 points. With such a powerful boost, if other candidates knew, they would definitely be in awe. After all, the limited-use 3-star bronze weapons in the university entrance exam dungeon, with a 1-lance sword in hand and increased strength, can now match the effectiveness of 5-star bronze weapons. In the college entrance exam, every attribute is extremely valuable, enough to create a huge gap between myself and others. At this moment, a group of monsters suddenly attacked from behind Chaoyang. Nye reclaims his weapon, turns around, and softly mutters, the white sword shining. A cross-shaped beam of light shoots from his hands, slicing the monsters into pieces and causing them to fall to the ground. My white dagger has been upgraded to level 5, with a strong light attribute damage, and protected by a holy angel blessing, so I can directly kill low-level monsters. I quietly grabbed a clawed limb from the monster and threw it forcefully at a distant monster, the lucky one who escaped death after my skill attack. The severed limb with sharp claws swiftly lunged at the monster, stabbing into its belly and dragging it to be pinned against the tree behind. At the same time, outside the dungeon, viewers watching through the large screen cheered excitedly at Chaoyang's performance. Wow, that was really dangerous. When Senior Zhou used his skill, it was so precise, as if he launched the white blade the moment he was attacked. It's transformed now. This attack is instantly crushed. Truly spectacular. Senior Zhou is truly mighty and imposing. I once saw this axe at the mall. It's very heavy. Why does Headmaster Zhou's use look like he's just playing around? Could it be that he has added all his free attributes to his strength? Hearing that, Duong Tianquan frowned again. As a teacher, his observation skills were better than these students, so he could see even more. That's not right. Everyone look carefully. Chaoyang's speed is even faster than the demon cat's. Not only speed, his skill casting is also extremely quick, and his magic power is incredibly strong. Among the free attributes, intelligence is definitely not low. His axe swing angle, attack distance control, and power all mastered perfectly. Truly a battlefield genius. After finishing, Dong Tianjun secretly glared at Li Xiangyang with envy and muttered, "Such a talented seedling, why was he placed in the 5th class at the start?" In another place, Jia Dao looked serious and spoke. Chao Yi has a very strong fighting spirit, but what he did was really unwise. Dealing with the first wave of cat demons only wasted his energy. The Nightmare Dungeon not only has powerful monsters, but also an overwhelming number of enemies. Even the best mages can fail due to mana exhaustion. The weight of the battle axe is a heavy burden for the profession itself. If he only swung his axe a few times, he might not feel it. But swinging it hundreds of times non-stop, he wouldn't even have the strength to hold his battle spear anymore, and would end up being torn to pieces by those cats.
At this moment, the audience saw a new wave of monsters rushing toward Joon-gi, causing an immediate commotion. It's already the next wave of cat demons with no time to catch their breath.
That's too cruel. At least over 100 cat demons. Can senior student Chao Yi handle this time? All the spectators are focused and full of anticipation, and Chao Yi does not disappoint them, even in the dungeon. He smoothly combines his weapons and skills, quickly taking down this wave of monsters. When the last creature falls, a small vortex appears in front of Zhou Yi and gradually expands. This is the entrance to the next level. With a whisper, Chao Yi decisively steps into the vortex. Just emerged from this vortex, a large group of monsters was already waiting in front of Zhou Nuo. Outside the dungeon, the host pointed at Zhou Nuo's screen, broadcasting live to the viewers. Welcome to Ava's live broadcast. I am the host you love the most. Now broadcasting is the performance of the most famous, talented student from the Second Institute, the one with S+ talent, the brightest holy knight Chao Yi. He used his incredible efficiency to complete the first stage of the nightmare level dungeon. It only took 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, what is this supposed to be? 3 minutes and 17 seconds, 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. So passionate that he almost pressed his face against the camera lens, making the cameraman reluctantly say, "Please don't block the lens anymore." Nearby, a female spectator cheered and shouted, running and slashing all the way until the last monster finally took a breath. What exactly is the physical condition of the senior? Tuong Fai Fi flicked her fingers and added, "The fake instructor said it was unwise to exhaust too much stamina in the first monster attack, but now it seems we can't predict anything." In the front row, Li Huangduang reminded him, "Tuong Fi Fi, watch the competition quietly. The fake instructor's words might also be false." Tuong Fifi covered her mouth and joked, "Teacher Lai, I think your smile is also very happy, don't talk nonsense." Even so, Lai Huangdong was a bit uncertain, pinching his face and whispering to himself, "Is my smile so obvious now?" Senior Chao has entered the gate. Someone shouted, but everyone stopped discussing and focused on the big screen. In the dungeon, thanks to the appraisal technique, the information of the monsters appeared clearly in Zhou Yi's eyes. The monsters included the level 14 bull-headed beast with white-silver talent and savage violent skills, a level 12 luminous cat demon with cyan talent and mastery of light-healing magic, a level 13 fiery cat demon with cyan talent and mastery of fireball and fire-breathing skills, a level 11 cursed cat demon with cyan talent and mastery of shadow curse magic, as well as common soldier-type cats, luminous cats serving as priests, fire cats, and cursed cats as mages, and also the extremely high-damage level 14 white-silver bull-headed beast with strategic combat skills and a classic coordinated team. If the first obstacle was facing the disbanded soldiers, then the second is confronting a well-trained army, where the threat of death suddenly skyrockets hundreds of times. They didn't give Chao Yi much time to think, as the monsters immediately began their attack. The melee fighters charged forward while the mages stayed in place casting spells. Suddenly, black hands sprouted from the ground and clung to Chao Yi, immobilizing him and forcing him to face the monsters head-on, along with the incoming fireballs. Outside, the spectators exclaimed in shock, "Senior brother Chao Yi has been cursed by the cat demon. Oh my god, it's dangerous." In the dungeon, Chao Yi faced this dangerous situation and smiled. Charging forward as a soldier, a preacher, boosting the status, a mage casting support spells, working together seamlessly. Ungi waited until the claws of the leading monster were just within reach before raising both hands to summon the holy cross light. Immediately, a large cross-shaped light appeared, emitting a golden glow and engulfing the entire horde of monsters. The level 4 B-grade holy cross light gathered into a cross-shaped halo behind him, causing enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by radiant energy for several seconds. Shrieks of agony echoed loudly. When the golden light faded, instead of a horde of snarling monsters, there was a forest of corpses lying on the ground in front of Zhou Nuo. Outside, Jia Dao gasped and said, "That was too powerful. All low-level monsters were killed instantly."
Who told me that the Holy Knight is a support class, and that the wide area B-level divine skill is like a talent, with skills also divided into 7 levels from low to high? The higher the level, the stronger and rarer the effect. Besides, Jiadao also felt a bit suspicious. How could the main government resources be mostly level C skills, and yet he somehow has a level B skill? Little Chaoyi is not simple at all. Back in the dungeon, all the monsters are dead, except for the last standing Minotaur. Chaoyi points his weapon at the creature and taunts, "Come on, it's just you left." Immediately after, everyone saw the Minotaur use both Berserk and Berserker skills on itself, then unleash a spear attack skill, stomping its foot down hard to create a crack that led straight to where Chaoyi was standing. Chaoyi quickly reacts, jumping high to dodge. While Ngi is airborne and unable to evade, the Minotaur uses a savage charge skill to rush toward him. Because it is in a Berserk state, any damage cannot break its charge stance. Ngi also shows no intention of fleeing. He uses a skill to cut through the air directly at the Minotaur, successfully knocking it back, then crosses his arms and swiftly charges forward while drawing a cross-shaped beam of white light with his sword towards the Minotaur. The white sword sheath is sheathed into the bull-headed monster, causing it to cry out in pain as its massive body falls backward. Immediately afterward, Chaoyi appears before it, raising his weapon high, with rough skin and thick flesh. Chaoyi calmly said. Then without hesitation, he swung down, splitting the body of the Minotaur in half. The Minotaur was still alive, lying in a pool of blood, eyes wide open as it looked at Chaoyi. Chaoyi's face turned cold as he stepped forward and kicked the bull-headed monster straight in the head. This time, Chaoyi was sure the bull-headed monster was finished because he saw the familiar vortex appear beside him again. Looking at the vortex, Chaoyi whispered to himself, "The next stage is the boss stage." Outside the dungeon, the audience is already boiling with excitement, many unable to hold back and shouting, "Wow!" A 4-meter-tall bull-headed monster was decapitated by an axe, incredibly shocking. Don't forget, this bull-headed monster was in a berserk state, making this strength almost unbelievable. "Your continuous combos are so handsome. Big brother Ngui, I love you." MC glanced at the clock and exclaimed, the second trial only took 59 seconds. Even Jiao Dao had to stand up and applaud. Amazing. So impressive. Targeting with precise skill shots and controlling power flawlessly, it's hard to believe he's just a student promoted only a month ago. Then, Jiao Dao turned to smile at La Hong and said, "Congratulations, Principal La. The Second Institute is about to produce a genius." La Hong also happily replied, "The river has its bends, everyone has their turn, and now it's our Second Institute's turn to have a talent emerge. I secretly hope that since the school was founded, the most outstanding student in the Second Institute, ranked 72nd in the entire province, Chaoyi might be able to elevate our institute to a new level this time." Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, "Why did brother Chaoyi go straight into the boss fight without taking a break?" Everyone quickly looked at the screen, and when they saw that it was indeed Chaoyi rushing into the battle without resting, Jiadao angrily scolded, "Damn it, if he hasn't recovered to his best condition and ends up losing the advantage against the boss, it will be a huge loss. Tongai did that for a reason. We should just wait patiently. With the same difficulty level, to become the champion, you must clear the dungeon in the shortest time." Returning to the dungeon, Chaoyi had just entered the third stage when he saw the boss monster sitting not far away. So he used the appraisal spell on the boss. The Minotaur boss, level 16, with a gold talent, skills unknown, too high a level difference to be scouted. The majestic note of the Minotaur tribe. "Human, dare to step into my palace, then be prepared to die." As he spoke, the Minotaur king charged forward, swinging his weapon down at Zhou Nuo. Le Min Truk Fuk bestowed courage, blessing the divine, granting protection. Chaoyi used a series of skills simultaneously, then appeared behind the boss in full armor, waving his hand and saying, "Hey kid, I'm here." Boosted all basic Holy Knight forms. The boss angrily turned back while Chaoyi also charged forward to attack. For Chaoyi's strike, the Minotaur king simply raised his hand to block, and even with 4 buff skills added, it still couldn't harm his flesh. Feeling incredulous, Chaoyi dodged in front of the Minotaur king and struck again. But it felt like hitting a piece of metal, sparks flying everywhere. The Minotaur king roared angrily, swinging its weapon down where Chaoyi was, causing a shockwave and clouds of dust to rise high. Chaoyi narrowly dodged that attack just in time, emerging from the cloud of dust to see a flash of purple light. A second later, phew. Bull King suddenly appeared in front of Chaoyi and swung his weapon down.
Chao Ngai couldn't dodge in time and was knocked flying, piercing through 5 large pillars before finally stopping. Luckily, the Holy Knight's shield protected him, or his bones would have shattered.
Good job, first fight, now I know what to do. That spear strike wasn't wasted,
he softly said. Chao Ngai slowly raised his right hand and shouted, "The victorious spear." In an instant, many small yellow whirlwinds appeared around Chao Ngai. Then, multiple golden spears emerged from within the whirlwinds, shooting straight at the Bull King from afar. The level 3 C-ranked victorious spear, infused with divine power, delivers immense damage upon hitting the enemy.
The Bull King saw this and waved his weapon to defend. No matter how many spears Chao Ngai shot, he couldn't hurt him in the slightest.
After a while, a notification appeared in front of Chao Ngai.
Warning, magic-powered level is dropping. Please replenish magic power.
Chao Ngai only glanced and then ignored it. You keep up your skills while quickly thinking of countermeasures. The Bull King is really strong, both physically and in power, so using brute force to suppress it is impossible. Usually people would choose to loosen the kite string to kill it, but doing so would not guarantee victory. Thinking about the purpose of the person who set the task, they definitely wouldn't let the students be in danger, so there must be many ways to handle it. Meanwhile, Ngu Dao Wangdoqian and I sensed that its agility attribute was very low. If you attack continuously from multiple angles, it will be hard for it to counterattack. Thinking this, Trong He directed the spears to attack from various directions. The effect is immediate, with several spears successfully piercing the knee of the Minotaur King.
Warning, mana is running low. Please replenish mana.
Trong Yi clenched his fist, detonating the spears to make the Minotaur kneel on the ground. Besides being less agile, the Minotaur also had a weakness against counterattacks. The bull-headed king has high endurance and health stats, but is vulnerable to negative effects and serious damage from attacks, so it must repeatedly use high-damage skills in a short period. But to do that, you need to carefully time your skill activation and the number of releases. Otherwise, you will run out of mana before killing the bull-headed king and lose your qualification to compete. The calculations are in place. Ngi knows his chance has come. He takes advantage of the fact that the Minotaur is still kneeling on the ground, unleashing the full power of the 4-directional fireball attack towards it, and then immediately detonates. Warning, mana level is dropping. Please replenish mana. If you want to unleash your ultimate move, unfortunately there is no more time. He softly said. Zhong charged directly at Bullhead King, drew his weapon, delivered a final blow, splitting its body into 2 halves. Congratulations on passing the Nightmare Level U dungeon of the Deep Forest sub-instance. You have spent 9 minutes and 24 seconds on this stage. Your time has been recorded. Your score for this stage is SSS. Congratulations. You have been confirmed as the top scorer in this dungeon run. Hearing this announcement, Chao Ningyi was a bit stunned and whispered, "Could the leader really have declared himself the top scorer in this Tuhang County exam?" But Chao Ngi quickly reacted, clutching his fist in joy and softly exclaiming, "Great, I did it." Deep down, Chao Ngi thought that in a year of traveling here, his mother had passed away from illness, his sister was seriously ill, and the foreign debt was overwhelming, with all of Tio Vian's medical expenses weighing heavily on him and making it hard to breathe. But in that harsh situation, he chose not to give up and couldn't increase his attribute stats. So I sacrificed myself to practice combat skills and strengthen my fighting spirit. The appearance of the system has given me a second chance to change my life, but I hold my own destiny in my hands. I have to seize this opportunity and try harder than anyone else. I've decided not to waver, so I'm heading back. After finishing, he adjusted his mood, removed the armor from his body, and headed toward the vortex. System notification. Congratulations, you have gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Levels up to 11, levels up to 12, levels up to 13. You have received a tropical forest belt with plus 10 physical attribute and plus 7 strength. Level requirement is 10. The equipment set bonus during jungle combat will continuously boost based on your own stamina. Rebirth, speed times 3. Stamina recovery speed times 3. Mana recovery speed times 3. Congratulations on receiving the tropical forest ring equipment requiring level 10. The equipment set provides continuous buffs during jungle combat based on your physical strength, including triple resurrection speed, stamina recovery, and mana recovery. 10 strawberry items dropped times 10. Note that using them will restore a certain amount of mana. Gold level 1. Bullhead card item. Pay attention to the magic essence material.
After successfully enchanting, the power can be used to upgrade equipment by V plus 20. He just stepped out of the whirlpool and he was greeted with a series of cheers.
Welcome back, Senior Joe. I love you, Senior Joe. You are my god. Senior Chao is so talented. Brother Nungi is so powerful. Twin god, twin god, twin god. Chonai was startled awake. Before he could get used to it, he heard the clicking sounds ringing in his ears. When Ngi turned around, he saw a group of reporters pointing their cameras at him. The black flash keeps flashing repeatedly, and two people approaching him are Principal La Hang and the fake director of the education department. La Hang led the way, smiling and talking, as I spent 10 minutes alone overcoming the nightmare-level dungeon. This is something that has never happened in Vingquang in over 100 years. With years of experience studying the competition, Zhou Nu can definitely become the top scorer in Tahang County. Your future prospects are bright. Chao Yi smiled and replied, "You're too kind." At this moment, a car arrived, causing a commotion. Whose car is it? Why did you drive straight into the exam hall? Isn't this the S-400 magic vehicle that can switch to flight mode? Huh? Is this the S-400 vehicle that can be transformed into a house in the capital? Yes, it is. The car stopped not far from Zhongyi. Jiadao voluntarily opened the car door and told you, "The results will be ready within 3 days at the latest, and we will inform you immediately then." Thank you, Director Jia. Noi Roy, Zhongyi, led by Lahang, walked toward the S-400 car. Lahang also spoke, telling him to go rest and wait for our good news. Not long after, Chaungyi arrived at the hospital to visit Tiovan. After their previous conversation, Triovan quickly fulfilled his promise. Xiao Yan was placed in the most luxurious medical room in the hospital, with a professional medical team monitoring her condition around the clock. "Mr. Chao, you're here." Chao Ngai nodded and said yes. "I came to visit Xiao Yan. I have good news to tell her."
I heard your exam results today must be very good. As she spoke, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor.
As the elevator ascended, the two inside suddenly felt the temperature dropping rapidly. The nurse shivered and asked, "That's strange. Why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioner set too low?" He noticed each cold breeze coming through the door crack, his face turning serious. When the elevator reached the 26th floor and opened, the scene before her made the nurse scream in horror. What is going on? The entire long corridor was covered in a layer of ice, and even the people here were no exception, turned into ice statues with terrified faces. Xiaoyuan silently shouted. Chao Ngai hurriedly ran to Xiaoyuan's side, leaving the nurse behind. Chao Tian. The nurse was about to call Chao Yi, but before she could finish speaking, she was also turned into an ice statue. As for Chao Yi, he shattered the ice wall in Tiovan's room and rushed in shouting her name. A second later, he was stunned by the scene before him. Xiaoyan was lying on the hospital bed in pain, and a continuous stream of icy energy was emanating from her body, condensing into a large ice dragon in the air. Xiaoyi, stop, don't attack. Hearing that, Chao Ngai had to abandon his plan to attack Bang Long. He approached the girl who spoke and said, "Jitin, please explain. If you heard it carelessly, Tuvan's meridian might be seriously damaged or even shattered." Chao Ngai asked, "Why is there a dragon?" Chitin replied, "Tuvan's cold illness suddenly worsened. Everyone will be frozen into ice columns by the cold air. Now I can only suppress the cold air in this level. You should leave quickly." Chao Yi anxiously called out. Then Tiovan, Chitin interrupted. "Tiongyi, without a senior priest, there's very little I can do." Chao Ngai briefly calmed down. "I understand." Then, Chao Yi silently ordered the system to gradually heal and level up all skill points, gradually restore level 4 enhancement, gradually heal level 10, causing team members within a certain range to recover and increase stamina and magic power for a limited time. Immediately afterward, Chao Yi used the gradual healing skill on Tiuvan. Sister Teen was amazed and exclaimed that the magic contained in the Holy Knight's healing skill was so powerful, even surpassing her level 23 priest status. While maintaining the skill and protecting, she said, "Sister Teen, I am here to support. You must go inform Secretary Drew to definitely invite the senior priest. Tell Secretary Zhao that as long as we can invite the senior priest, I will unconditionally agree to anything he asks in the future, any time. I promise I will never lie." Sister Tin silently looked at Chao Ngai for a moment before nodding and turning to find Secretary Zhao. Chao Ngai continued to treat Xiaovan. The cold energy acting up is something Xiaovan has had to endure every night for a year, and under the influence of the chilling yin energy, her whole body is in excruciating pain, feeling worse than death. Lately, the cold aura has become more severe, and I didn't expect it could affect the outside environment. Nodding silently, Chao Ngai gritted his teeth and continued the treatment, even as signs of cold energy began to invade his hands. As time gradually passes and night falls, just as Chao Ngi's magic power is about to run out, a green sphere suddenly flies into the room, bouncing like a rubber ball and hitting Bang Long, causing its body to crack slightly. Seeing Xiaovan's pained expression, Ngi shouted, "Wait, don't touch her!" And suddenly, the green sphere hit Chao Ngi, knocking him backward. Then, a girl carrying a large pen like a staff appeared in the room, waving her hand provocatively at Bing Long. Ah! Bing Long roared and charged at the girl, who swung her pen like a club, striking him hard on the head and then repeatedly flicking the pen's tip to draw special symbols on his body. Then the girl's eyes suddenly flashed with a blue light, and she slammed her pen down hard on Bang Long. A trap appeared, and Bang Long was knocked back toward Tiovan. Its body shrinks until finally turning into a ball of ice that merges into her. Seeing that Xiao Yun's expression has relaxed and no longer looks pained, Zhou No secretly suspects and says, "It's fine now." Now, Sister Liu turned to look at Chaoyi and said, "You must be Chaoyi. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. I am Thoi Liet Na, a level 35 second-class pastor from Khan Van City." Chaoyi greets her. "Thoi Liet Na said that the fake director begged me to treat your sister first." Observing Chaoyi, Thoi Liet Na thought to herself, if it weren't for the fake director saying this person could be the top scholar of the province, she wouldn't break the rules. If you can withstand the cold air for so long, the fake chief doesn't fool me. Chaoyi opened his mouth to ask her, "So what exactly is wrong with my sister? Can it be cured?" Liet Na replied, the cold air surging out and condensing into a shape. "This is a sign of bloodline awakening." Shuna gasped in surprise. "Bloodline awakening? You know that when the Eternal Game appeared, many players chose races like the Spirit Race, Giant Race, and Demon Race. After the game merged with reality, players of these races also developed the characteristics of their respective bloodlines. For example, someone with a spirit bloodline has eyes turn blue and ears become longer and pointed. Someone with a giant bloodline can reach a height of 34 meters. Over 200 years, hybrid players who marry humans see their bloodlines gradually weaken, and their appearance and unique abilities of their bloodline also diminish, except in certain special trees where the bloodline is successfully awakened." At this moment, Thoi Liet Na explains that awakening bloodlines brings both danger and fortune. Successful awakening grants the power of a demon race, leveling up skills and easier learning, while failure can lead to paralysis or death. Your sister is suffering from intense cold energy because she is too weak to withstand the power of her bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened the ice-cold bloodline, a rare bloodline. To withstand this rare bloodline, the body must be transformed. As far as I know, only a rare treasure called the Extreme Cold Ice Link can change a person's physique. The only problem is that this item is very rare. The last time it appeared was at the 30-year auction, where a mysterious person bid 1.3 billion. In 3 months, the cold aura in your sister's body will fully erupt and become uncontrollable. Another way is to use the Great Seal technique to directly seal the bloodline of the alien race. After you make your decision, use the token to contact me. But the price to pay is that your sister's future can never advance in rank again. As soon Li Na leaves, Zhou Nu, holding the token, is lost in thought. 5 days later, Zhou Nu just finished his daily tasks. A system panel appeared. Squats, 200 over 200, push-ups 200 over 200, sit-ups 200 over 200, weapon swings 200 over 200. After completing the daily task, I choose the reward, and Chaoyi allocates attribute points. Most of the time, I choose free attribute points for daily rewards. For a holy night, physical and mental attributes are extremely important. However, the other attributes should not be overlooked either. Distributing attribute points in a 2-3-3-2 pattern for balanced development is the best way to minimize vulnerabilities. While lost in thought, a system panel appeared in front of Zhou Nixing, displaying the exam results. "The achievement mission has been completed. Congratulations on ranking first in the entire Tuhong province in this exam. Based on your achievements, you are awarded a divine level skill. Beast. S. Congratulations on obtaining the S-tier Resurrection Cross Divine Artifact. Congratulations on obtaining the one-time Divine Technique. S-shape Divine Spell. Congratulations on acquiring a rare skill. Congratulations, you have gained 30 free attribute points. Since the college entrance exam ended, news about Zhou Yi has flooded all the newspapers and media outlets. When Zhou Yi became a holy knight, I knew he was definitely destined for greatness. That's why I proposed to the city government to strengthen Chaoyi's training. It's all thanks to my keen eye." A group of students watching Jia Dao being interviewed on TV couldn't help but be amazed. The top scholar is actually a holy knight. Doesn't that mean he's equipped with heavy support gear? I don't study much, don't lie to me. Holy knights take a long time to clear dungeons. Level 10 playing nightmare dungeons. Are you joking? Is there cheating? Hearing that, a female student immediately took out her phone to defend Zhou Yi. I recorded it then. I have proof to back it up. At that moment, even the students who doubted Chaoyi's strength had to admire him. His power was too fierce. The divine light of the cross star seems even stronger than the high-level fire magic of a mage. The bamboo blessing weapon. The blessing of the gods. The courage of the bamboo blessing. Can anyone tell me how many contestants there are in this provincial exam?
Meanwhile, the red-haired young man sitting in a luxurious apartment watched Chao-Yi's match intently and then offered his comment.
Recently, his 9-minute and 24-second run was even 20 seconds faster than mine. Chao-Yi is quite interesting. At this point, the red-haired man pointed to a spot nearby with his hand, causing it to explode. Then he grinned maliciously.
If you dare to steal my glory, there's only one way out.
The next morning, as Chao-Yi was on his way to visit his sister, he suddenly received a message on his phone saying that his bank account had just been credited with a large sum of money from the government and the Lijiang City Education Bureau.
Chao, because of your outstanding performance in the exam, the government will reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxurious villa. Do you have a preferred neighborhood, or should we choose one for you?
Looks like they also received the news that I am the top scholar of the province.
Thinking to himself, Chao-Yi replied, "Help me choose."
I heard that the top students from 3 prestigious universities are coming soon. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up?
No need. They have arrived.
They have, Chao-Yi replied, then looked at the man in front of him. He smiled kindly, handed over a business card, and introduced himself. I am a student at Vinduong University.
Vinduong University?
As Chao-Yi was a bit surprised, an unfamiliar voice spoke up.
I remember at first Vinduong University said student Chao-Yi was too arrogant and criticized him for being reckless. So why has it changed now?
Zhao Tianfu's words really show he doesn't see Taishan, as he has already been expelled from the school. Then, the Vinduong teacher looked at Chao-Yi in confusion. Chao-Yi, if you want to attend our school, Vinduong University is willing to pay 40 million.
No matter what conditions Vinduong University offers, Madodo University will double it. I am sure Mado University will get Chao-Yi, so everyone should leave while there's still time.
At this moment, a girl's voice echoed in Chao-Yi's ear.
Have you asked about Thankin University? Right after that, the girl with purple hair and angel wings hugged Chao-Yi and flew into the sky before the muscular teacher could grab him. After monopolizing Chao-Yi alone, the purple-haired teacher whispered beside his ear, "You have nothing else at Thankin University, but you have enough cultivation resources."
4 years of university, each year providing Level A cultivation resources. As the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, a sudden formation appeared behind her and pulled her in. At that moment, a female teacher wielding a black staff stood in front of Chao-Yi, slowly threatening her. Stealing the top scholar requires risking resources, finances, and reputation. If Tianjin University can provide it, Tohang University can do the same. Stealing someone directly like that is just too much. If you don't let them down, don't blame me for being rude.
The muscular teacher has also flown up to join the fun. That's right, ripe melons aren't sweet. Chao-Yi, at Bai University, I not only provide A-level resources once a year, but also a full set of gold-level equipment for you. The purple-haired teachers, though furious, are wise enough to gradually let Chao-Yi down and then smile kindly. I'm not kidnapping you, I just want to have a private, friendly chat with classmate Chao-Yi for a moment. Classmate Chao-Yi, you choose.
Chao-Yi, I am Tu Mini, a student of Tohang University. Tohang values strength above all. As long as you can rank on the school's leaderboard and celestial list, I can provide you with A-grade resources, or even S-grade resources. Moreover, Tohang University has maintained its first place in the freshman exchange competition for the past 4 years, showing that its student training ability is also top-ranked. The purple-haired teacher said dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean, to me? Just winning a few competitions makes you arrogant. Tohang University's victory is an undeniable fact." Ms. Sun still needs to motivate the teachers and students at Thankin School to try harder.
While the two teachers are passionately arguing, Zhou Nuo is seriously considering which school to choose. The special enrollment benefits offered by the 3 schools are roughly the same.
Choosing any one of them already promises a bright future.
But after some consideration, I decided that I want to have stronger combat abilities in the university that suits me best.
In the end, Zhou Yi chose to attend Tohang University. Tamini immediately pulled out a scroll and said,
"This is the special survival contract from Tohang University. Take a look. If there are no issues, sign it." The powerful teacher was disappointed to lose a talent, but was already snatched away by Tohang University.
Miss Tan still refused to give up and said,
"If you don't find the fit at Tohang University, you're welcome to transfer to Thankin University." Miss Tomini shot a deadly glare at her.
Zhou No was reading the contract in shock and then asked Tomini in confusion, "May I ask, what is your profession level?" "The second-tier mage is level 42. Nagai looks even more confused, but she doesn't seem to be over 30. The outside world is vast, and after you enter university, Tohang will be able to see many more young experts. That's great, Zhou Mingi responded excitedly. After all, recently he basically had no opponents his age, so entering Tohang University would give him a chance to compete and improve faster.
All right, you have 1 week to pack your belongings. I'll come to pick you up for school in a week.
What? Why is the registration date for Tohang University so early? Tamini blinked and replied, Of course, students who haven't graduated yet need to arrive early for advanced training, which will help improve their skills faster and perform better in the National University Freshman Exchange Competition. A week has passed, and after Joongi and Jo-won moved into their new villa, it was time for Joongi to start school. Before leaving, he asked Secretary Zhao to look after his sister while he was away. Then he gently reminded Jo-won of everything before getting into Tomini's car. Seeing Chaon-yi turn his head to look back at his sister, Tomini smiled and asked, Is this your first time away from home? Yes, so you need to prepare well. Before Ngi could even understand what Tomini meant, the car suddenly passed through the space gate, and the security of In-City University immediately appeared before him. We're not in a hurry. There's no need to use the teleportation magic array. Then Chaon-yi looked around and couldn't help but be amazed as he saw magic array cars flying everywhere. Normal teleportation magic arrays are usually controlled by the military, and even small teleportation arrays used by priests require approval from the city government. Tohang University has a cooperation with the military district, so they built a large teleportation array near the school, which is very convenient and safe. Tomini explained, then tilted her chin forward. We're here. Ngi looked at everything unfolding before him and couldn't help but exclaim, This is too showy already. Let's go. I'll take you to report in. Tomini says to Joon-gi. While Joon-gi is still looking around, he suddenly feels something brush past him, only to realize it was a young man being kicked away by a girl. The white-haired girl now glared fiercely at the young man, warning him. I told you I don't want to get to know you. That kick was a warning. Don't provoke me or I won't hold back anymore. And with that, the girl in white leaves. The crowd now gathered around, laughing and mocking the young man who had just been beaten. This time, Duong Teo has met his match. Since freshman year, he's been trying to seduce the younger girls, and now he's finally run into a tough one. Heaven has eyes. Ngai looked at the white-haired girl and thought to himself, Ma Wen, she has demonic bloodline. Tomini remembered Joon-gi's background and, seeing his current expression, decided to kindly remind him. There are quite a few students and teachers in the university city who carry bloodlines of different races, so if you encounter them later, you must not show any unusual reactions. Rest assured, even if everyone is of a different race, as long as they stand on the side of humans, I will not hate them. I'm not so irrational as to hate the entire demon race because of my father's death. Here, this is your student ID card. Tomini creates a card and hands it to Chaon-yi. Chaon-yi quickly scans the information on the card, checking the credit order. I will explain the rules within the school, starting with the ranking system. Each academic year has a corresponding ranking, with higher strength meaning a higher position. The ranking of new students is based on their university entrance exam results. You are currently in first place, so you are the strongest new student, but this is only a temporary ranking. In a month, a competition will be held among new students, and the rankings will be adjusted based on the results. From today on, you will become the target of attacks. Everyone will want to take your spot. If I am already the top student now, I won't let this position slip away. Chaon-yi arrogantly replied. Tuomini smiled, continued to lead Chaon-yi on a tour, explaining as they went. Next is the credit system. New students will receive basic credits based on their series number. Credits can be used to buy food, equipment, medicine, skill books, and so on. As long as you have enough credits, you can purchase everything you want, including skills and S-rank resources. Besides the ranking order, there are 2 other ways to earn credits. First is the credit mission, where you can use your student ID to register and find missions on the website. Accept suitable tasks and complete them to earn the corresponding credits. The second method is to receive fixed credits each month based on your rank in the local and celestial tables. The entire university has about 1,000 students, and those who want to enter the Earth and Heaven rankings can't afford to be arrogant. In addition, this university has 3 secret dungeon instances. The first one is the Underground Goblin City, with a level range from 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the Distorted Forest, with a level limit from 23 to 26. The third dungeon, the Hellfire Prison, has a level limit from 28 to 31. Wow. In addition to meeting the level requirements in the dungeon, you also need to spend a certain amount of credits to enter. Before reaching the required level, you can train in the training area, where the targets can be real people or RAO robots. The strongest experts with absolute authority and the most resources are the key to survival here. A group of students are walking in the opposite direction from Joon-gi and Tomini. The young man leading the group greeted Tomini. and then continued guiding the students. As they passed by Chao-Ngi, a few students stared at him and whispered, "Who is he that the teacher is taking around?" We're all just being led by our seniors on a group tour with AM people.
Could it be that Vuong Loi took the back door? A knowledgeable young man in the group said.
So you didn't know. The top scorer in the entrance exam is always given special treatment by the admissions officer. It's because to help him quickly get familiar with the environment and to attract the top students when choosing schools in the future. In that case, he is the top scorer of this entrance exam.
Bak Hyu-sin. What is his background?
Tell me more details. The new students, including the girl with white hair, eagerly waiting for Bak Hyu-sin to give the answer,
along with Chao-Ngi, the top student from Tohang Province and a level 13 Holy Knight, all reacted with surprise when they first heard about Chao-Ngi's profession.
Are you sure there's no mistake?
Holy Knight is just a support profession.
I remember you said that the second place was Tamlin Fong, a level 14 berserk warrior. How could someone like you, an assistant, surpass a berserk warrior?
Hey, what are you guys talking about? Don't you believe me?
My reputation for Bai Xiaoshun is not just for show. A female student couldn't help but praise his beauty. He's so handsome he could become a star. Hearing Chao-Ngi's impressive profile, the white-haired guy couldn't help but glance at him and evaluate. He is the top student among the new students. Seeing CR with white hair attentively watching Zhou Nengyi at the right moment, Liu Jing felt a surge of jealousy.
I deliberately criticize loudly. I think this top ranking is just a name without real substance.
Sure enough, Zhou Yi heard it and immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. Liu Jing stepped forward in front of the students and issued a challenge to Zhou Yi.
Liu Jing, a level 13 knight, is ranked 38th. I doubt you have the strength to hold the top spot.
I want to challenge you.
Fellow student, arranging a duel is your personal matter. Don't waste everyone's time.
The senior student pats Liu Jing on the shoulder and mutters to himself, "Idiot." Guiding new students, I will earn a credit. What are you causing trouble here for? Liu Jing pushed his hand away and replied, "Sorry, I will keep it appropriate." The leader of the group was even more angry. This idiot's ranking was decided jointly by the principals and teachers of the major academies, so it can't be wrong. The new students, hearing Liu Qin's challenge, started to gather and wait to see the show.
There's a good show to watch now. Wait a little longer and then go ahead, brother.
Is Liu Jing trying to use a challenge to the top as a stepping stone to boost his reputation? Then what do I have to rely on to accept your challenge? 100 credits. If you beat me, it will belong to you. If you lose, you won't lose anything. Ngai looked at Liu Qin's uneasy expression and the new students, silently thinking that for the peace of his future, he had to accept this challenge. But since he only wanted to scare him, the price he would pay would be even heavier.
If that's the case, they will remember it well.
So Zhou Nengyi set a 300 credit bet, and I will fight you. Liu Qin's face immediately turned pale after hearing that, and the students started whispering again. I'm ranked 40th with only 400 credits. Liu Qin, at 38th, probably isn't much better. Losing that many credits would be disastrous. If he dares to stand out right at the start of the semester, he won't be the kind of brainless side character in a manga, right? Liu Jing was a bit nervous at this moment, but as soon as he saw Kiar still staring intently at Zhou Yi, envy clouded his eyes, and he finally accepted the price Yi offered. 300 is 300. Let's go to the arena.
You're quite brave, but there's no need to step onto the arena.
In 3 moves, if you don't kneel, I'll consider myself defeated. In the end, everyone still gathered at the arena, with Tomi Ni personally acting as the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Liu Jing immediately charged forward. He secretly calculated that both the Punisher Knight and the Holy Knight belonged to hidden classes.
Punishing knights rely on brute strength, while holy skill users focus on support. Defeating them quickly without hesitation can easily take down a holy knight. At that moment, Liu Qin involuntarily looked at the white-haired girl standing beneath the arena, knowing she would be watching him. Regaining his composure, Liu Jing swung his sword, using the blood vitality slash skill to strike at Zhou Nu, but Zhou Nu easily dodged and then kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. "Vo vi," Zhou Nai said, feeling a bit disappointed, thinking he had some tricks up his sleeve but had already fallen. The male student led the team to check on Liu Jing's injuries and then reported to Tuomi. "Ma'am, Liu Qin has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is in a coma." "Yes, send the priest to treat him," Tomi Ni said as she used Liu Qin and Chao-Ngi's student cards to operate the system, then returned the cards to Chao-Ngi. 300 credits have been transferred to his student card. The intense battle left the new students in awe. The bloodthirsty aura of the Punishment Knight is hard to resist. So all he needs is one kick to break it? Is this the power of the #1 ranked person? They are on completely different levels.
The strength attribute of the two must differ by at least 20 points. The white-haired girl could no longer sit still and stepped forward to challenge Chaun-yi to a fight. When I saw her at the door, I realized she not only has the bloodline of the demon race, but also a legendary equipment. Seeing a legendary item for the first time, I also wanted to test its power. Zhou Nu used appraisal magic to check information about the opponent. Weapon, moon shadow, ancient sword, quality, 3-star inheritance, race, human, profession requirement, swordsman, unclear effect. After a while, Zhou Nu replied, "All right, another match is about to begin." And since the opponent doesn't seem easy, Zhou Nu decided to use the Mystic Light War banner to confront the white-haired girl. Weapon, Mystic Light. Battle Truncheon, Grade 3. S, Gold quality. Physical attribute plus 18. Intelligence plus 24. Effect increases all B-level or lower light attribute skills by 1 level. Source, Reward System Draw. This time, even the 52nd-year students are coming to watch. Look, a new student just arrived at the school and there's already a conflict. Just a chicken pecking at another. Li Dongthang, one of the ministers of the Prism Society, a level 29 village archer, happened to pass by, saw Tomi Ni, approached to greet her, and then casually stayed to watch the match. 3, 2, 1, start. The signal just sounded as both sides charged at each other. While the white-haired one used the extreme image slash to strike the enemy with lightning-fast speed, Chaun-hee used the method of violent spear thrust to lift the giant spear, smashing it into the ground and causing wide-area damage to push back the opponent. As soon as their moves collided with a loud explosion, both were pushed back by each other's attacks. Impressive. Truly a monster. He thought to himself that the white-haired opponent would intensify her attack, using dark attribute shadow slash magic into her weapon and unleashing a powerful shadow slash toward him to counter Chaun-yi. Chaun-yi, seeing the opponent's move, was not afraid at all and even shouted excitedly, "Excellent, finally someone who can face me head-on." Keep going, lift up, and perform an attack from below to above. The enemy, lift up the enemy. The second enhanced combo strikes again, delivering a second powerful attack forward. Liet Ba slashes a mighty blow at the enemy ahead and then unleashes Liet Ba. Liet Ba will deliver multiple attacks on the enemy, knocking them back. Bang Sun Kich jumps a short distance forward and strikes the ground with its weapon. There are many instances of attacking, with the final blow capable of knocking the enemy down. Both sides continue to skillfully utilize their techniques to attack each other, but the outcome remains undecided. The audience watching from below the arena are stunned as they see two figures moving at lightning speed across the stage. Could these really be two students fighting? Li Dongthang, after a moment of contemplation, then spoke. The Spirit Sword Master will quickly lose if they don't have a trump card. The male student leading the group looked a bit skeptical. Really? I think the two of them seem hard to determine who will win. Li Dongthang analyzes the enhanced attack pattern that absorbs all enemy attacks. At first, she only needed to block one of the Holy Knight's 3 attacks. Now that the Holy Knight is swinging 2 strikes, she is forced to use her sword to block. In both offense and defense with large weapons, he usually swings within a certain range to conserve stamina. When he spots an opening in the opponent, Zhou Yi will suddenly strike to suppress. Moreover, he has no intention of conserving his stamina, either being foolish or trusting completely in his own strength. From the beginning to the end, the battle chariot has been restricting the movements of the Spirit Swordmaster, forcing her to use her sword to block Qian Chui's attacks. Watching Zhou now strike, each blow was of the highest quality. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Such a beautiful woman, and she strikes mercilessly. This Holy Knight is truly ruthless." The activation is complete. With that, Chaun-yi immediately activates the Divine Blessing. With the courage of Divine Grace and the blessing of the bamboo weapon, Lamin's blessing and protective grace, an enormous light immediately enveloped him. This oppressive feeling is so strong. Could this be his best state? While the white-haired opponent hesitated, Chaun-yi used the victory spear and extended an arm to point, taking the opportunity to deploy his ghostly shadow slash to close the distance and strike, aiming to defeat Chaun-yi. Unexpectedly, Chaun-yi smiled smugly and said, "I knew you would use this move." With that, he swung his truncheon to strike at the white-haired girl. At this point, the white-haired one could only helplessly close her eyes and wait for the punishment. But after waiting forever, nothing happened. Do you want to continue? The white-haired person, opening their eyes, only sees Chaun-yi have withdrawn his skill, standing there with his truncheon, looking at her. No more attacks, the offensive is almost crushing. Continuing the fight would be the same result. She hasn't used her full strength. Chaun-yi revealed that in this battle, neither her powerful swordsmanship skills nor her shadow attribute strength were used.
White-haired girl smiled brightly like a flower and said, "Got caught? I was just testing my limits once. I won't use my trump card."
Moreover, you didn't use your full strength. I've watched your test video, let's be friends, and compete again in the future. After both Wheat and Chao-Ngi finished their exchange, Tomi-Ni continued to tour the school with great interest, feeling a bit of anticipation. The first day of school not only earned 600 points, but also made all the outstanding students feel honored by the special admission. This first-year batch looks like it's going to be lively. The new students' dormitory is located at the foot of the small mountain. The dormitories for regular students are at the foot of the mountain facing the back of the school, while the specially selected students' dormitories are located at the top of the mountain. Moreover, the student dormitories are specially selected as private villas, with luxury and amenities varying according to ranking. You will live here in the future. Tomi-Ni tilted her chin toward the enormous house in front of her, swiped her card to enter, then suddenly remembered something and told Jo-Ngi. That's right, I heard you're looking for the extreme cold lotus. A small team saw the extreme cold lotus in the Storm Mountain range, but they gave up harvesting it because high-level monsters were guarding the area. This is information from 6 years ago, so I can't guarantee its accuracy. Based on the details Tomi-Ni provided, Chao-Ngi then threw himself into investigating the Storm Mountain range. It is known that this mountain range has existed since the collaboration of Eternal and Lam Tin. It covers a vast area filled with countless geniuses, treasures, exotic herbs, and monsters. Even someone changing their profession for the third time wouldn't dare to venture deep inside. With Jo-Ngi's current strength, if he encounters a high-level demon beast, he can only retreat to preserve his life. Luckily, after finishing the college entrance exam, the system rewarded you with a life-saving trick, so even if you fall, you can still survive. There's no reason to hesitate. Buy some more skills and equipment, and then set out. Ngeshi is searching for suitable skills on the computer and receives a notification. He checks and finds that you are a top-ranked student in a special entrance exam, and skills of a holy knight below level A can be learned for free and provide complete immunity to all physical damage. High efficiency, then I'll buy it. Long-range skills are worth purchasing. Free is really too much, Pepsi. As a result, all the powerful skills that are free are bought by Chao-Ngi. It's just a pity that there's still one thing he has to use his college entrance exam reward points to collect. The camping gear. Preparation is complete. Chao-Ngi immediately went to the Furious Wind mountain range to find the Cold Hail Lotus to heal his sister, and while wandering through the mountain range, he saw a massive explosion not far away. Being curious, he immediately grabbed his pants and ran over to check out the situation. Meanwhile, after adding Chao-Ngi on WeChat, Kwang So-Nien took the initiative to send a message and start a conversation. But ever since Chao-Ngi said he would come to the Windstorm Mountain, he suddenly went silent, making Kwang So-Nien feel bored and call her best friend to share her youthful feelings. I met a very special boy. Yesterday I challenged him to a fight, and during the battle I released a little of my enchanting power. He was completely unaffected, not even a look of infatuation. The girl couldn't help but marvel after hearing this, thinking his willpower must be terrifyingly strong. Kwang So-Nien casually responded and then decided to go to the Windstorm Mountain range, just like Crass. In a certain area of the Storm Mountain range, a fierce battle is taking place between demons and a 4-person team consisting of engineer Chu Niu, summoner On Tian Shun, artillery master Chu Dan, and swordsman Tuo Ching Lian. First, Chu Niu drove the tank while firing small discs equipped with bombs at the demons. As soon as the demons stepped on them, the discs automatically exploded, and some survivors continued to wildly charge at the tank. On Tian Yuan uses the Ice Spirit summoning skill to create a wall of ice blocking the demon's advance, unaware that another one is leaping at incredible speed through the trees to approach their vehicle from behind. At 9 o'clock, following Chu Niu's instructions, Chu Dan immediately fires her gun, causing the creature behind to be blown away. Finished, she continued to spray the machine gun and shouted, and it was at this moment. Immediately, Tu Thanlin used her top-tier swordsman skills to deal with the remaining demons. We did it! Chu Niu happily laughed out loud. On Tianruan turned to look at Chu Niu, who was about to celebrate. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she pushed Chu Niu aside, quickly casting a spell to create an ice shield by the car window of Chu Niu. But because of the powerful fire magic coming from the forest, her ice shield was instantly shattered and the tank was overturned. Are you all right? Tu Thanlin asked worriedly as she ran over, but On Tianyuan immediately shouted a warning. Watch out behind you. The remaining 3 look back at Tu Thanlin and see another horde of demons rushing toward them like furious devils, ready to burn them with fire magic. Squad, we have to use all our trump cards to defeat these 4 demons. Are we really going to die here today? Just as the 4 girls in the squad were about to give up and accept their fate, Truong Ngi rode in on a white wolf from the forest, using divine wind and storm to sweep the demons away. Light converged, the storm descended, and the gale of destruction arrived. As Ongui finished speaking, a giant sword descended from the sky, piercing directly into the heart of the tornado and destroying the demons. The entire area was suddenly engulfed in flames. Traungyi, at this moment, gently pats his pet beast. The white wolf immediately opens its mouth, and with a single breath, it can extinguish the fire. Only then does Traungyi approach the group of 4 girls who are still in shock and use magic to heal them. "Thank you, junior brother Chao. I didn't expect you to know me. The Than Lone Squad is the second-ranked team in the school, of course I know, which makes me feel even more ashamed." To Than Lin awkwardly smiled and then seriously suggested, "Chao Hok Day, your light attribute skill can counter demons, but they are very dangerous, so why don't you come back to the electric base with us?" In a month, I have explored the entire surrounding area, but still have no news of the extreme cold ice chain. The freshman competition is in 3 days, so I can only wait for it to end and then continue searching for the extreme cold ice chain. Thinking that Zhong Nihi responded well, Than Lien turned to look at Chun Yu. Chun Yu nodded understandingly, then began chanting a metal incantation, summoning speed and a demonic roar as a fierce light shone brightly. As the spell finished, a giant robot car emerged from the magic circle Chun Yu created, drawing awe from Zhong Gi and White Wolf. "No time to explain. Get in the car quickly," Chun Yu urged urgently. Than Lin saw her teammate Emker and said nothing, secretly admiring her. Then on the way back, Zhou Nu asked, "Tao Shui, was the Quangfang mountain range originally a place where demons lived?" "Our squad has been inside the Crazy Wind mountain range for over 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered them." "That's right, we need to quickly return to the base to inform the military district." Hearing that, Negi was a bit startled. "Isn't there a wizard monitoring the entire area?" Briefly, Quangfang mountain range has many monsters to prevent surprise attacks on the city. "There is one, but these monsters are too low level." After hearing that, Traungyi became even more confused. The level 30 evil beast Bakugan is not exactly a low rank. Understanding Traungyi's concerns, Than Lin explained that the main mages monitor the deep parts of Quangfeng Sonmak, and the movements of high-level demons, those of legendary rank or above, emit a lower aura than the threshold set by the mages, so they probably can't detect them. As she spoke, a few doubts arose in her mind, but if it were a dimensional rift, why would low-level demons be allowed to come here? As long as the troops at the base detect a demon, they will immediately destroy everything. And since the interdimensional rift can accommodate level 30 monsters, it could also allow level 50 monsters to pass through. The way the interdimensional space operates not only risks their lives, but also reveals the location of the rift. Forget it. This isn't something we should worry about. Just bring the news back. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard many demons shouting, "Food, food!" At the same time, a beam of light appeared in the sky and shot straight down, causing an explosion not far from Traungyi's convoy. Monster! Someone on the other side is surrounded by demons. This aura is what I secretly think. Traungyi hurriedly said, "Everyone go ahead, I'll go and come back." Then, despite everyone's protests, he rushed alone to the site of the explosion. You will never forget this aura. Why is she here? Not only Traungyi's group, but another squad also knows about someone in danger. At this moment, one of them hesitates and says, "Level 20 white silver demon beast, that girl won't hold on for long. Should we help?" Everyone fell silent. After a moment, someone spoke up and said, "Better not to try. We're trapped here and can't even take care of ourselves." If she can escape and use her strength to defeat the demons, she will surely become a genius in the future. But unfortunately, they all cast worried looks toward the site of the explosion. Kwang So-Nien, wounded and struggling with the monsters, clenched her teeth and thought to herself, "It seems their state is only for containment, not attack, trying to trap me here. These demons are scattered across the plain in groups of 10. Even if we kill the 8 in front, the surrounding demons will immediately advance, leaving no chance to escape back to the base before the soul demon's power disappears." Thinking of this, Kwang So-Nien's eyes turn cold. Just as she is about to use her skill, a bolt of lightning from the sky strikes down on the surrounding white-silver demon beasts, making them vanish instantly. Kwang So-Nien spun around to the back, where the sound of footsteps was coming from. Looking Ingi riding a white horse. No, wait. Riding the white wolf like a god, he charged forward while shouting at Kwang So-Nien, who was still staring in shock. "Kwang So-Nien, get out of the way." The demon behind Kwang So-Nien is snarling and howling loudly, creating a deafening sound that she can't bear, forcing her to cover her ears with both hands as the demons unleash their frenzy fireclaw skill and charge forward screaming. Kwang So-Nien shouted loudly to warn, "Chao Ngei, go quickly. That is the berserk state of the demon race." She secretly worried that the power of the evil spirit had doubled. Chaonie was definitely no match for it. If I self-destruct, I have a 90% chance to destroy it and protect Chaonie. Suddenly, Chaonie appears behind Kwang So-nyen riding the white wolf, slips his arm around her waist, and lifts her onto the wolf's back. Kwang So-nyen gasped in surprise, looking at Ngi. At this moment, an evil spirit charged forward and threw a punch. Immediately, the white wolf leapt forward to dodge, and Chaonie, sitting on its back, turned around and shouted, "Light barrier!" as a massive bolt of lightning struck from the sky, destroying the area in front of him. Ngi smiled and said, "No wonder everyone wants to become a mage. Destroying monsters from afar feels pretty good, but Chaonie's move just now caused such a big commotion that it attracted all the evil spirits on the field to run over, quickly forming a large circle to trap the two inside. A total of 180 demons capable of group attack skills could be dealt with, but now they are scattered," he whispered. Then Chaonie placed 2 fingers on Kwang So-nyen's forehead. "Kwang So-nyen, go attract the demons to the left side. Don't be aggressive." Zhou Ngai didn't say anything and began executing a series of buffs for Kwang So-nyen. Postponed the alliance, Lemin focused on blessings, weapon blessings, divine gift. Kwang So-nyen was startled and whispered to herself, "It's the Holy Knight's additional buff army." She quickly opened her personal panel to check. Level 16, class, swordsman, dual demon body state. Seeing that strength, speed, stamina, and willpower all increased by 25%, Kwang So-nyen was left stunned. Chaonie didn't bother to pay attention to her reaction. Before she could finish speaking, he jumped off the wolf's back, drew his weapon, aimed at the nearest group of monsters, and charged forward, swinging his hammer to explode the area. Behind Kwang So-nyen, she also dismounted from the wolf. She secretly admired Zhou Ngai and thought, "Amazing! All attributes increased by 25%, which means my strength has doubled. Based on what I know, neither level 16 nor even a level 20 Holy Knight can do that." At this moment, some monsters have already reached Kwang So-nyen's position. No one needs to give it an order. The white wolf has already charged at a monster and opened its mouth to bite. Now is not the time to think about these things. I have to follow his instructions. She reminded herself. Kwang So-nyen's expression became serious. She drew her weapon and began fighting. As for Chaonie, he was moving at high speed, with each strike capable of destroying one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster managed to sneak behind Zhou Ngai and swung its weapon at his head. But just as the strike was about to land, a purple whip suddenly struck the monster's hand, causing its weapon to fly out and saving Zhou Ngai from danger. Chaonie turned around and saw Kwang So-nyen controlling the purple whip to attack the monsters. The Shadow Phantom whispered, "Gather the dark energy in your hand to form a whip that strikes enemies, dealing heavy damage and additional shadow damage." Carrying the role of the Holy Light indeed attracts demons. "Countless demons from the plains have gathered here, so I can use this move," Thom said, casually throwing the Holy Light shield skill towards Kwang So-nyen and White Wolf, creating a protective barrier around them, and instructing Kwang So-nyen, "Wait inside this." The Holy Light Shield B+ envelops the team members within a certain range in a sacred aura, making them immune to all physical damage for a limited time. Next, Zhou Yi shouted, "Holy Cross of Light." The Holy Cross of Light summons a holy light that continuously deals fire attribute light damage to enemies within a certain range every second. Level 7, range of 200 meters. A large cross appears, and Ingi Summon emits a golden light shining on the monsters. The next second, a burst of yellow flame engulfs them, continuously burning and making them scream in agony. Kwang So-nyen's eyes sparkled as she stared in amazement at this scene. After the attack subsided, most of the monsters had been defeated, leaving only the large, high-resistance monsters still alive. All darkness will vanish under the illumination of light. The gathering of radiance, the arrival of divine wind and lightning, summon a storm of holy light at the designated spot, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range. As Ngi finished speaking, massive holy lights gathered in the sky, then fell to the ground, forming a large circle around the monsters. A second later, a whirlwind rapidly formed at the center, sweeping up the monsters and tearing them into pieces. In the nearby bushes, a group of people are staring in shock at the battle outside. This is terrifying. Who could they be? "Is he human? Boss, should we go say hello?" Hearing the team member ask, the squad leader hesitated for a moment. "Besides me, our team has only one level 26. The other 5 are all level 24. Don't tell me it's 1 versus 1. 6 versus 1 would be impossible. This person is really too terrifying, and he's still so young." In the end, the team leader decided to lead his group to meet Zhou Yi, secretly thinking he must win over him. But before the group could move, a machine sped from afar towards Chaoyang's position. When it stopped it,
Chu Dan, along with Chu Niu, An Thien Yuan, and To Than Lin, appeared on the machine's back.
Chu Dan waved and said, "Junior brother Chao, we're here to help you." But when they saw the situation around them clearly, the four of them froze in place for 5 seconds. Ngai turned to look at them, then took out a healing potion and drank it all. The system announced, "Congratulations on reaching level 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points."
Congratulations, you have leveled up to 18 and gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Chaoyang's level is 18, 1,324 over 42,000 health, 160 stamina, 162 intelligence, 172 wisdom. Gi silently thought, 180 demon, 60,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the fake profession has a level cap of 0, so this battle could yield even more. Seeing the healing potion slipping from his hand, Chaoyang silently thought, the magic power has increased significantly, but the high-level skills are still not enough. After returning to school, you should ask the teacher if she has a solution. Only then did Chu Dan and the others snap out of their shock, jump off the mechanical spider, and go over to Chaoyang. To Than Lin said, "Chaoyang, all of this is your doing." Chu Dan also said, "Chaoyang, your strength exceeds even what I imagined." Before Chaoyang could speak, Kwang Sonyin suddenly sat down heavily on the ground. The girls asked with concern, "What's wrong with her?" Chaoyang replied, "I guess I was overwhelmed and entered a weakened state." The girls went over to help Kwang Sonyin. While watching Chaoyang closely, Than Lin asked, "Did you encounter any particularly difficult demons while destroying them?" Qi raised his chin in thought before replying, "The highest level demon I killed was a level 23 gold. None were especially hard to deal with." "Is something wrong?" Than Lin frowned and explained, "The demon army and the human army both have leaders. If there is no leader here, then most of the demon army is not present. This place is not suitable to stay for long. We must return to the base immediately." Zhou Ngai responded immediately. From the bushes behind, seeing Zhou Ni's group leave, a member asked the captain, "Boss, it seems they're about to leave. Should we go out now?" The team leader hesitated for a moment. Before he could finish speaking, they suddenly felt their bodies being pressed down by an invisible force, filling them with fear. "Boss, what's going on?" The boss looked outside, his face full of fear as he shouted, with the air thick with demonic energy, "That is a demon." The sky has now turned blood red as a vast area is covered by a membrane. Immediately after, a hole opened in the membrane and a dragon slithered through, carrying a humanoid creature on its back, emanating a large amount of demonic energy. Through the appraisal technique, the basic information of the two creatures appears before everyone's eyes. Monsters, demons, level 30. Talent, legend, benefit skills, notes, benefit, monster, fire dragon, level 24, golden talent, flame bombardment skill. At the same time, the security screens at the military base turned red with an alert warning that the alien gas concentration exceeded the limit. Analyzing data. The analysis of data confirms that the 4th level of alien invasion has locked the position. To the east of the Storm Mountain Range at longitude 111.454 east, latitude 15.305 north. The monitoring staff, upon seeing this scene, immediately took out the radio to notify the entire military zone. Confirmed 4th level alien invasion. All members of the Legion are to assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Verify the level 4 invasion of the alien species. All Legion members, please assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Snowdragon Legion soldiers and knights, please finish training quickly and move to the square for assembly. The Snowdragon Legion's priest team has completed rescue preparations, ensuring their bodies are filled with magic power. The Snowdragon Legion's logistics team is distributing mana core resources. The Snowdragon Legion's mage team locked in the coordinates at 111.454 east and 15.305 north, forming a large teleportation array. Soon, the Legion members lined up neatly within the massive yellow formations on the ground. A soldier stepped forward to report to the Snowdragon Legion commander that Vu Chu informed the Legion commander that all personnel have gathered and are awaiting orders. Tu Vu Chu drew his sword, pointed forward, and shouted loudly, like a sword cutting through all obstacles, like a shield protecting one side. The soldiers below also shouted in unison, like a sword cutting through all obstacles, like a shield protecting one side. Every demon in the Legion is a chosen and carefully selected member by me. In the half year since arriving at Lam Tin, we lost fewer than 100. But in the final desperate moment, before returning to the Holy Realm, 100 clans were hunted down and sacrificed. We will return to the Holy Realm in half a day.
Before we leave, we must make a grand display, the demons below roared in excitement. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Turning back to the present, the demon lord riding the fire dragon looked down at Chaoyang's group and said, I will never forgive you. I will take your souls and burn them in hellfire. Then the demon lord began summoning his army. Belimus, the demon's son, used the summoning skill. The silver demon and the gold demon have been summoned. Tithanlian immediately used her appraisal skill to scan the demon horde. Legendary level demon, gold level demon knight, silver level demon sorcerer. Her face turned serious as she drew her weapon and stepped forward past Chaoyang, then turned back and said, Chaoyang, later the Thanlon squad will protect you. If there's a chance, you must break through the encirclement and escape. Yes, Chaoyang, you must keep living, Chudan said. Then she and the two girls moved forward to stand beside Chaoyang. They believe that Chaoyang is the most extraordinary genius they've ever met, and that with his talent, he deserves them to risk their lives to protect him. At this moment, a large yellow magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. That is the Snow Dragon Legion. The Snow Dragon Legion is made up of level 30 or higher transmitters, and the Legion commander is even a level 51 warrior. We're saved. While Chudan's group rejoiced, Jono frowned, secretly suspicious. If it was a teleportation, why not locate and teleport directly there? Chaoyang's suspicion is immediately cleared when the opposing demon lord suddenly bursts into laughter.
Ha ha, humans, don't worry. The magic array is covering us. Your legion can't get in. Tithanlian exclaimed in shock. What?
No way.
She looked up at the sky and then realized that there were a large number of soldiers standing on the big golden formations blocked outside by a red curtain.
What's going on? Why is the teleportation point so far away? Wang Luong placed his hand on the red curtain, sensing it for a moment before answering seriously. This is a forbidden-level magic formation of the dark, fiery Black Beach Demon Clan. After activation, the space inside cannot be transmitted, and attacks from outside will also be blocked. At least 2 more armies need to join forces to break it. Otherwise, we can only wait for it to expire and dissipate on its own. Tu Vu Chu frowned and asked, How long will it take if we wait for the magic circle to dissipate? Vuong Luong replied, 5 minutes. Hearing that, Tu Vu Chu closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and gave a heavy order. You count all the information about those people and keep their records. After the battle ends, inform their families to come and claim the bodies. Wang Liang replied, Yes, at the same time, inside the dark firewall formation, the system announced the appearance of a legendary level demon, and a new mission has been issued. Achievement mission. Please sign the contract to eliminate the demon. Failure will be punished. No. The new achievement reward is the S+ talent, the medicine deer spirit. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Nu smiled to himself and said, The new achievement mission has finally arrived. Then Chaoyang's whole body radiated a golden light as he slipped past Chudan's group to move forward. Tithanlian quickly grabbed Chaoyang's hand and shouted, Chaoyang! On the opposite side, the demon lord focused his gaze on Zhou Nu. Such dense, holy energy, it seems you have already attacked my kin. To show my respect for you, I will personally tear you into 100 pieces so you can leave in endless pain. With that, the demon lord rides the fire dragon and flies forward. Chaoyang pushed Tithanlian's hand away and drew his weapon, ready to fight. At that moment, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of magic towards Chaoyang below. Tithanlian anxiously shouted, Chaoyang! Chaoyang calmly raised his hammer, summoning a golden light that soared into the sky. The attack from both sides immediately clashed in mid-air, with Chaoyang's strike tearing through Hualong's attack before continuing upward, slicing off one of Hualong's wings. With no wing to fly on, Hualong fell straight down. The demon lord also fell freely as a result. A loud crash echoed as Hualong's massive body slammed onto the ground and remained motionless. The demon lord lands safely, but still feels some impact. Seizing the opportunity, Chaoyang appears behind the demon lord and swings his hammer to strike. The demon lord sensed the danger and swung his weapon backward, but only hit Chaoyang's shoulder armor, causing it to fall off. Immediately after, the demon lord saw a golden light approaching closely towards his face, so he quickly raised his weapon to block and used the force to jump back. Seeing the ground where he just stood being torn apart by Chaoyang's hammer, the demon lord couldn't believe it, and silently shouted in his heart, What kind of cage is this? This human is only level 18. How can they have the strength to oppose me? Zhonghai also didn't rush to attack again, placing his hammer aside, cracking his knuckles as he looked at the demon lord and said, You're holding up pretty well. Oh, right.
You are the first legendary level monster I have ever encountered. Your humankind insults you, and the demon lord charges forward, stabbing a sword at Zhou Nuo.
Chuang-Yi grabbed his weapon, jumped high to dodge, and simultaneously struck down a large cross-shaped attack on the demon lord below. The pure white branch's stunned state was successfully confirmed. He whispered to himself. Chuang-Yi raised his hand and shouted. The light barrier didn't last long, and before the lightning struck, the demon lord had already regained consciousness and shouted out the flame demon shield. Seeing the shield in front of the demon lord's leader blocking all the lightning, Chuang-Yi softly said, "Even the light barrier can't handle him? It seems ordinary tactics are simply not enough to defeat a legendary-level demon.
So he can only use the system skill rewarded after the final test. As for the demon lord, he commands his army.
My beloved warriors, destroy him for me." The demons, upon receiving the order, immediately roared and charged towards Chuang-Yi. Chuang-Yi paid no attention to them. Around him, many holy lights appeared, and his body gradually rose into the air, radiating waves of golden magic. Everyone was watching Chuang-Yi intently, only to see him raise both hands high. A large vortex suddenly appear,
And from it a giant hand reach out. Why does it feel like some terrifying existence is about to emerge? As the demon lord finished speaking, the entire space was dyed yellow. The giant hand struck down from above,
causing him and his subordinates to shake the ground and shatter as the whirlwind swept around. Am I dreaming? Is this really Chuang-Yi's skill? Kwang So-Nian feels the demonic bloodline in her body trembling with fear. Outside the red curtain, Tu Vu-Chu speaks. This power rivals the demon spirit cannon.
Have you found out who is trapped inside yet?
Vuong Luong replied, They are all to hang university students, and the one who used the skill just now is this year's top scorer. Holy Knight Chuang-Yi. Tu Vu-Chu sighed regretfully and said, The top student. Huh? It's a pity that the level gap between both sides is too great. If only Chuang-Yi had a little more time to grow, he could have destroyed that demon with just one skill. As expected, what Tu Vu-Chu said was right. After Chuang-Yi's recent attack, the demon lord is still alive.
And his entire body now radiates even more terrifying demonic energy. The demon lord roared in anger. How dare you insult the great existence of the Flame Demon Legion, the Legion of Flame Incantation!
Immediately, from all directions, the demon horde launched a relentless attack on Zhou Nuo, while the demon lord turned to the healing demon and said, He's only an 18th level holy knight. The healing demon confirms that after many battles, his mana has definitely been exhausted. Without mana, facing our three-man squad, he can only rely on numbers to determine life or death. That's right. Satisfied, the demon lord once again looked at Zhou Nuo. At the center of the attack, Zhou Nuo silently thought that the divine shield had almost depleted the magic in his body, and the magic recovery speed of his equipment was too slow, so he could only rely on himself. A skill panel appeared in front of Zhou Nuo. The Holy Spirit Technique S, a one-time secret spell of the Holy Knight Temple, releases this secret spell without consuming mana and is unaffected by silent skills. After using this secret spell, you will gain a portion of the power of the divine light, and depending on your body's endurance, the 4 corresponding attributes will be increased. The level of all divine and light skills will be temporarily increased by 5, and the recovery speed of HP, stamina, and mana will be multiplied by 20. The effect will last for a certain period of time. After the skill ends, you will enter a state of exhaustion. Then, a second later, a beam of light descended from the sky, piercing through the red curtain shining over Zhou Yi. What is going on now? Suspiciously, the Diamond Lord looked up and saw Zhou Yi inside a yellow beam of light surrounded by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings. Feathers fell from above, burning and disintegrating any demon they touched. Vu-Chu reached out and touched a feather, then exclaimed, So it's a divine form. Vuong Luong. The deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion stood nearby, listening, and couldn't help but feel curious. Captain, what is the Divine Stance Technique? It is a top-tier skill held by divine-class professionals, allowing the use of all energy and divine faith. I once saw a preacher use Divine Stance magic. Just one move was enough to restore the Legion to its peak condition. Thanks to Divine Stance magic, only our army could endure waiting for reinforcements while surrounded by 3 demon legions. His divine power is as vast as the ocean. Without us, he could also destroy the demons. Seeing this, the demon lord's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he shouted, No way, this is clearly a top-secret technique. He's a level 18 holy knight. How can he possibly use divine energy? Your Highness, once the divine stance is cast, only using comparable divine energy can cut through it. Wait for him to finish the ritual, and our entire legion will be doomed. It's just a skill, after all. The two sides immediately exchanged blows. How long does it take to set up the magic circle in the valley's shadow curtain?
1 minute. The mage replies, I know. Now it's time for you to show your loyalty.
Yes!
The wizard responded, then loudly commanded, and all the demons obeyed. Offer everything you have to the demon lord. Immediately after, he is the first to sacrifice his soul.
Great Lord Olima Roskin, I vow to dedicate all of myself in reverence to you. Great Lord Olima Roskin,
I vow to dedicate all of myself in reverence to you.
Hundreds of demons then shouted their slogans and volunteered to sacrifice their souls.
Afterwards, their souls were all absorbed by the demon lord.
Seeing the dark energy radiating from the demon lord grow stronger, the goddess sneered and said,
Pathetic lowly creatures, holy knight, I grant you divine energy.
As the divine speaker finished, the goddess raised Chaungi's hand, pointing it at the demon lord, his eyes instantly glowing, and a beam of light shot straight toward the demon lord, absorbing the sacrificial soul. The ground trembled as a deafening explosion erupted, sending dust swirling everywhere. But as the dust settled, everyone saw that the demon lord was still able to stand up. He even gathered a giant fireball. The power of the fire demon is the strongest innate skill, condensing the fire element to its limit, with surface temperatures reaching 15 million degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the sacrificial clansmen, I wouldn't be able to use this skill. Thinking to himself, the demon lord shouted, Die, holy knight. Then he threw the fireball directly at Chaungi, but only to disappoint him. As the dust settled, he still saw Chaungi standing firm there, unharmed. At that moment, he realized he and Chaungi were not on the same level, so he dared not delay, and immediately grabbed his pants to run toward the magic circle to return home. But of course, Chaungi wouldn't give him that chance.
Preposterous, as a god, I sentence you. With those words, Chaungi waved his hand and a beam of light descended from the sky, directly claiming the demon lord's life. I'm returning now that I've completed my mission. My glory, the demon lord mumbled a few afterwards before taking his last breath. Seeing that scene, the remaining demons like headless snakes scream in fear. What do we do now? The demon lord has sacrificed himself. The magic array has been destroyed. How can we return to the holy realm now? It's finally over. Chaungi spoke a sentence, then fell into a state of weakness, gradually losing consciousness, and his body dropped freely downward. Traunengi, Huang Sonyin, and the Then Luan team hurried over, worried. Vice Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion hurriedly ordered, Cleric, quickly check Chaungi's condition. Team 1, Team 2, search quickly for any remaining living false professionals around the mountain. The remaining members of the military squad and I charged forward. It's too heavy. I can't breathe. It seems like something is pressing down on my chest. I can't move. Is it being crushed by a shadow? Am I about to die? Thinking of this, Chaungi suddenly woke up, realizing he was in a hospital room and that he was indeed being pressed down by a 50-kilogram shadow. Huang Sonyin, rubbing her sleepy eyes, said, Chaungi, you're awake now. You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. I'll go tell everyone. Yes. Thank you for saving me. Huang Sonyin unexpectedly kissed Chaungi on the cheek, then shyly turned and left. This girl, Chaungi reluctantly said. At this moment, the system panel suddenly appeared, showing that the daily tasks of 200 push-ups, 200 squats, and 200 sit-ups were not yet completed. I slept for 2 days and missed the daily rewards for both days. Let's see if completing the missions can make up for it. The demon slaying achievement mission has been completed, and the corresponding reward has been distributed. Congratulations on receiving the S+ innate skill resistance to death. Death resistance allows your body to fight off death and recover quickly from any damage received. Congratulations on receiving the S-grade magic potion, Fucklane Elixir. Will it be able to heal injuries as well? With this kind of innate talent, any profession can have it, but the effects will differ. But being an S+ level innate talent and also called death resistance, it must be extremely special. Thinking of that, Ngi eagerly pulled out a knife, stabbed it lightly into his chest without hesitation, then pulled it out and waited for the result. Watching the wound heal at lightning speed, Ngi couldn't help but marvel. Recovering in 2 seconds? Not bad. In this situation, during the fight, you wouldn't be affected by normal damage effects, and your survival chances would also be increased. What if it's a serious injury? Thinking of this, Zhou Yi transformed into an axe. But after some consideration, he finally didn't dare to act recklessly and put the axe away, then continued to study the reward of the blessing potion that increased luck. Luck? How much does it increase? Getting a legendary weapon immediately upon going out. Or just randomly, an old lady passing by as a triple-classing fake and suddenly buying a top-tier item on the street. A divine potion that can unlock infinite possibilities.
Later, while Zhou Noa was closing the system, a notification caught your attention. Saint Diem Quang Luan Level A condensed a holy light halo around himself, granting the ability to control fire elements and increasing his own and allies' fire and light damage by 20% for a certain duration. Saintly Radiant Halo, what is this? A divine skill. I remember the moment of battle with the Demon Lord was then, when the protection of the S+ level Holy Angel was active. The Holy Angel binds itself to the user. Your light system is enhanced. All effects of light and divine skills are greatly enhanced. The A-rank Holy Radiance wheel condenses a holy glow around the user, allowing control over the fire element and increasing the damage of fire and light skills for the user and nearby allies by 20% for a certain duration. The Holy Flame Halo is a light system skill that can be enhanced by the protection of the Holy Angel. When used, it can increase the damage of light and fire skills by 40%. If I also use the light punishment while using the Holy Radiance Halo, wouldn't I become a dual-element lightning and fire mage? As Chang-He was lost in thought, a knocking on the door brought him back to the present, and a stranger young man came to visit him. After settling into his seat, he introduced himself. I am Vice Captain of the Snow Dragon Legion, Wizard Wang Liang. Classmate Chang-He, thanks to you for destroying the monster in time and damaging the teleportation array. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to capture so many demon prisoners. Chang-Ai modestly replied, You're too kind. I was just doing my duty. Is there something you wanted to discuss with me? Originally, the squad leader should have gone to thank you himself, but he's busy now, so I have to do it for him. Chang-He's final strike, although destroying half the mountain cave's dark curtain, still preserved the traces of the demon's arrival perfectly. The Legion has uncovered the secret of the Demon Lord. The squad leader has gone to report the matter to his superiors. He said that then he took out a sphere. As soon as the sphere was activated, the entire room transformed into an illusionary space with all kinds of items appearing before Hao Ni. The resources of the Snow Dragon Legion have been accumulated here for hundreds of years. Don't be polite. Just tell me what you like. Wang Lung generously said, and Chao Ni looked around and couldn't help but be amazed. Are there any S-level top-grade ice-cold crystals in the Snow Dragon Corps' warehouse? After searching for a while, Zhou No asked, Deputy Commander Wang, does the Snow Dragon Corps have S-level extreme cold ice crystals? Wait a moment while I look for it. Wang Luang performed a few actions, then pointed at the screen and asked, Is this it? Exactly! Chang Yi shouted excitedly. All right then. On the surface, Wang Luang tries to act like he's fine, but deep inside, his tears are a vast ocean. 100 million contribution points equal 3 years of his salary. You probably need to ask the team leader to cover the costs. The extreme cold ice chain is stored in the headquarters warehouse, so you'll have to wait here for a few more days. If you're feeling bored, I can arrange for more people to go with you to hunt monsters in the mountain range. Wang Luang said casually as he walked coldly toward the door, but just out of Chang-Yi's sight, he couldn't help but smile to strengthen the bond with the young members of the team going with Chang-Yi to hunt monsters. Waiting for Zhou No to become a top powerhouse, the Snow Dragon Army will also gain some glory. My move can be considered perfect. Just as Wang Luang was feeling proud, Chang-Yi's next words hit him like a cold splash of water. Sorry, I have to go back to school tomorrow to participate in the freshman competition. Just have him send the extreme cold ice lotus to my dormitory. I forgot he's still a student. Wang Luang sighed and replied, The extreme cold ice lotus will be delivered to dormitory 001 at Tohang University in 2 days. If you encounter any problems that cannot be solved with Fangshan Ridge in the future, be sure to contact the Snow Dragon Legion. After saying that, he left. Zhong Yi sank onto the sofa, unable to hide his happy smile. Xuanvan has been saved. I really should thank that damn demon. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have a chance to get the extreme cold ice lotus from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse. Glancing at the clock, Ngi silently said, I need to finish today's daily mission first. At the Than Luan squad, after To Than Lin stepped out of the bathroom, she was immediately surrounded and begged by her teammates. Captain, we want to invite Ngi to join the Than Lone squad. What do you think? To Than Lin nonchalantly said, I don't think he will agree. His strength is enough to take down monsters alone, would be more effective. Chu Dan smiled and said, If you don't try, how will you know? Besides, isn't the captain also wanting him to join us? On Tianruan nodded along, saying, I've seen the captain secretly visit Zhou Nengyi a few times. To Than Lin didn't reply, but quietly recalled the time she visited Zhou Nyi. At that moment, she truly intended to invite him to join the team, but he skillfully declined. Although Tu Than Lien felt regretful, she couldn't insist, and before leaving, she couldn't help but say, By the way, to thank you for saving us at Guangfang Mountain, this is a special token of appreciation for you. After saying that, Tathanlian planted a kiss on Chaoying's cheek and smiled brightly as she left. Chaoying couldn't help but think of Kwang So Nian's similar action and felt a little shy. A special reward. A special thank you. Girls are really bold nowadays, meanwhile. Shu Wu Chu is reporting to his superior. According to the investigation compared to 3 years ago when the demons invaded, they took turns appearing in the Storm Peak mountain range. The investigation shows that the demons have become proficient in moving through medium-sized cracks. Are you sure? Do you understand what this report means? From Wu Chu has confirmed that so far, extraterrestrial creatures can only invade Lam Tin through large space cracks. Since large space cracks are rare, the risk of alien invasion is not high. But the medium-sized space cracks on Lam Tin are countless. If extraterrestrial creatures can pass through these cracks to invade, Lam Tin will face a crisis of extinction. Therefore, the investigation results have been checked multiple times. Fortunately, we found that only extraterrestrial creatures below level 30 can pass through medium-sized cracks. The man with horns on his head immediately ordered that if that was the case, a quick strategy must be devised to address this issue. Senator Duong, inform all the major military corps across the country to immediately investigate all medium-sized space cracks within their jurisdiction. Congressman Zhang, please attend this United Nations Assembly to report on this discovery and observe the reactions of other countries. At this moment, Dean Wang Yu from Tohang University asked, "Did this intelligence come from an 18-year-old teenager?" That's right. Tu Wu Chu projected an image of Zhou Yi on the screen. This young hero named Zhou Yi, the rising holy knight and top scorer at Tohang Province University, a freshman leading Tohang University, used divine magic to descend and defeat the demon, also destroying the teleportation array. This action has brought us enormous benefits. The others couldn't help but be surprised after hearing this. A holy knight becoming the top scorer of the province is quite rare. Tohang Province, and also with the surname Zhou, could he be a descendant of the Bongshuang Zhou family? At this moment, the senior officer turned to Vuong Ui and said, "Second Scholar Vuong, after you return to school, please help me check on Chaoying." "All right, if you're a good seedling, remember to let us know and don't hide it from us." Tu Wu Chu secretly admired Chaoying. If he could gain the favor of these top experts in the country, his future would surely be bright. 2 days later, the freshman competition officially begins, announced by a flying robot spreading throughout Tohang University. Attention students, the new student competition will start promptly at 10 a.m. Please take the opportunity to gather at the sports field for assembly. I am Go Mang, president of the War Academy. Welcome to those who have chosen Tohang University. This year's freshman competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a copy of the challenge to the secret realm, based on difficulty and time taken to pass, to determine the ranking. The second stage is free challenge. Each person has 3 chances to challenge higher-ranked opponents, and success can change the rankings. While Ngomong was speaking, Tomi Ni stood nearby, constantly anxious. Chaoying and Kwang So Nian still hadn't appeared, and if they didn't come to the exam hall soon, they would lose their eligibility to participate in the freshman competition. You really shouldn't tell him until there's definite news about Kuk Han Bong Lin. We're running out of time now, and it's not just Tomi Ni who's concerned about Chaoying's absence. The other students started whispering anxiously as they couldn't see Chaoying anywhere. "Hey, have you seen Chaoying yet?" "Not seen him yet. Has he forgotten about the freshman competition?" "That's possible. After all, he hasn't returned to school after a month." "That's a good thing. We directly eliminated an opponent." Tom Lin Feng quietly chuckled upon hearing these words. "Chaoying, you're not in school training, wasting a month of time. Now you lack the courage to join the freshman competition. Opportunities are in front of you, but you don't seize them. Truly pitiful." Next, the first stage of the clone freshman competition challenges, the White-Silver Secret Realm opens. As No Mang finished speaking, the gate to the secret realm opened, and a dark flame burst out, covering the vast space. This year's batch of new students is the strongest in history, allowing everyone's abilities to be fully unleashed. This time, the copy of the secret realm not only has easy, hard, and nightmare levels, but also features an extreme, deep difficulty. Hearing this, a student couldn't help but get excited, and they've already unlocked the deep difficulty level. No wonder the gate to the secret realm is burning with such flames. It's unreasonable. I remember the difficulty of the Deep Abyss model being 10 times more terrifying than a nightmare. Now the fun begins. My little master will definitely clear the deep-level copy later. As Nyomang finished speaking, the information about the secret realm appeared. The copies of the cave lair of Phobong from level 12 to level 19 can be easily chosen as nightmare or abyss difficulty, with 1 to 6 people required. Pay attention to the dark and gloomy forest where a group of fierce PH Bong live. It is said that a human body cannot even fill the stomach of a small pH bong. After that moment, all the new students were teleported inside the secret realm. Mang looked at the screen displaying the options of nightmare difficulty or abyss and muttered in admiration. Not bad at all. They are all lively children moving forward with positive energy. At this moment, Mang notices something unusual. Why can't he see the numbers 001 and 003? Tumaini hesitated and replied, "Report to the director. 001 and 003 have been training in Fengshan Ridge from the beginning and still haven't returned, which is causing a delay." Mang angrily shouted, "The freshman competition determines the direction and resources for cultivation in the future. How can such an important matter be late?" Being young and relying on a high ranking makes one arrogant and careless, but Director Chaungi is not that kind of person. He is like that because Tumini is trying to defend him, but before she can finish explaining, Mang cuts her off with a wave of his hand. Students like that should work on their character. If they can't make it, they don't need to participate and can just rank last. Just then, Chao Noha hurriedly ran over carrying Kwang So Nyin. "Sorry, we're late." Then they both directly chose the Deep Abyss difficulty level. Then both of you were quickly teleported inside the secret copy. You have entered the Phobong lair and chosen the Deep Abyss difficulty. Be careful. The monsters in the abyssal difficulty are extremely fierce, so please seize the opportunity to retreat. Hopefully the difficulty lives up to the rumors. Zhou Nao spoke as he activated a series of buffs like Dawn's Blessing, Gift of Courage, Gift of the Gods, and Guardian's Gift while drawing his weapon and preparing to fight. The monster, a level 17 Phobong warrior with white-silver talent. Hair Guardian skill, Furious Attack, you a warrior monster soaring. Level 18, Silver Talent, Resilient Aura skill, War Stomp Arrow. Looking, Ngi glanced at the information about the monsters howling and rushing towards him, hoping to unleash his full strength. Excited, looking Ngi said and jumped high, swinging a hammer. Elsewhere, Kwang So Nyin is using level B skill Shun Ying Po Quan Tram, continuously summoning weapons and firing sword energy to pierce through the enemy's defenses, while Tam Lin Fong concentrates his full fiery power, unleashing his ultimate fire fist to inflict massive damage on a single target to deal with the monsters. Another top student chooses to use the level C full gale attack skill, turns around, jumps up, and kicks the enemy to the ground temporarily unconscious, but 16 copies attacking simultaneously still leave him stunned. The judges monitor the students' performances on the screen and begin to give their first comments. Overall, the performance of this year's new students is quite good. The Phantom Clone is the most difficult Secret Realm clone our school has. In the past, freshmen would be overwhelmed and eliminated when entering the clone, but this year, they all managed to hold on. At this moment, Mang orders the technical team to display window 001. I need to see how far 001 has progressed after wasting a month in the Furious Wind mountain range. The screen immediately shows an image of Zhou Yi, only seeing him turning around with smoke and flames billowing, while the system displays a message. Congratulations on defeating 16 goblins in the first wave in just 5 seconds. The astonishing result left Elemental Academy Dean Chu Huayang in awe. 5 seconds through the trial. Why was Chao Ngi able to achieve the strongest fire effect by only using the supportive skill Holy Flame Light Wheel to directly destroy the monster? Director Tong Qi of the Weaponry Academy was somewhat puzzled, guessing that Chao Ngi's intelligence attribute must be extremely high. And Mang, witnessing this for the first time, dared not confidently draw a conclusion and had to cautiously analyze. There are many reasons why the damage from the skill is high, such as intelligence attribute, significant boost, or innate treasure, but after just one battle, it's still too early to tell. Even I, with years of combat experience, can't figure out the peculiarities of the Holy Light Wheel. What kind of skill is that, and how effective is it? Chao Ngai didn't waste a single moment this month. This kid is interesting. Chao Ngai knew he was causing a stir among the judges, but remained fully focused on the match. The punishment of the light. As Ngi finished speaking, thousands of lightning bolts struck the monsters directly, sending them to meet their ancestors. The notification board then continued to appear. Congratulations on passing the second stage, defeating 200 Phobong in 1 minute and 23 seconds. Thua Tang charged forward, and Chao Ngai continued to use the spear attack to win, successfully clearing the third stage in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Through the deep-level clone, you completed the fourth stage in 4 minutes and 57 seconds, with an SSS rating, and have been recognized as the top record holder. The reward for passing the stage includes a B+ skill book, the Hateful Grey Hammer with 13,212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, and 25 skill points. The Hammer of Repentance, wielding this divine power against enemies, will cause massive damage. As the first to clear the level, you have unlocked a divine talent achievement. Please choose one of the 3 options below. Kwang Huan A increases nerve reaction speed by 30%, and when using skills, there is a 30% chance to avoid interruption. Tactician ATR, after entering combat mode, movement speed will continuously increase, reaching up to 50% Steadfast Guardian. A TR, when using a shield as a weapon, resistance and durability will increase by 30%. Changyi was surprised by the notification. Can you really gain new talents through a clone? A professional's strength is heavily related to their innate abilities. At first, I could only activate the Holy Knight class at the conference because of my S+ talent. This must be a privilege for copies of silver grade, or higher, right? Anyway, my bronze copy from the competition has new notes, but it doesn't come with a prize like this. Choosing 3 is quite humane. No need to worry about getting a useless talent. Thinking of this, Traungyi began to calculate, firmly guarding in line with the Holy Knight while riding the tank. But I don't have many options to use, and the reckless approach isn't bad either, just slightly inferior to the focused light orb. In actual combat, the time spent from spotting the enemy to launching a counterattack is crucial. The stronger the opponent, the faster their attack, making quick neural reaction speed even more valuable. The battle is ever-changing, and the focused light orb can reduce the danger caused by interrupted skills, serving as a pivot to turn the tide of the fight. At this moment, another dark aura-filled gate opens, and a message indicating that the deep clone level has been approved appears on the portal. Wanting to activate the subdoor, the aura that makes others feel disgusted emanates from the teleportation gate, hoping the subdoor can make him a little happier. Zhou Neng eagerly and without hesitation steps through the outside gate. Changyi's performance just now once again left the judges in awe, each of them offering their own expert critique of his intense combat skills. Changyi's perfect control of elemental power, quick thinking, strong adaptability, and the deep-level clone ability truly show that opening it was worth it. He is versatile, mastering powerful offensive magic, enhancing his strength and even close combat skills that leave others in awe. But Changyi's Holy Knight skills are too well-rounded, so leveling up might just result in a mediocre performance due to the huge costs involved. Ngo Mang nodded in agreement after hearing Director Chuang Lang from the Tactical Institute speak. This is indeed a problem. Once the new student battle is over, I will speak to him personally. Tong Kai and Chu Hua Duong immediately responded enthusiastically. Director Ngo, Chao Ninqi hasn't decided which academy to attend yet, so it's more appropriate for the principal there to decide where he goes. That's right. Everything depends on which academy Chao Ninqi chooses before we can say anything. Chao Ninqi is very skilled in elemental magic and is well suited for the elemental academy. This is the start of the kidnapping. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's attention was immediately drawn. Headmaster, it seems everyone is very pleased with Chao Ninqi. It's a pity I arrived late and didn't get to see him fully unleash his power. Wang Hui smiled and turned back to Zhou Ngi. As soon as he stepped through the side door, a dark and deadly scene unfolded before his eyes. Seeing the pile of bones not far away, Chao Ngi wondered to himself, this place must have hosted a dark deity ritual before. He stared intently at the skeleton on the throne atop the bones and whispered, this world already has the god of light, so there must be a corresponding dark god. The demon god is not just the name of the dark god, but also a general term for chaotic and mad gods. These two are very different. Worshipping the light or dark gods only requires loyalty, but worshipping the Tathon demands pure life and soul. The infamous Blood Abyss event a few years ago was caused by a third-generation Tathan worshipper. He secretly planned to sacrifice a medium-sized city, causing millions of lives to perish in a single night. And in that moment, he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was destroyed by the Legion and Patrol Envoy, the millions of souls swallowed by the demon god still could not be revived. From then on, the Central State strictly banned worshipping the Tathan. Anyone caught would be executed immediately, but the forces still secretly worshipping the Tathan continued to grow, and many willingly risked everything to join. Of course, it's not only humans who worship the evil gods. Beast tribes, spirits, and angels can also worship them. Meanwhile, Zhou Nua quietly stepped onto the red magic circle on the ground. Immediately, a thick cloud of purple smoke enveloped the skeleton on the throne, and then the monster awakened. The level 19 ghostly monster floats aimlessly. Pay attention to the ghostly spirit leader of the floating tribe evolving after the dark god ritual. Pure flesh and blood, it's been a long time since I saw it. Human, you're quite fragrant. I didn't expect you to be an immortal creature immune to physical damage. If the fighters saw this final boss, they would definitely be scared to death. Seeing Ngi carrying a hammer on his shoulder, he said to the boss with an excited tone, "Come on, eat up." Then he used the Divine Light Wind skill to summon a storm of holy light at the designated spot, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range as a way of saying, taking eggs to fight stones, huh. The boss was immediately sucked into the vortex and crushed, but just a moment later, it recovered to its original state and praised humanity. I admit your holy light is indeed powerful, but before the immortal strength granted to me by Lord Zia, everything is just like throwing eggs at a rock. Seeing the increasingly intense aura around Zhou Nuo, the boss deduced, "You're planning to use your final move. It's not going to work. Everything you do is just a futile struggle. How much power do you still have left in your body after using your ultimate move? Next time I come back to life, it'll be your turn to sacrifice." "Oh, really?" Zhou Nuo sneered, then pointed his hand at the boss. Instantly, a giant sphere shot straight at it, causing it to scream in agony. But before fading away, it still boldly said, "I told you, you can't kill me." Ridiculous. After finishing, Chao Ngi stood still and continuously shot light orbs at the boss, causing it to be eliminated for good. Congratulations on completing the dungeon. The completion time is 1 minute and 12 seconds. Challenge completed. Congratulations. You have gained 7,113 experience points. You have reached level 19.
Congratulations, you have received the gold level illusion monster. It seems that unlimited resurrection is just a fantasy. It looks like you can only defeat it by exhausting its power.
Before leaving the copy of the Secret Realm, Zhou Nuo looked back with some contemplation, realizing immediately upon entering that there was a chaotic and overwhelming force. This power was not elemental, but using divine techniques gave a similar feeling, leading him to suspect it was leftover power from the evil god. And when Han Hung Kui first revived, its strange power diminished slightly, leading to the conclusion that its number of resurrections is limited. The correct way to clear the level is to defeat Han Hung Kui one by one, causing it to continuously draw out the evil spirit energy from the space until it is exhausted. While Zhou Nuo has completed his task, other students are still struggling to pass the test. Alongside students defeated by the boss, there are also those who have beaten it, like Shen Lingfeng. The secondary level is indeed the most difficult part of the dungeon. You need to defeat the Han Hung Kui 10 times to completely eliminate it. Fortunately, he leveled up twice not long ago, allowing him to complete the passage within 8 minutes. Thinking of this, Shen Lingfeng felt a sense of pride and quickly left the dungeon. Divine Hand. Can Zhou Nuo use S-rank skills? Ngokakan. The dean of the Logistics Academy couldn't help but smile happily, while the other teachers started to discuss as soon as Zhou Yi stepped out. Chao Ngai took a shortcut by just trying randomly. "Ah, so this is the shortcut. Let's see how new students handle it." That's also true. It seems our Holy Knight also has his own secrets. An S-rank skill isn't something that a student from a backwater area should have access to. Could it be that the teacher hadn't finished speaking when he heard the principal's suggestive cough, so he immediately understood and fell silent, feeling uneasy that the principal was defending a student again? At this moment, Tomini was watching Zhou Yi intently and then let out an amused sound. His level seemed a bit off. "Why is it level 19? The others started to discuss after hearing that. "Is it really level 19? When the exam rankings were announced, Zhou Yi was only at level 13, and even the Deep Abyss dungeon couldn't have helped him level up 6 times instantly.
This person is truly terrifying. I also know some of the inside story," Wang Hui explained.
After reporting, Chao Ngai left school to hunt monsters for leveling up. During the trip with Fong Son Mak, he also gained quite a lot. Having reached level 18 right after entering the dungeon, he can easily defeat the Flame Demon Legion, and the freshman tournament is a walk in the park for him. If it weren't for the fact that the tournament is a basis for resource allocation, he probably wouldn't have bothered to participate. Tham Lin Feng was surprised to see Zhou Yi standing outside as soon as he stepped out of the dungeon. "Why is he here? Could he have completed the dungeon before me?" Thinking of this, he just convinced himself otherwise. No way. He must have failed the side quest and retreated early. Carrying the glory of the 8 great clans of Jiangning, I absolutely cannot lose to a person from the impoverished north. Tham Lin Feng thought to himself, then retracted his skill and returned to his normal appearance, while Han Shui's gaze swept past Zhou Ngi without a word of greeting, leaving Zhou Ngi feeling confused. "Too angry, huh? Could it be that you failed the dungeon challenge?" At that moment, you heard a scream not far away. Ning immediately looked toward the shout and saw Kwang So Nien falling freely out of the dungeon entrance. "Be careful," Chao Ngi shouted and quickly ran over to catch Kwang So Nien. "Brother Chao Ngi, you really got past the challenge faster than me, huh?" Kwang So-nyen said casually while hugging Chao Ngi, big brother. Chao Ngi looked at Kwang So-nyen with a puzzled expression. He's a few months older than me, so shouldn't I call him big brother? Kwang So-nyen calmly replied. All right, since it's a small matter. Chao Ngi also went along with Kwang So-nyen's wishes. At this moment, a group of students like Kwang So-nyen also fell freely out of the portal gate. But they weren't as lucky as Kwang So-nyen to be caught by the handsome guy. Moreover, it seems that being inside the copy instance isn't easy either. As soon as they entered the real world, they kept crying out in pain and begging for help. The medical team quickly begins treatment. Hurry up. Tumaini hurriedly ordered as she ran to treat a severely injured male student. An hour later, finally, all the students had safely come out. Ngomang closed the entrance to the secret realm and announced that Phase 1 has officially ended. Now, it's time to reveal the rankings and completion times. Finally, it's announced. I can't wait any longer. Sham Lingfeng is smiling smugly, but when he sees the leaderboard, his face twists in frustration. Top 1, Traun Gi. Clearance time for the dungeon. 4 minutes and 57 seconds, for the side screen 1 minute and 12 seconds. Top 2. Tham Lin-feng completed the dungeon in 13 minutes and 35 seconds. The time to clear the side screen was 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Top 3. Kwang So-nyen. Top 4. Tong Halan. Top 5. Tan Fong. Did he really beat the Tam Yuyan dungeon before me? Moreover, he was 15 minutes faster than before. Unable to accept this fact, Tam Lin-feng went crazy, climbing up a dragon-shaped carved pillar, secretly cursing Chao Ngi for stealing his top scholar position and now taking the lead in the freshman competition, no matter what he did in the next phase. Sham Nin-feng looked at Zhou Ngi with a deadly gaze and said, I will definitely crush you under my foot. Zhou Ngi had no idea about Tam Lin-feng's thoughts, only noticing his reckless actions. Why climb so high? Next, the second phase of the free challenge round officially begins. Wu Mang clapped his hands, and a series of fighting arenas appeared in the air. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge with a 5-minute break after each attempt. The second stage is finally here. I want to challenge rank 754. My profession is not suitable for dealing with monsters, but it's perfect for competing against others. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Zhou Nu. Tham Lin-feng shouted loudly and directly jumped onto the arena, challenging Chao Ngi with a defiant look. Come on, Chao Ngi, let's see who is stronger. Kwang So-nyen provides some information to Chao Ngi. He is Tam Lin-feng, ranked 2nd from the Jiangning clan, possessing a very rare flame dragon bloodline. Because of your appearance, his wish to be number 1 in Tahang was shattered, so he hates you like that. Clearly, his strength is far from yours, yet he doesn't realize it. What a brainless hater. He thought to himself. Chao Ngi immediately jumped onto the arena, hoping he could unleash his full strength. Come on, Chao Ngi, the holy knight fighting the berserker to see who is truly stronger, Tham Lin-lung arrogantly said. As soon as the referee shouted start, he immediately unleashed his power and charged at Chao Ngi with Shich Viem Quyen and Huiet Chi Kwang. Below the stands, Wang Hui saw this and immediately recognized Tam Lin-feng's plan, which is Bo So-kir's signature move. Tam Lin-feng is aiming for a quick victory. Wu Mang agreed and immediately activated Blood Frenzy and Crimson Flame Fist to launch the first attack. Wanting to cut off Chao Ngi's buffing ability, Chu Hua Duong admired that Tam Lin-feng truly is a noble family descendant and decided on a very decisive combat strategy. Although Tam Lin-feng has good combat awareness, he was still a step behind Chao Ngi. When he realized his attack was ineffective, he couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, Holy Light Shield, when did you activate it? The Holy Light Guard is a B+ level skill that can resist part of the damage, and it's the skill I least wanted him to use. In the end, he still fell behind by a step. Tam Lin-feng secretly regretted, choosing wisely. Your attack was indeed very fast, but it only took me a second to activate Holy Light Guard, Chao Ngi said proudly as he pulled out the Grey Repentance Hammer. I was hoping you would give me a match like this, so I deliberately didn't attack first. Sorry, you can't get me interested anymore. After finishing, Zhou Ngi raised his hammer high and struck Tam Lin-feng directly in the face, causing him to fall face first from the air and shatter his fiery dragon shield in an instant. How could he have such incredible power? While Shen Lingfeng was distracted, he suddenly realized that Zhou Nu had approached him from behind. His hammer was about to strike, and he couldn't dodge in time. He couldn't afford to lose. As Chao Ngi's hammer strikes down, Tam Lin-feng is once again knocked off the arena floor. But this time, after blocking one of Chao Ngi's hammers with the Flame Dragon Fist, he charges forward and unleashes a lightning-fast punch towards Chao Ngi. Viem Long Chi Hu. It seems this is the energy hidden within your bloodline. Chaoying said softly, moving like a gentle breeze, evading Tam Lin Fong's rapid attacks while harboring some thoughts in his mind. Huang Sonyin is like that, and Tam Lin Fong is also like that. Those with professional skills who possess great power seem to be able to hold a strong trump card from their bloodline, which truly makes me somewhat envious. Even if they activate their bloodline power, they are not my match. Zhou Nha grabbed Tam Lin Fong's frantically attacking arm and swung his hammer again, but it was different from before. Tam Lin Fong surprisingly dodged this attack, even catching Chaoying off guard. My flame dragon bloodline is not limited when fighting at close range. Today, I will show you the power of the flame dragon claw Long Tuck. As he finished speaking, Shen Linlong opened his mouth and spat fire at Zhou No. Oh, it's the dragon roar, the bloodline skill of the flame dragon bloodline. Tam Lin Fong was forced to use his trump card and claimed that Chaoying didn't use any special bloodline, which could put him at a disadvantage. Chaoying is losing. Huang Sonyin is worried, and hearing the crowd's words makes her even more anxious. On the arena, Chaoying now uses the Sacred Flame Halo, absorbing all the aura from Tam Lin Fong's Dragon Breath technique, making Tam Lin Fong suddenly feel a bad premonition. Chaoying's gaze at this moment makes him feel like a deity facing a king. There's no way I can accept the truth before my eyes, so Tam Lin Fong stubbornly spits out his dragon aura at Chaoying. It's useless, your flames can't escape my control. Chaoying gathers Tam Lin Fong's dragon aura with his hand, then swings his hammer to push the flames back at him. Since the battle has reached this point, it should come to an end. Use my fire to defeat me. Dream on, I won't let you take control of the flames. Tam Lin Fong used his dispel skill, but unexpectedly the flames still reached their target and directly hit him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Shou Nishang. As soon as the referee announced the results, the rescue team immediately rushed over to treat Tam Lin Fong, who was calling himself Burke and had been defeated in a reckless manner throughout the entire process. Moreover, his true strength has not yet been fully unleashed. If he were to show his full power, it would be even more terrifying. With such a high level in combat knowledge, crushing Tam Lin Fong is completely normal. Honestly, who would have thought he could reach level 5 in just a month?
While everyone was discussing excitedly, Ngô Mang tilted his chin toward the arena and said enthusiastically, "Look, another top scholar is challenging Chaoying, a petite girl in Taoist robes. I am Tong Halan, a level 17 spiritual mage, eager to learn." Spirit mage is a special hereditary profession in the lower country, extremely rare. Its expertise lies in using various charms and sealing techniques. After confirming that Xiaovan's strange illness was caused by her awakened bloodline, the priest suggested using sealing techniques to control it, and unexpectedly, he found a chance here. Chaoying silently assessed his opponent and responded. Holy Knight, level 19, Chaoying. Mr. Chaoying, you probably haven't used all your strength just now, right? Can I feel your full power when the fight starts later? Don't worry, I won't interrupt your enhanced skill release. Under the stands, many students listening realized how unbelievable it was. When did Chaoying reach level 19? No wonder I couldn't use the appraisal spell to investigate him. It turns out he's 3 levels above me. That's right, when Chaoying fought Tam Lin Fong, he didn't use any skill enhancement at all. This is too hard to believe. Isn't Tong Halan the young lady of the Tong family from Qivan province? The only family with official proof of traveling outside. Chaoying saw Tong Halan say that and smiled eagerly, saying, "No need to concede. I will follow your wishes." "Then it's settled," Tong Halan said with a smile, clasping her hands, and then their battle officially began. Chaoying activates the skills of Lamin Chufuk, Courage and Blessing, and Protection Blessing, leaving Tong Halan in shock. This is my state of prosperity. Now enjoy watching our battle unfold. Having said that, Chaoying waved his hand, causing a beam of light to head towards Song Halan. Since it has come to this, I have to fight with all my strength. Tong Hala's expression became serious as she activated her protective talisman and began reciting a prayer. A series of talismans floated in the air, forming a circular barrier that separated her from the beam of light shot by Chaoying. Then she took a talisman, recited a spell that caused the beam of light to explode. As dust filled the air and obscured her view, she ran away and realized that Chaoying was no longer in his original position. As she cautiously looked around, searching, she heard Chaoying's voice coming from behind her. "Do you think changing your position is enough to escape my pursuit?" As Ngi spoke, he swung his hammer, but Song Halan reacted quickly and lightly, immediately turning around to create a shield with a talisman, successfully avoiding the surprise attack from Chaoying. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled inside. When did he arrive here?
Actually, even though all the automatic defensive gear was activated, it could only barely hold out, so I decided to take a risk with this move. Tong decided to fire a few fireballs at Zhou No to buy more time, then recited a spell to summon an army of fallen soldiers.
I smiled playfully and said, "That's interesting. I didn't expect it to be the demon army of the Taoist sect." Following Tong Halan's command, the demon army of the Taoist sect charged forward together. Chao Ngai was able to defeat the legion of bean soldiers with a few punches, but they quickly revived and continued attacking him. These armies are not hard to deal with individually, but they have a healing ability similar to ghostly monsters. This is a bit complicated. It seems the only way to truly destroy these armies is to cut off their source of magic power. As Chao Ngai thought, he continued fighting while Tong Halan watched in confusion. "That's ridiculous. My army formation is strong enough to contain a level 30 profession faker, yet Chao Ngai can handle it freely." Just as Tong Halan fell into contemplation, Chao Ngai once again swept past her like a gust of wind. Swinging a hammer, Tong Halan immediately raised her hands in surrender. "I admit defeat. Chao Ngai wins." Chao Ngai paused and asked with a puzzled look, "Aren't you planning to have a real fight with me?" "We are simply not on the same level. I admit defeat wholeheartedly." Tong Halan chuckled softly and thought to himself, "Don't be silly. Free sparring isn't just a single match. If you stubbornly pursue it, you'll only end up like Tom Lin Fong. Next time, I'll gladly accept the challenge." Then Tong Halan jumped down from the arena. Chao Ngai then spun his hammer in his hand and looked down, coldly asking, "Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? I am here waiting for everyone to challenge me." Of course, no one wants to be beaten, so they make up all sorts of excuses to avoid fighting Chao Ngai. Huang So-nyin looked up at Zhou Ngai and grinned, saying, "No wonder you're Zhou Ngai." To me, Ni also looked up at Zhou Ngai, and the more she looked, the more she liked him. Chao Ngai's physical strength overwhelms agile warriors, and his superior intellect surpasses that of mages. His abilities are beyond my imagination. At this moment, a teacher asked his skeptical male colleague standing nearby, "Is he really from a poor, ordinary family in the north, and not from a noble and prestigious family?" "He is at the top of the freshman rankings. Calling him a genius is no longer enough. He is a monster." At the same time, Ngomang looked at the anxious expression of the deans and silently thought that the second round was about to end and it was time for the student selection leaders. Without thinking, he knew that Chao Ngai would definitely become the target of competition among the academies. "Director, rest assured, I have already prepared. Chao Ngai, I will definitely get him through a different turn of events." Taking advantage of Tom Lin Fong's injury after the match with Chao Ngai, many students challenged him, successfully improving their rankings while Tom Lin Fong's position continued to plummet. Though bitter, he could do nothing but curse inwardly, waiting for his injuries to heal so he could make them regret. Half an hour later, the second round of the competition ended with Chao Ngai, Huang So-nyin, and Tong Halan taking the top spots in the free challenge. The entire freshman tournament officially concluded. Now, everyone has been rearranged, and then the housing and credit points of the contestants will be redistributed. Even if your ranking is lower and your points are fewer, there's no need to worry. The school has many ways to earn points, as long as everyone tries their best. Next is the introduction of the academies. First, our 5 deans will give a brief overview of the educational philosophy of each academy. Ngomang, who spoke first, will introduce his academy, the War Academy. Although the dark age of monstrous invasions has passed, countless mercenaries still sacrifice themselves on the battlefield every year. The goal of the War Academy is to train students with stronger combat skills to improve survival rates on the battlefield, extreme, brutal, and merciless. That is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only admits sects focused on elemental magic power. I will guide you to discover the truth of elemental power. The Armament Academy trains students to improve their weapon skills rather than rely on a variety of techniques. Come to our Weaponry Academy. With only your body and weapons, you will possess ultimate power. The Tactical Academy is designed to train students to command and fight effectively. Whatever your profession, join our Tactical Academy. Everyone knows that in war, top tactical warriors can significantly reduce casualties across the entire army. A strong logistics system is the foundation of all successful operations. Hello, everyone. The role-playing profession is a type of activity. Choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we are not famous for our combat skills, you will learn professional knowledge about various occupations. Once we grow up, maybe even soldiers will have to beg us. Ha ha ha. The director of the Logistics Institute laughed loudly and patted his belly, making the other directors just want to refuse to accept someone they knew. Ngomang cleared his throat and concluded that all the information about the academies had been fully presented. Now students can log into the system to choose the academy they prefer. Chao Ngai, which academy do you want to select?
Huang Sonian inquires, but Chao Ngai remains silent, only staring intently at his phone screen. At this moment, Ngo Mang offered to Chao Ngai, "If you come to the War Academy, I will become your private tutor." "A private tutor?" Chao Ngai asked curiously. Ngo Mang explained, "Each private tutor can select an outstanding student to mentor, and the resources they hold will also be prioritized for that student. In addition, I have prepared some gifts for you, including 3 Level A skill books and a Level A resource exchange order, among other things. Oh, I mean, another director has also started to join the Luanlan hunt race." Chao Ngai, choosing a private tutor is not a small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I guarantee I will equip you with a legendary set of gear. As long as you become a member of the Weaponry Academy, you can freely choose and use everything outside that benefits your strength. I got here first. Ngo Mang, feeling dissatisfied, said from the upstairs, "This isn't about who came first or second. The key is sincerity." Ngai looked a bit awkward, scratching his chin and secretly thinking that this already happened in the past. The other students witnessing this couldn't help but feel envious. The 3 deans personally competed for Ngi. Is this special treatment reserved for the top candidate in the entrance exam? It really makes people envious. The position of the private tutor student is equivalent to a true disciple within the family, and they also enjoy priority access to the tutor's resources. But the conditions set by the 3 deans seem a bit too generous. A Level A skill book is already rare, but the Elemental Academy's dean is even more generous, offering a legendary set of equipment. Old Tong is really going all out this time. The Weaponry Academy is one thing, but what is the Elemental Saint Knight Academy doing here? While Ngo Mang was secretly criticizing his 2 old friends, he heard the dean say something shocking. "Look at Ngi, become my true disciple." All the deans turned their eyes to Dean Wang Hui. "I will perform the bloodline fusion technique for you once." What is the bloodline fusion technique? Bloodline fusion technique is a forbidden spell that requires combining the blood of different races to cast. This magic can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly improve your physical strength. With each upgrade, you'll gain more free attribute points and skill points. The event where Principal Vuong wants to take Zhou Yi as a student immediately makes the other students envy him. He just made a move and already cast a forbidden spell. That's a bit too much. You must know that the highest disciple of Headmaster Vuong Hui is the president of the Thienvu Guild, the top guild in Trunghakwok. If Chaon Yi becomes Headmaster Vuong's disciple, he can immediately leverage Headmaster Vuong's connections to rise to the top. Tham Lin Feng, standing in front, felt even more jealous after hearing that. That bastard is really lucky. If it weren't for Chaon Yi, I would be the top new student and have a solid backing like Principal Vuong Hui. Chu Hua Duong knows not to compete with Vuong Hui, so he can only smile bitterly, surprised at how strong Chaon Yi's appeal is, even causing the principal to intervene. There were still many surprises coming from Chaon Yi. Vuong Hui responded, and then took out something to give to Chaon Yi. This is the reward personally given to you by the commander of the Snowdragon Corps, who sent a teacher to deliver it. Lin Feng just looked at it and recognized what it was. A gold medal. How could it be? Even the Tem family, one of the 8 great clans in Nin'an, doesn't have a gold medal. So what does Ngi look like that he could have such a rare medal? Oh my, I must be seeing things. That is the Medal of Honor. Tong Halan exclaimed in shock. Kwang So Nien excitedly said, and it's the gold contribution medal. My father has fought on the front lines for many years and only received the silver contribution medal. Thanking those outstanding contributors who overcame all obstacles and moved forward for the civilization of Zhongxia, Chaon Yi wondered when he had made such great contributions to Zhongxia Kwok. As if reading your mind, Vuong Hui explained, your performance on the Furious Wind Mountain Range shows you deserve this gold dedication medal. The Furious Wind Mountain Range? But even the evil army corps with their cunning minds can't take the contribution medal. Is there something else hidden behind it? Zhang Yi thought to himself, still accepting the gift and quietly saying, "Thank you, headmaster." Chu Huaduang chuckled teasingly and said, "Ngi, how can you still call him principal when you're so distant from him?" Ngi immediately understood and bowed his head to Vuong Hui, saying, "I'm honored to become your student. We can't delay any longer. I'll take you away now." And with that, Vuong Hui used his spiritual power to take Chaon Yi and leave. Huang Gomang smiled and approached Kwang So Nien, but was interrupted by Tong Qi before she could speak. "Miss Kwang So Nien, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the same way I treated Chaon Yi before." "Old Tong, you're deliberately blocking me, aren't you?" "Huh. If Chaon Yi has been personally invited by the principal, then of course Kwang So Nien can't let you get away with it." Back with the male lead, Chaon Yi was taken by Vuong Hui to his private villa, where he mainly keeps some extremely precious items. If anything happens later, you can come here to find your teacher.
First, I will take you to select the necessary materials for the bloodline refining technique.
At this moment, a magic circle appeared in front of Zhou Ngi. Wang Hui condensed elemental power and warned that after casting the bloodline fusion technique, your bloodline could fundamentally mutate. Moreover, most people are attracted by forbidden spell-level magic, but they ignore the key point that the core of the bloodline mutation is the original blood essence. Our normal bloodline potential is extremely limited. Along with leveling up, the benefits gained from each level increase gradually diminish, leading many to exploit the use of exotic bloodline cultivation after hopeless level-ups to boost their strength. Chao Ngai listened and couldn't help but be surprised. What? Could it be that even with your level, you're still worried about the difficulty of leveling up? Of course. After the transferer enters the third transformation, each level up requires a vast amount of experience. And now that the master is level 64, ordinary alien creatures of the same level are usually Lord-level warriors, which seem hard to defeat easily. The master has prepared 3 types of primal blood for you: Angel, Titan, and Dragonborn. They are all divine bloodline races. The bloodline forging technique can assign you a special top-tier bloodline, so you only need to choose one of the 3 primordial bloodlines. This angelic primal bloodline is a essence extracted from the bones of an angel. The angel race is a divine lineage of the light god. If you fuse the angelic material, you will gain the attribute to interact with high-level light magic. The Titan race believes that the thunder god was born with the ability to command lightning. Combining it will enhance the power of any lightning skill you use repeatedly. The Dragon clan is directly descended from the dragon god, with the purest bloodline of the dragon race.
After the fusion, you will be able to suppress all beast tribes, angels, titans, and giant dragons. These are all high-level races, at least level 60.
Even with the system's help, I still don't fully understand this world and don't dare to decide rashly. Thinking to himself, Zhou Ngi hesitated and asked Wang Hui, "Master, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which one is more suitable for my current situation?" Facing these 3 extremely rare primal bloodlines, an ordinary young man might be easily shaken and just pick one randomly based on instinct. Being able to stay rational and seek advice at this crucial moment already proves this young boy's calmness and stability. Wang Hui secretly admired and then offered his advice. The primordial Titan blood and the primordial dragon blood are both very powerful, but after fusion, they will mainly enhance your energy and magical abilities. Considering your close connection with the god of light, the primordial angel bloodline will be the best choice. Perhaps you will achieve an upgrade beyond your expectations. After some consideration, Zhou Yi decided to follow Wang Hui's advice and choose the celestial blood angel. It seems the celestial blood angel is perfectly suited for me. You are my 5th student. I had 4 others before you. If there's a chance, I will introduce you to them. Teacher, I have one more question. Why did you give me that medal of outstanding contribution? Destroying the demon army alone surely couldn't earn such a precious medal. Wang Hui looks serious and replies, "So I won't hide it from you anymore. Your destruction of the demon legion in the raging mountain range has exposed their plan." Gimni immediately understood the seriousness of the issue when he heard that the army had discovered that alien creatures could invade through medium-sized cracks. So you're saying there are actually many alien creatures hiding in central lower country? Yes. Initial investigations across the entire central lower country have uncovered hundreds of alien creatures emerging from different space cracks. Fortunately, those alien creatures are all low level. The armies can handle them. The entire country has already issued orders for many armies to eliminate the alien creatures, and in the future, the school system will also assign related missions. As a student of yours, I hope to become as strong as the older students and contribute my strength to the country. Chao Ngi clenched his fist and replied with a determined look. Yes, master. Wang Hui handed a cube to Zhou Ngi and advised, "The bloodline fusion technique requires a few more preparations. Go back and rest. Take this transportation device and use it to go to see the teachers at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." The next morning, Zhou opened the system panel to see which reward to choose. Earlier, the teacher said that the effectiveness of bloodline fusion depends on one's physical condition and fate, which is also luck. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi chose the Blessing Spirit potion. The S-rank Blessing Spirit medicine can bring good luck for 12 hours after consumption. I hope that the S-grade divine medicine I obtain after defeating the monster will activate its effects. Then, Zhou Ngi used the divine medicine and proceeded to open the random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank treasure. Long Ningguo. Long Long Ngung is indeed a strange fruit grown from the remains of a giant dragon that can enhance physical strength and increase magical damage after eating it. Chung-hee happily jumps up, but it turns out to be an S-rank treasure. The random treasure chests he opened earlier were all trash. After taking the divine potion, I felt like a blind cat stumbling upon a fish cake. It's also time to meet teacher Vuong Hui, so Chao-Nge quickly used the teleportation device to go to his house as scheduled. When he arrived, he happened to hear Chu Hua Duong talking to Vuong Hui. "Headmaster, are you really that merciful?" The divine relic of the angel race is extremely rare, making it almost impossible to create a primordial blood angel. Even a fragment of primordial blood kept outside can cause fierce competition among the armies. I have always been waiting for someone who would make me willingly give the primordial blood to Chao-Nge. That person is the one I have chosen. I am very satisfied with him. Of course, there is nothing called reluctance. Chao-Nge at this moment pretended not to hear and spoke up. Headmaster Chu Vuong Hui looked at Chao-Nge and then smiled, saying, "Very good. It seems you have successfully adjusted your body to the best state. Come over here. This is the bloodline refining technique I prepared for you. Take off your clothes and sit in the center of the magic array." Chao-Nge hesitated, but followed suit. At this moment, Wang Hui said to Chu Hua Duong, "Director Chu, please activate the magic array. I will stand guard nearby." Understood. Chu Hua Duong nodded and began activating the magic array, initiating the bloodline fusion process. Immediately, a light of Kwang Nguyen To enveloped Zhou Nengyi. But soon after, the yellow light was extinguished by the blue light of the cold ice. Chu Hua Duong witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be amazed. The power of the ice cold is terrifying. It turns out Ngyi's body has a special bloodline. Soon, the entire villa was covered in a thick layer of ice. Watching his frozen magic-using arm, Chu Hua Duong couldn't help but marvel more. If Chao-Nge switched to a mage class with this terrifying ice power, he could become a top ice mage in the future. I know that Chao-Nge's sister is awakening her ice bloodline, so I suspect Chao-Nge might also have a similar bloodline. The angel bloodline is one of the highest, and during tempering, it suppresses lower quality bloodlines. So I didn't pay too much attention. But now the angelic bloodline and the ice bloodline are connected, and they also have a counteracting force. The ice-cold bloodline with such high quality suggests that Chao-Nge's background is unusual. Vuong Hui furrowed his brow and thought to himself that the bloodlines of different races and humans seemed to originate from the earliest players who participated in the Eternal Realm. After the Eternal and the Real merge, those with higher rank professions can inherit the full bloodline. The ice power in Zhou-No's body can counter the angelic bloodline. To be more precise, his ancestors were high-level players who entered the Eternal world early on. Otherwise, Ngyi, as a descendant, wouldn't be able to activate such a terrifying ice bloodline. If the ice bloodline does not block it, the angel bloodline could fully merge into Chao-Nge's body. Currently, the ice bloodline and angel bloodline are opposing each other. Even if the ice bloodline eventually fades, there isn't much of the angel bloodline left. Losing a large amount of the original celestial spirit blood crystal could lead to consequences that are not worth it compared to using an A-grade treasure from heaven and earth. Now, only fate can be trusted. If forced, breaking the ritual of fusion would only cause Chao-Nge to lose control and die. I hope Chao-Nge has good luck. Chu Hua Duong sighed and said, at this moment, after enduring the pain caused by the two angelic bloodlines and Han Bing, an unexpected event occurred. The consciousness gate has been activated. Do you want to enter the spiritual realm? In Chao-Nge's subconscious, he is in a different space where a smiling angel says to him, "Son, you've finally arrived. Is this your mental realm?" While Chao-Nge was still doubtful, the angel continued, "My son, congratulations on receiving the blessing of the gods. They have sent me to bestow upon you true energy. You will not be bound by morality or limited by principles, and will only need to follow your own desires, and will so. Are you willing to accept that energy source?" Behind that hooded veil is not the face of an angel, but the cruel smile of a demon. So disgusting. Why do I feel like summoning the holy light mace to destroy her immediately just by seeing her? Don't be afraid, boy. Just accept the blessing it offers. You will gain a power you've never had before. The fiery female angel said this as she reached out her hand toward Zhou-Nai, but just a moment later, she was hit square in the face with a punch. Seeing Ngyi carrying the hammer on his shoulder, he felt somewhat pleased inside. Things are much better now. Indeed, following one's own instincts is the right choice. At this moment, the female angel Hong Yao is somewhere watching Zhou Nuo, and upon seeing this scene, she sneers. The female maid then looks at her with an assessing gaze. "It's nothing, I just saw someone very interesting." Then she clapped her hands, secretly looking forward. "Hey kid, don't disappoint me."
After being physically affected by Zhou Yi, the fake angel shouted, "What are you doing? If you dare to offend the gods, they will punish you so severely that there will be no place for your body to be buried. Now, kneel immediately and beg for their mercy and forgiveness. I can consider and intercede on behalf of the gods to forgive you. No need."
Nghĩ gồm xưng huống về thiền sự pha kể nhủ một lời thật thức. Thằng oát con thật là không biết dịu. A cruel smile once again appeared on the face of the angel Fa Ki. Then she extended her hand with the sharp spear forward and made a clenched fist motion. Instantly, thousands of chains ensnared and restrained Changyi. Countless red eyes appeared. The angel Fa Ke then laughed in satisfaction and said, "All these pleasant sounds are the consequence of disrespecting His Excellency. Sia, you are a minion of the demon god." As Ngi finished speaking, he was immediately slapped, the disrespectful one.
"What are you doing? You have successfully attracted the attention of the Master, who especially sent me to baptize you. Bless yourself, and the Great One will guide you on the right path."
Immediately after, the evil force continuously eroded Zhou Nu's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a dark aura surrounded Zhou Nu. Realizing it was the power of the demon god, Wang Hui immediately used his strength to prevent the formation from breaking and questioned why the demon god's force was appearing within the angel's bloodline, unless that angel's remains had been slain by the demon god. Seeing the energy Wang Hui added being pushed away by the formation, Chu Huaduang's face turned pale.
"This is bad. Changyi is in danger, and the Tathan's power will use any means to destroy the angelic force."
Suddenly, Wang Hui exclaimed happily,
"Wait a moment. It seems that Changyi's angelic power is not weakening but actually increasing." The bloodline of cold ice and the heavenly angel gradually overpower the dark aura, even in his subconscious. Seeing Ngaui also benefited from these two bloodlines to break free from the angel's chains, she couldn't help but be amazed. Clearly she intended to swallow Okan's soul, so why did such a powerful divine force suddenly appear? Ngai now has transformed into a shining warrior with icy wings, drawing a weapon from behind and charging straight at the fallen angel, who then disappears, replaced by the true form of the demon servant. He chuckles and says, "Odd kid, are you scratching an itch for me? Your resistance is just causing me a little more trouble in my plan." With that, the demon servant continued to throw iron chains at Chao, but only managed to break through a wall of ice. As he was caught off guard and unable to react, he saw a magic circle beneath his feet. Then sharp ice blades shot up from it and pierced through his body. "Ha ha, I acknowledge this grand ceremony. What you call human energy is just a tiny light bestowed by the gods."
As the most devout follower of Lord Wenong, what I call energy is something that ordinary mortals like you will never understand. The body of the evil demon servant grows larger, and thousands of eyes on him emit destructive beams of light towards Changyi. But Changyi was able to easily dodge all those deadly beams of light. As expected, insects only know how to run away. Then the demon servant used a chain to bind Changyi, immobilizing him, and threw out the antimate. But he didn't expect Changyi to break free from the chains and create a shield, successfully escaping his deadly attack. What? The demon servant couldn't help but be surprised, but quickly regained his composure and continued to attack Ngi with thousands of eyes emitting beams of light. Just like before, Changyi gracefully dodges, even gradually approaches the minion of the evil god, then uses the one yang finger to successfully make the minion vanish. At this moment, a sphere of light falls from the sky. Ngi withdraws his power, reaching out to catch the light sphere. Immediately outside, a beam of light shoots straight at Changyi, causing Chu Huaduang and Wang Hui to feel both astonished and excited. This angelic power has completely eradicated the demonic energy. Merging the angelic bloodline with the Hanbing bloodline also seems to be an incredibly clever method. A celestial angel appeared, embracing Changyi from behind before gradually disappearing, marking the official end of the trial process. Chu Huaduang stroked his long beard and smiled, saying, "Changyi's fate is truly extraordinary. To think he received the blessing of the God of Light at a critical moment, turning danger into safety." Wang Hui couldn't hide his pride as he smiled and asked his favorite student with concern, "Changyi, how do you feel now?" "It seems like your strength has made a leap forward," Changyi replied. At this moment, a series of notifications appeared before him. Special bloodline, six-winged angel, divine bloodline, Quanmin, divine literature. A. With Quanmin divine literature, you will have a very high affinity with light and ice elements. With further evolution of your bloodline, your relationship with other elemental magics will also gradually improve. Your innate bloodline and B+ magic immunity give you a certain ability to be immune to spells and skills cast by opponents, including curses, purification, and other skills that do not cause actual damage. It is the six-winged angelic bloodline, still inheriting two innate bloodlines, Chao Ni exclaimed. After hearing this, Chu Huaduang's eyes widened in shock. The six-winged angel. It seems your bloodline has merged and evolved extremely successfully, and it is the highest level of six-winged angel bloodline in the angel race. Furthermore, the innate talent inherited within the six-winged angel bloodline, once your level is raised, can continue to evolve to S+ grade. Master, I also possess the S+ secret bloodline called the Divine Angel. Trao Ni stammered as he read the announcement displayed, the S+ Divine Angel secret bloodline releasing some of the stored bloodline power in his body and transforming it into the six-winged angel divine lineage. The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be released. Note that before level 50, the angel bloodline power has not yet been fully absorbed and refined. After using this secret technique, you will enter a period of weakness. Now try to activate the secret technique so I can see how much your strength can actually increase. Following Vuong Hui's advice, Chao Ngai began channeling his energy to activate the angelic bloodline secret technique of the divine sanctuary. An immense angelic power was unleashed, leaving Chu Huaduang stunned in shock. The elemental energy fluctuation is too intense. Vuong Hui activated his spiritual power, looked at Chao Ngi all around, and then evaluated. Good. After Chao Ngi activated the bloodline secret technique, his power was even 5 times greater. Chao Ngai, how do you feel now? It's truly unbelievable. Your whole body is filled with energy like never before. The light and ice elements are both your loyal allies, and you can freely control and command them. The overwhelming source of power caused the security system in Wang Hui's villa to scream and issue a warning. Warning, warning. High-level elemental energy detected, activating level 3 defense mode. The six-winged angel is truly the favored one of elemental energy. Quickly retract the secret technique, or the room's defense system will attack him if it continues. Zhou Nai quickly withdrew his power, and the system in Wang Hui's house immediately returned to normal. At that moment, Zhou Ni suddenly felt unwell and used a healing skill, causing Chu Huayang standing nearby to become worried. How is it? Is there any discomfort? Although the secret technique significantly boosts your strength, you haven't experienced a prolonged battle before and are feeling full body soreness. Vuong Hui explained, the bloodline secret technique can indeed greatly increase your combat power, but the energy of the six-winged angel bloodline is too strong. For me now, it's too costly. It should be reserved as a last resort. Chu Huaduang watched Vuong Hui and Chao Ngi exchange, secretly marveling that the dual evolution of the six-winged angel bloodline and the S-grade divine artifact bloodline was almost a dream for other newcomers to catch up with Chao Ngi just now. Based on your performance in awakening your bloodline, I guess your sister's ice bloodline isn't weaker than yours either. If you want her to awaken her bloodline in the best way, you should refine the extreme cold ice into an extreme cold pill for her to use. Tadai has a department dedicated to pill crafting. You can place an order directly through the school system. Now go back and rest well. Vuong Hui patted Chao Ngi on the shoulder. As soon as Chao Ngi left, Chu Huaduang put away his smile and asked seriously, Dean, why does Chao Ngi look so vulnerable to the evil god's energy? If something unexpected happens to him, it would be a huge loss for Tahang University, even for the entire Central South nation. Zhona was able to escape death thanks to the protection of the God of Light. I will conduct a thorough investigation and not overlook any possibility. Back at the dormitory, Zhou Ngi couldn't stop thinking about his sister's case, who wanted to refine the extreme cold piece. Besides the main ingredient, extreme cold ice lotus, it also required a level A natural treasure, the Ice Lang Thao. Soon, the Snow Dragon Legion will send me the extreme cold ice link, and as for the Bang Lang Tao, Ngi miscalculated. Bronze medal grants 500 credits, silver medal 1,000 credits, and the highest gold medal 2,000 credits. My current credits are enough, so I can probably buy it easily at the school's general store. Just then, Tomi Ni, following Director Ngo's orders, brought the resources that the War Academy had promised to Chao Ngi. I don't know why, but in just one day without seeing each other, Chao Ngi has become much stronger. This feeling of oppression doesn't come from leveling up, but from the nobility of his bloodline. Tomi Ni silently sighed, and Chao Ngi was a bit surprised to hear her speak. Didn't you choose teacher Vuong Hui? Why did Director Ngo give resources to you? Dean Vuong Hui is my personal teacher, but usually I attend classes at our academy, and these resources are allocated by the War Academy, which all top new students can access. I see. But why is it our War Academy? Miss To, aren't you a mage by profession? Why not allow the mages to come to the War Academy to teach? Tomi Ni joked, then distributed resources to Zhou Yi. An A-rank treasure of the earth, the heavenly mountain dragon root. An A-rank treasure of the earth, the ice lotus grass. An A-rank weapon, the Chaos Union sword. B-rank equipment, the white crimson armor of the Hong Hao. Level B, demonic ingredient, wind-chasing secret gourd. Level B, demonic ingredient, earth dragon, true blood. C-level skill book, cold ice technique. C-level skill book, ice beast defense. Level C skill book, light beam advantage. Although there are many items, the only thing that caught Zhou Yi's attention was the ice lotus grass. The ice lotus herb can be used together with the extreme ice chain to craft the extreme cold pill, which significantly increases the chances of awakening the ice bloodline. So, this is the miracle potion everyone talks about? No wonder it's called the blessing spirit medicine. Once the extreme cold ice link is in hand and I've gathered a few more auxiliary materials, I can refine the extreme cold pill. Then, after Zhou No signs off on the item, Tuomini said, "All right, the main task is done. Now it's your turn to teach him. His strength is better." Entering the Storm Mountain range for training is really no problem, but going into the inner area is like playing with fire. You should always ensure you can protect yourself before taking action. As she spoke, a hint of sadness appeared on Toe's face. Many talented graduates from Tahang University each year, but truly becoming a shining gem is extremely rare. You have to understand that many talented individuals face unpredictable situations outside and end up losing their lives. Don't mind me talking a lot. Being careful is always better. I can't tell Miss Toe that I have a protective system. The danger level when entering the Wild Mountain Pass is also within my control. I understand Ms. Toe's good intentions and will keep it in mind. I also have a question. Since my strength has increased, could you recommend some safe training places so we can do some real combat exercises together? You're truly a monster. Tamini sighed in admiration and then led Chaoyi to a place filled with robots. I can mobilize training robots for combat exercises and set different difficulty levels for challenges. These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to level 10, and the more robots there are, the greater their combined fighting power. In level 10 combat stance, the robot can defeat a level 20 master, and your entire challenge will be recorded with detailed photos taken by the surrounding telescope robots. They can also monitor your various data during the challenge and generate detailed reports after it ends. Although you can pause at any time, she still recommends starting at a low difficulty level. You have to go to class now. Take it step by step. Remember to gauge your strength and don't push yourself too hard. All that's left is for you to give the order to the visual sphere to start the challenge. As soon as Tomi Ni left, Zhongyi immediately gave the order. The visual sphere began guiding them to activate their level 7 combat stance and received the command. The execution program has responded. Combat monitoring has begun. 50 training robots have been fully released. Please note that the level 7 combat mode has officially begun. Just after the visual bridge announced, a barrage of bombs and bullets rained down on Chaoyi. But for the boy who's a master at dodging, this was just like swatting mosquitoes. After escaping the robot attack, Chaoyi began counterattacking with his newly acquired Ice Fist after merging with his Bloodline Ice, smashing the giant robot in one punch. The Ice Fist technique seems to be usable. Chaoyi secretly felt proud, then switched to using the Icewind Storm. With just one move, he annihilated an entire robot army. Chaoyi congratulates himself on successfully passing the level 7 combat form test. According to the training results, a total of 50 level 7 robots were defeated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Overall evaluation is excellent. Han Bing's power truly has a miraculous effect on controlling enemies. If level 7 combat form can be so easily passed, I wonder if the highest difficulty is possible, prompting me to go all out. After some thought, Chaoyi decided to give it a try and directly activate the level 10 combat form. Seeing that the training robot was too damaged, the level 10 combat form initiated the preparation plan. Accordingly, the robots began to be upgraded and enhanced. Level 10 combat mode. The superhuman training robot takes control of the battlefield. The attribute values of the superhuman level training robot are equivalent to a level 25 common pseudo-profession, and it also activates the ultimate authority. If the battle threatens your safety, please immediately order a ceasefire. Hearing that, Zhou No became even more excited. That was exactly what he wanted. Now he could finally fight with all his strength. After a 3-second countdown, a robot suddenly used an ice blast to attack Chaoyi, surprising him, but he quickly jumped high to dodge, then used the Ice Crown Phantom Body to exploit the properties of light and ice to create a crystal ice clone of himself, making it hard for the enemy to distinguish reality from illusion, and then used the Holy Light Trident to try to destroy the robot's weapon. I never expected it to copy my counterattack move and knock away my weapon. How could it replicate the skills I used? Could it be that the visual bridge has synchronized its combat data with it? The synchronized attack system enhances combat efficiency. The weapon optimization process is complete and back online. That's Chaoyi, amazed, watching a barrel turn into a mechanical wolf. Can the Tat Fong Lang also copy? It seems only direct combat is possible. Thinking to himself, Zhou Nuo immediately dialed the number and punched the wolf robot away with a punch.
Activate the angel wing. I wonder if you have the ability to copy it. Elsewhere, after becoming the true disciple of Dean Song, I gained a large amount of rare resources and made significant progress in my cultivation. Last time I failed to challenge the level 7 combat form, so I'm trying again now. When Kwang Sonian confirmed her fingerprint to enter the training room with the training robot, she received this message. Sorry to inform you, the training robot is currently severely damaged. Please try again tomorrow. This training area is for new students. Usually no one surpasses level 6 in challenges. Even if Big Brother Zhongyi wants to challenge level 10, it's not easy at all. Who could be inside there? Returning to Chaoyi after activating the angel wing, he used holy light to create a chain of light that tightly bound and restricted the enemy's actions, then used the light to analyze the enemy's weak points and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. When he realized the robot's weak point was the energy core on its chest, Chaoyi aimed directly at the chest and delivered a punch that turned the robot into a pile of scrap metal, destroying the training area in the process. The level 10 combat state has been successfully defeated and the access rights have been reactivated. Due to the severe damage to the training ground, please come back next week for the challenge. Level 10 combat state. Challenge successful. Who is the deity inside at last? Kwang So-nyen nervously steps forward. Classmate, Zhongyi, congratulations on passing the level 10 combat state test in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. With an outstanding overall rating, the highest single physical attack is 27,304, the highest single magic damage is 56,021, and the highest total damage of a single skill is 106,021. Without the surprise attack from the robot wolf, you could have won this battle easily. It seems I need to make a quick contract with a beast companion that can fight side by side. As Chaoyi was thinking, he heard a call from behind. Brother Chaoyi. Kwang So-nyen ran over, her face full of joy as she asked, Chaoyi, you've already completed the bloodline training? How are you so strong after just 1 day apart? It's nothing. I just finished the bloodline fusion ritual this morning, and now I have the 6-winged angel bloodline. Kwang So-nyen said admiringly, That's great. This is an extremely rare divine lineage. My demonic bloodline is just one of the relatively high-quality bloodlines. Angi chuckled casually and asked Kwang So-nyen to lead him to the demon beast market, to form a contract with a demon beast to strengthen his combat power. Kwang So-nyen naturally agreed happily. An hour later at the demon beast market, the highest level juvenile silver-white Xie Ho could grow to was level 20. Now only 110 learning points are needed to obtain it. The mature level, 19 longhorn deer, has a dragon bloodline worth 210 points, so only one can arrive first. Kwang So-nyen took Chaoyi for a walk around the market and asked, Do you like any of the demon pets? Chaoyi looked thoughtful and replied, I have already tamed a wind spirit wolf from the Furious Mountain. Unfortunately, after defeating the demon cub, he fell into a coma and missed the best opportunity to form a contract with it. He hopes to find a young Tat Fong Lang with innate wind magic to make a contract. As Ngi finished speaking, someone immediately came forward to sell a young Tat Fong Lang. Just then, a young man wearing glasses casually approached to offer, and a classmate greeted you. I am a third-year student at the Lu Tree Academy of Logistics and also a level 22 caregiver. I happen to have a young Tat Fong Lang that I personally raised. Do you want to see it? Kwang So-run suggested. The trainer belonged to the profession of life skills. This classmate is also a student at our Tahang University. Compared to the social figures of other stalls in the market, the quality of the demon pets he provides is even better. Hearing this, Ngi immediately responded, Gi. At this moment, Lu Jihao raised a 2-colored-eyed beast and spoke endlessly. This white lightning wolf was only about 10 days old. Its mother is a white-silver grade wind howler. I used an appraisal spell to confirm its talent is white-silver grade. If you want it, just 60 points. Ngai looks a bit disappointed. Bak Nganjai, do you have Golden King Jai? Golden King Jai, don't say it's me. There aren't many of these demon pets. If you really want it, as soon as I get news about the young Tat Fong Lang in the golden rank, I will inform you immediately, but the price will definitely be much higher. So forget it, let's see this one first. Chaoyi lifts the little Tat Fong Lang, who seems to like him, softly purring and acting cute. Brother Chaoyi, I feel like there's something wrong with this young one.
It's too small and clearly not developing properly. Sister Liu Hawk felt a bit guilty hearing that. Tat Fong Lang was already smaller than other magical beasts, and the young one's size is roughly like this. Yi lifted the little Tat Fong Lang up high and smiled. No problem, I'll buy this one. You have to understand that there are no useless magical beasts, only useless owners. I see its future. After the deal was successful, Liu Jishui grinned happily and handed Zhou Yi a scroll. This contract scroll for the beast pet was a free gift, costing only 60 points in total. Now you can form a contract with this young sickly wind wolf and later keep it in your contract space, which is very convenient. Liu Tree was secretly delighted, as among these young wind wolves, this one was the weakest. I was worried about not being able to sell it, but luckily I met a reckless guy. Fortunately, he already paid for the previous course points. If this young one grows weak and there's a contract failure, it will be hard to handle. Come on, I believe you can definitely become stronger. After saying that, Zhou No began to form a contract with the little defective wind spirit. Thanks to the blessing of the spirit medicine, it can bring luck to a person for up to 12 hours after consumption. The young Tap Fong Lang, once a defective product, has become a super viper spawn that leaves witnesses in awe. Could this purple light really be an epic-level demon pet emerging into the world? And yet I can buy a divine-grade demon pet at this market. You're really lucky. Hey, do you sell that young defective Fang Lang? I offer 1,000 points. Brother Chao Yi truly has the eyes of a torch. So this little defective Fanglang is actually a degenerated demon pet of the lowest rank. Once it gained power from its master's nurturing, it immediately regained its original talent and rank. Ngai scratched his head and chuckled, secretly thinking that the demon pet was indeed powerful. It seems I underestimated the effect of the blessing spirit herb. The sighs of admiration only made Liu Jishui grind his teeth in fury. Damn it, I actually sold a demon pet of the handling stage for a low price to a new student. That's right, Chao Yi, you haven't named it yet, Kwang So-nyen reminded him. Chao Ngai thought for a while and then replied, Let's call him Little Koi. While Kwang So-nyen and Chao Yi were playing with Little Koi, Liu Tree Hawk suddenly changed his tune and said, Sorry, classmate, my mistake led to this young one being sold to you at the price of Bai Yen Giai. If you still want it now, add 1,500 points. Of course, you can also cancel the contract and return the demon pet to me. I will give you back 300 points. It's best if you decide quickly. If you still don't know how to behave, don't blame me for being rude. The crowd around them started to discuss after hearing that. Obviously, Liu Jishui didn't thoroughly check this rookie's position, or else how could he sell it so easily? Liu Jishui has the backing of the Liu family, which also has a long-term partnership with the school. This time, they're in trouble. No matter how you look at it, the demon pet handling the artifact stage just fell into his hands, and it seems he won't be able to keep it for long. I've never heard of such a thing before. Selling something and then trying to take it back. Chung-hee unleashed his power, his face full of fierce anger, and said, Stop dreaming here and get out of my sight. With just a glance, Chao-Ni made Liu Tree Hawk feel terrified and question life itself. He was clearly just a newcomer, so why was he so powerful just based on his aura? Seeing Zhou Nao step closer, Liu Chi was so scared she trembled and stammered, My brother is at fault. This is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Just take this unruly brat away. You know what to do. And it's best if I don't see you again, or there will be consequences. Then Chao Qi and Kwang So-nyen turned and walked away, the softness of his hand making Kwang So-nyen feel delighted. Yi, can I come to your place later to pet little Koi? Any time is fine. Wait, isn't that Chao Yi, the top-ranked new student? Chao Yi, who was recognized by Principal Wang Hui as his exclusive disciple, is said to have been awarded a gold medal for his contributions. Liu Chi-huk always relies on being from the Liu family and acts crazy, but this time she finally got caught. Make way for Duong, please move aside. Oh, wow. Liu Voten is backing Lam? Is he here to support his younger brother? Liu Voten walks past the crowd to Liu Chi-huk. Seeing him, she immediately reports, Big brother, you must uphold justice for me. Liu Chi-huk hadn't finished speaking when he was immediately kicked in the face. Useless. Do you know what it means for a new student to receive a gold medal for dedication? Others might forgive you. Consider yourself lucky. From now on, don't stay here and make others uncomfortable. Go as far away as possible for me. Liu Chi-huk held Suong Fu's face, doubting what he had done to anger such a terrifying character, then turned back to the male lead. As expected, Tot Fong Long, even as a newborn, can instinctively use wind powers. While Chao Yi was testing Xiao Kuo's abilities, someone from the Snow Dragon Legion personally delivered the extreme cold ice chain to him, making him grin widely. I didn't expect the Snow Dragon Legion's efficiency to be so high. They brought it to me in less than 3 days after I left the Crazed Wind mountain range. The ultimate cold ice chain has finally been obtained. As long as the cold ice pill is refined, the bloodline awakening risk for little Van can be easily resolved. Remembering teacher Wang Hui's words, Chao Yi immediately scheduled an appointment with the alchemist. We have scheduled Master Hadian, a level 9 alchemist for you. Due to the rare materials and security requirements for crafting an S-rank treasure, please proceed to the alchemy department for detailed discussion. Upon receiving the notice, Zhou Ni quickly went to the pill department. Unfortunately, teacher Hadian was away studying. Only his student Lin Yi was on duty. Which type of pill does he want to refine? If there are any issues, I can inform you first. S rank. Extreme cold pills. As Chao Yi spoke, he revealed the materials he had brought, causing Lam Wai to exclaim in shock. A level S treasure. The extreme cold ice lotus, and an A-level ice lang herb. He seems to be a new student. How does he have so many rare treasures? Chao Yi smiled modestly. Just lucky. If he had already prepared the extreme cold ice lotus and ice lizard grass, he only needed to spend an additional 800 study points to craft an S-rank elixir. Leave your contact information with me, and once the master has finished refining the extreme cold ice, I will inform you to come and pick it up immediately. Did you know that here you happened to overhear 2 students talking? Recently, many places have detected alien creatures down there. Is that true? Haven't you heard? Recently, many legions and guilds have been transferred back from the front lines. Someone in my legion revealed that the entire Zhongxia nation seems to have detected the presence of alien creatures. It looks like the news of the alien invasion has spread everywhere. Zhao Yi was thinking to himself when suddenly someone patted his shoulder. Tong Halan, you also study in this class. Of course, my instructor is Director Ngo Mang. Looks like we'll be classmates from now on. Chao Yi, I look forward to learning more from you in the future. You're so talented that it seems impossible for me to teach you, but if you ever need help, just ask. At this moment, the monster beast instructor entered, and it was none other than Tumi Ni. Before class officially starts, I have some important announcements to make. As rumored, many alien creatures have indeed appeared in Zhongxia country. Although these alien creatures are not very strong, the country is very important for their appearance. Faced with the looming threat, the Central Lower Nations Army has entered a level 3 preparedness state. At the same time, the school's large resources are also invested 3 times more. So our Tu-Heng University allocates resources to students each month, increasing by 70% based on their rankings. At the same time, after completing the tasks assigned by the school, you will receive more abundant courses than before. The authority of the deep mode in the 3 major dungeons at the school will be unlocked, but you need to use course points to buy deep crystals to unlock it. The students immediately started discussing, excitedly. The country is providing a large amount of digital resources. This is a firm decision to train strong individuals at all costs. Finally, the deep secret mode is unlocked. That means I will receive even more resources. Even the course credits and mission rewards have been increased. It seems the school is making a big move. Please calm down and control your excitement. Tumi Ni stands on the podium, snaps her fingers to activate her energy, immediately silencing the students. No matter how the resources are adjusted, as students, you just need to focus and strengthen your abilities. It seems I'm not the only one improving. Teacher 2 is much stronger than the first time I met her. Chao Yi silently thought to himself, all right, everyone, let's begin today's lesson. Flipping the book to the page, a few hours later, the class ended. Class. Now I have reached level 19. I already have the extreme cold ice chain, so I no longer need to enter the dangerous storm mountain range. Instead, the dungeon is to raid the hidden abyss. It's the perfect place for me to gain experience and level up. As Chao Yi was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Kuang Sonyan standing not far away. Xiao Nian, why are you here? I heard the rewards for passing the 3 school dungeons will also increase, and I want to invite you to join me. What a coincidence. I have the same idea. After teleporting to the dungeon lobby, Kuang Sonyan asked, Chao Yi, which difficulty level are you planning to challenge? Deep Abyss level. What about you? You and I are very different. I think I can only challenge the difficult level. Ngai numbed her hand to comfort her. It's okay. Once I pass the deep level, we will team up again for the challenge. So it's decided you try the difficult level first and stay strong. Kuang Sonyan blushed and turned to leave. At this moment, the appearance of someone caused the entire hall to stir. Only Min Hin. Why is he here? It's been a long time since I saw a master come to challenge a dungeon. Don't you know? Breaking the record for clearing the Deep Abyss dungeon grants a talent achievement reward. It's true, without a special opportunity, you can't achieve innate talent. No wonder Chi Min Hien rushed here.
Chi Min Hien, a level 23 mage with an order of 86 on the ladder, bored as he is, still has to seize the time to challenge the Deep Abyss dungeon.
Ningyo glanced at Chi Min Hien's information, then chose the Deep Abyss Gopin dungeon at the Tem Uyen level before entering, causing a commotion in the hall. Ning Niu, isn't he the top new student? Aha, a level 19 holy knight daring to challenge the extreme difficulty, truly reckless and overestimating oneself. His 400 points of study are probably wasted. Chi Min Hien stood nearby, secretly sneering. It seems that adjusting resources has made some people overconfident. Since you chose the Deep Mystery Difficulty Challenge, your account will automatically lose 400 study points to exchange for the Deep Mystery Magic Stone. They have teleported to the lower city of Gopin. Be aware that monsters in the deep level dungeon will become more ferocious as the difficulty increases. If you find it hard to handle, crush the Deep Abyss Demon Crystal to escape the dungeon immediately. Why is this place so ruined? Could this be the result of the goblin's occupation and destruction? As Chaoyi was thinking, a goblin ambushed him from behind, but Chaoyi only lightly waved his hand and sent the demon to meet his ancestors. Just a few seconds later, an entire horde of demons surrounded him and launched a coordinated attack. A level 22 demon beast, white-silver talent with ambush and slash skills. The number of these goblin enemies seems large, but the stronger the opponent, the greater the challenge. After finishing, Zhou Ning swung his axe, wiping out the entire group of goblins. Another group of goblins immediately appeared, forcing Zhou Ning to reconsider his strategy. It seems that the difficulty of this stage is having a large number of elite soldiers launching suicidal attacks, which will lead to excessive mana consumption. I need to conserve my magic power to ensure I can use my skills against the boss. Chaoyi silently decided to continuously use Quang Hui Hao An Tram with rapid weapon strikes to create a series of lightning-fast slashes that deliver powerful attacks to destroy the monsters. Congratulations on defeating the group of elves and earning 11,236 experience points, level 19, 22,743 over 54,000. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Even if I defeat many high elves, I can only reach level 20 at most. I hope that after defeating the boss, the experience points will help me level up quickly. Chaoyi continued to move deeper inside and soon found the boss, the level 24 Demon King Orc, with innate talent in destruction and unknown skills. Note that the Demon King Orc has led the Orc tribe to seize several human cities. A pretentious human, welcome to the land of death. I am prepared for you. You dare to slaughter my entire tribe, human. Die. This Demon King is really powerful, huh? Although he has a large body, his speed is unaffected. I secretly think that Chaoyi has accumulated strength and then launched a counterattack. But in this berserk state, he can resist all physical attacks. At the same time, you can activate the shield to reflect part of the boss's damage, so that last attack was like a spark of inox. It's clear that relying on physical attacks won't be effective. Zhou switched to using a magic system that created chains, successfully immobilizing the boss, then delivered a punch that instantly took its life. Congratulations on completing the Deep Abyss dungeon in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on your previous record, you have set a new speed record for completing this dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the boss and earning 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24.119 experience points. This boss is still a Tamaoyan level dungeon boss, yet I defeated it with just one move. I even deliberately stored a large amount of magic power and prepared to use stronger skills to deal with it. Just at this moment, another notification appeared. When you break a record in a dungeon, you unlock a new innate talent, A-level spellcasting speed. Your ability to cast magic skills will be significantly increased. Even low-level spells can be cast instantly. As expected, breaking the record in the Deep Abyss dungeon also unlocks a new talent. With the blessing of the A-grade magic speed talent, my power has been boosted even further. It's time to head back. The only regret is that I just reached level 20. Since I now have many skill points, I will take Xiaonian to challenge the Deep Abyss dungeon again later. At the same time, outside the dungeon hall, many players who chose the Deep Abyss dungeon had to give up because they couldn't withstand the heat inside. At this moment, they and others who chose different dungeon levels looked up at the leaderboard and discussed excitedly, so far no one has successfully cleared the level. This Tamuyan dungeon is really tough. As soon as I entered, I was surrounded by hundreds of white-silver level demons. If we don't escape quickly, I might end up trapped inside too. No wonder the difficulty level of Deep Abyss is so insanely tough. It seems we can only rely on experts like Chi Min Hien. Kwang So Nian stood among the crowd, thinking to herself that luckily she chose a moderate difficulty level to pass through this challenge smoothly. Now I just hope that Brother Chaoyi can get through this challenge too. I heard that the Deep Abyss dungeon has also been opened in this year's freshman competition. How many more people have succeeded? That's right. It seems there's someone named Chao-Ngi, a level 19 Saint Knight leading the freshmen. He even set a new record. As the two young men were talking, someone shouted loudly, "The record for the dungeon has been broken again." The young man's eyes couldn't believe it as he pointed at the leaderboard. Are you saying that the name at the top of the list is Chao-Ngi? Number 1, Chao-Ngi. The difficulty level of Deep Abyss, with a completion rate of 100% in 10 minutes and 56 seconds, has been confirmed as the fastest record for clearing the Demon Boss dungeon at the Deep Abyss level. The crowd is erupting now. Someone finally cleared the Tamuyan difficulty. Chao-Ngi. I've never heard that name before. Could he be the senior of Daitam Chao-Ngi? This person is the leader of the new students, but even if he's strong, he can't defeat the level 24 Demon King. I'm also a newcomer in the freshman competition. It's only been a few days, so why is Chao-Ngi improving so quickly? Wait a little longer. Hien-Ka probably entered the dungeon later than Chao-Ngi, so he's a bit behind. A young man at this moment confidently laughs out loud, thinking to himself, by the time Hien-Ka sets a new record and steps out, Chao-Ngi's ranking on the board will surely have dropped. But just then, Min Hien, looking exhausted from the dungeon, hurriedly ran over to help him. His mouth, "This Deep Abyss dungeon is too hard. I've lost so much golden equipment," and still failed. Ming Hien cursed under his breath, then suddenly realized that no one around cared about him like a few minutes ago, and they were just gathered around the leaderboard chatting excitedly. Although feeling a bit puzzled inside, he didn't dwell on it for long and took out a potion to treat his wounds. It wasn't until his subordinate informed him that Chao-Ngi had cleared the Tamuyan dungeon in an astonishingly fast time that he was stunned and choked on his medicine. Look quickly, Chao-Ngi is out already. No way, he's only a level 19 newcomer. Based on what? Could it be possible to pass the Deep Abyss dungeon? How can I not be better than it? I have to find out the truth no matter what. Maybe now is the time to come out. Perhaps even Jian Lan is involved. Only Min Hien, angry, threw the Duok Tui talisman in his hand and then fake smiled to approach Chao-Ngi. But before he could finish speaking, Chao-Ngi brushed past him to Kwang So-Nien. Congratulations on passing the test, but I barely managed to get through the difficult level. It feels like I'm falling further behind you every day. Chao-Ngi approaches and gently pats Kwang So-Nien's head to comfort her. Don't worry, the Love Spirit King is easy to deal with. I'll show you all the tricks to get through this level. Moreover, now I also have enough experience, so I can take you to try a few more times until you master the key points, then you can challenge the Tamuyan difficulty level. While the lovebirds are sweet, the crowd continues to praise Chao-Ngi. While Jiming Xian sat gloomily in the corner accepting the truth under Chao-Ngi's spotlight, he had already become a has-been star. Everything was going smoothly until the two faced the boss. Challenging a deep realm level boss is no joke. How did Brother Chao-Ngi manage to pass through the city gate? He looks strong, but in reality, he has very weak magic resistance and can be easily defeated with powerful magic skills. Kwang So-Nien, hearing this, volunteered to fight the boss. Because the boss has weak magic resistance, Kwang So-Nien decided to first test the demonic power within the demonic bloodline with the demonic skill, unleashing a massive wave of destructive energy. The dark magic power hidden in the slash wave will explode upon hitting the target, dealing additional shadow damage to the enemy. But instead of killing the boss, this move ends up boosting its magic power, making it even stronger. At this moment, the boss stomps the ground, creating a shock wave that causes the earth to tremble, sending waves to push back enemies and potentially stun them. Angi unleashes his strength to counter this attack and anxiously calls out, "Little Nian, are you okay?" "It's okay, Brother Chao-Ngi. It's all my fault I didn't control my magic power well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger. Don't blame yourself. First, let me check some tactics to see if they can work against it." After finishing, Chao-Ngi used the Guangqi Trungjoy to attack the boss, but it was blocked by its shield. In fact, the skill's effect was not as strong as before, and its magic resistance seemed to have increased significantly. Thinking to herself, Zhou now said, "If we can't find a way to beat it, crush the Deep Abyss crystal. Remember, this is only a trial copy. Don't hurt yourself." After saying that, Chao-Ngi created magical chains to restrain the boss, but surprisingly, the boss easily shattered the magical chains in an instant. Kwang So-Nien, witnessing this scene, feels even more guilty. "It's all my fault. I made everything complicated. What should I do now? What should I do?" This negative state of Kwang So-Nien has awakened the demoness inside her. Yes, it's all because you're too weak. If you could fully control the demonic power within the Ni Ma bloodline, you wouldn't just watch Ka Chao-Ngi fall into trouble silently. Only by becoming stronger can you help Ka Chao-Ngi. It's time. Unleash your true power. Get stronger. Kwang So-Nien, as if hypnotized, muttered to herself with her eyes gradually turning a deadly red.
In front, after failed attempts, Changyi was about to activate the angelic divine body to protect Kwang So-nyin when suddenly a dark force from behind Changyi shot forward, slicing off the boss's weapon-holding arm.
Xiaonian Chong'ai stared in shock at the girl behind him. Big brother Changyi, let me take care of the monster. Why can't I absorb this mana? On the contrary, they keep invading my power.
The boss shouted in confusion. Wait, this is just the appetizer.
With that, Kwang So-nyin raised her hand to channel more demonic energy into the boss. I want it. Give it to me. Give me more demonic power. Your current appearance looks really disgusting. Kwang So-nyin looked at the boss with contempt before sending it packing with a single attack. Congratulations to trainee Kwang So-nyin for defeating the Demon King boss, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. Finally eliminating this annoying monster, Kwang So-nyin reabsorbed her power and approached So-mo Changyi, trying to seduce him, causing him cultural shock. After a moment, he noticed something unusual and asked coldly, "Oh, is it really you, Tu-nyin?" At this moment, the demon girl Kwang So-nyin suddenly paused, then gradually returned to her usual appearance, looking embarrassed as she explained. Brother Chao Nengyi, everything that just happened was caused by the evil power within the demonic bloodline. Nengyi looked up at Kwang So-nyen's chin, examined her for a while, then finally let out a sigh of relief. That's great. I thought the demon had taken over you. How could that be? That's right, Xiaonian. Let's form a team and challenge a few more times. I believe that once you're familiar with the demon, you can also conquer the Deep Abyss dungeon alone. Moreover, we are old friends with the Demon King. Do you think he will understand us? After all, students are like that. As long as the boss is defeated, that's enough. But if students want to get more dungeon rewards, there are many things to consider. Nyungi said with a cunning smile that even the Demon King on the Heavenly Court was startled. Outside, everyone was still shocked by Chaunqi's successful record. Then they saw the leaderboard display a new record with a faster, clear time, over a minute faster than the previous one, and the person who achieved it was none other than Chaunqi, causing a wave of shock. Could it be that Chaunqi can now let others pass the door with peace of mind? He actually managed to clear it even faster in one go. That's terrifying. Suddenly, a new record appeared on the leaderboard, breaking Chaunqi's previous record. First, Kwang So-nyin chose the Deep Realm difficulty level, with a 100% completion rate in 9 minutes and 23 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest clearance currently for the Deep Realm Goblin Dungeon. Isn't this just what freshmen can do? Challenge the difficult level? Now, I can clear the Tam Uyen dungeon alone. Kwang So-nyin, after all, is the second best among the new students, and under Chaunqi's guidance, she might even surpass her potential. At this moment, Chimin Hien's Jr., holding his head, sighed and said, Hien, now I finally understand how you feel. After realizing the gap between themselves and the geniuses, that feeling of helplessness was truly hard to bear. So, Chaunqi and Kwang So-nyin continued to challenge the Deep Abyss dungeon alone each, forming a team once more before returning to the hall. Chaunqi, I heard that the Elemental Academy is having a fireworks show today for new students. Shall we go watch together? Chaunqi smiled and replied, That's great, just in time for us to relax a bit. So the two of them headed to the Elemental Academy. Looking at the surroundings, Chaunqi couldn't help but feel delighted. No wonder it's the Elemental Academy. Even the streetlights are controlled by magic. I didn't expect that while we were clearing dungeons unconsciously, it was already evening. Conquering the Intermediate Realm dungeon this time could bring great rewards, luckily with your help. Your effort is the key, I am just supporting a little. Chaunqi smiled and replied, then happened to see a giant statue, and couldn't help but stop and ask, Is this statue? This is the mage Wei Yang, known as the Guardian Deity. He once successfully repelled several fierce offensives by the demon army alone. Therefore, his heroic deeds have been widely celebrated. Unfortunately, during the Great Decisive Battle, he was ambushed by a Lord-level demon and ultimately sacrificed himself heroically, because his soul was completely fated beyond saving. Truly, a great hero. You still have very little knowledge of history. Can you briefly tell me about the Dark Age? Of course, Kwang So-nyin will tell you. Actually, to talk about this period of history, we need to start from the Golden Age 80 years ago, beginning in the year 254, when many talented professionals with innate gifts rose up one after another. This year is therefore also called the Golden Age, just like the legendary heroes who wield the Sword of the Saint, the Spear of the Peace, and the Sword of the Righteous, still holding the front line of the battlefield, even now. But just as everyone was full of hope, preparing to counterattack the alien creatures, a sudden dark era descended,
bringing the most frantic invasion of extraterrestrial beings yet, and the heroes of the Golden Age sacrificed their precious lives in the face of this threat. After a long 30 years of struggle and the heroic sacrifices of hundreds of millions of professionals, we finally have a period of peace like now. But now the invasion of alien creatures has returned, and I fear this hope is just an illusion for you, so don't worry too much.
Yi gently pats her head to comfort her. This large-scale appearance of alien creatures only came through
interdimensional space cracks, and their strength is weak. Besides, we are no longer the same as before, so even if darkness falls again, this time the unlucky ones will be those alien creatures.
Kwang So-nyen was amused by Chang-yi's words. That's right. We've rested and regained strength for so long, we're already prepared to face the alien invasion again. At this moment, fireworks burst into the sky, illuminating the entire heavens. Kwang So-nyen excitedly grabbed Chang-yi's hand and pulled him along. Let's take advantage of the time to go to the observation point ahead. It will be even more beautiful.
Yeah?
Chang-yi Kwang Trio replied. The next day, Chang-yi took the train back to visit his sister. Sister Tin, why hasn't Big Brother come back yet? Don't worry, your brother just said on the phone a moment ago that he's almost home. Welcome home. Tiuvan ran over and hugged Chang-yi. Chang-yi gently supported his sister, smiling brightly and saying, I was worried about your health on the way here, but seeing you so spirited, I feel at ease now. Xiao-ngi turned back. Chang-yi smiled and replied, Sister Tin, long time no see. Little Ngi, how long do you plan to stay this time? Maybe about 3 or 4 days since I took leave to come back, mainly to complete the final treatment for Xiaovan. Short, right? Xiaovan said sadly. Then she quickly asked excitedly, do you have a gift prepared for your adorable sister or not? Of course, I especially brought you a reward through this deep abyss dungeon. As he spoke, Joan-gi took out a horn from his inventory.
Just blow this horn, and the fierce ghost of the gold level will immediately appear to protect you.
Little Van clapped excitedly. Truly a remarkable brother. Just hearing about it makes it seem very powerful. Chang-ai patted his sister's head and said, I believe your illness is cured, and you can become as strong as me. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao brought Thoi Liet Na to Chang-yi's residence.
Secretary Zhao, Miss Zhao, the two of them have arrived. Mr. Chu, I contacted you yesterday. She came here from the neighboring city overnight.
Secretary Zhao, you should know that Chang-yi's invitation is not something I can take lightly now. Chang-yi modestly replied, You overpraise me. I should thank you for coming from afar to help me. I almost forgot to congratulate you. Not only did you obtain the extreme cold ice lotus, but you also refined it into the even more effective extreme cold pill. Extreme cold pill? Secretary Zhao couldn't hide his surprise. Shrank pills are priceless treasures on the market. Guy scratched his head and chuckled. Luckily, with the help of the triple inheritance alchemist recommended by my teacher, I was able to successfully refine it. We should still take the opportunity to perform the final healing ritual for my sister. Yes, the main thing is more important. After a moment, Xiao Vuan grabbed Chao-ngi's corner of his pants and asked anxiously, Are you really okay?
Xiao Vuan doesn't need to be too nervous, don't worry. After taking this pill later, you'll be able to awaken your ice bloodline, and the ice power won't disturb you anymore.
Chao-ngai Ten handed Tiuvan the extreme cold pill. Tiuvan took the pill, then confidently stepped into the formation with a determined look, saying, I'm ready, brother. Chao-ngi immediately used skills like Blessing Lamin, Protection Blessing, and Courage Blessing to support Xiaovan, creating the best possible conditions for Thoi Liet Na to perform the treatment on Xiaovan. Although he was a second-tier priest, he still seemed to be less pure than Chao-ngi in the holy light. Thoi Liet Na, lost in thought, was prompted by Chao-ngi to get started. Then she activated the magic array and told Tiuvan to immediately use the extreme cold pill. In just a moment, a massive burst of icy aura erupted, causing everyone to instinctively step back. Xiao-ngi, Tiuvan's cold energy is surging. This won't be a problem, right? Tina asked worriedly.
It's okay, I will handle it.
Chonai used the holy flame light wheel to eliminate the burst of cold air and confidently said, I believe this will be Tiuvan's final outburst of cold energy thanks to the extreme cold pill. Liet Nan carefully observed Tiuvan's condition and happily said, the hardest obstacle is finally over. Now we just need to wait for Tiuvan to complete her bloodline awakening. After a while, the treatment process for Xiaovan was finally complete. Looking at Ingi approaching her anxiously, he asked, How do you feel now? It seems like your illness has been completely cured. Xiaovan cheerfully replied, Tiuvan, quickly check your personal information to see if it has changed. Tiuvan then uses her power and responds, I think my ice bloodline has granted me the innate talent to control the ice element.
Now that your ice element and your mind are in harmony, you can control them and do whatever you want.
Could it be that awakening your bloodline can also grant you new talents?
Waking up a normal bloodline naturally can't grant you a bloodline talent, but you're Chaoyang's sister. So awakening the rare ice-cold bloodline, Chaoyang proudly replied, thinking to himself that both of us have gained many benefits because of the ice-cold bloodline.
Could it be that our ancestors were truly powerful bloodline warriors of the ice-cold profession?
But even if it's true, considering the previous situation, it's very likely that the family was mistaken early on. And although Xiaovan's ice bloodline has been successfully awakened, it's safer to have her undergo a comprehensive check once more.
No problem, Xielina replied happily. At this moment, Secretary Zhao spoke up.
Sir Xiaovan's body has fully recovered and her Hanbang bloodline has been awakened. The mayor is very concerned about this and has arranged a batch of cultivation resources for the two siblings to bring here.
Chaoyang shook hands with Secretary Zhao gratefully and said thank you. I will return to the school very soon. And then little Van will need to trouble Secretary Zhao to help take care of her.
You're too polite. It's my honor.
Seeing Xiao Van happily playing with 18, Chaoyang suddenly asked, have you thought about which profession you want to pursue in the future?
Of course your profession is a mage. Once you reach level 10, I'll help you find a specialized spellbook for concealment mages.
That's great. You've sensed the awakening of the dark power within you. I believe the day we unleash our strength is not far away. The dark power. Xiao Van's evil gaze and words left everyone stunned.
Liet Na immediately run over to check. Could it be that I haven't checked somewhere yet?
How could there be dark power, I wonder? Suddenly, Chaoyang remembered the day when he and Tio Van were still children, before they awakened their powers and used to cosplay as superheroes to save the world. Don't let the power of darkness seduce you. We must seal it to protect world peace. Little Van at 3 years old says to turn back to the present and sees her sister about to speak again.
Breathing heavily, Yi proactively takes Loi Tiovan outside, and you should take her to learn the true power of ice to save her, as your brother seeks justice and sacrifice. Looking at Miss Chaovan's expression, I believe she will definitely become an outstanding mage in the future. Actually, it's not usually like that. While Secretary Zhao and Atin are defending Xiaovan's childish actions, Thoi Lietna looks serious and thinks to herself, dark power?
Just as the awakening process finished, Chaoyang suggested that Xiaovan have a martial arts exchange.
You and I will summon spirits and freeze all our powers to wait for you. After saying that, Xiaovan shot a straight elemental beam at where Chaoyang was standing, but all of it was blocked by Chaoyang's holy light shield. Looks like your body has fully recovered, so I can start planning your training journey now.
Xiaovan started playing the spade card. I feel like the cold aura in my body is acting up again. It seems I can't continue training with you anymore.
And then, under Chaoyang's strict guidance, Xiaovan reluctantly participated in the training. After a high-intensity session, she was completely exhausted and collapsed on the ground, sighing, "Brother, I didn't realize training could be so exhausting."
The great mission to save the world was left entirely to me to complete later. I really am at my wit's end with you. Chaoyang sighed helplessly and summoned Xiaokoi. Xiaokoi is a demon pet I just made a contract with. Let it stay with you to train together these days. But if it comes to that, you won't even be able to defeat little Koi. There's nothing more to say then.
No problem. Now that Xiaokoi is with you, you'll definitely work hard to cultivate.
Xiaovan said happily while stroking Xiaokui.
Xiaokui, come with me. Let's quickly sign the Dark Pact and become allies.
Chaoyang looked at Tiokoi's half-reluctant, half-respectful expression and chuckled. Tiokoi, I will remember the price you paid. A few days later, as Chaoyang was carrying Xiaokui back to school, To Mi-ni arrived at his house, catching him off guard. The nationwide freshman-friendly match at the university and college level is about to begin. The team event requires groups of 5 to participate. This time, I came to see you mainly to have you confirm the list of members for our school's expedition team. As the top scorer in the freshman competition, the important responsibility of team leader naturally falls on your shoulders. Furthermore, building the team is the responsibility of the team captain you appointed.
No problem, Chaoyang happily replied. This is the top 10 student list in the freshman ranking except for you. You need to choose 4 teammates for yourself. Chaoyang answered immediately without hesitation.
Koto, I plan to choose the top 4 new students with the highest rankings as my teammates. To Mi-ni scolded, you are really too careless.
In team battles, it is normal for the fight to extend into later stages. This tests the team's endurance and combat capabilities.
Therefore, the cleric profession that helps maintain recovery of the fake profession state is an extremely important factor. Even if you are a holy knight capable of adding many buffs, your recovery ability is still not enough compared to a cleric. Moreover, since our team has 5 members, you should choose a new priest. Ni confidently replied, no need. As long as we can defeat the opponent quickly,
There's no need to worry about recovery.
Teacher 2, for the individual event in the freshman exchange match, you are confident you can win first place.
Moreover, in the team battle, when you activate your angelic bloodline, you can even face the entire opposing team alone. In the freshman competition, Jo Nungi's strength far surpasses that of other freshmen. With Jo Nungi, there's really no need for a priest, just crush the opponents from other schools directly.
Thinking of this, Tumi Ni had to compromise. If you are so confident, I will report this list to Director Ngo. By the way, the matter of your sister awakening her bloodline has been settled, right?
It's been taken care of. I need to thank you, To, for initially telling me about the news of Kukan Banglian.
That's good then, Tumi Ni replied with a smile. At this moment,
Jo Nge suddenly remembered something and asked Miss To, do you know where to find the hidden professional license letter? Is it because you're preparing one for your sister?
Trung Ngai honestly replied. After learning about the alien creature through the interdimensional crack in time travel, he vaguely sensed a kind of oppressive feeling. So you have to find a way for Xiaovuan to quickly gain the strength to protect herself. You're very considerate.
And the hidden professional transfer letter is available on the school website, but it's not easy to buy.
Tumi Ni hinted and quickly left. Ngai looked confused by her words, but when he checked the school website, he understood. Restrict the purchase of hidden professional skill books. The lowest level students must reach level 25. Score above A, complete the school's A-level mission, and rank in the top 10 on the leaderboard or top 100 on the heavenly list. So that's how it is. Acquiring hidden professional skill books is really very difficult. Even the cheapest hidden professional license requires 20,000 study points to obtain. It seems impossible to get it in a short time, but I will try to achieve my goal within half a year. At that moment, Jo Ingi received a new system quest and, upon checking, saw that the National University and College Freshman Exchange match was about to begin, so he announced the achievement reward. The system will award the corresponding achievement reward based on the total performance of the host in the nationwide University and College Freshman Exchange match. After reading the information, Ngi couldn't help but feel delighted. The rewards from the previous 2 achievement tasks greatly boosted my strength. This time, I have to give it my all to achieve the best results and get the most generous prize elsewhere. The deans are sitting in a meeting discussing the upcoming nationwide university and college freshman exchange tournament. The team member chosen to participate in the team battle, Zhou Yi, has already sent his information. I'll give a brief overview to everyone. The team leader is Saint Knight Zhong Gi, the swordsman Yuling Kwangsui Nian, the Taoist Tong Halan, the mage Duanglin Hai, and the warrior Wei Thia Tam. Hearing Director Ngo say that, Ngo Kak Kan asked puzzled, why is there no priest in the team? Tong Ki agreed. That's right. Isn't such a team very dangerous? Anyway, without a priest's support, the team's error rate would be significantly lower. While the other deans worry about this formation, Chu Hua Duong thinks differently. I actually think this plan is fine. With Chao Ngi's abilities, having a priest would be unnecessary. He secretly thought that after Zhou No used the bloodline vibration training, no one here probably understood Zhou No's true strength better than himself. Even without teammates, Zhou No might be able to win the team battle on his own. Chao Ngai not only can provide growth, but also has an extremely excellent defensive ability. And many of his skills are even more powerful in attack. It seems he is handling 3 different roles: swordsman, tank, and support. Director of the Strategy Institute, Zhang Lang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. I have no objections. With Chao Yi's abilities, he has full advantages and also effective strategies. Then my side also agrees. I hope Zhou Yi can showcase his true strength in the friendly match and surprise everyone. All right, let's go with that decision. Director Ngo announced, the team formation issue has been settled. Now we move on to training. Director Ngo, from now on, we will have to trouble you with their training. Anyway, this new student group may not be very strong individually, but their teamwork still needs improvement. No problem, I will have Tumini inform them, and in 3 days they will gather at the War Academy to reunite with the male lead. While Zhong Gi was diligently completing his daily tasks, he received a message from teacher Wang Hui about private tutoring for him. This was his first lesson since becoming his student. There's a good chance the teacher will teach me a new skill, but today I should still choose the skill points reward. Please choose today's reward. Reward 1, 15 attribute points. Reward 2, earn 15 skill points. Reward 3, a random skill book. Reward 4 is a random bonus. Zhou Yi chooses the skill point reward. He immediately felt the change in his body and knew that by completing daily missions he could earn attribute points and skill points. With the system here, it's really easy to extend the distance from others. The next day, Wang Hui and Zhou Yi went to training. Teacher, do I need to chase away these level 23 demon wolves? This is the forest area, and the Tianwu guild you founded here has training points, so there's no need to worry. Sure enough, less than a second later, the great dragon appeared in the sky, roaring so loudly that the wolf pack scattered in fear.
Seeing Chao Yi's amazed expression, Wang Hui explained, "The great dragon is level 62. That's Ma Long of my senior brother, who usually serves as the terror of the entire forest as a beast."
If even the demon dragon is that powerful, I wonder how formidable my senior brother must be. Wang Hui smiled proudly and said, "My senior brother used to be on par with you, reaching level 64, and his actual combat ability is even above yours, which is why I trust him to lead the Tianyu Guild." After hearing that, Chao Yi couldn't help but admire. At 30 years old, already at level 64, his senior brother's talent is truly extraordinary. Haha. After so many years, I've met many profession users, but you are the most talented. Keep working hard. I believe your future achievements have the hope of surpassing even your senior brother. All right, Xiangwei, watch carefully. I will demonstrate a special skill to teach you. So, Wang Hui combined the Holy Light and Shield skills, creating 2 giant shields, then gradually brought them closer until they collided with a bang. A deafening explosion destroys a large area, leaving Zhongyi stunned by the power of the fake profession Tom Truyen. Afterward, Wang Hui hands Zhongyi a book. "Xiangyi, this is the first skill I am teaching you. Focus your consciousness on the surface of the skill book and use skill points to learn it." "Understood," Engi responded with a nod and closed his eyes to follow Wang Hui's instructions, successfully learning the new skill. The Thanquang Tam Thuan Awe Plus level 1 in a certain range ahead formed 2 shields. The 2 shields will gradually approach each other, and when they collide, they will cause a large explosion, dealing significant light attribute magic damage to enemies, while your side can pass through the shields, but enemies cannot. Note, this skill belongs to the Holy Knight's inheritance skill. After reading about the skill, Zhou Yi couldn't hide his curiosity about the Holy Knight's inheritance skill. How does he also know the skills of a Holy Knight? Holy Light Seal Shield is a skill exclusively created by my senior sister when she was a 3rd-ranked Holy Knight. That year, my master inherited this skill from her, and now he will pass it on to you. You've learned the skill already, right? Show it to me so I can see. Yi is doing exactly as taught, and although his power isn't great, Wang Hui still looks pleased and praises him. You're only at the first level of the Holy Light Shield, but reaching this level is already very good. This skill is specially prepared for your team battle. You can use the shield to divide the battlefield, thereby limiting the enemy's normal actions. If you have mastered the new skill, the next step is the practical training session. As Wang Hui finished speaking, a dragon snake descended and stood behind him. Lan will deploy monsters around to attack you. How much experience you gain from defeating them depends entirely on your own effort. No problem, sir. Having received the answer, Wang Hui signaled gone. Glaren then growled loudly. The monsters within the sound wave area immediately became aggressive and targeted Chao Yi. One lurking behind him in the bushes lunged to bite his head, but he anticipated it and took it down with a single basic attack. Then Zhou Yi used all his skills, from light elemental to ice elemental, to fend off the monsters attacking him all night until dawn. Seeing Zhou Yi exhausted and breathless, Wang Hui smirked teasingly. "Going all out like that? I didn't expect that even your stamina and magic power are completely exhausted. Aren't you afraid of more monsters appearing?" "Is the master still here?" Chung Yi smiled and replied, drinking the restorative potion to recover his stamina, while secretly thinking. But the thrill of gaining this experience was truly amazing. "Congratulations on reaching level 22. You have gained 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points." Zhou Yi immediately used all the points he just received to level up the Holy Light Absorption Shield from level 1 to level 3. Not bad. I originally thought you could defeat nearly 100 monsters, but in the end you managed to take down almost 400. Luckily, with your guidance, if it were just up to you alone, it would be very difficult to level up within a month or 2, Jonah gratefully said. At this moment, Wang Hui advised that since he had boldly formed a team without a pastor during the exchange match, "As my student, you must stay calm at critical moments and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher. With you here, this year's top spot will definitely be ours." At the rest stop in the Furious Wind Forest, a broadcast announced that the nationwide college and university exchange match was about to begin. 218 schools from across the country are participating. So which school will ultimately take the top spot? Am I seeing things? Tohang University doesn't have a pastor. Such an extreme team can only be assembled by a low-tier school, right? Chunyu and Chudan happened to pass by, overheard the 2 female students talking, then approached to check the list and cut in. Zhou Nehi is indeed the team captain, and Kwangso Nayan is the vice captain. Skimming through a few comments online, Chudan was laughed at loudly. Some people even said in the comments that our school's team coordination was wrong and missing a pastor. This comment saying that the team will definitely lose without a pastor is so funny. Chunyo also goes along with it. They don't realize how terrifying Jongi's strength really is. The two girls looked at Chunyo and Chudan with judging eyes and asked angrily, "Who are you?" "Anyuan, tell the staff that I will cover their bill today," Thanlin said quietly as she watched the argument unfold nearby, thinking that with Chaunyi here, not having a pastor in the team wouldn't matter. This year's champion will definitely be ours. Back to the main story after the lesson with Wang Hui, Zhongyi spent the whole day in the training ground battling robots. Since reaching level 22, fighting the robots in the training yard has become too easy for Zhou Nuo, and the training effectiveness has gradually declined. Just as Zhou Nuo was about to ask Tumi Ni for her opinion, she received a call informing her that Director Nuo would start special training today. Since there are students participating in the friendly match, Chaunyi should be called immediately to gather at the War Academy Hall, and besides Kwang So-nian and Tong Halan, who are already familiar, there are two more people in the hall. Wei Thiet Tam, a level 18 warrior, and Duong Lin Hai, a level 18 mage. While the students were getting to know each other, Go-mang used his appraisal skill to scan Chaunyi. Surprisingly, under the guidance of Principal Wang Hui, Chaunyi advanced in level so quickly. Kwang So-nian heard that and couldn't help but be surprised as he turned to look at Chaunyi. "He's leveled up again? With the help of the teachers, I was lucky enough to level up a bit." "All right, time is tight, so I'll keep it simple. To help the students prepare for this National Freshman Exchange match, I will be the instructor responsible for their training. Next, I will lead them in the team battle. In the individual and survival matches, professional training will be conducted. Today's training will mainly assess your team cooperation and combat skills. First, you need to form a team to challenge the Goblin Dungeon at the Deep Abyss level. Of course, the school will cover all the costs for the training sessions involved in this Deep Abyss level dungeon. No wonder Koto has been urging us and Thiet Tam to level up quickly to 18. It turns out they want us to prepare in advance for the Deep Abyss Challenge dungeon. Everyone's strength is pretty good, and with a team, even at the Deep Abyss level, we can pass easily. Moreover, thinking about this, Dong Lingxi secretly looked at Zhou Nuo sitting beside her. With Zhou Nuo alone able to pass the Tamuyan level, plus the four of us, we probably can't fail. Seeing Dong Lingxi looking at him, Zhou Nuo turned and smiled brightly, making Dong Lingxi shyly rush to hide behind the team, causing Zhou Nuo to feel a bit confused. Was his smile really that terrifying? After the information was shared, the 5-member team immediately entered the dungeon. Chaunyi, looking serious, said, "This is our first time working together as a team, so I will arrange the strategy plan for everyone." "No problem," the others responded in unison. Wei Thiet Tam is in charge of defense and attracting firepower. Kwang So-nian and Duong Lin Hai are responsible for magical and physical attacks. Tang Halan is in charge of boosting attack power from behind, and I am the one supporting everyone. Just after Zhongyi finished assigning tasks, the goblins appeared. Wei Thiet Tam charged forward first, punching the ground to push the monsters back. The power of her punch surprised her. Her skill's effectiveness has increased by over 40% compared to before. Is this the support ability of the team leader? Dong Lingxi watched Zhou Nu unleash his skill and couldn't help but be amazed. No way. The casting speed is really fast. The captain managed to unleash 3 growth skills in less than a second, a speed even a professional mage like me finds hard to match. Quickly, Dong Lingxi didn't dare to slack off and cast the destructive magic spell to slow down the goblin horde's advance. Kwang So-nian also seized the moment to rush forward and cut down the monsters with her sword. Little Nien Tweet Tom was caught off guard by a sneak attack. As soon as Zhongyi finished speaking, a rain of arrows flew toward them. Thanks to the warning beforehand, Wei Jitong quickly used a shield wall, successfully blocking the goblin ambush. Kwang So-nian suddenly realized something was off. This was completely different from before. How could there be Goban archers? Monsters. Goban archers level 23, white grade talent, stealth skills, burst attack. After reading about the monsters, Chaunyi smiled and said, "Looks like the reason is that there are more challengers on our side now. The Goban have also upgraded their attack tactics." At this point, Zhou Nu used the punishment of light to eliminate the Goban archers. "I'll take care of these troublesome ones first, the rest is up to you." Anyway, since Chaunyi's goal this time in the dungeon is to improve team coordination, fighting alone would go against the original plan. No problem. Kwang So-nian and Wei Thiet Tam respond. Seeing everyone trying so hard, Trong Ha-lan is even more motivated and begins casting spells to attack the Goban horde. At the same time, Go-mang watched the students battle on the screen and nodded in approval. Compared to the freshman's fight, Chaunyi's spellcasting speed had improved not just twice as fast, with some skills even capable of being completed in an instant. Damanyi guesses that after passing the Deep Abyss dungeon, his talent choice is related to increasing spellcasting speed. His progress rate is truly astonishing. Having just enrolled, he already led Kwang So-nien to top the rankings in the Deep Abyss dungeon.
Ngomang then chuckled and said, "So, I want to take a step further and test Chaoyi, especially since I've increased the difficulty a bit for them."
Inside the dungeon, thanks to their coordinated efforts, the overwhelming number of goblins were quickly defeated by Chaoyi's team without a single miss. For the monsters approaching her, Kwang So-nien snorted coldly, using her haunting slash skill to strike repeatedly at high speed, easily taking down the monsters. The others also didn't have free time and began to show their skills. Song Holland tore apart a talisman and used the main technique of the Five Thunder to attack the monsters. Lin Hai used wind magic from the dragon spellbook to create a tornado that swept through the monsters, then shouted loudly, "Tetsu, Tetsu, give them one final blow!" Understood. In response, Wei Tiet Tam immediately leapt into the air and unleashed a series of swift kicks at the monsters. By the time she landed, all the monsters were on the ground, overwhelmed by her enhanced strength, feeling a sense of ease that dominated the entire group of elves. "That was amazing. I feel so refreshed inside." Wei Tiet Tam, still craving, smiled and looked at Duong Lin Hai to ask, "But do you think these monsters are already taken care of by us?" "All right. Little White told me that there are no more traces of the demons around." Ngai laughs loudly and reminds everyone, this is just the warm-up. The real challenge is the next round, so no one can let their guard down. "What are you afraid of?" "Second brother, your support skills make my strength double." "With your support, isn't this dungeon easily cleared?" Song Holland said happily. "That's right. Even student Jonan Yi can easily clear this dungeon on his own." Dong Lingji nodded in agreement. The captain's strength really impresses me." Hearing that, Chaoyi quietly thought with a headache, "Are they crazily setting goals for me?" Kwang So-nien said nothing, only standing to the side and secretly covering her mouth to laugh. After a while, the group arrived at a large door. Wei Tiet Tam asked, "The final boss should be inside, right?" Chaoyi replied, "That's right, but as we get closer to the door, I can't shake the feeling that something's off." "Forget it. We should go in first and talk later," Chaoyi silently decided and pushed the door open. As everyone entered, a huge boss appeared before them, opening its mouth to say, "You finally arrived. The Fool's Monster's second-generation king of the fairy race. Level 25, with the talent of a necromancer, skills unknown. After the old king passed away, the new leader of the elf tribe replaced the former demon king." Dong Lingxi was startled and exclaimed, "Level 25 demon boss, huh? I heard a distinguished guest is visiting, so I deliberately prepared some gifts for you." With a strange smile, the boss raised his weapon and hurled a gigantic fireball at Duong Lin Hai. "This is fireball magic. How can it be so powerful?" "Lin He, get out of the way!" Wei Tiet Tam shouted loudly, hurriedly rushed forward to push Duong Lin Hai back, then immediately created a shield to block the fireball, but it was completely ineffective. The shield only lasted less than a second before cracks began to appear. No, it's impossible to stop it at all. As soon as Wei Tiet Tam finished speaking, her shield shattered, putting her in danger and forcing her to face the fireball head-on. Wei Tiet Tam clenched her teeth and thought to herself, "Damn it, with the team leader's buff, my strength has clearly doubled, yet I still can't even block a normal attack from this monster." The boss suddenly let out a strange, eerie laugh and said, "Don't rush. This is the end I have prepared for you all long ago. Turn into ashes and vanish." At the same time, its movements kept creating more fireballs to throw at the crowd. One fireball had already left everyone helpless, and now facing many more. Despair was unavoidable. And this is when the true value of a captain is revealed. Everyone stepped back. Chaoyi commands loudly, stepping forward to create a much larger and thicker ice wall using his ice power to block the incoming fireballs. "Captain, watch out, this isn't an ordinary fireball attack." As soon as Ling Hai finished warning, she saw the fireballs consumed most of their energy by the ice wall, turning into a single fireball about the size of a soccer ball. Thu softly shouted, the mini fireball being drawn into the palm of Chaoyi's hand. He clenched it tightly, causing it to vanish, and the protective shield was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. The strength of this boss far exceeds the one I handled before. Hearing that, Song Holland took the initiative to speak. "Then this time let me lead the fight." After that, Tong Halan quickly formed seals with both hands, creating a series of talismans that floated around the boss. Heavenly fate is clear. The spirit leads the way. Divine talismans shine brightly, obeying the command of violence. As soon as the word violence leaves his mouth, the talismans explode, forming a large fire engulfing the boss inside. 1 second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth, while it crushed the talismans in its palm, yet the boss itself showed no sign of injury. Tong Halan exclaimed in disbelief, Why is there no effect at all? At this moment, Duong Lin He looked serious and said,
Talan, try my magic spell instead and attack.
Magic. Then, Dong Lingxi used fire magic to create a barrage of missile arrows aimed at the boss. Let it take my attack as well. Kwang Soren screams, using the demon claw skill to slash several swords toward the boss. Their combined attacks hit the boss, causing a massive explosion and a shockwave that spreads in all directions. However, the boss remains unharmed and is now surrounded by a layer of purple energy. That's kind of interesting, but this is as far as it goes. A small purple sphere immediately forms at its mouth, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger until it finally blasts toward the group facing it. Lin He desperately said, "Our level gap is too big. It seems we can't fight this boss anymore." Just as everyone gave up, Zhou Yi stepped forward again.
Don't be afraid, I am Yi Bifai.
With that, Zhou Yi created a yellow shield to block the boss's attack. Following Chao Yi's voice, the boss's attack was once again thwarted. Wei Thiet Tam said, "Ngika, let me try a melee attack." Chao Yi smiles and puts a hand on Wei Thiet Tam's shoulder, saying, "The level 25 boss is a bit too much for everyone right now. Leave the rest to me." Then, Chao Yi used the Guangqi Zhenxi skill on the boss, which knew the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack.
Actually, this King of the Star Beast has leveled up once compared to the previous one, but its attributes are doubled. If I use the S-rank Bloodline Secret technique, I can also unleash several times its power. Targeting myself so precisely like this is very likely a special test deliberately left by Director No. If that's the case, I should take this opportunity to show everyone.
My true strength as a divine angel is in my body. As soon as I finish speaking, Yi transforms into a divine angel, with holy light in his left hand and icy power in his right. Outside the dungeon, Tomi Ni asked anxiously, "Director, isn't the difficulty setting for this boss too high?"
Is it really necessary? Go Mang explained, although their current strength is indeed formidable, other schools also have outstanding talents.
And in the friendly match, the geniuses from Mado University and Thangkin are their strongest enemies. That's why I need to lose a match to make them understand the brutality of the game. Tomi Ni whispered softly, "Failure." Then she laughed and said, "Director, you really underestimate Chao Yi." Go Mang also smiled in response, hoping he could be as brave as I am. "Interesting. You even turned into a glowing little bird. Whatever skills you have, use them all now, and I will grant your wish." The boss spoke, "Little devil, your words are bold, but you should remember you're the one challenging me," then used the World Destruction Fire technique to retaliate. And the two attacks clashed, causing a massive explosion. The wave of energy instantly spread everywhere. Kwang So-nyen quickly drove her sword into the ground, using her magic to protect everyone inside. Tong Halan was amazed and exclaimed, "Is this really the strength of classmate Zhou Nuo?" Up to now, she finally realizes that everyone's strength and Zhou Nuo's are fundamentally not on the same level. Tong Halan suddenly looked at Kwang So-nyen and asked Tionyin, "Has your classmate Chao Yi ever used this form before?" Kwang So-nyen smiled and replied, "I also saw it for the first time. It seems that Chao Yi has truly unleashed all his strength." First encounter over, both the boss and Chao Yi are unscathed. The boss grins and asks, "Little demon, is that all you've got? No matter what form you take, you can't defeat me, right?" Chao Yi softly said as he used holy light chains to bind the boss's limbs and body. At that moment, while the boss was surprised by the chains on its body, Chao Yi used his winning spear technique to create multiple spears descending from above. Then the attack and defense shifted form. Chao Yi Ten unleashed a move called Radiant Flame Wind, forming a fiery tornado that engulfed the boss inside, no longer just individual attacks. This time, Chao Yi's combo chain dealt a huge amount of damage to the boss. Damn it. The boss roars in pain as it opens its mouth. Seeing this, Yi smirks and says, "Not yet, there's more." But Chao Yi rushes forward quickly, stabbing forcefully into the screaming mouth of the boss. Thunderbolt strike. After a while, as Chao Yi's skills passed through, the boss reappeared. Blood flowing from its mouth, weakly speaking, "It seems you still haven't used your full strength. You can't be satisfied. I truly apologize." Chao Yi smiled and said, "I was really a bit disappointed. I originally wanted to test the divine shield in the form of the six-winged angel, so I have to leave it for next time. But seeing you still have a breath left, I will finally send you off a little further." With that, Chao Yi extended 2 fingers to gather energy and shot it at the boss. At this moment, outside the dungeon, Go Mang exclaimed in fear, "The demon! This is a boss that even after I poured my efforts into adjusting, Not even a level 26 fake profession can defeat. Chao Nai's current strength is truly terrifying. Then Ngo Mang turned to Tomi Ni and asked, "Do you have Chao Ni's usual combat data from the training ground?" Tomi Ni smiled and replied, "Yes, just before Chao Ni came here today, he checked at the training ground. No wonder you and old Chu are so confident in him." Tomi Ni also smiled in response, but luckily Chao Ni was able to demonstrate his strength right in front of him. Back in the dungeon, just as the final skill of Chao Ni defeated and made the boss vanish, a notification appeared immediately. "Congratulations on completing the Deep Abyss dungeon. The completion time is 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Rewards will be distributed through the door below." Immediately, a leveling up light rose from Dong Lingxi's body, making her look surprised as she wondered, "I got 8,000 experience points already." Wei Jeton also looked just as surprised and spoke up. "I also gained 8,000 experience points. Completing the Deep Abyss dungeon once yielded more rewards than a week of training outside." As for Zhou Ningyi, he has cancelled his transformation state and returned to his original form. A notification panel appeared beside him. "Congratulations, you have gained 11,236.6 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points." Chao Ngai silently thought that if things continued like this, he could level up again very soon. Just then, Kwang Soni ran over and asked with concern, "Are you okay, Chao Ngi? Are you hurt?" Chao Ngi stood up, dusted off the dirt from his clothes, and said, "It's nothing, just a bit of exhaustion. We should still go see what rewards this boss drops." "All right." So they went to the defeated boss and saw a yellow orb lying there. When opened, the items inside immediately appeared before their eyes. Gold-level weapons, a flame spell staff, equipment requiring level 24. Golden-level weapons, fire spirit shield equipment level 24. Golden-level weapons, flame, demon ring equipment level 24. V. Titum happily exclaimed, "This reward is really generous, isn't it? And they're all level 24 gold-grade equipment. Second brother is getting a lot of gear." Zhou Nung smiled and said, "Looks like this time luck isn't too bad. Do any of you need these 3 pieces of equipment?" The other 4 took turns sharing their opinions. "First is Wei Jitong. The level requirement for this equipment is too high for me to use." Dong Lingxi said, "The fire attribute growth is not suitable for me, so I can't use it either." Huang Sonyin said, "These items are not suitable for me and Ha Lan's classes." Tong Ha Lan suggested, "Chao Ngi, you contributed the most this time, so you should take these." Chao Ngai also didn't refuse, gathering the items and saying with a smile, "Too bad. I'll take these equipments first. When I get back, I'll auction them at school to exchange for credits, then split them evenly and send them to everyone." Wei Jishin quickly refused. "Don't, Brother Nungi. No matter what, you must get 70%. Without you, we wouldn't be able to pass through so easily." Tang Halan looked shy and spoke up. "Yes. After all, he is the key to defeating the boss. I almost couldn't help much." Chao Ngai said with a smile, "Let's split it evenly, so everyone can relax about their grades for a long time." Kuang Sonyen beside him also smiled and advised, "Just take it easy. After all, Chao Ngi is the one with the most points." Since it has come to this, the others also couldn't refuse and happily accepted. "All right then." After distributing the rewards, Chao Ngi smiled and reminded us, "You should remember our goal is not just to win the competition, but also to protect the school's honor." Vethiet Tam resolutely said, "Ni, I won't let you down. In the next training, I will try twice as hard." Tong Halan said, "Student Ning, I will also do my best." "Captain, I feel the same." Chao Ngi replied with satisfaction. "All right. Everyone's determination is the key to success. I believe our team will definitely win honorably in the friendly match." As Chao Ngi and the others exited the dungeon, they heard Ngo Mang's applause, congratulating them on successfully passing the Deep Abyss level dungeon I specially designed. Director Ngo To. Ngo Mang continued to praise without stopping. "Your performance was excellent, exceeding my expectations. Of course, especially Chao Ngi, you brought me a big surprise." Chao Ngai smiled at Ngo Nge, scratched his head, and said, "I'm just doing what I should." Ngo Mang asked Chao Ngi, "Do you have any opinions about the first place in the exchange tournament?" Chao Ngai clenched his fist and declared, "The first place is definitely ours." "Well done. To win the championship, you need this kind of confidence." Tamini suggested that Chao Ngi's versatile support and attack abilities could be used to develop 2 different combat strategies, initially placing him in a support role to temporarily conceal his true strength. Waiting for the critical moment, he will strike with full force so the opponent won't be able to defend.
In that case, the first place in the exchange match might become even more secure. Ingomang smiled in agreement, paying close attention so that those old men could see for themselves how formidable Zhou Yi is. Even a genius has to recognize the difference in strength.
Ni continued, saying that their squad's coordination still lacked some fire, and this aspect needed more practice. Indeed, tomorrow we can focus on training against their weaknesses with a special drill.
All right, that's enough for today. Everyone, go back and rest. Of course, to keep your training interesting, we've also prepared a few punishment methods.
Nervously, Zhou Nihai asked, "What do you mean by punishment methods? Can you tell us a little? If I say more, it won't be interesting anymore. We have to go now because of other matters." Then, Tomini and Ngomang left. Chaoyi wanted to call them back, but Tomini seemed not to hear, and she was already a few steps away out of sight. "All right." Chaoyi turned to his teammates and said, "Let's all work hard on training and prepare for the challenge in the upcoming match." The group Dongthan replied, "Yes, time passes, and it's just another ordinary day in front of the dungeon entrance. The nightmare-level goblin dungeon is really too difficult. Lin Wai, do you think we have a chance to complete this deep-level dungeon challenge within 10 minutes? The two background characters startled and softly exclaimed, then turned to see a group of 5 people laughing and walking past. The person speaking is the girl with black hair in the group. This group is Chaoyi's team, here today to challenge the dungeon. Regarding Wei Thiet Tom's question, Duang Lin Hai smiled and replied, "We've trained together for so long, plus the team leader's support. 10 minutes probably isn't an issue." Wei Thiet Tom admitted, "That's true, and yesterday Director Ngo even gave me some extra pointers. So today, I'll be looking forward to it." After Chaoyi's group enters the dungeon, the extra character asks, "What kind of background do they have, playing the Deep Abyss dungeon like a racing game?" The background character replied, "They are the team representing our school in this year's National College and University Freshman Exchange Competition." The background character A exclaimed in shock, "Tantan, I remember our class's highest level expedition team was only level 19, but their lowest level is level 20. It's unbelievable." The strength of the boy just now doesn't seem too bad. The NPC points to the leaderboard, sighs in admiration, and says it's not just good. "Look up, he's Zhongyi, the top-ranked record holder." A certain background character C, upon hearing this, curiously looked up at the ranking board and immediately shouted, "Zhao, so he's the one that even the top players on the leaderboard can't surpass." About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, little demons go ahead first. The boss's quats still attack the group of Zhongyi, even after being defeated. Wei Jitan excitedly laughs and says, "Finally, I've waited for your move. Shatter it for me." She shouted loudly, her hand wrapped in red energy, bravely charging to smash the boss's attack into pieces. Inside, she whispered, "Under the guidance of my master, I now have enough strength to resist your assault. The weak are still the weak. Don't think that a little progress makes you proud in front of me." Wei Thiet Tem was slightly startled and turned around to see a huge fist just inches from his face. Thiet Tam stepped back. Zhongyi ordered sharply, stepping ahead of Wei Thiet Tam, and punched directly into the boss's fist. In an instant, the boss's entire arm was twisted and shattered, causing it to scream in agony. "My arm!" Zhou Minghai turned to look at Wei Titum and smiled, saying, "Titum, you've done very well to hold off the boss's attack on your own. Now let's work together and defeat it." Duang Lin Hai also smiled and said, "Thiet Tam, take a rest for a bit. The rest of the work is up to us." At this moment, the boss roared in fury, "Damn you all! I want you to die!" Before the boss could act, it was already bound by bright yellow chains, and then a surge of lightning traveled along the chains into its body, causing it to scream in pain again. "Now you know pain, huh? But don't worry, even if you shout loudly, we won't spare you." Song Halan said, "That's right," her expression serious as she quickly formed a seal with her hands. Fang Thin's Forbidden Zone. A large number of talismans fly out and stick to the boss. Then, Dong Lingxi also speaks, "Let me try this move that Kodo taught me." The lightning magic tower strikes. A massive bolt of lightning descends from above. And finally, Kuang So Nian rushes forward, shouting, delivering a final blow that beheads the boss, sending its head flying into the air.
System notification. Congratulations on completing the Deep Abyss dungeon in 8 minutes and 36 seconds.
Rewards are now being distributed below. A moment later, Zhongyi and the others left the dungeon, and Ngomang immediately went over to praise them.
Not bad. The time to clear the door has already broken through to 9 minutes. This time, your performance is so good that even I can't find fault.
Ngai looked surprised and asked, "Director Ngo, why are you here?" Ngomang's expression turned serious as he replied, "I'm here to inform you that the schedule for the friendly match has been set, and it's exactly 1 week from now, because tomorrow I have to lead everyone to the venue of the friendly match at Thankin University. Hearing that, Song Holland cheered with joy. That's great, the friendly match is finally starting. Kwang So-nyen clenched her fists and excitedly said, all her hard training was for this moment. Wei Jayton also smiled and said, after so much training, we finally get to fight in the match. Tang Lingxi asked curiously, University of Beijing, I wonder what it looks like over there. As for Zhou Ngi, he clenched his fists, a smile on his face full of anticipation, quietly thinking, I've already beaten my boss in the dungeon, now I finally get to compete against the top genius from another school. The next day, as scheduled, Ngo Mang arrived to take Zhou Ngi's group to the venue of the exchange match. Before leaving, he reminded everyone that, to ensure safety, he would lead them through the school's dedicated teleportation point to directly teleport to the venue of the Tianjin University exchange match, where Dean Wang Hui and the deans had been waiting beforehand. After exchanging pleasantries, the principal told the students, everyone here is outstanding among new students and carries the honor of the school. I hope you can bring home the 5th championship for our school. Understood. The Chao Ningyi group responded in unison. At this moment, Wang Hui ordered Chu Huayang to activate the teleportation array, and in the blink of an eye, Chao Ngi's group, No Mang and Tomi Ni, arrived at Thankin University. This naturally surprised Chao Ngi. Had they really arrived at Thankin University so quickly? Aren't the two schools more than 2 million kilometers apart? Tomi Ni smiled and replied, if it weren't for Director Chu's spell, we would have to take a ship for several days to get here. Only a teleportation array of this super long distance requires a 3rd-tier mage to activate it. At this moment, a voice rang out welcoming the teachers and students from Tohang University to Thankin University. It's a great honor for us to have you here. Old Trin, why did you come over? Ngo Mang happily approached, clasped hands and asked Trin Vin Xuan, the 3rd-tier mechanist, my old friend, I must personally come to take everyone to the accommodation. Trin Vin Xuan smiled warmly, then glanced at the group watching intently. This time bringing these kids here didn't turn out too badly. I heard that your school has some new students with impressive skills. So next, we'll meet on the competition field. Of course. After greeting, Ngo Mang turned around to give instructions to his students. The official friendly match will start on the 10th, and once it begins, the game will officially get underway. After a month of training, the team has probably reached their limit. For the next few days, there will be no extra level training, so everyone can relax a bit. It's just that recently, a large number of visitors have been coming to Tankin, and there might be spies from alien races sneaking in. For these major events of the genius, almost every year there are demons from alien races attacking human talents. All right? That's all for today. In the coming days, you can go out and have fun, but be sure to stay safe. Welcome. You have entered the Thankin University residential area. If you encounter any problems, you can ask me for help at any time, the robot support said. No need, but the service here at Thankin University is quite new. Guy stood by the window, gazing at the city for a moment before opening the system menu, using up all his accumulated experience points to level up to 23, getting 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. The gap to level 24 was still significant. Anyway, many of my skills are still only at C or B level. After reaching the 2nd transformation, the skills a Holy Knight can learn should be at least above B level, C+ or higher. I might even be able to learn an A+ level skill, the Dark Awakening Pearl. The Quang Chi Chao can strengthen teammates' attributes, turning the Shadow Chi Chao into a destructive force against enemies. If it were the 3rd transition, talking about the 3rd transition now would still be too far off. Forget it. I should focus on completing this system achievement mission first and then think about the rest. 1 week later, the nationwide exchange tournament for the 157th batch of college and university freshmen in Zhongxia begins, with the first match between students from Tohang University and Vinduong University. The bustling, lively scene at the gymnasium made Zhou Ngi can't help but marvel. No wonder everyone wanted to participate in the nationwide college freshman exchange match. Such a scene is truly shocking. Kwang So-nyen, standing nearby, added that today is only the opening, and by the final match, the number of spectators could at least double. While Chao Ngi's group was enjoying themselves, the students from Vinduong University on the other side of the battlefield were not as happy. What bad luck they drew to Hang University. There's nothing we can do. Our luck just isn't good, so we're seen as obstacles. Tohang University is the champion from last year. Everyone has to accept their fate. Hearing his teammates say that, the brown-haired man snorted coldly and said, "What are you afraid of? Our ranking last year was also in the top 30, so no matter what, we can hold them back a little." At the same time on the stands, everyone also started to discuss excitedly. The Holy Knight standing at the back seemed to be level 23. That's right, this level can really suppress others. Luckily, it's only a support role. If it were an attack roll, it might cause even bigger trouble. It seems that Vinduong University will definitely lose against them. Now we have to see how many of their trump cards Vinduong can reveal through the team representing Tohang Academy. On the arena, brown-haired also recognized Zhou Yi's rank. Although nervous inside, he still confidently said, "The representative team of Tohang University indeed has some skill, but rank on the arena doesn't prove everything." Both teams have taken their positions, started setting up the arena, and established their defensive stances. The robot announced and then began the countdown. As soon as the 3-second countdown ended and the Vinduong students were about to rush forward, Brownhair stopped them. "Let's focus on defense first to see what tricks the opponent has." At that moment, the brown-haired youth saw the Holy Knight from the opposing side raise his hand, and a bright light enveloped the Tohang University students, causing their stats to skyrocket in an instant. The audience watching this can't help but be amazed, as within just a few seconds, several skills were unleashed. Do you believe this? Holy Knight Zhongyi truly lives up to his reputation as the captain of Tohang University. Trin Vin Xuan was also surprised to see this. Old and Go, Captain Chaun-Yi of the Holy Knight, is quite impressive. If he continues to grow, your team's collective stamina will increase by 50%. Gomang smiled proudly and replied, "The Holy Knight is a concealed profession, and its greatest benefit is to expand its influence across the battlefield." In this small team match, their performance was naturally not inferior. Trin Vin Xuan remained silent, secretly thinking that luckily his school's team also had a few trump cards. Otherwise, relying only on Chaun-Yi might have been exhausting enough. Next, let's see if Vinduong University's response is worth emulating. Unfortunately, at this moment, to Vinduong University, Chaun-Yi's group looks no different from fierce demons, with one of them even trembling so much that they drop their weapon. "Captain, what should we do now? Maybe I can hold them off." After observing the situation clearly, Chu-Na-Ha sneered disdainfully and said, "Looks like the opposing team's strength is average, so let's go with the simplest plan." Everyone immediately launched a coordinated attack to break them apart. Kwang Soren and Tong Holland responded in unison, "Understood." As soon as she received the order, Dong Lingxi excitedly created a fireball shield and said, "Captain, let me lead the charge this time." Immediately, Dong Lingxi shot out countless fire magic missiles aimed at the Vinduong University group. The sudden attack forced the people from Vinduong University to grit their teeth and create a defensive shield, shielding themselves with a barrier. The captain of Vinduong University defended himself while saying, "We can hold them off. It seems that's all they can do." Suddenly, the student behind turned pale and told the captain, "Here it comes again." In front of them was the image of Wang Tietong rushing forward with sharp eyes full of disdain. Her fist forcefully shattered the protective barrier. Not stopping there, Kwang So-Nien swung her sword downward countless times. Demon Claw. Next, a lightning energy source appeared. Under continuous attack, it caused a massive explosion. Their relentless attacks completely defeated the Vinduong University team. Seeing their exhausted state, the system announced, "This battle is over. You win." Tohang University. The system ascended and then said, "Thank you both teams for bringing us such an exciting battle." After a short wait, the next team match is about to begin. When the match ended, Kwang So-Nien sighed and said, "My opponent is a warrior, but my order is match 27. I have to wait a long time," and Tong Ha-Lan beside me also sighed and said, "I'm even more miserable. When will my turn number 45 come up?" Chungae, hearing that, also looked pleased and said, "I am the 6th match. My opponent is a swordsman. It seems my luck isn't bad. The second group can go on stage soon." Kwang So-Nien and Tong Ha-Lan could only envy and admire after hearing this. At that moment, everyone in the stands started whispering among themselves. As Chung-Hee hadn't yet taken action in the previous match, I actually want to see what kind of strength he really has. Can a support class Holy Knight really participate in individual matches? I guess Chung-Hee is definitely hiding his true strength. After all, he is the team captain. Soon after, Chung-Hee's match began. Everyone immediately cheered excitedly for Chung-Hee. "Liu Ka, keep going." When you see the two of them step onto the arena, the system announces the introduction. The 9th match of the individual tournament features Chung-Hee from Tohang University against Lu Kwang from Suyen-Nam University. Please get ready, the match is about to begin. This time, Chung-Hee's opponent is Liu Kang, an 18th level swordsman from Xuanan University. Liu Kang sneered dismissively and thought to himself, "He's just a support class, my luck isn't bad after all. I just started and already got such a big advantage." The people behind Liu Kwang are also chatting excitedly, as Liu Ka's opponent is the captain of Tohang University. That's right, it looks like an intense battle is coming next. Ha ha! The Holy Knight is just a support. Liu Ka will definitely go straight to eliminate him. No need to keep everyone waiting. The system has already started counting down. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Kang quickly raised his sword to launch a counterattack. He sneered and said, "If you admit defeat now, I might let you save some face." But Chung-hee just smiled calmly and replied, "Ha ha, can you really bear to lose face in front of me and then talk big words?" Liu Chuang immediately swung his sword down and shouted, "Kid, you dare to be arrogant in front of me." But Chu Nengyi easily dodged all these sword strikes. His speed surprised Lu Kuang, who exclaimed how fast he was. He contemptuously continued, but at that moment, Lu Kuang's leg was frozen by the ice, leaving him stunned. Humph! Just as he raised his head, Chung-hee swung a clenched fist at him. Lu Kuang cursed inwardly. Damn it, still using this trick. But Liu Chang used fire magic to break free from the ice trap beneath his feet. Enraged, Liu Kang charged forward with his sword and shouted, "Lack of talent, I didn't expect Chung-hee to block with a sword." His defense left Liu Kang utterly stunned, and he exclaimed, "Blocked!" Then Chung-hee delivered a powerful punch straight to Liu Kang's stomach. He shouted in shock, "No way!" His attack sent Lu Kuang flying dozens of meters away. Everyone below asked in panic, "What just happened?" The team captain was knocked out again. I didn't see Chung-hee's attack clearly. The teacher sighed and told them that the opponent was the captain of Tuhang University, and Lu Kuang probably underestimated his opponent too much. Although he was only a support role, his combat ability should never be underestimated. After the smoke gradually cleared, Lu Kuang appeared with a bloodied face. His body could no longer move. The system quickly moved in to observe and announced that Lu Kuang's fight could not continue. System reports winner Chunamgi. Chung-ai clenched his fist and sneered, "You're too weak." I didn't expect even my C-grade skillful punch couldn't stop him. Everyone in the stands was shocked. That was a really powerful punch. Just a few moves and he already overwhelmed his opponent. It's hard to believe. Ha ha ha, maybe that's not even Chung-hee's full strength. Outside, Master Chungok from Thankin University exclaimed in surprise, "It's only been a few months since I went to recruit Lejiang, and Chung-hee's strength has improved so rapidly." The head of the department beside him smiled and said, "Miss Chu, in that case, Chung-hee almost became a student of our school." Chungok regretfully said, "Yes. If I had known earlier, I should have fought harder to get the top scholar like him." 2. If we had Chung-hee now, wouldn't we be avoiding chaos and slaughter? Xialan, a level 19 assassin, watched Chung-hee with interest and slowly spoke. Chung-hee seems to be the special student Xiao Nian mentioned. His strength is really impressive, unexpectedly skilled in support, melee, and magic. On the contrary, Chu Hubak, a level 18 priest, looked worried, thinking that Chung-hee's speed in casting the freezing skill seemed unusual. Even for a family ice mage, it couldn't be that fast. Suddenly, the bracelet lit up, and Chu Hubak was stunned, thinking to himself, "Wait a minute, this must be the aura of a family treasure. Could he be a fake bloodline awakener of the Hanbang bloodline?" Seeing Chu Hubak's calm demeanor, Halan suddenly turned to ask her what's wrong. Chu Hubak was startled, clenched her bracelet, and replied, "I'm fine." Immediately, Chu Hubak quickly made an excuse to leave. "Sister Lan, I suddenly have urgent matters, so I need to go back first." Her unusual attitude left Halan puzzled and confused. Chu Hubak hurriedly ran to a secluded place and called Chu Hang. As soon as the phone rang, Chu Hang quickly answered. Dad picked up the phone and asked, "Hubak, isn't today your competition day? Why are you free to call me?" And he even uses his phone inside the company? As soon as Chu Hong's voice was heard, Chu Hubak hurriedly said, "Dad, I discovered a fake bloodline awakener of Han Bing, and he also has the Chu surname, with the Han Bing bloodline on Chung-hee's body being over 70% pure." As soon as he heard the news, Chu Hong immediately froze in place and anxiously asked, "Are you sure, and that it's a high-purity Han Bing bloodline?" Chu Hubak replied, "The 80% chance of whether it's really true or not can only be confirmed through close contact." "All right, find a chance for me to get in contact with Chung-hee. My team will start the checks to see if Chung-hee really comes from our Chu family." After hanging up the phone, Chu Hong stood up and looked out the window, feeling unexpectedly happy. "Chu-hee, bloodline of Han Bing. If it's truly confirmed, maybe our Chu family of Tianlan will be saved." Now on the right arena, everyone cheered together. "Chung-hee, Chung-hee." The crowd on the left also shouted, just as loudly, "Li Ham, Li Ham." The student next to Li Ham chuckled and said, "Ham, don't hold back later." Li Ham grinned maliciously and replied, "Don't worry, I'm just afraid Chung-hee won't let me use my full strength." Wei Ha suddenly spoke up and warned, "Be careful, little Ham. Chung-hee's strength is very powerful. Even I can sense a very dangerous aura coming from him."
Lai Ham immediately became more serious and replied, I understand, Brother Wei. Immediately afterward, Li Ham revealed his skill. The classmate standing next to him admired and said, No wonder they call you Ham. Your aura is incredible.
The level 18 wind armor. Chun-Yi probably can't even touch a single hair of Brother Ham. Feng Huo also warned, That's right, Chun-Yi better not get beaten so badly that he ends up crying. The match is about to begin. The stands are bursting with excitement and cheers. Chun-Yi is the strongest. Chun-Yi, keep going. Chun-Yi, Chun-Yi, the great mage of Mado. Keep going, Lai Ham. At this moment, Chu Hong has appeared. He said tiredly, Luckily we arrived just in time. Chu Dongni looked around happily and said that the arena's ground was just as good as ours in the clan. Suddenly, Chu Hyubak appeared behind them, and Chu Dongni quickly noticed, excitedly turning around to call out to her sister. She rushed over and hugged Chu Hyubak tightly. Chu Hyubak, while hugging her, asked curiously, Why did you two come here? Chu Hong calmly replied, It's because we're investigating Chun-Yi's identity, isn't it? He's very likely a main bloodline that is dispersed due to the Dark Age. Knowing that the clan member awakened the Ice bloodline, the clan leader ordered my father to come here for a quick check, and it also gave me a chance to broaden my horizons about the new generation of Teheng, the top of our clan. Suddenly, Chu Dongni pouted unhappily and said, what's there to broaden my horizons about a support class holy knight? Chu Hyubak quickly corrected her seriously. Dongni, your way of thinking is wrong. What does it matter if he's a holy knight? If Chun-Yi's purity of bloodline truly exceeds 70%, he would be fully qualified to switch to a hidden profession within the clan. Hearing that, Chu Dongni eagerly asked, Sister, the highest bloodline concentration among our younger generation is only 40%, right? Is it really true that Chun-Yi's pure bloodline is as high as 70%? Suddenly, Chu Hong scolded, Dongni, I told you before I came here to respect Chun-Yi a little. Based on his status, he is also considered your older brother. Chu Dongnai angrily replied, Well, even if he really is one of our clan, to be my older brother, he must prove he has the strength to deserve it. All right, since Dad is already here, checking Chun-Yi's bloodline concentration will be clear, so we might as well just watch Chun-Yi's match. All right then. At this moment, the system issued a notification. The first match of the third round of the singles tournament is about to begin. Up next, I invite the two competitors to the arena. Lai Ham from Mado University appeared wearing armor around his body and confidently said, I originally planned to wear light gear and quickly finish you off, but since the captain said you're very strong, I will give it my all. Chungai calmly replied, Well then, keep it up. He glanced at Lai Ham for a few seconds, secretly thinking he might be able to gauge his true strength. It seems that the captain of Mado University shouldn't be underestimated either. He stared intently at Lai Ham and muttered to himself, So he's only level 18, 5 levels below me. I bet if I just unleash a single Guangqi punishment, he'll faint immediately. Lai Ham from Mado University, ready for the level 18 auction battle, suddenly flinched when facing Chun-Yi's gaze, making Chun-Yi feel truly troubled. Tomorrow's team match against Tsinghua University. I have to hold back a bit. Can't reveal too much strength. Melee skills will be my only option. Feeling restricted is really no fun at all. When they saw that both sides were ready, the system announced to the players to prepare. The official match begins. 3, 2, 1, start. Just as it began, Chun-Yi used Blessing Shield to create a huge beam of light. The light shining directly into Li Han's eyes made him quickly cover them, and Chun-Yi's appearance made Li Han even more contemptuous. You do have some spirit, but it's only superficial. Immediately, Lai Ham quickly ran toward Chun-Yi. He arrogantly lifted his leg to attack downward, but Chun-Yi easily blocked it. He thought to himself, Is that all you've got? Chun-Yi quickly retaliated with a piercing spear strike, forcing Lai Ham to hurriedly raise his armor to block. He painfully thought to himself, It hurts so much. Why does it feel like my equipment is completely useless? But he couldn't hold him back for long before Chun-Yi knocked Lai Ham away. Lai Ham's body crashes straight into the barrier wall, leaving the audience all stunned. The support class really does suppress the main class in battle. Only then do you realize it after a long time. What is going on here? Chun-Yi has injured Li Ham. Lai Ham's awakening talent is an A-level steel bone assassin, so his defense is probably far beyond Chun-Yi's. After being beaten to a pulp, Lai Ham stood up and asked, Are you really not from a martial arts family? If it weren't for your fighting skills, how could you be so much stronger than me? Chun-Yi replied with a wave of his arm. No, I just have a slightly stronger body. Then he launched a flurry of divine book punches in rapid succession. Lai Ham could only grit his teeth and defend, secretly cursing in anger. Damn it, with such overwhelming offense, there's no way I can escape.
Chung-hee's relentless attacks forced Lai Ham to retreat further, and suddenly Chung-hee coldly declared that it was time to end it.
Seeing the punch coming, Lai Ham secretly worried that he couldn't block this blow at all. Immediately, Lai Ham shouted in fear, "Stop, I concede." Hearing that, Chung-hee quickly dodged to the side, and the powerful force of the attack sent Lai Ham flying away. Lai Ham fell to the ground in pain. Seeing that his armor and body were shattered, the system announced, Chung-hee wins this match.
Congratulations to Chu-ma-hai for advancing to the 4th round of the singles tournament. Chung-hee gently scratched his neck and thought, yeah, hiding really is too difficult. Just after entering, he couldn't help but fight a bit too hard.
The entire audience was stunned by his power. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "Unbelievable! I never expected a holy knight
With support abilities to fight like that."
The holy knight couldn't even defeat the opponent without fighting. Where can he go to explain himself? Chung-hee's close-quarters slaughtering ability is truly terrifying. Chung-hee slowly approached Lai Ham's body, heroically reaching out to help him with the holy light technique.
When the two nurses approached, Chung-hee immediately apologized, saying, sorry, he admitted defeat too late. I really couldn't pull back in time.
As he passed by the nurse, Chung-hee said, I only used a bit of healing magic to stabilize his injuries. Then I'll leave it to you guys. The nurse nodded in confusion. But when she saw Lai Ham's body, the nurse couldn't help but be stunned. Lai Ham's trembling appearance made the nurse exclaim. The injury is serious. Lai Ham groans in pain. It hurts so much. The two nurses quickly began first aid. After examining the wound carefully, one nurse said, this injury won't heal in 2 or 3 days. It probably can't be cured. I never expected that as a holy knight, Chung-hee could create such a huge explosion. When the match ended, Chu Hyuk said, see, I told you, Chung-hee's strength is very powerful, far beyond others in the clan and talents of the same age. After observing the previous fight, Chu Hong replied seriously that the armored opponent had been knocked away with a punch, truly the strength of a monster level. The Hanbing bloodline within the clan, which can conceal its profession and pass on its inheritance, also seems to possess a special elemental power. Ni's superior strength has completely defeated Dong Ni. She awkwardly huffs and says, I admit his strength is really impressive, all right? Her adorable look made Chu Hang laugh. Ha, it seems Chu Tingyi's strength has already convinced Dong Ni. He turned to Chu Hyuk and said, Hyuk, please arrange for Chung-hee to meet with your father for a moment. Chu Hyuk nodded in response. At this moment, the system announced the battle between Kwang So-nien from Tohang University and Tuong Phuong from Dado University. Dado University has entered self-heating mode, and the final winner is about to be revealed. Let's look forward to it together. Outside the arena, Chung-hee thought to himself that Tuong Phuong's strength was even weaker than Lai Ham, so she might have an easier time winning. Sure enough, on the battlefield, Tuong Phuong was at a disadvantage, and she angrily thought that the players from Tohang University this year were truly strong, feeling she was reaching her limit and wondering how many more moves she could withstand. On the contrary, Kwang So-nien continued to charge forward and fight fiercely, silently saying, finish the battle quickly. The move before her eyes made Tuong Phuong terrified, her eyes wide open, and she screamed, this is Kwang So-nien unleashing a flurry of sword strikes that pierced through Tuong Phuong, the shadow slash. In the end, Tuong Phuong couldn't endure any longer and collapsed. The system announces that Tuong Phuong from Mado University can no longer continue fighting. Congratulations to Kwang So-nien for advancing to the 4th round of the singles competition. The Tuong Phuong from Mado University was so powerless that they had no way to fight back. I didn't expect that besides Chung-hee, Kwang So-nien is also this strong. I wonder if tomorrow's team match against Thankin University will be interesting to watch or not. Under the arena, Chung-hee stepped forward and praised. You did well in this match, especially that final move. It was really cool. Kwang So-nien politely replied, I was just lucky the opponents were too weak. Kwang So-nien suddenly teased, if I faced you, Chung-hee, I would also have to surrender. Chung-hee awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I was joking. How could I hurt you? Suddenly, someone ran over and called out, Chung-hee, please wait a moment. Chung-hee looked confused and turned around to ask, what do you want with me again? Chu Hyuk caught her breath and introduced herself. I am Chu Hyuk from Thienlan, Chujia. I came to find you because you awakened the Hanbing bloodline. With such a high purity of the Hanbing bloodline, you must be one of us from the Chu family. Chung-hee asked in confusion. The Hanbing bloodline? In Tianlan Chu family, Kwang So-nian quietly explained from beside. Brother Chu-ngi, I know the Chu family and my Kwang family are both considered ancient clans that have stood tall in Tianlan province for hundreds of years and have a long history, so their strength should not be underestimated. But I heard that in recent years fewer and fewer members of the Chu family have awakened the Hanbang bloodline. Since the Chu family is now very eager for those who awaken the Hanbing bloodline, Chun-hee might be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Kwang So-nian's words made Chu Hyo-buk feel embarrassed and say this could indeed be possible, but Chung-hee calmly refused. It's not necessary, I don't need these. But since you claim I am from the Chu family, do you have any proof to support that? Hearing his question, Chu Hyo-buk took out the appraisal stone and said, My father is also here and brought the bloodline appraisal stone. If you are one of us from the Chu family, the stone can resonate with you. Chung-ai reached out and touched the appraisal stone, saying, All right, let me try. As soon as he touched it, the stone emitted a powerful surge of energy. Chung-hee, your purity level of the Hanbing bloodline exceeds 90%, Chu Hyo-buk exclaimed in shock. But Chung-hee calmly smiled and said, I truly feel a close connection to her bloodline, and I never expected that participating in this exchange match would lead me to discover the origin of the Hanbing bloodline within myself. After the bloodline was examined, Chu Hyo-buk asked, Chung-hee, my classmate, my brother wants to meet you, is that okay? Chung-hee readily agreed. Okay. Chung-hee turned to Kwang So-nian and said, So Xiao-nian, you go back first. I have to go with her. All right, but you don't need to feel pressured, Chung-hee. The Chu family only thrives in Tianlan. It's still no match for our Kwang family. Chu Xiaobai immediately retorted, Our Chu family is actually quite formidable, and then led Chung-hee to meet Chu Hang. As he entered the room, Chu Hyo-buk paused and said, Chung-hee, your father and sister are waiting for you inside. At this moment, Chung-hee couldn't help but think to himself. At first, Xiao Yun was seriously ill, and during the hardest times, the Chu family never helped. Now that I've awakened my bloodline, they come knocking on my door. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Suddenly, the door to the room opened again. Chu Hang stepped in and said, At last, you two have arrived. Chu Hyo-buk then called out, Ah! Chu Hang stepped forward and introduced himself to Chung-hee, saying, Hello, Chu little friend. I am Chu Hang. Hello, I am Chung-hee. Chu Hang smiled and said, I've heard of your reputation for a long time, and now that I meet you, it's truly extraordinary. When his necklace lit up, Chu Hang excitedly said, You are also of the high-purity ice bloodline. Realizing his tone was a bit too enthusiastic, Chu Hang quickly and seriously said, Your father and I share the same ancestor, and Chu Hyo-buk is also your distant cousin. Unfortunately, your father passed away earlier. Chu Ning-gi calmly said, This is all in the past. Chu Hang excitedly said, To get to the main point, Chu Ning-gi, you just need to agree to return to the main bloodline and switch your hidden profession to the ice-cold system, and our Chu family will provide all the strength and resources of the clan to help you quickly reach the third transmission. Hearing that, Chun-hee asked, The hidden profession, but I have already specialized as a holy knight. Can I still change my profession back? Suddenly, Chu Hang excitedly said, You don't need to worry about that. We've already prepared this top-quality profession-changing tool. Moreover, with your pure bloodline of ice-cold, you can truly unleash the power of the ice-cold concealment profession. Chung-hee suddenly began to seriously consider it. As the strongest support profession within his body, the system had long been tightly linked to the Holy Knight profession, and only under the guidance of the Holy Light could he surpass ordinary people and grow to his current level. For someone like me now, the so-called hidden profession of the Chu family is basically not worth mentioning. After careful consideration, Chung-hee asked in a low voice, So you're saying that if I don't change my profession, I won't be able to receive training from the Chu family? Chung-hee shook his head in refusal after hearing this, saying, I appreciate the offer of abundant resources, but I still choose to decline. Hearing the refusal, Chu Hang panicked and quickly offered many other options. After respecializing, all your skills will be reset, skill points refunded, and your mental attributes won't decrease. Moreover, after you join the Chu family's main lineage, within less than 6 years we can definitely help you reach level 50 for the triple class change. Chung-hee firmly said, I am not interested in the conditions you mentioned. I can get a lot of resources from school, so I don't need to worry about leveling up, and I prefer my current Holy Knight profession. Chu Hang tiredly asked, The Holy Knight is just for support, and the secret profession of the Chu family is definitely a top position. Chung-hee, what do you have to be so angry about? I just said it's only support. Your words have touched my pride. I angrily said, In your eyes, the Holy Knight is just a support role, which only shows how shallow you are. Coincidentally, our match at Qingjing University is tomorrow, and I will prove to you what a true holy knight really is." Chungi decisively turned and left. Before leaving, he waved goodbye. "Hyobak, I bid you farewell. We will meet tomorrow on the competition stage." Chu Hyobut quickly stopped him, saying, "Brother Chungi, wait a moment." After seeing him leave, Chu Hyobak turned to question Chu Hang. "Dad, why didn't you keep him a little longer? Let him go. He still doesn't realize the limits of the Holy Knight.
After he broadens his horizons tomorrow with the strength of Qingjing University, it won't be too late for you to find him."
Wait for Chu Dongni to raise her hand from behind the chair and say, "Wait a moment, I have a different opinion." Chu Dongni lifts her head and says, "Dad, isn't everyone being too lenient with Chu Ni? To persuade him to join the Chu family's main bloodline, do we really need to go to such lengths?" Chu Xiaobai shyly replied, "This is all because Chu Hong was powerless to say it himself. So I had to speak for him. I will explain seriously. Our Chu family ancestor was the first to awaken the Han Bang bloodline in Lam Tin. Under the guidance of the ancestor, the Chu family rose to prominence, and their descendants continued to awaken the Han Bang bloodline, even producing a few third-stage experts, all because of the arrival of the Dark Age that changed everything." Chu Hang recounted that during the Dark Age, a large number of demonic creatures from other worlds invaded, and the ancestor of the Chu family immediately led the strong within the clan to confront them. But the ancestor disappeared during a deep expedition into the demon world. Without the elder protecting them, all the third-tier elders and the powerful beings from the alien realm were buried together. Although 5 third-tier elders were resurrected through magic, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the demon lord from the alien realm. Since then, the rate of awakening the Han Bing bloodline in our Chu family has dropped significantly, even below 1% of the original. This eternal curse is extremely powerful, and simply prolonging the bloodline cannot remove or purify it. In the absence of a successor like that in the future, the Chu family may look strong, but is actually very weak. He smiled and explained. Therefore, if Chung He, with such a high-purity ice bloodline, returns to the main lineage of our Chu family, we will nurture him with the strength of the entire clan. Chungi's future strength might even match that of the elder. He seriously said that Chung He is currently winning streaks in individual matches, and this is the time for confidence. Once he faces the team from Thankin University, he will realize that our Chu family is the key to making him stronger. Chu Dongni wondered, so what if Chu Ni wins then? Chu Hong hesitated and replied. Xiaobai immediately stepped forward to pat her head, scolding, "Why are you starting to favor Chu Ni? Tomorrow is also your match." Chu Dongni cried out, "Hoo, I was just saying what if." The next day, on the arena, the audience eagerly waited, making the scene of this match truly exhausting. "Bro, you're also here because of the big match between Tuhang University and Thankin, right? Of course, this is a top-team battle between the universities. I didn't expect that just after the 3rd round we would already reach such an exciting final." Everyone was joking and chatting happily, not knowing they would face Tsinghua University. Can Chu Ngai continue his winning streak or not? This time, with Tsinghua University playing at home, I feel uneasy. Chu Dongni sat behind, worried, thinking that the team's chances of winning were actually higher. But Chung He, does he really have to win? At that moment, the system announced, "Now please welcome the representatives of Tsinghua University and Tohang University to the stage." As the two teams step up, the audience erupts in cheers. Tsinghua University, Beijing University, Tsinghua University. As soon as they stepped onto the arena, Chung Yi immediately used the Mystic Light Battle Banner skill. An enormous spear appears and strikes down hard on the arena floor. The audience is immediately stunned by this weapon. Qian Trui, team leader Chung Yi from Tohang University, turns out he knows how to wield weapons. After all, being a holy knight isn't surprising, but Chung Hei's entire aura seems to have changed. Yes, even from hundreds of meters away, just seeing his figure makes me feel a bit uneasy. Today, Chu Dengi's performance feels not just several times stronger than before, Chu Dongni said with wide eyes. Chu Hang asked suspiciously, could it be that his previous strength wasn't his full potential? Now warrior level 22, La Suyin suddenly asked, what does it mean that Chung Yi is standing so close to the front? Could it be that he still wants to take on the role of the one who emits? Xia Xiao Archer level 19 replied, and based on Chunhua's performance in yesterday's individual match, the emitting position was also quite normal. Xu Xiaobai the scout at level 18 speaks up to remind everyone, and Chu Ni's level is the highest among our current team members. Lu Zhou, the level 20 mage, dismissively says, it's just a holy knight with some offensive ability. What's the use of a higher level? As a captain-level figure, Wang Hian scoffed disdainfully and said, with just that little strength, it's truly not enough. Lai Yuyan solemnly responded, Last year, we were only pushed down by Tahang University in the team battle, ultimately losing our first place. He coldly thrust his sword straight into the arena floor. Lai Yuyan sternly instructed, "This year, our opponent is still Tahang University, so we must regain 100% focus. Later, give it your all, even if it means injuring or crippling them. I don't care." They replied in unison, "No problem." Outside, the dean approached with a gentle smile to chat with Ngo Meng. Old Ngo, Chunyaki alone has to support an attack at the same time. Can he handle it on the field? Just don't pick at the small details and ignore the big picture then. Ngo Meng replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. You don't need to worry about that. Everything in the match depends on strength, and I am confident in him. Ngo Meng's confident attitude makes the dean secretly worried. Usually, first-year freshmen have limited skill points, and taking on multiple roles means one must be weaker in some areas. Could it be that Old No still has a secret move he hasn't revealed? On the arena, Chungyi Ngimngi told everyone to wait until the match starts. Then it would be like training at school, with him launching the attack first and everyone behind adapting as needed. Wang Tiatang said excitedly, "Ha ha ha ha, Ngi is going all out. Now we can finally fish in troubled waters." Even if the opponent is Tsinghua University, we can handle it easily. Wait for Chungyi to come back and remind everyone to be careful, since the opponent is last year's second place. If anyone gets injured later, remember to come close to me, and I will cast healing spells for everyone. Everyone responded in unison, "Got it." At that moment, the system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. As soon as it starts, Chungyi announced, "I will go ahead." As soon as he launched forward, countless skills appeared. Divine Blessing, Protective Blessing, Blessing of Self, Blessing of Courage. On the big screen, the system comments, and Chun Hee from Tahang University faces Thankin University without any hesitation. He chose to directly charge at his opponent, and the entire audience erupted in excitement. Since both sides are evenly matched, shouldn't they have started with some ranged attacks to scout the enemy? Clearly, this shows Chun Hee's extreme confidence in his own strength. He can run fast and quickly cast spells. This skill must be mastered thoroughly. Seeing this, Lai Yuan became excited and sneered, "Huh? Rushing to your death so recklessly?" "Coincidentally, we are about to launch our strongest long-range attack for you." Facing this arrow, Chun-Yi showed no sign of flinching as the arrow sped rapidly toward him. Ha-Lan excitedly said, "My A-rank poison arrow skill can lock everyone in place, preventing them from dodging or changing position without teammates blocking the way. Chun-Yi, let's see how you plan to block these arrows." As the arrows are about to hit, Chun-Yi said angrily, "This is getting a bit troublesome." He casually crushed the arrow with his bare hand, and his skill left Ha-Lan in constant amazement. "What? You can't even crush my level A anger-inducing arrow, which has been enhanced to level 8. Liu Yin beside him let out a cold snort and said, "The Holy Knight at the point of release is also the one who gains the defensive value, but it should end here. After Lo Chao's skill finishes charging, I'll see how you block it." At this moment, a surge of power appeared on Luo Zhou's staff. He immediately unleashed that power and said, "Chun-Yi, are you ready? My strongest attack." A fiery phoenix appears, the ultimate fire phoenix, and it launches a fireball at Chun-Yi. The fireball immediately shot out a huge flame, the blazing phoenix earthfire. Chun-Yi quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Still not stopping, Lu Zhou continues to unleash the fiery phoenix fury attack. When he sees the phoenix approaching, Chun-Yi stands calmly and asks, "Is that all you've got?" Lo Chao angrily shouted, "I still haven't let him escape. It seems Chun-Yi will have to deal with me." Up in the stands, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. This Cinderfire Phoenix is indeed an A+ level skill. With such a powerful skill, the apartment can't possibly withstand it. I wonder how Chun-Yi will respond. Sending Chun-Yi out alone was indeed too arrogant. Chungok smiled faintly and said, "I think Chun-Yi should choose to run now, using his speed advantage and the chance to return to the team behind for defense." Tamai heard this and burst out laughing, running away. Chungok angrily shouted, "What are you laughing at, Tamai?" Tami calmly replied, "Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh when I heard you think Chun-Yi can escape just because of an A+ skill. So what? I hope you truly have this ability." Inside the stands, Chun-Yi stepping forward caused everyone to be stunned. Chungok looked confused and asked what was happening. Suddenly, a huge surge of power appeared around Chun-Yi. At this moment, Chun-Yi's state is the Holy Flame Radiant Circle Level A. The Radiant Circle condenses divine fire, granting him the ability to manipulate the fire element, enhance his light system, and increase nearby allies' damage from fire skills by 20% for a duration. Chun-Yi confidently commands,
Holy flame radiant circle, retract everything for me. Lo Chaobang Huang shouted, "This can't be happening. Phoenix has been pulled back by Chun Yi. Tell the little firebird to come here and transform into my power."
Immediately, the phoenix was completely subdued by him. Tong Halan, watching from behind, arrogantly said, "It seems that Thankin University simply doesn't understand the true worth of our captain, the Holy Knight. Even Shenlin Feng's fiery dragon bloodline couldn't hurt Chung Yi, let alone this fire element skill." Fuang Huang was already in Chung Yi's grasp, and he smiled, saying, "Sorry to disappoint you all. I possess the Holy Radiant Wheel skill and can also manipulate the fire element." Everyone in the stands was wide-eyed. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "The divine! I think I can already sense the breath of the divine light. That's terrifying." Chun He was able to obtain such a powerful divine gift skill. He truly deserves to be called the Engi god. Chungak was just as surprised and asked angrily, "A divine gift skill that can be obtained so easily? Even the Holy Diem Guanglun, which requires a third job change, can't be acquired that easily. What does Chung Yi rely on to get it?" Tami smiled and replied, "Maybe Chung Yi is quite lucky. After all, even geniuses having a stroke of luck is quite normal."
Chungak retorted, "Don't get too confident. We still have many trump cards left to play." Tumai shrugged and said, "I hope you really do have that ability."
Tami's indifferent attitude made Chungak furious, while at this moment, Chu Dongyi looked up at Chung Yi with admiration. She asked,
"Dad, what is a divine gift skill? Why does it seem like everyone is so excited?"
Chu Heng replied, "Because the divine gift skill is the most unique skill. It cannot be learned from any skill books or passed down through any inheritance methods. Only those with divine blessings granted by the gods can obtain this divine gift skill. It is clear that Chun Yi's holy light halo was personally bestowed by the god of light." Chu Heng began to recall the past and explained that the Chu family possessed the Hanbang bloodline, and naturally had many followers of the goddess Hanbang, but after the bloodline was cursed, the blessings of the goddess Hanbang also disappeared. He helplessly lowered his head and said, "Therefore, the profession holders blessed by the divine are all endowed with unpredictable potential. The conditions we set might indeed be very insignificant to Chun Yi." Chu Dongni softly turned and said, "So it seems our trip was in vain this time." But Chu Hong firmly replied, "No, there is still a chance. After the match ends, Dad will go to negotiate with Chung Yi. Maybe he is the hope for the Chu family to revive, and Father will never give up easily." At this moment, Luo Zhou looked at Chung Yi with amazement in his heart.
"How can this be? My blazing phoenix is gone?"
Seeing Lo Chao's dazed expression, Lai Yuyan gently pats his shoulder to comfort him.
"Although I don't fully understand how Chung He did it, I am certain that fire magic is completely ineffective against him. Lo Chao, don't be discouraged. Try using a different elemental skill to attack." He immediately rallied his spirits and responded clearly.
Li Yuyan raised his sword and ordered Halan to continue using long-range magic to stop Chung Yi from advancing, absolutely preventing him from breaking through easily in front of everyone.
Halan responded while firing a series of arrows, "No problem." Lo Chao also eagerly launched another attack.
He suddenly grinned cunningly and said, "Chung He, don't get too confident. We have a way to deal with you." Immediately, a wall of stone appeared, blocking Chung He's line of sight.
Luo Zhou shouted, "The rocky fortress." Meanwhile, Halan's arrows flew in to attack from the side, swept by the wind arrow storm. "You think that's enough to stop me from moving forward? That's a good thought, but you're still too naive."
Shunai stands still and raises his hand to attack with the holy light shield, which instantly appears and deflects all incoming arrows. Chu Xiaobai was stunned upon seeing the skill and said, "That is an A-level C-class holy light shield, and judging by the level, it's not low. Even Halan has to praise it." Chun Yi's defense is indeed very well done, but in the end, it still prevented him from making a quick breakthrough.
Hearing that, Chung Yi nodded and replied, "So it really does disrupt my battle rhythm a bit. It seems I need to use a ranged skill to break their formation." Suddenly, Lai Yuyan realized something was wrong and shouted, "Get back quickly!"
But just then, Chung Yi created a massive fire tornado that swept everything around it.
The holy flame storm raged, and Lai Yuyan jumped back, saying, "Get out of the way, all of you. Wherever the tornado goes, it will destroy everything. Its destructive power is immense." Halan quickly dodged, secretly frightened with the level of Saint Flamestorm. If she were unlucky enough to get caught in it, she would be eliminated immediately. Suddenly, Li Yuyan asked, "Where did Lo Chao go?"
Could he still be inside there? In that case, Lo Chao is desperately holding on, angrily shouting, "Why the hell, is he really a holy knight?" The elemental skill he unleashed is even more terrifying than my own wizard's magic. Seeing that Lo Chao is still holding on, Chun Yi smirked and said, "Don't worry, the fire isn't hot enough yet, but don't rush." Anyway, I am the extreme fire phoenix who has fully absorbed you. The flames grew stronger and stronger, and Lo Chao's shield was completely shattered. Chungi coldly shouted, "Burn it all!" Inside the whirlwind, Lo Chao kept crying out in despair. His staff also fell and shattered. After the storm, Lo Chao's body was burned black. He groaned in pain as he lay down. "Save me. Save me." Chungai fought more fiercely and said regretfully, "Well, I couldn't finish you in one go, but next time you won't be so lucky." That arrogant look of yours makes Liu Yan furious. He shouted loudly, "Hurry and treat Lo Chao quickly, Hyubak." "Chungi, let me handle this." Chu Hyubak replied clearly. Chungai raised the hammer in his hand and said, perfectly timed. A beam of yellow light shot straight at Li Yuan. Guang Ru slash. But Lai Yuyan just stood there and contemptuously said, watch me block it directly. As the attack approached, Lai Yuyan quickly activated his shield. This is the captain's shield. Guang Ru Tram hit the shield and caused a huge explosion. After this attack, Lai Yuyan was also exhausted and gasping for breath, secretly admiring how truly formidable Chunhi's strength is. No wonder Lai Ham Thien Fu is so tough that even his punches can't be blocked. Suddenly, Lai Yuyan's eyes blaze with fire as he roars wildly, "I'm not just here to play nice." He quickly counterattacked with a furious slash, but Chunhi calmly shattered the attack with his hammer. He sneered and said, showing off that quickly. Seeing his attack destroyed in an instant, Li Yuan stammered, "How is that possible?" What gives him the right to block it directly? Usually my attack could even handle a level 20 king-level monster. Li Yuan refused to accept it and continued to charge forward with his sword. "I don't believe it." Chungi once again. Just as Lai Yuyan was about to strike down with a slash, Chungi quickly drew the Than Tree to counter. Then let's fight until you submit." Their attacks clash repeatedly, unleashing immense power. Li Yuyan's strength makes Chungi feel incredibly exhilarated. He excitedly says, "Indeed, no wonder you're the captain of Thankin University. You're the first person of your age to be able to face me head-on." Li Yuyan struggled to block the attack and grew annoyed, thinking, "Damn it, Chungi's elemental power is even higher than mine. If this keeps up, I won't be able to hold out much longer." The very next second, Chungi knocked Li Yuyan's sword away. He angrily shouted, even losing his own weapon, "You're already out of energy that quickly?" Chungi rushed to Li Yuyan's side and shouted, "Get back!" Lai Yuyan was stunned and couldn't react in time. In a moment of danger, a shield appears to protect Li Yuyan from a deadly attack. The blocked strike leaves Chungi feeling quite displeased. All their attacks were blocked. At the same time, a giant robot suddenly appeared above Chungi. He quickly turned back and activated his shield. Holy light protection, but that scorpion's horn has damaged the shield. In just a moment, Chungi's shield was shattered. He angrily charged to attack. "Break it for me." After attacking, Chungi quickly lands on the ground. He quietly assesses that this robot's hidden attack power is really strong. The level 9 Holy Light Guardian was broken with just one hit from it. Li Yuyan panted as she stood up, quickly thanking Wang Hian, who had just come to her aid. "Xiao Hian, thank you for saving me." Wang Hian replied calmly, "It's the right thing to do. If I hadn't stepped forward, we might have lost." "Chungi, leave it to me now. You go deal with the others." Wang Hian slowly revealed his skills and said, "I originally thought that to deal with the fake alliance of the University of Mount, he was preparing to hide his strength. I didn't expect Chungi alone could push our entire team to such a miserable state." Wang Hian continued to create another robot this time, a GX 100 level 21 silver talent, robotic monster B. Then another series of robots, light armor missile robots level 21 with white silver talent, and BT 200 cavalry robots level 22 with white silver talent. Seeing a pile of robots in front of him, Chungi was stunned and thought to himself, Wang Hian is only level 19, but these robots are all level 21-22. Go Mang on the stands glanced at Director Trin and smiled, saying, "Director Trin, it seems your Tsinghua University also has a hidden ace." Director Trin replied confidently, "Of course." He proudly looked at Wang Xian and said Wang Xian possesses the S+ mechanical talent, capable of creating robots above his own level. Ngo Mang said with interest, S+ talent. So, that's how it is. The outcome of this team match depends on both of them. On the arena, Chunhei suddenly smiled and said, "So this is the biological swarm tactic of the mechanic?" His eyes blazing with excitement, Chunhei eagerly declared, "Let me see how powerful this biological swarm tactic of yours really is." Wang Hian angrily ordered the robots to advance and shouted, You dare to directly charge into my mechanical army to die." The robots immediately fired a barrage of bullets. The powerful bullets quickly fly toward Chun-Yi, followed by the fierce ascent of the robot bee. Finally, the tanks from afar open fire continuously. Chun-Yi quickly raises his shield to block. Gemini's conflict of mind. Chun-Yi coldly watches the relentless incoming bullets, then suddenly commands, "Go!" The shield immediately moves forward to deflect all the bullets and the robots. Then, Chun-Yi quickly activates the Holy Cross skill. A giant cross appears surrounding his body. The robots start to short-circuit and explode in an instant. Seeing his robots blow up, Wang Hian angrily scolds, "Damn it, my robots are made with fireproof materials, yet they can't even withstand this." Wang Hian suddenly pulled out a keyboard and said, "I also have these level of robots," then pressed a key, and a series of robots were created again. Wang Hian angrily said, "I don't believe your mental power isn't exhausted. Charge at them for me." At the same time, among Chun-Yi's teammates, Wang Tiet-Tam was casually destroying robots and laughing as he said, "Ha ha!" Wang Hian definitely couldn't have guessed that Brother Yi is skilled at handling this kind of situation. Just in time, the ultimate move, the Divine Storm, appears. Wang Hian saw it and quickly ordered to retreat. It's that devastating skill again. But they were one step too late, and the Divine Windstorm had already been activated, destroying all the robots on the arena. At the same time, Wang Hian's screen kept flashing red alerts, and Machine 74 lost its connection. Wang Hian clenched his teeth in anger, losing a third right at the start. Damn it! Suddenly, he took a deep breath and whispered to himself, "Looks like the human seed tactic doesn't work on him. There's no choice but to use the final trump card." Wang Hian quickly summoned a giant machine. "Go outside." HX, the master of tactics, a machine with a full set of teeth appears, like a shark, preparing to unleash a massive burst of power. At the same time, the hooks around HX's body moved upward. Wang Hian shouted wildly, "Fake fish! Merge!" Immediately, HX created a small hole to merge Wang Hian inside, while its body grew larger and began to touch the protective shield of the arena. As soon as it touched the shield, the system immediately issued a warning, indicating the area was restricted, and urgently upgraded the defensive stance. Seeing this giant robot, everyone watching felt extremely alarmed. Keeping it like that is really too exaggerated. The first appearance of a processing-level mechanical creature in universities and colleges across the country. Finally, a new monster appeared. HX, a level 23 talent with the ability to handle machinery. At that moment, a girl was watching the arena and kept marveling at how all the freshmen this year were prodigies. Seeing Wang Hian reveal his secret weapon on the stage, Liu Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, the fake talent user of An Hien has appeared." Li Uyan looked at Kwang Sonyen and said, "You guys are definitely going to lose this time." But Kwang Sonyen ignored his words and continued to attack, angrily slashing at Li Uyan and saying, "Hu Chun-Yi won't lose." "Is that all you've got? Why bother doing that?" Chung-Yi, over by Wang Hian and HX Ma, shouted loudly, "Let me show you the power of a master strategist's firepower." The fired projectiles flew towards him, but Chung-Yi remained unmoved, silently calculating that with the firepower covering him, a frontal attack was impossible, so he began to throw stones into the air. He skillfully dodged back and forth to avoid the fireballs. Chung-Yi looked at the fireballs behind him and muttered, "Maybe there's something new," but he didn't know that a fireball was also rushing toward him from the front. Fortunately, Chung-Yi dodged out of the way, and as soon as he passed, that projectile immediately exploded. Chung-Yi looked at its destructive power and couldn't help but feel lucky, while Wang Hian inside was laughing maniacally, "Run away, run away." Wang Hian keeps attacking and asks, "This time you have no way to run anymore, right?" In the face of danger, Chung-Yi has no choice but to use his hammer to smash all the incoming explosive rounds. At the same time, HX suddenly reached back and drew a sword, coldly slashing it down, cutting straight into the ground. With a single slash of his sword, the land split in two, while Wang Hian inside the illusion kept mocking him. "Chung-Yi, do you only know how to run away? You keep swinging your sword and then say, 'Is Tohang University all just a bunch of cowards running away?'" "All right, let's have a direct fight." Watching Chung-Yi's provoked look, Wang Xian secretly cursed. If a little push makes him lose his temper, what a foolish act. You quickly flip the switch down, unable to help but look down on him. Such resolve could only make the captain of Tohang University. It seems Tohang University is headed for trouble. The fake warrior continued to strike down, but this time Chung-Yi didn't dodge but used his hammer to fight back, knocking the fake warrior's sword away. Then Chung-Yi immediately struck with the divine palm, and a powerful beam of light appeared above.
It seemed as if the light was absorbing everything around, and the fake martial artist also started to get electrocuted. The match monitoring system also angrily scolded, "What's going on?" The energy of the protective barrier suddenly got absorbed. Suddenly, an external system on the stands announced an emergency project, and the systems below quickly took off. Those systems quickly moved inside the barrier. Each match is monitored by a powerful light magic stone that can be used to restore the protective shield of the match. On Li Uyen and Kwang So-nien's side, the beam of light caught Kwang So-nien's attention. Seeing Li Uyen rushing over, Kwang So-nien quickly stepped back to dodge. Kwang So-nien looked towards Lin Hai Road and shouted, "Retreat!" Over at Halan, arrows were flying out rapidly. Tang Halan and Wang Titang quickly stepped back. As soon as Kwang So-nien's words were spoken, they exchanged a brief glance, and both retreated simultaneously. Over here, Li Uyen also sensed something was wrong. He shouted, "Don't pursue anymore!" But Lu Zhou angrily asked, "Why aren't they chasing after them if they're scared?" The students from Qingjing University quickly gathered together. Li Uyen looked at the source of that energy and said, "Something's wrong. This power is not right." At that moment, a giant hand silhouette appeared from within the light. The entire audience screamed in fear. "What is this?" Vuong Hin, sitting inside, also saw your extreme fear, a divine-level skill. With such a terrifying breath, it can only be a S-rank skill. Vuong Hien's face started to change drastically. Even though he's only one level above an A+ skill user, the gap between them is like heaven and earth. But then he started to feel excited. Vuong Hien said enthusiastically, "No, how can I be afraid without fighting?" "It's just a god-level skill. I don't believe you can still defeat me." Vuong Hien seemed to merge with the fake skill user, wildly launching attack after attack. The fake technique, a limited style, the serrated edges on the sword start working at full capacity. Vuong Hien frantically unleashes a series of slashes, his face beginning to lose control. Vuong Hien immediately launches a continuous assault. A series of slashes that headed straight for that hand. He thought he had successfully defeated it, but a beam of light appeared to dispel that joy, forcefully pressing down on the fake martial arts manual. A massive surge of energy created an incredibly powerful destructive force. Everyone in the stands was filled with fear. Everyone was terrified by the explosion and shouted out loud. At that moment, fragments of the robot flew onto Chun-Yi on the arena. Chun-Yi coldly judged it. After the recent attack, the fake treasure card was shattered, and Vuong Hien had also been defeated. Halan stammered. "We," she uttered the two words with a heavy heart. "It's over." At this moment, Vuong Hien, suffering from his wounds, raises his hand and calls out, "Chun-Yi." His trembling voice kept rising. Chung-Hai, but the only response he received was his cold back. The entire audience suddenly erupted in cheers. Damn, his divine power is so strong and terrifying, like a nuclear explosion. The entire audience is shouting his name in unison. Chung-Yi, 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 Chung-Yi. He happily walks away amid the cheers. Chung-Yi, Chung-Yi, the dean muttered, absent-mindedly. Our divine skill of the godly hand of Tsinghua University isn't ashamed to lose. He's deeply hurt inside. Initially thinking that with Wang Xian, the champion of this class, it would be an easy win for Thankin University. After watching the match, Director Trin was sweating nonstop. Unexpectedly, a freak like Chun-Yi appeared. Melee, support, magic. Any category, he was incredibly powerful, even omnipotent. Director Trin turned to leave, and before he did, he told Ngomang that your Tohang University has a very talented seedling. I have been teaching for over 30 years. Chun-Yi is the brightest star. He regretfully continued, I have seen many geniuses. Ngomang chuckled in response. On the stands, everyone cheerfully called out Tohang University and Chung-Hee. Tohang University, Chung-Hee, Tohang University. The cheers kept ringing out non-stop. Chung-Hee. Kwang So-nian watched the scene and couldn't help but feel stunned. This was just too crazy. Vuong Thi-tam cheerfully said as he walked, It's too easy, Tsinghua University is just like that. Fang Halan doubted, Without Chun-Hee, relying only on Vuong Hien won't be enough for us to handle this. Duong Lin-Hee nodded in agreement. That's right, a level 23 combat robot, without classmate Chun-Yi, we would definitely lose. Vuong Thiet-tam cheerfully said, Everyone has said that without Ngi, now we do have Ngi after all. Next year, in half a year, the sports field will be expanded, and this year's freshman exchange match will attract 200,000 spectators. With the live broadcast and the rising popularity of the event after this battle, Chun-Hee's name will be renowned throughout Zhongxia country. Chun-Hai softly scolded affectionately. The girl is becoming more and more impolite. In a certain room, a woman is watching the live match, and she begins to comment.
Chung-hee's strength is not bad.
She proudly said, "A genius like him is exactly the talent our Heavenly Victory Guild needs, just a bit low in level. Only after the second class upgrade can he be invited into the guild."
A man stepped forward and proposed, Thien Vu is the top guild in Trung Ha Quoc. Even support staff need to reach level 30 in the second transition.
But after this battle, Chung-hee's combat data will surely be sent to the higher-ups of the major guilds, so maybe we still have time to act 10 times later.
She immediately retorted, no way. Yang, with a pleased look in her eyes, looked at Chung-hee and said, even with the guildmaster here, there's no way to recruit him immediately now. I am confident that my little junior brother will eventually become a member of our Celestial Wind Guild. At the hospital, everyone in Wang Xian's ward was constantly worried. The doctors kept discussing, and the healing and stasis spells could not be stopped. Everyone must submit a report before their magic power is fully depleted. Everyone is trying to save Wang Xian. During this time, everyone was extremely busy. The second team of priests prepared well, replacing and treating the priests of the first team.
Damn it! Why is this holy light so violent, and now it's using the impossible-to-erase spell?
Chun-gi's attack was too heavy. At this moment, Lai Uyan suddenly spoke up. If it weren't for activating the magic barrier of the arena, Hienka's survival would be uncertain, and we definitely wouldn't escape unscathed. Everyone on the team bowed their heads in apology. Lai Uyan stepped forward and said, Dean, we're sorry.
We lost, and we are at fault for the large amount of resources the school provided.
The dean waved his hand and said, this time I won't blame you. Chun-hee is too strong. Our university's team competition can only finish in third place. Hearing that, everyone was surprised and asked,
Third place, Director. Although we lost to Hang University, we can still beat Mado University. Yes, Director, if we lose to Mado again, our school will be very embarrassed.
This is a great humiliation. Director Trin glanced at Vuong Hien and then said, Vuong Hien was seriously injured, and all 200 machines involved in the recent battle were completely damaged. Our Beijing University no longer has any team members capable of fighting against the fake alliance of Mado University.
Vuong Hien lay in the hospital bed, constantly nursing his grudge.
Chung-hee, you secretly feel dissatisfied. You're indeed very strong, but after the second transformation, my mechanized core truly unleashed the power that belongs to the S plus talent. Vuong Hien, furious, clenched the brake handle. At that moment, I and you will definitely have a decisive battle.
At the same time, in another room, Chu Hang sincerely bowed his head to admit his mistake to Chung-hee.
Chung-hee,
I'm sorry, I really was blinded. Holy Knights can serve as support roles and also possess extremely powerful transfer abilities.
Of course, after living so many years, I've only seen Chung-hee do this. Chung-hee, you truly are a genius among humans, 1 in 10,000. But Chung-hee calmly exposed the truth. Mr. Chu, enough with these lies, just say it straight. Chu Hang smiled and said, those with real strength are straightforward. He said frankly, I have reported to the clan that the clan leader and elders will promise at the same time that as long as you return to the clan, we will do our best to nurture you with all our strength. Chung-hee asked the clan leader and the elder hallmaster with a puzzled look. Seeing his confusion, Chu Hung explained, the Chu clan has a large number of members, and each year when resources are allocated, how many resources can each branch distribute? It's all based on your own ability. Within the vast Chu family intertwined with various interest groups, the biggest interest group being the Elder Council and the clan leader. Chu Hang suddenly pushed up his glasses and said seriously, under normal circumstances, the two sides would never cooperate, but regarding Chung-hee, they have achieved a common goal. It seems everything started from himself, which made Chung-hee a bit confused. On the contrary, it's not so bad. With the promise from the powerful Chu family, I don't need to worry. After returning to the main branch of the Chu family, there are some complications, but my teacher, Principal Wang Hui, and without the help of the Chu family, I can still quickly access resources to level up. Chung-hee carefully considered that his most important asset was this super powerful weapon, the system. After thinking it over, Chung-hee decided that he might have to disappoint him. I don't plan to switch careers again. Your answer left Chu Hong utterly devastated. Are you telling me that our Chu family really has no way to rise again? Seeing his gloomy expression, Chung-hee comforted him, saying, but I know someone with the Hanbang bloodline, and maybe in the future she will consider the hidden profession of your Chu family. Chu Hong sadly pressed his head against the wall and said, no, the 3 major hidden professions of the Chu family require not only possessing the ice bloodline, but also reaching a certain concentration. A normal Hanbang bloodline cannot be passed down. Chung-hee pointed at him and asked, my sister's Hanbang bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours, so that should be enough, right? When he said that, Chu Hong's eyes lit up brightly.
He happily took his hand and asked, "Your sister also awakened the ice-cold bloodline?"
Suddenly Chu Hang burst into a trembling laugh, his spirit beginning to revive. Chu Hang cheered loudly.
"This is great. I can finally see the Chu family rise again in my lifetime. Am I worthy of the Liet to Liet Tong now?"
God bless my Chu family, bless my Chu family. Oh, really? Is the bloodline concentration of Han Bing really 3 times higher than mine? Then it must be nearly 10 points. The 3 major professional factions hide the Han Bing system and choose freely, and his frantic appearance makes Chung Yi curse inwardly. He's gone crazy. We can't let him get too emotional. Chung Yi said calmly, "Let's not get too excited first. Is there a choice to follow the professional training route of the Chu family? We also need to consult her opinion." Chu Hang nodded in agreement. All right, whatever you say. When will we meet your sister?" Hearing this question, Chung Hee pondered silently. Joining the Chu family doesn't mean much to me.
First, I can't specialize. Second, the resources I can get are from the system and Master Wang Hui.
But for Chu Van, it's completely different. Although I can also provide cultivation resources for him, it can never compare to the full effort of a family clan. If Chu's mother, Chu family, doesn't help when in trouble, then it wouldn't be unreasonable for all the compensation to fall on Chu Van now. After careful consideration, Chun Yi decided to call Chu Van, feeling anxious inside. Before the match, I didn't know if Tu Koi was being mistreated or not when staying with her. As soon as I called, Chu Van quickly answered. As soon as the call connected, Chu Van holding Xiao Koi excitedly called out. Seeing this, Chun Yi quietly thought to himself, I knew it. She excitedly spun Xiao Kui around and then laughed, praising him. This battle was truly incredible, completely a victory. Our school has many female students who admire you and want to get in touch with you, Chu Van kept saying. I won't let them have her. My sister-in-law has to be strong, very strong, super strong in my heart. She must have broad shoulders, strong arms, firm skin, and muscular legs. Chu Van happily said she could lift a sword weighing hundreds of kilograms or sew and embroider clothes for him. Stop talking nonsense and just say what's on your mind. At this point, Chun Yi seriously recounts that a few people had approached him earlier claiming to be from the Chu family. He gently introduced that the main lineage of the Chu family secretly has 3 major professions: the cold ice shooter, the bone ice swordsman, and the pure ice mage. The shooter and swordsman are inherited professions. The ice purity mage is a mage profession, and based on your bloodline concentration of ice, you can choose any of the 3 types. Hearing this, Chu Yun paid even closer attention. He looked seriously at the 3 images in front of him and then decided to choose the mage profession. I will choose this profession. Ice attribute magic attack suits me well. Chu Nihai reminded me that once I accept Chu family's career plan, I need to go to Tianlan province, the Chu family's territory, for at least 3 to 4 years of study and training. You have to think it through carefully, Chu Van replied confidently. I've thought it through, Chu Van sighed in admiration. My brother shines so brightly, I definitely can't be left behind as his little sister. She thought to herself, if I can take resources from the Chu family, then I won't have to use my brother's resources and become a burden to him. After finishing the selection, Chu Nahi promised that once he finished everything here, he would go with you to Tianlan province, and then the 2 of you also finished your conversation. After chatting with Chu Van, Chu Ni continued to the new student arena. The system cheerfully welcomed everyone. Welcome to the 4th round of the Nationwide College and University Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, 8 top talents will be selected to advance to the 5th round of the singles competition. System announcement. I will now reveal the reward for the top 8 strongest solo competitors in the HVM Guild of the Fake Profession Alliance. The system presents a bottle of potion and a S-rank magic potion. Spectators are eager with anticipation. Wow, again, S-rank magic potions. No wonder the HVM Fake Guild is so generous. Even a 3rd-tier profession would crave them. Chunei turned to Kwang So-nyen and said, Last year's champion's reward was only S-rank magic potions. Because of the 3rd level, the Alliance needs to nurture more geniuses. Suddenly, the system announced that the Tier 4 contender could obtain S-rank resources, offering a new weapon and stating it would be a legendary-grade weapon crafted by the Master Smith of the Fake Profession Alliance, HVM. Even Chun Yi was surprised by this reward. A legendary-grade weapon is the highest level of weapon that humans can forge. The reward is so amazing that every player is eager to win. The champion must definitely claim it. After the prize was announced, the system notified all contestants to prepare for the match. Kwang Soni Nian went ahead and smiled, saying to Chung Yi, Brother Chung Yi, cheer for me. Chung Yi cheered her on. She can definitely do it. At this moment, Chung Yi's opponent stepped onto the arena, and the 2 of them faced each other officially. Fang Kung put on his armor and said, Chung Yi, I know you're very strong,
He swung his sword and shouted, "But I'm not inferior either."
He secretly felt happy inside. Ordinary professionals usually pursue balanced development of attributes, but I am different. Fang Kuang quietly whispered to himself that he only chose to increase his strength, so he was absolutely confident in it. At this moment, the system announced that the match had begun. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung-hee charged forward with Chui. Fang Kuang also began to rush in, sneering provocatively, "Do you dare to fight me head-on?" That guy quickly struck first with a brutal slash, and the two powers clashed. In just a moment, his sword showed signs of breaking. The very next second, Chung-hee's spear shattered the sword and continued to strike directly at Fang Kuang. He collapsed in pain, voice full of admiration, saying, "How is that possible? I only used your strength value. How could your power suppress me?" Chung-hee slung the spear over his shoulder and sneered, "Is that all you've got?" The entire arena immediately erupted in chaos, with even the slightest exertion of power being suppressed. How terrifying is Chung-hee's strength, really? His attribute value is too mysterious, seriously raising suspicion of hacking. The teammates below from Demon Lord University also couldn't accept it, and shouted, "How is that possible?" In a strength contest, Brother Kuang actually lost. Director Tu Shaitan said, with Fang Kuang's added equipment growth, his strength reached 370 points. To achieve the effect of this one-hit suppression, Chun-hee's strength attribute must be at least 450 points. He suddenly recalled the terrifying scene earlier and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied, especially since his intelligence attribute was extremely high and terrifying. Director Tu anxiously asked, "Nguhop, are you confident you can beat Chun-hee?" Wei Hyo thought for a few seconds and replied, 3 parts confident. At the same time on the arena, Fang Kuang struggled to get up, gritting his teeth. He said, "I haven't lost yet." Fang Kuang stands up suddenly and shouts, "Come on! A warrior only stands and dies. There's no devil enemy." Chung-hee, not willing to accept, responds, "I respect you as a true man." Fang Kuang immediately charged forward, attacking without mercy, while Chung-hee responded with his own strike, the truncheon trembling in remorse. The heavy mallet strikes directly at Fang Kuang's body. Fang Kuang screams in pain and is then flung far away. The people from Mado University immediately shouted below, "Declare the end of the match, we concede." The system quickly processed the information and announced, "Mado University concedes defeat. The winner of this match is Chung-hee." Chung-hee was immediately drowned out by cheers. "Chung-hee is the strongest. Chung-hee, I love you." After the nurses came to check on Fang Kuang, everyone sighed and said, "It's that difficult holy light again. Hurry up and start the treatment." No more words. He's Chun-hee's opponent. Then the 3 of them took Feng Qiang to be treated beside Chun-hee. After a day of the fight, the Tohang University group gathered in a room to discuss tactics. Ngo Mang said, "Very good. 2 students from our Tohang University have entered Ba Kuang." He praised Tong Holland, whose promotion was quite surprising. Although reaching the 4th tier isn't highly likely, she still needs to put in more effort. Tong Halan happily replied, "I understand," and then turned to Kwang So-nyin with a smile. "You might be able to advance to the 8th tier given your strength, but luck hasn't been on your side." Facing Ngui Hop, he's the top seed. Ngo Mang seriously told Bat Kwang that the last 2 spots would be chosen from the defeated, hoping he could seize the opportunity. He then softly said to Chun-hee, "I trust you. The task of winning the singles tournament is now yours. In tomorrow's team matches, there will be 2 duels involving us, both between ordinary colleges and universities." He looked at the people behind him and said, "So you replacements can go out and practice a bit." After making the decision, Ngo Mang immediately began instructing them on the strategy for tomorrow. Kwang So-nyen sat on a nearby chair, lost in thought. The quarterfinals match was called the Brutal Defeat. 70 contestants only selected 2 for the semifinal individual matches, and later, by advancing to the top 4 in the 6th round, they could obtain a rare S-level resource. Even with abundant resources and S-rank materials, they are not freely given. If I can obtain them, my strength will surely improve by a level. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Chung-hee, your strength has been revealed." Ngo Mang happily continued, "With your strength, you could wipe out an ordinary college team alone, but tomorrow's team match will be led by their training, so just protect them and try not to fight." Chung-hee nodded and said, "I understand." Suddenly, 2 girls entered. Seeing Chung-hee, they exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's the miracle Ng." This voice attracted many other girls who rushed over, eager to get close to him. "Student Chung-hee, Student Chung-hee." It really is Student Chung-hee. "Chung-hee, you're the real deal. Oh my God, you're so handsome." "He's still looking at me," Chung-hee asked nervously.
"Who is everyone?" They immediately replied, "I am your fan. Can you sign for me?"
He looked confused and asked again, "Sign my name?"
Immediately after, they pulled out numerous photos of Chungi and shouted, "I'm here too. I want one too."
Thank you, Ngishin, you're really super handsome.
Homophobia.
Ngithan, we will also always support you in the next match. Keep going. Oh my god, student Chungi is blushing. So adorable. Ngithan, you must take good care of yourself and definitely don't get hurt. Who? Seeing these pictures, Chungi's face darkened. Is this really me? Song Holland sat beside her and softly asked, Chungi is quite popular, isn't he? At this moment, a spirit appeared in Kwang So-nien's mind, asking if Chungi would be taken away by them, worried that if I don't keep up with Chungi's pace, I'll be left behind. Kwang So-nien secretly vows to herself that she must get those 2 tickets no matter what. She whispered, I will definitely get him Chungi. Seeing that she had been provoked, that soul was overjoyed. At the same time, Chungi suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around in confusion, wondering why he suddenly had the feeling of being watched intensely.
That night, the quarter-final individual match began, and the contestants were immediately transported into a wild forest.
Everyone wondered and asked, why a forest? Could it be that each year's arena is different? I remember last year it was a castle. A girl holding a scepter cautiously looks around and then speaks, saying that the initial design was randomly set up so that each year's battlefield would be different to make the simulation more realistic. That girl continued. Not only that, the monsters we face each year are also different. Kwang So-nien carefully stepped forward, quietly observing, the environment is really damp. Suddenly someone asked, so what should we do now? What should we do? Suddenly, the voice was cut off. The system appears and announces, Welcome to your training, this dungeon run. Wei Lin Maze. The system explains the rules. Every half hour, mysterious monsters will appear around the wild village. There are a total of 3 waves of monster attacks. The monster's mind only contains devouring. You need to try to kill the monsters before they devour you. The 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the 5th round of the individual competition. Before it starts, the system reminded everyone that this dungeon poses no life-threatening danger and does not have a rewind option. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and some cheerfully said, as long as we kill the monsters, it's still pretty simple. That's right, there's nothing to worry about. We've practiced entering the dungeon many times, so it should be fine. Kwang So-nien quietly observes everyone around her, the unpredictable appearance of the monster causing unease among them. The system announces that the first wave of monster attacks is about to begin. As she finished speaking, a cloud of purple smoke appeared. Kwang So-nien looked seriously in the direction where the smoke was coming from. But even though the smoke has dispersed, the monster is nowhere to be seen. Only the leaves continue to tremble endlessly. Kwang So-nien wondered quietly, still not appearing. Suddenly, the person behind him grabbed his neck and groaned. It itched so much. That person angrily shouted, How annoying! Why does it itch like this? Hearing this, Kwang So-nien was terrified beyond measure. A purple substance grew on the man's neck, causing him to scream non-stop. Itchy, so itchy. The more he scratched, the faster the substance spread. Itchiness, so intense. He frantically rushed toward Kwang So-nien and shouted for help. It itches so much, it itches so much, it itches so much. Help me, fellow student, help me. Then that student was officially defeated by the monster. The system notification that Lam Thu from Dantan University was devoured by the creature has been dismissed from the instance. Kwang So-nien secretly suspected. Unable to see the monsters appearing, which allowed them to hide their forms, soon more students were attacked, and everyone panicked and shouted non-stop. What exactly is happening to them? Not seeing the monsters, but witnessing so many classmates fall makes everyone panic. What is happening? Where did these monsters come from? Basically, you can't see the monsters. How are we supposed to fight them? Amid the chaos, only Kwang So-nien remained calm and thoughtful, knowing she must stay composed to find the problem first. The evil spirits must have a weakness. Kwang So-nien wondered to herself. Even in this unreal world, I still don't exist. How could so many people fall for the trap so easily? Are these creatures contagious, and what do they rely on to spread? As she was deep in thought, a small purple object suddenly lunged at her and clung to her arm. Seeing the purple thing sprouting up, Kwang So-nien sharply looked at it. It's a mold bacteria. Immediately, she created a flame to burn away the purple object. After destroying it, Kwang So-nien quickly realized the problem and said, So, that's how it is. Huang Sonayan transforms into a demon form and loudly announces to everyone that there are protective orbs in the sky that, once falling on a person, will grow rapidly, so she uses her fire ability to shield herself. The others immediately follow her instructions and ignite their fire skills. But there are students without fire skills who are forced to speak up for help. Damn it, I am a basic warrior with no fire skills. Fellow students, help me out. No, we are rivals, now is not the time to talk about friendship. After some time, students without fire system skills were quickly defeated by monsters. The system announced that the alien university of the Imperial City had been devoured by the creature and had exited the instance. Trio Hyukit from Lumion Academy has been devoured by the monster and has retreated from the dungeon. The Loban from Tandang Academy has been devoured by the monster and has retreated from the dungeon. At the same time, Kwang So-nyen quietly whispered, "Burning these spores doesn't count as killing it. We need to find the monster releasing the spores." Suddenly, mushrooms sprouted from the trees, bearing their fangs and releasing countless bacteria. Because of that, Kwang So-nyen quickly found the monster and rushed to tell everyone that on the tree. Just as Kwang So-nyen defeated a monster, the system announced that Kwang So-nyen from Tohong University had killed a monster +1. Other monsters kept emerging non-stop. Kwang So-nyen fearlessly flew forward to attack. Diem vu mi an hak viem. The system announced a series of notifications. Kwang So-nyen from Tohong University defeated a monster, earning 1 point. At the same time, the freshman arena team match also began. The system announced that both teams had taken their positions and started setting up the arena. The team battle between Tohong University and American University now begins. As soon as the words are spoken, both sides launch into fierce attacks. Seeing the other side rush forward, the remaining one didn't fall behind and also charged in. A red-haired guy immediately used his skill to strike. Diem unleashes a storm of fire tornadoes that rush straight at the enemy. Facing him, the cloaked figure counters with water attribute. Two techniques clash and the water sword cuts through the fire tornado. But at this moment, Damwei appears and claws out to cut off the water sword of the cloaked man. He dismissively said that your water sword had lost its hardness, and while Damwei was still celebrating, an arrow was coming from behind. Fortunately, Chungai quickly provided a shield for him. Chungai warned, "Damwei, don't let the adrenal gland line interfere with your judgment. Watch your back." Then Chungi turned to the blonde girl behind and said, "Zhang Ting, your responsibility is to provide protection for your teammates. You must clearly see the 6 paths. Hearing about the 8 directions, such a gap cannot happen again." Zhang Jing was reminded and became extremely frightened. She closed her eyes in panic and shouted, "Got it!" The red-haired girl on the opposing team glared angrily at them, yet they could still see us as training tools. The blue armor guy shouted angrily, "Are you guys really able to tolerate this?" The whole team responded with a determined voice, "No, he ordered us to charge." The blue armor guy shouted, "Charge for me." Both sides immediately charged at each other, but at the same moment, Chun-Yi's phone rang, causing everyone to stop. Kwang So-nyen happily boasted about her victory to Chun-Yi, successfully leveling up. Chun-Yi helplessly thought, "This girl." The cloaked man was furious when he saw Chun-Yi's contemptuous attitude towards his opponent and shouted loudly, "You play on your phone on the arena. Showing no respect at all, I will make you understand the consequences." But just a second later, he fell bravely to the ground. System notification. This college tournament was won by Tohang University. The news about the freshman match spread everywhere the next day. After the end of the 4th round of the individual promotion match, the 5th round will begin early the next morning. 4 matches will be held to select 4 of the 8 contestants for promotion. Monday afternoon is the 6th round of the tournament, where 2 players will be promoted. The 2 fighters are Chung-Yi and Ngui Hop. A news helicopter immediately starts filming this hot news. Today is the day of the singles championship final watched by many, and he pretends to be upset about Chung-Yi's background. He comes from Hanmon, with both parents dead, and has gradually become stronger through his own efforts in the most powerful Holy Knight University exam in history, astonishing everyone. Chung-Yi then changed his tone to talk about Ngui Hop. He is a genius from a prestigious family with a centuries-old inheritance, possessing top-tier talent and a special bloodline, a warrior Ngui Hop. This guy happily said, "Who will finally sit on the champion's throne in the one-on-one match. Let's look forward to it together. The streamer will live stream the entire battle for everyone. Remember to like and follow, okay?" After watching the encouragement video, everyone started to discuss excitedly. The battle between Ngi Shen and Wang Xian will be very exciting, and this team match against Wei He must be a showdown. Did you not watch Ngui Hop's match a few days ago? That battle was very fierce. I feel like this battle won't be that easy. Unfortunately, the goddess Kwang So-nyen faced Wei He in a 4-on-2, Otherwise, Tohang University competing for first or second place would have been more interesting. At this moment, the clear blue sky suddenly shattered by the sound of helicopter blades as everyone quickly moved aside to make way for the descending helicopter. As soon as the door opened and people inside the helicopter came into view, the crowd here buzzed with excitement. It's Tohang University! Tohang University just stepped out and received countless compliments from everyone around. Goddess Kwang is truly beautiful. Your divine appearance, Nahi Thun. I will always support you. Song Halan, don't be discouraged. You'll definitely succeed next time. Gishen wants to take a photo together and get an autograph. Wherever Chung-hee goes, the cheers follow. Chung-hee! Chung-hee! Someone just spotted another helicopter approaching and shouted loudly, Mado University is here too! The cheers immediately shifted to Mado University. Fake, 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 fake. Director. Two approached and greeted Ngo Mong. Good morning, Director Ngo. Today, the first and second place winners of the singles match will appear between your school and mine, the runner-up match. SSS for friendship and first place. Good morning, Director To. Ngo Mang replied happily, but inwardly he sneered. Do you really think Nui Hop can fight Chung Ai based on your strength? It's truly a pipe dream. At this moment, Wei He had already noticed Chung Yi from afar. Nui Hop silently resolved, Chung Yi, the final battle has finally arrived. I will definitely defeat you and take the championship. The battle finally began. Before entering the match, Chung Hee suddenly smiled eerily. The system announced, let's welcome the competitors from both sides, Chung Hee and Ngui Hop. Enter the arena, the match is about to begin. Please take your seats and observe in a civilized manner. The countdown clock on the stands shows 5 minutes, and the audience is cheering excitedly. Come on, make a big scene. Show your might. Show your divine power. Brother Wei, do not lose. Wei Hei, keep it up. Defeat the prestige of Tohang University. There are so many people who stepped on my foot. At the Chu family, Chu Hong is also watching this match with Old Master Chu. There are only 3 seconds left on the countdown. Old Master Chu asked loudly. Can Chu Ni win against this young master of the Nui family, who has been called the #1 genius since childhood and has received all the resources of the family to nurture him? Xu Hong replied seriously, maybe. After analyzing Chun Gi's exam, all his battle records and his rapid growth are truly remarkable. His strength far surpasses others his age and is top tier. Chu Hong looked at the screen and continued, Ngui Hop is an outstanding successor of the Nui family, worthy of the 2 words genius. But on Chun Gi, it seems like he can see the shadow of the ancestors. At this moment on the arena, the countdown had finished, and the system announcement began. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung-Yi had already used the blessing of the god. Brave Truckfook, Holy Light Cross, Holy Light Shield, Truckfook Weapon. Ngui Hop wielded his sword and charged straight at him. Wei He soared with an angry expression, launching an attack at Chung Ho's entire body, but a golden light emanated from him. The 2 forces collided, producing a deafening sound. Ngui Hop furrows his brows and stares intently at him. Chung-Yi's face is cold. Chung-Yi swung an attack at Ngui Hop, who then leapt away to dodge. Ngui Hop's sharp eyes and furrowed brows charged forward. Ngui Hop's eyes blaze red, his terrifying face roaring loudly as his whole body emits a red light. Ngui Hop's hand grips the sword tightly, shouting out the fire slash technique. Ngui Hop's entire body is in a fighting stance, slashing sharp sword strikes. Chunai calmly dodges. Chunai dodges attacks, thinking about the Berserk mode, a special skill of the Berserker warrior. Users of the Fordui attribute will all gain improvements to varying degrees. However, correspondingly, after 3 minutes of frenzy, his entire body will enter a weakened state. Apart from the accidental failure of the Berserk skill, he also unleashed the Fire Flame Sword technique. This skill is similar to a punch and can be used for combat, while also carrying the destructive power of fire magic, allowing Chung-Yi to dodge attacks. Wei He rushed quickly towards Chung-Yi, but an arrow was already ready in Chung-Yi's stance, proving he's truly the top of the new students at the Demon God University. Chung-Yi's eyes were sharp, and his face showed no fear as he dodged. Ngui Hop angrily shouted Loi Din Tram. The sword in his hand emitted a ring of red light like a lightning bolt of fire. An A-rank skill of a warrior class allows for extremely fast slashing attacks. The higher the skill level, the greater the strength attribute and the faster the slashes, potentially reaching lightning-fast speeds. Ngui Hop's eyes are bloodshot with anger as he recalls that he had already raised this skill to level 9 during countless training sessions. Without hesitation, Ngui Hop swings his powerful attack at Chung-Hee, who is holding a hammer to block the strike, and their weapons clash, creating a highly dramatic scene. Ngui Hop gritted his teeth in anger, thinking how powerful he was. With the boost from Thunderclap Slash, the kinetic energy generated is extremely terrifying. Even with a tough metal alloy, I am confident I can cut through it. Chungyi's face shows no trace of fear, but he is clearly losing in the contest with him, and can't afford to be stiff around him. Chungyi pushes forward, forcing Ngui Hop to be pushed back. The weapon in Chungyi's hand transforms into a beam of golden light. Level 9B class Holy Light Cross. Chungyi's both hands wield a massive golden sword of light. Wei Hu confidently smiled and said, "I was prepared for this move of yours long ago." Wei He knelt down with a terrifying face, shouted loudly in battle frenzy, and his whole body emitted a red light with an extremely powerful golden light. Director Tu watched the scene in front of him with horror as two sources of power collided,
creating a massive explosion with Wei Hop's demonic figure in the middle, his body seemingly covered by an extra layer of armor. Wei Hop stood up, his smile even more terrifying, hand resting on his large sword.
The system panel appears before Chungyi, revealing Ngui Hop's awakened talent. Battle Frenzy, Level S. Engaging in battle prolongs Ngui Hop's Four Senses attribute, and all injuries are reduced by 80%. But after the battle ends, these injuries will double and return to Ngui Hop. Wei He rushed quickly in front of Chungyi, thinking that he used such a fast move on purpose. It seems he wants to win quickly by fighting fast. Ngui Hop's Battle Frenzy talent can be triggered for a maximum of 2 minutes, so the best strategy is to prolong it until the frenzy ends, but even with 80% damage reduction, he can still be defeated. Ngui Hop swings his blade toward Chungyi. He then blocks each attack. Two weapons clash with a loud bang, and Wei He secretly thought that attacking the Holy Knight with many healing and recovery skills was a very foolish strategy for a prolonged battle. So, at the very beginning, I chose to activate my Berserk skill and my innate Berserk talent, boosting my strength to the limit. In an instant, a huge explosion erupted as the crowd below whispered. The crowd was stunned, and one person said, "How could he choose to face head-on? Ngui Hop is at his peak state, and the best move now is to stall for time." Ngai God's move shows he is extremely confident in his own strength. "I believe in Ngi God." Wei He quickly swung his sword towards Chungyi, who leaned back to dodge, then raised his hand, and a golden light shone out, saying, "You said victory would come quickly." A large seal appears in front. Behind Chungyi, a giant golden arrow emerges. Ngui Hop, enveloped in a red light with a fierce face, shouts, "Come on!" A massive explosion occurs, and Ngui Hop laughs triumphantly. "Ha ha, your quick victory is useless." Chungyi calmly raises his hand and casts a spell, saying, "It's a bit early to be laughing now." Guangji punishes. Under the rapid and fierce lightning strikes attacking Wei He was protected by a barrier. Wei He frowned, thinking it lives up to its reputation as the strongest offensive technique. Ngui Hop, sword in hand, deflected the lightning bolts, feeling some pain despite an 80% damage reduction. Without unleashing his battle frenzy, one strike probably wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Ngui Heap looked up at the fading lightning and thought, but each time Guangqi punishment summoned a lightning bolt, it took at least a second to heal. Ngui Hep stomped hard on the ground, thinking that if so, he could take advantage of the gap to quickly defeat Chungyi while Ngui Hep rushed forward, only to be struck by lightning. Wei He was stunned, his face filled with panic and disbelief. How could it be possible that Guangqi Trungtri's lightning attack was so fast? I clearly studied all the skills he used in the match. Could it be that his Guangzi punishment is already at level 20, with the lightning striking Wei Hop? A powerful attack. A small sphere emitting such a wild and violent voice, exploding like that. I need to emphasize again, you are currently watching the finals of the Nationwide University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. The crowd covering their eyes exclaim, "What a treacherous trick," as a girl screams and covers her face, while Vuong Hien smirks. Ngui Hop cried out in pain, "Why? How can this be?" Ngui Hop looked at Chungyi in front of him. Disbelief filling his mind, wondering why, despite being only about 10 meters apart, Chungyi seemed to become enormous in front of him, yet small enough that just one finger from Chungyi could crush him like a staircase impossible to step over or break through. Ngui Hop shouted, "I don't believe it," as a red light seemed to move in his palm. Ngui Hop gritted his teeth, his eyes rolling back as he shouted a secret technique. The sky shadow blade erupted in a powerful explosion with dust billowing up. The explosion blanketed everything in smoke and dust, but Chungyi stood tall and unmoved, a streak of red flashing across his face. Chungyi glances at the wound on his face, the red sword plunging into the ground with cracks spreading out, as countless swords fall before him. Chungyi looked at the scene before him and thought to himself that transforming the body into a form of energy,
according to the ancestral legend of the Wei family, involved merging the soul and demonic power during a battle in the demon realm, then refining countless swords and blades that could destroy a city in an instant. The array of swords before him, dark red and ominous, had not yet reached the level of the ancestral Wei, but the form of this energy body still amazed everyone. Ha Junye smiled and said, "Finally, I no longer need to play with you."
Suddenly, the swords and blades moved and fell at an extremely fast speed, thousands of weapons descending.
Chun-Gi raised his hand, performing a spell as he gently moved his finger, saying, "If I use the previous move, the audience will be very disappointed. So this time I will showcase a fusion technique I created myself."
Everyone watched as a cold aura swept over, with Wanli Chun-Hee standing in the center of a giant blue whirlpool, his hand extended forward controlling the power. Chun-Hee stepped 1 foot forward, and the ice began to spread rapidly, covering the entire arena in a sheet of ice. Flycam is flying excitedly, and the voices of the spectators and classmates are heard. Your classmate Chun-Gi's skill has covered the entire arena, and now we can't see what's happening on the stage.
The crowd is shouting excitedly, "What's happening?" Someone's furious and cursing. "What kind of move is this now?"
Why is there an ice magic element? The elder stood up excitedly. Chu Heng exclaimed in surprise, "Elder." The elder's face is shocked and panicked as he points ahead and shouts loudly to Chu Heng, "Have you seen it yet? Such a weak ice elemental power." Chungai extends his hand forward and casts a spell, causing thousands of swords to gradually freeze and shine with golden light. Chungai clenched his fist, his sharp eyes, as the golden rays pierced through the ice and shattered it instantly. Fragments of ice flew everywhere as Wei He was knocked back, falling hard to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The ice gradually melts away. The announcer's voice echoes, and contestant Ngui Hop loses consciousness. Chungi wins this battle. Everyone cheers and shouts victory. First place, the senior is too strong.
The announcer's voice rings out, "Congratulations to Chungi."
"Thank you, player Wei He."
They delivered an outstanding and spectacular duel for the audience. This is definitely the most spectacular match in the past 10 years of the exhibition tournament. Let's all cheer for the top prodigy of this generation.
Chungai raises his hand high and smiles as fireworks explode across the sky. The Flycom voice announces that the singles match is coming to an end. Next will be the team battle and the survival match. Let's wait and see. Ngomang happily said, being young and able to use the secret techniques of the Ingui family, using harmony. If placed in a friendly match a few years ago, there would be no doubt he was top tier in strength. Unfortunately, he faced Chun-Hye with Kwang Soro-Nian standing beside him, smiling happily and playing with his hair. Ngomang looked at Chun-Yi, who was stretching and yawning as he walked, and thought that based on his current imagination to defeat Ngui Hop, Chun-Yi would probably have to use the Angel God technique. This time, he only needed to employ a light punishment and fuse it with a skill from the ice element. The younger generation is promising. Ngomang patted Chun-Yi on the shoulder in praise. Well done. This time, our Tahang University also won the individual competition championship. Tong Halan agreed. That's right. Although our team has won the team competition for 4 consecutive years, we haven't secured the individual champion even once in those 4 years. Brother Yi truly has made us proud. Vuong Tit Tam cheerfully and confidently said, "The team match tomorrow will be against Mu University." Now Wei He is seriously injured. Mado University poses no threat to us. The team championship is in the bag now. Tong Halan said in surprise, "Remember to stay humble and don't get too arrogant." Kwang So-Nian hugged Lin Hai and smiled, saying, "Brother Chun-Yi, earlier Xiao Hai said something wrong. You can definitely disguise yourself as a great mage." Lin Hai blushed shyly, pulling down her hat and saying, "Ah, classmate Chu, I was just happily calling you Chun-Yi." Tonight, let's relax with everyone and scratch our heads. The lively scene of a night market where eternal games and reality merge has probably been around for about 300 years. The emergence of monsters, demons, and chefs, along with the appearance of job arrangers, has greatly expanded the variety of delicious foods throughout Lam Tin. In the most prosperous administrative district of Than Kin City, the East City area boasts a famous food street. No matter if it's flying in the sky or running on the ground, everything can become a delicacy to satisfy the customer's cravings. The shop owner's delivery voice calls out grilled dragon meat. 20-year-old dragon meat, fresh and tender, melts in your mouth instantly. Wolf King Blood Essence. Wolf King Blood Essence nourishes the body and enhances beauty. Deep-sea monster fish balls. The choice of fish meat from the deep-sea kingfish is crispy and chewy with an irresistible deliciousness. Tong Halan puts her arm around Lin Hai and walks with Vuong Tiet Tum, saying that looks really delicious. Lin Hai, holding a candied hawthorn stick, smiles. Kwang Sonyin and Chungi walk ahead, chatting happily. A Luang, from afar, watched Kwang Sonyin call her a top-tier woman, then threw 2 skewers to the guy behind him as he adjusted his hat and said 100 points. 100 points. The guy was startled and said, "What are you doing?" A Luang then said, "If you can pick up a top-notch woman like that, you'll never meet someone like her in your life. You'll regret it if you pass up." The other guy was surprised. She already has a boyfriend, so what if she has a boyfriend? A Luang, isn't it supposed to be good for me to come out here? Chunai turned his face back with a cold expression and sharp, bloodshot eyes. A Luang suddenly felt afraid. That guy, seeing that, sneered and asked, "Gave up? That's not your style." A Luang pointed at Chungi and stammered, "Is he a god or something?" "Heavenly cuisine, renowned far and wide. We've been strolling for an hour and haven't even covered half of it. You two pick a seat here and save a spot for us. We'll go buy some food." Vuong Thiet Tam scratched his head and said, "I also want to rest." Tung Halan, standing behind, nudged her and said, "Take a break, your head's hurting. Let the couple be for a bit." "Are you trying to be a third wheel?" Lin Hai, standing behind, turned to look at the unique 50-year-old oolong wine shop. The owner happily introduced the Oliu wine, which can quickly increase agility. Each bottle contains 800 milliliters and is good for personal drinking or giving as a gift. Kwang Sonyen, hearing this, pointed at the bottle and said, "We want one." The owner then brought out a bottle of wine and 2 small glasses, saying, "Your Oliu wine is 200,000 middle lower grade. Please settle the bill." Immediately after, the phone rang and the 200,000 transfer was completed. Kwang So-nyin, holding her glass, looked at Chung-hee and said, "Congratulations, Chung-hee, on winning the singles tournament." They clinked glasses and cheered together. Kwang So-nyin quickly finishes her drink and then doubts, "I wonder if this wine isn't very strong." 10 minutes later, Kwang So-nyin, blushing and drunk, vaguely asked Chung-hee, "Why are there 2 Chung-hees?" Chung-hee looked at her and asked, "Are you already this drunk after such a quick drink?" Kwang So-nyin happily laughs at Chung-hee, 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 and Chung-hee. Chung-hee looks at her and sighs, saying, "It's a level 19 professional grade potion. Ordinary drinks like alcohol obviously can't compare, but this oolong wine, made with a D-grade treasure from heaven and earth, isn't high in alcohol content, but is extremely easy to intoxicate others." Chung-ai immediately stood up and said, "Time is running out. Xiaotong and the others haven't come back yet. Let's go find them." Kwang So-nyin reached out and said in a coquettish voice, "Chung-hee, I don't want to go anywhere." She hadn't finished speaking when a voice rang out. "Handsome guy." The girl holding a glass of wine, with a seductive look on her face, said to him, "My drink is finished. Could you buy me one?" Chung-hee glanced at her. He pointed behind the table and said, "There is half a bottle of rose. Here, 10,000 mid-range coins. Pay up." The girl laughed loudly. "You're really interesting, handsome. I really like having you here. So let's find a quiet place to continue our conversation." Kwang So-nyin angrily pushed her away and shouted, "You're too close." The young beauty whispered in Kwang So-nyen's ear, "That's not right. I think you and your brother are not lovers, so how can you block his good fortune with women?" she thought to herself. Chun-yi, this year's strongest, and Kwang So-nyen, his friend. Many people think Kwang So-nyen is Chun-yi's girlfriend, but I know they are not lovers. Just 2 eyes captivated by a foolish young man and a girl new to love. These 2 want to tear down the paper wall and need some time. Now is the perfect opportunity for me to act. If I can make Chung-yi kneel under my skirt, all the resources he can get will become mine. She approached where he was talking about his brother. Did he say that's correct? Kwang So-nyen blushed with anger and stammered. Then Chung-yi took her hand. Kwang So-nyen looked surprised at the hand Chung-yi was holding. Chung-yi, expressionless, said, "I don't mind Xiaonian blocking my love life." Chung-yi took Kwang So-nyen's hand and left, leaving behind a sentence. "And I also think she's pretty normal, not really a flirt or anything. She's just an ordinary girl." Chung-yi holding Kwang So-nyen's hand as they walk through the crowd. Kwang So-nyen suddenly stops. Chung-yi. Chung-yi turned to look at her. Kwang So-nyen looked up, blushing, and said, "I like you." Chung-yi was surprised and called out to Xiaonian. Kwang So-nyen blushed and said, "I know I shouldn't have said that before the match, but I don't like so many girls surrounding him. When I see them, it feels like another version of myself appears behind her, ready to eliminate them all." Kwang So-nyen rushed into his arms and said, "Can I be your girlfriend? And before I fall asleep, can I hear you say you like me?" Vuong Thiet Tam, holding a biozi he hasn't bitten into, felt itchy. Tong Halan Wangju Chen and Ling Hai-te hold their steamed buns, their eyes wide with surprise at the scene before them. The sky is blue with white clouds and the alarm clock rings. Kwang So-nyen, still hazy from the night before, suddenly remembers she likes him and quickly sits up, blushing as she looks out.
Mao Ming saw her and he called Xiao Nian. You woke up a bit late today. Let's have breakfast.
Wang Tit-tam waves to Lin Hai. Tong Halan and Chung-yi look in her direction. Chung-yi quickly turned away and ate voraciously. Tong Halan and Lin Hai squinted at him. Kwang So-nyen pulled out her chair, puzzled, wondering if she had just dreamed it all. Was it really just a dream? Kwang So-nyen blushed, looking confused as she picked up food with her hand. Chung-yi remained calm, but nothing happened. Lin Hai and Tong Halan leaned closer to look at her. Last night, Chung-yi held her in his arms and told the three of them,
Please pretend you didn't see what just happened.
Tong Halan, confused, asked why the two of them didn't like each other. And Chung-yi quietly told Kwang So-nyen, who was sleeping soundly, that the Tin Swin Kwang family was an ancient clan that existed before the arrival of the Eternal Game. The Eternal Game from hundreds of years ago has become one of the top first or second tier clans in China. Now I have some reputation, and am a direct disciple of Master Wang Hui.
It doesn't look that good.
Chunhai looked up at the sky and said, but such achievements are not enough in front of the Kwang family. I don't want Xiaoyi to be put in an awkward position. Once I have absolute strength, even powerful forces or families will be nothing but dust. It's only a matter of time. Tong Halan quietly whispered with a bread in her hand, I will always support you. From now on, I am your biggest fan. And Chu Ni's Ngi is sweating over this. Ngomang put down his chopsticks and said, there are a total of 10 universities participating in the National College and University Freshman Sports Meet Team Competition Finals. Each university and college must play a match against the other 9 universities and colleges, totaling 45 matches. Based on the order of wins and rankings in the top 3, today is the 9th match of our team competition.
As long as we win this match, the team champion will be ours. I hope everyone can stay humble and defeat the University City.
Everyone nodded in agreement. Ngomang happily raised his hand high. She looked at Ton Kyu and said, Ton Kyu, as a substitute player, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Tuong Fuang, standing nearby, said that Ton Kyu, as a summoner, will bring great support to the team.
Everyone on the field must prioritize protecting her. Director To, as the team leader, I can encourage everyone with words, but it's not really necessary.
Wei Hei was seriously injured and still unconscious, and our team's strength has dropped significantly, especially with Chun Gi here. We can't possibly win first place, Director. To thought to himself, I never expected there to be such a versatile freshman. If we compare the strength of all our team members to one, then Chun Gi is 2 or 3. He is so powerful it's unbelievable, just like a monster.
No, he is a monster, someone who can almost wipe out all the top universities and colleges, Director. To clenched Vu's hand and said, but I still have to say that today's match, even if we lose, we cannot lose the honor of Meido University. To make other universities look down on us, I need everyone to give their all. Can we do it, guys? Let's go.
Leading is Dean Tu, with 5 students from Mado University behind him, all exuding great strength. Ton Kyu thought to himself, even if we fake it here, the outcome will still be a failure. Could Mado University really end up in 3rd place again? But 7 years ago, the team captain was seriously injured and couldn't compete. Based on the coordination and the incredible strength of the team members who defeated their opponents, it's a coincidence that it was also Mado University and Tuhang University 7 years ago. Ton Kyu touched his face, thinking that if he used that method, he could help Mado University turn the tide and recreate the miracle from 7 years ago. The aerial camera soars above as the voice announces that the team match between Mado University and Tuhang University, which everyone has been waiting for, is about to begin. However, before the match starts, let me first announce the prizes for the top 3 teams in the Haviem Professional Guild Alliance. First, all the players from the 3rd-ranked college team in the team competition, including substitutes, will receive a pre-made 3-star gold-level equipment based on their ranking. The second-place team will each get a pre-made 4-star gold-level equipment. The top team in the tournament will each receive a 2-star level artifact gear. The people below exclaimed in amazement, praising the incredible spirit. The prize for this exchange tournament has not only doubled compared to last year. You really are wealthy and ruthless. I will risk it with people as rich as you, Chun-Yi said thoughtfully, chin resting on his hand, considering the value. The legendary weapons of the individual match champion are even higher level than the sushi equipment, but they don't compare to the team match champion's prize. It's also a set of 7 items: upper, lower, belt, boots, weapon, necklace, ring, plus 10 substitutes from each university team. 70 pieces of Shuthi level equipment plus their value are enough to forge 2 legendary weapons. Wang Jitong smiled happily, hands clasped in front of him confidently. Ha ha.
This time we really got a good deal. The top-tier equipment quickly went into the pot as the announcer's voice announced the rewards.
Please welcome the representative team from Tuhang University, the representative team from Mado University. Both sides move forward as the crowd below cheers for Tuhang University. Chungi, Chungi, Chungi. Mado University, keep going. The competitors from both sides are in position. Chunhee's team is full of confidence. 321 start. Tonkyu's group has cold expressions. The atmosphere is tense. Chunhee's team rushes forward, with Chunhee happily wielding a royal iron hammer. Tonkyu closed her eyes, raised her hand to cast a spell, and a glowing light sphere gathered before her. She then extended both hands forward, reciting a spell to summon the spirit of the young dragon Rias, the swarm of jack bees, the giant snake demon Hadita, the hell guardian Sabius, and the spirit king Kamala. 5 powerful spirits appeared around Tonkyu with a mighty aura. The spirits roared as they charged towards Chunhee. King Kamala stepped forward, launching a powerful attack with a burst of yellow energy from his body. Linhai raises her scepter to block the attack, then immediately counters. The swarm of bees charges forward with their bodies arched, while Tonghalan pinches her fingers together to cast a spell, releasing flying talismans. The talisman stuck to the bee's tail end, and Tonghalan raised her hand, causing everything to explode like fireworks. Wang Tietam here is fighting Hita. Huang Sonyin spins his weapon and charges forward. Huang Soren slashed several times at Soben. Chunhai dodged the opponent's storming attacks, his sharp eyes secretly thinking, not bad.
Actual combat really is the fastest way to improve. The coordination has improved by at least 30% compared to before. Tuongfuang and the blonde girl are stunned with their mouths open. Tonkyo remains calm as she casts her spell. Chunhee quickly knocked away everyone in front of him and then punched hard at Tonkyu, but she remained calm with her eyes closed, casting her spell. Tonkyu closed her eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them wide with a sharp glow. A giant hand appeared to block the hammer. Chunhee frowned in discomfort as the giant hand held up the hammer. Tonkyu frowns and struggles to resist. Langviem Vientiu, with glowing red eyes, blocks the attack with her hand. It immediately struck down so hard that Chunhee couldn't bear it and clenched his teeth, struggling to resist as the ground beneath him cracked and shattered. Langviem Vientiu roared as a green circle surrounded him, releasing darts. Tonkyu was stunned. Grinding his teeth, he summoned Hadita, and Langviem Vientiu, with bloodshot eyes, grabbed Hita's neck and squeezed tightly. Langviem Vientiu, blood-red energy splattering everywhere, tears off Harry's head and looks at Tonkyo, saying, "Why do you have to summon me with these tricks?" Tonkyo, trembling with fear, pointed at Chunhee and said to fight. The monster Langviem Vientiu, level 24, with legendary talent notes. Langviem Vientiu is a naturally born legendary level beast that controls fire, extremely rare in number. Encountering it, you're unsure whether to feel lucky or unfortunate. Here, Langviem Vientiu growled, and Chunhee seriously considered summoning the legendary Langviem Vientiu. Langviem Vientiu looked at Tonkyo and said, "Go ahead and accept death." Tonkyo nervously waved his hands. "Wait a moment, I'm not..." The rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Tonkyo covered his face with his hands, implying this was his intention. Langviem Vientiu launched, and Wang Titang asked in surprise, "Why is it a legendary summoning item?" Linghai held the staff and cast the spell, surrounding the Trung Tui Thun with a sea of blue light. Langviem Vientiu dodges. Tung Halan flicks his hand and mutters a spell, loudly proclaiming that the earth is the foundation, and the energy of the land is the origin. The 4 directions earth spirits obey my command, causing a stone to rise. She secretly thinks that the Trung Tui Tuan is an A+ defensive skill, further upgraded to level 8 by Xiao Hai. In the previous one-on-one match, it successfully defended against continuous attacks from the assassin player of Thankin University. But now, even a single strike from Langviem Vientiu cannot be blocked. Langviem Vientiu punches and shatters the rock. Vuang Thit Tam rushes ahead of Tong Halan, casting a spell to create a red barrier wall. Luckily, with Elder Niaoi's enhancement, the skill's effectiveness is not just doubled. Otherwise, Langviem Vientiu would have broken through my defenses already. The legendary beast thief is too powerful. Second brother, what should we do now? Chunhee raised his hand high and performed a sacred light shield seal. Langviem Vientiu claws fiercely at Chunhee. Chunhee looks at everyone and says, "Leave the match to me, you guys get off the arena." Halan Lin Hai and Vuang Thit Tam said, "What together?" Vuang Thit Tam then joked about what? Second brother, these are not students from Mo University. They are legendary level magical beasts. Be careful when you attack. Chunhee looked at her and said,
Look at my expression. Do I seem like I'm still joking? I have a way to deal with the Crimson Flame Beast Lord, but once we fight, I won't be able to care about everyone else. Kwang So-Nien looked at him with worried eyes. Mr. Chun-Yi, you don't need to worry, Lin Hai said. Even though my abilities are limited, I hope I can contribute a little. Big brother Ngi, we are a team. Lang Vien Tio punched hard. Chun-Yi explained that fighting the legendary monster could be deadly without caution, even if the priest would save everyone. After saving 30% of the casualties, they would enter a 3-month period of weakness during which real combat training was impossible. Have you ever considered these losses? Chun-Hai placed his hand on Kwang So-Nien's head, ruffling her hair as he said, I know you're afraid I can't handle it alone, but it's actually your existence that distracts me. Moreover, Chun-Hai looked at Kwang So-Nien with gentle eyes, but she was just a level of legendary demon beast. The crowd below the arena was stunned, and a girl spoke out in amazement. A scene from 7 years ago seems to replay once more. Summoner Ton Kyu, the substitute contestant from Mado University, summons a legendary-level demon beast and confidently speaks into the microphone whether Chun-Hee can succeed in turning the tide. Which house will finally produce the team champion? That sinister smile on the red-haired girl, a legendary-level beast, is truly amazing. Chun-Yi is doomed. Just like the talent equipment of monsters, they are also divided into bronze, silver, gold, cursed, and legendary levels. Similar levels. Different aptitudes, different strengths. For example, the same charge skill in the hands of a copper-level monster might only show effects equivalent to a human level E or below, but in the hands of a legendary-level monster, the power of a charge skill is at least level A, even reaching level S. Even more terrifying is that legendary monsters possess various negative resistances, are extremely tough, and hard to kill. Jiop Lin Vuong in the Deep Abyss. Dungeon of Tahong University is only at the level of a cursed beast. A legendary-level demon beast appeared in the team match of the friendly competition. It's truly unbelievable. Chun-Yi's undefeated legend is about to end. Jingling in surprise, she asked, what is going on? Why did they give up their rights? Tong Halan Lin Hai and Vuong Tietam both appeared with a seal beneath their feet, and when giving up their rights on the field, they couldn't be harmed. Chun-Yi turned to look at Kwang So-Nien behind him, and she understood immediately. Kwang So-Nien then said, I give up too. Rectangular fragments appeared around Kwang So-Nien. Chun-Yi still stood there, holding her up with his hand, and turned to look at her, saying, Come on, Chun-Yi. Lung Vien Tiu punches the barrier hard, Chun-Yi leaps away to dodge, and 2 streams of red light appear around his arms as he roars. The ground begins to crack and break apart, rocks flying everywhere, smoke billowing, and 2 drops of blood falling. Ling Vuong Vien Tiu, with a pitiful expression, looks at her severed tail and says, I am injured. Shungai transformed, standing high with a giant hammer in hand, surrounded by a golden glow, and said, I have nothing to worry about now that she has left the arena. Next, let me see how powerful your legendary grade demon beast really is. Damwei said in surprise, Am I still dreaming? Then Q said, Chun-Yi can actually hurt a legendary level beast with 1 strike. Long Vien Tiu looked at Chun-Yi and said, I can sense the high-level bloodline aura on you. And in my memory, my mother once warned me that a few high bloodline races must never be offended. I now feel the breath of a high bloodline for the first time on this human. If he weren't too weak, I would run away immediately, even if risking being countered by the summoning magic. Luckily, he's just a lucky human who managed to merge with the high-level bloodline. Long Vien Tiu clenched his fist, a ring of energy surrounding him, saying, I have touched the essence of humans. Next, I will unleash all my strength. It soared up, with green energy appearing in its hand, its red eyes narrowing as 2 fingers come together, revealing a weapon with 1 spiked end and the other connected by a chain. Ling Vien Tiu grasped the circular weapon, and Chun-Hai calmly said, Come here. Chun-Hai raised his hand and a golden chain shot out with divine light. Ling Vien Tiu raised its hand to cast a spell, throwing the weapon in its hand to collide with the chain. Chun-Yi immediately cast a spell with a burst of light and alcohol. A powerful blue energy appeared. Ling Vien Tiu was knocked back, grabbing the weapon in his hand and stabbing it into the ground, creating a line across the ground, his red eyes looking up. Chun-Yi looked at it in surprise, with no sign of injury. Old Master Chu hurriedly said, Stop the fight. We can't let our family's hope be lost here. Chu Hong quickly turned and ran, saying, I will go find No Mang now. Old Chu turned back and shouted, risking offending Tuhang University, but we must stop the fight and protect Chun-Yi.
Director Trin worriedly said, Master Ngo, give up. If Chun-hee dies because of this, our country will lose a great general. Others say that's right. Chun-hee will definitely grow into a leader of a region.
If dying for the match would hinder our progress, it would be a complete mess. Chu Hong hurriedly ran in and said, Teacher Ngo, please give up. My Chu family is willing to compensate Tohong University 100 times over. The person next to Ngo Meng said, We absolutely cannot let this trivial matter of floating in the void delay Chung-hee. Teacher Ngo quickly announced. Ngo Meng twitched his ear and asked, Do you think I am… what? Ngo Meng remembered the principle from the past. But what is Chung-hee's true strength? The president of Tohang University, with his hands behind his back, said, Don't worry, as long as it's not a legendary level 26 or higher beast, Chuang-hee can handle it. Ngo Meng looked at the screen and thought that beyond level 20, whether human or monster, the gap in strength between levels is huge. Under the same talent conditions, a level 26 monster is equivalent to a level 24 monster, just reaching level 24, so the gap to level 26 is still 2 levels apart. He immediately said that Chung-hee's victory was basically impossible. Chu Hong exclaimed in panic, Do you not fear Chung-hee? Lang Vientiao raised his weapon high, his red eyes glaring as he struck down Chung-hee with a powerful light punishment. A bolt of lightning flashed, and Lang Vientiao was struck by the lightning, howling in pain. I think this divine power makes my limbs go numb too. Chung-hee added another strike, the judgment of light. It roared in pain fiercely, using a strike to defend itself, and shouted at the human, Let me see what you've got, come on. Chung-ai silently thought from above that Kwang Chi Trung Tri is now an A-level skill at level 14, enhanced with the divine light element and angelic talent S+. After transforming, the body of the 4-Dui angel doubles in size, and the power of Kwang Chi Trung Tri he summoned can easily kill and clear the level in the abyssal dungeon. But the impact on him only causes temporary harm, then he immediately recovers as if untouched. Lang Vientiao suddenly launched himself forward and appeared right in front of Chung-hee. Golden energy streaked past its eyes, with chains wrapping around it. It angrily looked up and shouted loudly, a taunt that annoyed others. Chung-ai silently thought that he had also fought against a legendary level demon and defeated it, but the opponent was still severely limited by light attribute suppression and couldn't fully unleash their true potential. I need to study more so that next time I can defeat the flame vortex. His attack speed and movement have already become faster, proving that his resistance to light element magic attacks is increasing and his adaptability is truly strong. No wonder our Dark Age has seen so many human sacrifices. Monsters are indeed much stronger than humans. Chunai secretly thought that strengthening the opening skill should be done before the angel's body transforms. Only after using the angel's body and then activating the new enhancement skill would be the true state of peak performance. Lang Vientiao jumps high, the wet ground and flying rocks everywhere. Lai Ham exclaims in shock, Chung-hee is actually even stronger than the person beside him. Luckily, he didn't directly attack Xiao Qiao, or the summoned lion would die, and the summoned creature would disappear. So Tuong Fuang spoke up, Can he forget about this? The lion roared, and Tuong Fuang immediately shouted not to be careless, to protect Xiao Qiao Li Ham well. All 3 of them are completely carefree. At this moment, Chung-hee appears with his body covered in golden energy, wielding divine lightning in his hands. And Ngo Kang also seemed to unleash his power, with flames bursting around him as he transformed into a suit of armor. Then he merged his 2 weapons into one, instantly turning into a giant wish-fulfilling staff. At the same time, a hand dozens of times larger than him appeared descending, shattering everything around them with their combined power. Then the hand hitting the ground with great force immediately left a deep scar and erupted in an explosion. Everything around was shattered, and everyone fled in fear and panic to escape. At this moment, the 3rd-tier mage of the Haviem League stepped forward, opening a spellbook to cast a spell. Then, the droplets of water gathered in a circle as she shouted, Water shield! And a few seconds later, the water formed a ring with raging currents, finally becoming a shield to protect against the blazing force. Seeing that, the black-haired bun girl let out a relieved sigh. Phew! We're saved! The pink-haired girl cheered happily and clapped her hands. The 3rd-tier mage of the Haviem Alliance. Now she can rest easy. And the guy in the t-shirt next to him also said, You scared me to death. Just now I was thinking whether dying in the gymnasium would help us come back to life or not. At this moment, with the serious expression of the 3rd transition mage of the Haviem League, she pondered while using her hand to flip through the pages of the spellbook. Anticipating a fierce battle today, the Haviem League had already upgraded their shield to level 7 before the start of the match. A level 7 barrier was enough to block the full force attack of a second-tier peak mage. But then she paused, holding her spellbook and still lost in her thoughts. A technique of Chungi's that unleashes a comprehensive destructive assault, something that has never happened in 100 years. It seems our central and lower countries have gained another top genius. The honor of the central and lower countries, the honor of humanity. At this moment, a foot stopped, and the four of them stood silently with shocked expressions as they saw the fierce lightning. Soon after, Lam Vien Viem Tio appeared, his face fierce and full of killing intent. It grits its teeth and breathes fire, contemplating with smoke and fury. Damn it, relying only on the power of light and ice elements. Swimming in my blood, constantly destroying my healing power. Damn humans, damn holy light. Then it angrily slammed both hands down on the ground, causing the earth to crack open, and exclaimed, "Great evil child, how could you be killed here?" Immediately Chungi threw a powerful punch to its face. His body was smaller than Lin Yuan Viem Tio's, but his punch was so strong that it made it fall backward. Then it roars loudly. The very next second, he rushes at it with his foot and speaks. "Die!" Chu Nahai delivered a powerful kick that knocked it off balance and sent it stumbling backward. At this moment, a bright yellow light descends. Fragments of dirt and stones scatter in the air. Suddenly, a bird and a lion appear roaring fiercely, then a voice rings out, causing Tuong Fuang and Ton Qiu to panic and sweat. Is it surrender or continue? Then Ton Qiu closed her eyes, withdrew her magic, and slowly replied, "We surrender." At this moment, Director To sighed in relief, and Old Master Chu was smiling contentedly. Soon after, the observation camera announced the winner of this team match is Tahang University. Let's congratulate Tahang University on winning the championship. Let's cheer for Chun Yi. Without his comeback, we couldn't have seen such an exciting battle. Everyone was cheering with joy. Chungi, Nyi, Tan. He continued, M University and Cao Dong, all 45 matches have been completed. Now I declare the final rankings for this team competition. First place, September, with 0 losses, Tohang University. Second place, 8 wins and 1 loss, Mo University. Third place, 7 wins and 2 losses, Thankin University.
All the spectators cheer excitedly. Tohang University, Chunki, Ngi Shen.
Suddenly, a person with brown hair commented that it's hard to imagine Chun Qi is only 18 years old and already so powerful in combat. In the future, he is destined to be a top figure in Zhongxia Nation, and then he reverted to his old form, exhausted and sweaty from the recent match. Suddenly, a white-haired voice exclaimed that Chun He is Kuang Sonyen. She ran over to ask how he was doing. "What does it feel like now with your angelic body?" Quickly, the person with orange hair hurriedly turned the camera back to this scene. "My viewership all depends on this couple. The live stream shows 50,000 viewers." Then he gently stroked her head and softly said, "Sorry for making you worry. Although I am still a little weak, my leveling up has excited the viewers to comment. They really are a couple. I absolutely can't mistake it." One person comments pleadingly, "Please, stop showing us sweet moments. I'm already heartbroken enough. The divine hero belongs to everyone." Others marvel. "The fairy is so beautiful." Suddenly, a hand gently covers the screen and clears its throat, followed by a series of comments appearing one after another. Who is still blocking the screen? Just in time to see the highlights. Can the mainstreamer handle this? Mainstreamer, deal with this person. I will give you a big missile. That is no mine. His hand squeezed the curtain so hard it broke the camera, but his face still looked like he was smiling brightly.
He said that after the match ends, private live streams are not allowed. Don't you understand this rule?
Let me teach you. Immediately, their faces turned pale and bloodless. Then he turned to Chung Yi and said, "Go back to the villa first. I will explain the last event of the survival match to everyone." The survival match. A moment later, a voice echoed from the villa, saying that the survival game is the final event of the team competition. All the contestants from the 10 universities and colleges will enter the free exploration dungeon. No Meng, standing with his hands behind his back, said seriously to everyone, "This survival dungeon is an open-style dungeon, unlike the semi-prototype dungeon of the 4th round individual match. Therefore, in the survival game, everyone will face many unexpected situations. Even those with strong abilities can have bad luck and be eliminated right at the start." He simulates someone gaining 100 points after defeating many monsters, and the rules of the match are simple. Killing monsters of different levels can earn you points. Next, a player holding a flag surrenders 500 points, while the opponent gains 500 points. He continued absurd. Players from other schools will earn half of their opponent's points. During the day, which school has the most accumulated points will be the winner. Then he talks about the map in the secret realm.
The area of the dungeon instance is extremely large, and each day, players can only search in a specific region. As the battle progresses, the searchable area gradually shrinks. Everyone must enter the new search zone within the time limit, or they will be automatically eliminated. There is one more thing you need to remember. The entry point into the secret realm is random, and if you encounter the void zone at the border, you must leave immediately. At this moment, Ngomang's eyes briefly showed sadness before he spoke. The void zone stretches with countless tiers of space, capable of killing a third-tier profession master in an instant. Immediately after, everyone responded in unison. I understand. A moment later, on a night, a pair of legs slowly approached. The person walking was Director To. Director To, you've finally arrived. Director To, aside from all the team leaders from Tahang University gathering together, what are your plans? Director Trin calmly replied, Tahang University will likely win the survival competition unless something unexpected happens. He paused for a moment before continuing, Do you accept or not? And then the scene shifts elsewhere. At this moment, a girl with green hair is casting magic with a camera above broadcasting live and the MC's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the nationwide university and college freshman exchange tournament, the survival competition, is about to begin, and this time it will last for 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, there will be no on-site audience. Instead, it will be streamed live uninterrupted via the app. Please allow me to introduce the secret dungeon of this survival match. Then, a very sturdy-looking stone object covered in smoke gradually appears, and an encouraging voice is heard. It is not an ordinary subquest. According to reliable sources, this is a battlefield relic of the beast tribe called the 10,000 Beasts Imperial Wilderness. Seeing the gate, all players were filled with excitement and curiosity, and a voice rang out. The Beast Clan battle happened in which year and month is not necessary to check, but we can be sure it was full of the unknown and danger. In the wilderness, fierce demonic beasts of high level lurk, with sharp claws and fangs always ready to challenge anyone daring to enter. He continued, every inch of land and every piece of lava could hide forgotten divine weapons or bury treasures and talents. Only the wise and brave can uncover its secrets. Someone hearing this happily asked, Divine weapons, treasures of heaven and earth. If I get them, does that mean I can succeed? The black-haired guy quickly frowned and thought to himself, which school is so naive? This dungeon has probably already been thoroughly searched by the military, so how could any treasures still remain? At this moment, the door gradually opens, and encouragement is spoken. Contestants, take your weapons, trust in yourselves, face the challenge bravely. We will wait for your legend. That is Chungi and Ngui Hop standing with their backs to each other. Chungi is now deep in thought, and even if their bodies are in contact, they cannot teleport together. It seems finding them will also take some time. Lost in thought, he heard the footsteps of Wei He Lian walking away, and immediately turned his head. Humph. He immediately used his power to accelerate, and in an instant, Tian Li Xing was gone from sight. He casually said, You idiot, your points are 0 now, so how can I attack you? Then he created a hammer, with a fierce expression on his face, and said, Rabbit, of course, you have to fatten it up before killing it. At this moment, elsewhere in the forest, a green light is emanating from Ha Lan as she closes her eyes and concentrates silently. Suddenly, a red figure was moving through the trees. She remained in her stance, then guessed the position of the other person. The north direction is 1,000 meters away. The south cannot be identified. At this moment, Ha Lan opens one eye, draws her bow, aims, and contemplates, if it's Chu-Nyi. Then the arrow shot forward swiftly. The other person, seeing the arrow heading toward them, immediately guessed it was a spirit arrow. The very next second, Wei He quickly dodged. Then he said, Ha Lan is on our side. His sharp gaze fixed straight ahead and the arrow immediately stopped. At this moment, Ha Lan said, Luckily, you spoke up in time. That's right. Why did you run so suddenly? Hearing her say that, he gently nudged her face with his hand and hesitantly replied, Did you meet someone from Tohang University? Then he thought to himself that he couldn't just say he was nervous and directly use the shielding skill. So, the two of them moved together. She said as she walked, No, the plant empathy skill can only help me search within 10 miles around, especially where vegetation is covered. You are the only one who entered my line of sight for the search. He understood and replied, Oh, based on that promise, we will set out together. It seems like a good idea. She replied. Elsewhere, the black-haired man was watching the match on his tablet, looking confused and muttering strangely, a university in the city, a university in Qingjing, why would they choose to team up? Hearing that, he, wearing glasses, lay on the bed, reading a book and replying slowly. The levels of other players aren't that different. Everyone avoids each other, so they don't attack. Moreover, with the dangerous dungeon instance just beginning, choosing to cooperate is the smartest move. And the survival game will become more exciting as it progresses. This is only the first day. By Saturday, the machines the players carry will reveal the locations of others. Killing fellow players is what really gets the adrenaline going. Hearing those words, you nodded in understanding. It turns out, that's how it is. At this moment, in the battle, a series of monsters from different species rush forward aggressively. Chunai uses his ability to drop 2 fingers and speak softly. In an instant, he takes down everyone. Then he kept earning points rapidly, accumulating 100 points. A moment later, elsewhere, green monsters charged fiercely and shouted, "Wild kid here, daring to invade my territory, kill him, kill him!" At that moment, Chun-Hee's right arm glowed with blue energy, and he spoke in a deep voice. In an instant, the monsters froze and stopped moving. Then he snapped his fingers and walked away. The ice immediately shattered. He continued to destroy the giant spiders, earning 500 points, then consecutively gaining an additional 50 points. At this moment, Chun-Hee swung his hammer back at the spider and easily defeated it. The system announced a gain of 1,200 points. After a while, he had defeated the monsters. Chun-Hee smiled contentedly and touched the blue ring, thinking to himself that he had taken down a tough opponent and now wanted to see how many points he had accumulated. He looks at the information, considering that a single mechanist can operate alone, using reconnaissance robos to avoid high-level beasts, search for low-level monsters, and split forces to hunt and fight simultaneously. No wonder Director Ngo said that the survival arena is where mechanists and summoners shine, with the system showing the top rankings. Chun-Hee in first place with 15,792 points, Vuong Hien in second with 5,547 points, and Lai Mong-Trok in third with 2,547 points. Then Chun-Hee pointed at the information and thought to himself that the rankings of Xiao Nian, Ha Lan, Thiet Tam, and Lin He were all within his expectations. The display showed that 9th place Kwang Son Yen had 2,049 points, 10th place Vuong Kit Tam had 2,017 points, and 11th place Ha Lan had 2,002 points. Tradan suddenly froze in confusion, Chun-Hee's eyes narrowing in disbelief. Although Dai Wei and Zhang Tietang are not as high-ranked or as capable in actual combat as Tietang, they are still considered average among the students participating in the match. Why are their cumulative score rankings so low? The update shows 72nd place, Dam Wei with 540 points and 81st place, Truong Chiet with 470 points. At this moment, his hand suddenly froze, and Chun-Hee's expression was full of surprise and confusion. Has Damvi already been eliminated? The leaderboard has been updated. 72nd place, Dam Wei with 540 points. 81st place, Zhang Jie with 470 points. Then he wondered if being eliminated was due to 3 possibilities: the secret realm, monsters, or other contestants. Since it's not yet time for the round to end, it's unlikely that he was eliminated by the secret realm, because he hadn't reached the special zone. Then Chun-Hee recalled the fierce and resilient look when fighting a giant, ferocious snake, and pondered. Although Dam Vi was a substitute, it didn't mean his strength was inferior. Among all the contestants in the match, Dan Wei can definitely be considered above average in skill. He works carefully and is not prone to taking risks. See, if faced with a stronger opponent than the beast, he would have the ability to escape. But suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Could it be that other players are colluding? Then Chun-Hee thought of those with malicious smiles cooperating. In the secret realm, they must guard against not only beasts and individual players, but also weaker teams that, for the greatest benefit, would cooperate, take advantage of the situation, and look for opportunities to eliminate members of other teams, potentially entering the random teleportation spots within the realm. At the beginning, each team member is isolated and basically does not cooperate, so this kind of situation probably occurs only in the later stages. The host now announces, "Attention all contestants, the boundary of the secret realm will soon shrink. Please reach the safe zone within 3 hours, or you will be considered to have failed the challenge." Hearing that, he was surprised by this. A moment later, somewhere else in the secret realm, something was moving through the mountain crevice at lightning speed. That person exclaimed, "What terrible luck, that's Chun-Hee." He rushed quickly to somewhere. He ran while thinking, narrowing the distance to an unusual extent for the first time, and only by giving his all could he reach a safe area within the time limit. Dan Wei's matter had to be put aside for now. Then a blue light appeared on the mountain peak, and he changed direction. Chun-Hee uses his running skill to reach the top of the mountain and catch Lan He's breath. At this moment,
Duong Lin Hai is casting magic to attack the girl with orange hair and water arrow.
Suddenly, Niu Kang appeared with his weapon in hand and launched a surprise attack on her. Duong Lin Hai was startled and turned around. He struck a powerful blow and shouted, annoying like a woman.
She quickly raised a shield to block the attack and immediately countered with a stone spear. Then a huge spiked sphere appeared above his head. The sphere fell and crushed Niu Kang, who widened his eyes in shock. Duong Lin Hai frowned in annoyance and said, "Shh, this is really troublesome. Didn't your teacher teach you not to underestimate any opponent? And yet do you think my memory isn't good enough?" At this moment, Lok Thang suddenly jumped forward, seemingly launching a surprise attack on her. "Will you forget that there are two of you?" Then she forcefully strikes her staff into the ground. Just as she was about to strike, large and small stones suddenly flew toward her. Then Lok Thang was encased in a sphere of rocks and Ngo Kang was crushed beneath them.
Are you going to surrender voluntarily, or should I hurt you badly and eliminate you?
Suddenly, a hand clapped loudly, and Dong Lin Hai was surprised to see Li Qian hiding in the corner, thinking, so there's still one more person hiding? He also looked at her and sighed, unable to believe that there is such a talented elemental mage at Tuhang University. It seems that Miss Duong has always been hiding her talents from her teammates, which is truly a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, the pack of hunting dogs beside him immediately lunged at her, while she shouted back loudly. She used water arrow technique to swiftly take down the dogs. At that moment, suddenly a hunting dog appeared behind Lin Hai and bit her hand. Li Qian, seeing this, shouted excitedly, "Good opportunity, bite off her arm." He thought to himself that without a magic staff, the speed and power of casting spells would be greatly reduced. She is already at a disadvantage and cannot be my opponent. Without any fear, Dong Lin Hai smiled cunningly and said, "You also have to seize the opportunity." As she finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared beside her, causing Lai Qian Huang Hon to shout loudly, "How can she do this without a magic staff?" Then a massive explosion occurred, and the shockwave from it knocked Li Jian away. Even his two hunting dogs were destroyed. After the explosion, the system displayed a notification that Li Jian from Tan Thuong University was seriously injured and unconscious, unable to continue in the competition. This announcement states that Li Jian's contestant has been disqualified. Tang Lingxi's contestant has earned 1,050 bonus points. At the same time, Dong Lingxi was gasping on the ground, coughing up blood. "It's over. My magic power has been depleted." Seeing her being attacked, one of the bullies seized the opportunity to deal with her, and Ngo Kang shot a sharp knife towards her when suddenly a foot appeared out of nowhere. This scene surprises him, thinking to himself, "What?" And the one blocking his dagger's path is none other than Chun He. He lifts his leg and angrily shouts, "Die!" with a single kick, causing a huge explosion. At this moment, Duong Lin He struggles to call Chu. She uses her last strength to utter the final two words before passing out. Ni. The match review system then announced that Ngo Kang from Nyakkyi University was seriously injured and unconscious, unable to continue participating in the match. Player Ngo Kang has been eliminated. Player Chun Gi earned 1,240 points. Suddenly, while Chung Hei was tending to Duong Lin He's wounds, he glanced at someone. It turned out to be Lok Thang, who was planning a sneak attack, and his murderous gaze made him startle. And so the system's check notifications showed that competitor Lok Thang from Trio Duong University forfeited, and competitor Duong Lin He gained 1,860 points. After these three notifications, Chung Hee concluded that these three people clearly were not from the same school participating in the battle to eliminate Lin Hai. This is not just a coincidence of cooperation. It can be achieved. Later, he helped Duong Lin Hai to another place to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification that the 69th chapter segment with 680 points was disqualified. Even Duong Lin He received a notification that her 69th chapter segment with 680 points was disqualified. This made her furious, and she exclaimed that Zhang Jie must also have been surrounded and attacked by these shameless and unscrupulous people. Next, she turned to ask Chung Yi about it. "Second brother, this whole thing has been very strange from start to finish. The entry point into the secret realm was completely random. How did they manage to gather so quickly on the first day and accurately locate our people before launching an attack?" He expressed his thoughts on this, and I guess they used some special method to check others' positions. This made her shout out in anger. "This is cheating. How could they do this in a nationwide competition?" However, he added that if this is a special skill possessed by a certain member, then it's hard to determine it as cheating according to the rules. But if they use methods that others cannot see, his eyes full of murderous intent declare, "I will make them suffer a complete defeat." Suddenly, Dong Lingxi said sadly, "They are probably scattered everywhere and may have already been surrounded and attacked. I'm scared. They probably teamed up,
They must have weakened my strength 6 days ago, which means you guys. Then on the final day when they targeted me, the ambush and attack they faced was an unavoidable truth. Moreover, he was confident in asserting that in the face of absolute power, any schemes and tricks would be useless.
Today, everything they did, I will make them pay back double in 6 days. His arrogance made her blush, her face full of shame, and she silently called out in her heart, "Second brother." After making sure she's okay, he quickly carried his sword and left, but he also reminded her not to get angry. Her wound still hasn't fully healed. Drink some demon potion and stay here to rest tonight. I will go clean up the monsters around.
A few days later, the reconnaissance aircraft announced November 20th, 2064, the final day of the survival competition, the intercollegiate and university exchange event. Today, 74 contestants will carry out the final slaughter to determine the final rankings of the survival tournament. The location of each contestant's news will be displayed on their AI bracelet. Let's wait together to witness the birth of a champion. The audience begins to buzz about the final day of the tournament. The last day of the survival competition is truly something to look forward to. Tahang University has fought for 6 days. Only Chung Yi, Duong Lin Hai, and Kwang So Nian remain. Isn't that right? There were 71 leaders in total. The numerical advantage is obvious. But I wonder if Chung Hee can withstand the joint attack of the 9 schools.
At this moment, the reconnaissance plane reports the location inside the mysterious desert, where a group is waiting for someone. Someone says, Chung Yi and Duong Lin Hai are still heading toward our direction. Wei He looked at the map and quickly gave an order. Kwang So Nian is to the northwest. Her strength isn't bad, but it hasn't reached the level of a demon like Chung Yi. Moreover, more than 10 people are still nearby her. Halan and 5 others are gathering with the people over there, determined to eliminate Kwang So Nian. We have 47 people fighting against Chung Yi. Halan responded without hesitation. After giving her orders, Wei He loudly encouraged the other competitors to estimate based on Chung Yi's speed of advancing. Maybe in about an hour, he will arrive here. This battle is related to the final ranking in our friendly match.
Everyone must regain their full spirit and make thorough preparations. Meanwhile, a swift and sharp blade flashes through the air somewhere else.
Kwang So Nian easily knocks away the other competitors, defeating anyone who dares to rush at her. Halan was also there and spoke up.
Xiao Nian, it's been a long time since we last had a serious match.
Xiaolan, why wait until later to settle this? Her power begins to surge, and she proudly declares, I used to be weak because Chung Hei pushed me hard so you all thought I was easy to bully. Today, I will make you see differently. Halan was amazed to see her transform and realized it was the full body change effect of Demon Mysterious.
She couldn't believe it herself. She never expected little Nian to master the bloodline of demonic enchantment so skillfully.
Even with 24 people, this battle requires everyone to give their all. So she quickly shot support arrows to assist the other competitors attacking Kwang So Ni,
and simultaneously shouted orders to advance.
In the desert, 2 monsters are fighting fiercely when suddenly a huge surge of power appears, causing both to flee. Wei He and Wang Xian wait patiently, and suddenly a shockwave emerges, dust flying everywhere, making Wei He realize who is coming and call out to Chunua. As soon as he finished saying those 2 words, a giant appeared from somewhere with 2 people on its head. Those were Chun He and Duong Lin He. As soon as he saw you, and Jui Hop smugly said, Chung He, maybe you feel very honored he revealed that to deal with you. We have gathered the top 47 college and university contestants. His words made him sneer and mockingly ask, so what if there are 47 top players? You openly insult them, they are just a bunch of rabble. What's wrong? Am I wrong to say that none of you are my defeated subordinates?
Next, he pointed at them and challenged, using their numerical advantage to eliminate more than half of my Tahang University players. Now they are teaming up to deal with me. Without the advantage of numbers, I doubt you would even have the courage to stand before me.
Go ahead, you weaklings. Even if you unite, it's useless. His condescending words made them extremely furious. And he calmly declared, I will let you know that even a colony of ants cannot bite a dragon. Without hesitation, the battle began with Wang Hian being the first to act. HX Taiquit pretends, followed by your 2 other friends, arrogantly obeying my summoning, the Flame Dragon Sword technique. Bring others along as well. Chung Hai just jumped down from the giant's shoulder and loudly told Duong Lin Hai to wait for him there. At the same time, the system panel displayed a series of courage blessing notifications. A moment later, he landed heavily on the ground. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his weapon in hand as the skill system panel appeared. Truckfuck leans forward. With a single move, he easily takes down countless other players, each swing knocking a group of players to the ground. His ability makes a player marvel. His speed is truly impressive. However, one of the contestants thinks he's only a rookie. How can a rookie fight back against 47 people? Right now, in front of Chung Yi are the summoned monsters. He charged at them without hesitation. A monster reached out its hand towards him. His fist and the monster's collided, and then his power shattered the creature. The other players continued their attacks. The angelic guardian of the defensive zone opens its stance, shining with protective light. Wielding magical defenses, the layers of defense are revealed. Chungi's strength shattered one layer of defense, but not all of it. The three pink-haired female warriors, seeing this, proudly said, "I can hold out against the remaining 6 layers." Their words made Chungi smile and ask, "You can resist?" Then he pointed at them proudly and said, "This is just the beginning." As soon as those words finished, a giant hand descended from the sky, and its sudden appearance made Vuong Hien turn pale with fear. The other contestants also froze in fear, but quickly reacted and shouted at each other to run away and dodge. But Vuong Hien remained standing his ground, ready to fight. Weihe shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Vuong Hien ignoring the system's red warning messages, which indicated extreme danger. Vuong Hien is determined to say, "Even if the success rate is almost 0, I still want to try. You should know, this is a strategy I came up with during the rematch. The iron plates were assembled together along with your analysis. I fought you in that battle. I have seen 100 times the strength and the shock range of the divine hand. You were trying to piece the iron plates together while claiming that the divine hand looks solid but is actually dispersed. If all the machinery could be assembled into a distributed force-resistant defense screen, it might withstand a fatal blow." Just as Vuong Hien finished assembling the iron shield, Chungi's divine hand was about to reach it. Without any fear, Vuong Hien shouted loudly, "Come on!" Then the divine hand clashed with the protective screen and easily pressed down on it. Pressing down until the ground shatters and dust fills the sky, Chungi, standing like a divine being above, loudly demands, "Your lives are in my hands. Surrender or be killed." Ngui Hop still wouldn't give up. He shouted your name loudly and launched an attack. Chungai. His attack rushes toward you accompanied by a deafening roar. After throwing that strike, Ngui Hop panted heavily, thinking that as long as Chungi could withstand this blow, he wouldn't need to worry about the others behind him. Soon after, the other competitors also charged forward one after another, with Tat Fong Tram and Thun Ngan Kiem drawn, watching them gang up on Chungi. Ngui Hop quietly confident, "Our people are ready. Even if we can't take down Chungi in one strike, we can seriously injure him." Seeing them all charging at him together, Chungi sighed and said, "Finally." With one hand blocking the attack, he loudly said, "It's too merciful for you guys." Without hesitation, he attacked each member of the Guangshi team. After being defeated, Wang Xian felt regretful, thinking he had become stronger than before and expecting a great battle, but it turned out to be an overwhelming dominance by one side. If he had known earlier, there would have been no need to team up with the 9 universities and colleges. He looked at the system panel, wondering if he should surrender, then sadly thought he would become a joke nationwide this time. Ngo Meng chuckled proudly, looking up at the projected battle scene and sighing in admiration. 9 schools united, Dean Trin must have exerted great effort to deal with Tahang University. Dean Trin, hearing this, pretended not to understand and responded, "Director Ngo, what you just said I don't understand." Ngo Meng, annoyed by this attitude, replied, "There's no one else here, stop pretending." Then he listed a series of names involved in this joint attack and concluded, Wei Hao of Mo, Hala of Shengjing, Li Jian of Thantuong, Ngo Kang of Nyaki, and La Thang of Triuduang. If you're not fools, you can all see what you're up to. Furthermore, he posed a question more as a statement than a challenge. An ordinary university wouldn't have this kind of courage. Mado University remains in second place and doesn't need to get involved in this mess unless it's Thankin University, the organizer of this event. Who else could have the strength to unite 9 colleges and universities? In his heart, Dean Trin was worried that even though Tsinghua University was leading in this competition, they had suffered such a crushing defeat, and to save face, he could only resort to this last measure. Recalling the day they gathered to discuss how to deal with Chunahi, he had loudly questioned him. Dean To, if Tahang University wins first place in any of the 3 major categories of the competition, where will the reputation of Caodong University stand? Dean. To didn't hesitate to reply, "Don't use these words as an excuse. My university, Mado, used to be 3rd place in previous years. This year, just reaching 2nd is enough to satisfy us. We're not interested in competing for first place. As long as you agreed to join, my Thankin University is willing to contribute some S-level resources to the schools, which is of course the goodwill of this cooperation." Taking this opportunity, that guy Dean, to immediately demanded 2 points. Less than that is out of the question. At this point, the dean had no choice but to agree and announced the final decision. Then he explained the plan to the attending deans, making sure your people only recruit from our school. If cooperation is possible, then try to cooperate.
Ideally, all Tahang University's recruits except Chung-hee should be eliminated 6 days in advance. If you encounter Chung-hee, run immediately. Wait for everyone to gather and then deal with him together. Back in reality, No-mang asked the other deans nervously if they would participate in this plan. Normally, they are well-known figures, so why are they all so silent now? Then he turned to call Director Phoenix Hawk. Hearing his call, he hurriedly responded, "Huh? Director, no, why would you say that? Our cooperation in this match was always based on mutual understanding and fairness. We haven't broken any rules." His attitude made him snort coldly in annoyance. Suddenly, No-mang's voice sharpened as he questioned, "Do you think a few tricks can stop Chun-Yi from winning the championship? That's just laughable." He confidently asserts that even with eyes, you can see Chun-Yi is not someone who can be dealt with by tricks like yours. True strong men never fear challenges. Never. No matter who they target, Tahang University can still take first place. Meanwhile, on the other side, a contestant pressed the teleport button, but the system sent a red alert. "Unable to teleport, please be patient and wait." This caused Wang Xian to shout out in panic, "What?" At the same time, outside, the contestants defeated by Chun-Yi are all groaning. "It hurts so much, I give up, let me go back, I need Master Liu, why can't I teleport?" It seems that Wang Xian has sensed that something is wrong. At that moment, a strange space appeared in the void, and a giant eye emerged behind Chung-Yi. At the same time, the deans watching through the screen saw this, and Wu Ma wondered in confusion, why did it appear inside the secret realm? The dean quickly ordered, "Hurry and forcibly teleport all the students back." Suddenly, something strange happened at the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate officer anxiously reported that the space-time was unstable, and he couldn't open the teleportation portal, causing all the deans to panic and panic. The students trapped in the secret realm are the most outstanding warriors of my nation's future. If they perish here, it would be a huge blow to the country. This is a nationwide live stream. If other countries see this, the reputation of my country will definitely be damaged. Yes, no matter what method is used, all the students must be rescued. Even Ngo Mong is just as worried, wondering if Chun-Hee can return safely. Suddenly, the screen flickered and lost signal, causing the directors to be startled and alarmed. What is happening? They are arguing loudly in panic right at a critical moment. What is this? Did you see that strange monster appear behind Chun-Hee just now? I didn't see it. Hearing your warning, he immediately reacted and turned around to look at the void monster, which then swiftly passed by him. So he hurriedly summoned his weapon and struck it hard, but it suddenly disappeared, leaving him confused. He thought to himself that it was nowhere to be seen anymore. At this moment, Vuong Hien's robot had landed on the ground. "You are safe and standing on the ground immediately," Chun-Yi asked. "What do you know?" "As soon as he landed in front of you, you named that monster the Void Beast. Moreover, you revealed that it has been sealed inside the secret realm for decades without appearing. A creature from the stories of the previous generation's professional illusionists, born from infinite emptiness, transcending normal consciousness, freely crossing through time and space at cracks in the fabric of reality, changing form between illusion and reality, extremely difficult to capture. Its most terrifying ability is to tear space apart, creating chaos in time and space, and once caught in it, there is no way out." Just as he was asking how you could break the seal of the secret realm, suddenly a deafening scream sounded out and the Void Beast appeared, causing the contestants to panic and scream. "What the hell is that? Run, now." So Chung-Ai prepared to punch it with all his might. This punch of his was incredibly powerful, heading straight for it. The Void Beast, sensing the pressure of this attack, opened its eyes, suddenly appeared in front of Chung-Hee, and delivered 2 strikes to his legs. This cut left him in pain, grinding his teeth, when suddenly another space door opened, pulling Chung-Hee inside. He remained calm and prepared to counterattack. His strike directly hit inside the space gate. Just as he was bracing himself to fight the gate, the Void Beast from the space portal suddenly attacked him. Without hesitation, he countered and loudly shouted, "Holy Authority." The attack, with terrifying power, tore through the air like a furious lightning bolt rushing horizontally, and each bright pink arrow was quickly controlled by the Void Beast in just half a moment. So Nien quickly embraced Chung-Gi to escape the aftershock of the fierce attack, and under the immense pressure, they collided with the cold ground and were thrown quite a distance away. Halan, holding her bow tightly, loudly called for everyone to unite and attack the demon puppet. Amidst the thick white fog, Sun Yen gently propped herself up on Chun-Gi. The young man's face below shows clear exhaustion from the ordeal he just went through, and with great difficulty, he finally manages to ask about the other's condition. "Xiao Nian, why did you come here?" She replied casually, luckily arriving just in time. Then I calmly explained everything. I realized that the others couldn't escape from the secret realm, so I guessed that an unexpected incident must have occurred, which is why I came here. But just then,
Chu Enghe suddenly detected a dangerous anomaly. The target of the void beast seemed to have shifted to a new target, but luckily a golden energy beam appeared in time to stop it. As a result, a devastating explosion erupted, causing the earth and rocks to crack apart, and the unfortunate Halan standing nearby was directly caught in it. So Nyan immediately panicked and shouted Halan's name. Zhong Engi seized the opportunity to assign a task to the teammate. Xiao Nian, I've been poisoned and need time to detoxify. Please try to protect the other students. The void beast is becoming more arrogant and reckless, and now only Kiet is facing it, as it claws sharply downward. So, Nian successfully arrived just in time to create a defensive barrier. Step back, the young man helplessly stammers a few unclear words. Me, and then another giant hand of the monster suddenly swept across, clearly not intending to let go of its prey. In the midst of the chaos, a familiar voice suddenly appeared, ready to unleash its power. Dodge, skill, mesmerizing sound. Kate immediately threw his body back forcefully, escaping that deadly blow. At the decisive moment, the void beast roared in fury, unleashing chaos beyond its limits, unaware of its own strength. Truong Sam could only dodge repeatedly as the enemy overwhelmed him in size and strength. Where did this thing come from? He struggled to hold on, knowing that the situation was worsening, as a terrifying pressure swept through the space, accompanied by a savage laugh mixed with contempt. Ha 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 ha, they're no match for me, a bunch of ants dreaming of challenging the god of time and space. This void beast's ability is too bizarre. As soon as you get close, it opens a tear in time and space to prevent others from approaching. If you attack from afar and are detected, it will run away. The entire battlefield has now turned into a chaotic scene. A crowd of players has gathered, but none can do anything against that ferocious monster. Among the group in danger, Olivia was suddenly wrapped in a pink rope that was unexpectedly thrown at her. The one who came to her rescue was none other than So Nian. After entrusting her to Lin Hai, she immediately rushed back in the opposite direction. Lin Hai took care of the injured student, and of course, she quickly agreed. Olivia suddenly turned into a monster and screamed loudly. "Oh no, it's broken!" Lin Hai tried to treat the opponent's frozen arm, calming down a bit to bandage the wound. Her face suddenly darkened with fear. "It's over. There's no way to save her anymore. We're all going to die here. It shouldn't be like this," she softly reassures, seeming to have great confidence in Chung-Yi. Feeling a bit more encouraged, Ungi is very capable and will save everyone, but none of it reaches the other person's ears. This doesn't seem like what the teacher said. Lin Hai angrily clenched Olivia's remaining intact arm, knowing exactly what it was. Now she is completely panicked, her words becoming increasingly frantic. This isn't right. It can't be right. That shouldn't be the case. What she presented afterward truly made her freeze in place, as if the whole world suddenly turned dark and gloomy. The battle between the void beasts and the contestants continues fiercely on the distant battlefield, with countless flashes of light from various attacks illuminating the front lines. The more Lin Hai listened, the more her expression revealed extreme tension, her eyes wide with horror as a swift, ruthless strike from afar cut the innocent victim's body in half without hesitation, and she dared not delay another second, immediately turning her back and fleeing in hopes of saving the precarious situation. The battle reaches its climax as So Nian is now trapped inside the creature's mouth, completely caught between its sharp teeth, and by the time Chung-Hee, Ha-Lan, and Lin Hai realize the truth, it is already too late. Before he could regain his composure, it launched a fierce barrage of attacks to prevent the enemy's advance. Chu-Ning-Gi risked everything to rush toward the black hole, grabbing everything from afar. Xiaonan Ling Hai quickly calls out the opponent's name from behind. "Yi," she tries to explain the situation. The Thanthong Academy's tracking institute on us has set up a duplicate signal without a transmission. In the case of the duplicate using a special method, it can locate a person within thousands of miles. Then, conclusions are drawn from the clues above, allowing the 9 universities and colleges to quickly regroup. Your sudden turn caught Vuong Hien off guard. I swear I didn't know about this. I think it's just a coincidence. Ling Hai still maintains general knowledge, except for the navigation guide, which is not a spirit beast of the void beast. That's why we encountered it in the secret realm. It misunderstood and thought we were thieves, so it kept attacking. Xiao Nian fears that she has gained little and lost much. Chu Niki carefully watched his glowing hand while secretly plotting his plan. Lin Hai, help me with something. Find all the eggs and the larvae of everyone. Hearing that, she gradually began to imagine what the other person was about to suggest. You want your whole body now to be covered with abundant life force, as if every cell is awakening simultaneously. I won't protect Xiaonian well, as long as I can find her, even if it means destroying the secret realm or wandering through the void without hesitation. Those golden eyes clearly don't know what lying is. Instead, they are filled with a burning determination to make me the bait.
Just then, another person's voice suddenly interrupted their conversation.
Chungyi, I have a way to tame the void beast. Tonkyo struggled to speak while trying to get up.
Chunghai. The Ton family has a very special sealing technique that can seal even beings far beyond their own level.
But great power always comes with unpredictable risks. The only problem is that once the sealing spell is activated, it will drain all the magic power from the caster in an instant. If they cannot withstand the shock of the magic being pulled out or survive the critical moment, there is only one way to die. At that moment, Tonkyo's eyes showed a deep sadness as he expressed his helplessness. But I can't do it. Lin He shouted angrily again. So what do you want to do with this? But at this desperate moment, Chungyi could only cling to the last thread of hope.
Tell me how to do it, and I'll do it.
Hearing Tonkyo's words, Chungyi immediately took action. Lin Deep, carrying the mysterious light, gently probes the mountain of eggs. Almost instantly, several eggs explode into fragments, and as the dust begins to settle, the space before him suddenly cracks. Because his wish has been fulfilled, he clenches his fists even tighter with greater strength. He is ready to face the challenge in a different form. Chunghai is not a summoner. If he wants to use something, he can only borrow a tool, but a summoner itself is a special and the best tool. In the end, he calmly decided, I will channel all my magic into this eye to make it a summoning tool. Chunyi, wielding his hammer, kept shifting and fiercely sweeping across, muttering as he did.
Take it, and you can activate the sealing secret
Technique. Seeing the brat still standing firm, the void beast began to waver.
What? You can still fight me for so long? However, it was always blindly confident, even sighing on his behalf, and unfortunately trying to meet me was just useless. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded and slammed into its body, and the aftershock made its blonde hair flutter wildly, causing the void beast to panic intensely.
How can you? Chunyi continued to swing his hammer, threatening fiercely. You can't go. It immediately burst into laughter. Are you still too stupid to realize it? You can't catch me at all. As its words finished, the wound quickly closed up. Though victorious as it left the gate, it still watched nervously for any movement. But he completely caught up, causing it to panic and shout out in fear. Just as the void beast feared, Chungyi decisively launched himself into the sky, smashing it to pieces, to the point that even its environment is more broken than clay. This guy's long-suppressed anger finally erupts. It's just a coincidence that we met once? Do you think you can be proud of yourself? The cosmic membrane, like a sharp blade, swiftly rushes forward to bite and tear at him. The arrogant and overconfident type lets you see for yourself the true power of the god of time and space. At that critical moment, he suddenly remembered Chunyi. Listen carefully. What Tonkyu carefully warned is that the magic power of the summoner can help him cross worlds or summon powerful demon beasts, so take it, not only can he unlock the seal, but also trap it in the crack. But my magic power is limited and cannot keep you safe. Chunyi seizes the opportunity, unleashing the divine light of the divine barrier to strike back and protect himself. The more dangerous the situation, the more his mind races continuously. After entering the chaotic flow of time and space, he had to seize every second, launching attacks against the void beast to expose its weakness and weaken it. Despite growing exhausted, he continued to strike with all his might, unleashing a divine power combo. After enduring injuries and torment, Chunghai persisted, waiting for the right moment to unleash a secret technique. The void beast, initially dominant, gradually became overconfident. Boy, don't be proud. I will definitely humiliate you today. Before my opponent can finish speaking, I tremble and whisper to myself, I can't hold on much longer. At the same time, he raised his hand as Kwang Chi-trung's radiant light finally burst forth, guided by him forcing the sealing array to trap the opponent's soul and body, making its movements sluggish and unable to attack him anymore. But killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800, Chu Minhee was almost exhausted, and twice his angelic divine domain had wasted too much mana. The dazzling illusion gradually takes shape with whispering words, combined with continuous use of its power skills, until it realizes its actions are restricted and becomes stunned. Your fingertip gently moves within the holy light. Master Van Lin Thien quickly cast a cage of void beasts as ordered. All it could do was kneel and endure the torment. Chunyi, exhausted and falling freely, suddenly had fleeting memories of hopes to win the school's top prize 5 years in a row and of gentle whispers in passing. All the vivid memories suddenly stirred his drowsy heart, whether it was her suddenly landing and gazing intently at him, or even when she, in her enchanting form, lightly touched his lips. It seems Chu Naohi sensed that the other party had just transmitted something to him. Amidst the intoxication and heavy breathing, his vision suddenly became focused. Suddenly, she lifted her enchanting heart and beckoned, "Come find me." At that moment, he snapped awake, his eyes blazing with a strange red glow. The domineering Chun-gi immediately launched an attack, using all his strength to lock the void beast in place. "Stay here, and be good." It hurriedly and nervously asked, "What?" The golden sacred words linked together moved like a chain, transforming into countless ropes that bound the void beast, and finally it could no longer be arrogant. The absolute control left it stunned and submissive. "I surrender. I surrender. I surrender." The system also displays you have subdued the demon beast. Do you want to accept it as a summoning beast? Before the tempting gift, Chung-hee kept questioning and demanding Xiaoyan to come out, and it was confused and whispering, "Who is she?" Only then will I have to shout loudly when you make a move. I see. Ah, I understand. Are you saying that girl is really okay? Ha ha ha, she's fine, still doing very well. In the icy area, the flower suddenly moved, each petal opening gently like the universe, revealing that Sora was peacefully asleep amidst the flow of the flower of time and space. Lin Hai, who had been nervous outside, suddenly tilted her head and realized that she had been waiting for Chung-yi to return safely. The students around her also hurriedly asked, "How is Xiaonian?" "Chung-hai, have you subdued the void beast?" The one who was trying to overthrow him is now wavering, teleporting to recover. "Should I strike now or not?" "Over there." After receiving the signal from him, she nervously blurted out, "Second brother, you didn't say a word before rushing forward." The giant hammer instantly pointed straight at the heavens. Wang Xian was stunned and shouted, "Chun-hee, what do you mean by this?" The friend beside him quickly interjected, "What do you want to do?" In the end, all they got was that the fight was still ongoing, causing everyone to panic and dodge. Is Chun-hee crazy? Chun-hee continues to stand tall with his weapon, facing everyone head-on. Surrender or challenge me. What do you know how to do now? The only option left is to give up. I'm truly impressed. Even now, we're not actually enemies. Tonkyu's news flashes on the screen along with Mado City losing its authority. Halan Kam quietly explains, "Yes, just wanting to care a little about you." Even the music college candidate from Dehe Choi Duong was helplessly forced to admit that the desire to win of the genius was too strong and calmly extended his hand. Chun-hee's accumulated points skyrocketed, from over 10,000 to nearly 50,000, all being drained by him, causing the others to curse loudly. Everyone's gone, so what are we still fighting for? After everyone left, Chun-hee suddenly collapsed and scared her half to death. Second brother Loon. Hai, who was helping Sonyan walk, anxiously asked about his wound, and his faint voice could be heard softly responding, "I have run out of magic power. If they take advantage of the situation, I don't think I can endure it." It seems his gaze is starting to fade, but his determination remains fierce. We are ahead of the top 3 in the cumulative ranking. The survival match must be won first place, and first place truly belongs to Chun-hee with nearly 36,000 points. Following are Kwang So-nyin and Duong Lin Hai in turn. Seeing the system recognize the achievement, Chun-hee suddenly chuckled softly. A captain like me won't let Tohang University down. By then, the live update system had also been improved. Tohang University scored 500,000 points to take first place. Beijing University came in second, and Mado University was third, with a significant gap in points. The National College and University New Student Survival Competition has held 183 sessions, giving rise to countless geniuses, and the organizer sincerely sends their heartfelt message. Among these geniuses, many will become the pillars of the nation, and you guys now will also represent the hope of our country and all of humanity. But the students are just chatting away. Tomorrow they can go pick out their battle uniforms. That's awesome. After fighting hard over 20 days, I can finally relax. I want to have a hearty meal tonight. After resting, Chun-hee immediately focused on official affairs, carefully observing each system notification. Congratulations, you have received the innate heaven and earth nectar, 50 free points and 50 skill points. And my heart is filled with immense joy. God-tier talent, God-tier skills, and divine treasures. Oh, I thought it would be a tough challenge, but it turned out to be a sweet reward. The 20-day exchange tournament, where each event requires first place to complete the mission, is much harder than the college entrance exam and killing demons. I didn't expect the reward for the mission to be so generous. Chun-gee's joyful smile couldn't be hidden anymore. A S+ level swordsmanship talent, an S+ level skill, plus a treasure of heaven and earth will surely bring an unimaginable upgrade space for ya. Miti. Of course, I will choose to accept it. Immediately, a beam of light enveloped every corner of his cells. A wondrous sensation so vivid it made him immerse himself. Could this be the power of the divine sword heart? A high level of pure energy gradually gathers above Chunyi's head. Only when he fully masters it do they disperse. I feel drowsy, as if I just woke up from a long sleep, with a blurry, chaotic space in front of me and faint golden glimmers. Just after dawn, Chunyi swung his sword to test his strength after leveling up, and even with a gentle strike, the surrounding earth and rocks were heavily damaged. Chunkiban calmly stands amidst the sea of dust and smoke, casually waving his hand to unleash a destructive force that is truly unbelievable. Moreover, it seems that the divine sword heart also granted me other abilities. I carefully examined this gift, which was even sharper than the light of the blessed weapon. This is a special type of sword energy that only appears when one reaches a certain level of swordsmanship. And it even exceeds expectations, so he quickly raises his hand to continue. Only through day after day training as a professional athlete can a swordsman activate sword energy, yet I now possess it. A dazzling light instantly splits the air in two. Before I was just barely managing, but now I feel like I've become a master swordsman. If I learn more skills, everything will go smoothly. For example, the system's basic lightning sword skill combined with lightning sword can increase pity to 18, not to mention this is still just level 1 enhancement. That slash carries immense pressure, shattering the stone wall along with An's speculation. And then the levels of the lightning sword skill increase, doubling the damage, which will be even higher. However, Chunyi was not confused at all. He sighed very calmly, but in the end, it could only be empty theory. If there was a master swordsman to fight against, I could better assess the power of the upgrade that the divine swordsmanship brings me. But just thinking about it, he already took action and contacted Sonien. Chunyi, are you in such a hurry to call me here to fight with swordsmanship? There's a solid reason for asking her to help. As the main heir of the Kwang family, Kwang Sonien began practicing swordsmanship at the age of 3 under the guidance of the family elder, always bearing the responsibility and persevering tirelessly, because after 10 years they would finally call her a young swordsmanship genius. So Nien shyly whispered to herself. Talking about overall strength, of course Chunyi is the strongest, and when it comes to tactics, I am absolutely confident. At the moment of confrontation, the atmosphere around Chunyi immediately changed. Shonian, you have to give it your all. She wasn't afraid at all, even seriously preparing to strike first. Chunyi carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Sonien swung her weapon, delivering a strike with overwhelming power. It was so terrifying that it broke his weapon in half, but this was exactly the moment Chunyi had been waiting for. While she was still floating in the sky, he had already acted. A hint of panic flickered in Soren's eyes. I wasn't mistaken. That was sword energy. After landing and slowing down smoothly, she sighed, so Chunyi's talent in swordsmanship is actually so exaggerated. Unexpectedly, after barely holding steady for a few seconds, the next attack suddenly closed in, and without any hesitation, he used his experience to defend with his weapon, while the shadow sword, filled with immense energy, immediately counterattacked. They kept exchanging blows back and forth across 100 meters without noticing Ngo Mang's appearance. Am I still dreaming? Since when did Chunyi start wielding such a powerful longsword? He carefully observes everything and analyzes. Every attack from Chunyi's sword technique gives a sense of divine power surging. Khuynh huống của Kwang Sonien trong kiếm thuật là tộc do nhanh và kỳ quái. Kinh nghiệm tích lũy lâu nay giúp ông nhận ra nhiều diệu hồn. Kwang Sonien seems to be very skilled at fighting back and forth with Chunyi. If it weren't for her higher-level skills and strength, it would be because Chunyi deliberately suppressed his power and agility to match hers. The moment the weapon slips from her, Ngo Mang immediately finishes her off. But when the blade touches her, the shock still could cripple her arms. The treasure that Sonien always carries with her was simply grabbed by him. She was panting heavily and couldn't catch her breath. Brother The Chunyi. I give up. I won't fight anymore. Chunyi gently asked, Are you okay? Seeing your concern, she assured him, it's nothing serious, just a bit exhausted. They just finished and he immediately approached to praise, truly amazed. So Chunyi, you're a master of swordsmanship. Why didn't I see you use sword techniques during the competition? Hello, Director Engo. Then he awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head as he explained, ha ha ha, leaving a little room to retreat. But inside, he was jumping with excitement. The conditions to obtain new talents are extremely harsh. Not only can you not reset high-level dungeon records nor participate in official ceremonies, relying solely on acquiring new talents without basis is truly unsettling and cannot be deceived. Suddenly, Chunyi remembered, and Adten asked, Director Ngo, is there something you want to talk to me about? And then proceeded to explain the reason.
I came to invite everyone to the Alliance celebration party, and I also have something to talk to you about.
The scene suddenly flashes through Ngo Mang's mind. Feng Hak is dead. When the union investigator from the fake profession Haviem found him, Feng Hak had already passed away in the dormitory. He recounted the details of the crime. Hearing Feng Hak's students testify that he used the excuse that insects could be used for positioning to find people more easily in the secret realm, promising S+ level resources as benefits. Accordingly, it was clear that the dean had long harbored a scheme, secretly luring people into the laundry room to place insect eggs inside the contestants' clothes. Unfortunately, the connection was cut off before he could reveal the current breakthrough point. The students don't know anything else.
Chunahi was surprised and suspicious, saying, "Is the clue broken?" But Ngo Mang insisted on giving him an answer. "Don't worry, the Alliance is thoroughly investigating the Feng Hak contact person from the past 10 years, and we'll have results in a week. The celebration is about to start. Let's go ahead."
At the same time, he frankly revealed the deeper meaning behind this activity. The celebration will feature the top forces of Zhongxia Nation, mainly to invite everyone to join their team and guild. Ngo Mang leads his group to introduce this luxurious party, offering conditions that are incredibly extravagant: money, beautiful women, power, and resources to attract others.
As expected, just as we predicted, as soon as they arrived, someone came to offer them a deal. Once they accept these conditions, they will be bound to this power. I, as your team leader, don't oppose you joining any faction, but you must make your choice easily.
At this moment, applause erupted to attract everyone's attention. Master Feng Yu raised his voice to start the speech. Everyone here is a student from the top 10 prestigious universities in this nationwide freshman exchange tournament. Reaching this stage is no easy feat. So, therefore, each of you can claim the rewards from our Haviem Fake Guild, and then each person will be given their own items and a bank card in your hands. It contains 20 million mid-level coins provided by our Haviem Fake Guild, and this item immediately sparks a lot of curiosity. At the same time, each of your privileges within our Haviem Pseudo-Professional Alliance will be upgraded to the rank of Elite Peripheral Member, which is the highest authority outside the core members of my Haviem Pseudo-Professional Alliance. The benefits offered by Feng Yu sound incredibly attractive. In any rescue base within the middle-lower country, buying equipment or medicine can enjoy a 20% discount. Of course, if any of you wish to become a core member of our Haviem League, you can contact me directly. Chunyi listened to this impressive speech and couldn't help but marvel. Each person gets 20,000, so 100 players total 2 billion. The Haviem Professional Guild Alliance is really wealthy. Everyone around also started discussing 2 million low-grade coins, which previously weren't that common. With this amount of money, they could really buy some B+ resources. It's a huge bargain. Reason told me to recognize it quickly, but this is also the most direct way to show strength. At the same time, a notification sounded. Single matches, team matches, survival battles. Prizes for the top 3 will be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raised his glass and offered a toast to all the guests, signaling the official start of the celebration. Everyone, enjoy your food and drinks. The people below also enthusiastically shout back in response. Qi. At this moment, Ngo Mang took the initiative to gather the team members.
Congratulations to Tuhang University for winning first place in this exchange tournament. The players immediately join in the lively atmosphere and toast.
Second brother, our victory in this exchange tournament is all thanks to you. This one's for you, Chun-gi. Ngo Mang also quickly nodded in agreement. Cheers should be made. If it weren't for Chung-hee, our school's final ranking among the 3 major universities would very likely be at the bottom. The beautiful girls then rushed over like passionate fans of Chung-hee. I also toast you, Mr. Chung-hee. And me too. And me too. Almost everyone around wanted to take this opportunity to greet me, including us. And the awkward situation made you a bit embarrassed. Are you trying to get me drunk on purpose? Suddenly, Trong Sam's familiar, powerful voice rang out. Chung-hee, respectfully clasping his hands, took this opportunity to express his gratitude.
If it weren't for you, I probably couldn't bear to be saved by the healer. You saved my life. And if I ever need help in the future, I will never refuse, even if it costs me my life. Then I immediately finished the glass, symbolizing the vow of a gentleman.
I would never refuse, even if it meant my death. So Nien has been watching everything from beside her, feeling very curious. It seems that Chung-hee has gained another group of special fans. Soon after, Vuong Haein also rushed forward, pushing Trong Sam aside to step ahead. Me too, Hugh Buck silently observed from behind, feeling quite puzzled. Dad, is this just my illusion? Why does it feel like Chung-hee's divine aura around him has become much stronger? Chu-hong confidently stated that it was not an illusion. His aura had surpassed most second-tier pseudo-gods, and this information left her stunned. What? It's only been a few days, and I find it hard to believe. But the truth is right in front of us. The obvious change shows that his strength has increased again. Truly a terrifying level-up speed. The party gradually came to an end, and soon the next day arrived. A modern aircraft appeared on the schoolyard as it gently landed before the eyes of all the students. Everyone is on board now. Everyone's rewards need to be collected at the headquarters of the Haviem Fake Profession Alliance, located in Dinson area of Thankin City, accessible only by specialized fighter jets. Dam Vi sat inside, seeing such fancy equipment for the first time and feeling very excited. Oh, they are all the latest Model X 1000U fighter jets. So Nian, sitting in front, also understands very well. The Kix 1000 UIN fighter jet is made by the largest fighter jet manufacturing company in Jiangxia country. From a startup speed 3 times the speed of sound, it only takes 10 seconds. That statement made the boy even more curious and excited about Dam Vi. Yes, this is it. The price is nearly 1 billion. At the same time, Feng Du finished preparing and told them to sit tight. As soon as the planes took off, Don V's entire body slammed into the cabin wall because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt earlier, and he kept getting slammed from all directions at a speed faster than his ex's sudden change of attitude. It sped so fast that he only managed to catch a glimpse of a lingering streak of light before the plane finally stopped, and by then, stars had already begun to swirl around his head. Nian also faced a similar situation, but what's special is that she was lying on Chung-hee. Just regaining her senses, she hurried back to her seat. Her face blushed with embarrassment, while he tried to say a few words to ease the awkwardness. Quickly, the Dingshan fighter jet is 20 kilometers from Tsinghua University, accelerating forward, and in 20 seconds it will arrive. They successfully reached the checkpoint gate while everything around them continued to operate normally. At this time, Feng Yu takes on the role of a tour guide, showing the ground of Dinsan area through a total of 40 land routes and 15 aerial passages. Fighter jets entering Dinsan area must undergo comprehensive scanning, so they need to line up. The drone then followed its programming to thoroughly scan the registered number 00638. Haviem's Alliance drone has special clearance. Then they were allowed to pass through the teleportation gate into the grand and magnificent headquarters. Zhonian looked out the cockpit window, enjoying the view, and it seemed to be the flag of Tsinghua University. Feng Yu also enthusiastically explained, "Yes, that's Tsinghua University's floating island. Besides the school, many military groups and guilds are built on the Ding Mountain area." Chungai quietly observed the floating island machinery of the Haviem Guild Alliance, his aura flickering more intensely as each machine on the island exceeded the defensive mechanism's limits, and only then did all the students gradually leave the spaceship compartment, forming a line behind each other. Feng Du officially introduces again, "This is the headquarters." A voice catches Wang Hian's attention, passing by briefly, but when he turns back, what catches his eye is a giant creature, a large dragon, while a student happily explains, "Mythical races can be regarded as demon pets at an average level 60. Definitely a third-tier pseudo-profession extremely powerful." Then, Feng Du explained the work process and the rewards for each person. "You will need to go to the headquarters office, and the staff will escort you there." Each student was guided carefully in turn. "Wang Hian, please follow me." "Huang So Nian, please follow me." Student Ngui Hop, the most special person, was personally guided by her to Chunang-hee. "You secured first place in the singles match. I will take you to receive the rewards for first place in the team match and the survival match. Please come with me." Since the road is a bit long, the two of you start to make small talk. You performed the best in the entire exchange match. The Haviem League values you greatly. Do you mean to become a core member of the Alliance? Sorry about that. I currently have no intention of joining any faction. Don't you want to hear the terms from our Haviem League? Our Alliance's rules are few, so there's no need. You are very rational in noticing the loopholes in the words. Even with few rules, there are still constraints. Besides, I am only a first-year student and cannot be bound by another power now. And Feng Du is also looking forward to it. Geniuses always have their own plans. Haha, no rush. When the two of them arrive at a secret chamber door, she dramatically announces some news. Your reward is divided into 3 categories. First, the champion of the solo match will receive a legendary grade weapon. The team tournament champion prize is a set of legendary grade equipment, which is the reward for winning the survival match stored in the Haviem Alliance's resource warehouse, and you can choose any artifact you like. Then she led the way while explaining, "Now I will take you to the place of the highest level alchemy master in the Haviem Alliance.
Kai Quan will be made into a legendary weapon for you by him. This room is Master Kai Quan's private chamber.
The special door ahead gradually opens, releasing a bit of heat and a cloud of bone smoke that reveals a figure inside. Feng Yu steps forward to introduce himself. Master Qijun, the champion of the single combat, has arrived. His fierce and intimidating demeanor seemed ready to crush anyone, and his deep voice echoed out. "Your name is Chuni." I respectfully reply without fear. "Ki Quan, Grandmaster, I am a student named Chuni." His scrutinizing gaze flickered as he silently evaluated him from head to toe, seeming quite pleased, and his tone softened somewhat. "Very good. Your current level is 23. Based on the 5-level requirement for one piece of equipment, I will design a level 25 legendary weapon for you. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want?" Chun-hee quickly made his request. "I want a long sword with enhanced attributes focusing on strength and intelligence." Observing their conversation, Feng Yu secretly felt amazed and a bit admiring as he aimed to craft better equipment. Master Qijun had learned a very special skill in alchemy, and ordinary professions suddenly exposed to this kind of light would be suppressed to the point of speechlessness. He truly is the all-round champion of this class, remaining completely unfazed in front of Master Kai Quan. At the same time, Chun-Yi added more details about his weapon crafting preferences. Regarding the special attributes of the equipment, there are no strict requirements, just matching the Holy Knight profession and having enough damage output. But I also have some careful calculations in mind. Golden-level weapons have 2 types of 2 attribute enhancements. Legendary weapons will boost all 4 attributes, but as a Holy Knight who fights up close, both strength and intelligence are more important. Based on what I've learned before, Jijun carefully assessed and said, "I've already seen all your battles. They're sharp and full of momentum. Choosing a long sword suits you very well." Then he excitedly produced a Dieu Nat Tan Quang Tak, sparking a bold idea in his mind. "I have a few thoughts. The materials collected for this year's death trial didn't exceed 10 pieces. And then, as if connected by a spiritual link, she and Chun-Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Ju Nichi Holy Light Crystal." Kai Quan switches to an academic mode and explains in simple terms that Du Nyat Tan Quang Tai is a treasure from the center of the sun. The weapon forged from it will purify and quickly destroy spirits, demons, and dark creatures with divine light. As he finished his lecture, he focused his mind to summon the still rare metal. As he shouted, a series of stones were pushed up by the magma layer, still with golden imperial grade molten core, legendary deep black mysterious grade, spirit fragment grade, golden dragon soul core, and legendary holy tears. He just waved his hand, and the blazing flames formed a vortex of stones, the core of the divine eye, the essence of void, and the distant flow of time. Feng Bao Qinyan. Qi Quan concentrates all his mind to form the seal, beginning the process of refining the essence and quaking the magma. Under the intense heat of thousands of degrees, the volcano erupts violently, causing a deafening explosion that purifies creatures carrying evil energy, making them scream and wail in agony. "It's too hot, I'm about to die." He uses advanced forging techniques to refine the essence into a towering magma column, my divine hammer. The flow draws dark spirits inside, pulling divine power up through the hammer. All the power converged and emitted a dazzling orange-yellow light, causing Feng Yu and Chu Yi to look up in awe at the mighty scene of forging the weapon as the heavy hammer crushed impurities. At this moment, the divine soldiers began pouring molten stone into the mold, internal stress dissipating, gentle and steady, bringing peace to the land. When the material is shaped solidly, he uses tongs to lift it out. A glow flows, the surface like glass, revealing the wind pattern, radiant and mysterious. He skillfully tapped along the blade's surface, carving runes that flickered as demonic energy flowed everywhere, forging a divine weapon of myriad laws, then proceeded to quench it in water for rapid cooling. The power of the demon gods, forming jewelry with flickering runes and flowing magic, forging divine weapons of myriad techniques. The soul of the war god, attached to the blade, with an unyielding combat spirit, placed into a wind pouch to break the enemy's formation, bloodstains untouched. In the final shaping step, the master strikes the central metal piece with all his might. This action sparks sparks flying everywhere. Feng Yu quickly creates a protective shield. When the masterpiece is finished, he finally exclaims in admiration, "Good." The divine sword glow he crafted bears a commanding gold hue, as solid as if it could pierce through everything. Then he took a deep breath and shouted loudly to release his attack. As soon as he finished, Jingboy threw the Thankiem at Qi Quan with lightning speed, leaving only a streak of dazzling light. Chunghai made a precise effort to catch it, feeling a slight heaviness in his hand. He lifted the sword and carefully examined it. He panted heavily after the exhausting process, carefully guiding the final step.
The legendary grade weapon must recognize you as its master, so unleash your energy and suppress it.
He quickly followed the advice, closing his eyes and concentrating his spirit to channel all his strength into it. The two sources of energy merged and released powerful sparks of electricity. At that moment, the system announced the special bloodline of the Six Desires' heavenly angel. Chung-hee began to observe carefully, from the shiny blade that reflected like a mirror to the sturdy wooden handle. He secretly feels satisfied, as the 4 major attributes are enhanced with 3 special effects, truly deserving of a legendary weapon, especially this first speed boost in attack. It means that in actual combat, when the opponent strikes once, he can counter with 3 or 4 strikes. Looking at his facial expression, Chi-jun could easily guess his thoughts. It seems he is very satisfied with it. Waiting for Chun-yi, he couldn't help but be stunned by his unusually changed appearance. Master Kai-kwan, are you feeling tired from explaining? Forging high-level weapons requires a large amount of magic power. This is a common occurrence. Feng Yu also whispered, the creation of legendary weapons involves many techniques, and only Master Chi-kwan's special talent can complete it in such a short time. An ordinary alchemist usually needs at least 2 or 3 months. He slowly turned his back to them and kindly reminded before saying goodbye, "Go ahead, I need to rest." Most of the materials used for the Holy Sword are divine system, so if you want to upgrade its rank in the future, it's best to use divine system materials. Otherwise, it will damage its power. Chun-hee was very grateful and quickly bowed his head to thank you. Thank you, Master Kai-kwan. Feng Yu quickly pulled him away, changing the subject, then went to receive his reward from the team battle. At the same time, Chi-jun cheerfully jumped into the bubbling lava flow, and the subsequent situation made him a bit embarrassed. The Black Bunny cosplay seamstresses surround him to take measurements. Hello, classmate Chu Engi. We are the team responsible for all your epic gear. The purple-haired girl tilts her chin up to view him. May I ask if you have any specific requirements for this equipment? Chung-hee quickly pulled down his shirt and responded in detail. I need a lightweight armor with a focus on strength and intelligence enhancement. The supplier is a professional and has scheduled the delivery. Got it. The equipment will be forged and ready in a month, and someone special will escort you to school. The work is done, and the seamstresses immediately start whispering excitedly. Such a slender waist and well-defined muscles, truly pure and innocent. Watching the scene of the naive deer lost among the hunters, Feng Yu couldn't help but marvel, a rookie student being toyed with in the palm of her hand. Then she snapped her fingers to signal the new update. Next is the reward for the survival match, which is to choose here. Following that action, a circle of information appears around the two of them. You can choose one item. Chung-ni carefully reads the densely packed information on the selection board. Facing the 7 hangha in front of him, he remained calm and examined carefully. All are S-rank divine artifacts that can be used by professional risk-takers to risk their lives and go all out. Then he decisively pointed at the desired item and said, I want this one. Feng Du appreciated the decision, but was also a bit curious. Jumping space stones are indeed a useful escape tool, but why didn't he choose the resurrection type? I have no hesitation and confidently say, I definitely want it. In fact, I've already made my own calculations. This kind of resurrection tool is truly rare, but I have the cross of rebirth given by the system, and the space-jumping stone serves a different purpose for me. Feng Yu immediately fulfilled this wish, and then handed over the box containing the mysterious blue gem. It's yours now. Chung-yi looked at the spoils of victory with satisfaction. Suddenly, a trembling voice seemed to tear through his soul, repeatedly begging, Let me out! Let me out! Noticing the unusual behavior of the other person, she asked, What's wrong? His face suddenly turned very grim. He chuckled dismissively and replied casually, It's okay, maybe I just need to rest for a bit. All right, I've collected the reward, and my mission is now complete. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction with the tier of the artifact equipment, or the legendary weapons, you can contact me directly. The other students are probably waiting for us in the hall. Let's go. Soon, he was taken to the gathering point. The two sisters, Hyobak, spotted the familiar figure and eagerly ran over. Brother Chung-yi. Chung-yi. He turned around to ask, Do you have something to discuss? Let's find a private place, but this isn't what they intended. No need. We're just here to say goodbye. This afternoon, all teachers and students participating in the exchange will be teleported back via the Holy Scripture University Magic Circle. I also have to return to the Dongyi clan. In a hidden corner unnoticed by most, a dung beetle was quietly observing the conversation below. If you have time, I hope you can take Xiaoyun to Tianlan province. Both of you are Chu family members, and will surely be nurtured by the clan. This is good for both of you, so I agree. After half a year when Xiaoyan graduates, I will take her away.
I wish everyone smooth sailing.
Only after they had all left did he glance sharply upward, catching sight of the branch where the bug had just been. And as he looked around without seeing anything suspicious, Chun-Ngai furrowed his brow quietly, wondering if that feeling of being watched earlier was just an illusion.
Suddenly, someone from below called out, "Ngi, we're getting ready to go into the market to buy some specialties. Are you coming?" He flatly refused. "I am not going."
After a while, Chun-Hee returned home and slammed the door shut. His mind was now in turmoil. Could it be that the previous wound still hadn't healed and his spirit was too strained? Suddenly, a severe headache struck, as if a giant jaw was about to swallow my brain. A sudden voice echoed, "Humans, let me out. You signed a contract with me, so there's no need to struggle."
Void beast? Truly unwilling, it roared angrily and mockingly. "I have lived for thousands of years, and yet I have to obey a brat with bad breath. If it weren't for that strange final spell, you're no match for me."
You fearlessly exposed its crimes, injuring 63 people, sending 10 to sell salt, and causing the fake guild alliance of Xiayan to invest heavily in repairs and restoring the secret realm. If they find out the mastermind is still alive, what do you think your fate will be? The Void Beast still stubbornly fights back. Threatening me is all you've got. No matter how much you talk, Chung is gradually losing patience. The third-tier mage of the Alliance can use spiritual magic to erase the consciousness of high-level demon beasts, turning them into puppets that follow commands. You probably aren't afraid of this, but even if you die, your flesh and blood will still fetch a high price. Angered by these words, it gritted its teeth and spat out a vulgar remark, but then he carefully handed over an S-rank space-jumping stone.
"Fight me. You are badly injured. I can't take you to see a healer. You need to replenish your energy."
The Void Beast paused for a moment, staring intently at the gem, a complex emotion flickering in its eyes. Chung-Hai suddenly blurted out a vague condition about 1 year, paused for a moment, then continued to set the terms. "Your energy is useful to me. Help me obediently for a year, and I will cancel the contract and set you free. It harbors great hostility towards humans, so it is not easily swayed. What do I have to rely on to trust you? Why bother explaining?
You keep threatening, but you have no other options left. Either trust or face death."
After saying that, Chung-Yi took out another item, a token of trust, the life-selling beast of yours, and returned it to him.
The Void cautiously accepted it and placed it on his head, lifting it as if it were an egg.
Just as you were about to leave, it suddenly called back,
"Wait a moment!" As I throw the stone into its mouth and block in front, "There's something you might want to know." The Void Beast slowly uttered each word.
Xiao Di told me at the beginning to capture it. In the end, a horrifying secret was revealed, that it's not actually human. In the shopping district, everywhere is filled with vendors calling out, fierce blade enthusiasts using their own special fire techniques, only 998. Customers, don't hesitate anymore. Today is a special price. Buy a set of battle armor and get a free nail clipper. Genuine products, no deception. At a stall, So Nian is busy trying on jewelry pieces, while Nadia enthusiastically promotes her wares. "Miss, this hairpin inlaid with Han Bing crystal can not only be upgraded, but also enhances your elegance and offers a defensive effect." She was busy explaining its benefits. The remaining gemstone has been infused with the magic of a wood-type mage, which can accelerate healing of wounds, making it perfect for a beautiful and powerful illusionist like her. Chunahi suddenly appeared from behind and gently clipped a hairpin into So Nian's hair. "This suits you better," making her eyes sparkle with joy. "Brother Chung-Yi." This appearance makes So Nian wonder. Didn't he say he wouldn't come? He smiled and explained, "Everything is done now, so I came over to check and also picked up some local specialties to bring back." Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Nadia quietly sighed and thought, "Oh, beautiful man and woman. This scene is perfect. I ship it. I ship it." Just then, a sudden voice rang out, "Kwang, miss." The owner of that voice is none other than Vuong Hao. I never expected to meet him here. It's truly fate. Ironically, So Nian doesn't even know who he is. "Who are you?" "Forget this embarrassment." He politely introduces himself. "Miss Kwang tends to forget things. I am Vuong Hao, grandson of Vuong Batian, a second-class lightning genius of the third generation in the Vuong family thunder prison." Nadia couldn't help but find this amusing. The first time we meet, someone claims to be a genius, even a second-rate genius. Ha 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 ha. He still wants to talk on and on. A year ago, on young lady Kwang's birthday, I gave her a piece of ice crystal sword, but she grew tired of it. And as a royal, her spirit remains restless. Chun-Hei understood and comforted her. "On my way here, I saw a street food stall over there. Let's take a walk there." Then I put my arm around her and we left. We are one step ahead, yet someone still dares to be blinded by this scene. How reckless. Wang Hao angrily summoned a lightning sphere and shouted, "How dare you, a lowly servant, touch the Kwang family's divine pearl?" He roared an order, "Kneel down for me, and throw that sphere at him," but before it could even touch a strand of hair, it was blocked by a barrier. Although a bit surprised, he used his keen eyesight to learn about Chung-hee and scoffed dismissively. Turns out he's just a holy knight hiding inside a turtle shell. This low-ranking commoner has a weak cultivation level and a useless skill. Defeating him is as easy as flipping a hand. Naturally, she was furious because someone dared to insult her boyfriend. "Since you're a man, no girl should protect you, so I quickly stepped forward to challenge you. I'll play along with you." Then Chung-hee set a rule. 3 moves. If you can touch the corner of my shirt, I will apologize. Otherwise, you have to kneel and apologize to me. Telling you up front, you're doomed. The people nearby smell the drama and rush over to watch. There's a good show to watch. Young people are easily angered. Even walking on the street can lead to a fight. Wang Hao grits his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. What kind of thing dares to challenge me? He doesn't hold back and immediately goes all out to seek death. Loi Vu's furious strike, countless lightning bolts descending from above, but none could break through its barrier. Chung-hee remained perfectly intact, with not a single wound escaping from inside, while Uini and the Oive looked like gods. Everyone around was watching and whispering in shock, unable to believe that they couldn't even break through his defenses. Even Wang Hao, witnessing this, started to feel a bit nervous, still stubbornly defending himself outside, claiming his turtle shell was quite tough, probably adding all his electric attributes to his defense. Ridiculous. But secretly cursing inside. Annoying. I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so tough. However, the so-called second genius wouldn't give up easily. He quickly gathered energy and summoned 2 light-colored tigers. But just now was only the appetizer. This thunderbolt lightning leopard could be my killing move, so I will let you see the consequence of offending Wang Hao. They charged straight at Chung-hee under their master's command. For this move, he also had to draw his weapons, summon his divine spirit, and then immediately throw 2 holy lights forward. In just a moment, the 2 lightning tiger images were shattered into pieces, with no armor remaining. Wang Hao hurriedly shielded himself to avoid the aftershock of the attack, and only now did he start to feel fear. How can this be? What is this guy's background? While he's struggling here, Chung-hee on the other side is completely at ease, and there's even an opening for a strike. His mind quickly searched his memories, but he couldn't recognize the identity of the person in front of him. No way. I've never met this person among the geniuses of the great clans. He is just a useless professional holy knight. His strength cannot compare to mine. Wang Hao still doesn't want to give up, slowly drawing his sword from its sheath. I don't believe you can block this attack. Like a lightning bolt, he charged straight at Chung-hee, using the thunderbolt strike technique. He also quickly reacted, using the Holy Cross to counter. Immediately, a beam of light shot down from above onto his position, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. He looks down with contempt at the person lying face down below. A lightning genius is only this much. It took a few minutes for Wang Hao to lift his head, revealing a deep hole in the ground. Nadia at the stall suddenly recognized something. Why does that person look so familiar? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Holy night. Holy night. Finally remembering, he quickly discussed with his colleague next to him that Chung-hee was the top of this year's freshman exchange. The other also sighed in relief. No wonder he was so angry. The girl beside him was his girlfriend, Kwang So-nyin. The discussion was loud enough for him to overhear everything, and as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, Long was secretly amazed. A freshman? He's just a freshman after all? Watching the 2 of them leave, Wang Hao was determined to take revenge. Chung-hee would temporarily spare his life. Wait for the boss, I'll show you his face when I come back. As for that woman, my hatred for her seems even deeper. But Kwang So-nyin, the shameless slut, dared to flirt with Wang Jia, and Big Brother won't forgive her. The next day, warm sunlight shone everywhere. Chung-hee's group entered inside, with students standing on both sides whispering and gossiping. They are the representative team of Tahang University. Look quickly, that's Chung-hee, even more handsome than on stage. Tisk, tisk. No wonder she's called the goddess Kwang. With this body and appearance, even a girl like me can't help but be moved. Ngomang grinned, showing his appreciation and thanking Tsinghua University for their warm hospitality. Trin Tian, thinking about having to be a background figure for them, felt annoyed but still had to appear polite. The exchange tournament for this batch has made your Tohang University stand out. We're all just obstacles in your way now. He was so happy he couldn't close his mouth and responded humbly. Why does his words sound so unpleasant? The match is second place, friendship is first, and the opponent added more.
Ha ha ha, that's right. I'm the boss.
I can't delay any longer because the mages are urging me. Please prepare the teleportation magic circle.
All mages shout together to activate. Societies.
Halan leads her new friend in a greeting. Xiaonian waves goodbye with a smile.
Next time I see you, Xiaolan, everyone should take the last chance to say a few words. Next time I will definitely beat you. Dream on. Goodbye.
In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared through the teleportation array and suddenly reappeared in their school hall. Wang Huizhang welcomed the young talents of the nation with open arms. Welcome back, young heroes of Tahang University. They all saluted the three, the principal, Director Chu, and Director Tong. He smiled with satisfaction. Our Tahang University is outstanding. All the hot news is about our championship wins. Tongdat also smiled and praised them.
You all performed very well. That's all for today.
Then, the principal stepped forward to give instructions and present the awards. The exchange match is actually a battle between universities and colleges to test each other's teaching abilities.
Of course, he talked about their contributions and rewards. He called out the 5 names one by one, and although they were substitutes, they had already shown their outstanding abilities in the matches, then loudly announced that each of them would receive 5,000 learning points, making everyone gasp in surprise. For those who don't know, 5,000 learning points is roughly equivalent to 10 runs of the Goblin's Deep Abyss dungeon, which costs 500 points per attempt. A regular student would need at least a year of school to earn that many points through school missions.
The award ceremony is still ongoing. Kwang Sonyin, Tong Halan, Wei Tam, Duang Lin Hai. You all performed very well in the match, and the reward is 20,000 learning points. The 4 of you responded in unison, thanking the principal. Finally, the most important person, Chun He, the team captain, won first place both individually and as part of the team, defeating Wang Hian and Ngui Hup, and turned the tide to save his teammates in the survival match to remain at the top. Therefore, Wang Hui announced that he would receive 100,000 academic points as part of the Tohang University Prize. Hearing this number, his eyes immediately lit up. 100,000. The people around were also stunned. 10,000 points are equivalent to 3 billion mid-tier crystals. Zhang Jie frowned and retorted, "Who taught you to think like that? 10,000 study points are enough to exchange for several S-rank divine skills in the school's warehouse. But with mid to low-tier currency, you can't buy anything. 100,000 study points, even if used to buy a pig, could be raised into a top-tier demon beast." Hua Kuang saw his friend speak so casually and angrily patted him hard on the head.
What are you talking about? How can you compare Nengi to a pig?
He held his head, painfully explaining I didn't mean it, and another person also sighed. Truly crazy, but Ngi deserves it. Chung Hai smiled contentedly, already planning how to use them, just as the current training phase was about to end, so he wouldn't have to worry about the next dungeon. The reward ceremony was over, and Wang Hui then advised everyone, Tohang University won't be stingy with those who have contributed. Everyone go rest.
Yes?
After they had gone for a while, he stepped forward to call the person. Master, I have something to ask you. Teacher, I have something I would like to ask for your advice on. Is it about Director Feng Hak of Than Thuong University? He nodded. That's right. But Wang Hui has no intention of revealing the truth. This matter involves many things. Even people like Dean Ngo Meng cannot know. I won't say anything because I want to protect you, but if you get involved in this, what will happen? Then he turned around and suddenly saw him carve a line into the void. Chung He explained, the void beast's half-living creature told you that capturing it isn't done by humans. Does this have anything to do with Feng Huo? Seeing the crack in the sky, he sighed and said, I thought your blood battle with the void beast would be a life-or-death fight to chase it away. But it turns out you still had enough strength to tame it now. Wang Hui has no reason to refuse, so he took out a book. If that's the case, I will tell you that Feng Huo is a hybrid. Hearing the unfamiliar term, he couldn't help but wonder. Fake beings. The opponent flipped through each page, which were all written in ancient script. A false person is a creature that is half human and half a chaotic evil spirit created by the chaotic divine with the appearance of a human. The heart of the demon is a monster serving the chaotic divine. With a steady tone, Wang Hui slowly explained that the chaos caused by the void beasts was due to Feng Huo's reputation, demonstrating loyalty to the demon god. He further analyzed that death and chaos were the two things the demon god liked most. Chung Hai remembered the rumors he heard, so he stayed silent, but the other person didn't quite agree with that, as it was just a way of speaking outwardly. Because the truth was, Not like that. When investigated, he transformed into a servant of the evil god, attacked the investigator, and then fled. Wang Hui tried to suggest this to his student in front of him. Junei, do you know why Feng Hua chose to act during the exchange match? Feel free to answer confidently. Because the exchange event gathers the most outstanding newcomers of central and southern countries. Any incident would have a significant impact, but the other side added another reason. This is just one of them. The most important thing is that the weak point of the demon god's seal lies beneath the abyss of the 10,000 Beasts wilderness. He recalls what once existed in the past. The reason it's called the 10,000 Beasts wilderness is because a beast clan war occurred 1,000 years ago, but the cause of that war was the appearance of the Chaos Demon Lord.
This is a life and death battle, and the Lord of Chaos Demon also wants to descend into the mortal world through the cracks of the wild beast's body. The Beast Clan used the strength of their entire race to seal the Lord of Chaos, but their civilization was also destroyed in the process.
Shuneti frowned, attentively listening to the warning. Besides causing chaos, Feng Hak can use void beasts to track the traces of the wild Hu beast. If he knows you have tamed it, he will definitely come back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Wang Hui reluctantly mentioned that decades ago the Heavenly View Guild obtained a skill book of the angelic divine race for attack, which was originally planned to be given to him around this time, but it seems it must be done sooner. A moment later, in front of the resource warehouse of the Heavenly View Guild headquarters, he led him forward while pointing ahead. The resource warehouse is the heart of the Heavenly Martial Society, storing rare skills and century-old divine weapons protected by multiple layers of defenses. The entrance is guarded by 2 level 60 legendary earth elemental beasts, the Greenleaf Earthwalkers. He even carefully explained the small details. The door is inscribed with a forbidden demon pattern.
Any unauthorized magical fluctuations will be absorbed and amplified by this glyph.
Even a triple transferred profession cannot forcibly break through. When Duongba saw someone approaching, he looked up in surprise. Wang Hui greets cheerfully. Old Duong, it's your turn to guard the resource warehouse this month.
He responds casually. Tomorrow someone else will take over. You're here just in time today. Let's have a few drinks.
Chungai silently assessed the opponent. Even though he was holding his breath, his magic fluctuations were stronger than the director's, proving he was a third-tier profession. He only now officially made the request, but first he wanted a divine skill book for Thunderbolt. He quickly realized, oh, you want to give your new student to him. There's no way Duongba won't see through it. That's right, Chunyi. This is the brother who fought alongside me back then. Just call him Duongba. He politely spoke up. Hello, Duongba. He's not unfamiliar with this face either. I've watched your match. The young hero's reputation is well-deserved. He shyly scratches his head. You flatter me too much. It's good to be modest when using your skills and giving advice, but don't be too humble or others might think you're weak and trouble will come knocking. Wang Hui thought those words were a bit too hurried to remind him. Old Duong, you keep nagging like that just because you like to teach, but the kids don't like you. Young Ba still stubbornly followed his own way, dismissing the adult's advice as foolishness, and then took out a book from the light circle, turning around to hand it to Chung Yi. Take it. The guy beside you is suggesting the best way for his student. Maybe you have many extra skill points, so just use up this skill book and I will carefully take it. Yes, then check my points again. Everyday tasks are more challenging than the previous days, truly accumulating a lot. Looking at the book in his hand, he ordered the system to start. Immediately, a series of pages turned into glowing sheets of paper and sank into his mind. In the center stood a 6-winged angel wielding a shining golden sword, and the system announced that 100 skill points had been consumed to learn the Divine Thunderstorm. Revelation skill level? Yes, At level 1, it increases resistance to abnormal states by 50%, boosts lightning skills by 50%, and lasts for 14 seconds. As soon as a divine strike shatters the shadow, the screen displays that 100 skill points are consumed and the Divine Thunder, Heavenly Punishment Ring skill level S, has been learned. At level 1, you can summon the Divine Thunder condensing on your weapon to strike with incredible speed, dealing lightning attribute damage, followed by countless golden chains appearing with a skill point cost of 100. The S-rank Divine Thunder Hellfire skill can control the Divine Thunder, forming a prison to trap enemies at level 1. While Yangba and Wang Hui are chatting happily, Chuni is behind, surrounded and floating in the air by shimmering rays. Immediately after, everything centered on him began to shine intensely, with thousands of fierce lightning bolts shooting out in all directions. This unexpected barrage accidentally destroyed the surrounding area, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the view. while King Lion Gold also growled cautiously toward the explosion. He looked at the display screen in front of him. The Divine Lightning skill activated at level 1. The skill's effect has merged with his Divine Sword Heart talent. The Thunderbolt skill has leveled up by 20%. Even the owner didn't expect a skill book to contain 3 divine-level skills. This time, it's a huge gain.
After the lightning phenomenon gradually faded, Wang Hui came closer to comment. Looks like the harvest wasn't bad either. As a race of the Divine Edge, the skills learned by the angelic race are at least level A+. No one understands their current strength better than Chunhee himself, with great vitality, extremely high elemental affinity, and many high-level skills in his possession, explaining why these divine edges are all so powerful. In contrast, Yang Ba evaluates more honestly. A plus is considered low within the Divine Might race, and there are even skill books above S+ level. The first time I heard about it, I was a bit surprised. Could it be that S+ isn't the highest level after all? He was pouring wine while explaining that S+ level skills are the highest level held by human profession users, but Thon Due possesses a skill above S+. Wang Hui suddenly had an idea. The skill you learned, I will have a young friend take you to get familiar with the guild. As soon as he snaps his fingers, a pair of high-heeled shoes suddenly appear beside him. Ting Xin respectfully bowed and said, "Old guild leader, you called for me." He still remembered what she had expressed before. "Chapsu. Oui. Isn't it true that you've always wanted to meet my student? I have brought him here." This elegant and beautiful woman is the 3rd senior officer of the Tianwu Guild. She proactively extends her hand and introduces herself. "Hello, Chunagi. I am an officer of the Tianwu Guild. Ui Nuong Tam, who wanted to find you when he was at Thankin University. Unfortunately, by the time I went there, you had already gone back." He politely reached out his hand to shake yours but couldn't help asking. "Looking for me?" Wang Hui stepped forward to explain, as Yu Chopper was responsible for recruiting new members for the Tianwu Guild. Seeing a good seed, Yang Ba couldn't help but remind her a few words. "Chunhee is only a first-year student, so don't let the guild's affairs bother him. The old guild leader and I will have a quick talk. You take Chunhee for a walk." Ngung Tam immediately obeyed their orders. Yes, during this process, she also introduced some basic information. The Tianwu Guild was established 45 years ago. This is the first stronghold of the guild, where many of its members' houses are arranged. Originally, this was just a mountain forest area, but after years of development and 5 expansions, it has gradually become like a city at the county level. The two of us stood observing the cityscape from the fortress, and she added more about future plans, and also that we would begin the 6th expansion. At this moment, Chu Nunghae suddenly looked up, her eyes narrowing in disbelief as she saw something beyond her imagination. Above the cliff, a silver dragon was slithering. Every time it stomps, the ground shatters into pieces. Once it finds a comfortable spot, it resumes its sleep. He looked at the magnificent scene before him as if he were dreaming, unable to believe that it was the legendary Eastern Dragon Beast, which is very rare even on TV shows. Ngung Tam's expression also became proud, saying, "This dragon is the guardian beast of the Tianwu Guild, protecting us for 32 years. Don't go near that mountain, its temper isn't good." When Chunhee was reminded, he didn't ask further and turned to observe below. The line of people following each other made him curious. What do they want to do? She explained it thoroughly. That is a dungeon instance. The guild headquarters has 3 instances: Gold, Trial, and Legend, available for guild members to challenge. Then he generously shared the opportunity for newcomers like you to try swiping my card. Chunhee was also interested, so he didn't refuse, and he wanted to try out new weapons and skills as well. Ngung Tam can only helplessly watch the experience points skyrocket. Xiaoxi, you're really not very loyal at all. As soon as he was transported inside, a notification appeared, indicating he had entered the nightmare dungeon of the Plague Zone. Just a few seconds after appearing here, he was already surrounded by a dense swarm of local monsters. The dungeon requires a level between 20 and 30, with 1 to 8 players. There is a place on the border affected by a corrosive plague. Those who enter will face monsters cursed by dark magic, turned into near-death beings. They lose their reason and attack the living in a frenzy. The first obstacle is the mad zombie rush. The ugly, chaotic monsters rushing toward you are level 20 normal zombies with a biting charge skill. Claw attack, along with level 22 intermediate zombies, and an additional skill called howling. Only then did Chunhee begin to unleash his golden lightning surrounding his hands. A lightning bolt shot out, slicing through the zombies like a fruit-slicing game. That move was the Divine Thunder Heavenly Revelation. Technique S Level 1, resistant to abnormal states by 50%, with lightning-type skill damage increased by 50%.
It lasts for 14 seconds, which makes him quite satisfied. The divine revelation of the mind can boost his strength to a new level in a very short time. Chung also maximized the limitations of the skill. Although the level 1 divine revelation can last 14 seconds, it's enough for real combat. The next move is even more powerful than the previous one, unleashing a force like a golden thunderstorm. He is confident that it is enough for him to dominate several more rounds. A quick notification appears. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Kill 200 zombies in 35 seconds to open the passage to the second gate of the strange mutation village. The recent trial made him very happy. Its power was quite good. If he levels up, he can quickly deal with these monsters. As soon as Chuni entered the teleportation gate, he had to cover his nose. The smell of decay was overwhelming. The second door of the mutated village had opened, making him more cautious than before, even more so than the toxic fumes of the windstorm mountains, and his vision was affected. Caution was better. The strange sounds around the corpse suddenly disappeared, and the blinding light quickly vanished. I really worry about this human. He quickly chose his next skill. The second door will test you with a legendary grade weapon. The nameless ones hiding in the shadows are still discussing excitedly. Kill him? Kill him? Kill him? So weak, and another trash comes looking for death. My little ones are starving. Such a useless holy night, so rotten I feel like vomiting. I'll tear him to pieces later. They haven't had enough fun before being struck by Ngi's move, realizing you guys are here, so get out. The fog and darkness gradually dissipate, revealing their figures. The hunting horn saw the level 25 zombie, used its super fast bite skill, and jumped to attack. Its head was struck by the shining sword of the man, but they weren't fighting alone. They were being controlled by what was behind them. Level 25 undead warrior with powerful slicing skill. Full wind slash, roaring fiercely. In its hand is a huge, sharp sword ready to strike its prey. But this appearance made Chung-Yi even more excited. Just in time, the new skill is finally the S-level Divine Thunder Heavenly Punishment Ring, level 1. The summoning of the Divine Thunder condenses on the weapon, striking with extreme speed to deal external lightning attribute damage. He decisively swings a clean, straight attack forward. The corpse splitter is preparing to attack and split in two. And after finishing its move, it praised itself. Not bad. Its body is even sturdier than the first zombies, yet it managed to last 2 seconds. The ground ahead was cleaved in half. The zombie force seemed to split into factions, standing frozen for a few seconds before beginning to communicate and strategize using their own language. Immediately after, another one let out a furious roar, activating the berserk emotion in allies within a certain range, causing them to attack the enemy fiercely. Suddenly, the stunned group became more spirited, even speaking more boldly. The Holy Night's stench is very strong. Today is truly your day to die. Just a tiny human, you really don't know your limits coming here. Chung-Ai just stood there, confused about why they were spouting nonsense and talking rubbish. He simply wondered for a moment before charging in to gather them all. The S-rank lightning sword skill strikes with incredible speed, unleashing a slash that causes massive damage. The zombie hellhound rapidly transforms, its fangs growing so large that its flesh is torn apart, and then its head splits into 2 eerily strange halves. The brutal evolution scene did not diminish Chung-Gi's determination. On the contrary, he even shouted out and swung his sword in a beautiful parabolic arc, sending the zombie loup-garou flying far away. Suddenly, a dangerous aura from the level 26 plague carrier surged toward him, making him shudder. Chung-Yi quickly turned to block the attack as the system provided additional information about the plague vomit. Once a player is infected with poison gas, they are immediately contaminated with the disease and lose a certain amount of health every second, which can eventually lead to paralysis. With incredible precision and skill, he expertly swings his weapon sideways, decisively severing the monster's head, causing it to fall limply in the middle of the battlefield. Chung-Ha, frustrated, wipes the slimy substance around his hand. It's truly disgusting. Then the cold mechanical voice announces that death resists. Any injury the body sustains will be rapidly healed. As he retrieved his weapon and analyzed, he remembered using a warhammer for ranged attacks. But in close combat, he would discard it to use the pure white blade skill and switch to a longsword for easier counterattacks. Among the zombies rushing toward him, Chung-Ha felt a bit disappointed. The rate of defeating 20 monsters in a minute is too slow. Not enough at all. Maybe I should only use the Heavenly Punishment Ring on stronger monsters for maximum efficiency, he said and did. Without hesitation, he pressed the seal on his forehead and focused his mind to activate his hidden energy. Magic skills are still the better response to this scene. Soon, the Divine Windstorm technique created a giant tornado, pulling in countless enemies with its fierce power, successfully killing zombie workers, disease spreaders, and zombie hounds. Chun-hee immediately stepped through the teleportation gate as the notification appeared. Congratulations on passing the second checkpoint, killing 100 zombies. You took 1 minute and 50 seconds to open the passage to the third door. Forbidden wind path, please continue forward. He carefully observes the dark crimson, ominous wind path. The level 45 zombie leader gracefully descends the stairs, speaking in a refined and fiery tone. You probably entered this place full of doubts about life. As he approached, the preacher skillfully planted bait in the opponent's heart. It's okay. The Lord of Light welcomes all those who are lost. Chun-hee doubts the information he just received. The God of Wisdom? He continued whispering to build faith. Yes, under the guidance of the deity who controls life and death, we will find the true meaning of existence. Then, the preacher slowly weaves an illusory dream. Life is fragile and fleeting, but if you follow our God, you will be granted immortality and freed from the cycle of rebirth. This is the greatest honor that will elevate you beyond ordinary humans struggling in life and death. Come here. Put down your sword, representing narrow-mindedness, and join us. And together, we will enjoy the endless blessings that eternal life offers. It seems that this powerful blessing has drawn Chun-hee into a whirlpool of inner conflict over his life and death. And seeing that he has been enchanted as intended, the preacher smirked with a calculating smile. Yes, young one, this is the opportunity everyone has always dreamed of. Chun-hee voiced the rising question in his mind. I have something to say. The tolerant and accepting young deity is willing to listen to questions, but definitely not including reckless strikes to the head or arrogant words from the opponent. I don't care. The shining sword and the contemptuous words have exposed that filthy weakness. Truong Sin turns into that form, which is just a cheap way to end his life more easily. When preaching religious ideals but failing to persuade anyone, the preacher switches to curses, calling people fools. You will regret it. Despite his body being torn apart, he still commanded in a decisive voice, tell the holy maidens to let him know the fate of offending the gods. The priest quickly obeyed, summoning his weapon, then slowly opened his eyes, revealing the darkness within that fiery red gaze. They formed two lines, 55 years of spear ready to fight at any moment. Faced with this fierce aura, Chun-hee excitedly grips his staff, sparks of lightning flickering around him, and the ordinary wooden stick instantly transforms into a divine sword of S+ rank. He swung his hand to counterattack the enemy army's downward strike, causing a massive explosion that shook the heavens and covered everything in dust. Chun-hee completely disappeared after the shockwave. While the female monks were still stunned by the sudden appearance of the enemy, he suddenly unleashed the divine thunder punishment ring S+ to swiftly take them down. A female priestess can only watch helplessly as her teammate turns to ash. Then she tilts her head back in anger and lets out a furious scream. Chun-hee moved closer with a look of delight. So, you can produce sounds after all. He eliminated the nun with a single slash, and the opponent was defeated so quickly that he couldn't help but admire. You look formidable, but surprisingly weak. Chun-hee only spun his sword once and killed countless elite zombie saints. Again and again, the sword in his hand drew captivating arcs, cutting off their limbs. Even the sharp spear was knocked away and skidded across the tiled floor. The storm of attacks has swept away countless soldiers. The bishop watches the chaos from afar, now speaking, saying these sparks and blood are used to fill the cracks of the world's sins. Even to this very moment, that fanatic remains stubborn. Our screams of agony are like a symphony dedicated to the gods. The higher the sound, the deeper the altar's foundation sinks into the hellish magma. Chun-hee stands firm on the decayed ground. Behind him, countless remnants of burned and charred bodies. He grimly frowns and challenges, "It's your turn now." The preacher only smiled gently, as if facing a rebellious beast. Then his eyes gleamed with cruelty and black smoke gradually gathered, relying solely on himself. Chun-hee briefly hesitated at what was happening before him, but before he could react, deadly aura tightly bound his legs. As he regained his composure, he silently observed the magic circle drawn around him. A sense of unease and suspicion kept invading my feelings. When did this battle start? Recalling the easy victory just now, Chun-hee concluded that he was attacking, but in fact he was constructing a magic circle. No wonder their attacks, although dense, were weak in damage. They were operating covertly. Suddenly an arm reached up from beneath the formation and grabbed his leg. Chun-hee stared in shock as he saw many monks continuously climbing up, his face showing extreme confusion at this baffling situation. Chun-hee looked down, his face gradually turning serious. His body suddenly grew heavy, and his strength was fading. The pressing force around him made him feel suffocated, as if a giant monster beneath the ground was pulling him down. The one holding the meeting is a formation called the Soul Despair Trap. a group skill that requires 10 seconds to set up and causes a curse of decay, weakening enemies within its area by disrupting their mental and willpower, and as soon as the system finishes speaking, he immediately takes 2 hits from it, reducing both attack and health by 100. He activates the Golden Light skill, which appears to dispel the tentacles clinging to his body. Luckily, he has death resistance and magic resistance that can block part of the curse of decay. Looking at his infected arm, losing nearly half, he ponders deeply while from afar, the preacher continues to persuade young people to accept the divine blessing, promising they will survive in this world with their most beautiful appearance. In contrast to the arrogance of the demon at the door, half of his body trapped in the formation, he pays no mind to the power trying to seize him again. Chunyi disdainfully said, "It's always these words. Are you a robot?" From the red glow, a blazing spark flickers. The holy light crown condenses behind Chunyi's head, a crown of divine fire, granting the power to manipulate the fire element, enhancing himself and his fire and light-based skills for nearly 40% of the entire army. A pillar of flames descends, engulfing both the man and the magic circle. Chunyi breaks free, his body engulfed in fire as he rises, casting aside the burning priests. They were burned to ashes, resembling fireballs flying everywhere. Each victorious light arrow was summoned and shot straight at the place where the priest was standing. But the dark shield blocked the attack, absorbing a large amount of damage, immune to physical and magical attacks, and even converting some of the damage into corrosive darkness. Chunyi did not hesitate, continuing to swing his sword with a lightning strike aimed directly at the barrier. Facing the overwhelming power, the bishop's shield gradually shattered, leaving him speechless with shock. Then he raised his hand to defend, shouted loudly to summon, and the great Asia revealed his fury to punish this deep-seated arrogance. Chunyi, while attacking, paused in thought upon hearing this name. Suddenly, Asia noticed the three-eyed statue emitting a faint golden glow, and his pupils contracted in shock and disbelief. Is this Asia demon the evil god that Hung Kuei mentioned? Is it also here? He stopped and looked directly at the transforming priest surrounded by black aura. Chunyi tightly grasped the divine sword, carefully analyzing. Even though he didn't know what would happen, he definitely couldn't let it succeed. This shield can absorb a lot of damage and is also elastic, so I must use a powerful strike to break his shield. He swung his sword and unleashed a mighty divine thunder attack, shouting, "If one move isn't enough, then another." He continued to wield the divine thunder heavenly punishment ring. This strike not only shattered the bishop's shield, but also severed his head from his body. His body sank into the black aura as his half-corrupted head, still with a stunned expression, was thrown far away, and that thing fell to the ground, disgusting liquid splattering everywhere. This scene doesn't make Chunyi lose vigilance. He quickly transforms into a celestial angel with a solid body, merging his blackened corpse into a single entity to create a dark being with blazing red eyes. "You little brat, if you refuse to submit, then let me devour you on behalf of the master." Chunyi cúi giây thật thực, ngôi của bây giờ dẹp hồn rất nhiều so với bộ dạng vừa nãy. The preacher angrily charged forward, launching black orbs straight at the enemy. He also didn't stand still and accept his fate, quickly dodging away from them. Chunyi's figure skillfully moved through the blazing red energy from the dark sphere. He carefully surveys the surroundings and then calmly crosses his arms to cast the holy light shield. Under his summoning, a holy light appeared from above, shining directly downward. Chunyi continued to unleash the divine thunder prison. As soon as he finished speaking, the streams of power turned into lightning, pinning the bishop firmly to the ground. He still retained consciousness, crying out in agony, "Let me go, you disgusting bastard." Even under restraint, he still refuses to submit. He shouted in full hatred, "You will pay for what you have done. Great gods, punish this blasphemer." Chunyi disdainfully shattered the monk's illusions, saying, "Do not dream that your evil god can save you. Accept the punishment of the light now." He raised his hand to deliver the final blow, the ultimate skill, Heaven's Prison Radiance, with thousands of chains piercing straight into the formless, unbound body. He screamed in pain, "Let me go. Lord Asia will surely destroy you." The system interface displays detailed information about the divine skill. Thunderbolt Heaven Prison Explosion, S rank, which can trap and immobilize enemies instantly. Chunyi looked at the yellow screen and analyzed the fake profession skills, which are divided into 5 main types: attack, defense, enhancement, weakening, and restriction. There are also summoning and crafting, but they are less common. Among them, restriction skills are extremely rare. While the preacher struggles to escape the golden chains, his thoughts continue, and control is one of the most powerful skills. Restrictive skills used in actual combat can also produce unexpected effects. Then Chunyi concluded, that with the opponent's futile attempts to break through, having control skills and some powerful abilities that are easy to avoid means there's no need to worry about hitting the target. Even though imprisoned, the priest still screams in despair. Lord Asia's fury will burn you to ashes. Your soul will be forever tormented in suffering. So he wondered, what exactly is Asia that you speak of? The master's gaze widens as black blood spreads into the darkness, and the creature screams at the giant statue. Lord Asia is a supreme deity with boundless power, able to destroy thousands of enemies with a single gesture. Traitors will be devoured, and the loyal will attain eternal life. Chun-Yi contemptuously kicks the deformed, pig-like head of him closer. Eternal life? With your current appearance, how is that possible? A deformed monster. The pastor immediately shouted back, ignorant and stubborn, then remembered the painful past. Once, he was an unknown pastor living in a peaceful small village, loved and treated like family by the villagers. So he kept trying to cure the villagers' illnesses, but a terrible plague swept through the entire village, leaving suffering and helplessness everywhere. They begged for help, but he was too weak to do anything. He laments each time he ran into the city to seek higher-ranking pastors to beg them to save the villagers, but under their scornful gaze, the pastor felt no shame and was rejected, only hoping they could show compassion and lend a helping hand. Then he went to the twisted archbishop to beg for help, but the harsh truth was that they didn't want to enter his village, considering the villagers nothing more than a swarm of ants not worth wasting their strength on. Still, he hurried back to deliver the good news in despair. I am back. I am saved. From that moment on, even though the priest's body was decayed and stained with dark, blackened evil across his abdomen, he still smiled brightly as he ran swiftly toward the villagers, clutching the cursed cross. The priest knelt beside the cursed one, gripping the holy cross tightly, silently hoping for some miracle to happen. The corpse suddenly exploded, causing him to fall flat on the ground. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived all along. Then the pastor and the villagers buried the remaining bodies in endless sorrow. The people in the village grew weaker, and more died. Their cries always echo in my ears. Great pastor, please save me. Lord, I am in so much pain. I am in so much pain. Have mercy on me. At that moment, he hated himself for being useless and hated the coldness of the high-ranking pastors. Tears of helplessness streamed down his face, causing his words to tremble. Sorry, I did it, but at the moment of greatest despair, a mysterious power summoned me. Then, the bishop used his great power to banish the sickness, and the villagers no longer suffered. Even those who had died came back to life. Faces once filled with pain and torment now blossomed with smiles. Everyone is no longer troubled by illness. Seeing those soulless corpses, the preacher believed he had made the right choice in accepting the sacrifice. This appearance is only a small price to pay. Everything is worth it. Even now, he remains a loyal fanatic. Lord ASEAN has chosen us. I will surely carry Lord Asia's glory to even farther places so more people can receive his blessings. Chun-Yi sighed, disappointed by such blind devotion. This guy is beyond help. I probably won't get any useful information from him. Then he decisively swung his sword to split the body in two. Even on the brink of life and death, the priest still fervently prayed to the god he worshipped. Lord Asia demonstrated his strength, rescued his loyal servant, and defeated this enemy. Chun-Yi sneered at him with a cold gaze. Are you still hoping in your evil god? Then he coldly delivers the final brutal truth. I fear he has already abandoned you. Today is your day to die, yet the preacher still screams, stubbornly holding on to his unbreakable faith. How dare you look down on Lord Asia? Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. He responded to those arrogant words with a faint smile. Self-destruction isn't that easy. Before the enemy can act, Chun-Yi throws a magic chain to stop him, then raises his hand to summon holy light, his voice echoing like a decree, the sacred cross of light. The seal instantly activates, locking the preacher in place. Despite writhing in pain, he continues to beg the divine being who never answers. Lord Asia saved me, but the stone statue did not react, ignoring the black liquid shot at it, along with the system's announcement to kill the zombie patriarch. Chun-Yi returns to normal state and gently lands on the ground. Yang immediately announces the items he received: 12.3, 2-3 experience points, high-level life recovery potion, magic restoring crystal, protective armor shield. He reached out and calmly commented, not too bad. Even though the experience value wasn't enough to level up, Chun-Yi instinctively sensed that something was wrong, as if the evil aura hadn't completely disappeared. He kicked the weapon on the ground up and quickly grabbed it, then moved toward the statue to deliver a final blow to completely destroy it. That damn thing ends here. The blinding golden light pierces through, shattering it into fragments in an instant. The system signals once again. Congratulations on destroying the demon god statue and earning an extraordinary reward that surprised me a bit. Humph. A red inscription appears along with a detailed description of a new relic, an ancient sacred artifact containing divine power that allows a saint to change classes twice, appearing in a dungeon related to gods or evil spirits. Chun-hee, observing the glowing object floating before him, realizes this is his first encounter with an item related to the second profession, and he needs to clear this dungeon several more times. Just as he steps outside, Ngung Tam approaches and praises him, saying, "Not bad." His first dungeon completion time is now 10 minutes and 25 seconds, placing him in the top 20. Chun-hee handed her the spoils, hurriedly bargaining. "Wei Chapsu, these are all for you. I want to enter the dungeon one more time." Ngung Tam quickly advised just after passing through the door, she went back in. "This dungeon isn't for playing around. It consumes a lot of energy." Chun-hee suddenly remembered the records set by previous players. He clenched his fist firmly and declared, "The first time was a test run. This time I want to challenge the fastest clearance, aiming for the top record. Now I feel like I can break through." She tilted her head in thought for a moment before reminding him, "All the top 10 are level 30 professional players, so to clear the new leaderboard you need to wait until you're level 27 to challenge." Chun-hee confidently said, "I've already figured it out, so you can rest assured." Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Ningxin could only give him a few words of advice. "All right, be careful yourself. I won't let you have the rewards from this dungeon." The kid left it for self-defense, and at the same time, Zheng Ming suddenly appeared. "What? What is here?" she exclaimed in surprise. "When did Trin Min come back?" He awkwardly scratched his head. Just now, it took him 2 months to clear out those disgusting alien creatures. Exhausting work. Chun-hee overheard their conversation by chance and wondered, was the space crack the one that wiped out the alien creatures? He quietly entered the new dungeon, his mind still haunted by what he had been taught. When he reached the mountain range with the wind, he discovered that low-level alien creatures could pass through the medium-sized space-time rift. Hearing the teacher's words, the country immediately raised the third-level combat alert and dispatched troops to clear the area around the rift. On the other side, Ningxin anxiously inquired about the extent of the battle damage. Trin Min's face darkened as he recalled the high-ranking comrades who had fallen. "Our team had more than 12 people. Only 8 made it back. Moreover, we have a protective legion, otherwise I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to return either." After a few moments of silence, she sighed softly. The casualties in the battle were 1/3, quite unfortunate. Ngung Tam suddenly crossed her arms and gently reproached Trin Min for calling his child's mother. "This child, with such a dangerous mission, you didn't even say a word." He replied with a forced smile. "Isn't it just to find something small? You hid it from her to take on the mission? If you tell her now, you'll definitely get scolded." She shrugged and casually said, "This is not something I can control." He immediately clasped his hands together, earnestly asking the other person to cover for him. "Come on, nothing serious. See, I'm fine, right?" Instead of answering him, Ningxin turned to look at the person approaching and hurriedly asked, "Chun-hee, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet?" "Officer Yu, I have already exited the dungeon." "Ah." He pointed to the newly reset dungeon leaderboard, the Divine Realm of Translation, Nightmare difficulty. Level 1 Chun-hee cleared in 1 minute 59 seconds, then smiled smugly. "Look," Ngung Tam muttered in disbelief. She had cleared the Nightmare difficulty dungeon in less than 2 minutes. "He is only level 23. Chun-hee quickly made a new request. "Senior Overseer, I want to try the Deep Abyss difficulty." She let out a sigh, her eyes showing clear helplessness mixed with defiance. "You really are a demon. Go ahead, take my card and scan as many times as you want." At this moment, Zheng Ming couldn't hide his astonishment. Hey, aren't you Chun-hee, the top freshman at Tahang University? It's been 2 months, but your record in clearing the Divine Aura Passage is still talked about everywhere." The students in the school couldn't hide their admiration. "Damn, the record for passing the Deep Abyss level of the Divine Energy Service has been broken. 1 minute, 29 seconds. This is really hard to believe. 1 minute and 29 seconds. I was still trapped at the first gate then. Scary. This is the true strength of the disciple of the Sacred Transmission King, the guild leader." Immediately, one person in the crowd also spoke up with admiration. "Did you guys see the nightmare-level Divine Sense passage from a few days ago? He only took 59 seconds, and I was paralyzed. Even the speed of the dual-profession fake gatekeeper wasn't as fast as him." Chun-hee left the dungeon looking excited, unable to help but think about the happy days recently. These 2 months have been enough. After Mr. Vuong Hui found out I cleared the Tianvu Guild's dungeon,
He directly gave me his accumulation points card so I could clear freely. Then he checked my profile information. Without the limit of points, I naturally need to level up as quickly as possible. So in the last 2 months at the Tianvu Guild, I finally reached level 29 and can now accept specialized missions.
Chunyi quietly planned his next move, intending to contact teacher Wang Hui later to obtain the Holy Knight's official letter. Just then, his phone rang. Got it. That's a recall message from Principal Wang Hui. Your phone still has the cute keychain you casually received attached from the hottest magical beast pet box in Ninan City. It took me a long time to get this kind of fish. Soon after, Chunyi arrived at the principal's office. Hello, teacher. As soon as Wang Hui saw your face, he couldn't help but praise you.
Just as I expected, gaining 6 levels in 2 months isn't bad. He approached, patted his shoulder gently, and dropped a cryptic remark. I could have taken you on a monster hunting trip to level up to 40 or even 50 faster. But do you know why I didn't do that?
He didn't hesitate and answered immediately.
Therefore, the Tam Chuyan profession created without levels, lacking basic training, cannot fully unleash its power.
Chunyi seriously added, the fake profession only becomes a top expert through life and death training on your own. Wang Hui cast a spell, causing a golden light to flash as he made his comment. It's not easy for you to understand this point. He placed the transfer letter in front of you and began to explain. The world of strong fighters is not short of those who level up thanks to their parents' resources. But even at the second transfer, the third transfer remains difficult to survive. If you're already at level 29, you should prepare for the second transfer. Wang Hui continued to explain. The second-tier Holy Knight is a celestial herald, greatly enhancing control over holy light and improving the weak abilities from the first tier. But for you, the power has already gone beyond normal. This is the transfer letter, and once your consciousness is unlocked, you'll see the transformation requirements. The system interface appeared before Chunyi, showing that the Holy Knight promotion item met the requirements. Activating it could transform him from a Holy Knight into a celestial revelation. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the power from the promotion letter into himself. At this moment, notifications appeared listing the conditions for the class change. The highest class is Holy Knight, level 29, 100 Holy Spirit crystals, and 100 repentance notions. Chunyi scratched his head in confusion, wondering if the repentance notions referred to those of heretical cultists worshipping evil gods. Demon Lord, do you still remember what I obtained from the deep abyss of divine fury?
Wang Hui replied after hearing your question. It requires specialized skills to generate a sense of repentance.
You must use it within half an hour after death, or the soul will dissipate. Chunyi frowned and raised another issue regarding the repentance technique. Teacher, how do you know I have this skill? Wang Hui calmly replied, I heard you cleared the subquest in the spirit realm, so you must have obtained that skill. With your strength, 100 Holy Spirit crystals should be enough, right? He was a bit moved, secretly thinking that the master had already planned the second transformation for Then I replied to him, yes. Wang Hui continued, so just complete the fourth mission and you can proceed with the second transformation. He also advised Chunyi that recently there was a mission related to the evil sect on the school's website, with a high chance of obtaining the concept of repentance. Go back and check it out. He simply replied with one word after hearing that. Yes. After arriving home, Chunyi immediately searched for information about the tasks on the school's official website. A series of details appeared, making him ponder. Taheng University is one of the top 3 universities. The total number of students is not considered large. Over 4 years, it's just over 5,000, less than a third of the student body of other universities. I just pressed search and analyzed. Since Taheng University has high input resources, it can't recruit many students. Although the number of students is small, the missions are diverse, mostly coursework tasks. Now I'm only interested in the missions related to the heretical sect. The results are immediately displayed afterward. The combat mission's goal is to defeat the fleeing level 34 cultist with a reward of 400 credits, while the investigation mission involves the city of Longfong in Songson province, where discovering clues will yield a reward of 100 to 1,000 credits. Chunyi stroked his chin in deep thought for a long time. Repentance requires 100 beams. The first task can only be categorized, so he checked where Longfeng City from the second mission was located. Thinking it through, he immediately searched for this place. Although it's not a big city, it has the specialty of Yuanguo, so it's probably more developed than Lijiang. If there are cultists active, the chance to obtain the concept of repentance isn't small. Chunyi clicked to accept the mission when a warning popped up, confirming it was a high-risk level task. 2 people who took on the mission have lost contact. Do you want to continue accepting it or not? This situation surprised him, yet it was a high-risk mission. Then he frowned and analyzed, as if the difficulty of the dungeon was divided into 4 levels: simple, normal, dangerous, and high risk. A cautious glint appeared in his emerald eyes, since high-risk missions have at least a 70% death rate, but none of this made Chun-Yi flinch. Indeed, missions involving heretical cult members are never simple, so I need to prepare a bit before leaving. He remained silent, using his positioning skill. The magic map lit up instantly, revealing detailed information. The skill used was the guiding insect, which marked the coordinates of the void beast's spatial location, sensed the position, and teleported instantly to the designated point. Chun-Yi instructed the guiding insect to quickly leave if faced with danger that couldn't be handled. And this time, heading to Longfang City for the mission would come with an extra layer of safety. After everything was settled, Chugyo stepped outside the schoolyard and thought that he could start once he bought enough mana recovery potions from the school website. From afar, 2 female students exclaimed upon seeing his figure, "Ngi Than. Ngi Than is still alive." The other person also smiled and praised, not for nothing being called the leader of the Golden Age. This intensity of breath even surpasses that of a senior 4th-year student. In the exclusive alloy training room of the dean at the War Academy, Gomang was practicing alone against all 7 robots. While fighting, he asked Tomi if Chun-Yi had left the school after accepting the high-risk mission. That's right, the mission location is in Longfang City, Songshan Province, related to the demon sect. Gomang knocked away some robots and continued, "The demon sect mission. It seems he's preparing for the 2nd transformation." This kid also has that opinion. Besides, that familiar name makes him feel a bit suspicious. But I think I've heard someone mention that Longfang City mission before. Tomi glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed that the initial mission in Longfang City was only a regular level. But after the 2 students at levels 26 and 28 lost contact, it was raised to a high danger level. The school predicts that only a double-transferred professional can handle it. Gomang responded with a smile while still fighting the robots. There might be some hidden trick on that side. For other students, it might be a bit troublesome for Chun-Yi, but for him, it's nothing special. After saying that, he decapitated his opponent and then kicked off, launching himself forward. The analysis continues. These 2 victories were quite valuable in the Heavenly Wind Guild's training dungeon, Chun-Yi at level 29. Even when facing a 2nd-tier profession faker, won't be at a disadvantage, especially since he has many trump cards. Gomang quickly eliminated the robots and simultaneously decided to change Chun-Yi's class schedule to a leave request, leaving the rest unmanaged. In the end, he told Tomi to wait until he returned to remind him, and that Lotrin still had to follow the leave of absence policy. The high-speed train was speeding along the railway. This is a straight route from Tahong to Longfang, stretching 100,000 kilometers, passing through many dangerous areas. To reach the destination, you need to start from the Ning'an University Teleportation Square, use 12 teleportations, and take 7 high-speed trains to arrive at Vinheng in Songshan Province. Chun-Yi tiredly rested his head against the window, then just needed to sit on the subway for 2 hours to arrive. His phone buzzed with a notification. "Chun-Yi, have you arrived yet? Please reply quickly." "Almost there, just 1 more hour." Then the person on the other end responds. "Got it. Remember to call me when you arrive." Bakna sat beside him and praised him, pointing out that the phone charm he had was a rare Ning'an City mouse demon. "Are you also from Ning'an?" Chun-Yi friendly confirms. "Is that right? Are you the same?" She confided in him with a bright smile on her face. "I can be considered half Ning'an person. My grandmother is over there. I grew up there as a child. Now I can only go during summer vacation. Anyway, Tuhang Province is too far from Songshan Province. Is it for sightseeing or something else in Longfang City?" Chun-Yi casually replied while using his appraisal technique. "I have some things to take care of." "How about everyone else?" "Traveling to Longfang City for tourism. The results show that both are level 13 pharmacists." Bai Na didn't realize she was under investigation and continued to speak casually. "That's right. We were planning to go to Longfeng to relax in the hot springs. I am Bai Na. This is my close friend Liu Qian. Your rank is high. I can't quite tell. From your aura, it seems to be a combat system." After Chun-Yi's she started to praise herself. "I told you my intuition is pretty accurate. I really admire your combat profession. It's just that in his eyes, this remark sounds a bit off. The demeanor between a fake civilian and a fake fighter is vastly different, and it's perfectly normal to be caught." With sincere intention to build a close connection, Bai Na proactively took out her phone and said, "Hey little guy, my best friend and I are both pharmacists. If you ever need to buy medicine in the future, whether it's healing potions, magic, or wound treatments, I'll give you a 20% discount." Chunengi felt a bit embarrassed, but couldn't refuse. All right, thank you. Finally, the high-speed train arrived in Longfeng City. Baina spoke after getting off. Time really flies. She and Liu Kie carried their luggage and said goodbye to Chung Yi. If you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time. But because she was talking so much, she accidentally bumped into someone coming from the opposite direction. Tavan saw a young girl with a delicate face in front of her and shamelessly promoted her heretical sect. Beautiful sister, I'm really sorry. Look, the Holy Spirit Church might bring endless happiness to everyone. He continued explaining to Liu Qi, our church has a very special event recently that will showcase the blessings of the gods. If you're interested, you can come and learn a bit. Even Chung Yi isn't spared. This young monk looks extraordinary. He must have a connection with the divine. Although these words are just flattery to him, he still glances at the paper the other person hands over. After reading it, Chu Nahi's suspicions grew even stronger, and he let out a This attitude made Tavan turn pale and have to retreat, then snatched back the paper and ran away, leaving behind a blessing. May the Holy Spirit Lord protect you forever. It seems Liu Qian hasn't learned much about the Holy Spirit sect. She read the paper and said, is religious culture in Longfeng City really so popular? But Baina quickly snatched it away and threw it out. Very unlucky. Liu Qian wondered about her friend's strange behavior. What's wrong? Is something not right? Bak Na had to explain in detail about her family experiences. She didn't know, which was normal, that my older brother had been working here for many years. A year ago, Longfeng City started showing signs of religious activity. At that time, the Holy Spirit Church was considered a mysterious organization. Many people who join the religion see their attributes increase and level up, but eventually everyone realizes that although their appearance remains the same, their personalities change completely, as if they became someone else. Bak Na continued sharing her sad experience. My older brother was gentle, but after joining the Holy Spirit Church, he became irritable. He suddenly lost his temper, frightening the whole family. Although the sect claimed it was a sign of a loyal believer, I still felt something was off. After hearing her tell the story, Liuji wondered what divine relics actually were, but at that moment, Bai Na threw the flyer into the trash can with a look of boredom. Let it go! We can't touch these things. Who knows what exactly is inside it? Chunai crossed his arms and commented on what just happened. Although I was here at first and Feng also briefly saw the light god with my awareness, divine relics are not something good. Maybe this is a clue to track down the heretical sect, because they often disguise themselves as mainstream religions. Soon, darkness covered Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights from the Hengyang Hospital building shone brightly, standing out on the street corner. Everyone gathered on the 9th floor, all of them excitedly asking, is it really possible to encounter a divine relic today? I guess I came for the divine relics too. My neighbor said that after he encountered a divine relic, his mental attribute increased by 20, and his strength also grew. Koman, after listening among the crowd, sarcastically uses her reputation to lure people to join the gathering. Thuong, with some skill, naturally recognizes this. No need to talk nonsense. The Holy Spirit Church became a major religion in just a year. How could they do it without tricks? Even if criticized, he still focused on the mission. That's right, remember to record the entire process of their forgery later. Triolin gently reminded from beside her. Man, just gather clues about the Divine Relic's forgery and don't dig too deep. A plus mission slip-up means death. Since the level 19 boss has spoken, how can he say he can't do it? Everyone listens to her. Just gather clues and never confront directly. Hearing this answer, she immediately turns to ask her level 18 mechanic. Do you think the small robot has finished arranging everything? He replied with a big smile. Don't worry, the entire room is under surveillance. Wu Han suddenly interrupted while using the appraisal spell. Why can't I see that person's profession rank information? Chungi is within her line of sight, but the screen keeps showing errors. The other three also activate their inspection functions. I can't see his rank either. What about Koman? He's no different from Triolin. We can't see it, and none of us can probe it, which means the opponent's level is at least 20. Tuong looked suspicious, gathering information about the Holy Spirit Church. How could it attract experts above level 20? Wuhan then added shocking information. Does he have the aura of a god? Is he a member of the Holy Spirit sect? While they were dissecting the 5 corpses, Chunye suddenly shot a cold glare, causing all 4 to panic, as if their blood had frozen. Zhaoling didn't hesitate to give the order. That gaze makes my soul tremble with fear. It must be a second-tier expert, absolutely must not attract attention. Hu Han responded softly, and the 2 men silently accepted the command. At the same time the opponents were evaluating him, Chunhee was also analyzing them.
These 4 people didn't seem to be ordinary townsfolk, but they also had nothing to do with him. His target was the Holy Spirit sect. The sharp chime of a bell suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts, and the atmosphere instantly became eerily silent. The representative welcomes everyone to the Holy Spirit church gathering. Those present here are destined by the divine. I am the divine servant, Latuvian, and I will guide you toward divine grace. Chung-ai quietly observes from behind. A level 18 and 2 level 17 are not very high. Let's see what they are up to. Meanwhile, Latuvian continued passionately speaking. The Holy Spirit Church worships the Lord, guiding followers toward light and salvation. In the eyes of the deity Lord, all beings are equal. He keeps weaving dreams for his followers. As long as they are sincere, the deity Lord will bestow blessings. From free cultivation dungeons to precious cultivation resources, like elixirs to increase demonic power and treasures to boost vitality, everything is available. Finally, he revealed an attractive follow-up. The church provides each member with 8,000 mid to lower grade coins every month for operational expenses. This bomb made the crowd go wild. I worked hard for a whole month just to earn 4,000, but in the church I can get 8,000 plus free cultivation resources. Maybe I can turn my luck around and become a true powerhouse. Tuvian kept pouring sweet words into everyone's ears. This is the love of the divine Lord for everyone, so that people don't have to worry about life's troubles and can devote themselves wholeheartedly to their faith in the divine Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, the divine power of the Holy Spirit Church is limitless. Next, as the divine consort, I will personally demonstrate the great power of the deity to everyone. The man steps forward to the foot of the statue, unaware of its potential or effectiveness, to perform. This is a rare opportunity granted to us by the divine Lord to witness the glory of the God and feel the vast grace. Chunyi pondered as he looked at the item in front of him, unable to identify it, but he could feel the dense magical aura on the statue, probably a magic tool. Zhao Ling's group also held their own thoughts about it. The Holy Spirit statue they want to forge a miracle with. This time, we must gather solid evidence. Tu Vien stood facing the statue, raising both hands high and shouting loudly, "Holy Spirit Lord, show us your power!" The expectant expressions of the crowd below made him speak more passionately, allowing these devout followers to witness his great miracle. As he finished speaking, the assistant immediately shook the small bell in his hand. As the ringing sound continued, the statue gradually emitted a gentle golden light, soon forming a dazzling halo that made Chunyi raise his hand to shield his eyes. He stared in shock at the so-called divine relic manifesting as a goddess holding a believer in her arms. I don't know who shouted. What is this? This is the key to everyone's excitement. It's a divine miracle. This light makes my body feel full of power. The figure from the statue begins to chant a series of spells. The followers couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. Strange. Did anyone hear that sound? That legend is still talking. Koman's group is also surrounded by spells, and Tru Wuhan all seem to be under a mind control spell. Then Zhao Ling suddenly looked at her hands, trembling as she said, "I have become a second-tier profession changer." This made Wuhan stand in the protective barrier in shock. Sister Lin beside her, Guman, laughed wildly. "Many low-grade resources are enough for me to become the strongest warrior, and injuries won't escape the claws of the demon. Mom, now I am the top mech engineer in Zhongxia, enough to make the family proud." She used her own witnessing of this scene as a high-level hypnotic magic. Wuhan helplessly stared at the divine relic, which kept dispersing with the mental control immunity chain, able to activate only once every half hour. Now I can only wait for the cooling device, wake up a teammate, and then forcefully induce an explosion. Chunyi is the second person to resist. He grabs the head of someone nearby and calculates his next move. This high-level hypnotic magic, could it be that the Holy Spirit Church only relies on this method to attract followers? Tu Vien looked at the outcome brought by the divine relic and was completely satisfied, as expected from the sacred artifact bestowed by the Grand Priest, with extraordinary effectiveness. He immediately ordered his subordinates behind him to start moving. "We just wasted some time earlier, and they're in a hurry too." The enchanting bell sound rings again, waves of sound spreading out from that side, soon enveloping the entire hall in glowing golden ripples. As the chanting ended, waves of deathly aura seeped into every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers slowly appeared on the altar through the black smoke. Tu Vien respectfully bows to greet the Grand Master. Chunyi's eyes suddenly flicker. This feeling is from a believer of our church. As soon as Feng Li spoke, he immediately questioned, "Why has Tu Vien been using it for so long?" He hurriedly clasped his hands in explanation. "Master Bishop, there must be a reason for what happened. Promoting the Holy Spirit Church will take some time."
He nonchalantly warns, "Just a few consumable items, don't waste time next time."
Feng Li reached out to touch the statue and said, "This time, after the sacrificial ceremony, you will officially join the Holy Spirit sect."
Receiving the blessing from the Divine Lord, Tu Vien was hit by an unexpected joy and felt extremely excited,
Thanking the gesture of the venerable priest. Chunhai, after observing for a while, was enlightened. Heretical cult members who do not use dark powers look like ordinary people, making it hard to distinguish their true identity.
But as a holy knight like me is blessed by the holy light, I am extremely sensitive to evil aura, and the demonic breath of those 5 people is as clear as ink on white paper. On the altar, Li Feng continued his divine hymn, "Eternal Holy Spirit, forever invincible, great Lord of gods, the offering has been prepared for you. Please rest assured and enjoy it." Watching this scene, my mind drifts further away. New Bishop level 27, right? He must be a higher-ranking person. Let's see if he can gather more information. After all, there are 5 evil cult members, and that's never enough. In front of the glowing golden statue, Feng Li and the others raise their hands and repeat in unison, "Eternal Holy Spirit, forever invincible." The god statue, after hearing the phrase Holy Spirit eternal and forever invincible 5 times, smiled with satisfaction, opening its mouth to release shimmering waves of sound surging wildly. The believers below are ecstatic and excited like a sudden rainstorm in the summer. Chung-hee quietly feels the crazed atmosphere around him, realizing they are extracting souls. The shout of eternal Holy Spirit now echoes through the surrounding believers. His mind kept turning. The soul is the key to resurrection. Whether it's a pastor saving others or a strong person saving themselves, ordinary people have weak souls and won't appear after death. But no matter how strong or weak, the soul remains extremely important. Chung-ai truly felt the sinister nature of the sect, as the illusion of the heavenly net controlling everyone's minds actually drained their souls. He could not forget the scene of violence he had witnessed.
Those who join the Catholic Church may look the same on the outside as before, but their personalities are completely different. Finally, the mystery behind the recent strange events has been solved. Those who join the Holy Spirit Church must have experienced a major change in their personality related to a damaged soul. Chun-hee silently wondered as he watched the waves of golden energy emanating from the bewildered believers around him.
What is that statue ultimately trying to do by collecting the souls of these people? Trio Lin, clutching her resolve, stepped into the 9th floor, but now she was also ignoring the souls being devoured. Wuhan used all his strength to pull her back, his mind racing. If they kept waiting for Qi Lin, they would all die. They couldn't just sit and wait for death. "Sister Lin, wake up quickly." She decided to activate the Ice Spirit spell regardless of everything. "Ice Spirit, heed my summon and gather. Your power frees everything." Seeing the thin layers of ice covering Zhao Lin's body, she cheered happily. There was hope. But the joy was short-lived as the ice melted away in an instant, nullifying the ice magic and reverting everything back. Wuhan's blatant actions drew Vian's attention, yet someone remained unaffected by the enchantment. He waved his hand and unleashed a monstrous force like a storm. "Ak Diem, go." Chung-yi saw the death aura approaching her and didn't hesitate to unleash the Holy Light Guard. But unexpectedly, among the believers, more than 2 people were hit by the attack, and Lu Nim quickly threw out the light shield. The sturdy golden shield blocked in front of Wuhan, successfully stopping the magic flow. Having exposed her, she pressed her advantage and launched another fireball of the Holy Light spell at Feng Li. As the Holy Spirit's chief priest, he merely flicked his hand to deflect the deadly attack. After dealing with some minor tricks, he immediately exposed her. Illumination technique. You are a member of the Holy Light Church, even though you are a level 25 Holy Light mage. The fact that your barrier hasn't been easily broken still makes Liu Nian feel uneasy. How is this possible? I have already trained my Dieu Quang Thuat to level 15. This skill once quickly defeated a level 26 golden-ranked Bak Hung. Suppressed strength made her regain clarity quickly, and without hesitation, she opened dozens of teleportation scrolls. Now even a wave from the evil cultist can stop her. This is bad. The strength of the evil cultist far exceeds my expectations. I must leave immediately. It's just a simple song. How could Feng Li let her escape from his grasp? His intention to sabotage the ritual, yet she still wants to run. You think this is the place you can come and go as you please? He casts the Zhaozhuan technique, and the sticky, muddy sludge from the floor coils tightly around her. Lu Nim quickly stepped back, but 2 heretical disciples from Feng Li's side simultaneously launched wind ring and fireball spells, enveloping her in a swirling golden light. The power of the light congregation gathers beside me, forming an unbreakable support. Facing 2 enemies alone, she finds herself trapped in a pincer movement with no way out. Among the 5 of them, there are even 2 mages. If there had been only one, she might have taken the opportunity to destroy a few of their scrolls while they were distracted, and then leave. Even though her plan was unlikely to succeed, Liu Nian still had to fight on with all her might. The power of the divine gathers in the light, purifying evil in the world, but she is not very optimistic inside. Worse still, another close combat fake profession is coming this way. If he comes any closer, I will definitely die. She frantically launches an attack at the opponent to break through their barrier. At 58 years old, after switching to a hidden profession, I was directly recruited into the Holy Light Church for training. The Holy Spirit sect isn't just about fasting and dressing modestly. They fight back fiercely, making it hard for me to dodge their attacks. After 4 years of training, his first time outside to practice, he initially believed he could destroy this religious activity on his own, but does it have to cost his life? Chun-Yi sighed in frustration as he watched the battle unfold, then finally raised his hand and unleashed the sword of repentance. The Huangduang Medical Building has been silent all this time, but in the blink of an eye, the floors exploded one after another, deafening booms echoing loudly. Lu Nim knelt in despair, staring at the wreckage before her. This is the remaining half of the Wuhan building, struggling to hold on for her comrades. Are they all going to die? Tu Vian hurriedly pointed in a direction to warn of another saboteur, with a holy aura so faint. Feng Li, of course, was not blind and asked Chung Yi, "You are a high-ranking knight of the Holy Light Church." He didn't answer but immediately accused him. The heretical cult gathered the most pathetic scum. Liu Nian trembled all over, wanting to stand up, as if she had her own suspicion. 2 mages, a warrior, all above level 25 with support magic, yet they were still killed so quickly. Could it be the second-tier profession? Longfeng City must have already attracted the attention of the church. He didn't even bother to look at Chun Yi, let alone the 2 bearded men. He swung his sword once and took down his opponent. He couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. Just one move. This is impossible. The old, gloomy, and aged head pounded the table with a clack. He must run at all costs. He decisively kicked the sacrificial pawn Tu Vian forward to block him, not expecting himself to fall into this situation, clearly heading towards death. Chung Yi also didn't refuse the prey that came to his mouth, coldly cutting it in half to finish it off. Then he didn't hesitate to summon the blue butterfly to lead the way and have the insect follow. It obeyed the command and rushed into the door of death before the deadly aura disappeared. Lu Nim timidly stepped beside him, a high-ranking divine official showing respect. "I am Lu Nim, a holy light mage from the demonic division of the Holy Light Church. The closer you stand to her, the clearer it becomes. If you look carefully, the intensity of her holy light is more than just terrifying. This really is a manifestation of holy light. I can even feel the joyful aura it radiates around his body." Chun Yi asked curiously, "You're from the Demon City branch, why are you here?" She also didn't hide it and expressed her gratitude. "I went out to train and take on missions, so I came here. Luckily you're here, otherwise I would have been in danger this time." He turned away and walked off, indifferently replying, "It's just a small matter. She hurriedly ran after to confirm, "Are you a deity impersonator of the bright religion? I have never encountered such strong holy light before," Chun Yi said frankly, while making a hand gesture. "I am not one of your Kwangmin Jiaodin people." With a loud roar, Lu Nim wondered in confusion. Is it not that she looked at the ruined altar with a snap of her fingers? She blinked to confirm once more. With such dense holy light, besides the divine officials of the bright holy church, who else could possess it? Her little head boldly guessed, could it be the Saint Child? Liu Nian frantically searched her memory. The titles Saint Son and Saint Daughter are reserved for the top geniuses within the holy palace of the bright religion. This also represents a kind of authority. They can access the top-tier resources within the church's core. They are nurtured because they are undefeated at their level, and some can even surpass their level to defeat enemies. To avoid being targeted by heretical sects, the Saint Son or Saint Girl always hide their identity before coming into the world. Only high-ranking divine officials know, and once they are certain, she looks around. "Sir, we need to wake everyone up now, right? Of course, he's not free to carry a heavy burden." "No need. Now that chaos has been caused, let the officials from the Security Bureau handle it. The situation is complicated and waking them up casually could cause unnecessary fear," Chun Yi explained as he approached the body of a holy church disciple. She tiptoed after him, patting the horse's rear, and said, "You're still thinking comprehensively." He clasped his hands together, performing a repentance technique, using the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of the soul. As he finished speaking, a cloud of golden dust fell from his hand onto the corpse, even covering it with white lilies of repentance, while the shadow of death's aura twisted and soared out in response to the call. Then the twisted souls float in the air, and the space echoes with a mournful sound saying, "I am guilty. I repent for the sins I have committed." After the battle, Chuni raised his hand to withdraw his magic, clenched his fist, and his mind was filled with thoughts.
Just 4, that's too few. I released the leader to avoid leaving a trail and to find more traitors.
By now, they should be catching up. Lu Nyim quietly observes from behind, then questions herself, regretting that although she has a solid foundation, she is far behind the Saint Child. If she could cultivate alongside him, she would surely be much stronger, but she wonders if he even notices her. While they were lost in thought, the officials from the Public Security Bureau arrived outside. They stormed in shouting warnings, raised their hands, and ordered everyone to put down their weapons to assist Public Security Officer Longfeng. "I am Wang Hao, the captain of the action team of the Qian Bureau, a humble officer."
May I ask what happened here? She instinctively raised her hands in surrender, and Nigaitho responded, "Hello, Captain Vuong."
Then she quickly recounted the incident.
The Holy Spirit sect is a heretical cult. They used methods to gather ordinary townspeople here, preparing to extract their souls to offer to the Emperor.
Wang Hao looked worried. Did she stop them by taking the soul? Lu Nyim quickly waved her hands, stammering to deny, "No, it wasn't me." She turned to Liun Gi, but he was nowhere to be found. Where did everyone go? Lu Nyim sadly scolded the other person, saying, "Holy Son, you abandoned me alone again and left." Meanwhile, Wang Hao was desperately directing the cleanup. Team 1 is in charge of evacuating the civilians and ensuring their safety, making sure not to cause panic. Team 2 is inspecting the scene and collecting evidence, leaving no suspicious item unchecked. A mysterious hand suddenly appeared, casting a spell. His voice echoed everywhere. Team 3 begins treatment, prioritizing those with serious injuries, acting quickly to ensure their safety. Everyone affected by the magic immediately shows signs of being brainwashed. "Who are you all? What are you still doing? I want to go home." Snap.
Wasn't I just at the gathering earlier? Where am I right now?
Strange, isn't it? I feel pain all over my body, my head is heavy as if someone is still pounding inside my mind. Tuong rubbed his eyes and complained, "Ugh, my head hurts so much." After finishing his recovery, he went to his teammate Han and asked, "Did we succeed?" Blaming the poor guy in front of Nye Tho, Vu Han spoke to clarify. "What is he thinking?"
You guys were hypnotized by the Holy Spirit Church. I was lucky to escape thanks to my magic tool, but I didn't expect there to be at least 5 experts behind them, all level 25 or higher. When you heard that, you must have been shocked.
"Level 25, so how can we survive?" She continued to reply, "He is a second-tier divine function, capable of destroying the Holy Spirit sect in one strike."
Tuong was overjoyed, saying, "The second-tier divine function employee has treated the old man well." That's right. My robot must have recorded his battle process. We can upload it online. It will definitely cause a sensation. Without hesitation, he took out the robot to verify in front of everyone.
Before they could see, the surroundings suddenly shook violently. The group of Tuong stood frozen there, motionless for a moment. In another place, a gloomy atmosphere pervades everything. In the center, a figure is wrapped in a mass of magical slime. Feng Li shouted in frustration, his voice filled with hatred. "Damn it, who is he really? Why would a character like that appear in Longfeng City?" He staggered as he walked, questioning himself with hundreds of doubts.
It can't be true that I am part of the Holy Light Church. I have always been humble in my work and have never attracted the attention of the Holy Light Church's experts.
They are all under hypnosis, leaving no trace. Where exactly did we go wrong?
Feng Li threw open the large door in front of him. The sacrificial ritual was disrupted, and 4 disciples were injured. The Lord will definitely be furious.
The more he spoke, the more confused he became. What should I do? In another development, influenced by demonic energy, a blue butterfly appeared from nowhere carrying hope to change the situation, and mysterious cracks also appeared on the wall. Chunhai used his hand to widen the crack, revealing his handsome face, then borrowed the power of the void divine beast to sense and determine the spatial coordinates, opening a space-time rift that led to the destination for teleportation in an instant. Returning to the present, Du Feng saw the familiar figure and immediately asked, "Master Feng, you're back. It doesn't beat around the bush, directly getting to the point. I want to know what it feels like to finally sense the loss of the 4 precious disciples' lives." This time, the victim's actions caused an incident, involving someone with a powerful holy light force who interfered to cause destruction. The sacrifice also killed our people. That person's strength is incredibly powerful. I am no match for him at all. Du Feng keeps causing trouble on the side. "So why are you still alive?" He begged it desperately to spare his life. "A petty criminal deserves to die 1,000 times. I beg you, please spare my life."
"I am willing to atone with my service, seeking more sacrificial items to make up for this loss," it said coldly.
"Success is rare, but failure is frequent." He shivered all over after hearing that.
"My lord, I truly have given my all, but that mysterious person is too powerful. I have been Chung-Yi all along, disguised as an apostle among them."
He quietly observes the dense evil aura from the black sphere, which is surely the gathering point of over 100 disciples. This scheme is not just about capturing souls. Doc Fong doesn't want to waste any more time and has to pretend to be unaware. "Forget it. Your explanation is useless." Luckily, even though the sacrifice was interrupted, the ritual was completed, and it won't affect the overall situation. "Master, you mean the sacrifice was successful, but it was interrupted, and the soul power the owner needed was not fully gathered. Could it be that they are provoking the owner?"
It couldn't help but shout angrily, "You fool, do you think we are still conducting sacrifices throughout the city just for that pathetic bit of soul power?"
Desperate, it turned to another apostle and asked for clarification,
saying, "Master To, I have a subordinate here.
"Explain a bit to this fool. I am a subordinate on patrol duty." Lin revealed a sinister face and slowly explained,
"Master, this is a grand plan to destroy the world. Over the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit City has conducted 307 sacrifices, all at key points within Longfong City, each sacrifice activating a node," and he carefully explained every detail. Chun-Hee listened intently, not missing a word.
"If the points connect to form a line, they will create a magic array covering the entire city called the Chaos Inferno Array. To carry out this plan, we have planted many disciples within the city's layers to spread the teachings of the Holy Spirit Church among the people. More and more secrets are revealed, attracting those with desires to join the Holy Spirit sect, expanding the power and providing enough manpower for the plan, while also adding colorless and tasteless magic potion into the city's water supply. The potion affects the body and mind, subtly weakening and making it easier to control." After hearing this, Chung-Hee's mind was filled with thoughts. No wonder those imposters were so easily hypnotized. What is the purpose of activating the so-called Chaos Inferno Array? Meanwhile, Lin's voice still echoed in my ears. "We have uncovered many secret passages underground connecting to sacrificial sites, all equipped with runes and magic formations to channel energy." He continued to reveal the schedule. "Tonight, the magic array has activated the souls and vitality of all living beings, still being taken away endlessly, following the passageway that leads to the seal of the Chaos Lord." The more he spoke, the more his face was stained with evil. "The lives and souls of the entire city are sacrificed to the great Chaos Lord on the verge of awakening. He will bring chaos and endless darkness to reshape this world. The great Chaos Lord is about to awaken." He listened, his expression gradually turning serious. "The Chaos Lord Demon God then summons a spell to prepare for battle, risking the lives of the entire city to awaken the Demon God. I absolutely will not allow it." At this moment, Fong Li hurriedly admits his mistake.
"Sir, please forgive me, I knew nothing about this," Du Feng said reproachfully. "You, the leader of the sect, are so foolish. How can I trust you with such an important matter?"
While speaking, it suddenly shouted loudly, "Who's still there?" Chung-Ai was startled and wide-eyed as it threatened him, activating a spell that caused an explosion. Fortunately, he managed to defend himself in time and remained safe. As the smoke cleared, Chung-Ai prepared for battle, activating the Divine Thunder. Heavenly Revelation Tier 1 to boost his state of enlightenment by 50%. Increasing resistance to abnormal conditions and damage from lightning skills by 50% for 14 seconds, while his lightning sword struck rapidly, causing massive mixed damage. Fong Li immediately recognized the familiar face and charged in without hesitation, casting a spell to channel the power of the shadow chain slash into his weapon, forming a black sickle imbued with intense metal-cutting force. He refuses to admit defeat. The Divine Thunder Punishment Ring level S1,000,000, condensed into a Divine Thunder on his weapon, strikes with incredible speed, causing extraordinary lightning attribute damage. Meanwhile, the two of them continued their fierce battle, clashing with golden and purple magic, causing shockwaves that devastated the surroundings. After a while, they separated temporarily, with Chuningye retreating to maintain a safe distance. "You used magic eyes to analyze your opponent but couldn't identify them," feeling somewhat impressed. "Much better than the previous sect master, a second-tier expert not inferior at all. This time, you've encountered a worthy opponent." Lin below doesn't waste any time, swinging his sickle to unleash his ultimate move. Yu Yingliang flicked his sickle, summoning black crescent blades from multiple angles to attack the enemy, causing severe damage and disrupting their movements. His sickle spun rapidly, forming a magical circle, absolutely cinematic.
He stared intently at him, praising without reservation. A level 29 holy knight able to withstand my 3 strikes.
You have some skill. He coldly executes his next move, wanting to end the opponent. But you can only go this far. The dark vortex centered on itself condenses dark energy into a massive black whirlpool with a strong pull on all surrounding beings, causing a prolonged erosion of darkness, while Tulin's magic strikes like sharp blades, slicing wildly everywhere. At the center where he stands, a black hole has already formed, ready to swallow everything around it. Chungi braced himself against the intense pull. The situation is getting worse. He summons the Holy Light Shield, stabbing the Holy Sword into the ground to create a point of focus. Both sides continuously clash, and the surrounding earth and rocks shatter into pieces. My dark vortex devours even light. You're just struggling in vain. The first transformation of the Holy Knight is considered capable, but compared to the second transformation like a worm versus a dragon, you're 14 levels below me. He had already realized the unfavorable situation, his mind filled with thoughts. Although the guardian angel could resist most of the dark corrosion, this black vortex was frantically absorbing his magic and stamina. If he kept draining like this, he would eventually be completely drained. My light is enough to crush your tricks. I won't give up and will fight back. Behind Chunyi, a radiant glow shone brightly. Manhwa was determined to come up with a plan of attack, knowing that fighting his magic and stamina head-on was definitely disadvantageous, so he aimed to strike quickly and decisively. At this moment, Tulin hesitated slightly, internally questioning whether the purity of this holy light surpassed that of ordinary holy knights. Could it be that he is the secret weapon of the Holy Light Church's pinnacle? But these guys are truly too weak. And no matter what their background is, today there's no way they'll leave this place alive. Doc Fong, fearing that a long night brings many dreams, anxiously spoke out, "Master." To quickly stopped him, but it was too late. He had already completed the transformation. A focused, innate light ring, level A. Holy, radiant wheel. Technique level 11. Grade A. Angelic Divine. Secret spell. S+, then summon a beam of light directly at the opponent. Tulin was frightened by what he saw, unable to believe that this dark vortex fused with the chaotic primal error, capable of devouring even a level 50 powerhouse. How could it be so easily separated? No way all the followers are willing to kill him at any cost. He wants to use numbers to crush the opponent, and although the followers are not very strong, there are many of them, enough to drain his stamina and magic. Tulin shouted loudly to give the order, feeling the pain of the dark shackles and chains, as a series of chains shot out to seal him, followed by a raging water formation aiming to drown the enemy. However, the battle still continues, and the horde of wind disciples rushes in crazily. There are too many miscellaneous enemies, so first we need to clear them out. Chungai spread his arms wide, his legs firm as mountains, summoning the light shield to guard both sides, while the twin heart shields level 11, the apostles rushing forward were ruthlessly repelled. Then a series of absolutely cinematic moves were executed, with him wreaking havoc across the battlefield alone. Tulin, feeling overwhelmed, quickly retreated to defend himself. Then he counterattacked with the U-Shadow triple slash. He didn't make many moves, just stretched lightly, and a burst of magic light radiated out so strongly that it pushed back his opponent. After a moment, the battlefield also quieted down. Tulin was pushed against the wall. Dufeng was furious and cursed, a useless trash that even a level 29 Holy Knight couldn't catch. Fong Li could only tremble and sigh. What kind of joke is this? How do you fight this kind of monster? Chung He clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing through him.
Luckily transformed into a divine angel with various abilities that, on paper, was level 29 but actually close to level 40, plus the Holy Light's suppression of evil powers, allowing him to overpower opponents of higher levels.
Dufeng, furious and exuding blood-red killing intent, shouted, "Useless trash. After the ritual ends, you will all pay the price." But seeing the cowardly one kneeling on the ground, he loudly questioned, "Sect leader Du, what are you doing?" Feng Li was so scared he was trembling, stammering incomprehensibly. He couldn't be level 29, he must be hiding some kind of artifact to conceal his true level. "Master, I will seize the opportunity. I can't go up and seek pointless death." Zhong Yi Ren, taking advantage of their distraction, rushes into battle as Dufeng frantically gives orders. "That useless coward who fears death, now charge forward and stop him for me." But the little rabbit just stands frozen. I am still looking for the right moment to strike. Now is not the time. He concentrates his divine power, his gaze like a hawk fixed on the two opponents, before charging forward, weapon in hand pressed against Fong Li. Doc Fong seizes the opportunity, grabbing his head with both hands to use him as a shield. Feng Li was just stuck with the knife handle. Father, why? Cough, cough. Then it coldly threw the comrade's body down, continuously cursing the useless piece of trash. Did you see that inhumane scene just now? Tell me, is he your son? Whether it exists or not, dying for the Lord of Chaos would be his lifelong honor. Chun-Hee just wanted to be speechless at it. Because I am that void god, even loved ones can be discarded. Truly insane. It replied with a tone 3 parts mocking and 7 parts like a lady. When chaos descends, my divine offspring is my child. Chun-Hee is no match. Do not die in vain because the city is about to perish. Hearing the opponent mention his name, he couldn't help but wonder. You know me? Du Feng revealed without hesitation. The top scorer in this university's freshman exchange tournament, known for his outstanding performance and long-standing reputation, was suddenly sensed by Chun-Hee to be acting strangely while he was engrossed in conversation. So it turns out, Talin was trying to ambush him. He quickly swung his sword to defend, but before he could finish dealing with him, Doc Fong's situation behind changed. He exclaimed worriedly, "Something's wrong." In an instant, Chun-Hee had vanished without the enemy's encirclement. Then suddenly, a powerful strike hit Tulin, causing his Void Beast skill to jump unexpectedly. Following that, thousands of invisible fists aimed directly at him, with a level 9 B-grade chain attack. He was battered painfully like La the Tid. Du Feng, after witnessing that spectacular display, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. As expected, you stole the Void Beast without any effort at all. He didn't reply to it, coldly activating his next skill, the level 16 A-ranked light punishment technique, quickly finishing off Talin. But inside, Tronpeng wondered if he could still tame the Void Beast. After some reasoning, Chun-Hee confidently confirmed, "Master Feng Hak, you are the traitorous madman." He knew he couldn't escape forever, so he spoke up to confirm the truth. "The Chaos Lord will take back this world, and I will become one of the rulers of the new world. If it weren't for you disrupting the ritual, the Chaos Lord would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, both you and the Void Beast belong to me. One is a pawn, the other nurturing power for the Chaos Lord." The belief in the evil god indeed greatly boosts strength. Feng Hak is a level 49 assassin, but the pressure is even greater than Director Ngo at level 52. I activated the Angel Sentinel Zone to boost my strength, but facing him remains very difficult. Suddenly, thousands of sharp stones erupted from the ground, and in an instant, I was sealed. Chun-Hee quickly summoned the Holy Light and struggled amidst the rocky terrain. Feng Huo watched the bloody scene with great pleasure, thrashing harder. Each minute of resistance would turn 5 souls into nourishment for the Lord of Chaos. He spread his arms wide and summoned a magic array of sharp stakes raining down on his opponent. Fortunately, Chun-Hee quickly defended by casting a Holy Light barrier spell, level 13B+. His attack suddenly changed direction, and he watched with wide eyes but couldn't react in time. So he was hit on the right arm, blood splattering everywhere. Chun-Hee looked at his wounded shoulder slowly healing, but it wasn't normal corrosion. It was the power of the evil god turned into a statue. The lingering pain made him grit his teeth and carve away the corrupted flesh, while Feng Hak, lost in his dark transformation, laughed maniacally. Aha! His mouth erupts with a huge surge of explosive energy toward him. The sudden surge of power waves couldn't make Chun-Hee flinch or run away. With just a sword, the hero diverted the incoming energy, tearing through the sky amid the roar of the apocalypse. His body swiftly shifted to control Feng Hak from behind, standing still and gazing at the incoming light without resistance. A pillar of light descended like thunder striking, as if the heavens were hammering down on Feng Hak below Chun-Yee's command. The level 16 A-grade Guangji punishment skill. Luckily, he has a sharp mind to set up a timely shield, trying to control my actions. Then use light punishment to deliver a fatal blow to me, right? The thin lips keep uttering words that make others uncomfortable. The counter strategy is very well executed. Unfortunately, you forget that I used to be the director of the War Academy. In a corner of the room, iron chains covered in mysterious red aura, as if possessed by a soul, rush forward to support, overturning the table for him. They quickly pull him back to free Feng Hao. Chun-Hee is dragged towards the stone table while his ears are filled with his own voice echoing. These combat thoughts are all lessons I taught my students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, he was paying attention to something more important. The deep abyssal shackles are formed from condensed chaotic energy, specifically designed to suppress divine attributes. Once caught, they not only seal all light system skills, but also drain the victim's life force. While Feng Huo was kneeling and waiting for the glorious moment to come, struggling and fighting, this was your fate. Chungi was lying on the stone table with his forelimbs chained and stretched uncomfortably in 4 directions.
This is bad. These chains suppress holy power. A series of lightning bolts roared across the sky, signaling trouble ahead.
Feng Hak happily pinched Chungi's face. The long black nails gouged deep into his skin, causing him excruciating pain and blood to spurt out. His face was eager, waiting for humanity's new era of suffering to wipe away the blood still on his hands. Feng Hak sensed the evil aura gradually filling the air, making his soulless eyes more menacing. Suddenly, rocks fell from the sky like a nighttime storm, yet both of them remained unharmed, as if the falling stones knew how to avoid people. Chunai gazed at the faint red shadows gradually taking shape around him, these restless spirits emerging due to the dark energy enveloping the Yang realm, while Feng Hak's mood turned joyful, like a clown lost in chaos. Listen, this is the sound of the Chaos Lord's footsteps approaching. The thunderclaps crashing down loudly echo through the 6 realms. The bodies of people lying scattered on the ground create a gloomy atmosphere fitting for the day of judgment, while Chun-Yi remains stunned by the scene before him. Hundreds of souls pass by the stone table where he is lying, accompanied by 2 familiar faces of Chun-Yi passing by him like emotionless robots. Both of them stand silently with others, waiting for the aura of evil to surround their souls. The dark energy swirls around them, turning everything into a motionless stone standing tall around him. Chun-Yi couldn't help but feel angry at the inhumane behavior of the one Feng Hak worships as a beast, while he simply responded coldly to others who shared his own ideals. This is the price he must pay. People as foolish as you will never understand. The chaotic situation forces him to stay silent and think of a new plan. Although I could let the Void Beast take me away directly, everyone from Langfeng City would definitely die. So I have to stop him. Even if I am not his match, I absolutely cannot be a traitor. The glass vial containing the golden liquid is silently summoned by Chun-Yi. The innate celestial milk, S+, greatly enhances resistance to negative effects and increases physical recovery speed. He choked back tears as he quickly drank the strange liquid, increasing his negative resistance by 100% and his physical recovery speed by 100%. That behavior in Feng Hak's eyes was like a fish desperately trying to escape in its final moments. Struggling, Chun-Yi ignored the sarcastic words, his aura shining behind him, fueling his fighting spirit, using the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of the soul. Seeing the enemy's confident demeanor, Feng Hak suddenly showed a look of confusion. What do you want to do? In exchange, he personally judges the sentence for the destroyer of the world. Repent. Chun-Yi uses his skill to absorb the remaining spiritual energy from the figures lying scattered on the ground. Weariness is evident on his dreamy face as he collects his 104 thoughts of repentance. Inside Chun-Yi's body, the 2 streams of true energy and internal energy clash against each other, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood from the unbearable pain of his reckless actions. The Heavenly Saints' warriors rise powerfully within him, and the Ice Legion also begins to follow Chun-Yi's call. The 2 types of energy clash and collide, creating a powerful shockwave inside him. Chun-Yi grit his teeth and forced himself to absorb both energies into his body. Feng Hak gazed blankly at the spiritual energy surrounding him. What more does he want to break through with this power? His filthy mind suddenly jumped to a shocking conclusion. Second transformation. Seeing his intention clearly, Feng Hak laughed out loud and forced the second transformation. Ha ha, it really opened my eyes. It seems you've been driven mad with despair. He demonstrates mastery of this ultimate skill to the person frantically trying to activate it within themselves. Under normal circumstances, the second transformation requires a large amount of resources to support the magic crystal. Valuable rare elixirs, these are essential items for strengthening the body and increasing power levels, and also powerful experts to guard against external disturbances during breakthroughs. Right now, you are still suppressed by the deep abyss's shackles on your divine power, imprisoned alone with no energy supply. The fierce battle between the 2 star armies makes Chun-Yi's nerves tense up repeatedly. The power within your body will become uncontrollable, like a wild horse running free, violently crashing into your body and tearing you apart if you fail. His face shows excitement as he watches the enemy writhe, whether their rank drops slightly or they are torn apart. Despite his confidence, Feng Hua still prepares to strike him down, but you, little brat, are very strange. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance won't let you succeed in the second transformation. Chun-Yi's mind hazily perceives the intense conflict happening within him, as 2 types of spiritual energy silently clash while Feng Hua remains arrogantly proud. Just die in your second transformation. The final clash quietly marks the end of the lingering, suppressed pain. The icy spirits gradually turned into sharp crystals, while the angelic impostors transformed into blurry golden leaves. The two factions now turn into items that burn each other with fire. The pain ends, and Chun-Yi reaps the sweet fruit of his path to save the three worlds. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive skill of the Talent Master. The talent technique of the divine form, summoning of the divine, restoring the divine origin, has gained attribute points outside the distribution limit of 100. His physique infused with divine strength also made his face more grim. For his impressive debut, Feng Huo was struck by a swirling wind that flew straight into the stone wall. Chun-Yi delivers a strike in mid-air, sending energy into his body. His body goes stiff, falling into a state of paralysis with no way to fight back. Feng Hak's whole body was sent flying through the air by the powerful attack. Tan Trikosua also seized the opportunity to beg for mercy from Chun-Yi's fury. Because he was thrown high into the air, it took a long time before Feng Hak finally landed on the ground like a clump of dirt. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe he had lost half of his lower body. But instead of being angry, he opened his mouth into a sinister, terrifying smile. Useless. You think the techniques of the second-tier Holy Knight can hurt me? A thick layer of black mist is released to fill the hole for him. As he stands up, using the demonic energy, he calls forth the restless spirits to charge into the battle, their eyes like those who have consumed countless souls. Chun-Yi wasn't afraid of that deadly aura. No need. Your last words are too noisy. He raises his hand to the sky, forming a complex formation above with a level S divine talisman, using his normal body to summon divine punishment and channel divine power, causing massive damage to dark creatures. After the skill ends, he enters a state of complete exhaustion, with a 40% damage reduction lasting for 2 hours. His fiery eyes fixed intently on Feng Huo rushing towards him. You are guilty, I sentence you. The hero playing the judge personally decides the fate of that cowardly rat. Execution by lightning rain, each bolt striking fiercely, all aimed directly at the traitor. The more he was beaten, the more Feng Hak seemed to provoke Chun-Yi. You won't succeed. My master's power is still here. The tense atmosphere suddenly made him wary as he watched Feng Hak's next move. Like other spirits, he dedicated himself to serve the chaos. A few black demonic energy cords suddenly break free and fly out, surrounding him so quickly that Chun-Yi couldn't react in time. The chaos emits a deep, indistinct voice, surrendering, and together they destroy so many. The dense resentment, like deadly poison, seeps into his body through the skin cells, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. The jagged ground is covered with piles of bones and their wailing cries, turning the confined scene into a true hell on earth. Suffering is the only truth that joins us. His bloodshot red eyes glaring on his expressionless face. Chun-Yi has fallen into a version he himself cannot recognize. Fortunately, his strong willpower helped him regain control of his true self, as chaos used tentacles to tightly grip him, brainwashing him into becoming an eternal part of me. The holy power on Chun-Yi's body reacts strongly, causing a slight backlash of pain to his mind. He uses his skilled combat techniques to break free from its encirclement. His entire body, empowered by holy light, gives Chun-Yi the confidence to wield his sword and fight on. The contaminated consciousness is actually much more advanced than hypnosis. The thick, striped sword strikes directly at the heart of the chaos. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. The deep wound causes a lingering pain that makes the shape-shifting monster groan non-stop. The open wound has exposed the vital point of chaos. How dare you? Chun-Yi paid no mind to that pointless anger and responded indifferently. Why wouldn't I dare, Holy Knight? A whisper can hide the sound of the clash between demonic tendrils and holy sword, which are specialized for healing. The intense glow of divine power made the tendrils vanish into the wind. An explosion erupts as demonic energy fluctuates, losing stability and preventing control of the main body. Chun-Yi stands dazed, watching the scene, and casually lowers his shield to rest during the break. A shadowy demon blade silently emerged from beneath the ground. Hearing a noise behind him, he turned around quickly, but before he could understand what was happening, Chun-Yi was slashed across the back by a chaotic blade, choking on his saliva. A swift attack made his blood spray onto its white teeth, and the disgusting tongue licked away the delicious blood. A little blood just entered, and it quickly cut off the chain of mind, sealing its savage instincts. I am very pleased with myself as the Lord of Chaos, as a god. A god cannot be killed by a tiny human. The outcome between you and me was decided from the start. You will become my slave, and I will grant you the power of a demigod. How about we make a deal? You see me as a punching bag. I'll teach you what it means to have the power to kill gods, and also fake gods and demons must have their limits. He sneers contemptuously as he speaks to Chaos. You are at best a fragment of the evil god. That's why only humans can hurt you, and you still talk so arrogantly, people will laugh their teeth out. Suddenly, sensing something was wrong, it hesitated and couldn't finish speaking, saying, "This is impossible."
You Chunyi hold your head, silently telling yourself that unfortunately this body can only last 2 minutes.
My time is running out. The miraculous holy power summoned by him is divine. A towering pillar of light created by a cold hand swing shook the entire vast land. The holy saint army appeared ready to fight at the call from him, summoned by a level S god. Some archers already raised their bows and received orders from above. The Angel Legion's contract magic from ancient times requires sacrificing 30% of life force to summon the angels for battle, and the angel's duration will deplete the host's mental energy. A few calm and careful individuals quietly consider everything. Seeing that mighty army, even the chaos is a bit frantic, but they still scream to maintain their composure. You lowly creatures, do not even think about stopping me. At Chunyi's silent command, the closed eyes of the army now open, initiating purification and executing divine punishment. The entire command center leans into the battlefield as holy light erupts, fulfilling divine will to punish the traitor, and a violent explosion sweeps away everything nearby. The stone structures gradually turned to dust under the overwhelming power, and the fierce shockwave spread to the vast forest, causing the trees to shake uncontrollably. Right at the center of the impact crater from the recent shockwave, Chun-Hee knelt on the ground in a one-legged kneeling position, his body covered with wounds and streaks of golden-colored cracks running across him. A quick notification appears next to the dark red crystal floating, indicating the acquisition of a demonic power core with unaccessible damage to its quality. Suddenly, he spits out a mouthful of murky blood, his voice trembling heavily. It turns out your entire body quickly collapsed completely onto the cold stone ground. You didn't even consider your clone. In the middle of an empty land with no one around, only swirling dust and smoke as if Chun-Yi has been forgotten by the world. The bright moon and stars silently watch over the lonely figure of the unfortunate young man. Just when he thought he would sleep through a long, exhausted battle, even as his bones creaked painfully, his hand once again rose bravely to fight on. However, with the current condition, even turning over is a luxury. The continuous warning sounds, the vital signs are unstable. Please seek treatment immediately. Chun-Yi's dazed eyes carefully watched each line of text appearing. The critical value of life indicator has broken through, and the heartbeat is now 8 beats per minute.
Blood pressure is 50/30. The entire body has 17 broken bones, and the internal organ damage has reached 63%.
Please proceed with immediate treatment. He dedicates all his remaining strength to unleash his trump card. A blinding light gathers in trembling palms, divine power restoring, while on the other side, Liu Qian repeatedly calls out the name of the unconscious person on the bed in utmost worry. "Na, you're awake now?" Fortunately, Baina is gradually showing signs of regaining consciousness. Her mind is still a bit foggy after a deep sleep. "Aren't we still at the hot spring? Why all of a sudden?" She quickly updates the other person on the situation. Divine relics are divine relics. At this moment, a massive halo is tearing through the clouds outside, bestowing countless beings that look like adorable angels. We struggle to jump around the bodies of the fallen people scattered across the street. This phenomenon is the level 1 to 5 divine revival just summoned by Chun-Yi. It can release a divine domain covering the entire city, purifying pollution and saving all souls within the area that have not yet dissipated. After the skill ends, it will enter a state of divine exhaustion, with all attributes returning to 0 for 10 days. In the pitch-black night, the conversation between the Void Beast and Chun-Yi echoes. You forced a second transformation, your veins are all torn, and you activated a life-saving skill. This time, not selling salt is considered a stroke of luck for you. Oh, why don't I let me lead you? You could have just run behind, so what's the difference from those heretics? Breathing heavily and weakly, he uttered each word. Before deciding on the second transformation, I remembered the university entrance exam, the transfer of the school's leadership, and at that time I chose the Holy Knight. Images of myself wearing shining armor flood my mind, filled with self-doubt. Then come the skillful, sincere, and brave movements of wielding weapons, with the shining cross symbol serving as an unbreakable faith in justice, engraved on the mercy hammer. Finally, he struck the ground with a powerful move, fulfilling his duty and performing a noble deed. Despite coughing up blood, Chun-Hai still held a deep, unwavering faith in his heart. Throughout his life, he pursued righteousness and justice. This is the Holy Knight. He gasps for breath, exhausted, coughing. If I were to fear death, I would be going against my original intention. What good is strength then? I activate my locator skill once more. A blue magic circle was immediately activated where Chung-hee was lying on the university campus of Tohang. Just then, suddenly, a voice from the high mountain cliff echoed. "Leader, what's going on here?" Vuong Hao frowned as he observed the situation below and silently deduced. This kind of battle on this scale is beyond our guess, but I am sure that a strong warrior used his life to protect Longfeng City during the night. He is the hero of our Longfeng City. At that moment, Chuinahi had successfully teleported back to his dormitory. The notification screens all turned red simultaneously, indicating the situation was extremely serious. Upon checking, the soul is damaged, the characteristic life force is in great danger, the divine state is depleted, and all attributes revert for less than 10 days. Before his vision gradually closed, he still managed to utter a loving word. The last thing he saw was only the countdown timer showing 239 minutes and 55 seconds. Soon after, his vision gradually began to recover. This time, there are no more warning system alerts. Chun-hee slowly opened his dazed eyes, and suddenly his breathing became frothy. He slowly sat up from the bioreactor, surrounded by countless medical wires attached to his body throughout the resuscitation process. "I've been unconscious for 2 days. Wang Hui, sitting nearby, suddenly asked out of the blue, "You're awake now. What does it feel like to be on the brink of death? Breaking the evil god's sacrifice alone, should you be called brave or reckless?" Chung-hee awkwardly patted his head. The situation was urgent. Golden veins ran along his body, still present, making him cough and cough with difficulty. He patiently explained in detail. "Your entire meridian system is like a torn fishing net. The usual healing techniques can only restore your body, so I will place you in the medicinal spring to stabilize your life force." He also carefully warned and threatened him, saying that soaking 5 long chow pills in this medicinal spring is a priceless treasure for regular healing. You must absorb it all, or else you'll waste a single drop. Suddenly, Chun-hee cut in like a teacher. He shouted angrily, "This is clearly the teacher's foot wash water." Vuong Hui just smiled faintly to change the subject. "Don't pay attention to these details. Saving your life is the most important thing now." His expression suddenly turned serious again as he skillfully opened the electronic tablet and told you what happened during your 2 days of coma. The captain of the Longfeng City Security Bureau's action team not only preserved the traces of the battlefield, but also collected the remaining samples of the holy light. Both of them carefully observed the display image in the sky. Looking at this fluctuation graph, Tan Shufeng's directness and holy power are perfectly aligned. If someone with good intentions investigates, they could find out about him immediately. Therefore, the story of Longfeng City being announced externally as my doing is not agreed upon by Chung-hee. "Master, I don't need to hide behind you. Song King Hai still insists that I am young and of low rank. If I didn't carefully promote your achievements, you might face the pursuit of the heretical followers. Those guys won't spare anyone who threatens them. So I used some privileges to classify your matter as SSS level secret. After your 3rd transformation, these honors will naturally be returned to the original owner." The next second, he confidently declared, "Master, after I defeated the demon god, I found that its true form was just a crystallization of its power, and I summoned it as tangible proof." Chun-hee was ready to let Wang Hui examine it as long as he wanted. "This is the true face of the demon god. It looks unremarkable, but has already harmed so many people. Just touching it briefly, I could feel the overwhelming sense of destroying countless souls filled with hatred. They gather into a disgusting, slimy pile that looks extremely repulsive and tragic. Witnessing this horrifying scene, his anger reaches its peak. Just a piece of debris, yet it dares to cause chaos. Wang Hui immediately gathered a maximum amount of aura into his palm, causing the surrounding space to continuously ripple. Wind! In the blink of an eye, he successfully covered the cursed crystal with a glowing cloth as the scene changed. Hong Ling's pruning action suddenly halted when he heard the familiar name, Vuong Hui. The old man turned back with a puzzled look. Why did Vuong Hui go there? Ulin immediately honestly reported that Vuong Hui's trusted inner disciple, Chung-hee, went to Longfeng City to complete a mission, and upon discovering Feng Hak's actions, he immediately contacted Vuong Hui, who had just arrived. Hong Ling gently placed his hand under his chin, looking infatuated, and Vuong Hui immediately noticed that he was not easy to deal with. Tell all branches to switch to deep concealment mode and avoid provoking the military. The enemy will respond immediately. Yes. The old man's gaze remained fixed on the vibrant red rose before him. Why do I keep feeling that the name Chung-hee sounds a bit familiar? 2 months ago, Chun-hee disrupted Feng Huo's plan during the freshman match. At that time, we suspected he was tampering with the Void Beast and kept an eye on him for a while. It was only then that the old man realized Chun-hee's identity. It's him, I remember now. he's the little brat with some skill. Suddenly a cunning smile curled on his lips. Then let's give our little friend an unforgettable gift for this lifetime. There is a firm and clear response, and the scene of a flower being plucked from its stem, more ruthless than ever, quietly falling onto the cold floor in the darkness. At this moment, elsewhere, Shen Lingfeng stands alone in the rain like a drizzle, in front of a tall, lit-up villa, his mind now extremely turbulent, mixed with existential doubts.
That kid is in such a ruined place with no family support. How could he possibly nurture someone with such strange power? It's truly strange. Just then, suddenly, a strange object crashed into the window of the building. Unintentionally, it drew Lin Feng's attention. Who could that be? The very next second, a deafening sound burst out, tearing through the quiet night. Howl! His eyes suddenly widened in shock, unable to process the situation, as a tall, shadowy figure inside desperately threatened Chuvan's safety. The woman and the one I like the most. Their fear is truly intoxicating. A hoarse voice with perfect white teeth sounds extremely fierce. You two are both women and children. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Bing immediately gathered dark energy into her palm and charged straight at them. The joy doubles, but at the crucial moment, something suddenly rushes in and causes a collision, sending a cloud of dust billowing from that direction. His mind. Because he couldn't handle such an unexpected situation immediately, his movements were completely delayed. It was none other than Ling Feng, who, in his unleashed form, saved the person just in time, causing the opponent to gasp in shock. The Flame Dragon Bloodline. The 6 troops launch a furious attack once again. Someone came to seek death, and he was ready to fight at any moment, when suddenly a lightning bolt struck through Chun-Gi's mind as if he had just discovered something unusual from afar. He decisively breaks free from the medical bandages, slowly floating in midair amid splashing bio-water, the void beast leading without deception. And just a second later, Chun-Gi is seen dressed neatly and returning. His serious voice issues a command, the teleportation space activates, and Chu Yun is located. His current expression is full of seriousness, as Xiao Kui's life value continues to decrease, proving that Xiaovan has little left to lose, so there's no need to waste words on the positioning. The void beast closes its eyes tightly to better focus on sensing its spirit. The butterfly-shaped attack pattern quickly appears clearly. It revealed itself from the start to avoid future disaster. I will do my best to protect your body. But after teleportation, how much damage you actually took, you'll have to pray for yourself. Suddenly, the space showed signs of cracking like fragile glass. Chun-Gi's figure simultaneously plunged straight down below, soon revealing the tense battle scene between Ling Feng and Lu Bing at that moment. Even though he's at a disadvantage, he still kindly asks about the person behind him. Little girl, can you still stand up? Chu Van hesitated before confirming. All right. The other side then made a proposal. Quickly go find your brother. He faced an equally matched opponent and had already suffered quite a few injuries on his face. The little devil truly doesn't know how to live or die, risking himself for a woman. Is it worth it? Lin Feng struggled to breathe heavily. Is it worth it? Then without hesitation, he unleashed a massive spark that pierced through the enemy's body. You can't control it anymore. Lu Bing seems to have absorbed the full fury of the dragon and has officially transformed into dust. All that remains are desperate screams of agony. Ah! The rising heat dissipates into the cold night wind. Lin Feng wipes the hot blood dripping down his chin, the wetness and burning sensation sharpening his mind amid the chaos. Chu Van quickly threw herself into Chun-Gi's arms as soon as they reunited, but it seemed he hadn't fully recovered yet, and his face suddenly darkened considerably. She hurriedly recounted everything. Finally, you've arrived. That person was terrifying just now. He hurt Xiao Kui. Chun-Gi gently stroked his sister's head to comfort her and said, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Suddenly, attention shifted to Ling Feng trembling and struggling from afar. Why is Shen Ling Feng here? Still, he managed to taunt him. Damn, the savior has finally arrived. This brother of yours truly deserves his position. I even thought your sister would turn into a roasted pigeon. Juvan just stood in between both of them, defending him and saying, You are not allowed to speak about my brother like that. Lin Feng only smirked sarcastically. Little sister, your words really hurt me. After all, I risked my life for you. However, her stance remains very clear. I will definitely repay her for saving my life. But you are not allowed to say that. Since we were young, no matter what danger we faced, my brother always protected me first. He is the best brother in the world. The guy struggles to use his hand to stop the bleeding wound on his chest. Hey, Chu family, your sister actually knows how to be grateful. Why is it that when she comes to your place, she doesn't even say thank you?
Each drop of plasma slowly dripped onto the cold ground, accompanied by deliberately pointed words. Is this the level of a holy knight's training? Chuvan once again tried to protest angrily, but Chungi grabbed her shoulder to stop her.
Xiaoyun, he has a good sister like that, so he's not happy inside, which is why he's acting crazy here.
The two brothers continued to perform a game of toss and catch with each other. Although Shen Lingfeng truly saved Little Van, this could be a form of psychological torture, a typical mindset of wanting to obtain something but being unable to get it. Is it really denying its value?
Completely accurate, which makes Lin Feng angry and mutter, You, I'm so angry I could vomit blood, talking nonsense. I envy you.
Ha, how could I possibly envy you?
But because I pushed myself too hard, I temporarily lost consciousness, and my eyes turned completely white, looking like an empty shell. At the moment, Lin Feng's body lost balance and fell. The stake pierced through his abdomen, becoming a support, pinning his entire body midair as dark red blood oozed over the steel as he slid down involuntarily. Chungi only stared in horror as he watched the entire gruesome scene unfold, gently pressing Chuvan's head to his chest to protect her from the psychological trauma. His weak voice suddenly echoed again. Chungi, stop wasting time and save me quickly. I haven't logged out yet. Don't just stand there like a piece of wood.
You only reply with another taunt. Tom Lin Feng, even after being injured like this, still has the nerve to talk back. It seems the wound isn't serious. Then, I calmly revealed Lin Feng's unusual behavior. Compared to him, I was even more curious why he appeared at my house, especially right when Chuvan was ambushed. Do you know? Recently, there's been a trend called the hero's reflection path. What is that? So Lin Feng had been listening in on lively discussions, visiting the former residence of a strong man to feel the traces of their growth left behind. If we could learn even a little, wouldn't our strength increase? What the hell is that? Don't try to fool me.
What would I gain from fooling you?
Recently, many people have been coming. He cleared his throat and made up some excuse.
Cough, cough, cough. Can't I just pass by? Do you think the whole world is like you?
Wherever he goes, there are always people praising him, and he secretly thinks that such a shameful reason can never be spoken of. Chu Yun suddenly feels extremely panicked as Chu Yi's body gradually becomes heavier. Brother, what's wrong with you?
Sorry, I scared you.
The arm is covered with tangled yellow veins and even oozing thick, sticky fluid. She called out to the other person in a trembling, interrupted voice. A shrill sound echoed through the deadly silence. Seeing Chu Nie lying motionless with countless wounds all over his body, Chu Van was terrified and quickly covered her mouth to stifle her choking sobs. Tears welled up in her eyes and slowly rolled down her cheeks. In her frantic state, she grabbed the nearby phone like a lifebuoy, her voice trembling. What should I do now? Chu Van just made a call, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed and begged,
Brother, don't scare me. Answer the phone quickly.
Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, accompanied by loud teasing that made Chu Van even more panic-stricken. Chu Yingyi, your room is more lively than a battlefield. It turns out the person who just arrived is Vuong Hui. He stepped closer, snatched the phone still in Chu Van's hand, and comforted her.
Don't worry, let me handle this.
At this moment, Son Yen hurriedly ran inside from outside, calling out loudly, Chu Nyi. She quickly helped him up and handed him a strange green liquid, worriedly saying, Chu Nyi, drink these quickly, it will help. Vuong Hui was also not idle, skillfully using his energy to heal Chun Ki while constantly grumbling.
Kid, you really know how to torment yourself. I just pulled you out of the underworld, and you didn't have the protective magic to bravely rush into the chaotic time and space. Surviving is a miracle.
I'm not a healer. I can only help you barely hold your wounds together. I can't help but wonder. Teacher, how come So Nien and the others are here already? Vuong Huinyan clearly showed his displeasure and said, The Void Beast knew you were badly injured from the time travel chaos, and after bringing you here, it quickly came to find me. At that time, I was still with So Nien and followed her here. This breath is exactly like that of the heretic disciple in Longfang County, but they weren't looking for you. They were ambushing Chu Van. I guess they don't know about what happened in Longfang County, only because you revealed your face, so they want to take Chu Van to vent their anger. Vuong Hui urgently reports that the military has secretly launched a nationwide purge targeting the Holy Spirit sect. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, so we can't stay here any longer. You need to go immediately to the Chu family's house. Chungi nodded in complete agreement. Going to the Chu family is a good opportunity to bring Xiaoyun home, where she will be very safe. You're too badly injured now to teleport in any way, so you can only take the nearby shared Tiankong airship back to the Chu residence. The Tiankong airship is an A-level secure vessel equipped with protective armaments. I can be there within 48 hours to reach Chu family's territory.
I will inform someone from Chu family to meet you at the Tiankong dock. Soren immediately replied, I'm going too. This time I have to go protect Chun-Yi.
While everyone was discussing, a sudden voice rang out, and Vuong Hui, seemingly noticing the strange sound,
Continued speaking while scanning the surroundings. We don't know how much the Holy Spirit Church has infiltrated, so your journey must be disguised as ordinary tourists. The less obvious, the better.
Then that strange sound rang out again, and this time Vuong Hui's gaze finally settled on the damp corner, where a figure was curled up and crying out in agony.
Hey, can't you see me? Have I disappeared? Have I become invisible or something? Do you see me as just air?
I'm injured too!
Wang Hui stepped forward to examine the other person and then chuckled, shaking his head at his own memory.
Come on, let me see how your wound is doing.
Aren't you the young guy who was defeated by Chun-Yi in the freshman match?
Lin Feng chuckled politely and said, Thank you, Principal, for your concern. Soon, at the Kang Thien Kong Pier, Chun-Yi was comfortably seated in his familiar wheelchair, accompanied by Chu Van, Son Yen, and the stranger they had just met.
I protest. On what grounds does he get to sit there pretending to be a noble son, while someone like me, a true heir of the Flame Dragon bloodline, has to serve him in this way?
I originally didn't want to take you, but you kept causing trouble. The principal was urgently summoned and specifically ordered me to participate in this action, thinking I wanted to ensure the bloodline of the Flaming Dragon. As he was speaking, Chu Van suddenly interrupted with joy. The spaceship has arrived. A thick fog covers the front, completely obscuring the view. After a long while, the fog gradually clears, revealing what lies behind. The fog before them revealed a massive spaceship, far beyond anything they could imagine. From the ship, a golden tentacle gracefully descended to the ground like a flowing silk. As soon as he saw it, Chu Van eagerly rushed forward, shouting nonstop, "A flying giant octopus! Hello, fairy octopus!" She was excited, her eyes shining as she pointed ahead and said enthusiastically to Chun-Yi, "Look, the tentacles are still glowing." Hearing that, Son Yen calmly explained that it was the energy light charging up. The spaceship stopped here to recharge, and only after enough energy is accumulated can it take off. Moreover, these tentacles have additional functions. They can serve as stairs when waiting for guests,
transform into shields during combat, and even emit energy blasts.
In the blink of an eye, they stepped onto the spaceship, inside of which was a luxurious and breathtakingly comfortable world. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced urgently, "Attention! All space travelers boarding through the communication channel will close immediately. Please check your tickets if you haven't done so already." Seeing that Chun-Yi didn't look well, Son Yen worried that his injury might flare up, quickly supporting his arm and gently asking, "Do you want to go back to your room to rest?" Chun-Yi, the operation of the spaceship can cause some discomfort. There is a specially reinforced barrier spell in the room. Hearing that concern, Chun-Yi's lips curled into a gentle smile. He deliberately teased Son Yen. "Little Nian, are you trying to see if I've become a child and need protecting?" This comment made Son Yen's cheeks blush, and she stammered to explain. "I didn't mean it that way. I just was worried you might feel uncomfortable." Chun-Yi didn't seem willing to let her off the hook and continued saying on this journey, "You worried about me being hungry, then worried about me being in the sun, pinched me, and made me take medicine." Chun-Yi looked straight into Son Yen's eyes, his tone gentle but firm. "I know my condition well. You don't need to worry too much." Suddenly, a flickering figure appeared. A girl dressed in Diem Rua attire approached, her eyes shining as she exclaimed, "So beautiful!" Without hesitation, she reached out to touch Chun-Yi's face. "Come on, look at this skin. It's even whiter than snow." Her eyes showed both greed and pity. She seduced him, saying, "I liked what I saw and felt heartache. Why not follow me? I will invite the best priest to heal your crippled body." Hearing those words, the three people accompanying Chun-Yi were all stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Son Yen quickly regained her composure, her eyes flashing with anger, and immediately swung the whip at the woman with incredible speed. Furious at her outrageous behavior, Son Yen clenched her teeth, eyes blazing, saying, "Take her dirty hands away, or I'll cut them." Diemle looked at her carefully maintained hands and let out a long, mournful sigh. She sneered and said mockingly, "The little guard really did move. I was just trying to invite the young master for tea and a chat. But your master hasn't spoken yet. What are you so anxious about?" "Oh dear, young master, could it be that the guard is your lover?" Sereni gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, her face full of rage, as if she was just waiting to rush forward and tear her apart. No wonder I only touched him a little, and her eyes looked like she wanted to devour me. "If you like men, just say so. I understand this feeling best." When Son Yen was about to lose control and rush forward again, Chun-Yi quickly held her hand tightly and softly called her, Suonyen, Chunyi glanced at the prominently displayed warning sign and kindly reminded Suonyen, "She is provoking me not to fall into the trap, because the sign clearly states that fighting is strictly forbidden in the Sky Palace. Anyone who disobeys will be imprisoned, with magic trapping them in the lowest deck of the ship." After reassuring Suonyen, he turned to the flamboyant woman and gave a sinister smile. If Madame enjoys playing, she might as well go to the third-class cabin, where there are entertainment options more suitable for her. I'm afraid my body can't handle her enthusiasm. On the surface, she's just making polite conversation, but inside I keep wary of the woman in front of me, deliberately speaking casually to hide her true intentions. She's still observing the four of us, and her purpose is definitely not as simple as just joking around. The flamboyantly dressed woman has her own thoughts, too. The third-class cabin is filled with unskilled porters. Are they using these filthy, lowly people to insult me? Thinking that, she responded, "Little young master also knows how to ruin the scenery. Now I have no more interest left." Before leaving, she didn't forget to threaten. "Everyone calls me Madame Hong. There's nothing in this world I can't get. Before long, you will willingly serve me." Wherever Madame Hong goes, her staff bow and greet her with respect and flattery. As Sun Yen turned to say something to Chung-Yi, he quickly interrupted her and turned to ask Tam Lin Fong. "The bracelet on her wrist looks unusual, and there's a bit of moisture on it. Have you ever seen it before?" Tam Lin Fong immediately replied, "I have seen it before. It's a symbol of the Mermaid Trading Guild." Tam Lin Fong also added with deep knowledge that Kwang Son Yen must be unaware that the Mermaid Merchant Guild is a wealthy financial group recently based in Jiangbei, outwardly legitimate, but secretly involved in illegal activities such as targeting women with special bloodlines, kidnapping them to be entertainers and selling them, with many victims either raised in decadent noble households or tortured to death in brutal transactions. I heard that the boss of the Mermaid Beauty Guild has eyes and ears everywhere. With complicated connections behind the scenes, even my father warned me not to provoke them easily, so I should avoid them if I can, and the words he's holding back. Moreover, the person in charge of Tianlan Province, the Mermaid Beauty Guild, and the Tianlan Chu family had a conflict 3 years ago. The Chu family lost. Tam Lin Fong hesitated internally, a doubt rising. Should I tell Chung-Yi about this or not? After hearing Tam Lin Fong's confessions, Chung-Yi pondered deeply, trying to piece together the scattered events. It turns out Lady Hong's words are hard to listen to. She provoked Sonayen on purpose to see her trump card and assess the value of the goods. The four of us, Chu Van is the weakest. If they want to catch our Chu Van, that would be the best breakthrough point. After a moment of silence, Chu Nahai finally suggested, "Tam Lin Fong has been on the boat for 2 days. Can he stay by Chu Van's side and protect her safely? Lady Hong is ruthless and likely to try to take her revenge elsewhere. I'm worried she might target Chu Van." Hearing that, Tam Lin Fong immediately nodded excitedly. "Don't worry, can't I even watch over a little girl?" The spaceship glided silently, as if passing through an endless silk of the galaxy, while cleaning staff pushed carts slowly down the hotel corridor. Following her figure, a blazing red light suddenly erupted, tearing through the darkness. A strange beam of light suddenly shot straight into Son Yen and Chu Van's cramped bedroom. The strange light illuminates the entire room. Then it heads toward Shen Lingfeng's room. The blood-red light gradually consumed every corner of the room. It turns out the intruder was Lady Hong. Her gaze swept over each person like a venomous spider inspecting its plump prey. "Young master, I'm here." Her greedy gaze first fixed on Chu Van. "I have long seen that you possess demonic bloodline, which is quite rare and can fetch a high price." Then Madame Hong glanced at Son Yen, the other young girl with a rare beauty, before walking over to Tam Lin Fong. With little regard for propriety, she poked at his abdomen and made a few teasing, rather tactless remarks, leaving the atmosphere slightly awkward. This young man may look very ordinary, but he has a strong body and can work in the mine to extract ore for 10 years. That remark was like a cold splash of water in Tam Lin Fong's face, making him feel utterly humiliated. His anger exploded, saying everyone in your family has an ordinary appearance. Then he cursed fiercely before kicking Hong Lady hard in the stomach. Seeing Tam Lin Fong's fierce reaction, she sneered with contempt. His anger still burned fiercely, showing no signs of cooling down. He charged again, voice cold, saying, "Who are you calling ordinary looking?" And neither of them backed down, engaging in a tense direct confrontation. At that exact moment, a strange streak of light suddenly burst through the night sky. Tam Lin Fong clenched her teeth tightly, her rage burning fiercely as she continued her relentless attack. Madame Hong quickly dodged the deadly strike and used her silk scarf to tighten around her opponent, while Son Yin also woke up and joined the fight. Suddenly, a wild wolf appeared out of nowhere and lunged at Hong's lady. but its snout was immediately tightly wrapped with her silk scarf.
Seeing the dangerous scene, So Nien shouted in panic. Tio Koi. Cornered and desperate, Lady Hong finally realized the truth and bitterly exclaimed, "So you've all been deceiving me."
Watching her enemy with cold eyes, she softly muttered, "Bloodline of the flame dragon." Then, her sharp gaze shifted to So Nien and Tio Hoi, her lips curling slightly. "I'm afraid your demonic bloodline is not just about beauty." At that moment, Chu Van helped Chung-gi in, bowing respectfully to thank Madame Hong. "Thank you to Madame Hong for the props. So that the Heavenly Void security system cannot detect the movements inside, we can proceed." However, that didn't seem to upset Lady Hong. Instead, she sneered with a twisted smile. "What does it matter if I act? Today I will show you what real pressure is, you little brat with milk on your breath." Before Lady Hong could make her move, Lin Feng rushed forward with incredible speed, furious at being exploited and determined not to be bullied. Madame Hong grits her teeth, blood vessels bulging, her original form battered and scarred, her red hair tattered. The others don't pretend to be hurt. Tham Lin Feng angrily threw a fiery punch at her, growling, "You're too arrogant." But unfortunately, all he touched was a thin piece of silk. It quickly vanished, causing his punch to falter. Moments later, the silk suddenly formed into a human shape, silently appearing behind him, ready to deliver a deadly counterattack. A powerful and decisive attack is launched directly at Tam Lin Feng with incredible force. Seizing the opportunity, So Nien immediately unleashes a swift barrage of strikes against Hong Fu Nun's illusion. But unexpectedly, as she approached, she was seized tightly by the silk puppets, immobilized and unable to move. Her entire body, from her legs to her torso, was wrapped in white silk like a cocoon, leaving no escape route. Unfazed, Lady Hong let out a sneering laugh, her eyes full of mockery at Soru. "Little beauty, how does it feel to be covered in my silk?" As the silk puppet brandished its sharp threads ready to strike unexpectedly from afar, she desperately thought she had exhausted all options to fight back. A heavy, deadly blow descended onto So Nien's fragile back. Madame Hong looked at Chung-yi, crossing her arms with a smug expression, waiting eagerly to see the show. "Do you still have any way out left, young master? Hurry up and use it, or I can't wait any longer. This time, you've provoked me, and I will make you a warning to others." Chung-yi tries to keep his voice calm, analyzing every detail carefully because he understands that he is the last hope for both of them. The silk puppets attacks each force So Nien to use her magic to counter. "Keep going like that. The magic energy will run out very quickly. The device the master gave can definitely destroy the space created by Madame Hong, but using only the device, the entire area will be shattered, and the security team will definitely rush over. It's safer to wait for her to get closer, then use another device to trap her." Toward Son Hin, she is struggling to withstand the brutal attacks from the silk puppets. Suddenly, her eyes blaze with a deep red, as if an immense hidden power is awakening within her. Hong Fu-Nun's hand reaches out, accompanied by a seductive pink mist she keeps trying to lure. "Don't resist anymore. Quickly use my power." So Nien gasped, each heavy breath a warning. "Step back." But Madame Hong not only remained unfazed, she took a step closer, her tone dripping with sarcasm.
"Why do you have to reject me like that? I am who I am, and you are who you are."
Moreover, think about Chun-Yi, who is still seriously injured now. Shen Lingfeng is just a useless talker. You are the only one who can protect him. Are you still so selfish? Do you not even care about Chun-Yi's life? So Nien gasped for breath as Madame Hong tightened her grip, desperately trying to persuade her.
Chung-Hee also once disregarded his life for you now that he's fallen into a trap. Are you pretending there's no way out? Look at him. He can't even stand, yet he still wants to protect you. But what about you? Even escaping from this old silk is impossible. What right do you have to protect him? Abandon suppression and let the true demonic power take over. On the other side, Chung-Hee quietly activates his treasure, which glows with mysterious light in his hand, when suddenly a deafening explosion shatters the silence that envelops the space. The silk puppets are thrown into the air, and at the same time, a sinister laugh echoes everywhere. A familiar figure approaches with the innocence of So Nien and the allure of Madame Hong, smiling charmingly as they speak. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Chung-Hee." Chung-Hee was stunned, so amazed he couldn't believe his eyes. Then he suddenly realized that the girl in front of him was her, the strange aura that had always been within So Nien. Even Madame Hong couldn't hide her shock from her face. The second demon, her eyes flashing with desire, a sinister smile spreading on her lips. A masterpiece. This is truly the ultimate. Chung-Yi is still stunned, unable to believe what is happening before his eyes.
Tom Lin Fong also looks at So Nian in shock, captivated by her new beauty and power. Chu Yun and Xiao Kui were completely speechless. Witnessing this extraordinary scene left them at a loss for words. After fully mastering her new power, So Nian spoke coldly. "You are the one trying to harm Chun-Yi, aren't you? She is just a low-level 30th rank golem master. She clearly exposes Madame Hong's rank." "A level 30 golem master," Lady Hong immediately retorted with arrogance, claiming it was just a bloodline of a demon spirit and truly believing she could rebel. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed countless sharp silks to attack So Nian. The demon clone at the Mermaid Beauty Shop had enough for an entire cold storage. Seeing So Nian in a disadvantaged position, Chu-Nahi couldn't hold back his worry and shouted. So Nian responded, only slightly raising her lips into a mocking smile. Her hand gently but decisively touched the flying silks, a confident move, as her slender, graceful legs swiftly tore the soft silks into pieces. So Nian waved her hand and said disdainfully, "Insects should stay in their cages." Seeing the overwhelming source of power erupting from the opponent, Madame Hong suddenly seemed to realize something. This is the domain. More precisely, what she is witnessing is actually the domain of the mysterious rune Uyin, the innate skill of the pure-blooded demon sorcerer in the domain, which weakens all of the enemy's combat abilities in multiple aspects. Chun-Yi stood silently aside, his eyes showing extreme amazement as he sensed that Xiao Nian's current aura was 10 times stronger than before. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Madame Hong crazily unleashed countless silk puppets to stop her opponent, but there was not a hint of panic on Soren's delicate face. She calmly raised her jade-like hand, making a gesture as if controlling something invisible. At that moment, Lady Hong Lin felt impending disaster, a terrifying force surging from the ground, knocking her away. "What?" A giant foot suddenly appeared. I calmly squeezed her neck until her face turned red, while more and more ancient memories flooded into her mind. A moment later, she weakly spat out a mouthful of blood and asked, "What did you do to me?" Sonyan, with eyes shining with joy at seeing Lady Hong's distressed state, mockingly said, "Helping you recall your youth. How adorable you are right now." This is what makes others fear. Obsessive haunting memories that drain vitality and fragment negative recollections into shockwaves that attack the target's mind. Lady Hong, in her ultimate despair, nearly losing her mind, exclaimed, searching for the hidden memory of her spirit, "Destroying my mind." She cannot resist the mental torture any longer. Madame Hong screams wildly, pretending to be innocent. What a fool she is. The bloodthirsty demon is truly a monster among monsters. If the little brat you care about finds out your true face, hearing those venomous words, So Nian remains unfazed and even wants to end this game quickly with her next move. Two Ween Demon Sword Clan. A strange energy suddenly surged, spreading and constricting Lady Hong in an invisible trap. Hong Lady's face changed color, her eyes wide with horror, showing extreme shock. Seeing her terrified expression, So Nian couldn't help but let out a sneering laugh full of amusement. "What good does it do to talk a lot to provoke me? In my domain, I say what I mean." With a look of boredom on her face, So Nian impatiently wanted to speed up the process and coldly ordered, "End it." The power that So Nian unleashes grows stronger and stronger, causing everything around to shake and shatter into fragments, and soon the traces of time begin to etch themselves on Madame Hong's face. The marks of youth gradually fade, replaced by wrinkles. In an instant, her skin suddenly became covered with deep lines, like an old porcelain statue about to shatter, looking fragile and completely lifeless. So it turns out the one who just fell is only a sacrificial pawn of Lady Hong. She still sits there calmly, leisurely smoking her pipe, exhaling a faint cloud of smoke. She stretched and twisted her body gracefully to shake off the fatigue surrounding her, then softly muttered with a hint of amusement, "Second demon flame dragon, the Chu family." Mrs. Hong's scrutinizing gaze at the newly appeared figures suddenly sparked a thought. Could they be connected to the Chu family? Tianlan? After a moment of contemplation, she ordered her subordinates to inform the old master that she would personally select this year's gift. On the other side, So Nian still acted coquettishly, her sweet voice deliberately drawn out. Brother Chungi Chu Van sensed something was wrong and wanted to step forward immediately. Brother Tam Chi Nien looked like something was off. Shen Feng quickly stopped her. "Don't go over there, she's very dangerous right now." Suo Nian, looking different, stubbornly clings to Chun Yi. "You agreed to come find me. Nian Yi has been waiting for you for a long time." Chung Yi seemed not to hear, his gaze still indifferent as he asked softly, "Since when?" So Nian stepped closer, signaling him to be quiet, then gently stopped Chung Ki from speaking. "So you will remember, right?" A fleeting memory flashes through Chung-hee's mind about his closeness with So-nien. The image of their kiss appears clearly, and he suddenly realizes that she was the one who was with him during the moment he almost turned into a demon. Chung-hee was stunned, his eyes fixed on the figure before him. Shaking, she was the one who, at that moment, held on to her last breath so I could resist the forbidden spell and subdue the void beast. So Nihien's eyes immediately spark with joy as she smiles brightly. Chun-hee, you remember me now. I'm so happy. Tham Lin Feng suddenly charged from behind with overwhelming force, roaring in fury as he released Chung-hee, and immediately, So-nien countered with a lightning-fast punch. Are you really that angry, little fire dragon? We are teammates. Even though I was knocked senseless, I still forced myself to respond with a voice full of indignation. Stop pretending in front of me. You are not Kwang So-nien at all. Both of you possess bloodline power. Do you think I don't know you're a monster? As we argued, he suddenly froze, his eyes dazed as if he'd just witnessed something horrifying. He was terrified as he saw So-nien raise her fist filled with destructive power, ready to strike down. Her voice was cold enough to make one's hair stand on end, saying, "Do you believe I will tear out your tongue to feed as bait or not?" Chung-hai was panic-stricken and quickly shouted, "Xiaonian, wait a moment." Fortunately, Tham Lin Feng managed to dodge that deadly attack in time. So-nien seems determined not to let Tham Lin Feng go, chasing him with terrifying speed. This time, he braced for the blow, his body echoing loudly, face filled with unbearable pain. Seeing So-nien uncontrollably clutch her hair, Tham Lin Feng sneered. "Did I make you so angry that you lost control?" "Monster." Chun-mai watched as the two of them were so frightened they couldn't control their coughing. So-nien, in a fit of rage, repeatedly punched Tham Lin Feng in the face, leaving him completely unable to fight back. Her gaze fixed intently on him like a predator stalking its prey. Unaware of the situation, her hand tightened even more, twisting Tham Lin Feng's hair. So-nien glanced at the strange thing hiding behind him, unable to hide her sarcasm. "Your claws. Even Lady Hong's skin isn't scratched by them, and yet you want to hurt me." Viam Long still remains as arrogant and proud as before. From behind, Chu Niki shouted loudly and threw something he was holding forward, stopping his hand. A dazzling golden halo suddenly shone brightly, which was a holy energy shield that could be recharged without consuming demonic energy. In an instant, he activated the holy power shield to counter the demonic energy in physical attacks. After using it once, he needed to recharge with the source given by Principal Wang Hui. Chun-hai struggled to stand up from the wheelchair, his tone incredibly gentle, almost begging. "Xiaonian, don't let him get hurt." Tham Lin Feng frowned slightly, his tone filled with urgency as he gently reminded Chung-yi. "Chung-yi, I am doing all this to save you. If you are bewitched by the demon, the mission the principal assigned to me will fail. Let me tell you, she is not the Kwang So-nien you know, but a consciousness intertwined with her bloodline that has taken control. If she doesn't disappear, Kwang So-nien's life will truly be in danger." Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the girl in front of both of them immediately admitted without hesitation, "That's right, I am not Kwang So-nien. A useless person like her can't even protect herself when begging me to go out and save you, crying like a dog." Hearing her venomous words, Chung-hee clenched his teeth and tightly grabbed her wrist, insisting and silencing her. More than anyone, his heart understands, So-nien better than anyone. Chung-hee roared. She only dared to mock me because she was willing to ignore her bloodline to save me. You are not allowed to insult her. Xiaonian is the bravest girl I have ever met. I support and understand all her choices. After his words were filled with emotion, Chung-hee slowly let go of her. His eyes were full of complexity. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once in the new student battle arena, and just now. If I can, I will repay you 3 times over. But could you let Xiaonian return? Without hesitation, Chung-hee sincerely expressed his heartfelt desire. Tell me how I can make her return to where she needs to go. Hearing him say that, the girl paused for a moment, then softly said, "The lucky surprise guy." So-nien gently kissed Chung-hee on the cheek. "This is the first time you have repaid me." Shen Lingfeng witnessed the scene and quickly covered Chu Van's innocent eyes. At that moment, she gradually vanished into nothingness, but before disappearing completely, a cold voice echoed, directed at Chun-yi. "The price to summon me, she cannot pay." Hearing that, Chun-hee slightly furrowed his brow, a vague sense of worry rising in his heart. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him, but in the end, what was the cost? A moment later, So-nien, looking normal again, was safely in Chung-hee's hands. He holds her in his arms and whispers, "Tham Lin Feng." Hearing his name called, Tham Lin Feng startles. What is he doing?
Can't you see the old man's face is about to be destroyed? Following your team of assassins, I will eventually be tricked into the cremation chamber.
Chunhee didn't care much about his annoyed attitude and continued, "What exactly do you mean by the mixed bloodline consciousness you mentioned?" Tom Lin Fong just adjusted his tight shoulder and replied, "I'm not exactly sure what that means, but my old master said that high-level bloodlines are like sealed old demons with strong hosts. They are helpers, main hosts, and they are actually evil death demons." This term made Chunhee feel very unfamiliar. Demon of death. Tham Lin Feng did not hesitate and confirmed yes. If not, do you think? Why Huang Sonian turned into a different person? Some speculate that this mixed consciousness is the appearance of a second insane personality, while others believe there is a hidden remnant of an ancient ancestor's soul within the bloodline, taking the opportunity to seize the body and reincarnate. The specific situation is hard to say, but it can be confirmed that repeatedly using bloodline power beyond one's level can either drive a person insane, turn them into someone else, or cause the body's internal forces to clash, tormenting them to death. He pondered and then continued, "So recently she hasn't been focused because she couldn't suppress the conflicting consciousness, right?" Still, Chu Nahai still wants to ask Tom Lin Fong if he knows any way to resolve the mixed consciousness.
And the answer, as expected, is that if I knew how to save her, I would have acted earlier. But suddenly, Chu Yun standing behind him asked, "Big brother, you definitely know how to save Sister Ning, right?"
Her words left Tom Lin Fong at a loss for what to do. "I am no different." Faced with relentless questioning from his two cousins, Shen Lingfeng felt dizzy and annoyed as he replied.
He returned to the Chu family to ask the head of the Chu clan, "Those old men have lived half their lives. What strange things haven't they seen? Moreover, if the Chu family can't handle it, go to the Kwong family. The Kwong family is a big house with a big business, and this small problem of hers can be solved in a minute." At the same time, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from outside echoed, as a team of spaceship guards with anxious expressions quickly rushed toward the scene of the dispute. As soon as they arrived, they charged straight in, their voices full of authority ringing out. "Who is still fighting here and disrupting the order of the celestial void?" The guard shouted loudly, "You better tell me the truth. The Heavenly Void Pavilion is not a place where you rich young masters can do whatever you want." Both Chung-hee and Chu-van remained silent, as no one knew how to respond properly. They simultaneously pointed at Tom Lin Fong, each thinking that he was the one to be blamed. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards rushed in to escort him out. Shen Lingfeng struggled and shouted, "Do I really deserve to be blamed for this?"
At the lower level of the skyship, Shen Lingfeng was crying without tears. "I am so innocent. On what basis does Mo Kwang So Nien think I should take the blame? Wait until I get out and remove her wheelchair, too." Time quietly passes, and finally the familiar announcement sounds. "Tiankong Pavilion has arrived at Tiankong Port. Please line up in order." The person who was arrested a few days ago is now standing very neatly in front of everyone, clearly showing that he paid a large sum to be released. Tham Lin Feng looked at the crowd below and said to Chungi in a low voice, "Chu Hang is a well-known figure of the Chu family, yet he was sent to pick you up. Your face is quite impressive." Indeed, there were already a few people waiting for them at the dock, a young girl enthusiastically waving to greet them. Seeing that Hugh Buck beside him was acting overly aggressive, Chu Hung quickly reminded him in a low voice, "Hugh Buck, be modest. This matter is strictly confidential as handed over by President Vuong and must not be discovered by others." As the figure from the boat became clearer, Chu Hong stepped forward to greet him with a warm smile. "You're finally here. Nyi, you've worked hard. Go ahead and rest in the car." Hearing Chu Hong's familiar way of addressing him, Chu Nahai was a bit surprised, shyly scratched his head and replied, "Ngi is your name? Are we that close?" "Sorry for the trouble." The luxurious car quickly sped off, leaving only a cloud of dust gradually settling into the distance. Mrs. Hong didn't expect to follow all the way here, her eyes flashing with greed as she muttered, "Chu Ngi, the top freshman at Tohang University, Vuong Hui's direct disciple. So the Chu family secretly harbors such a genius. If I could use him, my status in the business guild would surely rise another level." So Nguyen carefully examined the scene inside and immediately recognized what it was, softly saying, "This is an Esther-level ice spider prop." Chu Hang chuckled loudly upon hearing this. Miss Kwang truly has a keen eye, as Dean Vuong mentioned. Only within this protective shield can it block all eavesdropping spirits. Chung-yi politely replied, "It's too much trouble." Chu Hang also politely waved his hand. "No problem, it's what I should do." Another hand of his kept signaling to the person beside him, as if to say, "Bach, don't be so slow. Act now." Receiving the signal, she turned to Chu Van with a bright smile. Little Van, I am your cousin Chu Hugh Bak. This is the first gift I give you. I hope you will like it. Chu Hang sat quietly on the side, secretly calculating. Although Chung Hee was reluctant to reveal his hidden ice-cold system, allowing Chu Van to practice within the Chu family was a good sign. As long as he could win her over, Chung Hee would naturally be drawn in. Chu Van politely responded when given a gift, saying, "Hello, cousin. Thank you, cousin." Seeing Chu Van's joyful expression as she opened the present, Chu Hung couldn't help but feel proud, his mind filled with intricate plans, recognizing Ingi's exceptional talent, backed by director Wang Hui and the Tianyu Guild. If I can regularly visit and support the family, the Chu family can surely return to the top tier of power. I have told you before that the power of the Chu family is mainly divided between the clan leader and the Long Ice Tower Elder Council, which the clan leader oversees, holding the internal inheritance and central resources. The Elder Council is led by the third elder, Chu Fong, managing the cultivation resources for the outer disciples. The old clan leader and the Elders' Council often clash, as the old leader fears someone coveting your talent might cause trouble. Therefore, only I and Huba can be informed about the backup plan for you. The secret path we take is unknown even to the guarding guards. After hearing this, Chu only smirked and casually asked, "It's a waste of effort, Chu Hang. What kind of place is the Ice Long Yuan secret realm you mentioned?" Hearing his question, Chu Hang quickly replied, "It's the burial site of the Chu ancestors, where Shuangya is buried." It didn't stop there. He continued recounting with pride. Our ancestor, when he was young in the far north of the ice plains, once encountered an ice dragon named Shuangya, and Shuangya's entire body is even harder than mysterious metal, capable of cracking entire glaciers. The ancestor spent a year fighting it in the glacier, signing a blood pact with his own blood before finally taming it as a mount. Then the demon race attacked, and Shuangya carried the ancestor forward. In the final snow demon battle, Shuangya retreated to protect his clan, using his dragon body to block the entrance of the demon mound. While waiting for the ancestor to bring someone to kill it, Shuangya's dragon body had died, but his soul still remained. But this is a difficult problem. Tien To was afraid that Shuangya's soul would disperse, so he used the dragon spear sword inscription to seal his soul into his own dragon body. The ancestor originally planned to come and rescue Shuangya after finding a way to revive himself, but no one expected that during the chaos afterward, the ancestor's whereabouts would become unknown. Then Shuangya's body and soul also transformed into a mysterious realm. The conversation on the carriage continued as before, until the wheel crushes through the thin layer of ice, signaling that the vehicle has entered the snow-covered road. Chu Hang slowly continues his story, gazing into the distance. Bing Longyuan now has outer walls made of dragon scales from Shuangya. The ice pillar in the middle is its bones, and the ice lake is its blood. The secret realm is divided into 3 levels, and anyone descended from the Chu family can enter Bing Long Yuan to face the challenge. If you can reach the central area or the 3rd level, you can directly enter the inner sect. Hearing this, Chun He immediately interrupted him. Does Shuangya's remnant soul still actively monitor humanity now? Hearing this question from him, Chu Hung responded without hesitation. Of course, in previous years, every descendant of the Chu family could enter Bang Long Uyen for training, but most of them lacked the bloodline concentration of Han Bong. When I was 30 and entered the 3rd level, I was broken 3 ribs by Shuangya's remnant soul and thrown out. After the wound healed, the bloodline concentration increased by 15%. Chu Hung also made it clearer to Chung Yi that as long as he could reach the 3rd level, he would gain enormous benefits. But there were also risks involved. Shuangya was unaware of the Chu family's bloodline. 50 years ago, a senior who had undergone 3 transformations entered the 3rd level and was instantly frozen into an ice pillar by Shuangya's fierce breath. Chu Hang carefully explained, "Ngi, you need to reach the gate of the 3rd level where Shuangya's remnant soul is. If you want to subdue it, you must draw out the same deadly strength that the ancestor used back then. Only then can Shuangya bow his head." Chu Ngai looked thoughtful and replied quietly, "I understand." Chu Heng continued to ask Han, "When do you plan to enter Banglong Uyen? If you're feeling unwell now, there is a secret base near Banglong Uyen where you can rest temporarily." Chun He did not rush to answer, silently observing the system display, his divine power depleted, all attributes returning in less than 10 days. The countdown shows 3 minutes and 52 seconds, and Chun He quietly calculates that it's just enough time. The car stopped somewhere. Chung Yi calmly said, "No need, we can now enter Banglong Uyen." He and everyone else got out of the car, the cold atmosphere enveloping everything. So Nian approached Chung Yi, feeling very worried for him. She shyly asked, Can I go with you? Chunengi politely refused. Wait outside for me. Trust me. All right, I understand. I will take good care of this little girl. Chungai looked at Chuhong, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you, Uncle Hang. Then he walks alone, seriously preparing for what's to come. System notification. Innate exceptional dry talent is fully recovering all attributes. Chungi's name, a level 30 talent strategist with 12,000 out of 1 million points. A faint shape of a sword gradually appears in Chungi's hand. It is called the Bamboo Blessing Weapon, Lamin Truk Fuk, a divine gift. Chungi firmly grasped the sword in his hand, walking forward with confidence and emanating a powerful aura. Here, butterflies flutter around an ice block, and coiled around it is a serpent-like monster with shimmering blue scales, wielding a sharp dagger in each hand. There are not just one, but many of these gathered here. They are called level 25 ice snake humans, with golden talent, ice and earth affinity skills, and coordinated ice lance assault. Chungi has now arrived, swinging his sword to warm up, calmly speaking. 10 days without freedom of movement, my bones are almost breaking apart. The ice snakes rushed to attack upon seeing Chungi, baring their fangs and lolling their tongues like hungry beasts. Chungi, unafraid, happily said, "Let's use you to warm up a bit." Chungi swiftly cut through several parts of the ice snakes, his attack so fast it created a dazzling flash amid the thick dust and smoke. The ice snakes continue to charge forward wildly. Chungi unleashes his ultimate skill, creating a massive tornado that sweeps all the ice snakes into one place. On this side, a block of ice shows signs of cracking and breaking apart. In the cold, snowy space, a monster with its head frozen and curled like a dragon remains motionless. It is a level 55 gold talent ice abyss snake with ice and earth skills. Ice shock chain distortion of the magnetic field. Chungi's tornado is gradually approaching it. Chungi shouted loudly with a determined expression as a beam of light erupted, engulfing the monster. Its massive body falls behind Chungi. He shows no emotion, simply walking forward calmly. By morning, the snow had stopped falling, and the space became brighter and more open. Chungi was still here, walking and observing, feeling a sense of familiarity with this place. The Void Beast appears and explains, "Your bloodline of ice in your body and the ice-type profession have long been frozen." Chungi cheerfully greets, "It's been a while." He expressed his gratitude, saying, "I haven't thanked you yet for calling the master last time." The Void Beast straightforwardly replied, "Don't torment yourself anymore. Consider it a thank you from me. If you die before the 1-year promise is fulfilled." Not feeling right, both sides silently looked at each other. At that moment, a group of monsters suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Chunwai and the Void Beast still stared at each other. The Void Beast unleashed its move, and shards of void sand shot out, cutting through the monsters and destroying them all. Knowing that the Void Beast is protecting him, Chunwai calmly and politely says, "Thank you." The Void Beast coldly replied, "Just a bunch of fish." But the danger was not over yet. The monsters from earlier had not been completely defeated, and they used their enormous bodies to break through by the ice trail. The spot where Chungi stands breaks apart, and he struggles to keep his balance to avoid falling. It seemed like he would tumble down, but he managed to leap onto another falling ice block. In this situation, Chungi decides to leap into the abyss. Puzzled by the scene before him, countless figures standing beneath the ice, wielding swords and shields, appearing to be warriors. Lamhan saw a skull wearing a crown glow with a blue light. It sat there majestically and imposing, seeming to be the leader here. Chungi silently admired the demon race, as the ice blocks then fell all in front of the demon horde. The armored warrior skeletons, known as the Ice Abyss. Dead, level 35, with legendary talent and bloodline skills, are holding the remains of the great demon army buried beneath the ice dragon bone fortress. Awakening with a blue glow as Chunyi steps out from the ice, using his appraisal magic to assess the situation, warning that over 200,000 demon clans are risking their lives, and despite being only at the 2nd level of the secret realm, he must conserve his strength as the skeletons search for something, and someone has entered. He controls dangerous beams of light in his hand, emanating an extremely powerful aura. Chunyi confidently says, "The concentration of ice elements here is 10 times higher than outside, enough to bury them." Then Chunyi unleashed his power, causing the beams of light to flash across the gloomy sky. That hand pressed down hard on the group of monsters, crushing them. Beneath the thick snow and fog, some remaining bones continued to charge forward. Chunai continued to unleash his moves, his eyes shining brightly as he shouted to freeze everything, a powerful vortex quickly forming with a sparkling light at its center. From above, countless sharp ice shards sprouted and encased the demon clan. Chunai swung his hand, controlling the divine wind and storm, suddenly bringing a fierce gust that swept away the ice shards. The gust of wind split the demon tribe into pieces, forming tornadoes that swept away many skeletons.
The leader saw this and was furious, shouting, "You sneaky rats hiding your heads in tails, our clan's battle spirit can never be extinguished. How can we let you ants provoke us?"
The skeletons then kept smashing against their stretcher, and the more they hit, the more strange soul fragments flew out. On the tall, sturdy walls, rows of skeletons stood in a line emitting a blue glow. Junung looked confused as his gaze remained fixed on the fog of spirits, thinking what was happening to them. The skeletons suddenly reassembled into a gigantic, terrifying skeleton. The symbiotic skeleton army of the demon race has been dead for many years. Self-formed skills, channeling strength into fallen comrades, resonating life force to rebirth alongside them. He was somewhat shocked by the massive creature before him, and muttered a few words as the fragments were pieced together. Are these ghost bones perhaps unkillable? But it's true that there's no news indicating that killing the Ice Abyss ghost will grant experience. The large eye in the middle of the fused skeleton's forehead flashed and said, "Found it." Chun-Yi, feeling somewhat confident, bravely drew his sword and said, "Legendary levels are not simple, but I don't believe it." Your sword raised high, the fused skeleton immediately emitted a blinding golden light that dazzled the eyes. Chun-Yi struggled to continue. "I can't kill him." On the bone tower, the beam of light remains steady, shining like the sun spreading across all lands while the small skeletons start to jump chaotically downward as if guided by an unseen command. They are wearing armor, each one a different weapon. The small skeletons are falling freely through the middle section. He swung his sword a few times in a cracking pattern, his gaze always maintaining a serious, too-cold expression. The symbiotic skeleton stood watching everything unfold attentively. Chun-Ai leaps into the air to land under the wooden bridge, moving swiftly like a ghost, his face cold as he rushes toward the parasitic skeleton. Chun-Ai stops right in front of that huge gaze. He raises his sword, and it suddenly opens its mouth wide as if planning something sinister. Chun-Ai didn't care what it was doing and jumped up, raising his sword to kill the symbiotic corpse. Suddenly, he hesitated, cold sweat starting to run down. Chun-Ai recalled the days gone by, his eyes filled with sadness and a hint of regret, as he aimlessly looked at everything around him. The sounds of cries nearby kept ringing out. Tatu was about to be overwhelmed. Hurry and send help. Chun-Ai walked forward in a dazed manner, with a tall man trying to catch up behind him. The man patted Chun-Yi on the shoulder and said, Chung-an was defending himself. Confused, looking back at what? Chun-Yi's gaze was drawn to a young man who was shot with an arrow and had his stomach pushed out past him. The voice of the tall man still did not stop, taking the opportunity to buy time for Lord Shuang-Ya. A pink-purple vortex appeared before everyone's surprised eyes. That is the demon clan's interdimensional teleportation gate. The skeletons in armor-wielding hammers rush out from that vortex. The scribes also did not hesitate in the face of difficulties and challenges, bravely fighting and shouting loudly. The descendants of the Chu family obeyed the order to fight to the death, absolutely not allowing the demon race to escape from our Tianlan territory. A knight was knocked back by a grenade hammer into his stomach and flew away. The large man still fought fiercely, striking and speaking at the same time, sharing the same fate as Tianlan. A huge blue and white dragon appears in the sky. His voice still echoes loudly, along with the fallen Tianlan. That dragon opens its mouth to reveal a blue gem-like object and unleashes a stream of blue light onto the ground. Everything returned to its original state. Everyone around cheered happily. Songnya, the great master has arrived. We are saved. Songnya, Chungai, with a look of both shock and disappointment, silently thought to himself. So, isn't it that I am still on the demon invasion battlefield from 100 years ago? Shuangya curled itself amidst the surrounding lights, then angrily descended to the ground, glaring at the knights. Suddenly, several swords flew out of nowhere and struck Shuangya directly in the stomach, causing it to roar in pain and agony. Shuangya twisted in pain, knocking the knights flying in all directions. The people far away looked on in panic. Far away, the armored skeleton was swinging its tens of meters long sword. It had already begun to attack, piercing through several knights in succession. Chungai now looks like a wolf, with eyes full of resentment as he shouts, "The chaotic demon race." The armored skeleton, riding a black crow, soared through the sky as the voice echoed, "Go die." Before reaching the destination, it was bitten by Shuangya on the crow's wing, causing the skeleton to fall. The black crow is useless now. Shuangya ruthlessly pulls it out. It glanced down at the wounds bleeding from the earlier slashes, then looked up at the sky where a pink vortex with a skeleton in the middle appeared, each face peeking out. Master Nya looked on intently as if he had guessed something, then thought, "That breath belongs to the heavenly demon." His thoughts echoed repeatedly. If they let them rush in, the entire territory of Tianlan would become a demon realm, and all living beings would become nourishment for the demon race. To save all innocent lives, Shuangya angrily stomps the floor, shattering it into pieces and thinking, "I can't let them break through." If the demon tide is hard to stop, it will fly away swiftly, and as it continues to ponder, it will use the dragon cage as a sacrificial offering. The fog spirit flew straight to the armored corpse sitting peacefully in the crater, then plunged directly into the hole, engulfing both it and the corpse inside. The whirlpool closed its door, releasing a bright pink light. Chunghee stood there, raising his elbow to shield his eyes from the glare. The force was so strong that the ground collapsed and shattered into pieces. The door shone brightly before gradually shrinking. Everyone waited and watched the door intently without blinking. After a while, the door faded away and disappeared, and everyone cheered softly, saying, "The teleportation door is gone." Everyone cheered happily. "The demon race has been pushed back by Lord Shuangya. That's great. We've held the Tianlan defense line. Only Chunghee remains deep in thought." It just threw the dragon core into the teleportation door and caused an explosion, while cheers continued to ring out nearby. "Long live Lord Shuangya. As long as Shuangya lives, Tianlan remains." Seeing the chaos after the battle, he quietly rejoiced, "It's good I haven't broken my promise to you." Suddenly, someone called from behind, making Chunghee turn around quickly. Shuangya, a handsome man, ran over, making him think. "That is the ancestor of the Chu family." Chunghee snapped out of his memories. He woke up to a huge, sharp sword swinging toward him. Chunghee quickly grabbed his weapon to block the powerful attack, then leapt away to land on the ice. The light from the monster makes him uncomfortable as he asks, "What is inside this?" A blue light beam is lying among the bones, revealing what's inside that leaves him in shock. Long Lan. Chunghee chuckled smugly and said, "I should have noticed from the start that these bone spirits moved too perfectly, and their attacks were very simple." Chunghee looked at the loose skeletons of the monster. He pondered for a long time, then confidently smiled and confirmed, "Indeed, they are the masterminds behind Shuangya's tragic death. How could the ancestors of the Chu family let the enemy die easily?" The sunlight shone on the motionless skeleton, yet his voice still echoed steadily. "After destroying the core of the cyclic curse and resurrecting infinitely, they used Shuangya's dragon scales as energy to control and forge them into tomb guardians for Shuangya. When someone uses force to break in, they will be attacked, and these bone spirits will reassemble after being shattered." Chunghee muttered as he walked. Even a second transition expert would find it hard to withstand such a draining battle. No wonder Chu family descendants often stop at the second hurdle. And instead of attacking, he appears harmless. So these mindless things will naturally lose their target. He walks step by step through the thick snow, pondering that this is truly an extremely clever and complicated way of revenge. Use the enemy's body as a barrier and punish them with their most despicable dying state. This revenge is even more brutal than killing. The cold wind blows, making Chunghee close one eye, but he still cannot stop the thoughts that surface. Chu family's ancestor remains resolute amidst the freezing snowstorm. "One day, I will be stronger than you." Chunghee stood on the snowy mountain peak, looking down at Shuangya's massive skeleton, then leapt straight down but was unexpectedly thrown back by an invisible force. Chunghee was repeatedly struck by rocks, painfully trying to recover while confused about what was happening, thinking to himself, "What is going on?" Shuangya appeared faintly, but with a commanding and majestic voice. "Who are you? Why did you come into this place? Is it the chaos that trapped me in this crack of ice sent here, right?" Chunghee forced himself to get up and called out twice. "Shuangya, are you angry and baring your fangs to threaten me? Are you here just to mock me? The level 30 miscellaneous soldiers aren't even worthy of giving me a demon claw. You bugs only know how to absorb the power of the Dragon Clan. Your blood is flowing like that of murderers." The more angry it gets, the wider it opens its mouth to insult. "You all want to see me go crazy. Thumnam selfishly does whatever he pleases, ignoring my body and trying to turn me into a weapon." Chunghee tries to explain, "Wait a moment, I am of the Chu family bloodline. I am here to—" Shuangya didn't let him finish and kept blaming him. "The bloodline of the Chu family is still the bloodline of the Chu family." Shuangya's anger grew even more, and he started attacking. "How much longer do you want to keep fooling me?" "Trash. I will cut you into 100 pieces, and its attack makes me struggle to dodge." Chungai silently marvels. It's so fast it opens its mouth wide and shoots out beams of power. Xingna, do you still remember?
Back then, you destroyed the Dragon Core and sealed the teleportation gate of the Demon Clan. You were the hero of the Chu family. Still, Shuangya refused to listen and immediately accused, "That's nonsense. The Dragon Core is the heart of our dragon race.
How could it be extracted by ourselves? Clearly it was you people who tore out my Dragon Core and then deceived me, pretending and lying. Everything is just a lie." The strikes grew faster and shot straight down onto the ice, shattering it. It screamed, "I want to tear apart everyone who lied to me." Chungi, despite the pain, still comforted it. "Yangya, stay calm and listen to me. Do you still remember?" It swings its massive tail at him. "Get lost." Chungai was thrown quite a distance, but still stood firm. He silently thought, Shuangya has lost its memory, and the long confinement has made it suffer, blaming everything on the nearby person. Its spirit is completely in chaos, truly worthy of being the contract demon of the ancestors. 100 years later, the remaining dragon soul power still makes others feel anxious and fearful. He frowned, wounded but unyielding, thinking that his rank and strength were inferior to Shuangya, but giving up here was impossible for him. If he had reached Banglong Uyan, he would definitely return not empty-handed. Chung Hai revealed a glowing cross-shaped mark on his forehead and shouted loudly to provoke. "Do you want a little anger? Then come and fight until you remember, that's all." He cast a spell, unleashing a blinding golden energy, as the immense power of Chungi and Shuangya collided head-on. It unleashes a powerful blast, charging straight at him and kicking up a cloud of white snow. From the white mist, Chungi rushes forward with his sword. "Come here, the ancestors of the Chu family can make a contract with you, and I can also let you accept the ancestral lineage." Lin Feng kept sneaking bites of Chu family's exclusive ice cream, saying she's been there 3 days and 3 nights and is about to become a spinster. So Nian glared annoyedly at her through the glass window, threatening, "You don't need your tongue anymore, do you?" Lin Feng's face darkened, his teeth grinding so hard they looked deformed as he continued to spout nonsense. "Are you Guangzhou Nian now?" Suddenly, Hubat Hot Hai rushed in, pushing open the door and shouting, "Something's wrong, you all need to leave quickly." The two of them looked confused and asked, "What's going on?" She didn't answer but stormed inside, rambling on non-stop. "Since she hasn't arrived yet, my father told me to get you out of here quickly." "Where is Xiao Yuan right now?" Lin Feng, losing patience, kept asking repeatedly, "What does he mean by that? Tell me clearly." Understand Bai tightly gripped So Nian's hand with a worried expression saying, "This cannot be explained." "Hurry and follow me immediately," she replied calmly to the request. "If you don't tell us, we simply can't provide a solution. Moreover, Chung He is still at Banglong Uyan. I absolutely cannot leave here easily." He agreed with So Nian and interjected, "That's right, Tom Lin Feng, I'm not completely useless. Tell me what happened, and if I can help, I definitely will." Bok Hu, panicking, waved her hands and explained, "It's not that I mean anything else. This is not something you can control. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late." Chu Hong's attack charged straight at her, slicing past Hong Funan and catching her off guard. He said seriously, "Hong Funan, the territory of the Tianlan Chu family does not allow you to be arrogant." Lin Feng and So Nian transformed their forms and powers, with thin, sharp silk threads wrapping around Hong Funyan's fingers in a flexible manner. She sneered and said, "Chu Hang," to suppress the frozen bloodline, "your strength is not even a third of level 40, and you still want to stop me?" Chu Hang shielded Chu Van behind him, trying to stay calm as he spoke. Even if the Chu family faces difficulties, they do not allow outsiders to harm their guests. "I think Chu Ni is still in a critical breakthrough period at Binglong Yuan and absolutely cannot let Madame Hong ruin things. At worst, we'll risk damaging his meridians from freezing, but we must hold on until Chu Ni comes out." He created a line of ice stretching toward Lady Hong, while elsewhere she was mouthing words. "Where are you planning to go?" Lady Hong casually leans against the doorframe as her voice rings out. "It's been a long time since we last met, girl." All three of them understood Bach. Lin Feng and So Nian were so shocked they froze in place, exclaiming together, "She's still alive." Half an hour ago, in a spacious, elegant room with a slightly traditional style, Madame Hong, a few others, and the elder patriarch of the Chu family were sitting and chatting. Madame Hong spoke first. "This is Han Tui Tin from this year." Another voice called out, "Please trouble Madame Hong to go on a trip." Lady Hong nodded and said, "I will send someone to get it." Beside her are shining treasure boxes containing the rare consumable item Han Tui Tin, a tier-level artifact, a type of energy crystal. Another old man, Chu Feng, the third elder of the Chu family, loudly called out, "Where is everyone? Bring them here. The person sitting beside him is Chu Hong. A group of people carried up treasures one after another. The celestial secret snow silkworm can be integrated into equipment to grant stealth effects, while the mystic ice jade can be used to temper weapons with an automatic freezing effect. He continued to tell her that, according to last year's promise, the treasures from heaven and earth were also fully prepared. Lady Hong sneered and replied, "These alone are not enough." She said sarcastically that your Chu family hides good items but refuses to trade them, showing that their intention to seek Han Tuixing has failed. "Madam Hong, what do you mean by that?" "Our Chu family dedicates all our efforts every year to gather valuable items for exchanges with you." She is holding a treasure called the Cold Ice Frozen Spear, level 30 basic physical attack attribute with plus 350 attack power and plus 120 ice attribute attack. He thought to himself, Lady Hong is greedy. Her demands keep increasing each year. What trick is she planning this year? She broke the treasure and said, "I'm tired of these flashy-looking items. This year I want to exchange it for something else. If the head of the Chu family agrees, Han Tuixing will be enough for a whole year." The elder of the Chu family still politely asked him, "What does Madam Hong want to exchange?" Chu Hong nearby silently suspected that something was wrong. Lady Hong responded in a deep voice, "A living person." He asked again, "Who is the living person?" She calmly replied, "Chu Niki." Hearing that, Chu Hang lost his composure. "What?" He calmed down and continued, "Lady Hong was just joking. How could a living person be traded?" But inside Chu Hong's heart, he was worried. Why would Madam Hong care about Chung Yi? She shamelessly responded, "Just joking, you're really funny. Someone who saved your clan, isn't that a great deal for a trade?" The head of the Chu family immediately insisted, "Lady Hong, please go back. Chung Yi is a junior of the Chu family and must not be traded. If you refuse to hand him over, can your Chu family last 2 months? Chief, if the supply of Han Yu Tin is cut off, the elder worries that the Moment Trading Guild has a mineral vein producing Han Yu Tin. The Chu family's bloodline curse of Hanbang is growing weaker, and they not only need Han Yu Tin to quickly strengthen the bloodline concentration for rapid cultivation, but also to improve the freezing condition of the bloodline. Therefore, the Chu family cannot afford to keep sacrificing a large amount of resources from the Moment Trade Guild every year." In the end, he revealed, "Don't say any more. If the bloodline is cut off, the Chu family will definitely not resort to selling people to save themselves." The elder of the Chu family, hearing this, refused to accept it and said again, "Clan leader, even if you don't consider us old folks, you must think of the children in the clan. Chun Hai is indeed a genius, but he is still too young, and he cannot save the entire Chu family." Hearing that, he was displeased and stood up shouting, "Our Chu family can only rise again if we survive. If someone dies, there's nothing left." The old man still spoke in a calm voice. "Chuningi has never been protected by the clan and shouldn't be made a burden to it." The elder still shouted, "Clan leader, the children can't wait any longer." But the old man firmly insisted, "Lady Hong, please go back." He thought to himself, stupid fool. Lady Hong was forcing him to choose between Chung Yi and the Chu family, clearly seeing a bright future ahead for Chung Yi. "If I cannot protect Chung Yi, the Chu family won't be able to shelter me anymore," Hong Funyun said coldly, changing her attitude. "Very well, if the Chu family wants to protect Chung Yi, from today on she will stand up and leave with her attendants to cut off the supply of Han Tui Tin, causing both the Chu family and your old man to perish." The thick silk threads of Lady Hong tightly wrapped around Hubok's neck, causing her to gurgle and lose consciousness. She lay motionless on the floor as she recalled the vile incident and muttered, "The head of the Chu family dares to signal Chu Hong in front of me. Does he think I am blind?" So Nian quickly runs over in worry, and Hyobok Lin Fong, refusing to give up, quickly shouts, "This time I will let you die at my hands." Her entourage rushes forward, bodies entangled like silk threads, but Lin Fong remains undaunted, launching a series of continuous attacks. The others rushed toward Sun Yan, and with just a few strikes, she shattered them into hundreds of pieces. Lin Fong begins to cast a spell. He transforms into a wall of fire to protect the other two, then proudly says, 3 days apart and you've actually learned to coordinate your attacks. Looks like you've trained, and it's quite interesting. I like you more and more." Madam Hong thought to herself that the enchanting girl and flame dragon both showed signs of breakthrough. She said, "Well, they are considered geniuses, but now that the treasure is right in front of you, you will ultimately become dust." So Nian helped Hyobok up, secretly thinking that she had to divert her attention to protect Hyobok, which limited her movements. Wasn't this woman already eliminated before? Why is she appearing at the Chu family now? She kept thinking without noticing a cord gradually approaching her. Hyobok cannot be said to be her. The cords are getting closer, but So Nian still doesn't notice. So, Chu Ni, At Chu family, isn't the cords wrapping tightly around her? Lady Hong's voice sharpens. It's just that her combat experience is a bit lacking. Even Lin Feng is being tightly bound by the cords from the ground. She continued speaking, saying, I am young mistress Tichtikjia, a genius but also useless from your clans. Now I will personally deal with you. The rope pulls So Nian out and she keeps speaking. Where has the enchanting girl's power gone since last time? Lin Feng was slammed against the wall. I really like the fire inside you, little fire dragon. Both of you are pulled up to a high place and cannot move. Lady Hong sneers. You still lack a bit to surpass my Hu Qin. She asked seriously, Where is Chung He now? He ignored her and shouted, Let me go, or I'll burn you alive. Hong Funan slowly approached the curtain and continued speaking. I heard that he single-handedly charged into the Kuangfang mountain range to save Chun-Gi's sister. With her, I don't believe Chun-Gi didn't go out. The man shouted angrily, You are not allowed to touch her. Behind the curtain, Chu Yun is hiding, but Hong Funan has already discovered him. Can you still see your brother from afar? So Nian refused to stay still and shouted with all her might, Give me more power one more time. Red threads were wrapped around Lady Hong's hand. This time she is truly angry, so I will show you what real suppression looks like. A blue-tinged sweat appeared on Chu Hong's face as he admitted it had been truly exhausting, since Chung-Yi didn't hesitate to use so many puppets. As the puppets approach, Chu Hong jumps high, holding a chain, and shouts, Kwang Sonyan Tam Lin Feng, take Chu Van and Hubok away, I will hold them off here. Madame Hong, seeing him try to escape, screams to leave the survivors. So Nian is holding Chu Van in her arms and Lin Feng is tightly embracing Hubok while shouting. At this moment, Chung-Hee is holding a sphere of power in his hand, looking at the monster before him, then shouting as he remembers rushing forward and delivering a powerful strike to the opponent's head. Give it to me, holy book combo attack. Then Chung-Yi quickly dodged to the side, another burst of energy immediately shot past. Chung-Yi raised his hand forward, using a single move to counter the opponent. Holy light cross, he shouted. Defend ta! As he was struck, only the approaching figure of Chung-Yi remained in the monster's eyes. It weakly called out, Master, as a punch with immense power was delivered. After the divine spear strike, everything around fell completely silent, only dust swirling in the air. Chung-Yi stood up, coldly declaring that it was finally quiet. The giant beast asked him, Who are you? Chung-Yi did not hide anything and straightforwardly revealed his identity. I am Chung-Yi, the descendant of Chu Fam. I sit down to let my body gradually recover, then begin to recount the crimes committed by the monster. 100 years ago, you destroyed the teleportation gate of the demon race with your life in exchange for peace in Tianlan, and my ancestor was your master. Chu Fam, who sealed your body and soul here alone, is searching for a way to save you, but he has also disappeared. Follow me, and from now on, I will make you happy. Your soul is trapped here and gradually losing its reason, so I have no choice but to use some tricks to help you recover. After learning everything, the dragon closed its eyes and sadly replied, I see. If the dragon core is shattered, it can't be revived. Yet he didn't believe. It's been 100 years, and so has the master. Now it looks directly at Chun-Hee and asks, Are you here to find me because of the dragon soul? Hyungya explains that I can see your foundation has been damaged and needs pure energy to restore it. Merging with the dragon soul will make you experience the suffering of Wan Mo Peitam, with your body torn apart countless times. Are you willing to accept that? Chun-Gi hesitated not and replied that he was willing. To him, physical pain, helplessness, and weakness that prevent protecting the one he loves are the greatest suffering. After hearing this, Xiongya couldn't help but admire. Chu family's young master is truly capable. It sends a surge of power to Chung-Yi and Jialen. That's enough. An orange whirlpool swirling with tiny blue sparks suddenly appears as the frozen blood vessels seem to be gradually restored. Shunigi's entire body is emitting a stream of green smoke, and inside, the ice covering his blood vessels is beginning to melt away. Chung-Yi clenched his eyes, gritted his teeth, and showed clear pain on his face. Xiongya immediately calmed him, urging patience. Your meridians are shattered. If you don't find me, you won't survive for a month. The green spots are also moving in to reconstruct Chung-Yi's bones, gradually healing the deep cracks and wounds inside. But Chung-Yi had to endure terrible pain, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, and mouth. That blue light is continuously flowing in to heal Chung-Yi's heart. Chu Yuan smiles, a look of joy on his face. The entire group, including Holland, also did the same. Sun Hien squinted one eye, surprised as she looked behind.
The pitch-black night seems to be tearing apart as a shadowy figure stands before the giant dragon. A series of notifications appear. The Ice Dragon Soul 100% fusion confirmed, the Foundation fully restored, and the Elemental Fire Force increased by 500%.
At this moment, 2 dragon horns appeared on Chun-Yi's head, congratulating him on perfectly completing the hidden mission of the second transformation and awarding the Dragon God's domain skill. Yang Ya instructed him to replace her and protect Tianlan. Madame Hong used the tangled ropes on her hands to bind the girl's body. She stepped forward, loosening the ropes so that the girl fell straight to the ground. Madame Hong throws the red silk in her hand towards Chu Yun and softly whispers, "Good girl, come here. I won't hurt you." Chu Yun's body is tightly bound by the red silk. Madame Hong ordered, "Good girl, take me to see your brother." At that moment, a dirty hand reached out and grabbed her ankle. "Get out!" Hong Funyan looked down at the person holding her ankle with contempt. Even though Xiao Wiem Long is about to die, he's still stubborn and wants to be a messenger to protect Hoa. Lin Fong uses his last bit of strength to stop Madame Hong from taking Chuvan away and not allowing anyone to hurt her. Lady Hong disdainfully ordered, "You're like a mourning dog now, unable to protect yourself, let alone others." It's truly laughable Lin Fong, even exhausted, still stubbornly protected Chuvan. "What the hell do you understand?" "Tom Lin Fong, even if I die, I will not let you touch a single hair of her." Madame Hong ordered coldly, "Release him!" Lin Fong shouted, "I won't let go." Seeing him keep blinking like that, Madame Hong stomped her foot down hard on the hand holding her leg. So what? Despite the pain, Lin Fong still clenched tightly and refused to let go. At this moment, tears streamed down Chuvan's face. She tearfully said, "Mr. Shen, let go. Don't worry about me. Please let go quickly. My brother won't blame you." Lin Fong opened her mouth and shouted, then bit down hard on Madame Hong's leg. Not letting go. Chuvan shouted, "On Tam! Madame Hong has truly lost her mind." She forcefully kicked Lin Fong backward. Crazy. Lin Fong supported himself on the ground to stop after that kick. Chuvan anxiously shouted, "Mr. Tham." Lady Hong gently stroked her chin, thinking to herself that this young man is even tougher than she imagined, capable of making the proud bloodline of the Flame Dragon wholeheartedly submit. This Chung-Yi truly is an extremely valuable person. Lady Hong dismissively snaps her fingers. I have no interest in someone whose life or death I don't know about. If she hurried to reincarnate, she would wrap the rope around Lin Fong's neck, then farewell forever. The rope begins to tighten around Lin Fong's neck. He glares with wide eyes, mouth agape, showing clear signs of pain. Chuvan shouted in fear, "Brother Tham, run quickly!" Seeing that Lin Fong seemed to be unconscious, Chuvan cried out loudly, turning to beg Hong Madame not to hurt him. "I will go with you." At that moment, a huge pressure suddenly appeared. Lady Hong was also affected by that oppressive aura. She nervously said, "That's a terrifying pressure." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive burst of power surged forward, striking Lady Hong directly. Chung-Yi, with golden wings and dragon horns on his head, suddenly appeared to save Chuvan. Chuvan, in disbelief, calls out, "Brother." Chung-Yi gazes at Lin Fong's battered, wound-covered body and whispers to himself. Tham Lin Fong and even So Nian are being pierced through with many tangled cords. Little Nian Chung-Yi looks at Hubat and Chu Hang lying unconscious on the ground. "Xiaobai, Uncle Hang." He gently blows out a puff of smoke. Immediately, Chun-Yai's eyes changed, one turning gold and the other blue. He used his power to transform into an iron chain, divine thunder, and heavenly prison radiance. Lady Hong's eyes widen. She licks her lips, her face full of excitement as she sees Chun-Yi appear. Many puppets emerge from her hands. All those puppets look just like Lady Hong. "Chun-Yi, at last you have come out." All the dolls that approached were easily destroyed by Chung-Yi. Madame Hong didn't know when she appeared behind Chung-Yi. She advises him to obediently go home with me. Chung-Yi didn't respond. He pushed down with his foot, causing the ground beneath to shatter. Immediately, a surge of power cut across Lady Hong's neck. Chung-Yi, holding his sister in his arms, used his strength to push the opponent away. Lady Hong thought to herself in fear, her power truly terrifying. Besides the destroyed puppets, a few of her high-level puppets still remained, but they were struggling to dodge Chung-Yi's attacks. Those level 20 puppets are fine, but the elite level 30 puppet and the level 40 guardian puppet are my painstakingly crafted creations. Yet he let my soldiers be powerless to fight back. Thinking quickly, she immediately leapt forward. Lady Hong threw out a series of tangled ropes, her eyes wide with madness, shouting, "This is impossible! You just reached level 30, there's no way you can surpass the 15-level gap. It really makes people want it even more." She ordered one of her puppets to imprison him, and the tangled ropes formed a giant red sphere, trapping Chungi and Chuvan inside. Lady Hong still remains confident in her move, holding an item to block, and says, "So what if you can fight above your level?" Then she and her puppet rush forward to strike the red sphere fiercely. Although trapped inside, Chung-hee was not afraid and calmly shouted, "Divine wind and thunder." An immediate explosion erupted, shattering the giant sphere. The aftershocks of the explosion kept spreading, but the area where Chung-hee stood remained calm. Lady Hong quickly devised another plan. This was no longer a power that could be compared to their rank. "Things are getting dangerous. I'm retreating now." Chung-hee coldly stepped closer to her and shouted, "Yang Na," realizing the situation was unstable. Madame Hong hurriedly yelled, "Wait a moment." "Chung-hee, if you dare to hurt me, the Merchants Guild will definitely not spare you. This is the highest wanted order from the guild. As soon as I tear it apart, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted down to your death." Lady Hong was sure Chung-hee would be frightened, so she continued to threaten him. "I guess you don't want the Chu family to get involved, do you?" The dragon's eyes, full of murderous intent, stared straight at her. Madame Hong trembled, thinking, what kind of demon is that? Knowing she had encountered a strong opponent this time, she clasped her hands and forced a smile, hurriedly begging for mercy. Chung-hee misunderstood. It was all a misunderstanding. When caught by the dragon's grip, Lady Hong quickly explained, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Chu Van. I shouldn't have caused Kwang So Nien or anyone else to get hurt, and I definitely shouldn't have confronted you. If you spare my life, I am willing to give you all the Han Tui Tin I have. I am willing to share the Han Yu spirit mineral vein of the Trade Guild with Chu Ga." Chung-hee asked again, confused about the mineral vein. Madame Hong confirmed that the mineral vein produces enough Han Yu essence once every 1,000 years for the Chu family to use for 100 years. Just think about it. With this mineral vein, the Chu family won't have to suffer from bloodline freezing, and you can also focus on cultivation. So why bother with someone as insignificant as me? To survive, Madame Hong even said I could become your subordinate. Just say the word, and I would go to the ends of the earth without hesitation. But in her heart, she secretly thought that as long as the puppet string touched her, she could move and change instantly to return to the Trade Guild's residence. Just a little more time. Just a little longer. After hearing what she said, Chung-hee clenched his lips tightly, secretly thinking how someone like Hong Fu-nu could suddenly beg for forgiveness unless there was a trap. After thinking, he immediately rejected her offer. No need. A true powerhouse isn't afraid of threats or temptation. Lady Hong froze in disbelief and exclaimed. Chung-hee swung his hand, unleashing a massive wave of power. She hurriedly used a binding rope to create a shield in front of herself, but Chung-hee's power easily shattered that shield. Madame Hong stared in disbelief at what was happening before her eyes. Before being struck, she could only think that this was no ordinary holy knight. Clearly a divine being, cloaked in holy light, truly unbelievable. After finishing, Madame Hong and Chung-hee laid Chu Van on the ground, then used their strength to break the ropes holding her and opened their arms to support her. Looking at the unconscious girl inside, Chung-hee gently said, "I'm back." Lin Feng found it hard to believe that even with all his effort, he couldn't win. Chung-hee only used a few moves to defeat her, so what exactly did it take? The man looked confused until Chung-hee approached and could be recognized. Chung-hee bowed his head, placed his hand on his chest, and gratefully said, "Thank you." He sincerely thanks Lin Feng for giving his all to protect my sister. After hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly smiles and then laughs out loud. "Then hurry up and treat me, my blood is almost completely drained." Meanwhile, Chu clan leader is standing in front of a giant painting, lost in thought. The portrait in front of him is of Chung-hee. At this moment, someone calls Chu Tok Truong. Chief Chu looked at Chung-hee behind him and said, "You're here. This is our first official meeting, and I want you to see that this disaster is my incompetence as the clan leader. I truly feel ashamed." Not caring about the politeness of Chief Chu, Chung-hee directly asked the main question. "No need for pleasantries. I want to ask why the Chu family needs Han Yueting. The Chu family must have absolute strength to protect Chu Van, or I won't let Chu Van return to the Chu family. Do you think Chu Tok Trung that Chu Hang told you this?" Chu Ngai replied that Chu Hang had mentioned this before, but didn't explain clearly. He secretly observed Chung-hee and was very surprised. This child had just gone through a fierce battle, yet his aura remained steady like a deep lake. The coldness in his eyes was even more intense than that of the young boys raised in warm homes. The head of the Chu clan said that this not only greatly reduced the bloodline awakening rate of ice in the Chu family, but also caused the younger generation to have physiques too weak to withstand the backlash of bloodline freezing. The Chu family loses someone every year due to bloodline freezing, and Chu Yi's younger sister Chu Yun once suffered from the mildest form of bloodline freezing, which could be treated with extreme cold ice chain. Most of the Chu family descendants can only suppress their blood freezing with Han Yu Tin, and the clan leader continued, Hong Funyan relies on this weakness to dare to increase the tribute every year, and this time she is even more overbearing, wanting to use you to exchange for Han Tui Tin. His cold voice continued to echo. Before the old man could finish, Chun He interrupted and said from today on, there's no need to submit anymore. Chief Chu leaned on his cane and looked in a certain direction before beginning to explain to Chung He that dismissing Madame Hong could only solve the immediate problem. The powerful business alliance behind Lady Hong is holding Kwang Han Tui Tin, and we have to beg for help. Chung Yi announced an important news that Lady Hong has died. As he finished speaking, Tok Truong Chu's face immediately changed. He stared in disbelief and shouted, "What did you say?" Faced with this shocking news, the clan leader Chu trembled, telling her she is a second-tier Koi Loi master level 45 with hundreds of puppets guarding her. Even if you break through at Banglong Uyin, it's absolutely impossible. Chung He calmly explained she was too overconfident, bringing no reinforcements, and Banglong Uyin allowed my ice element skill to level up 3 times. Chung Ai gathered his strength and presented it to Chief Chu. More importantly, I awakened Suang Nya in Banglong Uyin. Chief Chu's eyes widened with joy and asked, Suang Nya has woken up, does it still remember the ancestors? It remembers that it restored my body and helped me defeat Lady Hong, but its dragon soul is extremely weak. So I sealed it inside my body and won't wake it unless necessary. He was so happy that he threw the empty staff on the ground, then suddenly knelt down, clasped his hands in a bow to the portrait in front of him. Ancestor, can you hear me? Even at a young age, he gained Shuangnya's recognition. This spirit and opportunity are even beyond what the ancestors could compare to. The younger generation is promising, thought Tok Truong Chu with pride, originally believing he was just exceptionally talented, but now realizing he could truly reach this level. He raised both hands to the sky and happily shouted, Heaven does not abandon the Chu family. Chung Yi, holding his staff, nervously said, Clan leader, maybe we should get up first. After he helped me up, the clan leader chuckled and said, Sorry to make you laugh, I was too excited earlier. Then Chung Yi suddenly asked, Please tell me the inside story of the trade guild. He thought to himself that the demonic sect had taken notice of Chu Van, and he couldn't always keep Chu Van by his side. If he could help the Chu family resolve the trade guild issue, that would be the safest place for Chu Van. Chief Chu no longer hid anything from Chun He now. He stroked his beard and began to share what he knew. The trade guild is just a small shop on the corner, run by a low-level martial artist named Liu Yuan, who makes a living smuggling ore. The turning point was the winter 10 years ago. He said that Hakfong Cave experienced a 100-year snowstorm, and all trade routes were frozen. Lu Tuin and his men entered the mountain, but only Lu Tuin emerged half a month later. Since then, he suddenly had endless Han Tuijing, Huyan Bing Jad, Liu Shuang Stone, and even the rare 100-year-old Quang Tin silver, which he could produce at will. Clan leader Chu took out a wooden box for Chun Yi to see. Liu Yuan claimed to have found a mineral vein, but didn't know how he gained the right to exploit it. Over the years, some people have tried to sneak into the cave to explore, not because they got lost, but because they froze outside the entrance. No one has ever seen the so-called cave entrance. After hearing this, Chung Ye realized there was a problem. It was too much of a coincidence. The coincidence still lies behind. 3 years ago, we could still buy a stable amount of Han Yu Jing from Dushang, although it was a bit expensive. It was enough for emergencies within the clan. But that spring, Dushang suddenly disappeared collectively, and there was no place on the market selling Han Yu Jing. It was just when we were worried that Madame Hong came to our door and made them an offer. Madame Hong said they have mineral veins and Bing Long supplies at half the price. The condition is that the Chu family must help them deal with a few minor troubles. Chung Ai suspiciously exclaimed, a small trouble. The clan leader Chu recalled past memories and explained plainly that it was to have the Chu family suppress the smaller clans that refused to submit to the trade union in Tianlan province, continuing that most of these small clans had bloodline flaws, and the trade union, to supply them with cultivation resources, paid the price of handing over the most gifted children of their clans, but those children never returned home after leaving. Those families hate the merchant guild but are afraid it will cut off their resource supply so they can only vent their anger on the Chu family, the guild's pawns. Over the past 2 years, Chu family's descendants who go out often face covert troublemakers. This move by the trade guild is to completely isolate us without any help. After hearing this, Chung-hee stroked his chin and began to speculate about the true conspiracy behind this story. First, disrupt the path. Then use low prices to show goodwill. And finally use Chu family to wipe out the alien clans, ultimately turning the Chu family into a target for criticism. Clan leader Chu confirmed, yes, every time the trade guild delivers goods, there will be new conditions. We clearly know it's a trap, but the children in the tribe waiting for Han Yuet to save them can only close their eyes and accept it. He takes out a Han Yuet and shows it to Chung-hee. Look at this. This is the Han Yu crystal from last year's trade fair. The Han Yu crystal from 3 years ago was still a pure blue, but over the past 2 years, it has gradually taken on a bit of black. Chung-hee reached out and took the Han Tui. Clan leader Chu continued. Madam Hong said, this is natural impurity from deep within the mineral veins, but our healer believes these Han Tui are like they have been corroded by something. When Chung-hee touched the cold jade, a golden mist suddenly appeared, wrapping around his finger and spreading outward. Strangely, behind the golden aura, there was also a thick black mist. But soon after, the black mist was dispersed by the golden aura. Chung-hee thought to himself that the demonic energy was very faint, giving him a very familiar feeling, and he was sure he had encountered a similar breath somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered something. There was one more thing. Madam Hong once said a sentence to me. Clan leader Chu interrupted him. Wait until the Lord wakes up. Your Chu family's words are just empty talk. Chung-hee guessed that the Lord was not Lu Tuyin, but Tok Trong-chu immediately denied it. Being able to produce so many rare items and making Hong Fu-nyan, a level 45 repairmaster, willingly become a pawn, there must be someone truly in control behind the scenes. Lu Tuyin still doesn't deserve it. Chung-hee clenched his fist and said, I know now. Madam Hong is dead. The trade guild won't let this go. The consequences I caused, I will bear them myself. Hearing this, the Chu clan leader shouted excitedly, Why would you say that? You are a bloodline of the Chu family, with a bloodline like your ancestors. The old man patted Chung-hee on the shoulder and affirmed, Your matter is the matter of the Chu family, and in times of great turmoil, the Chu family will stand with you. I understand the chief's intentions, but you turned your back on your teammates. I've never been alone. Ling Feng closed his eyes and complained, really slow. Tiet Tam told him, Geika, the principal said, there's something at your place. Just pack up our bags and throw them over here. Chung-hee's teammates are all level 23 spiritual mages, level 24 wizards, and level 24 warriors. Seeing this, Chung-hee couldn't help but be amazed. It's been 2 months, and you've made quite a bit of progress. Zixin laughed heartily and patted his chest, saying, Of course, we follow second brother, so we can't cause any trouble. Halan placed her hands on Lin Hai's shoulders, her eyes seeming to hide something, and said, On the way, Lin Hai also said she wanted to ask for your expertise in ice magic, so why is she so afraid now that you've just met? Lin Hai clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking shy and hesitant. Ngai, standing in the lush green courtyard with his flawless, handsome face, he smiled subtly, standing out even more. He led the way, urging everyone to hurry as the situation was urgent. The group behind continued to follow, while an old man leaning on a cane silently observed from behind the lively crowd. The old man's eyes looked gently at Chung-hee's group and softly said, Chung-hee, you really resemble your ancestors. The group was loudly chatting among themselves. I want to bring some snacks to eat on the way. Is Black Wind Mountain cold or not? I have a pair of very beautiful shoes that are perfect for snowy areas. I'm not afraid of the cold. Our family has a strong ability to resist the cold. Chung-hee stood outside, lost in thought, suddenly feeling useless, but then his eyes seemed to brighten a little, a look of contemplation appearing in them. If it had been before, I would have sneaked in alone. The map appears with the route clearly highlighted. After all, the demonic energy of Black Wind Peak is ineffective against me. If I encounter an enemy several times stronger than myself, I can also rely on the full power of the Void Beast to retreat. The image of a man holding a girl in his arms appears after killing Madam Hong, and apart from the usual mission notifications, the system has been silent for a long time, as if forcibly sealed, completely blocking this path of self-action. The bright yellow system panel appears before my eyes, reminding me to activate the mission deadline. Along with his teammates uncovering the secrets of the Merchant Guild, each participant would earn an S+ level skill book as a reward. Jun-Yi Tan Tran, wearing only underwear, was lying on his back, gasping heavily. The system in front of him is glowing, known as the strongest support system. Representing it, there would be no point in arranging things. This time, what it wants might not be the mission itself, a common trait with my teammates. In my mind, I see images of my teammates battered and unconscious. My teammates always think they are strong enough to protect everyone they love, but they forget that being truly strong is the real key.
His eyes flash with danger. The appearance of Madame Hong makes me realize that even a powerful master like Hung can sometimes doze off. At that moment, if there had been no one left by his side, even a dog would come to bite him a few times. Jijin shouted to bring him back to reality. If you don't go, it will really get dark soon. Seeing your condition, Sun Yen worriedly stepped closer. Chungyi, are you okay? Chungyi replied with his eyes closed. I'm fine, let's go. He turned to everyone and said loudly, let's go to the teleportation array. Before the door closed, someone responded, it's about time, and now someone else is interfering. Shouldn't we go have a meal first? I'm hungry. The image of his teammates marching forward while still turning back to smile at him, he feels proud that Wei Jitong is brave and courageous. Tong Halan boasts but is meticulous. Shen Linfeng is speechless, full of passion. Dao Linghai is embarrassed but resilient. Xiao Nian is gentle and persistent. They are all good teammates of mine, the backbone that allows Commander Hong to rest assured and sleep peacefully. Teammates are not a burden. Time passed quickly, and a day later, the scenery had changed. The mountains were covered in white snow, but in stark contrast, a sea of crimson bones stretched across. Black Wind Gorge. By the end of the year, it will be covered in snow, with thick blood mist inside, and few who enter can retreat unscathed. A military-style vehicle speeds across the snow-covered road. But what's even stranger is that the hideout of the Merchant Guild here is unguarded. Liu Yuan also seems unconcerned about the secret inside the cave being exposed. Chunyi's team stands together, each wearing thick coats. So Nian said, this is the place. The public map only marks the inside of the cup, which is hollow. He calmly put his hands in his pockets and guessed correctly. Chunyi reached out and summoned a blue butterfly to give an order. Locate the quick and agile one. Yes. The skill information panel appears. The locator skill uses your own magic power to create a magic array that marks the coordinates of the space. Void beasts can use their sensing ability to locate and tear through the void. In an instant, they arrive at the designated location and deliberately raise their hands to their faces to breathe in warm air. This strange place seems like the wind carries thorns, Chunyi thought to himself. That's right. It's even 3 times colder than Banglong Uyan. He activated a skill that made himself and everyone around him glow with a golden hue, the blessing of courage and the bamboo weapon of blessing. Blessing Limin, the divine blessing, the protective blessing. He reminded everyone to stay alert. Lin Feng looked at the light on his body and silently marveled. This was the first time he received his enhancement skill. As expected, just like what I heard, your information panel appears, showing the name Shen Lin Feng, level 22 Berserker, strength 204 plus 61 with a 30% boost, speed 190 plus 57 with a 30% boost, physique 27 plus 63 with a 30% boost, and willpower 170 plus 51 with a 30% boost. When someone discusses skills, combat power directly increases significantly. Maybe we can try it later. The small, seemingly soulful chords are gradually approaching the leg of someone in the back team. Lin Hai was dragged away in panic, raising her hand to call for help. Tam Lin Feng suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, "What's going on?" A pair of legs quickly spun around on the snow and leapt up. Ngi Wai Feng held Lin He tightly, his other hand cutting through the cords, forming a beautiful golden streak. He carried her like Princess Qiu down to the ground. Lin Hai was flustered and said, "Thank you, Ngi." What the hell is that? It somewhat resembles Lady Hong's puppet strings. Could it be that she's still alive? Chun Hai approached with a serious expression, channeling some of his spiritual power into the string in front of him. The strings, enveloped in spiritual energy and jolted by electricity, retracted. These were not puppet strings, but the tentacles of a living creature. Chunahai turned, and Halan used her spiritual technique to pass through the wall a little. Halan executed her move, her whole body soaring up surrounded by floating, glowing talismans, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, the foundation of all spirits. She clasped her hands together and pushed forward, causing the talismans to fly and stick to the mountain wall ahead in rows. The talismans arranged into a bagua pattern amid a dazzling golden light. Halan shouted loudly, activating the formation, and her body floated, generating powerful gusts of wind. Everyone on the face looked worried. They shared the same thought. Could this entire snow mountain be? The mountain disappears, and in front of Halan are tentacles intertwined with hundreds of eyes that look terrifying. Among them, some tentacles suddenly fly and spin like arrows. Seeing that, Halan waved her hand to draw a talisman in the air, with thunder faintly rumbling, charms chanting, warding off evil spirits, and summoning the protective formation. A giant talisman appeared before her to block the attack of the tentacles, the spiritual warding shield. After blocking the attack, the talisman shows black streaks. From those streaks, the talisman gradually erodes and vaporizes. The talisman was destroyed. Halan soared into the air, dodging the tentacles that were continuously attacking. Its sticky substance can absorb spiritual energy. She thought to herself that spiritual path magic is fundamentally based on controlling spiritual energy. This thing is too counter to my actions. Chung-hee was momentarily startled when he saw the scene before him. The tentacles surround Chung-hee's group, and everyone remains alert and defensive. Lin Feng is suddenly surprised by this and angrily creates a fireball. His hair-changing color billows like flames ready to burn everything. Disgusting. The flames, like waves, surged toward the reaching tentacles with great force. It seemed ineffective as the flames still failed to stop the tentacles from advancing. Lin Feng clicked his tongue at the sight. Among the tentacles, terrifying eyes appeared alongside shadowy figures like puppets, their human-like shapes surrounding the perimeter from all directions. Their entire bodies are covered in tentacles wrapped around each other, with black faces and glowing white eyes, advancing mindlessly and terrifying to behold. Thiet Tam eagerly cracks his knuckles, ready to fight. Just in time. So Nien beside her with a cold face, holding her sword ready to draw at any moment. Chung-yi stepped in to stop her, and a golden light appeared along with a notification panel. Divine talent of the sacred sword heart, S+, holy light protects. He says his thoughts. Let me handle it. Stay still, there's no need to move. It seems they're afraid of the holy light. He quickly charges forward with his sword, striking down each enemy before they can react. Chu In-gi concludes that after eliminating most of the opponents, they show no resistance to weapons and are vulnerable to physical attacks. He loudly calls out Thiet Tam and So Nien. Upon hearing Chung-yi's call, Thiet Tam and So Nien rush forward with their weapons, and he assigns them their respective tasks. Thiet Tam directly breaks through the defenses. So Nien follows behind. The three of us stand at three corners to push in. Team Tam is excited. Now it's my turn to shine. Chung-yi orders the others. You three stay inside the light and are not allowed to go out. Lin Feng is not happy. He looked a bit dissatisfied, pointing at himself, eager to join the fight. Wait a moment. I am a battle fanatic, not just someone who can wield fire. Lin Feng summons a sharp red spear surrounded by sparks, smiling with delight. Chung-yi approaches Lin Hai and Halan, Tam Lin Feng and our team together. Lin Hai and Halan observe the enemy's weak points from the rear. Lin Hai and Halan turn around together and respond clearly. Lin Feng jumps back quickly, creating dazzling golden circles. The young master is also here. Thiet Tam jumps up, raising the large axe in his hand towards the eye inside the black tentacles of the breaking shell. After the spear tip cut into the tentacles and gradually dissolved, she smiled happily. This move was effective. Next to Lin Feng and So Nien, they were not to be outdone, with him using his spear to skewer the monsters like pieces of meat as he shouted loudly. How strong is the young master, while she keeps swinging her sword to cut the monsters in half. Chun-yi wields his golden sword fiercely, causing the monsters to vanish, as Lin Feng and Thiet Tam keep attacking non-stop. The black tentacles writhing and entwined, Chun-yi quietly observed and realized that the monster and the cords seemed uncuttable. Cutting one would only cause a new monster to jump out or crawl out from the mountainside. Lin Hai quickly saw a dark object fly past her like a gust of wind. But with her agility, she swiftly glanced and noticed her momentarily pause. It was Lin Hai returning toward Chun-yi, who was fighting and calling out loudly, "Brother Nki!" Chun-yi approached, and Lin Hai held out the token in her hand. Nyi. On the monster's body, he saw the token of the Thien Lan Khan family, and next to Xialan, he found a piece of cloth with characters engraved on it, analyzing the object in front of him in his mind, most likely from those small clans, probably sent to find the people left behind by the Black Wind sect. Therefore, these silver cords not only drain magic and spiritual power, but also seem to consume life force. Eventually, even the bones are altered. Realizing this, he took a stance, swinging his sword back with force, as the source of the silver cords is located in the mountain, with each monster's cord connected to the wall. From that stance, Chung-yi swung his sword to carve a path ahead, not to cut the monster, but to sever the rope, splitting the ground into a crack. Let's see if there's something hidden inside. The surface of the broken stones, with symbols crumbling and collapsing rapidly. Chun-hee's team standing unharmed inside a protective barrier as hail falls directly above them. The smoke gradually dissipates after the collapse, revealing the scene behind it more clearly. Lin Feng and Thiet Tam suddenly stop in surprise, their pupils dilating as they gape. This is the smoke clearing, and beneath their feet are half-buried skeletons on the ground. Around them are huge ice blocks, each reflecting their images inside. Thiet Tam giật vũ khi lên vai dậy thắc mắc, vừa nay do là ảo ảnh. Trường nghi buộc gì hình ảnh của anh được phản chiếu lại trên những tầng bằng. Anh phủ nhận không phải là ảo ảnh.
He stands in front of the ice block and reveals his conclusion that it is a disguise for the entrance to the instance.
He explains, Hakfong Kok is not a natural mountain range at all, but a hidden instance that combines a large type with Lam Tin, and it merges with Lam Tin so perfectly that no one has discovered this secret. Everyone is focused and listening attentively.
Chunyi West raised his hand thoughtfully and analyzed. No, Liu Yuan discovered this secret. The Thuong Hoi dared to leave Hakfong Kok unguarded because he knew the dungeon itself was the best protection, capable of turning intruders into nourishment. Lin Fong, hands in his pockets, sneered at all the tricks. Lin Hai realizes, so the monsters we just encountered are all people who came in and turned into them. Chu Ni doesn't deny it, his hand lightly touching the ice, causing gentle ripples. The monster from the first door is a mountain, and those who enter and die become part of it. A beam of light gradually flickers from where he touched. He warned everyone to prepare. The second door monster is coming soon. The glass covering their heads shatters with a sparkle, and everyone backs into a circle, fully on guard. Lin Feng shouted, "This broken mirror is a trap." Chunye ordered Lin Hai to add 2 layers of earth and ice defenses to prevent them from taking advantage of the chaos. She quickly responded clearly, as each shard reflected the worried and alert faces of the entire team. Chunye anxiously looks straight ahead, waiting to see what's coming through the gradually dissipating mist. From the smoke, a figure is slowly approaching him. In another area, Lin Hai is surrounded by tall trees. She looks around in confusion and calls out, "Ungi Lan, where is everyone?" Lin Hai anxiously grips her staff tightly, vigilantly watching her surroundings as the scene shifts to Lin Fong. His upper body is bare, fists clenched and growling in anger. What kind of disgusting monster is this? Back to Halan. She is hiding behind a pillar with a large talisman in her hand, the Heaven and Earth mystical sect, the foundation of all Qi. Cutting to Sonien, she is standing on a transparent flat surface, gripping her sword and shouting loudly. Over at Tiet Tam, she is swinging a spear between the tombs, unleashing a move that causes a clone of Tiet Tam to brace against the powerful shockwave, making the ground crack and tremble. Are you kidding me? Even a reassembler can learn my strength. The person facing her has a face identical to hers, but with a vacant gaze, repeating exactly what she just said. Magic tricks? The restorer even learned to use my own strength. Zijen said with a look of disgust and contempt. So nauseating. She pulls her axe back out of the similar axe. Her remaining hand clenched into a fist and struck fiercely. The clone quickly raised its arm to block the punch. At that moment, she kicked hard from behind, catching the clone off guard. The powerful force sent the clone flying and crashing into the tombstones, shattering them into pieces. Thiet Tam booked forward, scolding in contempt. Stupid fool, she doesn't understand the fake moves. The clone, lying among the wreckage, remains unconscious, repeating the words, "Stupid fool, she doesn't understand." Thiet Tam looked down from above, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow in frustration. She only knew how to buy complete moves, not how to borrow strength or transform techniques. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted, and Thiet Tam stood defensively with her hands shielding her face. From the smoke, the clone launched an attack but was blocked by her. While fighting the clone, Thiet Tam realized she could sense her opponent's learning speed increasing rapidly, and she knew she had to strike quickly to win. The scene shifts to Lin Fong. A blinding light pierces the ground. Long Tu Lin Fong's arm with the dragon scale is pushed away. Why not learn any more? And now he's just throwing a tantrum over the young master's fire dragon claw. His clone jumped over, but Lin Fong quickly leapt away. Now he looked like a half-dragon, with his weapon engulfed in flames like a blazing fire. Today I will show you the difference between the real and the fake. He swung a powerful slash, but the clone quickly dodged. A similar spear suddenly appeared in the clone's hand. Lin Fong sneered, and the counterfeit's response was quite quick as well. He approaches the spear in his hand like a blazing drill. If you're going to learn the move, then I'll make sure you learn it all. The fiery drill grows larger and more powerful, heading straight for the divine strike. The two spears clash, sparks flying in blinding brightness. The force shattered the ground around them, debris flying everywhere. The clone launched a horizontal attack from the wreckage, but Lin Fong ducked down to dodge. Lin Fong firmly grips his spear, preparing for the next attack. With the momentum, his spear spins to form a circle of fire, blocking the clone's assault. The clone slowly approaches and touches the circle of fire with his spear, skillfully weaving and avoiding each flame with an expressionless face. The spear pierces straight into Lin Fong's chest, blood spraying out. Lin Feng's whole body glows brightly, his face darkening with eyes shining. You can also replicate the completed technique, but you can't keep up with the transformation of the flame dragon force within my body. Not feeling any pain, he clenched his hand around the spear tip embedded deep in his chest. Does the clone still have that expressionless face staring at him? Lin Feng shouted, so stupid and foolish. Behind Lin Feng, the golden whirlwind grew brighter, and the image of the dragon became clear, making him look like a god ready to punish the evil and bring death. Elsewhere, the talismans flew swiftly like sharp blades. They caused a huge explosion, with smoke enveloping everything. Wounded Halan, holding a talisman hidden behind her clothes, looked cautiously at the smoke, when suddenly, 3 talismans formed into a spear shape rushing toward her, making her startle and turn away. Halan quickly ran away as the talismans caused a big explosion, her clone's face still expressionless.
She ran around disdainfully saying, I thought you had some real skill, but these Taoist charms are not for someone like you.
Halan keeps moving. She raises her hand to her mouth and bites hard, bleeding. The Taoist talisman requires borrowing the spirit of heaven and earth. You imitate the form but cannot imitate the spirit. Look at this rain and wind, they are all part of the way of the heart. Halan raised her hand, a golden light tracing her gesture, her face full of authority, her mind as the body,
her strength as the action. She shouted, You have no heart, you do not understand the respect and power of the way, so you cannot use the natural order of heaven and earth.
The imitation talismans are many, but they are just empty shells. The raindrops quickly fly toward the clone. The clone also bit her hand to copy her move, but only tentacles emerged from the bite mark. The clone's eyes widened in panic. This was impossible. The entire clone's body was pierced through, with tentacles horrifyingly emerging along with it. The scene shifts to a large tree where Lin Hai is crouched down, wounded, with the clone standing nearby, challenging behind a barrier that blocks her attacks.
Lin Hai, don't struggle anymore. Even if I restore you, you won't be able to fight back against me.
She looked down at her injured legs and silently analyzed that in just 10 minutes, you went from restoring your voice, appearance, and basic skills to being able to actively attack, even setting traps just for me. Your growth speed is astonishing. But if you're a dungeon monster, there's no way you wouldn't have a way to counterattack. The clone launched a series of attacks and Lin Hai could only dodge quickly for now. The clone was smug. See? You're still dodging. They launch attacks like ice spikes combined with temptation. Lin Hai, my sister, come to my side so we can become one. Lin Hai looked at those ice needles and realized there were no bone patterns. She suddenly jerked back as if she had just remembered something. I understand now. The clone boldly approaches. Lin Hai, with both hands on her staff, loudly said, I have been suspicious from the start how powerful a skill must be to fully restore someone else's strength after decades, so it turns out you only recreated the outer shell but couldn't replicate my precise control over the element. Blood keeps dripping from her body. The clone, confused, asks, What do you mean? Lin Hai places her hand on the tree trunk, creating patterns that run along it. Behind the tree, blue flames burn fiercely, like ice elements. Beginners can only summon water orbs, experts can condense water needles, but you use ice elements so primitively that even the basic bone patterns are missing, showing how crude your understanding of the elements is. But you won't learn. It's not about the details.
From that crack, do the ice blades reach straight at the clone's face? Lin Hai shouted. The power of a full element mage is to make the elements cooperate.
Lin Hai furrowed her brow and stared in shock at the scene before her. In front of her were numerous magic formations of all kinds. A faint voice echoes. Magic is not a fixed technique. It is the element's explanation. I believe I can give you time. You can also recreate these spells. Then, a dazzling light suddenly appeared.
But why should I give you time? The imposter Lin Hai was simply erased by that flash of light.
Nearby, Chunach was also confronting the imposter of himself, the divine wind and storm. The swords of both clashed directly. Because of that collision, a huge explosion occurred. From within the smoke, 2 dazzling beams of light suddenly flashed. Chunei was surprised to think that using the Holy Cross skill along with the previous skill only half a second apart, with a slight deviation of 0.1 degrees from the previous move, his accuracy simulation kept improving. Facing his opponent, he realized that although there was no mechanical start in the move, it was more interesting that fighting him allowed him to sense that he was still exploiting his weakness. Thinking quickly, Chunhee drew his sword and charged forward. As they trained and grew stronger at an incredible speed, it was impossible to ignore. The two clashed repeatedly in the air, their strength seemingly equal, neither willing to admit defeat. Why is the simulation half a second slower this time? So it turns out that delaying when reproducing attribute skills will increase more. Will your data files merge with other information and cause chaos? Chungai clenched his teeth in anger and coldly looked at the person who looked exactly like him in front of him. Chunai pretended to sheath his sword and let it fall to the ground. Chunyi coldly said, "You don't like talking, so you just sound like a machine." He asked coldly, "What do you want to take from me?" The fake Chungi stroked his chin, dazed, and spoke out. Roughly, he was smirking in a very sinister way, just wanting to see how far your body replication could go. In the face of Chungi's power, the impostor confidently declared, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me." Chungi responded with disdain. "Is that so? The country I was born in has an ancient saying." He raises his hand forward, with golden threads wrapping around his talkative mouth. Chungi continues his boastful words, risking a bite on his tongue. By now, a large hole has appeared in the fake's stomach, and his entire body is starting to crack and break. "You knew all along." Chungi calmly explains that from the start of the fight, this mirror has been reflecting on him, and every delay on your part causes a counterattack from the mirror. Therefore, everything you have learned comes from my actual observation of this mirror. Although you hide it extremely well, using continuous attack skills to distract me and weaken its existence. He coldly reminds you that I know everything about you because you come from me. Lin Hai looked to the side in shock as Chunyi slowly stepped out of the smoke. Lin Hai hurriedly ran over to him. "Geese, you finally came out." Lin Hai was extremely anxious and hurriedly urged Chunyi to go and save Nien. Chungai asked anxiously what was wrong with Tiu Nien. At this moment, So Nien was confronting the demon within herself. She smiled and said that she was still holding back, constantly provoking. So Nien to the point that even her own bloodline power dared not absorb it. "Is this what you call a female genius?" "Let me help you," Soren whispered to herself. "I absolutely cannot lose control again." But the mysterious voice said, "You can't dodge her next attack." So Nien tries to suppress her desire, at least to stay alert and complete this mission with Chunyi. The mysterious voice continues to echo. Chungai sees that if you are defeated, he will be very disappointed. He keeps tempting So Nien, claiming that he is your true strength. So Nien clenched her eyes shut and shouted, "Get out of here, my strength. I say it's my nature." The demon with the sword charged forward and said, "It's my nature. Then try using your unarmed hands to block me, and see if you dare to unleash this bloodline." She swung her sword, but So Nien managed to dodge successfully, and the demon's blade was avoided. Although that attack failed, the demon continued to fight on without giving up. See how obvious the distance is? She smiles, listing all the hidden fears that So Nien is trying to hide. "What you fear too much?" Chungi's gaze. "The fear of losing control. But I fear nothing at all." Another sword is swung, and So Nien jumps up, continuing to dodge. The swordsmanship you practice, no matter how skilled or how powerful your magic, if you don't dare to use your bloodline, fundamentally you're no different from an ordinary fake profession. That oppressive demon keeps pushing So Nien's limits. That's right. In your memories, your Chunyi told you that kindness is not a weakness. She asks, "But your kindness is still being suppressed by me? When I crush you completely, will he still remember the useless kind you?" So Nien muttered, "I am not, I cannot," and the mysterious voice echoed once more. "Look, this is the outcome of you oppressing me to let me out. But it's just a clone that doesn't understand anything, thinking that holding a bit of demonic power gives it the right to cause chaos. I can tear her apart or protect her," Lin Hai said anxiously to Chunyi. "After we kill the clone, we will return to the original place and discover that these mirrors can show each person's fight with the clone. Clearly, Nien is stronger than us, so why is she always suppressed by the clone?" Halan explains that the longer the time, the stronger the reconstruction becomes, and it will also develop its own consciousness. Nyan is still in great danger. Lin Feng felt extremely confused, unable to hear their conversation, but from the situation it didn't seem right. Why was she enduring without using her bloodline power? Chungai silently thought he knew better than anyone else. Xiaonian is still struggling with herself. Xiaonian is not suppressed because of insufficient strength, but because she has lost control many times before and is afraid to use her bloodline power. The advantage of the recovery body is only one, with no taboos. It might not carry any burden and still unleash all its power. Lin Feng angrily smashed the mirror in front of him, releasing his attack. Why bother being polite to that fake? Thiet Tom is feeling more and more anxious. "Ngai, what should we do now? Can we smash this mirror?" Chunki didn't answer, and thought to himself that the world inside the mirror might invade Xiaonian's consciousness, and forcibly breaking the mirror could harm her. He stepped forward and said that normally there's no way to save her, only to forcibly break the barrier. Chun-Ki warned the others to stay as far away as possible, and then began transforming before smashing the mirror in front of him. Lin Hai and the others were also stunned by the scene. I believe this is an enforced destruction of the second body's energy node, using sabotage of the copy to rescue Nien. The demon pinning So Nien to the ground sneered and said, "Look at how miserable you are." So Nien weakly coughed and looked to the side in fear, as if something was flashing in front of her. That beam of light shot straight at them, and then the demon disappeared. So Nien squinted, tiredly sitting up. Chun-Gi reaches out his hand outside the mirror, smiling gently and comforting her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here now." Hearing this, So Nien bites her lip, her face filled with sadness. At this moment, the space around her suddenly changed as if something was cracking open. So Nien stared wide-eyed in fear at the scene before her, desperately stabbing her sword to break the wall that was holding her captive. But when she finally escaped, So Nien attacked Chun-Gi with her sword. Chun-Gi was stunned by everything happening before his eyes and silently called out to So Nien. To prevent So Nien from getting hurt, Chun-Gi could only raise his fist to block her attack, but with just that strike, she was easily knocked back. The others were also stunned, open-mouthed in disbelief. After the collision, So Nien fell straight to the ground, causing the ground behind her to shatter completely. Chun-Gi seriously thought that holy light would burn her. What is happening? Her physique shouldn't be afraid of holy light. Once again, So Nien drew her sword and charged forward to attack. Chun-Gi uses holy light to deal with her. He withdraws holy light, realizing Lei Ding and holy light would harm Xiao Nian. Then he raised his hand and released a stream of blue smoke. The smoke formed into small cords that tightly bound So Nian's hands and then continued to restrain her legs. At this moment, So Nian's body is tightly bound. This is the only way I can think of, to limit her movements without hurting him. Chun-Gi stepped closer and called out, "Xiao Nian, look at me!" Suddenly, the surrounding walls began to dissolve. This scene left Chun-Gi's group feeling confused as the fragments of the wall gradually reformed into the face of a stranger. Then a voice filled with anger rang out, disrupting the rules of the instance and initiating the self-destruction sequence. That face is the Cursed Silver. Level 20 with a Cursed Talent, Silver Spit Skill, Clone Shadow Spear with Thorns, the Reckless Fire Soldier at level 30, with a Golden Talent Magma Collision Skill that hardens, Trampling War. The puppet named Kot Dang, level 34 with Golden Talent, Bone Spike, Piercing Skill, Vine Entanglement, and Skeleton Warrior level 23 with Death Talent, has skills to shred and seize will and to freeze water monsters. Level 33 Gold quality skill spews acid and regenerates. Lin Hai jumps in to hold off the monsters and easily cuts them in half with her sword. But after being cut apart, their bodies are gradually being stitched back together. Lin Hai shouted, "They're still merging. Chibok is still forcing them to be sewn back." Halan takes out a talisman and begins to cast a spell. Bing Ding commands fire, disperses evil spirits, and breaks illusions, summoning spiritual charms to dispel curses. Immediately, the monsters started to burn. Tiet Tom ran forward with his axe. She swung her weapon directly at the opponent's head. Tiet Tom threw his axe, forming a sweeping arrow that cleared all the monsters in its path. Lin Feng sneered coldly and caught the monster with his bare hands. Chunai silently thought that these silver threads were also being controlled by something. He looked straight at So Nien, and the core logic of all dungeons is to choose the strongest, just like the first door, where the loser is controlled by silver threads and turned into a monster. Although I forcibly destroyed the energy node of the second door, I couldn't completely free Tiu Nian during the mental check. There are many silver threads surrounding So Nien's body, and the bloodline of the demon witch is unstable, which allows the instance to take advantage of the situation and control her consciousness with the silver threads. The manipulator sees themselves as the greatest threat and cannot release all the monsters to clear the final boss of the instance. Shunahi summons his power, determined to catch the mastermind behind everything. The type of person who manipulates everything through mental strength, often hiding their true form well and not easily revealing themselves, but to completely free Xiao Nian, he must force the final boss out. He looked at So Nian and said, "Sorry, Xiao Nian, what I'm about to do might make you a little unhappy for now." A wall suddenly plunged into the ground, then another wall appeared beside it. The walls come together to form a box surrounding So Nian in the middle. Chunyi stands outside, coldly watching the box, then turns to Halan, who uses a dispersal talisman to cover Tianyan's surrounding energy. Halan shouted, "It's coming!" She took out 3 talismans at once, preparing to follow Chun-Ki's instructions. Heaven and earth have boundaries. The flow of energy has its limits. Outside is filled with evil and corrupting aura. Inside chaos and disorder.
The 3 talismans are spread in 3 directions, forming a protective barrier in the middle. This is the boundary of the decree of prohibition.
Second brother, there are too many monsters. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out much longer. Lin Feng also started to feel uneasy. The number keeps increasing. He continued, this thing can devour and evolve each other. Chunyi thought to himself, they can't kill them all. If the dungeon releases all the monsters, they won't last half an hour, and he also has to split his focus to protect them. After thinking, he closed his eyes tightly and gathered a surge of power in front of his chest. So now is not the time to conserve his strength. To resolve this, he must use the most direct and powerful method. Chunyi warns the others to step back, use everyone's strongest wind shield to protect themselves, and not to be distracted no matter what they see. The Spirit Wind, Spirit High, Halan, and Thietam all shouted loudly in unison. Spirit Wind continued, young master, I understand, just focus on doing your part. At this moment, Chunyi is surrounded by a massive surge of power. From inside the box, Son Hien looks out as the surrounding energy continues to expand outward. Faced with that enormous pressure, the monsters suddenly froze, then gradually disappeared, their outer bodies dissolving to reveal the threads inside. Tief Sin exclaimed in disbelief, what is that thing? It's not just disappearing, but gradually merging back together into one entity. Is this dungeon trying to merge all the monsters into one body? Lin Hai said, my magic spell. Its energy is like a whirlpool still centered on the silver ring, twice as strong as all the monsters combined before. Chunyi takes a deep breath as a series of dazzling rays suddenly appear from the sky. With a level S divine summon, a pair of enormous white wings emerge, blocking the sky, and a figure in silver armor holding a bow aims directly at the enemy. Behind Chunyi, there are many knights in silver armor standing. Lin Feng pointed in that direction and asked in surprise, that little guy Chunyi can even summon such high-level allies? Tiefenhart continued, is this the ultimate skill of the Holy Knight? Lin Hai thought to herself, the power is truly terrifying, even causing the chaotic dungeon space to freeze in an instant. After being paralyzed by Chunyi's power, the giant monster roared once more. Chunyi clenched his jaw, silently thinking that summoning angels for a moment would cost him 30% of his life force, and each second they exist would drain his mental energy. After this, I must upgrade the divine summon skill and lower its cost. He shouted orders for the holy knights to eliminate all the monsters. Immediately, a barrage of arrows was shot out, all aiming at a single target, the giant monster. The monster raised its hand to block the arrows, but under that immense power, it was quickly defeated. The beam of light still showed no signs of stopping and continued rushing forward. Lin Hai exclaims, that's too powerful. Such strength exceeds the limits of the dungeon. Halan feels worried, but Brother Nungi can't hold on much longer. Summoning this level of power consumes mental energy destructively. After defeating the monster, Chunyi breathes a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Son Yen. Leaving those to the angels is enough. I have only one target. Thinking it through, he walked straight toward her, unleashing a burst of power before giving the order. Count to 3, go outside. If you're even a second late, I will destroy this place. So, Nayan coldly pursed her lips and looked at him. Chunyi starts counting. 1, 2. When the final number was called out, a giant shadow appeared behind Son Yen. Chunyi confirmed it was the boss, so he finally decided to show his true face. You were right. When you saw the boss's body turn black, Chunyi realized it was contaminated by a shadow creature. The pessimist is now contaminated at level 50, with legendary talent, and his skills are unknown. Chunyi looked at the boss dungeon coldly. The Mind Devourer observed and then assessed that Chunyi was somewhat interesting. It says that after so many years of people rushing in here, you are the youngest among the strong, but your aura is even more powerful than those older ones. The shadow manipulator uses a lot of silver to control Son Yen. Chunyi grit his teeth and raised his hand to cover his eyes. The Fei Tamjia leaned in close, reassuring Chunyi, don't be so tense, I'm not here to fight you. He looked behind him and then continued, I want to give you a choice. Upon hearing this, Chunyi widened his eyes in disbelief as many treasures appeared before him all at once. Purification. Spirit contains pure cleansing energy that can remove all curses and suppress the violent bloodline power, stabilizing abnormal physiques. The Crimson Dragon Talisman contains fiery chaotic energy that can be directly infused into weapons, increasing fire damage by 50%. The mysterious crystal core of high-density metal mineral contains spatial waves that can create protective barriers and reduce skill cooldowns by 15%. Tuklin Ngak contains a breath of life, embedded in defensive tools that can automatically restore health points. For healing professions, its effectiveness doubles, and after summoning, it releases a protective energy within a 10-meter radius that lasts for 10 seconds. It reveals enemy weaknesses within an hour and allows you to see through their level and vulnerabilities. Lin Hai excitedly said, "If the dragon spirit wants to resonate with my ancient dragon pattern armor, one punch won't be enough to blow those monsters apart." Halan was also very happy to see the item she wanted, the healing and defense systems. Truly a masterstroke. Chungi coldly thought that the Chu family's eternal origin could purify this love. He was somewhat tempted before that item, but Tin Tam Da was entirely created out of accident. Vitam Jia, putting out her arm around Chun-Yi, was moved. You see how uncomfortable she is. A drop of Tin Tam Ya could let her sleep peacefully for several nights, and she wouldn't have to fear her bloodline exploding anymore. It tried to persuade Chun-Yi.
"These are just appetizers. You can come closer to me to prove you've passed the dungeon's challenge."
"This is your reward. Take it and leave here." Faced with these temptations, Chun-Yi realized they were trying to lure him. If I choose to stop here, I could indeed gain immediate benefits. But he remembered the life and death battles with his teammates, the mission constraints, and uncovering the secrets of the Moment Trading Guild. Chun-Yi told Wei Tamjia, "These things are indeed very tempting, but it seems you have misunderstood something.
I wield my sword and strike the enemy. I didn't come to Blackwind Gorge for the reward. I can abandon the reward easily, or so it seems."
Chun-Yi is confident you are familiar with everything around me, and even know the Chu family's curse, making it hard not to suspect this is a trap against me. Chun-Lei's body begins to change as he mutters, "I want you, purification spirit. Calm heart knight." He coldly declares that he must die. After the long divine territory finishes speaking, Chun-Yi rushes forward with his sword and cuts Vitamjia in half. The ground suddenly shattered below, and Vitamjia stretched out his arms to merge with the earth beneath him. A giant stone monster appears in front of Chun-Yi. Vitamjia immediately throws a powerful punch at the ground, causing the earth and rocks to shake and shatter instantly. In an instant, everything was engulfed in chaos. Chun-Yi quickly escaped, avoiding falling into the abyss. But when he saw So Nien, it seemed she was less lucky than him. She fell without any warning. In the panic, So Nien shouted, "Brother Chun-Yi!" Hearing her call, Chun-Yi also lost his composure. Soren Chun-Yi quickly rushed toward her, catching her swiftly, but as soon as he touched her, he fell into the void. Seeing this, he immediately understood. Was he trying to use illusions to confuse me? Furious, Chun-Yi immediately struck the evil-hearted spirit, only to realize it was not panicked at all, but instead sneering. "Just this little skill, Chun-Yi heard this and replied in a low voice, "You'll find out if you try." The mind-devouring demon began a new move, and a lightning-like white light flickered in its eyes. "I originally wanted to reward you and let you go, but I truly cannot see through this illusion." Different faces appeared in the mind of the Heart Devourer as he erased the sequence, saying, "I have finished learning. Try with them." Then it suddenly lunged forward, causing those images to shatter. But suddenly, the bloodthirsty spirit sensed something. What was it? "I have never fought you one-on-one before." As soon as those words finished, a blue dragon appeared, and the soldiers behind Chun-Yi also kept firing arrows. Zhuangnya also bravely advances to attack with the soldiers, all aiming at the shadow beast, fighting it through the thick smoke. In an instant, its image gradually disappeared. No, an explosion followed, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter into pieces. The dust in front suddenly obscures everything. Unexpectedly, shards of glass appear, leaving Chun-Yi extremely surprised. These shards of glass still haven't disappeared. Through a piece of glass, Chun-Yi sees the image of a man kneeling. This image reminds him of someone. As Chun-Yi tries to touch it, a golden energy suddenly envelops him. The timeline begins to revert. 10 years ago, a man was kneeling before something at Blackwind Valley. The black tentacles covering the man then echo with a voice saying, "You want to save your daughter?" The man, though afraid, still tries to respond. The best priest of Tianlan said, "Without the 1,000-year Huyan Bang Nok, it won't survive until spring. I heard your legend in the black market and specially invited you to the blessing committee." The monster was very pleased. "This blessing spell works perfectly. I can give you enough assets to buy herbs throughout the city, but you must help me with 3 tasks. Hearing this, the man trembled with fear and clenched his trembling hand, trying to ask, "What is it?" Suddenly, countless gems fell from above, along with the monster's demand to use these assets to attract more people to Blackwind Cave. "The vitality of the weak is the nourishment that sustains me. The soul of the strong can become my gatekeeper." The man, with a look of disbelief, said, "You want to kill them?" The monster laughed loudly at that, bringing its sharp teeth close to his face. Don't worry, they came here voluntarily, isn't that right? Anyway, who could resist the temptation of a night of wealth? So when he returned, he told his friend that in Blackwind Gorge they had unearthed a mysterious crystal, one piece worth 1,000 mid-tier disciples. My friend wondered if that place would have no shadows if you didn't go in, since last year old Wang's 5th son led a team here, and there wasn't even a bone left. The man then tried to explain, "It's because they didn't find the right path. I found a mineral vein that still needs people. You all work with me. The extracted minerals will be divided into 3 parts for you." As a result, more and more people were killed by monsters with the man's help, causing him to become so terrified that he kept vomiting. His tears kept falling as he was filled with regret. This is karma. The karma is that they are greedy themselves. Monsters see nothing wrong with this. Do you think they came to Blackwind Cave to help you? He only wanted to make a fortune by stepping on others' bones. And he didn't stop there. He kept trying to lure others in.
Elder Feng, the price is negotiable. I just need your help to spread the word. Soon after, chaos erupted in his household.
What's going on, boss?
The Beijing Guild says if we can't deliver at least 80% of the benefits, they won't let us continue. We have no support. Relying on these thugs could get us all killed. The man was furious upon hearing this.
This only made him more ruthless, despite the pleas of others. Master Liu, I am blind to see that you are a petty man. Please forgive me. From now on, what you say will be considered final.
I was wrong, Mr. Liu. From now on, I will do whatever you say.
He listened to the terrified screams of others. Please forgive me. I no longer feel regret. The way he stands before the monster is no longer filled with fear. Master Liu Yuan expressed his opinion very clearly. I want to establish a trading guild that appears to be mining and selling ore. Silently, they also selected the person who met the standards to enter the cup. The monster, of course, did not refuse. All right. What should we name it? The name he suggested is Mermaid Momo. This time the monster was a bit puzzled after hearing the name, wondering why it was called that.
Lu Tuyin quickly replied, I have encountered sea monsters before.
They look like fairies and sing beautifully, but they can also enchant people into jumping into the sea,
causing ships to hit rocks. That time, I was the only one who survived clinging to the boat.
The monster immediately spat out something that looked like human bones from its mouth after hearing him speak. That guy was quite lucky. Not long after, his business started to make significant progress. Boss, this is the list of products excavated over the past month. Han Yuting has enough offerings for the Chu family and also 17 sets of nutrient corpses in the cup.
Lu Tuyin was very satisfied as he took the list and replied, I understand. He reviewed it carefully and judged the quality of this nutritional order to be a bit poor. Next time, let Lady Hong choose more carefully and don't let any messes be submitted. The assistant replied very respectfully, yes. And that's not all. Lu Tuyin also increased the price, adding another 2% for this year.
All of this is what Chun-Yi has experienced during this time. It makes him feel a bit unfamiliar. These shards surprisingly record the karma of 10 years so clearly. The glass fragments keep falling more and more, swirling into a vortex in Chun-Yi's hand. Soon, a purple gem appeared in his hand. The blue dragon from earlier also appeared to tell him this was the core of the instance. Owning it meant owning the entire instance, and even many guilds of the same level might not have one. Now you have a huge advantage from this, obtaining the prison eye core to unlock 30% of the control over the dungeon, allowing you to manipulate the fundamental rules of the space. Suang Na also provided you with additional useful information, so you won't have to worry about resources in the future. The dungeon is like a gold mine, a money-making machine. Your luck is very good. Now try using your mental energy to sense the dungeon and its connection to you. After hearing this, Chun-Hai immediately focused his mind and gradually absorbed the energy. Surrounding him were circles of energy creating an incredibly magnificent scene. Lin Hai is carefully supporting So Nian, who is also affected by this energy. The circle of power grows bigger and spreads further. Chun-Yi also tries to focus more, seeing even more. I feel like I can see every blade of grass in the dungeon without using my eyes. It seems I can manipulate everything in the copycat world. As the power erupts, a small figure of someone appears nearby. Chun-Yi's eyes gradually closed tighter as if lost in his thoughts, but the next thing he saw was Chu Van standing right in front of him. Why did you come here? Chu Van turned to him and gently said, I was worried about you, so I looked up the route on the internet and came here. Chu Van, seeing this, hurriedly apologized to him, begging for forgiveness. Sunya also stepped in to join the fun, saying your courage is impressive, and your luck is quite good. Now you can control the dungeon, and even if you leave her here, nothing will happen. In this situation, I don't know what else to say except to remind you to behave, or I will take you back. As soon as the announcement was made, They were immediately transported to uncover the secrets of Merchant Guild M, with the reward for each participating member being an S-rank skill book. The mission status for the team was now complete, and the system's reward was granted. Chun-hee's friends were also very surprised to see Chu Van.
Why did you come here? Shen Linfeng, who is usually strict, also reminds her.
It's dangerous here. What are you doing following me? This is not a place to play. As he finished speaking, Chun-hee threw the notice over and handed his sister to him. Tam Linfeng, protect my sister well. Tam Linfeng commented quickly and agreed immediately without hesitation. Do I even need to say more?
What is this?
Before Chun-hee could answer, all the information appeared on the screen. The bloodthirst. Rage, level 1, gathers the blood energy from the enemy's body to form a blood condensation pearl. The pearl then converges into a soul blood sphere and is thrown at the enemy, causing intense blood energy and an explosion. Tham Linfeng saw this as if a catastrophe was imminent, an S-rank skill book, and Ha Lan, standing from afar, was also extremely surprised to hear this. What is it? Jung-hee also quickly handed her another book, one belonging to everyone. Ha Lan looked at the book in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. This really is a level that even Sin Hai would be surprised by. Such a valuable item, why would they give it to us? This is also what Ha Lan wanted to ask. Ngi, do you know how much this is worth? Even on the black market, each book costs at least 7 million mid-tier coins, and you have to fight for it. Chun-hee considers this not worth mentioning. The reward is hidden and divided according to your class to pass through the dungeon.
Shen Linfeng asked immediately, You're giving us this much? Even our Shen family only owns 3 S-level skill books.
Ha Lan thought this reward was too great and valuable for her. We went in here together to do some chores. How could we take such a good item? Clearly, this is extremely powerful.
The level 1's triple absolute formation summons a triple absolute formation, causing all enemies inside to enter a cursed state.
Even if the value of life is halved, Chun-hee still tries to persuade her to accept this gift. The dungeon is a team effort, and the credit can't be claimed by just one person. Lin Hai still felt she didn't deserve to have this, but it was too precious. Even with her class restrictions, she could sell it for a lot of money. The item she was holding was a level 1 S Forbidden Zone element that creates a space barrier. Summoning the crystallized element to trigger the second explosion causes great damage to the enemy. Chung-hee gently walks over, pats her head, and smiles, saying, Is money more important than your life? Moreover, the road ahead will definitely become even more difficult. And I can't let everyone risk everything, with me empty-handed. DM Shen Linfeng, he happily accepted this gift. Very interesting. Next time, no matter who you're dealing with, I'll be the one to charge in alone. Tetsu Tam hugs the book in his hands, feeling extremely happy. This is my first S-rank skill book. From now on, I will be the first to fight in dungeons. Ha Lan is over there, very excited. I will master the 3 absolutes battle formation. I definitely won't cause any trouble. Lin Hai naturally feels the same as the 2 others. I feel the same. Even Tam Linfeng couldn't help but boast to Theet Tam. Look at her absorbing the enemy's blood energy, and then using it to create explosions. So cool. Teef Tom also couldn't help but retort. My thing can directly eliminate low-level enemies. You still need to save your blood. Too weak. What she's holding is a level 1 raging orchid that causes tremors on the ground. Enemies within the affected area suffer heavy damage, with lower-level individuals directly eliminated. All right, we've agreed. First, we strengthen our skills. Then we go meet the big shot hiding deep inside. Tam Linfeng started to boast upon hearing this. Watch me learn everything in just 10 minutes. Theet Tam immediately retorted upon hearing that. Are you bragging? I can master it in 5 minutes. Ha Lan beside us also spoke up. Let's go prepare too, so we don't get compared to them. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chun-hee's shirt. So Nian looked at him with a very happy smile and praised him. It seems he can always make everyone hang on the same thread. Hearing her praise, Chun-hee chuckled softly and said, Maybe it's because we're teammates, I almost forgot about this. What he took out is the Teen Tam Dik, a calming agent that suppresses the bloodline and stabilizes abnormal physical conditions. This is what he intends to give to Sonin. Since your bloodline issue cannot be fully resolved for now, take this as a precaution for when you need it. I'm not stopping here. I will do everything I can to prevent you from falling into danger. Seeing this, Chun-hee was extremely panicked, unable to understand why she was crying again, wondering if he had said something wrong. So Nian, hearing this, teared up and leaned into his chest, softly replying, I believe you, Chun-hee. At the headquarters of the trading guild on the top floor, many researchers are gathered around a huge stone emitting a strange energy. This energy suddenly attacks the researchers, but they seem unaware of their situation and continue to move closer to the source. The man calmly replied, "Look, the core instance of the crystal water and the Black Wind Cave have been connected for 10 years. And this kind of chaos has never happened before. This person is Chungyi's acquaintance, and the man he met is Lu Tuyin. The great master guarding Hakfang Kok is as solid as a wall of steel. Those who rush in are just nutrients delivered right to Lu Tuyin's doorstep, but now there's chaotic energy. Could something have gone wrong inside?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as he witnessed something terrifying. A researcher was slammed against the wall by that energy source, suffering immense pain. The people around were also knocked down in the chaos, and one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "It's over." Lu Tuyin also sensed that something was about to happen and immediately ordered his subordinates to send a message to Madame Hong, telling her to go to Blackwind Gorge right away to investigate what exactly was still causing the chaos. The subordinate, hearing this, dared not say more. "Yes, master." Lady Hong was still in disarrayed clothes and messy hair, clutching her wound in pain.
Damn it! That holy night! If I hadn't been cautious all along and spent a lot of money on a resurrection device, I would have definitely died this time.
Unfortunately, the resurrection tool can only reshape the body and cannot bring her to full strength. Now, let alone controlling the golem array, even mobilizing 100 corpses is impossible. Her power is insufficient, and for the past half-year, she has only been healing at the stronghold, and no one can leave here. Unexpectedly, as soon as she thought of this, a report was sent to her immediately. The boss ordered her to investigate the abnormal energy of Blackwind Cave and report the results quickly. This news hit Lady Hong like a thunderbolt. Going to Blackwind Peak now, this matter might already be beyond her capacity.
The abnormal energy at Blackwind Valley must be Chungyi still causing trouble. If Thuong Hoi finds out I am seriously injured, they will sense my weakness like hunting dogs smelling blood and will attack to tear down the power I've struggled to build.
I have to admit how much effort it took me to reach this position. I absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. But she also can't ignore Lu Tuyin's orders. Carrying her anger, she could only force herself to get up and follow his orders. Like a drifting boat, her life was not in her own hands. Get ready for the car. On Chungyi's side, he is still trying to absorb the power. Strange details keep appearing in his mind, and the prison is still guarding the dark creature. The internal secrets of the dark creature must be hidden within these shards. Finding it means knowing the enemy's fate, but something inside it caught his attention. Chungyi slowly reached out to touch it because he was extremely curious. As soon as he touched it, he felt himself falling into an abyss, seized by countless demonic hands. Chungyi's image also began to appear through shards of glass, the scene becoming hazy with everything surrounding him. Chungyi opens his eyes, purses his lips in worry, overwhelmed by chaotic news, and something is still blocking him. His eyes are as sharp as a dagger, glowing with an emerald blue hue, focused and determined, trying to listen and observe amid the storm if he can find a signal. Chungyi feels the noise filter is too chaotic. A man lying on his back with tentacles wrapped around his body, even crawling into his mouth, on fragments of sacrificial memory. A large shard in front of him reveals an image of a gate like a black hole pulling giant stones from the ground into a passage. On another shard, there are images of monsters of various shapes, baring their fangs and roaring in their territory. As it opens, countless fragments rush forward continuously. They rush forward with blinding light, forcing Chungyi to raise his hand to shield his face. His eyes wide open and breathing heavily as if he has encountered something terrifying. Cold sweat kept dripping down his face as he held the stone in his hand, his eyes filled with contemplation. Seeing his condition, Sunya asked, "What did you see? Why do you look so grim?" Chungyi slowly said, but his eyes still looked absent-minded. "The passage, I understand now, is blaming the demonic aura in Han Tui Tin for making me feel strangely familiar." Suanya was still confused and looked back, asking, "What do you mean?" He explained the situation, saying, "A few months ago I fought with the demon race and secretly entered a crack in the middle of the Storm Mountain range. The breath here is exactly the same as theirs. Is Suanya starting to understand that the demon race sees what's inside this crystal core? A picture of a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth and surrounding tentacles, smiling eerily as it eyes the earth. Yes, and even worse than you imagine. Through observing these memories of the prison core, I discovered that the dark creature is an embryonic, interdimensional gate that is still forming. It will transfer resources from the other dimension to Lam Tin, allowing the Merchant Guild to voluntarily offer the living as a form of life supply, which is actually a sacrificial offering to open a true passage. A horde of monsters covering the entire space, waiting for prey. Once they absorb enough life energy, a complete door capable of opening will be fully formed by providing a large amount of Demon Clan resources. Suanya gently lowered her head, just like 100 years ago, and turned to ask Chun-Yi, "Are you scared?" Chun-Yi's eyes stayed on the gem in his hand, not out of fear but caution. Excitement cannot solve problems. They just went through a fierce battle, and the strength they gained is still unfamiliar, so their condition is not at its best. His face was full of determination, his hand clenched tightly as he deliberately stepped forward. It was not bravery, but foolishness. It's not that it's unbeatable, just that both I and they need time to become stronger than we are now. Sunya agrees with his thinking but still has some doubts. Caution is the first crucial step for hunters to survive. So, how do you plan to help them adapt? Sitting still won't develop your skills. Chun-Yi raised the gem to eye level, his eyes full of danger with a knowing smile. Of course, it's not just sitting still. Don't you think this prison itself is the most perfect training ground? Images flash before his words. I can initially manipulate it or create some opponents to simulate, allowing everyone to safely experience the power and skills of an S-rank ability. I also suggest possible scenarios and even impose some pressure to test. Master Na listened to the plan and chuckled. That's interesting. Chun-Yi stepped closer to his teammates and announced loudly, "The plan has changed. We won't be going inside for now." Ling Feng looked back confused and had asked why Chun-Yi explained his reason, saying the item inside was very powerful, even stronger than any enemy we have ever faced. I don't want anyone to get hurt or face worse consequences because of insufficient preparation. He also shared his plans before the upcoming battle. Before the final action, you all need to undergo special training. Tetsu Shin places his hands behind his head, confused. What kind of special training is this crazy place doing? On the contrary, when he heard this, Lin Feng became even more excited, his eyes shining and fists clenched. How will the special training be conducted? A vivid image appears. Chun-Yi with an expressionless face controlling a puppet to attack. I will follow the dungeon energy, creating a simulated opponent with strength equal to or even greater than your. The goal is only one. In endless combat, to approach realism, to use all your potential, and to fully grasp the power you've just gained. The more Lin Feng listened, the more excited he became, jumping up and down with a big smile, and said, "Simulation combat, this is great! I will be the first." Lin Hai nervously raises his hand to stop him. "Tham Lin Feng, your wound has just healed, and it seems you're very eager for the training." Lin Feng shows through his movements that he is completely healthy. The small wounds have long since healed. Chun-Yi seriously confirms again, "Tham Lin Feng, this is not a game. The pain and pressure of the simulation battle are real. I will adjust the difficulty based on your reactions, and you may die many times." He was neither intimidated nor afraid. On the contrary, Lin Feng seemed even more determined and eager, not even hesitating. Chun-Yi let out a relieved smile, pleased to see his teammate unshaken and fully committed to the plan he had devised. He activates his power, and the gem rises with swirling golden streams that intertwine before everyone's eyes. The light envelops Lin Feng completely. He stood there without any panic or change in expression, the smoke turning purple and dissipating, to reveal Lin Feng's figure in a cavern-like space, as a figure wrapped in bandages and wielding a sword swiftly charged forward. Lin Feng, with his sharp senses, immediately turned around. The notification appeared, showing a simulation. A haunting pursuit, level 35, golden talent, haunting skill, a critical hit, blocked. His entire hair turned into flames, with long, pointed, elf-like ears and large horns growing on his head. With a half-beast appearance, Lin Feng condensed a fireball in his hand and aimed a fiery punch at the previous opponent. The fiery punch connected, but the enemy vanished like a blur, dodging the attack. Seeing that, Lin Feng's eyes briefly showed surprise. He keeps attacking from all directions, but the enemy dodges so quickly that he spins wildly. Lin Feng clearly sees that the opponent's strength is furious, striking hard, obsessive, and annoying. Suddenly, a sword slashed across his neck, causing blood to flow. Lin Feng was stunned by that incredible speed. Is it really that fast? Lin Feng throws another powerful punch but is quickly dodged by the bandaged man. Outside, Chun-Yi Dan channels his energy to maintain the formation, his eyes carefully watching the reflections of Lin Feng's battle. So it turns out I can sense the traces of battle, which means I can make adjustments for the simulation and scenes. Tham Lin Feng is not familiar with the haunting system, so I need to first reduce environmental interference, wait for him to adapt, then increase the difficulty. During the battle, when the enemy tried to approach Lin Feng, he spat fire like a dragon to burn him. After being burned by the dragon's flames, the ice-wrapped enemy disintegrated into ashes. But that's not enough. Lin Feng glanced disdainfully behind him, still needing to lead and form a team. Outside, Chun-Yi told everyone around that as the source of power poured into the gem more and more, everything was ready. Halan, Linhai, and Thiet Tamsonyen were all enveloped by that power, each showing determination. They were transported away, only Chuvan remained hugging the puppy along that path, her face slightly confused as she looked around. Her eyes and the wolf cub looked at Chun-Yi with anticipation. Understanding her thoughts, he straightforwardly said, "Don't even dream about it." Rejected without mercy, she looked disappointed, her mouth pouting. Since she couldn't be moved, Chuvan sat and built a snowman. Suna turned to Chun-Yi, who was watching, and asked, "Kid, how does it feel to manipulate this crystal lens?" The image of everyone's battle on the gem in his hand appears clearly before his eyes. Very miraculous, like holding a key that is both heavy and perfectly fitting. He looked at the object in his hand and expressed his feelings after using it. It's weak, but you can truly feel a connection deepening. Each time you build and maintain it, the link to this space becomes clearer. It seems the power to manipulate has increased a bit more. Suong-na is satisfied, but keeps a stiff mouth, considering that you also have some talent. Remember, this is like a new arm growing out of you. Only through frequent use and practice can you control it easily. When you can fully master it, every plant and every blade of grass in this prison instance will be at your command. While the two were talking, Chuvan nearby was bowing in worship to the snow person she had just responded to. Chuvan looked up with eyes no longer innocent but filled with murderous intent as she cut off the snow person's head. The person next to him continued talking. "That is the true power of the dungeon master," Chun-Yi confidently declared in front of the majestic blue dragon. "I will do it." Chuvan panting as she ran to the spot where the snowman's head had fallen, she crouched down and hugged the large snowball next to the ice wall. The ice wall reflected a group of people approaching. Chuvan's eyes widened in panic, cold sweat dripping down her face. Chuvan fell backward, her face full of terror. The wolf pup beside her growled menacingly.
She shouted, "Brother, Chun-Yi lightning fast has already appeared in front of her and shattered the ice wall without a wasted move." After smashing the obstacle, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong?"
Chuvan stood up, clutching his arm tightly, unable to hide her fear, and pointed ahead. "It's her! She's coming!" The evil woman in red is in the bed. Both of them looked at the ice ahead, and she confirmed that she was inside the mirror. The scene shifts to the entrance of Black Wind Gorge. A woman dressed in a floral red silk sash, her eyes showing clear fatigue. Behind her are muscular men wrapped tightly in red cloth. She ordered, "6 of you go ahead and scout. Be careful to hide your figures and avoid detection." The road ahead is shrouded in snow, looking so dangerous as if something is lurking behind. Perhaps sensing the strange aura, Lady Hong suddenly raised her hand to stop. Wait a moment. The two from the front enter the cave while the other two go around to the back, sneaking in through a crack behind. She looks down with a tired and worried expression. "The other two will protect me." Chun-Yi silently observes everything, thinking that his mental power connected with the depth of the prison crystal core and his sensing ability could extend all the way to Black Wind Cave. It's like Hak Fong Kok has installed all the cameras. No matter how many ways she tries, she can't escape from our grasp. His eyes are cold, reflecting the intruders. She still hasn't died. Her breathing is extremely chaotic, probably revived using a secret technique, but she hasn't fully recovered yet. He turned to pat his sister's head to comfort her, her condition so bad it was hard to believe, as if she had walked right into a trap himself. "Tiovan, don't be afraid. I'll show you a game." Chuvan felt somewhat reassured and asked back, "What kind of game are you playing?" Chun-Yi, with a thoughtful expression, said, "Cat catching mice." On Lady Hong's side, she was hiding and observing, sensing that something was wrong, too quiet. With her intuition, she seemed to realize something, and she had the feeling of being watched everywhere, as if the entire mountain was monitoring her. "We must find the unusual source before we can report back to the boss." She ordered the two red-banded men to move forward. "You guys go ahead and watch your surroundings." The two with red bandages run quickly along the ice wall, while Lady Hong runs below, amazed that the first door has been completely destroyed. Standing and watching the ice surface split in two, she guessed it was like being cut in half by a sword, with some familiar energy fluctuations still remaining. From the tentacles, a faint golden light emanated. They struggle and twist as if hoping to be saved. She suddenly breaks on the ground so hard that it billows smoke when she sees what's in front of her. Vines covered in golden light sprouted from the ground. Hong Tai gritted her teeth and said, "Holy light, it's really him causing trouble." She looked at the ring on her hand, contemplating her options. Should she report to the boss first so he can handle it? No. Doing so would reveal my position, and I wouldn't be able to complete the mission either. It's better to contact the hidden surveillance point inside the canyon to check the situation first. If I could find Chun-Ki's location, that would be better. But unexpectedly, her bracelet kept turning red, signaling a failed connection. A failed connection? She couldn't believe it. Could the highest-level secret report of the Merchant Guild be blocked by interference space? No way! Madame Hong closed her eyes, and 2 strings of red appeared in her hands as if she were a puppeteer trying to control her puppets. The puppet's strings rely on soul energy links and are unaffected by abnormal energy shields, although since entering the cave, a certain pressure has constantly hindered the connection significantly. The red cords cover everything, and the 2 bandaged figures flicker faintly, but are still perceptible. Suddenly, a blinding flash makes the 2 bandaged figures turn and look. At the same time, she suddenly spat blood in suspicion, and the connection disappeared. The 2 red-banded figures continued to climb into mountains and cliffs, until suddenly 2 powerful forces pushed them apart like loose threads. Her face darkened in fear, and the other 2 also wondered if Chun-Hee truly possessed spatial abilities, or if the intruder was more than one person. Lady Hong clenched her teeth in extreme anger, her fist tightly clenched, instantly taking down 4 combat puppets with no time to react. With my current state, I definitely can't guarantee victory against him. Suddenly, a girl with 2 braids looked down from above. Why does your face look so pale, Sister Hong? Lady Hong quickly turned to question her. What are you doing here? The person beside her quickly stepped down to the ground. The temple offerings of the sect passed by here. Ankik looks sympathetic. In the past, you were bedridden due to illness, and all the service of the sect was helped and collected by me. My task this time will also be taken over by me, right? Lady Hong. Madame Hong is angry and suspicious. Did you kill my puppet? Ankik is unhappy, gently stroking his braid. What is Lady Hong saying that no one can understand? Looks like you're in big trouble, huh? Hurry back to recover. Maybe only one intruder was involved. Don't die here. Lady Hong's face is growing paler, but her sharp tongue remains unchanged. Ankik smiles mischievously, saying, Maybe I've been following you for too long. I've gotten used to your voice. Madame Hong and a few puppets ran in the opposite direction. All right, you go ahead and keep investigating. Suddenly, a chunk of ice fell right in front of Lady Hong, causing her to stumble back in shock, as Ankik looked up at the sky with surprise and suspicion. From the sky above, dozens of people like her are falling down. Are there that many clones? When the clone attacks, she quickly dodges and shouts, Why do you still have a puppet like that? Hey, Madame Hong, please explain a little. Madame Hong here stands dazed, looking at her reflection in the ice, appearing exhausted and weak. Loud screams echoed within the ice as her face looked dazed. Lady Hong, I beg you to spare me. We are best friends. Why did you push me away? Lady Hong, you would even kill your own people for the sake of status. On this side, the image still has to fight against increasingly powerful copies that are screaming and becoming stronger. Unlike the dead puppet in front of her, what kind of expert did Lady Hong use to craft her? The girl repeatedly used various techniques to block the attacks of the puppets, but in a short time, they quickly learned the skills and fought back. Angered by this, overwhelming waves of immense power began to emanate from her. Staring at those puppets, she gritted her teeth and said, Defeated by you imposters, how can I still have a place in the guild? Then she raised both hands, unleashing immense power. She grabbed the nearest puppet by the neck and shouted, I have suffered quite a bit compared to you, Lady Hong. Then the remaining puppets were quickly defeated by her in a single blow. Over there, Lady Hong saw the illusion of those she had harmed, her voice ominous. Hong, don't be fooled by those riches. Do you forget the corn cake we had back in the poor district? Please spare me, I won't say anything. I can leave this place immediately and never return to Teenland Province. Your subordinates have kidnapped my fiancée and said if I don't cooperate, they will strip her and parade her through the streets. Be gentle with me and I will reveal everything I know. You must not be reckless. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me inside the mansion. If you kill me, he will be an orphan. I beg you to consider the child's feelings and let me keep my life. Even if you become a courtesan, just seeing her grow up is enough. Even if you keep her whole body intact for me, can I bow my head to my mother and then die? Madame Hong, you would kill even your own people for status. Is the wealth and honor Lord Liu offers you more important than our 20 years of friendship? At the end, there is an image of a woman with a gentle smile, reaching out her hand towards her. That little one is hungry, right? Wipe the blood off your face and follow me. From now on, you'll have a name. Hong! Madame Hong's tears suddenly streamed down her face as her voice choked, but in an instant her expression changed, her eyes filled with hatred, and she charged straight at Madame Hong. When you were young, you thought it was just stubbornness, that you kept the good food and clothes for yourself. I never expected that ungrateful person like you would even harm me.
I raised you, and now everything is used against me.
Madame Hong immediately raised her hand to block the attack and pushed out. She threw out pieces of red cloth tightly wrapped around a giant skull to control it. Madame Hong panicked, shouting back at the words of the people just now. Now I can live in a house with a gold-tiled floor and let others kneel down to bring me bird's nest. A Hong was already dead in the cold wind of the poor district after being given cornbread early in the morning.
I put so much effort into managing the business in Tianlan province. How could I leave hidden dangers outside?
If I could still keep your body intact so you could peacefully fulfill your filial duties, then isn't my reputation in Tianlan province not just a joke all these years? Instead of trusting your honest but temporary devotion to Buddha, you might as well see for yourself how she will pay for your stubbornness, so you will remember. Confronting me, you've always dragged innocent people into it. Becoming a courtesan, do you even deserve to say that? My place is not a charity spot where I let you pay the price. You're dead. He became an orphan, and that's something you, as a mother, caused yourself. What does that have to do with me? Lord Liu, the wealth and honor you offer me are not given freely. I used my mind and schemes to earn them. Far more real than the hollow 20 years of friendship you speak of. Calling me ungrateful is also something you fostered yourself. If you truly cared about me, you would have worked with me to move forward instead of protecting your pitiful, peaceful life. Don't let me have false hopes. Obviously, you can't keep up with my pace and still want to drag me into the mud. As she uttered her final words, she controlled the skull to unleash a massive burst of power. It shattered the illusions that haunted her, and the power burst through the mirror outward. But the mirror also reflected that light back, causing it to rebound. The shadow suddenly appeared behind her, almost getting killed by those reanimated guys. Now it's your turn to give me an explanation, right? Madame Hong wrapped her tightly with cloth, and the energy source shot out earlier has now returned. A flash of light, and she enters another illusion. This place is desolate and ruined. This is my memory. How can I be here? Behind Madame Hong, a monster opens its huge mouth as if to swallow her whole. She angrily turned back, damn it, still not giving up, right? But the monster from before had vanished, leaving only a mirror behind. The labyrinth of statues also has illusions. It's just a trick to trap me. As red threads gradually escape from her arm, her eyes turn cold. It's not going to be that easy for me to admit defeat. Gradually, the puppets created by Lady Hong begin to appear. The bodyguard materialized as a level 35 guardian puppet. She ordered to smash these mirrors before the puppet could strike the mirror. The mirror reflected its image, creating a black clone of the puppet emerging from its shadow. The puppet seemed to sense something and glanced behind. Both sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle, with the sounds of fists and weapons clashing making even outsiders feel chills. On the other side, Lady Hong frantically watched her puppets suddenly turn on each other. Stop. Stop fighting. What's wrong with you? You are my puppets. Obey my orders and stop fighting. Seeing the armor on the puppets shattering, she shouted loudly, Stop! I told them to stop, no matter what she said. They kept fighting wildly. In the end, they stopped, but were covered in wounds. Mrs. Hong trembled and shouted, What do you all really want to do? Then suddenly, a puppet looked at Mrs. Hong, smiled eerily, and finally everything disappeared. Her mind was tense like a stretched string, fear flickering in her eyes as she looked around. This was not illusion, but control. He could even manipulate his own puppets. What kind of power was this? Mrs. Hong was sweating nervously, her mind racing. Chu Yinghe's mastery over Black Wind Valley far exceeded her understanding, and now she was utterly alone. 36 strategies. The only thing she can do now is run. She must immediately escape and tell her boss the information here. He will find a way. Lady Hong runs quickly back to the old path. He will definitely have a solution. The ground beneath her feet cracked into many fissures. Startled, she looked down and realized the path from earlier had disappeared. It turned into an ice bridge. The slippery surface caused Lady Hong to slip straight down. Afraid that just controlling it would break it apart, she finally stopped, but then she crashed straight into a solid wall. Madame Hong helplessly looked up, her puppet strings disturbed, and he's still not done playing with me. Now I am just a bug crawling into a web, a toy in your hand, do whatever you want. Chungai, if you're so capable, come out and kill me. Don't hide like a coward. Outside, he uses his illusion control to see Madame Hong's miserable face. Chungai shouted inside for her to hear. Struggle like those you once regarded as sacrifices feel this despair. He manipulated the mirrors so she could see her current state. This school was specially designed for you. Lady Hong started negotiating with Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi, the strength of the trade union is beyond your imagination, and the boss still has a trump card in his hand. Let me go and I can help you plead in front of Boss Liu. He replied indifferently, not interested.
No longer the calm she had at first, she shouted out, Chun-Yi, the Thuong Hoi army is coming. Now, you can't lock me up.
A strange puppet appeared in Madame Hong's hand. It was a self-destructing doll crafted by the top alchemist of the trade guild, and there was only one in the entire guild. Chun-Yi, you can't control everything. Let's see how you stop this. She unleashed a great surge of power, shouting loudly so everyone outside could hear, saying that even if she died, she would destroy this place. The explosion left Lady Hong battered amidst the smoke and dust. She felt as if she had lost something, her expression blank. When she regained her senses and looked down, she immediately realized her legs were completely gone. Chun-Yi's voice now sounded cold and clear. Do you want to die?
I haven't agreed yet.
Lady Hong gently stroked his head, her smile helpless as tears kept flowing. Are you a demon? Just kill me directly. You calmly reply, Isn't watching the prey struggle in despair your favorite thing? Why now, instead of enjoying it, you're desperate to die? Your humanity is quite hypocritical. Mrs. Hong's hands are pressed behind her back as she speaks with despair. If you can control Blackwind Valley, then the woman earlier was also killed by you, right? She lowered her head and muttered, You want to take my place just like she did. Chu Hong and Chu Hu Bak are still at the Chu family, right? She involuntarily lifted her face to look up at the sky, as if from there she could see the person outside with a confident tone. Yes. A direct statement aimed at Chu Van made her flinch nervously, and there was also her sister. At that moment, chains with a blue glow appeared all around, rushing straight toward Lady Hong, making her quite tense. The chains immediately lifted her battered body, forming a tight web that held her in the middle. Chun-Yi's tone softened, but his face remained expressionless as he then glanced at his sister standing behind him. Xiaovan, don't look anymore. I'll handle it quickly. Chu Van hesitated for a moment before turning her head, then bravely stepped forward and said to her brother, Let me take care of it. Chun-Yi looked back with a surprised expression. Xiaoyan clenched her hands tightly. She wanted to kidnap me and harm my brother in Jiaonian before. I was afraid of her. But if you keep being afraid of her, she will always be your nightmare, and you can't keep living in fear. Let me go. Okay, I will stay by your side. After saying that, he immediately teleported both of them in front of Madame Hong, who was chained up all over her body, looking excited as if she had foreseen this. Is the little girl here? Lady Hong sneered as she looked at the two brothers standing in front of her, feeling very protected by others. Do you also want to come and kill me? She said, her face contorting into a crazed smile as she shouted loudly. How dare you not? Lady Hong struggled fiercely, causing the chains to tighten around her and burst, spilling blood. Her leg wound from being chained too tightly was bleeding continuously, with a few drops splattering onto Chu Van's face. She wipes away the drop of Wang's blood on her face, as if also wiping away her own fear. The wicked woman. Chu Van quickly forms an ice crystal and declares, I am not afraid of you. Madame Hong sneered, saying you only rely on this broken thing. I still remember how you hid behind Chun-Yi crying all those years ago. Now you dare to point a weapon at me. Chu Van was unaffected by her words. She controls the ice crystal from her hand to pierce through her, causing the chain to shatter as well. Despite being severely wounded, she still crazily declares I am Madame Hong. Chun-Yi and the Chu family originally belonged to me. Lady Hong smiled as she held a shard of ice crystal in her hand. How could I lose to your little girl? Lady Hong threw a sharp ice crystal directly at Chu Van. Die already! Chun-Yi shouted loudly after Bang Huang, Xiaoyan! A surge of power radiates from Chu Van. She is not afraid and immediately shrinks the ice crystal, preventing you from appearing in front of my elder brother again. After finishing her words, Chu Van shattered the 1,000 crystals into pieces. Immediately, countless ice crystals pierced through Lady Hong's body, blood splattering everywhere, her eyes rolled back white, and not stopping there, small shards of glass chased after her body. It quickly absorbs the blood from her body. The dungeon absorbs the energy of Lady Hong. The control authority of the prison crystal increases to 35%. New guards are added, and Hong Chu Mi Ying has been recorded into the dungeon's data storage. Big brother, I don't want others to use me to threaten you anymore. Chu Van softly said while holding the ice crystal, and Chung-Hee gently embraced her from behind, sensing her fear. Yeah, it's all over now. You did very well, little Van. You've grown up. Chun-Yi continued softly praising his sister, while Madame Hong quietly disappeared, no longer the little girl who was always protected. On the other side, there is a map covered with red dots, and a man sitting on a chair observing it. At the same time, a girl steps out of the shadows and quietly stands behind Liu Yuan. His voice was indifferent. I know, after all, her value is gone. This intruder isn't an ordinary one. Liu Yuan frowned as he looked at the compass in his hand. The secret has already been exposed. The dark compass is a level artifact forged from the bones of demons and the crystal of deep abyss. The heart core is embedded with the remnant soul of a demon lord. Whoever possesses it can borrow the artifact that merges with the energy of the demon lord, greatly increasing their own dark energy level. Seeing the thick lightning on the compass, Liu Yuan called out, "Dark deer?" Immediately, a group of people appeared, kneeling on one knee and waiting for his command. Their eyes seemed willing to do anything he asked. The members of the Dark Owl include the Dark Level 41, Black Spirit Huyan Tin, the Level 42, Death Spirit Kachu Sorcerer, the Level 43, Dark Warrior Thak Kai, the Level 42 Dark Blood Swordmaster Huyet Nyan, and the Level 40 Stimulating Assassin. Lu Tuyen sat on the chair, coldly resting his chin in his hand and saying, "The chaos at Blackwind Cave requires me to go and handle the aftermath. Our master is still sleeping peacefully and must not be disturbed. Use the fastest speed to eliminate the intruders." Lu Tuyen raised his hand, and red pills appeared in the air for each person, which could activate their potential with blood vital pills when necessary. A blond man stands up with his hands clasped together. "Rest assured, the Dark Elves will definitely make the intruders pay." He suddenly shouted, "Useless." Liu Yuan stood up and waved his hand, surrounding the group with a purple energy. "Go!" His voice deepened into a command, trying to break through the chaos and find the culprit. A faint image appears somewhere resembling an endless hell beneath the underworld, where burning flames scorch flesh, and suddenly a voice of complaint echoes out. "It's too noisy." Behind Madame Hong, dozens of others are tied up, their hands bound tightly behind their backs and unable to move. The next scene shows her kneeling respectfully before a man. This month, she has presented 177 people to her master. Then all the fragments of memory shattered, as if they never existed. Chun-Yi angrily cursed, "That damn Storm Guild!" His cold blue eyes emitted a faint blue light, and a sudden surge of murderous intent rose from the depths of his gaze like a tide. The female assassin was not absorbed by the secondary world when she died. The information about Madame Hong's death must have been known by the Trade Guild. I fear Lu Tuyen is still on his way here to kill us. As for the Mercenary Guild using living people for sacrifices and trading with demons, these pieces of evidence are best handed over to the master. He gestures and opens his screen, the only one capable of mobilizing his power quickly to stop Liu Tuyen and completely eliminate the Mercenary Guild. Wang Hui, on the other side, answered the phone very quickly. "Chun-Yi, is there something wrong with your contact with me at this time?" Chun-Hai reports the situation openly and urgently. "I discovered a secret at the center of the Moment Trading Guild in Blackwind Gorge. Be careful and recount everything carefully. The Moment Guild uses living people to nourish the dark creatures in Blackwind Cave, but still secretly hides some things. The situation with the Eye of the Heart prison cannot be fully revealed to the master for now, so I have to pass the information I found to Lady Hong." Thinking about it, Chun-Hee lied without blinking and recounted that the information he obtained from Madame Hong confirmed that this dark creature is a still-growing interdimensional gate. The purpose of the sacrifice is to accelerate the formation of this door. Once it matures, the demons behind it will keep pouring out and Zhongxia country will face the threat from 100 years ago again. Wang Hui listened without any expression, coldly crossing his arms and asking, "What is the current situation of the dimensional door?" Brother Zhang honestly reports that it has absorbed too much energy and is now in a hibernation period for digestion. This digestion process is our final limit. Once completed, the door will be thoroughly reinforced. After understanding the full situation there, Wang Hui immediately nodded and ordered his team. "Understood. I will immediately use my highest authority to contact the military. They will dispatch elite troops as quickly as possible to block Blackwind Gorge, and you all must withdraw immediately now." "This is an order." Chun-Yi still seems a bit hesitant. "Master!" But he hadn't finished speaking when streaks of blood-red lightning started flashing across the sky. The communication line immediately malfunctioned, and the connection between him and Wang Hui was completely severed. Liu Tuyen has arrived much faster than expected. The others in the team reacted quickly to this strange phenomenon and soon appeared following Chun-Gi's summons. So Nian looked up, a bit suspicious but still wanting him to confirm, but Ngi turned away and called everyone over to see the lens. "Come here quickly, there's an emergency." The lens shows a group of Lu Tuyen's people approaching from afar. "Nghiêm túc nói với mọi người, chuẩn bị thao chai." Listen carefully. He brought along 5 subordinates above level 40, himself at level 46. The gap is too big. Direct confrontation would be hopeless. "I will take you out of here first. I will wait here for the army to arrive." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fang shouted, "No, I won't go." He scratched his head, worried for Chun-Yi but unsure how to speak gently. If you want to go, then take them and leave. I am a man. Training is not for turning tail and running away. Moreover, leaving you here alone to be a hero is just a dream. Chuang-hee doesn't bother to be grateful and instead seriously scolds him. Tham Lin Feng, this is not the time to be upset. The gap between level 40 and 26. But not only Lin Feng, even a gentle girl like Son Yen usually would object. Chuang-hee, I will stay too. Not only she but everyone else firmly spoke up, all determined to help together. We are a team. No one should bear the danger alone. We also want to help and can't keep relying on you to protect us every time. We've all obtained S-rank skills. Staying here will definitely allow us to contribute. Chuang-hee just doesn't have any nerves to be moved. The dead fish face stretched out in a look of utter boredom. This brave but low-level group really is a headache. He also didn't stop at them, but before agreeing, he kept giving long-winded instructions. All right, since everyone has decided to stay, I will adjust the plan accordingly. I will forcibly distort space to separate Liu Yuan and his subordinates, pulling 5 of you into different areas, each facing one person. Although I will be there to help, you must remember this is not a drill but real combat. You must use all your strength. The most important thing is not to fight to the death. Your first goal is to buy enough time until the army arrives. Once you feel you can't hold on anymore, immediately call for me, and I will move you out right away. Understood? Even though he's tall, it doesn't make their team lose hope. Instead, they become even more spirited and determined. It should have been like this from the start. Yes, I understand, rest assured. Leave it to us. At this moment, Liu Yuan was slowly approaching, and when he saw everyone just standing there idly, he snapped in anger, a dense death fog erupting behind him. Get out of here, you thing that doesn't know life or death. Chuang-hee spread his hand and began to open his own cubic space. Almost at the same time, the group on Lu Tuyen's side was surrounded by golden beams of light, and a strange formation appeared beneath their feet. Feeling the aura of his subordinates fading, Liu Yuan quickly understood its nature at a glance. The space was warping. Soon after, the illusion was teleported to a ruined dimension. Son Yen had been waiting beforehand. Upon seeing the enemy appear, she immediately leapt forward, raising her great sword high. But her sword only managed to harm a non-physical illusion, while the true form of the illusion was still completely safe. Turns out this creature is actually a young woman. She smirked and laughed, her face showing no worry or fear, only arrogance because of her level 40. Unfortunately, a tiny level 26 can do nothing to me. Suang Nian didn't say a word. The large sword in her hand spun as the tip shot forward like a speeding bullet, only hitting another layer of illusion. But she remained undeterred, her violet-pink eyes growing even colder with determination. Son Yen's wrist skillfully twists, her body turning again to deliver another strike. This time she hits the true form, and the image strike can only grasp the sword with her hand, but her tone still reveals a hint of admiration and appreciation. Can you see through my chaotic shadow clone technique? But the shadow clone still stands safely on the flat mound, causing Son Yen, despite her efforts to stay calm, to start losing her composure. Even though she is not a skilled assassin using brute force, the strength of a level 40 is already astonishing, but fighting against it would certainly not be easy. Chuang-hee watched the entire battle from afar, closed his eyes, and silently guided her. Xiaonian, you must not resist. Her speed and strength surpass yours, but you can use your sensitive demonic aura to lock onto her position and then force her to reveal herself with a sword formation. The advantage of the assassin lies in stealth. Once she can no longer hide herself, her strength is greatly diminished. The shadow attack was relentlessly countered by Son Yen, who, furious, no longer dodged but launched a deadly attack herself. Faced with the sharp pieces of steel being thrown, Son Yen simply heavily drove her sword straight into the ground. Everything around seemed to slow down to the extreme. The steel fragments hit her sword and were pushed back again. A circular seal appeared beneath Son Yen's feet, expanding outward. The soul ghost in her own form begins to disrupt the battle. This technique is the Soul Ghost Shadow Sword formation. To explain a bit about this sword technique, the Yu Han Kiem An Tran Level 1 summons sword spirits to attack enemies and can also create a high-pressure situation to induce poisoning. When the sword spirits disappear, a final strike is unleashed. So no matter how many illusions of her fake body the illusion attack creates, they are all cut down by the Soul Shadow Sword and leave nothing behind. She still arrogantly opened her mouth, but her level 26 formation was already sliced apart by her sword shadow. The illusion froze in shock, unable to believe as a sharp pain struck in front of her chest. What? Only now does she begin to feel fear as she looks at the strange formation ahead. Every second she spends inside it, her speed decreases, and she can no longer maintain her perfect stealth state. Moreover, feeling her wound being gradually corroded, her face suddenly turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. That damn girl actually applied poison on her sword. But then the shadow clone suddenly burrowed underground, as if it could pass through any terrain. Quickly, it resurfaced again. With a perfect body without a single wound, my level is high, but my assassination skills are suppressed and can only be used in this direct formation, leaving me suppressed to the point of death. Ain Qi is talking to herself, her body continuously rushing towards Son Yen. This central formation must belong to that damn girl. Kill her and the formation will collapse. She swung her hand to stab directly into her stomach, cruelly shouting as if she had already secured victory. At this point, Yingkich still couldn't see the situation clearly and was still arrogantly despising the level difference. Look, being lower level isn't everything, but then Son Yen suddenly squeezed her wrist and pulled her out of her own stomach, making her gasp in horror. "What are you doing?" Son Yen held her tightly, ignoring the blood soaking through her clothes. At this moment, the sword above her seemed to be seized by dozens of hands pointing straight up to the sky. Son Yen stared at her intently, ending this game with the final move checkmate, the soul sword of the ultimate move. At the same time, on another battlefield, the ground was now full of deep, elongated holes, as if it had just been turned over by someone. A deafening roar echoed as Lin Feng's fierce dragon claws were completely blocked by the opponent's sturdy steel shield, yet he remained undeterred, instead seeming to be injected with chicken blood, growing more and more spirited. My fiery dragon stance is just to see how many of your shields it can break through. The two hidden states of the guy are immediately revealed: Blood Frenzy and Crimson Flame. Fist. Lin Feng's opponent is a blonde-haired man, holding his shield tightly in one hand and gripping his spear with the other, shouting and cursing. A deep gaze. Lin Feng quickly used dragon energy to create a barrier to block the spear tip. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into two different shades of power, but Thak Kai's spear tip seemed sharper than Lin Feng had expected. Although he tried to block it, the attack couldn't end and only prolong the fight, and instead, he was gradually pushed back. Longthuan has already begun to show cracks where that spear tip is piercing in. Chung He Lin Ung from afar quickly transmitted a reminder. Lin Feng, he is a level 43 Dark Warrior with enough physical defense and strength. Facing him head-on will definitely lead to defeat. Use the Dragon Roar to burn him, exhaust him, provoke him. Your chance lies in the opening after his fury. Thach Kai seems confident of victory, smirking and pretending to regret with an air of superiority. The first time I met someone with movements even rougher than mine. Their techniques are powerful and decisive, yet they don't reveal any weakness, and they're still young but already at level 26. Unfortunately, Thach Kai once again puts his strength into pushing his spear forward. If it comes to a test of strength, I won't lose. Remembering Chunengi's warning, Lin Feng began to change his attack direction. As soon as he retracted the dragon shield, he immediately punched down hard onto the ground. I won't risk my life with you. Seeing this rare opportunity, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to rush forward like a flying arrow, aiming for the opening. He opened his mouth just as Chung He advised and launched his attack. Long Tuk, realizing the attack was too dangerous, quickly swung his spear to strike, forcing him to dodge aside, and Long Tuk disappeared as a result. But that Kai became even more frantic, stomping his foot on the ground, then forcefully turning around, using his heels as leverage to launch himself forward. Do you think a level 43 fight would be that simple? Thach Kai sensed the danger from Lin Feng and suddenly became desperate, thrusting his spear forward with all his might, enough to kill. It's a pity that Ling Feng's life is more fragile than a little brat. His body agilely dodges each attack while still managing to curse back. I spit on you, obedient little turtle. I almost fell for your tricks. But that's just on the surface, as there have been a few times he nearly couldn't dodge that spear and secretly worried more. For a long time, the absolute gap between rank and strength has become clear. If this continues, my blood will eventually run dry. Finally, the unlucky moment arrived, and Lin Feng was knocked back by Thach Kai. But unexpectedly, Chung He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. His strength had just leveled up, but his defenses had become fragmented. Lin Feng heard the warning, struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Well played." Watching Thach Kai charge forward without giving anyone a moment to breathe, still laughing defiantly. The harder you hit, the more excited I get. Lin Feng's hand reaches out. This is the moment for him to return all these wounds. Didn't you say you liked using strength to force me? Today I'll show you what it means to settle a blood debt with blood. After entering a berserk state, Thach Kai was too irrational to see this move coming, and instantly the entire battlefield turned into a pool of dark crimson blood essence. Blood pours down from the sky as if rising from the ground to cover everything. At Lin Feng's shout, blood droplets as large as buns rush in from all directions. He couldn't dodge, or rather, he was completely unable to avoid the blood droplets that clung to his body. Feeling his strength gradually being drained, his pupils beginning to contract in panic. They are still draining his life force and strength. Thak Ka crushes the blood sacs like leeches on his body, his rage now turning into even greater panic as he roars. What kind of evil spell is this? Lin Feng didn't bother explaining, and just stood there laughing loudly with satisfaction. Iron turtle. Even a tough shell is useless. Try tasting the flavor of your own power. Then he muttered and recited the 4 words Duquiet Chino, which means the rage of bloodlust, a power that unleashes violent blood energy to cause destructive explosions. The bloodlust rage. Level 1 absorbs blood energy to form the blood mirror pearl from the enemy's body, gathering into a soul blood pearl that is thrown at the enemy, causing a powerful explosion of blood energy. So all the blood soul orbs attached to Thach Kai's body exploded simultaneously, forming a thick layer of red bones covering the entire area. Outside the original space, Chun-Hee was busy constantly observing everyone's situation through a telescope in each separate space. The first 4 space fragments, with his help, are progressing smoothly, but trouble is starting to happen on Ha Lan's side. A skeleton broke through her protective barrier and rushed toward her, intent on tearing Ha Lan apart. But luckily, Chun-Hee outside detected this in time. Ha Lan is in danger. He channels his power into his polyhedral orb, beginning to protect her from afar. The protective barrier of light. Immediately, a powerful radiant barrier appeared around Ha Lan, blocking the terrifying hand of the skeleton. Moreover, with the power of holy light, it can easily purify that gaunt white skeleton, making it scream in pain. In the end, that unfortunate skeleton could only turn into scattered bones beside the protective barrier that Chun-Hee casually created. Ha Lan felt grateful, but still refused to give up and continued fighting for her friends. Thank you. I can still hold on. Chun-Hee did not respond, quickly scanning the situation of his teammates in the remaining 4 directions, while maintaining control over 5 battlefields. The consumption of mental energy was even greater than expected, but luckily no one else was in immediate danger of life. In the 6th space zone, your sister Chu-Yun is very safely playing with the puppy, which makes Chun-Hee feel more at ease. It's still very safe here. Now it's time to deal with the biggest trouble. The biggest trouble, of course, is what's inside the largest viewing crystal in front of him. There, Liu Yuan's attacks grew more fierce, slicing through 10,000 troops with ease. To stop him from advancing and buy time for his allies to defeat the enemy, Chun-Hee had no choice but to call Pia for help, and the guardians appeared. From beneath the ground, hundreds of monsters of various sizes and species began to emerge, stretching their long, twisted arms to break through the earth and rocks, resembling a writhing swarm come to life. The number of guards appearing is increasing, spreading from a radius of thousands of meters with no place left unguarded, and their only task now is to stop him as he commanded. In the midst of that dangerous land, a single foot steps forward confidently without any fear. Liu Yuan, hands in pockets, gazes sharply at the writhing tentacles on the ground with disdain for the ants. His body began to emit a terrifying aura of dominance, causing the surrounding land to tremble and the air to grow thick with tension. As the dust settled, Lady Hong's figure gradually appeared there. Her eyes flashed with a fierce red glow full of death. She charged forward with streaks of crimson aura and shadowy figures behind her called the Crimson Guard Illusion Shadows. Lu Tween sighs. Well then, Lady Hong. He raises his hand to shoulder height, his eyes cold and stern, and says, You won't die quietly. Purple spiritual energy strands shoot out, quickly controlling Lady Hong and pushing her backward, her body slammed onto the ground. Lu Tuyin continued, Stop hiding behind and playing tricks. Come out and die. As he finished speaking, a strange compass appeared in his hand, and bloody red spiritual energy surged before Lu Tuyin's indifferent face. They gathered together to form a giant blood-red spiritual avatar behind him. Liu Yuan raised his arm to shoulder height, and the demon avatar's arm lifted in response. Then Liu Yuan struck straight down with a gesture, shouting loudly, Ah! The magic avatar strikes with a powerful palm, destroying a vast area in front of him with loud explosions. And as everything shatters, Chun-Hee's body suddenly rises into the air, immediately launching a counterattack. A dazzling golden light suddenly shone from his forehead. Then a barrier appeared in front of Chun-Hee, blocking the previous attack. Liu Tuyen looked up and said, A level 30 little guy can withstand 50% of my power. The secret on your body is even more interesting than I imagined. The shield in front of him gradually dissolved after blocking a fairly strong strike. In a flash, he leapt into the air and appeared right in front of Chun-Hee. As soon as Lu Tuyen launched his attack, Chung-hee's figure instantly shifted behind him. Liu Yuan frowned, turned around, and with a doubtful tone said, "Should I praise you as a once-in-a-century genius or call you a fool who doesn't know life or death?" Liu Ngi calmly replied, "You overpraise me, sir, compared to your great achievements, using living people to sacrifice and nurture the gate of the otherworld. My little tricks are not worth mentioning," I think to myself. If I had known those monsters couldn't stop Liu Tuyen sending them out, was just a matter of buying some time. That woman, that useless woman, had already revealed many secrets to you before she died. It seems he doesn't know how to control the prison eye, which can view past memories. Lu Tuyen raises his hand to gather energy, his face excited and threatening. "Hand it over. I can make your death easier and even give you a chance to fight for me. A talent like you dying is a pity." Chung-yi, now in his transformed form, laughed loudly and replied, "Do you think you've forgotten how to be a person after being a dog for so long? You don't dare. Isn't everything the Thuong society does just to spread false rumors before the master wakes up to hide the secret?" Chung-yi's voice continued, "The master isn't ready, and a lackey like you doesn't have the connections to see the light." After hearing that, Lu Tuyen's face was covered with veins and he glared fiercely, swinging his hand and shouting loudly, "I will extract your soul and make you taste the feeling of living worse than dying." Just before Lu Tuyen could make his move, a blazing golden formation appeared above his head. Then the dazzling beam of light shot straight down. Lu Tuyen quickly raised his hand, using his power to try to block it. The golden magic avatar appears, raising its hand to summon a sword, then lifts it high, ready to strike down. The target of this massive spear is Lu Tuyen, who is inside the red barrier. Liu Yuan, with glowing red eyes, shouted, "The Crimson Hellflow uses the dark energy of an extremely large area to form a device with a built-in flow of destructive energy and corrosive properties." Chun-hai stood there observing, as a bright spot appeared and spread inside the red sphere, activating the Level 5 Righteous Judgment, opening a divine magic circle. With a shining blade descending from the sky to ambush enemies inside the formation, finally a righteous angel shot a long, luminous spear, creating a destructive wound. Liu Yuan's voice echoed deep in the space, taking the initiative to strike first, truly an instinct for combat. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, this bit of intelligence is meaningless. Just before the attack hits, Chung-yi clasped his hands in front of him. Shards of mirror-like glass appeared with Lu Tuyen's face reflected on them. Then the shards were shattered by a blazing stream of spiritual energy.
The deadly attack is coming. Chung-hee has to jump up and step back to dodge, finally landing at a safe distance from the impact.
Chung-ai clutching his chest with some pain, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lu Tuyen and his compass coldly declare, "Very well, a level 30 ant, yet you managed to hurt me. Let's end it here." He performs the fusion, temporarily seizing the Demon Lord's energy, greatly increasing all attributes. With his blazing red magic figure behind him, Lu Tuyen exclaims, "Being able to force me to use the power of the original compass, you should be proud." He raised his hand and declared destruction. Chung-yi widened his eyes in shock, gazing over as a powerful wave of energy surged forward, creating an immense pressure. Liu Tuyen's palm force directly hits his target, causing devastating destruction. Chung-yi's body is forcefully pushed back and sent flying powerless. As the main attack ends and the dust clears, he slides along the ground, crouching to support himself with his hands to keep from falling. Zhang Ningyi looks up and thinks to himself that with level 46 plus the death ritual artifact, the nature of his power has already begun to mutate. Even though my profession counters his dark energy with such a difference in levels, I can't be sure of winning. He frowned, full of determination, and shouted, "Iron Heart!" So it turns out that in that other dimension, she is in a disadvantaged position, with a sword aimed at her neck. Chung-yi quickly intervened, knocking the sword away to avert the danger. "So you've always used the glass prison to maintain the 5 space mirrors. I thought the signal was just a bluff, but it turns out you couldn't break through your home base's defenses. They want to go outside, but it will take time. And with your distraction, how can you possibly defeat me?" Chung-yi stood up and replied coldly, "You don't need to worry." He silently thought to himself, while maintaining the 5-dimensional mirror and fighting Lu Tuyen. His mental energy was drained, so he had no choice but to gamble, retract some of his mental power from the mirror, and fully control the prison cage. Liu Yuan jumped to the red axe and swung it high, saying, "Today I will show you that the gap between level 30 and level 46 is worlds apart." He struck down with a blow that shattered the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Chung-yi quickly retreated and immediately counterattacked, unleashing a strike of golden lightning that rained down directly on Lu Tuyen, his sharp eyes fixed unwaveringly on the target. Chungi's iron chains are embedded into the ground, locking down the entire area around Lu Tuyin. Divine Thunder, Heavenly Prison Flame. S-Purge, Level 3. Manipulate the Divine Thunder to form a prison, trapping the enemy on the spot. He created enough distance to stick his whole body against the large stone behind him. Chun-Hee used it as a foothold to leap forward with all his might, but amidst the center of the sharp iron chains, a blazing red light was targeting precisely. A fierce blast shattered the prison he painstakingly created, causing his sword to break apart. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead as his hand, prepared to unleash the divine move, was blocked by the giant hand reaching out to stop Lu Tuyin's dark red light, but its power was so strong that even the divine hand was shattered. Chun-Yi grit his teeth and endured the pain that spread through him, ignoring the blood merging into the air as Na opened his mouth wide and reached out from behind to support him. "I will come to help you." The three great powers clash, causing a massive explosion that sweeps across the ground. Suangya and Chun-Ki fell to the ground, their bodies returning to their original forms after the transformation, while Shuangya gradually disappeared. He struggled to sit up, trembling as he looked at Shuangya before him. Shuangya returns. Chungai waits for him to successfully retreat, then Liu Tuyin also flies over. A dying soul about to dissipate, truly seeking its own death. "You're not bad, but it's a pity you met me. All your trump cards are nothing in front of me." He glanced at the floating shards of glass in the middle of the scene. Suspicious. On each piece of glass, images from different dimensions appear, some with feathers piercing the body, others with Lin Fong beaten and collapsed on the ground, unable to lift his head. Halan is no better than her teammates. She is being beaten and grabbed by the dry corpses. In the fourth dimension, Lin Dong is pierced by countless arrows stuck in the wall like targets. Tiet Tam is also stabbed with a sword, collapsed among the wreckage, seemingly unconscious. Liu Yuan chuckled mockingly, unable to protect himself, let alone others. It's truly laughable. Just a flick of his hand was enough to crush Chun-Yi beneath the weight of gravity. "You now don't even have the right to save them." Your hand clenched tightly, gripping the ground to withstand that 1,000-pound weight. He shouted defiantly, his eyes refusing to submit. Thunder of the gods, the death of the divine revelation, level 3. Assuming the stance of the divine revelation, the resistance to abnormal states increases by 60%. The damage of the lightning skill increases by 60%, lasting 15 seconds, as he once again dons his magnificent armor and leaps to strike at Liu Yuan. A strike from Yu sends him flying back, dodging with ease, the destructive power of the move shattering the surrounding earth and rocks, but Lu Tuyin easily grabs your wrist, then delivers a blow that causes your weapon to fall, a triumphant smile on his face. Lu Tuyin suddenly attacked directly at Chun-Yi's face, crushing the mask he was wearing with one hand, then held up the shard of glass reflecting Ling Dong, pierced by countless arrows, in front of him. "Listen here, look here, feel each of your comrades heading towards destruction. Experience helplessness deep in your bones." Lu Tuyin finished speaking, then shattered the glass with a loud crack, causing countless cracks to spread across its surface. Chun-Yi's eyes were bloodshot with anger, veins bulging on his face, but he couldn't escape from his grasp. A screeching sound rang out, and the atmosphere became terrifying. Lu Tuyin was surprisingly startled, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. A tall door with mysterious dragon carvings appears in the space, and he looks over with a worried expression. This fluctuation is abnormal. Chun-Yi looked at the glass panels shaking violently. The energy of the prison glass had become extremely unstable. At this moment, a dark red beam of light burst out from the void, twisting like a whirlpool rushing straight into the sky. The new energy source attacked them, causing Liu Yuan to hurriedly let go of him to shield himself. Chun-Yi collapsed on the ground, his wrist turned terrifyingly black from Lu Tuyin's earlier grip. The terrifyingly pure and primitive mental attack made spirits tremble, at least for those above level 60. Lu Tuyin, panicked, looked toward the newly appeared gate and said, "No, this can't be." "Clearly the digestion period isn't over yet. How could you wake up earlier? Is it because of the energy just now?" "Great one. Please be patient. I haven't finished preparing the offering for you yet." That red gate just creaked open, but no response except for a rush of thick black smoke pouring out. The tentacles also started to extend, seemingly eager to escape from inside. Chun-Yi gasped as he treated the wound on his right wrist while looking at the shattered glass. The space shield of the prison crystal core couldn't withstand this level of disruptive energy. All the spaces are in chaos, and everyone inside has fallen into the same dark void. The space has been erased. Has your side also finished dealing with it? Blood recognition. At the same time, those black tentacles stabbed into the ground, causing the earth to crack open into large fissures. That thing grows everywhere like mushrooms after rain, trapping a group of people on the ground. Its fierce tentacles shatter large rocks, and its screeching voice screams out hunger, food, energy. Food. The girls hiding nearby support each other as they look up at the creature blocking the sky above them. Debris is scattered by its strikes, and its massive body struggles to emerge from the crack like a deep abyss. Huit Nyan, both terrified and amazed, watched the enormous creature wreaking havoc everywhere. When did that tentacle of Han Tui-tin wrap around a girl and lift her up to the sky? She screamed in panic. "Save me, Captain!" He looked at the scene in panic, shouting her name loudly. Feng Huyen Lu Tuyen also watched and muttered, "Thak Kai." He returned to normal, his eyes indifferent and emotionless. If the master sees us, he will consider us his lucky stars. He turns around and leaves this place in the hands of his servants. "You stay here and protect the master while I go back to get a batch of supplies and sacrifices." "Boss, are you trying to abandon us?" he shouted loudly from the teleportation array. "How dare you! I went to get more food to comfort the master." The tentacles of that thing are getting thicker and thicker, almost covering the entire ground, and it needs even more food. He coldly ordered them to kill those people and raise them for the master, but that guy was entangled by the tentacles and resisted, refusing to obey. "No, let me go!" The whole blood clan frantically ran away, escaping the influence of that thing. "Quickly use the blood talisman pill." He hurriedly throws the pill into his mouth, the dark red pill lodged between his teeth. He just swallowed it down, and his power immediately erupted, his pupils blazing red as he turned and aimed his spear straight ahead. It has no eyes or nose, only a mouthful of sharp teeth and tentacles that have already wrapped around a few people in front of Chungi, growling. Its low-quality energy, noisy insects. The 5 of Chungi stand beneath the shadow cast by that massive body, all silent, as countless eyes suddenly open, each with a different expression. Hungry, craving delicacies, pure. Suddenly, a tentacle detected So Nien and attacked her. Almost immediately, Chungi was the first to react and stepped forward. He held So Nien in his arms and ran away from the attack, turning to embrace her tightly, using his strong back to shield her from all the assaults. Brother Chu, Yi, clenched his teeth to prevent the foul blood from rushing into his mouth, then turned his head to look at what just shattered his shield. The corrosive power is really strong, and the holy power is still rapidly depleting. What Liu Tuyen calls the master receiver seems to be going crazy. It growled and snarled, causing dust to scatter as it stole food. Its tentacles struck again at Chunyi and So Nien. Deserve to die. Zixin and Xialan are both panicking, but the distance is too great, and they can only call out their names in helplessness. Brother Nai Chumaki. Chungai is exhausted. He tried to hold back his eyelids about to close, muttering some broken divine words. Just then, a blue beam of light appeared. Its powerful light illuminates the entire area. 5 beams from above pierce through the tentacles, forcefully and decisively destroying part of its body. Then countless blue beams of light shot down, smashing the dark monster into pieces against the wall. Chun-Yi looked up in surprise at the magnificent scene before him, finally seeing some light shine on his desperate face. A large ship disperses the fog and approaches. This is the western-northwest battle of the demonic beast city in Zhongxia country. All non-military units immediately disarm and cease resistance. Teacher Vuong and Ham Sun are standing high on the spaceship, providing timely rescue. The side door of the spaceship gradually opens, releasing white smoke into the air as the engine's sounds echo. 2 rows of people in white armor with advanced weapons step forward on command. They quickly jumped down from the spaceship, all appearing remarkably professional and calm. The landing team shakes hands to eliminate the monsters as more people continued to descend to support. The team leader separated and headed straight for Chung-Hee's group, taking out a crystal ball with a worried look in his eyes. Chung-Hee's classmate here is dangerous. Please immediately cooperate with me to withdraw to a safe location. After speaking, he threw the crystal ball directly at them at high speed, leaving a faint blue streak. The crystal ball shattered, and a light enveloped the 5 members of Chung-Hee's group inside. 4 orbs formed, surrounding them and lifting them into 4 separate groups. Chung-Hee holds So Nien in his arms but still anxiously warns the others remaining behind. It's not good. The energy reaction of that thing is still increasing. It's already angry. As your words ended, the monster's tentacles wildly swept through the air, making it hard for the fighter jets to approach, and one by one they were blown up in the narrow space. After the thick smoke of the explosion clears, the strange-looking monsters rise and look towards the rescuers. Somehow, their numbers keep increasing, and they all rush forward wildly, one after another being shot down by laser guns. Bullets pierce through their bodies and turn them to dust. The reinforcement team remains steadfast, with no one retreating or showing fear in the face of their overwhelming numbers. Fighter jets are deployed again, with bullets raining down like a storm. plunging everything into a sea of fire.
Hamsun stands commanding the battle, sternly saying, Squads 1 and 2, unleash your firepower to cover the monsters, then close the gates. Third squad, sweep around and clear the monsters. Fourth squad, set up a barrier to block the space.
As soon as he gave the order, Teacher Vuong arrived. Hamsun, the situation is more complicated than we thought, and its level of awakening is extremely high. It's okay, even if the door is fully formed, it has to be closed today. Then he turned back and looked straight ahead. Your top student has arrived. Sure enough, Chung-hee, carrying So-Nien and others, safely descended from the boat. You just came out safely and immediately looked at Teacher Vuong with concern, calling out. The medical team quickly moved in to assist. Everyone did their part and immediately started treating wounds and restoring the team members' strength. A person kneeling to check. So-Nien's condition frowned with concern. Don't move, she's severely poisoned. The toxin has already entered her bloodstream. His teammate, holding the scepter, supports her while commenting. This poison will take at least half an hour to fully eradicate. Chun-Yas looked at weak So-Nien, opening her eyes and gazing at him. Chung-ae, you're okay. Go ahead and handle your own matters first. At this moment, Master Vuong approached them, clasping his hands behind his back, and calmly said, Don't try to force it anymore. Follow the treatment plan. We will take over the battlefield. Master, that door is still absorbing the attack energy. If it keeps exploding like this, something will happen. I can see clearly from below that every time the firecracker hits it, the black smoke outside the door becomes thicker. Hamsun calmly responded to reassure Chung-hee. I understand your worries, kid. He remained expressionless, only his eyebrows furrowing deeper, but in my grandfather's dictionary there was no problem that couldn't be solved with one more cannon. If there was, it was simply adding another cannon. Chung-ai tried to stop him. Wait a moment. It's not an ordinary interdimensional door, but Hamsun has returned to command the battle. Attention units, the firepower will shift into a chaotic saturation attack mode, with randomly changing elemental energies every 30 seconds. The barrier team won't let us in. Not even a mosquito can fly out. The firepower team decisively responded to his command. Yes, sir. The members of the barrier team also shouted loudly like thunder, Follow orders. Each person was filled with the fighting spirit to the very end. Yes, sir. The fighter jets keep firing non-stop, their bullets falling like endless rain, all targeting the same spot until it explodes. But it didn't stop there. Following the command of the Demon Lord, the firepower changed every second, followed by grenades being launched to create an endless explosion. A line of officials holding scepters marched in perfect formation, each step filled with solemn determination. They follow Hamsun's orders to form a formation, with numerous colorful barrier spells covering the sky. All elemental cannons, bright multicolored fire columns target the monsters and shoot down. The series of explosions tore through the monster ranks, forcing them to retreat with the powerful blast. The explosions grew larger, obscuring the view, as a series of fighter jets bombed and collided with the red-hot engines, making the entire space chaotic. Those fighter jets seemed to detach from the server, all falling uncontrollably at once. Then everything exploded again, shaking a vast area with blinding light. Suddenly, amidst the rain of bombs and bullets, Koi Hang appeared with his sword techniques, rushing to fight the dark tentacles of that creature, slicing them to pieces. Hoi Hong land on the ground, and as his feet touch down, the debris also falls like rain. He stands there, tense, staring ahead, eyes unblinking. But at this moment, he probably realizes how tiny he is compared to that strange creature. Koi Hong's pupils turn purple, and in his eyes is a reflection of a whirlpool that seems to swallow his soul. He stood there stunned, turning himself into a target for the crazed monster to fiercely claw at, as a series of blue lights shot out chaotically from what looked like a mouth. But all those beams of light are aimed at Hamsun's high-altitude fighters, and on the ground, the white-armored people share the same fate as Koi Hang. Hamsun nervously looked at the screen, turning red before his eyes. This old door actually reflected all our attacks back out. An emergency team member reports the battle situation. General Niu says the target's evolution speed far exceeds expectations. The resistance to physics and energy is still increasing. Seeing the situation is unstable, Teacher Vuong spoke up. Hamsun can't use normal firepower. We need to quickly destroy its core. He also liked to think ahead, previously dealing with the alien door by sending soldiers to test it. Each attack targeted a different area, observing its reaction, and only after thousands of deaths could they pinpoint the exact location of the core. His voice echoed in Chun-Yi's ear, startling him. Squad 9, please prepare. The search for the core will begin in 1 minute. You don't let go of So-Nien, but you look up worriedly at the two of them and ask, Teacher, is the core you mentioned the one with intense energy fluctuations and the most unstable point? Master Vuong quickly explained, That's right. The core is the energy center of the portal to the other dimension,
And also its weakest point, destroy the core and the portal will collapse on its own. This is the experience summarized by the military over the past hundreds of years. As his explanation finished, Chunhee suddenly said something that made both of them stare at him in shock.
Maybe I can find out where the core is. I take out a cube and let it hover in my hand. The prison core has previously absorbed the dark energy from this door. Residual energy signatures and sources remain within the energy core. Through it, I can vaguely sense that there is a convergence point of energy in the door, which reacts to all attacks. Hamsun squats in front of him, knowing that the vague position of the core is not enough, as there is also a space distortion field around the door, causing all attacks to be deflected and not directly hit the core. Ningji silently gazed at his own core prison, as if contemplating his words, then clenched his fist and withdrew it. A look of determination appearing in his eyes, I can try to open a shortcut, temporarily, directly enter the door to find and mark the core, but I need the full force attack from the military to distract it and prevent it from noticing my movements. Master Vuong immediately frowned and objected. Too dangerous. No way.
Teacher, there are no other options now.
This door is still evolving, and if we delay any longer, more people will have to sacrifice. I remain determined and surprisingly calm.
Teacher, some paths must be taken by someone first. But behind them, Lin Feng and Thiet Tam stepped forward boldly saying, including me and second brother, we will charge together. One more person means more strength. He angrily scolded, how dare you, I don't agree.
You guys are only allowed in with what you've been given. You're just asking for death if you go in there. Hamsun looked at Chunhee.
Kid, do you understand the risks of doing that? The dark energy inside the door could cause you to lose your consciousness and turn into a killing monster? Chunhee said more seriously than ever.
I know, but I have to try.
Seeing your determination, he pats your shoulder, smiles happily, and looks very brave.
If you can survive and come back, I will treat you to the best wine. With that, Hamsun turned back, prompting the battle with countless warning screens appearing before his eyes.
All troops follow orders and activate the highest firepower project. All main gunfighters attack that door for me. All attribute illusionists step forward, using magic to purify and suppress its demonic aura, drawing its attention. Everyone united and followed his command to summon a giant sphere. The formation changed, with the light mage still gathering in front, using the name of Holy Light to purify all darkness, preparing to strike together.
The artillery team quickly recharges and prepares to fire. The main gun has finished charging, locking onto the core of the alien gate, waiting for my command to unleash a full-scale attack. As the defenses of the fake professionals team are repeatedly attacked, the barrier is about to break down. The water mage reinforces the defenses to prevent the breakthrough beams from piercing through. At this moment, Teacher Wang stands behind, supporting Chunhee as he concentrates energy into his prison core. I will supplement and stabilize the holy power for him. Just let go and go do your work. Thiet Nuc quickly absorbs the energy Chunhee gives it and starts to glow. Sweat poured down his face, as if he had just taken a shower. Chunhee's clenched teeth also revealed the enormous pressure weighing heavily on his body and mind. His eye suddenly snapped open, the light in it turning a shimmering gold like gold, as he transformed into a blazing ray of light rushing past the elite soldiers and into the gate. Chunhee transformed his consciousness into that brilliant light to find the core and stop it. The fake professionals desperately tried, each steadfastly attracting its attention towards themselves. The forbidden spell of the earth element barrier. From the opening of the interdimensional gate, a tall figure with long horns on his head is trying to break through and come out. It clings tightly to the door with its claws, trying to break free. Chunhee is now just a humanoid light figure floating in the smoky sky. You arc through the air above the monsters' heads, moving deeper inside. In the end, you find a giant sphere connected below by countless cords and surrounded by a dense swarm of monsters. The monster stands there. That sphere seems to have a consciousness. As Chunhee's golden beam of light prepared to strike, it suddenly opened its eye. Chunhee was startled, his body tensing up as the eye stared fiercely at him. It's not good if we're detected. The eye senses the intruder and switches to combat mode to deal with the stranger. It shot out countless black tentacles towards Chunhee, making it difficult for him to dodge due to the relentless assault. Its tentacles stab into the ground, destroying the entire space where the monsters below are standing. They also begin to realize that a stranger has entered this place, and all of them rush forward crazily to catch and tear him apart. At the same time, the prison cell in front of Chunhee's chest emitted an even brighter, blinding light, forming a fragile shield to protect him from the flames spat out by the monsters. Chunhee, after that shield, is temporarily safe. but layer after layer is about to be torn apart by them. He doesn't wait for death. Calmly, Chun-Yi aims precisely at the main target.
His entire body like a golden arrow rushing toward that wide-open eye, striking a decisive blow through the center of the sphere and the eye inside the gate. At the same time, the gate also begins to close, a golden beam of light tearing through the air rushing outward. Master Vuong, who has been watching closely, immediately shouts, "Hamsun, Chun-Yi has succeeded!"
Hamsun operates the screen in sync with the rapid progress, adjusting the soldiers and artillery to break through, activating the highest authority and firing after 10 seconds, with his finger on the start symbol as the countdown numbers diminish. The eye inside the gate seems to go insane. A wave of shockwave representing its fury surges outward, pulling everything into the gate. Everyone hurriedly held each other tight to stay safe. Soldiers, pay attention. The interdimensional gate suddenly lost control. Hold your ground. The entire formation was thrown into disarray by the shockwave. The radar was disabled. The emergency descent was initiated. The propulsion team was rendered ineffective, and the steering team lost control. The soldiers lowered their spears to the ground, using them as a point of reference. The preacher arrived, the injured retreated, and the soldiers keep their position on the front left. The mage gathers his magic power for the main attack. Hamsun is tense, his eyes wide as he watches the countdown to 0. All the main ship's firepower, following his command, aimed and fired as a destructive beam tore through the sky. It charges through the gate like a fierce storm, tearing up the ground and sending debris flying everywhere, with its target being the Eye Chun-Yi marked earlier. The strange demons could only watch helplessly as the core of the gate absorbed their own power to resist. Chun-Yi was terrified when he saw this scene. He is still devouring demons to block the attack. Hamsun clenched his teeth and shouted, "All forces fire now, while it's weakened. Take its life." He finished speaking, and the firepower of the small ships concentrated to support and fire a barrage towards the core. The professional team also exerted their limited strength, each still standing firm and trying to hold on. All their firepower is focused on this strike, aiming straight at that eye to break it open. Master Vuong also steps forward, hands forming seals with his beautiful eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, they had turned into a cold golden hue like the power of a saint, and a layer of golden cloud spread out from the void, with Teacher Vuong's sword tip also revealed before that immense pressure. But that core still twists everything to patch the damaged spot. Is he still repairing the demon gate below the stars? Now Chun-Yi finally looked up, drawn by the light of the sword technique called by Master Vuong Trio, which is the legendary weapon of Master Thuong Tai Quiet. He, the celestial immortal, hovers in the sky surrounded by golden divine light. I am the guardian of order, the sword of divine judgment of evil, using the name of light to grant you strength. His great sword strikes the ground, tearing up the earth. Smoke and dust fill the sky, purifying everything. A divine weapon punishing evil. It seems to be the strongest blow, piercing through the core trying to mend itself. At the same time, Chun-Yi also coughed up blood, red blood splattering onto the prison core in front of him. Son Yen, who had recovered a bit, sat by his side, panic-stricken as she watched Chun-Yi collapse. Brother Chu Engi Hamsun looked at you, realizing that your consciousness had been destroyed by the foreign door, and now your spirit was severely wounded, requiring urgent and deeper treatment. He immediately ordered the spellcasters to assist Chun-Yi and quickly prepare the life-supporting vessel with the highest standards. Chun-Yi persisted a little longer. Hamsun did not waste time. He immediately announced and coordinated everyone. "Attention all troops, the interdimensional gate has been destroyed. Clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded." Just as Hamsun said, the core was truly destroyed, with a deep hole in the middle. But they underestimated it. Thin, red silk-like strands were extending out, and it roared in anger. The invaders are shameless. The portal to the other dimension turned red again, with countless red threads stretching out and wrapping around it. The door cannot hold. Chun-Yi, hearing that voice, struggled to steady his trembling body and said to Hamsun, "It's still using the blood and flesh of the demon race to connect the new interdimensional gate." Master Vuong sensed the danger and immediately acted, expanding his punishment domain, purifying with golden light, sweeping away a vast area in concentric circles. He closed his eyes, but his sharp eyebrows furrowed tightly as he controlled his magic power. Following Master Vuong's command, the punishment domain expanded. It shines its rays downward, causing the monsters from the other world to scream and thrash uncontrollably. Those lights also pierce through everything, turning that core into a sieve with a furious roar. "Lam Tin, do you think destroying it is enough? The more cracks appear everywhere, the more we will reclaim what is ours."
When the core explodes, everything turns to nothingness, and in the end, you will have to pay the price.
The monsters following it couldn't escape their fate of being purified. All of them scrambled to run, but none escaped. In the end, only a deep pit and a blazing red sphere swirling remained. In the treatment room, Chun-Yi is placed in a healing chamber, so Nian anxiously stands to one side observing him. She looked up as Teacher Vuong entered and asked, "Teacher Chung-Hee, Teacher Vuong guessed what I wanted to ask."
So he interrupted to encourage me, "Don't worry. With the reinforcement of holy light and the transmission of healing words, he will wake up very soon."
"Teacher, tell me, we are the ones Teacher Vuong suspected," repeating the last words clearly, as the thief who took him transforms into a golden light in his hand, still speaking kindly, closing his eyes to steady his mind. "Leave the other matters to the teacher now." Warm light flows from Teacher Vuong's palm onto Chun-Yi's chest.
"Everything is settled." Teacher Vuong looked at Sun Yen and said, "Stay here and keep watchers. I will go check the cleanup situation at the battlefield."
She watched him worryingly, saying she would always be by his side. Meanwhile, outside, everything was temporarily organized. The injured were resting, and others were dividing between work and rest.
"Old friend, this time we're lucky to have you, mainly because Chung-Yi found the location of the core."
"I'm just doing what I should. How are the casualties and injuries on the battlefield?" Vuong looked at the list of casualties and mentioned Ham's son, recording the names of the fallen soldiers,
then said he would personally visit their families to offer condolences. As they finished speaking, the screen displayed incoming calls from squad members Captain Vuong and Captain Ngu.
"In this urgent situation, we detected energy fluctuations from the crack of the insect type at the abandoned Motto mine." Professor Vuong remains calm, as if accustomed to such incidents. "Are monsters spilling out? How are the civilians' initial casualties?" Hamsan slightly raised his eyebrows. "Currently, there are no monsters to report. The abandoned mine has been sealed off with an emergency barrier within a 5-kilometer radius, as ordered by headquarters. Please have the 2 team leaders immediately take Tin Nue to assess and handle the situation." He responded immediately,
"Understood. We will depart right away."
But Hamsan was a bit hesitant. "Old King, the urgent situation with that young Chung-Yi regarding dark energy control is something we have never encountered before. If he can, Teacher Vuong would openly oppose his opinion." "No way." He looked at him, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say correctly. Master Vuong turned his gaze toward the battlefield ahead of them. "Why do soldiers like Ham's son wear military uniforms and carry weapons? Isn't it to give children a chance to grow up peacefully? You shouldn't have to shoulder what we are supposed to carry at 19. The entire weight of this world." The memories of the young people in military uniforms appear in his mind. 20 years ago, I led a student like him, who could clearly sense the dark energy. That child is only 25 years old. Back then, we saw him as a test machine, and in the end, he couldn't even find a complete corpse. Teacher Vuong said firmly, his cold aura flowing with every word. "Chu Na Hai is not a tool. He is someone who can change the course of war. That is why we cannot treat him as a consumable product before his wings have fully grown.
Even if the sky falls now, it's up to us tall guys to hold it up." What was a serious conversation, Ham Shan suddenly laughed and punched him. "Damn it, you're right. I'm just too impatient. Let's go and crush that damn thing before it escapes."
Master Vuong tilted his head back to straighten his clothes and said, "Don't use such force. Announcement below. All members who can act have 5 minutes to gather and resupply here for the logistics team." The 2 with determined, cold eyes like hunting tigers look in the same direction. The next battle has begun. Outside, a new fight has started, while inside the treatment room, a quiet figure stands there. Her slender finger with black rings gently touched the glass, and she closed her eyes, appearing much more obedient than usual, her entire body covered in thorns. Tin leaned close to the incubator, observing Chung-Yi's peaceful face. This rotten face actually makes many girls very fond of him. Even my granddaughter is eager to get to know him. She kept talking without noticing Chung-Yi's arm reaching up, but I just told her to give up directly. When Miss Tin saw you waking up dazed, she hurriedly turned away in panic, one hand covering her small mouth to hide her embarrassment. Then she turned back and forced a smile. "Student Chung-Yi, you're awake?" Chung-Yi looked at her confused, the UPI officer. "Did the teacher give you any instructions? How do you know?" You mischievously look at her, smiling as you jump out of the treatment cage. "The teacher isn't here. Instead, it's Teacher than Tin, not the military identity waiting for me to wake up. So I guess the teacher must have encountered something urgent, right? I'm used to it." Miss Tin Ngoi crossed her legs on the chair as the chairman was on his way to the crack. The situation at Black Wind Mountain exceeds the leader's expectations. His original plan was to let you borrow the Long UN token from the Chu family to strengthen the foundation of the second transmission, never imagining he would drag you into a war of such scale. The leader feels very guilty about this and hopes you can rest temporarily at the Chu family. Other matters will be discussed once he returns. Additionally, the leader specifically instructed me to tell you that Liu Yuan has been taken by the military and will be brought before a military court another day. His Ming Yin forces have been dealt with by the military. Although a few outliers escaped, they didn't achieve anything, and there's no need to worry about revenge. With that, she produced a token, and this time you tried to save Wenting, earning outstanding merit. The military has decided that all rights and usage of the other areas of Fengkeng are officially under your management. This is a land deed, and the guild leader also said that the items from this place might help resolve the immediate danger for the Chu family. Chunyi took the land deed she handed him. The teacher was referring to those lost Han Tin Tui. As expected, the teacher knows everything. She approached Chunyi, looked at him and the map in his hand, and both her words and the item had already been passed on. She died. As she brushed past Chunyi, her flirtatious eyes looked at him. Classmate Chunyi asked one last time, "Are you really not considering joining the Tianwu Guild?" He replied coldly and decisively without hesitation, and she stepped out the door, her high heels clicking as she crossed the threshold and left. Chunyi crossed his arms and sighed in frustration as she disappeared from sight. He took out the prison key to check, and the power of the second transformation was still too weak in the face of war. Yang Ya appears beside him, heading towards Ding Feng, the last lone wolf finally running out of strength. Using the situation to move forward is not cowardly. He quietly continues, "Suongnya, the path I walk is extraordinary and difficult. I need one." His gaze was firm and resolute as he looked into that emerald blue light, the absolute ruler of the nation. The scene shifts to Chu Nengyi returning home, greeted by the entire family. Chu family's corridor. "Your older brother suddenly let little Cuckoo take you home. I thought something had happened to him." He gently hugs Chu Van, worried that the battles of Blackwind Valley might bring trouble to her. Chunyi looked at the two with gratitude. "Cousin Hang and Cousin Hyobak. Thank you both. Taking care of Van Ni is what we should base so. Your arrangement for sending the letter has also been settled." Chu Hang gestures behind and invites, "Come with me. You can be sure of that." Chu Yun, being young and inexperienced, asked doubtfully, "What is our brother going to do there?" You gently pat your sister's head and go to the heart of the Chu family's power to reclaim everything that belongs to her. Now, many people are seated around a round table in the main room. "Chief, why did you suddenly call us over?" "I heard today that Lady Hong has died." "What? Then what should our Han Tui Tin do?" "There are dozens of children in the clan waiting to suppress their bloodlines. Clan leader, this matter concerns the survival of the family. We must quickly find a new path." The elder master looked at the clan leader thoughtfully. The leadership position left vacant, while the old man sat silently to one side. Is he waiting for someone? Something about this situation feels off. Just as he was questioning, a sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention to one side. The large door opens and several figures enter amid the astonished gazes of those present, with Chunyi leading with Chu Van, followed by Chu Heng and Hiu Bak. Elder Tam's brow furrowed even deeper as he saw the newcomer, his gaze fixed intently on the person who just entered. Chunyi walks up to the clan leader, smiles and bows. "Tuan Truong, Nyi has arrived. Please sit down." He followed the instructions, one hand pulling out the empty seat at the head of the table, and sitting down. Chunyi sat upright, hands clasped, quietly observing the people around the round table. "Elder Third, do you think you can sit here just because you want to? Do you still have any respect for your elders?" Second elder gently holds his shoulder and smiles soothingly. "You are right to carry a high bloodline, but you can't overstep your authority like this." Chunyi rested his hands on the table, his eyes like a wolf leading the pack, and said, "Today I am not here to chat with you all. I want the Chu family to promise me something. Every word you speak surprises even the little girl. Chu Van will be the heir to the next generation of the Chu family. The Chu family must invest all their best resources to nurture Chu Van. She will hold the priority authority over all of the Chu family's assets in the future." The eldest elder couldn't hold back and stood up, pointing his finger at him and shouting, "Arrogant! How important is the heir to this? The Chu family has been passed down for hundreds of years. How can we accept someone returning to the main line with just a few tricks?" "Clan leader, you must uphold justice. This is truly taking advantage of the situation. Having some talent doesn't mean you know the limits of heaven and earth, and yet you still want to hand over the centuries-old legacy of the Chu family to a mere brat." Chu Hong calmly said, "I can prove that the bloodline concentration of the Chu family is indeed 3 times higher than mine. With her here, the Chu family might even regain its glory," Bai also chimed in. "Chu Van's younger sister is very talented. Last week I taught her the Han Bingjue, and she mastered it in just one day. Chun-Yi's tension grew. Chu Van, being of the Han Bing bloodline, is truly a member of the legitimate Chu clan, but whether she can become the heir remains uncertain. The pressure emanating from him filled the room, silencing everyone. That power made the third elder cover his face, but still try to look stern and defiant, even daring to make a move during the council meeting. At that moment, a surge of internal energy quickly encircled the place where everyone was sitting, and Chun-Yi's gaze seemed shrouded in a foggy bone-like haze. He stared intently at his opponent as the internal energy within Chun-Yi burst out wildly, causing everyone to be momentarily terrified. Everyone sat still in silence, none daring to speak, while the third elder was overwhelmed by the aura and coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Chun-Yi's power manifested as a blue dragon flickering in and out, and the protective barrier in front of him gradually cracked. The look in the third elder's eyes could no longer hide his fear. He hurriedly shouted, "Chuvan is still young, and he just recently returned to the clan, making him an inexperienced heir. What will happen to the other talented disciples of the Chu family then? I don't agree." The third elder thought to himself, this pressure clearly just passed the second transformation. So why is it already on par with level 40 and with this ice dragon, its appearance, and this dragon might? Chun-Yi coldly declared, ending the argument here, refusing to crush the old rules. You rely on them to survive and will never truly understand. Sitting among the crowd, he confidently said loudly, "I am the new rule." The clan leader sitting beside him fell into deep thought, his aura encompassing everything, expanding naturally. The growth rate of this young man's talent is truly astonishing. Chun-Yi continued, "Every year, the Chu family pays a huge price to the Mi Trading Guild for Han Tui Tin. Now that all the veins of the Black Wind Cave Trading Guild belong to me, the amount of spirit stones inside exceeds your imagination. I will grant the Chu family authority. Select trusted clan members to go to Black Wind Cave for mining. With these resources, the bloodline of the Chu family can be secured for countless generations without worries. And this is only the beginning. I will definitely find a way to break the curse." The clan leader then instructed, "Just do as Chun-Yi said. Hang Yi, today you choose 100 clan members to go to Blackwind Gorge to set up camp, and make sure to quickly transport the spirit stones back." Chu Hang quickly added, "Yes, I understand. Heaven will not destroy my Chu family, nor will I, and the entire Chu family must remember this great favor you have done." The second elder was a bit confused, but isn't this another form of submission? Relying on force to seize power, Chun-Yi's eyes turn cold as he asks again, "Submission is something I will never grant you in this world." Then he continues, "Third elder, every year the Chu family spends a fortune to buy instance permissions for the disciples. How much money and effort is spent to compete for entry into the secret realm? And what price and loyalty are sacrificed? This is the normal state of the family. All noble clans are like this. Why are you asking about it?" Then Chun-Yi continued, "What if the Chu family owned a fully mature instance of their own and could gain recognition from the eternal rule after passing through it?" Immediately, everyone fell silent. The third elder suddenly burst out laughing loudly, seeming to disagree with you, then stood up and said, "I think you're still young but already mentally ill. 9 of the subversions of the Middle State are in the hands of the 3 major guilds and the army. Only a few ancient noble families have their own subversions. Are you trying to tell me that you have a star in your hand? Whether Chun-Yi is using internal force genuinely or not, you can tell just by looking." As soon as you finished speaking, those small blocks immediately gathered into a large mass. The polyhedral orb soared into the air, radiating dazzling 7-colored lights around it. Then it transformed back into a large block of ice. According to Chun-Yi, the prison-level gold-strengthened dungeon is of normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, requiring levels 15 to 35, with 1 to 10 players needed. I have set up the entrance to the dungeon permanently in the central area of the Chu family. From now on, the descendants of the Chu family can enter the dungeons at any time to train. This is my second promise." Hibok was so surprised she covered her mouth. "This is truly a dungeon, a royal resource. Even the major clans might not have it." Chu Hang continued, "That's right. Every month, to allow the clan leader and disciples to enter the dungeons for training, my Chu family has to give up more than half of its profits. If we had a private dungeon, it would mean Chu Yun is secretly lost. Han Tui Tin has already helped us in times of trouble, and this private dungeon truly provides our Chu family with a path to the heavens." At this moment, Chun-Yi quickly stood up and said, "The Chu family will have an endless training ground that never runs out." Before he finished speaking, he turned around and left, no longer needing to look at anyone's expression or spend another penny. He stared intently at those people. Does the third elder dare to test the quality of someone like me, who is mentally ill? Now he finally realizes that the door couldn't be fake. It is real. He not only gained resources, but also changed the fate of the Chu family. The young man in front of us is truly deep and unpredictable. His strength far exceeds my understanding.
Everyone quickly agreed, saying, "No need, we were blind before. Miss Chu Van will be the heir. I agree 100,000 times. Ngyi is talented and outstanding, a true genius blessed by heaven for our Chu family." Of course, that's only right and fully deserved. The clan leader then said, "If no one else objects, from today on, Chu Van will be the sole young master of the Chu family." Chungai added, "Meeting her is like meeting me, and the command is supreme wisdom." On this side, the aura keeps emanating. Chu Ni sat there practicing his internal energy idly, with Chu family descendants ranging from level 13 to 20. So the basic parameters of such simple demon beast types aren't too high. The best terrain for the dungeon is set in the ice tunnel area suitable for the Chu family. The level of the ice wolf monsters in the first stage is set at level 10, with low IQ and a large number. When dying, it will automatically destroy and create a small ice bone area, reducing movement speed, and based on evaluation, it will be directly linked by the number of ice facebuns. To get a high score, you must learn to control the distance and keep the rhythm without standing still and transmitting.
The second door's environment turns into a constantly shifting ice maze. Monsters adopt the characteristics of ice shield spirits, making frontal attacks very ineffective, forcing them to find weaknesses and learn to observe. This is the best place for that, and there's another location as well. You told yourself that if the boss is too difficult, you would use the Pink Lotus illusion after Lady Hong's death, absorbed by the glass prison core to be reborn. She had exploited the Chu family for many years, and now using her entire image to train the Chu family's descendants is also considered a final contribution. Then, the crystal stone in front of him immediately began to glow, as if all the power of heaven and earth was pouring into it, emitting a cool light that even the spiritual beasts roared in delight, accompanied by brilliant golden streaks of light, with the shadow of a girl flickering somewhere nearby. Chungai was a bit surprised and said, "Shuangya, with only 35% control, it can be this precise." Chunai couldn't hide his satisfaction. 35% allows me to be like the creator of the dungeon. If the control is completely 100%, can I change the rules for the low increase of the instance dungeon, or even bring the monsters, their powers, and the real areas inside it into reality? At that moment, something suddenly struck his head, causing Chunyi to cry out in pain. It turned out he had been hit by Shuangya. You designed the dungeon to help the Chu family become stronger, not to satisfy your own creature's desires. Remember, true power is controlled by the strong, not consumed by it. Chungai wiped his sweat and said, "I know. You are always right." At the same time, the figure of the large cat slowly stepped out. Chu Van looked at him coldly, her eyes somewhat deep. "Your brother just saw you and walked over. Van Ni, this outfit suits you very well. Tomorrow is the ceremony. How can you have such spirit?" Chu Van quickly reported to Kungi that no matter where they went these days, everyone would smile and say hello to the young master, asking him to take care. "Wait a moment," she continued, "but I really wonder if I can truly bear the responsibility of being the young master. I don't want to let my brother down. I don't want to disappoint everyone." Hearing this, Chungi couldn't hide his surprise and gently stroked her cheek, saying, "You silly girl, you have never and will never let me down." "Van Yi, do you know what Chu family is like?" Chu Van asked back. "Like what?" Chungi coldly said, "A giant ship trapped in an old dream, shining on the outside but falling apart inside, even begging Han Tui Tin to reluctantly save them from the enemy. But we shouldn't laugh at the Chu family because we are also passengers on this ship. Without this ship, there would be others. If you can live peacefully even when the storms are calm, I have seen true war in Blackwind Gorge. Compared to the fight, the trial he went through before was just a game in Wunshichi. When the real storm hits, everyone on the old boat will run away." He patiently advised the girl to wait and beg the strong for protection. Fate is always in the hands of others. "Van Nyai, we can't just be passengers on this boat. We need to take the helm. Personal strength has its limits. I need power of my own." Chu Van also expressed her thoughts, but building a new power requires too much time and resources. The Chu family already has a solid foundation, making it the most ideal starting point. She now looks a bit confused, so her brother's choice to help Chu family is to turn it into our boat. Chu Nyi is also straightforward, yes, but if we want this ancient ship to be reborn and follow his command, it needs a core symbol. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and a yellow seal appeared on Chung-hee's forehead. He gently touched Chu Van's forehead, and her gaze seemed to become slightly hazy. Seeing the mark on her forehead, Chu Nyi then said, "Your high purity, cold bloodline. and he seriously told Chu Van, I will not transfer the position for Chu family. The clan leader and elders trust you, but they would also worry about outsiders holding power. Van Ni, you are the perfect and only link connecting me to the Chu family. You are the legitimate one recognized by everyone in the Chu family, holding the power to fully gather the strength of the Chu family, forming the strongest alliance with him. Hearing this, tears welled up uncontrollably in Chu Van's eyes. I understand, brother. If I am forever the little sister you protect behind you, and need you to go back to Boba, then what is the point of awakening this bloodline? Don't worry, I will become your most reliable and capable right hand. I can bear this responsibility. Chunai reached out and caressed her cheek. All right, from now on, we will fight side by side as brothers. Chu Van pouting, brother, now that I am the young mistress, you can't pinch my face anymore. Chu Yi chuckled softly. All right, the young mistress says so, then it's settled. Yang Ya secretly admired, does this young guy have a skill to enchant people's hearts? Just a few words to stir up the young lady's passionate enthusiasm, ready to expand his territory. The scene shifts elsewhere. A loud voice announces, Chu Van, descendant of the Chu family, step onto the stage for the ceremony. Two girls stand below, one nervous and shy, the other appearing somewhat proud. From outside, Chu Van, who is pregnant, slowly walks inside. Everyone quickly starts whispering, is she the one about to become our young lady? She looks so delicate, but even though she's young, her aura is extraordinary, haven't you heard? Her purity level of icy cold bloodline is up to 70%. What does a high purity level of the bloodline do? Managing the family clan doesn't rely on bloodline. Just a little secret. Her biological older brother is the top scorer in this year's nationwide university entrance exam, still standing there watching outsiders, and she discovered an unclaimed dungeon offering it to the newly established family clan to become the young master. A nameless dungeon. No wonder. If I had a dungeon, I would go to the army to demand a position. That's just your little scheme, Lin Feng muttered angrily. These people dare to talk behind my back, you cowards. Halan stood beside him and added, Tom Lin Feng, I've noticed you protect little Van Yi even more than Yi. The girl then stepped forward and said, Chu Van greets the clan leader. He then said, Today I declare in the name of the clan leader that Chu Van is appointed as the young master of our Chu family. Meeting the young master is like meeting the clan leader, and everything in the clan will follow the young master's command. He turned his back and told Chu Van, kneel and worship the goddess, and offer a sincere prayer for longevity. Quickly follow his words and kneel down. Junior Chu Van of the Chu family respectfully bows to the goddess Hanbang and appoints Chu Van as the young master of our Chu family. Meeting the young master is like meeting the clan leader, and everything in the clan will follow the young master's command. Here I pledge to accept the wisdom of my ancestors, to not shame my bloodline's duty, to not betray my clan's trust, to fear no future danger, to seek no personal glory, but to strive for the prosperity of the Chu family goddess. My heart and mind bear witness, heaven and earth as my witness. If I break this vow, I vow to be rebuked by Hanbing and forever lose my bloodline's power. Looking at the surrounding seals on Chu Van, he immediately asked, What is this? Everyone suddenly became agitated. Has the ceremony gone wrong? Seeing Chung-Yi go up, So Nian also steps forward. Second brother, don't worry. This isn't a bad thing. Look at this pure bloodline of little Van Yi you're using. It's a divine gift. And then she pointed over and said, Do you see? Chu Van is still safe over here. She knelt before the goddess statue, still completely unharmed. Suddenly, the statue spoke, saying, Use this bloodline to freeze everything that obstructs. To protect your vow, Hanbing will become your power. Chu Van immediately raised her hand, the source of power wrapping around her arm, the snowflake-shaped mark on her body expanding, and her body soaring into the air. The clan leader was surprised. The divine relic. This is the awakening of a S-rank extraordinary talent. The divine blessing ritual is recorded in the book. Then he looked at Chu Van, unable to hide his curiosity, and asked, Young master, what is your current talent level? At the same time, the system panel quickly announced the inheritance of the S-ranked ice goddess, and hearing this, he was overjoyed. Yes, this is exactly the same innate talent as my ancestor when he first established the Chu family. The ancestral glory of the Chu family is revived. Everyone is cheering. Heaven bless the Chu family. Heaven bless the Chu family. Heaven bless the Chu family. S-rank talent. A legendary talent. My Chu family has hope for revival. At this moment, Chu Van finally regained her courage and slowly stepped forward. Fellow clan members, I am Chu Van. I know I am still young and unqualified, and suddenly finding myself in this position, I feel a bit afraid. Today, the goddess's blessing is not because I am special.
but because my Chu family needs hope, change, and a completely new future. Starting today, I am willing to walk alongside you all. The resources we have and the strength we possess, our path to becoming stronger, is right beneath our feet. Everyone now shouted and accepted her. Young lady, young lady!
Young Miss Sonian is happy. Xiao Van Nai has grown up. Chunyi is pleased. She has always been brave. She just needed a chance. Above, Chu Van immediately gathered her internal energy and then forcefully struck it forward, revealing a majestic scene that quickly unfolded before everyone's eyes. The crowd watched in silence, truly in awe. This is diamond-level admiration, an average difficulty, nightmare difficulty, requiring levels 15 to 35, with ranks 11 to 10. Pointing to the ice sheet she just created, Chu Van then said, "Beyond this door is one of the foundations of the Chu family's future, the Trial of the Abyss, which will become our strongest sharpening stone." The young master, with a serious and commanding expression, furrowed her brows and acted like a true young master. Starting today, the Immurement Tower will set up an accumulation scoreboard for the top 3 in the monthly ranking. Regardless of background or origin, they can enter the treasure vault to select any precious item. Those ranked in the top 10 will prioritize using the purest Han Yu spirit essence for cultivation. I, Chu Yun, promise here that all resources will belong to those who work hard for the family. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and she had completely convinced everyone.
After these words, everyone cheered again. The noise below grew louder, whether from inner or outer disciples. I'm not mistaken, right?
In the past, you had to give gifts to the elders to be chosen for the trial dungeon, but now, everyone can.
In the end, no background is needed. I will rely on my strength to obtain resources.
I still remember last year when we went to the Evil Wolf Guild's dungeon, risking our lives.
We lost about 70% of our loot, but now we have our own diamond-level dungeon.
Hearing this, Chu Van's expression quickly brightened. Elder Third immediately continued. First, there is the Divine Grace Purification Ritual to establish legitimacy, then reveal the Conquest Dungeon to win people's hearts.
Especially this accumulation score table is amazing, directly breaking the internal faction's control over the demon-level resources.
The active mobilization of everyone, Chunyi thought deeply. This young girl is definitely not an ordinary person. Hailong secretly thought, Chu family is really about to undergo a transformation. Chu Yun stood up and loudly declared, whoever is willing to be the pioneer for the Chu family, the first to step into this new journey. Everyone started to murmur and discuss. You go first. I still don't know if it's safe or not. What do we do if we go in and can't get out? Just as the young men are hesitating, a girl volunteers.
I will scout ahead for you. Chu Yun was surprised that she was the first to volunteer, so her eyes also showed some astonishment.
Xie Bai immediately leapt forward and stood in front of Chu Van before turning to enter, saying,
Young master, the Chu family has been suppressed for so many years. I don't want to be destroyed in our era. Keep the top 10 rewards for me. At this point, everyone was no longer confused. Young master, I also want to enter the dungeon to prove myself. Young master, let me go. We want to join too. Forming a team will be even safer.
In front of Chunyi's thoughtful gaze, everyone said, I want to show that little guy from the Lin family how I found him. And at the same time, he quietly gathers his internal energy. From the sky, a large screen gradually appears, and a gasp of amazement rings out. How can it be possible to observe inside like this? Watching live, isn't this a high-level technique from the military? Later, we can learn skills from experts without worrying about dying uncertainly. What exactly is our young master's background? And everyone begins to enter the Royal Mage profession at level 18 difficulty, with a 4-person team for the simple challenge. Juruiru is a level 18 mage, also for the simple challenge with a 4-person team. Mo, an assassin at level 18 difficulty. Teams of 4 for simple challenges. Chu Dong Ni, a level 18 cleric, teams of 4 for simple challenges. Inside, the thick fog surrounds the mountain, and the demon beasts are already waiting there. It seems they are also preparing to attack. Nikin said, there are many of them, moving very quickly through the fog. The wolves have no intention of stopping. They are heading towards everyone and gradually passing by. Hubuk is anxious. Huang Fam uses Earthquake Fist to restrict their charge, while Niu Nian casts Ice Cover to conceal the rear of the wolf pack and disrupt their vision. Mac, wait for the skull to be lifted, then escape. Prioritize taking down the slowed wolf. Huang Fam quickly responds.
Right after Hyobok's words, everyone began to channel their inner strength, while Huang Fam simultaneously used the Earthquake Fist technique to shake the ground ahead, causing minor damage and noticeably slowing down the enemies.
Everyone is fighting fiercely, and the snow inside is starting to break apart. Mac also refuses to be at a disadvantage, and she immediately steps forward. Mac's gaze was even colder than the snow wolf's. She looked at it while simultaneously searching for its weakness. But even when the deep cut was made, the wolf remained unharmed, which surprised her. How could that be? A loud explosion sounded, and she was thrown back like that. Mac's blood kept flowing out, and her leg was cut open along a long gash. Just as Mac was about to fall, a voice rang out. Holy light protection. Now Mac finally realizes that the guardian wolf cannot be pierced, and the explosion will also bring negative effects. Everyone, be careful. The system is warning that the bone ice is affecting movement speed, reducing it by 30% for 10 seconds. Understand Bach, who is standing behind, is directing changes in strategy. Huang Fam uses pushback and control to dominate, creating a solo environment by using ice chains to extend attacks on the wolves' legs, limiting their movement, while Mac swims to control, prioritizing dealing with the bloodthirsty wolves about to self-destruct. Everyone outside was excited, only understanding that Bai, although a priest, has very powerful control abilities, reacts too quickly, and the self-destruction is terrifying, covering such a large area with a strong slowing effect. Watching Mac's movement, after suffering a loss once, the attack route of the wolves can be fully predicted. The coordination of the four of them is truly flawless. The clan leader is also quite satisfied. I understand now, this level is a test of control and cooperation within the team. One person alone cannot handle it. He silently looked at Chung-hee, contemplating, with his protective armor, self-destructing death. This dungeon is extremely sophisticated. It's not just leveling up, it's clearly teaching how to become a true warrior. Chu family's future 50 years on the edge of the blade will probably be truly stuck here. Chunai is truly so carefree, only because he sacrificed such an important treasure for the heir's position. Could it be that I am really judging him with a petty mind? Elder Third doesn't believe it. No way. He must have other motives that I haven't seen yet. Inside, only 10 minutes had passed, and the wolves had all been wiped out. The system then announced that after defeating some beasts, their rewards would also increase. Shobai looked at the system panel, also feeling quite surprised. Everyone cheered. That's great. Xiaobai, you leveled up directly. I still need 1,000 more experience to reach level 9. For the next door, I need more cooperation from everyone. Without you all, I wouldn't have gained so much experience. Finally, Hu Bak regained her confidence. Let's go to the second door and make sure everyone levels up. The crowd is excited. That's the level up light. Miss Hu Bak actually leveled up directly inside the dungeon. I see it. I leveled up. I'll level up again if I go in. What are we waiting for? Let's risk it. I'm going in to level up too. I need a team, looking for a powerful tank capable of causing explosive damage. The priest is recruiting teammates to guarantee a sure win. What does the Holy Father want? Kindness, but the Chu family cannot fulfill it. We have our own dungeon, so there's no need to worry about experience anymore. In the future, Chu family's strength will definitely grow rapidly. Young master, this level up of Xiaobai speaks louder than 1,000 words. Everyone's enthusiasm has been ignited. The ceremony ends here. Those who want to enter the dungeon should register and form teams first. In half an hour, the first group will appear and everyone will cheer excitedly. Yes, thank you, young master. Young master himself. I think the priority when dealing with the ice spirit wolf is to control its most powerful skill. High-level mages should find the most stable position, while others look for teammates, possibly from behind. Shunagi stood behind, watching everyone discuss intensely. Now, he focused his internal energy, preparing to hand over the spirit stones to the third elder, the dungeon management to the clan leader, and the control of the Kinnguk prison base to Von Ni. Benefits and power are separated and balanced. Only by supporting Von Ni together can they obtain the resources each desires, while I hold the ultimate authority and absolute strength of the prison. Supernaturally observing, I realized that Zhao Yun's awakening of the S-rank ice goddess inheritance was beyond my expectations. Yeah, the resources required for an S-rank talent are enormous. Next time I meet the master, I need to get some benefits. I remember seeing a 10,000-year ice pill in his secret chamber last time. After returning, Chung-hee sat on the bed and circulated his internal energy. The system then announced congratulations on completing the daily SSS rank mission and earning 20 free attribute points and 10 level A recovery potions. After a moment, he sighed and took out his personal chart. So a series of information appeared. Chung-hee calculated that after so many days in Tan La, the experience points had only increased by 200,000, still far from the next level. He raised his hand to the system panel, brushed his hand across to check a series of other information. Chung-hee quietly calculated that these level A, B, and C plus basic equipment medicines were already confusing to him, and he could just save them for the family's reward stash. The stronger they are, the more solid Von Ni's foundation in the Chu family will become. Duongya appeared at the same time, puzzled, and asked, "The brotherly bond is so deep, I thought you were giving Von Ni the true core of power." "Suongya, have you noticed anything? My own strength has increased, but my control remains unchanged. Yet initially the devouring Red Lady increased by 50%. At this point, I feel a bit awkward and have a hypothesis. Perhaps the prison or even myself is an incomplete product that needs to devour powerful beings and merge their strength to become whole. So, outwardly, it looks like I increased control, but in fact I upgraded its completion level. According to your reasoning, the previous signals from Blackwind Cave didn't let the prison's core swallow it completely, which is a pity." Chuangya replied, "Yes, and Lu Tuyen is the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. If the Kin Nook can devour him, the harvest would be truly remarkable." After a moment, he added, "Kid, don't forget, although Lu Tuyen's rank isn't high, he can still harness the power of the Demon Lord. This time, if the army hadn't intervened, the outcome would still be uncertain. You can pursue strength, but don't let greed cloud your judgment. Quickly straighten up and reassure him, saying, 'Don't worry, the enemy hasn't been born yet for me to face.'" Yanya immediately retorted coldly, "That arrogant little brat." Chungyi glanced over and then added, "The last person at the border gate of Blackwind Cave." Before he finished speaking, someone outside was knocking on the door. "Young master, Miss Kwang So Nien has a housekeeper here. Please go over there." You secretly wondered why the Kwang family's butler was so late, and as soon as Chungyi opened the door, he immediately asked, "Uncle Fuck, why are you here?" Uncle Fuck entered and said, "Your servant greets the young lady. The young lady is diligent despite this small Chu family. Perhaps she just finished her training, right?" So Nien added, "You've been working hard on your training every day, Uncle Fuck, right? Why don't you come in and rest for a bit with some tea?" He took out a handkerchief with a very practiced motion. Chu Fuck just wiped away his tears. The matriarch remembered the young lady, and with the internal competition of the family coming up, there are many things the young lady needs to prepare to return to the family, especially with orders for the old servant to come here and pick her up to go back to the mansion. So Nien quickly said, "I do remember the family competition, but I just spoke with my mother on the phone yesterday and she didn't mention anything about me returning." As soon as So Nien finished speaking, Chufu also stopped crying. He smiled brightly and said, "Maybe the lady of the house wants to give the young lady a surprise. Things in the clan are piling up. Please forgive us and hurry to leave with me." At the same time, Chung-hee stepped forward and asked, "Nien, is this senior from your clan?" "Yes, Uncle Fuck has watched me grow up since I was a child." Chung-hee smiled warmly and shook hands, saying, "Hello, Uncle Fuck, I'm Chung-hee. Is there something you need to discuss this time?" Inside, he couldn't help but marvel at how impressive it was. Uncle Fuck also kept a smile on his face, but he was quietly pondering inside. At this moment, Sony quickly responded, "Brother Chung-hee, I need to go back for a while to visit my mother." Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. "Mother?" Chung-hee smiled brightly and hugged her, saying, "Yes, good news. Just follow me, and I'll take you from here to there to ask about Auntie." Chu-fuk respectfully bowed his head. Young Master Chu truly understands people's hearts. Then Chunoi silently transmitted his inner strength to her and said, "Little Nien, thank you for always being by my side." Chufuk's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he looked at him, unable to help but frown. At this moment, Sonhien also sensed something unusual. She looked blankly at her body emitting a golden light. Right after, Sonhien said, "Using holy light to dry your hair is only suitable for Chung-yi. You also don't deny being cautious. If you encounter any difficulties, call me immediately." Uncle Fuck, standing impatiently beside her, said, "We should set off now." Sony was so shy she turned red. "Okay, I'll change my clothes and head out. Chung-hee, wait for me to come back with Teen 2's special spicy rabbit head dish. I guarantee it will make you so spicy you'll spit fire." At the same time, Shuang-nya appears. "What's going on? Does something feel off?" Chun-hee's smile immediately disappeared, and he looked serious, unable to explain why. But he just felt that the urgent departure through the teleportation arrays of Tin Tushuyen and Tianlan, which were state-controlled, was unusual. That night, the place where Chung-hee was remained very quiet. He looked at Shuang-nya and then said, "By the way, I wanted to ask you earlier, before that interdimensional gate was destroyed, did it say that the Lam Teen people were the ones who stole it? You've lived 100 years, do you know what really happened?" He said, "All my memories before the eternal descent are a jumble, with many cries and much anger, impossible to distinguish who is who." At the same time, a voice rang out, "We've been searching for this issue for decades." Master Wang then threw something over, and Chung-hee immediately said, "Master, you're injured." He replied softly, "Yes."
He recounted that the crack in Ma-do has temporarily closed, but the cost we paid far exceeded expectations. The expectations of Light Mage are the heaviest, as their holy light counteracts magic energy, making them prime targets for attack.
Master Vuong then threw something over. It was the core of the level 48 Demon Lord in the Ma-do Rift. Feel the energy inside for a moment. Looking at what's in your hand, Chun-Yi hesitated slightly. At that moment, Chun-Yi's eyes suddenly lit up with a bright light as he looked at the towering monsters above. From within that, a dark beam of light quickly shot out. Chun-Yi was stunned as it surged straight toward his face, and it didn't stop there, as two beams of light rose up like that.
You just stood there with a suspicious look on your face, and in the end, Chun-Yi couldn't hold it anymore and threw that thing to the ground.
Master Vuong said, sharing the same energy as the demons of Black Wind Gorge means they come from the same dimension, possibly even the same power. He looked up, indicating that the demons from another world are using unprecedented strength and scale to enter our world. The scene shifts to the army and the top guild, who have entered the battlefield of the alien world multiple times and discovered some ruins, which are not the structures of demons, but abandoned parts of a city. His civilization's remnants are connected to the lost ancient civilization of Lam Tin. The army has gathered hundreds of reports about the alien relics, and it is basically certain that a super civilization of Lam Tin once launched a colonial war in a distant, unimaginable era.
So what exactly is the eternal game? Is our current world an accident or a long-standing conspiracy? Master Vuong then added, why did the eternal game descend? With our strength, we still cannot know for sure. The only thing we can be sure of is that we have inherited a heavy and dangerous legacy, a beginning filled with sin and hatred.
He gazed intently at you, making sure you're well prepared. Chun-Yi, this world needs you.
Master Vuong summoned a green earth again and said to you, look.
He explained, the medium-sized rift is opposed by the army and the guild, but we basically have no time to pay attention to the small ones. Last week, a small southern village was attacked by a demon dog emerging from 3 small cracks. These small cracks only killed more than half of the people.
Our front line is gradually being taken over. If this continues, without waiting for the medium-sized rift to break through, ordinary people will fall into fear.
This is why the teacher came to find you. Chun-Yi got straight to the point, asking what you need to do. Vuong teacher smiled faintly. Those with achievements or potential at the TM Long platform who haven't been officially recognized by the highest authorities are not allowed to receive it. You and your team at Blackwind Valley proved you already have the ability to destroy small cracks. The military decided to open the Hidden Dragon for you, which contains the mission to handle small cracks. Looking intently at him, Teacher Vuong asked directly, do you dare to accept it?
Chun-Yi confidently replied, what's there to be afraid of? He told him, I've helped you take a break at school, and you can return before the final exam.
Remember, if you encounter a crack you can't handle, contact the military immediately. Chun-Yi smiled brightly, saying, don't worry, we won't let you down. We won't. But that night, Chun-Yi returned to his room alone. Teacher Vuong proudly texted him that he had obtained the 5,000-year-old drug tape. Chun-Yi quickly clenched his fists, and the 2 blocks of ice immediately disappeared. The system then announced that Huan's identity verification was successful, and he silently looked at the system screen, which prompted him to input his own data. Following the instructions, Chun-Yi immediately entered the data into the table above and slowly sat down on the bed, continuing to look at the series of system screens displaying a string of words. He silently thought that small cracks are even more dangerous than dungeons and have their own value, making them the best for sharpening blades. More importantly, these cracks might hide surprises to give the prison a good feast, so he calculated and then entered the data. Then the special hell training officially begins. It is now late at night, the full moon hangs high in the sky, and deep in the forest, a group of people are moving through the darkness. At the same time, the ground cracked open and dust billowed up, startling them. Seeing the creature emerge, they nervously asked each other, what is that? Monster, a monster. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast lunged at the crowd with a hungry look, and immediately a powerful beam of light shot straight at its body. One of them was so scared that they fell to the ground, but luckily the creature was taken down immediately. He quickly looked around to see who had saved them. The atmosphere has eased up a bit now. Chun-Yi descended from above and said, don't be reckless, focus on coordination. Not yet. Those beasts quickly charged because they saw their comrades fall. Ling Feng swiftly flew over, having been waiting for this moment. How could a puppet in a glass prison compare to a real demon's pleasure? Blood frenzy and violence, Venom Dragon's body, he strikes fiercely with the flaming fist, while the beasts roar in delight and he shouts, die for me!
Everyone has started to get drunk. The power of the Great Hall. Listen to my command. Tear them apart and keep attacking. Halan also has a beast here, Tian Di Huyen Tong, spreading dark spiritual energy. It's too late now. Just as it bites, luckily a shield blocks it.
Yes, Captain. Lin Feng was tearing apart the monster and praising. And seeing that detail, Chu Yi calmly replied, Tom Lin Feng, 17% of the Crimson Flame Fist energy has been used. After 2 pointless and exhausting training sessions, you should focus on consolidating your strength for an hour. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile brightly. And finally, just 15 minutes later, the monsters were all lying in pieces all over the ground. Immediately, they quickly absorbed it back, the dungeon absorbing the energy of the Hellhound. The control authority of the prison I-Core has increased to 36%. New guards have been added, and the hellish demon dogs have been brought into the data storage of the instance. Chung-hee seems satisfied that he has completed the mission. The next crack is located 50 kilometers away from the starting point. Those people looked at Chung-hee's back in amazement. Who are they? Maybe he's from the army, right? That's really impressive. Those are all third-level demon dogs. Over here, Ling Feng suddenly looked stunned, his eyes wide with shock, as if he was about to faint. He fell back and said, "Not even a drop. Not even the fire spirit seed can be forced out." Everyone quickly told him, "Brother Ni, there are too many people hiding poison. We can't kill them all. It's simply impossible." My mental energy is about to run out, I agree. My hands are trembling. I can't draw anymore. Then, everyone was suddenly bathed in a healing light. Lin Feng's face gradually softened as he felt his breathing becoming easier. He then stretched contentedly, the fatigue gone. That feels great. Chung-Yi said his stamina and magic power recovered to 85%, with 27 poison seals remaining. The sweep deadline is 1 minute, and the entire prison training enhancement lasts 2 hours. Hearing Chung-Yi speak, everyone was stunned and asked again. 1 minute watching the monsters, Lin Feng shouted loudly, then Lu Halan followed and said, "Captain, the breeding team's beast can't be used like this." Unwilling, Halan shouted loudly, "This is exploitation! It's exploitation!" Chung-Hee urgently warned Tong Halan that if her current trajectory deviates by more than 15 millimeters, the ambusher's acid on the right would hit her from behind. Immediately, Halan quickly dodged to the side. There, the acid has corroded the ground into a large pink hole. Halan looked and also jumped in fright. But it didn't stop there. Some acid had already splashed onto her upper back. Chung-Yi's gaze was as cold as ice as he stared at her intently. Halan was also frightened by this look. "Thank you, Captain, for the reminder." From behind, the last of the monsters was finally defeated by him. Chung-Yi quickly ran over. The effective success rate of this team's combat skills continues to fall below 40%. He quickly heals everyone. "I am determined that you have blocked 17 attacks you could dodge, relying too much on defense and wasting stamina." Chung-Yi said, "Lin Hai, you released magic 3 times in poor positions, risking harming teammate Halan." When Ling Feng was overwhelmed by multiple attacks and couldn't keep control, he exhausted too much of his stamina. Only then did Ling Feng, when his magic was nearly depleted, force Vientiane Dragon's body to fight alone and kill the only mutated creature, preventing the team from being dragged into a longer and more dangerous battle. He is very serious about remembering the feeling of exploiting potential in this desperate situation, as this instant is the key to the second transformation. Everyone rest for 5 minutes, then we will proceed to today's special prison training. Everyone is lying on the ground. "Yes, Captain." Time quickly passed. "Have you seen what happened after a month? That outer disciple of the Chu family actually went to support the B-level demon subjugation. It's truly extravagant." Everyone was excited to hear that they had a diamond-level dungeon, accessible to both inner and outer disciples. This time, my clearance time was shortened by a minute, and the clan leader rewarded me with this A-grade demon core fragment. This time, my clearance time was shortened by a minute, and the clan leader rewarded me with this short-range demon-level A badge. Spending every day inside, a bunch of experts will also appear. With this situation, Chu is here to make a move. Chu Ning continued, "If you surrender 50% of what you obtain from the dungeon, outsiders like us can also enter the dungeon. This is even better than the Evil Wolf Guild. Let's go register." At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly emerged, alerting everyone. A large vehicle sped in, thick dust billowing up behind it. It seems the driver doesn't hold back at all. Chunei's group was momentarily stunned, but soon someone from the vehicle slowly stepped down. Strut and say, "Where is the manager of the Chu family? Come out here for me." Hebao stepped forward and asked what the Evil Wolf Guild was doing at the Chu family. "What are you all doing?" Pretending to be clueless. "The dungeon operations in Tianlan province have always been managed by our Evil Wolf Guild. That's how it is.
Your Chu family doesn't understand the rules and is stealing our business. He sneers and says, isn't it only fair that you give us an explanation?
Hyubak frowned and said, the dungeon is our Chu family's private property. Why should we explain to you when the evil wolf guild disrupts the dungeon and exploits other forces? Why don't they talk about morality? Hearing her words, they sneer contemptuously, and he laughs loudly, holding his stomach, talking about morality. The girl from Tinlan province, the fist of our evil wolf guild, is the truth. Today, either we fight for the guild's dungeon, or we will level the Chu family. Hui Bai began to channel her inner strength, showing that her past patience for the dungeon made him forget who the true king is. At the same time, a hand quickly reached out to push Hei Bai aside. Ling Feng sneered arrogantly. Where did this stray dog come from? Barking loudly at someone else's door.
They all look at him, you idiot. Your fur isn't even long enough, and you still dare to interfere in my affairs. Don't you know who I am? Little hero.
Lin Feng smiled, raising 3 fingers, and said, Young master, I count to 3, and you and your dog get out of my sight. They finally grew furious. Dare to die? Take this. Destroy this brat for me. Then he swung his weapon fiercely at Lin Feng. You're not so innocent either. I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. Determined, she immediately struck those guys with a powerful blow. The fortress remained still, and with a single strike, the 2 who rushed forward immediately fell to the ground. Angrily glaring, they bravely charged forward together. Following his words, the 2 behind immediately rushed toward Lan Feng. Halan carefully observes her opponent, then quickly releases 2 talismans. The universe shifts, the 5 elements stabilize, gravity is suppressed, and the delay is lifted. Both of them charged forward angrily, ignoring the 2 talismans flying toward them. But now the words from the talismans burst out and tightly bound both of them. The next 2 guys were beaten so badly by Halan that they fell straight to the ground, while the others stared in shock at their companions being taken down so easily. Now he finally secretly fears. What is it? Who are these people after all? And then, from behind, an elusive figure appears. Next is Lin Feng. He boldly charges straight at the bewildered eyes, his voice trembling with fear. Level 27. After saying that, he was immediately punched so hard he saw stars. Lin Feng scoffs disdainfully. Level 27. Level 27 is enough for someone to drink a potion. Shoubai, scared, covers his face with his hand. 1 punch. Just 1 punch. A vice chairman of a level 33 guild was defeated by a young level 27 in a single blow. At the same time, they instantly transformed into a white wolf. He lunged forward, growling, 1 punch, damn it. This little damage is just enough to scratch my itch. Little girl, open your mouth and see if I can tear it apart or not. But as soon as he lunged forward, he was immediately blocked by 2 charms. It's being held down by the lines of the talisman, and can't help but be furious. It's too heavy. Seeing that Hyobak didn't give up and kept growling, I still have teeth. Lin Hai immediately stepped in and said, Nyambij, go up. A small mountain suddenly emerged, causing him pain as if his mouth was about to be torn apart. Lin Feng sneered, this is just bullying. I, a young master from a wealthy family, look down on someone like you. Halan and Lin Hai teamed up, boosting fire attributes and 5 thunder defenses, and Lin Feng angrily struck him hard in the face while also despising him as a beast. As he finished speaking, fresh blood splattered from their faces, and he could only close his eyes and endure, lying scattered on the ground in panic. Monsters, these people are definitely monsters. Lin Feng looked at him and thought, with such little ability, you dare to come to the Chu family and act arrogantly. Should I praise you for being naive or foolish? He lowered his face to the ground, secretly terrified. These people are definitely not just level 27. Their combat skills and fighting awareness have been honed through countless battles. The benefits this dungeon offers are truly significant. The next day, these rebellious kids could only barely tie with me in a 4-on-1 fight. Our guild leader is a level 42 Dark Knight. He won't let you off easily. After finishing, someone quickly spun their weapon in their hand and obediently brought the dungeon here to prevent our boss from killing the Chu family members. After that, the spear was planted right at the intersection of the Lane Fong, who calmly looked at him. Then he quickly asked, do you want to die? Chunyi calmly replied from above. No need then, he told him. Go back and tell your guild leader to guard his land carefully. If you dare to bother us again, it won't be me who deals with it, but our captain. The scene shifts to a large building, illuminated brightly like a castle. Inside, the constant noise from a group of people echoed. We risked everything, nearly destroying the entire army, just to get this. You guys demand 80% just for speaking up.
Isn't that just like stealing?
Big brother, according to the previous rules, we will pay 70%, and the rest will be used for medicine and equipment for the brothers. Vote forcefully kicks him in the chest and then shouts loudly, "Hey, you!" Everyone is stunned. "Captain," Vote's face turned cold. "The dungeon is our guild's territory, and we must follow our rules. Either pay 80% or stay here forever." Now everyone was beaten badly and looked at him with a look of hatred. His teammate immediately stepped in to stop them. "Forget about the team leader. Last week someone rebelled and was immediately locked inside the instance, never to come out again." Both of them were smiling brightly. That crazy guy with fire had torn everything apart, and when the time came, Chu family's men would slaughter them all. Women in dungeons would belong to us. But as soon as the yellow butterfly passed by, those two immediately spat blood and collapsed. They moved to another direction, and two men were standing guard at the entrance. But as soon as that golden light appeared, they were both thrown back. That screaming guy is the leader of the Dark Wolf Guild, a level 42 Dark Knight. How dare he embarrass the Dark Wolf Guild? This cannot be overlooked. Nganjia nearby said, according to Vice President Cap's description, "We can't underestimate the opponent's strength, especially Chun-Yi." I think Bakengan also agreed, as news from the Blood Ring side indicates they refused to accept the mission because the risk was too high. Both are level 32 cursed warlocks and level 32 thieves. I sneer at them, a bunch of cowards. The guild leader, in my opinion, directly summoned his men and attacked the Chu family under cover of darkness, leaving no one alive, and he kept his position. The heavy armor warrior at level 33, Flame Light, refused to accept defeat and saw surrender as a cowardly act. The Blood Ring lacked courage and went to contact the Poison Hound and Iron Fist, telling them, "Chu family's fat piece of meat, my evil wolf is willing to share some benefits. I want everyone to know." As a result, they offended the Evil Wolf Guild, licking their fingers. "Leader, just killing them is too easy for them. After we destroy the Chu family, we'll make that Chu Xiebai girl suffer first." That's right. Next to Chun-Yi are a girl named Tong and the Duong family, all tied up. I want to leave them alive. Before I finish speaking, a golden light immediately constricts his neck. The older man's eyes widened as he roared in anger, "Who is it?" But immediately afterward, he spat out a large mouthful of blood like a fountain. They quickly covered their necks with their hands. At this moment, Chun-Yi and his group appeared, and he coldly said, "It seems the lessons from earlier today were too gentle." Chun-Yi slowly steps forward and coldly says, "The core members outside have been dealt with. These low-level fish, if they don't resist, just knock them out. As for these guys, I'll handle them." Lin Fong was pleased, just waiting for this line. Nganjia now looks intently at you. "You are Chun-Yi, just a small third-year student, yet you dare to break into my territory." Vote Sung-Fong charges forward, channeling his inner strength into the angel's body. Nganjia also activates his inner power, but he is utterly astonished. "My curse has been suppressed. How can this divine power be so strong?" And the next attack strikes directly at him. The punishment of light. In less than 5 seconds, the Ngan family was reduced to blackened bodies, causing those people to panic. Loi Hai quickly blocks in front of himself, a fortress of steel charging wildly. "Damn it! Die for me." But at this moment, Chung-Hee casually flicks him away with a light touch. At the same time, Baigan secretly struck from behind Chun-Hee. But just like the others, she was immediately sent flying. Chun-Hee soared into the air and struck back with a Holy Cross attack. Despite trying to defend, it was clear that Lei Hai was no match for him. "Chung-Hee, I want you to pay with your life for another domain's curse." Seeing his comrades fall, Flame Bright couldn't help but shudder and stared intently at you, shouting loudly, "Chun-Yi, I want you to pay with your life." A demon-faced fish lunged at him and he roared loudly, "Die!" The soul of Tuliet is severed. Looking at the big fish in front of him, Chung-Hee couldn't help but disdainfully struggle in vain. With that, he gathered his inner strength and struck back at his opponent. Vem Quang's weapon shattered, and he looked stunned with fear, but he still refused to give up. "No way, your strength, you can't possibly be a level 3. Chung-Yi coldly looked at him and said, "Did I let you go?" After finishing, Vm Quang was tightly bound. Chung-Yi used a righteous judgment move. Tears streamed down his face as Vm Quang shouted loudly, "No, no!" As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing light like the sun immediately descended upon him. Watching Vm Quang fall, Chung-Yi still looked at him coldly. At this moment, you quickly stop gathering internal energy, absorb high-level energy, increase the control level of the prison crystal core by 38%. Acquire the new defense dungeon, the Dark Knight, the Haunted Guest, the Cursed Sorcerer, the Heavy Armor Warrior, and check if you want to fuse with the unclaimed Dungeon Center.
Chunai quickly said merge, but at the same time a strong light burst out from inside the underground cage.
Seeing that thing flying straight toward him, Chunyi was stunned. What does it want to do? Staring at it intently, he was a bit surprised. This is what Chunyi was secretly thinking. If it becomes a stray object, its consciousness of resistance still does not vanish. A gleam of golden light flashed in his eyes. Chunyi widened his eyes in surprise as the golden light and the green energy merged together. In no time at all, the two began to photosynthesize. The system immediately announced success, merging to obtain the Howling Forest dungeon. He secretly thought that the prison core could only summon one instance. Having a second instance would give me more options, but the content of the instance is uniquely fixed. If I release it for the Chu family to use, other forces will definitely think that the Chu family is framing the evil guild, so for now, I can't make it public to avoid others from watching the Chu family rise up and cause chaos. Before he could finish his thoughts, cracks suddenly appeared where he stood, and Chunyi's entire body was pulled downwards. Looking at the objects below, Chunyi was slightly surprised and quickly used his appraisal technique. He could see everything inside those boxes. Chunyi quickly deduces that this amount far exceeds the usual accumulation of an ordinary guild, indicating that low-level professional imposters are being exploited to such a tragic extent on normal days. Without hesitation, he quickly raises his voice. Then Chunyi took a walk around this place, looking very relaxed. As he accidentally stepped on a stone slab, a magnificent scene suddenly unfolded. Chunyi looked a bit stunned, as if he were hypnotized. At the same time, a figure in yellow suddenly rushed past, startling him. Chunyi silently marvels. What could that armor be? Now, the armors immediately turn to face forward. The smaller armors around them also start to prepare, and they begin to aim and fire. At this moment, the monsters are all defeated, their limbs cut off. The system then sounds, asking if you want to undergo the inheritance test of the Heavenly Revelation Dragon Knight, personally experience the power of war, face the nightmare of destruction, or not. Chunyi silently pondered that the inheritance of the Celestial Revelation Dragon Knight, whatever it was, could not be ignored. Then he said, "I accept." Immediately after, a surge of aura appeared, causing him to squint involuntarily. Chunyi felt as if he had been infused with power. Is this the strength of the Celestial Revelation Dragon Knight? And now the system immediately appears, assigning the task to kill the Demon King. Chunyi prepared for a battle. Come on! At that moment, the beast charged forward and bit down hard on the bone. Its tentacles extend and wrap around the opponent's body. Now, a shining weapon appears in Chunyi's hand, and he boldly charges forward, fiercely striking the monster like a brave general. Chunyi swung his sword repeatedly, and under that pressure, the demon beast seemed a bit stunned as its tentacles were cut into pieces. With a bright gaze, Chunyi skillfully shouts to summon. The dragon roars, obeying his command, and Yang Nya immediately blows out a powerful internal force. The monster was suppressed and couldn't even resist. Not stopping there, you and Shuangnya immediately charged at it, raising your swords high above Chunyi's head and shouting to strike. Immediately after, the mission was successful, and Chunyi returned to the present. Picking up the stone beneath his feet, he silently pondered this world-destroying power. He silently pondered that during his battle with Liu Tuyin, he also unleashed the form of the Heavenly Revelation armor. Chunyi frowned. The armor worn by knights of different classes was crafted by armor mages and was completely different from his situation. He looked grim and calculating, and no matter what method he used to force himself to unleash his potential, he couldn't achieve that state again. The system announced that the hidden inheritance mission of the Heavenly Revelation Dragon Knight had been activated. He frowned, so it was a hidden quest. The hidden quest from the system had already been activated, and the reward was top-tier resources. Whether it's for the inheritance or the reward from the Soul War system, I must get that badge. Now, you calmly walk out of the room. Below are the scattered corpses. The Spirit Wind Gang had been waiting outside for a while. Everyone was chatting happily. As soon as they saw you finish, they happily handled it. All the central members had been wiped out, none escaped, and they found quite a few equipment and potions. Chunyi said to keep these guys for the outsiders and the imposters. He was surprised why these equipment and medicines weren't bad at all. You reply, better to share the small benefits with these people to dissolve the remaining influence of the evil wolf. If there's something more important than this, you should go see it. Hamtet is surprised. What is that? Chunyi said, this is what I found in the treasure chest. I feel like something is off about it. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Halan looked intently, as if she had realized something. I have seen something similar before. Chunyi quickly asked, When?
Where did you see it? I wonder it was when I was about 6 years old. A fireball suddenly fell from behind our sect's mountain, causing a huge explosion, burning down more than half the forest. When the fireball was burned out, only this iron helmet remained inside, and the style and patterns on the stone table were exactly the same. The elders in the clan all thought it was a treasure and took turns examining it, but none could figure out how to use it. According to what Ha Lan said, putting it on doesn't increase attributes or activate any skills, making it look like an ordinary piece of jewelry. Although it seems useless, its special appearance has led the elders to believe it is an unrevealed treasure, kept in the family's Van Tuong Tang Bao Kam. Ngai silently thought about the Van Tuong Tang Bao Cook. If Ha Lan was right, this iron hat was the hidden target of the War Spirit mission, but getting into the Van Tuong Tang Bao Cook of the major clans and sects was not easy, unlike the secret chambers of the Evil Guild. Ha Lan smiled brightly. Brother Engi, do you want to go into the Van Tuong Tang Bao Cook with these iron hats?
He quickly replied, yes. It is related to a very important mission, Ling Feng quickly added. Is it the mission of the Hidden Dragon platform again?
I think it's only a minor crack mission there, he replied while secretly pondering. Yeah, I can't tell them I have a system. It's fine to let them misunderstand. Ha Lan happily said, so your luck is really good. Our sect holds a martial arts competition every 3 years, and the champion can choose any treasure they want. When will it be held? She then calmly said, tomorrow. Chun Hee's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, tomorrow? The scene shifts to another location where the giant teleportation array is still operating, as Chun Gi's group quickly emerges from the teleportation portal. Lin Feng turned pale and covered his face with both hands, saying, this is already the 5th teleportation array. I've vomited up all my dinner. Zixin beside him also added, the timing is too tight. Thumb Lin Feng, hang in there a little longer. Lin Hai also seems to be struggling. Lan Lane, I feel like everyone I see is still caught in a loop. Ha Lan reassured her. The next teleportation array is the Holy Spirit Gorge Temple. Ha Lan stood nearby, then activated 3 more teleportation arrays to arrive, while Chun Hua looked back and coldly ordered, taking the opportunity to continue the journey. Everyone obediently responded immediately, yes, Captain, obeying the captain's orders. Chudik was secretly thinking that in order to arrive in time for the sect competition starting tomorrow, we had to continuously use the teleportation array to cover extremely long distances within a limited time, causing multiple space ruptures, which far exceeded expectations in both mental and physical strain. It seems that in the future, we need to implement measures to counteract interference during training. A blue light quickly spread out on this side, moving diagonally around in a very surreal manner. As soon as he arrived, Ling Feng couldn't hold it anymore and covered his face, feeling extremely nauseous. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and vomited, while Ha Lan stretched happily. All right, everyone. The teleportation array ends here. Let's go to the Heavenly Way sect. A renowned reputation. This is the great protective formation of the Heavenly Path sect, separating inside and outside, forming its own heaven and earth. There is no teleportation array in the world that can directly reach the mountain gate. Ha Lan said, according to the sect's rules, to show respect for the protective formation, we just need to sincerely walk the last stretch. Lin Feng looked confused and asked what he was talking about. Chun Hee silently thought that maybe by increasing his speed within 100 kilometers, he could arrive before the match begins. Now, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before shouting, is there a mistake? Ha Lan covered her mouth, a cunning smile on her face, and held up the card in her hand, saying, just kidding you, look at how scared you are. Our spiritual master definitely has a special way to enter. Then she stopped gathering her internal energy and said, look carefully, the clouds are the path, the wind is the ally, the talisman is the guide, the energy is the reliance, riding on the wings of heaven and earth, commanding the flow of the 6 energies. The paper bead quickly appeared as Ha Lan said. It soared higher. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai couldn't help but marvel. So beautiful. Hurry up. The duration of the magic bird charm is limited, so we will fly directly into the central hub. This is the VIP passage for the Spirit Master. As soon as I got on, the paper soared straight into the central hub. Everyone was delighted, and the Flying Lotus talisman was even faster than a spiritual beast. The Spirit Master truly is convenient, able to conjure anything they want. It's really not bad. This is even more comfortable than teleportation arrays. Chun Yi looked at Ha Lan, his eyes also showing a gentle glow. At this point, Chun Yi couldn't help but ask directly, Ha Lan, do you not want to return to the sect? Ha Lan quickly turned away. Nay, why do you ask that? I do. Going back to the place where I grew up, why wouldn't I want to? Chun Yi said, since we set out, you've become more open than usual, but your smile still seems forced.
Furthermore, every time we mentioned sect competitions on our journey, your eyes would subconsciously avoid eye contact. He leaned in closer to Halan and asked, her expression seeming to always be cheering herself on. Halan, is there something inside that you're afraid of? I can tell your face is flushing. You've been caught. I secretly admire you, you're really perceptive. Lin Feng then said, the ultimate winner of the match could also enter the 10,000 Images Treasure Pavilion to choose any treasure they wanted. Halan replied, and could also obtain the most powerful 9-flame thunder technique secret method passed down by the ancestor. He asked in surprise about the 9-tail thunder technique, which sounded very powerful, and she explained it in great detail. Spirit mages who obtain this thunder technique can, even if not highly ranked, craft high-grade talismans and pills. Relying only on these secret treasures, we can easily acquire a large amount of resources from the outside world, enabling self-sufficiency and focused pursuit of the heavenly way. This is also why spiritual masters are highly respected within major powers. Chunai was secretly surprised that they are self-sufficient and do not rely on outsiders. No wonder Halan was sad. She won first place in the competition when she was only 12 years old. According to Halan, at that time everyone in the sect surrounded her, and the elders personally led her to the ancestral statue to inherit the secret technique. Everyone believed that Halan would be the pillar of the next generation of the Heavenly Way sect, which also surprised the elders present there. Everyone was stunned. She remembered that year, but during the final inheritance ceremony, in front of everyone, the statue of the ancestor deity refused her, and Halan could not inherit the 9 Flames Thunder Seal. As Halan recounted her story with sadness, all the elders came to inquire but couldn't find any reason, as if my very existence wasn't recognized by the ancestral inheritance. So in one night, I went from being a highly praised genius to the most peculiar disciple in the sect. At this point, Halan didn't cry, but her eyes grew vacant. Just then, a loud cry rang out, startling her and making her look over. Seeing her teammate crying, Halan was stunned. Ling Hai couldn't hold back and rushed to hug Halan. We've lived together for so long, I just realized that you haven't had an easy life either. Lan, from now on I will treat you twice as well. Maybe the ancestral statue is just confused. I can't see that you're a good seed, you're the most wonderful person. Halan had to reassure that emotional girl back. It's been so long now, I've already moved on. Aren't I doing pretty well now? Chun-ha said happily. It's just because the path of the heavenly way had to be cut off that she left to take the college entrance exam. Entering Tahang University, Halan smiled brightly and said, give me a new chance there and let me meet everyone. He was very satisfied, very good, then let the world of Thien Dao sect see clearly how much the person they abandoned back then has now shined. After a while of chatting, the paper ball finally moved into the teleportation array. The scenery here is like a fairyland, and everyone has been here for a while without anyone noticing. Chungi's paper ball is still moving forward. Everyone is excited, when suddenly a mocking voice rings out, making Halan startle. Oh, I thought it was someone else. That figure riding a phoenix flew past. Surely it's the genius of our Heavenly Way sect, whom we haven't seen in 100 years, turned away personally by the founding ancestor at the gate. Tong Halan, Sister Tong, right? He's Tran Loi, the second disciple of the headmaster. What's going on? Is it too hard to study abroad at university? Although Halan doesn't seem to like him, she still maintains courtesy. Second senior brother Tron, it's been a long time. But Tran Loi looked down on him and said, don't call me that casually. Even the founder doesn't acknowledge you. I don't accept it either. Just tell me, are you unable to stand it outside anymore and want to come back here to find resources? Lin Feng couldn't hold back and acted. Immediately flames erupted, causing Tran Loi to panic. My phoenix wings. Realizing the problem, Tran Loi immediately shouted, Holy Spring return, and the water quickly poured down onto the phoenix. Lin Feng chuckled happily, watching your miserable state, truly like a chicken that fell into the water, matching those wings you had just now. Lin Feng kept teasing. No, maybe it's more like la 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 la, not you. He secretly grimaced, disgusting, except for the guy on the left whose strength can't be seen. Everyone else is just second-tier trash and not worth provoking me. If it weren't for the match, soon they would all learn how powerful I really am. Tran Loi then mocked again. Tong Halan, judging by the path you're taking, you want to visit your stubborn master, right? But I advise you not to waste your energy. If you go now, you might not even find a single shadow. Halan was startled and quickly asked anxiously what happened to my master. Tell me clearly. He chuckled happily. Isn't it obvious that you should go see for yourself?
Young master, I don't have time to waste arguing with you, Halan shouted.
Tran Loi quickly stepped in front of Halan and asked, do I allow you to leave now? Tran Loi was momentarily surprised, his eyes fixed on Chung-hee. showing a hint of astonishment. At the same time, golden chains shot out quickly, tightening around him, pulling him close to the boy, and releasing him in front. Chung-hee slowly stepped forward. Tran Loi raised his face threateningly and said, "You dare to attack in the Heavenly Path sect and seek death?" But after those words, the cold, piercing gazes looked at him like wolves. Tran Loi clenched his teeth and asked, "Are you joking? This pressure is truly more terrifying than when the headmaster is angry. Who exactly is he? What are you looking for?" Tran Loi trembled. He immediately lowered his head without any doubt, knowing that if he moved even slightly, he would turn into a corpse in the next second, and the aura of the three people behind him had already changed in an instant. Damn it, where did Tong Halan find these monsters? He refuses to suffer losses now, and will bide his time to report her to the headmaster for punishment. Then, he carefully says, "Find Tu Li Vian if you lay a hand in Tu Li Vian of Tian Dao sect. They won't let you off." Tran Loi Then looked down on her with contempt and said, "If you want to know, I'll tell you." After she left the mountain, the head of the sect allowed the master to accept more disciples to pass on the teachings. The master refused to agree no matter life or death, and with each word he said, her face grew paler. Over the years, because of her matters, he had always been unorthodox, neither practicing alchemy nor refining weapons, with no progress in cultivation, and spent all day studying useless ancient books. The head of the sect, in his anger, was punished 3 months ago to go to the 10,000 statues treasure vaults as a gatekeeper, forbidden from refining pills, practicing energy, or cultivating, and all the sect's offerings were halted. I only know this much. Lin Hai quickly went up to comfort her. Halan Chung-yi coldly said, "Get out," unwilling, but he had no choice but to turn away. Halan added, "After I was rejected by the ancestral statue of the divine ancestor, the entire sect considered me a freak. Only my master never gave up, traveling everywhere to study ancient texts to find the cause. In the end, it was my master who advised me to leave and seek my destiny in the outside world. My master is the only attachment I have within the sect." Tran Loi left his words behind. "Tong Halan, how could you tolerate outsiders attacking your fellow disciples? Just because of your pitiful master's mercy." Lin Feng couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Kid, don't even think about running away." With that, he threw a powerful attack toward Tran Loi. He shouted immediately, "Oh no, Than Tuyen Lai Huat Tui Chiu Lai Fu cast water magic." Halan started to lose composure. "Brother Ngi, I need to go to the treasure vault immediately. You quickly agree?" "All right." Then everyone changed direction. Hajie sped up to reach the location, and the scene shifts to the Heavenly Path sect. Von Tuong Tong Bao Pavilion. Halan just arrived and shouted, 12 primordial spirit array. The head of the sect is actually using the internal security measures. My master's situation is probably more dangerous than I imagined. Master, you must stay safe. I am here to save you. A voice with internal strength echoes below, causing the approaching person to stop. Halan just arrived and said, I am looking for the Elder Guardian if you try to stop me. Don't blame me for being rude. Lam Huyen shouted from below. This is a treasure vault. Anyone who breaks in will be killed on sight. According to him, everyone took out talismans with thunder and lightning, earth fire, 8 trigrams guiding the aura, phoenix in 3 shades of green, 12 yang mighty thunder fire forming a net. Following Lam Huyen's instructions, the talismans all flew up together, and so a large net quickly spread out toward the paper ball. Chung-hee looked at Halan. Is she confident? She is determined. As she finished speaking, she quickly raised her hand to the middle of her chest. Halan's hand was extremely skillful, and her internal energy also enveloped her entire body. And immediately, several red talismans appeared in the air. They were quickly summoned, and the net began to be pulled in. Halan shouted loudly, absorbing Lam Huyen sweating. Is it the Taoist talisman breaking the magic shield, not an elder disciple's inheritance? Then could she be? His eyes showed a hint of confusion as sweat broke out on his forehead. Halan charged over from the other side. We've made an enemy now. After finishing, she swung her hand directly at Lam Huyen's face. The others saw this and immediately rushed forward. The death was not over yet. Others quickly rushed forward and shouted loudly, Sule! And just like that, a loud explosion rang out and Halan flew towards him. Halan quickly sticks a talisman on her opponent, using Suloi. An immediate explosion erupts, and at the same time, a sword strikes sharply past her temple. Lam Huyen from behind Halan, holding a sword aimed at her, swung it, but immediately, Halan with just 2 fingers gripped the sword tightly. She then kicked fiercely backward, sending Lam Huyen flying into the air. He lands on the ground, then pushes off forcefully. Lam Huyen keeps attacking Halan, but she easily dodges every strike. Halan then tightly gripped her sword, leaping high into the air, ready to strike. She bit her thumb, a small stream of bright red blood flowing out, Halan said while bleeding onto her sword.
Senior brother, may I borrow your sword for a moment?
She swiftly brandished her sword, attacking Lam Huyen and leaving him unable to defend.
Halan paused and calmly said, Brothers, I am eager to visit the master and do not want our fellow disciples to be hurt. Please do not stop me anymore.
Then it's not allowed. The headmaster forbade anyone from intervening. She stepped onto the platform and said, "Bu,
Zhuang Aptian." Lan Huyen sweat and looked at the coin on her shoulder, activating the spell's energy as he shouted, It's the 8 trigrams defensive formation. Everyone get out now.
The talismans appeared on the bodies of all the other disciples as well. Halan's talisman burned brightly, and she coldly recited the incantation. Kao Dong Tong Lan Spirit Vein Open. Huyen Fu guides the energy to dispel danger. Then suddenly, a dazzling force descended and surrounded everyone. Halan coldly said, Son Na. She solemnly places her hand on the wall, staring intently inside as if contemplating something. Lam Huyen shouted urgently to warn. The 12 primordial gods' spirit array is set up at the door by the headmaster. Even if you control them, we can't remove it. Halan quickly pressed 2 fingers against the wall, and after a moment, the dazzling golden wall gradually disappeared. I passed the selection of the 12 primordial gods when I was 8, and I only had a bad relationship with the 11 senior brothers and sisters back then. Monster. Halan opened the tower door wide and shouted, Master! She widened her eyes in amazement as she looked inside, cluttered with belongings, while Tuyet Hen lazily chews on a piece of cake and gazes at the chicken drumstick on the paper roll. She glanced at the source of the sound lazily and asked, Who is that? Tuyet Ngen sat up straight, her eyes shining. My good disciple, why are you only coming back now? Halan Duang, tears in his eyes, looked at her and said, Master, they said you were punished to come here and stop suffering. The disciple still thought that Tuyet Ngen laughed happily and scolded, You silly child, do you think your master looks like she's suffering? Here in this peaceful place no one disturbs, and I happen to be studying what I find interesting. Ngai, do you feel that Lan's master is a bit like Chu Nhi? Master, these are the friends I met outside, whom I can entrust with life and death. Chu Ni and the others clasped their hands together and bowed. I am Chun Yi, Shen Lin Feng, Tang Lin He, Wei Jayton. Greetings to the 3 elders. Tweetnin couldn't help but praise, with a level 32 decision-making skill, a level 29 berserker, level 28 warrior, and level 28 mage, being so young to have such ranks, truly remarkable, all are diligent children moving forward. Then she patted Halan's shoulder repeatedly, praising her, and Lan Ni also leveled up to 29 in a short period. That's amazing. You must have endured a lot outside, right? Halan humbly said, It's all thanks to Captain Ingi who has always trained us to level up. This time, when we return, we also want to help Ingi get the item from Tongbao Kok. Tweetnin continued, The treasury of the treasure pavilion cannot be opened without the head elder's decree. That is the rule. She replied, I know. That's why I want to participate in this sect competition. She entered the treasure pavilion openly and legitimately. After hearing Halan's words, Tuyet Nin immediately took a bite of the cake in her hand. She confidently declared, Master will help me. The scene shifts to the sky with dark clouds mixed with faint light. Below is the Heavenly Way sect, a grand and vast martial arts arena in the central courtyard, led by Yang Zi, who stands with his hand behind his back, looking down from above. Master Ningguang solemnly ordered, The time has come. Close the 8 trigram seal. As he finished speaking, he clasped his hands and channeled his internal energy. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Wait a moment, that person shouted, and a surge of spiritual power shot towards the heavenly word pond. That person quickly registered on the heavenly self platform using spiritual power. Tuyet Nie crossed her arms and smiled smugly. Registering, I will have my disciple Tong Halan register. The master paused, pointing up in surprise, and said, Third elder. That's the heavenly autograph pavilion. Oh my God, they threw him into the heavenly self-restraint area? That's the arena for second-tier powerhouses. Yujing looked on in confusion as everyone around discussed. Tam Elder always surprises people with his actions. Master Bao, are you pretending to be confused? She suddenly panicked. Oh dear, you're old. Your hands are trembling. How could you throw it wrong? This time, I messed up. Forget it, steward. Hurry up, help me get it back. I want to throw it again. Chunai crossed his arms and told Halan that when the token entered the mysterious self pond, spiritual energy struck it to allow it to enter the heavenly self pond.
She was startled and secretly amazed. Does someone want to use the heavenly self-pond to eliminate her? Halan looked at him and asked, "Dunai, do you clearly understand the origin of the linked energy?" He replied from the high platform with a very secretive technique. "I understand. Senior Brother Yang, there are many witnesses. You, as an elder, how can you treat the rules of the sect like a child's game?" Wang Tuitngen confidently replied, the head of the sect, "The rules only state where the card falls. It doesn't say you can't slip. I slipped. It was an accident. How can an accident be counted? I want to throw again." And the three elders hurriedly intervened in panic. "Senior Sister Bao, the rules cannot be broken, so Tongsu Chat should be allowed to withdraw from the match." Inside, Thientu Tree are all second-tier experts above level 30. Her going up is just seeking death for her junior sister. Powerhouses of the second tier can harness the support of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. She has no chance of winning. Yes, it's still possible to take out the card and withdraw from the match now. Yang Zi coldly said, "If you are afraid to retreat now, I can allow you to leave this meaningless fight." Xuenge looked at her worriedly. "Lan Yi, our Halan sincerely bow and speak. Master and senior monks." She calmly said, "If the card falls into the heavenly word pond, that is fate. The disciple is willing to accept this outcome." Entering the heavenly word prison to participate in the match, Halan secretly wondered who among the second, fourth, and fifth elders, or the sixth elder, would want to harm her now that she had just returned to the sect. She continued, "And I also invite the sect master and the elders to witness firsthand whether the years I spent outside the sect were a waste of time." The onlookers started to murmur and criticize. She's crazy. She really accepted it, not caring about her life. Just to show off, not even considering her dignity, a person abandoned by her ancestor, seeking shame for herself. Yang Zi spread his arms wide and declared, "If your mind is set, then I will follow your wishes." The official match begins. As he finished speaking, the fight also officially started. The first match at Thientu Tree begins now, with Tong Halan facing Loi Trak. The disciples around started to whisper, "Loi Trak, senior brother, the main disciple of the sect master, is doomed. She's definitely dead. If Loi's senior brother intervenes, he won't kill her but maim her, and she's seeking her own death. She can't blame others. This match is meaningless now." Tran Loi smirked maliciously, secretly pleased. "Tong Halan, let's see how you handle this one. Is he really that powerful?" Halan smiled and replied, "Just a new student's first place, not enough to scare me." Tuit Ngen gently patted her head. "Go on, kid." Halan smiles and responds softly, quickly stepping onto the arena, ready to face the challenge. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning strikes down from the sky. Loi Trak sneered from the lightning bolt and said, "Sister Tang, you can still save face if you admit defeat now." Halan unleashed her talisman swirling around her, no more words, and began to move. Immediately, Loi Trak launched an attack at Halan, but she quickly dodged to the back. He watched her movements intently, directing his purple lightning strike towards her. Halan jumps high, launching talismans at him, but Loi Trak uses his lightning whip to block them. He is still using a confined area attack to restrict Halan's movement, forcing her to resist. But his spiritual energy is too wild, far beyond what is necessary, wasting at least a third of his power on this show of force and pointless concealment. He is already at level 35. His control over spiritual power shouldn't be so reckless. Could it be that Tong Halan has disturbed his heart? Lin Hai secretly cheers. "Lan, be careful." Tuit Ngen, clutching her face in panic, breaks the protective talisman. Loi Trak, holding his weapon, wonders why her speed has doubled, but she still hasn't attacked her. This lightning transformation consumes too much energy for the mind to sustain for long. Bright blue sparks appear beneath Lei Ji's feet. He leapt into the air and shouted, "I'll see where you try to dodge to." The disciples below watched in amazement. Here it comes, Brother Lei's ultimate technique, the Thunder Heavenly Prison. Its power, speed, angle, all textbook level. Yang Zi silently thought that the spiritual energy was raging and the divine power astonishing, but the lack of concentration wasted at least 30% of its strength. At this moment, Halan raised a talisman and focused on the purple spiritual current surrounding Loi Trak, engulfing him completely. Immediately after, a huge, dazzling yellow flower appeared beneath Halan's feet. Tuyet Ngen couldn't help but be surprised, transforming her energy into a swirling vortex, and said, "This girl has become more open-minded after going out once." Loi Trak's lightning shot towards the golden lotus. Yuki Ning raised her voice to analyze. Within the lightning, the sturdy electric energy was guided by the surrounding petals, splitting into smaller lightning bolts and dispersing outward. The lightning strikes the golden lotus without any effect, while the four elders and the second elder praise it one after another, circulating around, restraining spiritual energy, and using techniques to break the force. Very impressive. What kind of opportunity did young Ha Lan encounter outside? Loi Troc shouted angrily. It's all tricks, hard to reach a noble place.
Kun Yuan, follow my command. Po Ling releases the formation beneath Ha Lan, causing the ground to crack and shatter violently into large pieces. Suddenly, a giant sharp stone pillar appeared in front of Ha Lan, piercing through the ground at incredible speed, forming a massive fist full of power ready to attack her. Ha Lan immediately used her magic, causing her spiritual power to stagnate, leaving a huge gap. Tuit Nguyen crossed her arms and asked, "What is the basic spirit-gathering talisman doing drawing that right now?" Ha Lan quickly drew a talisman, reversing the spiritual energy flow, causing the giant fist to halt and stand still in front of the spell. In the next moment, her fist shattered and fell to the ground, causing rocks and dust to scatter everywhere.
The onlookers exclaimed in shock, "That girl used the spirit-converging talisman to drain the spiritual energy from the earth-blessing array. What's she joking about?"
Isn't the spirit-gathering talisman only able to gently gather spiritual energy to assist cultivation? Can it still be used like this? Tweetnin coughs and explains, it's not about using the heaven and earth energy, it's a superb formation technique. This skill, truly lives up to the reputation of Bao Tuyet's disciple. The second elder's face showed her panic as she used the spirit-gathering talisman to drain the spiritual energy from the earth fortune array. Luocha's face contorted as he shouted, "Evil sects! Let's see how you withstand this move." He recited many talismans to attack. "Nine-tailed Thunderlord, heed my command, and talismans and thunder will appear in the sky." A bolt of lightning strikes down, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to crack and fly everywhere. Ha Lan is surrounded by lightning, standing still within the circle. Ha Lan begins to channel her inner strength, preparing to attack. The heaven and earth positioning, mountain and river energy flow, and star movement harmonize, and suddenly an explosion erupts, scattering rocks and dust everywhere. Loi Troc looked on in amazement, wondering how such a formation could be arranged. Behind him, Ha Lan appeared, her lightning domain sword energy too weak to form shapes, lacking moisture to be smooth, only retaining the wild, destructive fury of lightning and fire. The 5 elements are out of balance, and the foundation has shifted. Leger immediately unleashed a lightning strike at her, rambling nonsensically, but Ha Lan easily dodged away. She immediately cast talismans and formations based on the principles of mutual generation and restraint, rooted in their inherent nature of observation. The talismans seemed to have consciousness and flew straight up. They directly attacked Loi Troc's formation, and a series of loud explosions echoed non-stop. Loi Troc looked up in horror, saying the Loivuk's magic was broken. "No way, what kind of evil technique are you using?" Ha Lan stood still, looking at him. "Senior brother Loi Troc, your lightning technique only has form but no spirit. You only see the fury of the power but have never understood the talisman array." Loi Troc bitterly clenched his lips, glaring at Ha Lan with dissatisfaction. Recalling his past at age 12 when he defeated a level 15 opponent at the Thunder Arena of Huangtzu Temple, his talisman skills far surpassing his peers, a promising future that everyone watched since you joined the Heavenly Path sect. "I have trained for 5 years in hardship, yet you appeared in an instant and shattered the pillar of the future of the Heavenly Path sect. Yes, boundless potential, you easily take away everything that belongs to me. At that moment I even thanked the ancestor because he finally exposed the false facade of your genius. You left. And finally, the world is at peace. I became the only focus of the Heavenly Tao sect, the only genius I fought desperately for, seized every opportunity, and finally stood here. But why did you come back?" Loi Troc shouted wildly, "Tong Ha Lan, you shouldn't come back, and you definitely shouldn't look at me with those eyes." Ha Lan coldly glanced down at him from above. Loi Troc roared loudly, his shirt torn apart. "9 flames, divine thunder, burn my bloodline. Help me." The disciples were stunned by the scene. This was the final move of the 9 Flames Thunder technique, destroying the world Thunder Dragon. Has Brother Leger trained to this level? He's gone crazy. This will lead to a murder. Ha Lan still remains unfazed, standing still and watching the situation unfold. Tuit Nguyen crossed his arms, silently criticizing. Forcing a level up when injured has damaged his foundation. After this battle, he will need a long time to recover from his hidden wounds. Elder Second was panic-stricken and shouted, "Loi Troc, immediately disperse your spiritual power. Do you want to destroy your Tao root forever?" Loi Troc thought to himself, "This is my ultimate move. I never intended to use it, but now I just need to completely destroy Tong Ha Lan." Ha Lan raised a finger and coldly said, "Stubborn." Below, The talismans glowed brightly in response to her command. Immediately, the talismans flew up at the command of their master. She closed her eyes, raised her hand to control the talismans, dispersing the spirits, gathering formations, and converging myriad symbols. Thousands of talismans intersecting and weaving together floated in the sky. Loy Trak's face twisted in madness as he laughed crazily, thinking to himself, everything will vanish into smoke. The dragon immediately charged forward, attacked the opponent. Halan concentrates deeply, forming a seal with her inner strength, creating a spiritual net. A net made of thousands of talismans immediately traps the dragon. After a moment, the net captured the dragon, forming a sphere. Halan made a hand sign and softly said, "Disperse." The sphere then glowed with flashes of light from within. She stared intently at the sphere before raising her hand and reciting the spell. Inside the sphere, multiple streams of spiritual energy flash and attack the dragon. The people below watched the intense battle without even blinking, as Halan raised her hand and looked directly at the sphere, shouting loudly. The 5 elements cycle in reverse, reversing the original order, and a massive explosion erupts violently.
Loy Trak desperately shouted, "My dragon of thunder cannot be lost."
He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, probably reaching Loy Trak's limit. The dragon destroying you isn't due to some mysterious complex talisman, but because you haven't bothered to use your foundation. Loy Trak still kept his head bowed and softly said, "I have lost." Duong Tu stood on the high steps with his hands behind his back, looking down with a serious expression. He looked down with a cold face and slowly said, "This battle Duong Tu declares Tong Ha Lan the winner."
The group below, Chung-hee's team couldn't hide their joy, but then he continued, "But winning is useless," making Chung-hee's team hurriedly force a smile.
Yang's cold gaze looked down and said, "Tongs Halan, you are the founder of our sect, and in front of many people you refused the inheritance with thunder. This is the destiny not given. If destiny does not grant you, you are not fated to join the Heavenly Path sect. If it weren't for the compassion of the third elder, you would have been expelled from the sect for severing your own path back then."
Halan clenched his fists and explained, "The sect leader. The truth behind that incident is still unclear to this day."
Today the disciple was lucky to win. Perhaps this can be explained. The great way of the 3,000 heavens may not only be the path handed down by the ancestor. He coldly said, "Stop talking nonsense. Today, everything you used was a scheme to profit by destroying the foundation of the Heavenly Gate technique, which just proves you are on the wrong path. The ancestor rejected you because he saw through your true nature." Yangzi straightforwardly declares,
"Your victory is not recognized by the Heavenly Tao sect, but considering your master, I will not strip your cultivation. However, from now on, you and the Heavenly Tao sect are to have no more relations.
From this moment on, you are forever forbidden to enter the sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power descended, causing Halan to spit out a mouthful of blood under this oppressive force. Tweet Nhi is worried and rushes over. Her disciples Lin Feng and Lin Hai shout in panic. "Halan?" Tweet Nhi tremblingly asks, "What are you doing?" The 4 elders advise her to stay calm and follow the headmaster's orders, assuring that Song Halao will be fine, as she summons numerous talismans ready to fight. You dare, at level 55, bully a level 29 child and waste her time, causing her cultivation to suffer damage that will be hard to recover from for the rest of her life. If your junior brother doesn't step aside, don't blame me for taking action." Lin Hai sweat and stared ahead, shouting, "It's Engi." Chungai channels his spiritual power to create a shield to stand in front of Halan, who kneels on one knee, calling out, "Engi." He coldly and contemptuously asks, or within a Heavenly Tao sect, "Who is the one setting the so-called divine decree you mentioned?" "Is it you or that talking statue over there?" Chunyi asked coldly. "What is the righteous path you mention? Is it the conservative Loi Kiet Dui Nya Dokton, or the great way of thousands and tens of thousands of cultivators emerging in this world?" He pointed directly at Duong Tu and said loudly, "Tong Ha Lan used level 29 to defeat level 35, relying on your foundation, based on the principle that she comprehended while countless eyes are watching. You use a wrong path to claim divine destiny lightly and want to kill everyone. The person closest to you is the head of the sect, yet you disregard talent, refuse to reason, and instead oppress others. Are you truly protecting the teachings of the ancestor or just defending your own supreme authority?" "There is no longer any doubt from your headmaster," Duong Tu shouted loudly and launched an attack. How rude, arrogant junior, daring to insult the head of the sect and the founder. Chunyi scoffs in disdain, puzzled. Did I hit the mark and make him angry instead of ashamed? You stare at him intently and say coldly, It seems that the Heavenly Way sect is full of those who cannot distinguish right from wrong, who do not keep their promises, and bully the weak. Tuyet Nguyen suddenly opens her mouth and loudly praises, "That was a good insult." She suddenly jumped up, holding 2 talismans in her hands, ready to attack. Well said. My disciple has gone beyond all obstacles outside, found her own way, and returned. You stubborn old men don't ask why, and now you want to cut off her head. You keep spouting nonsense about destiny. Back then, when it came to the ancestral statue, who dared to claim they investigated everything thoroughly? You only follow the rules of the ancestors, but forget that their rules were made to understand reason and teach, not to oppress and seize power. Yangzi gritted his teeth and said, "Bao Tuyet Nguyen, you have repeatedly violated the sect rules, disrespected elders, and defamed the ancestral master. Your rebellion is clear." He held the golden tower in his hand and frowned, saying, "Today I will use the 9 transforming spirit refining tower to execute you for discipline." The 2 elders behind shouted loudly, "Senior brother, think carefully." But Duong Tu didn't hesitate and sealed the Ku Chuyen Dong, which then expanded rapidly, about to crush the 3 below. Tuyet Nguyen clenched her teeth and thought to herself that the 9 transformation refining tower is Huyen Duong Tu's life-preserving treasure, capable of transforming gold into iron, refining everything, and burning the soul. Yet this old man is truly willing to kill. She raised her hand and used her internal energy to send Ha Lan away, saying, "Let's go." When Ha Lan and Chung Yi landed, she then shouted, "Master, speak up, trust your master, don't let her distract you." Yue Ning clasped her hands and shouted loudly, "You can't easily suppress me." I immediately formed seals arranged formations. Heaven and earth, and the 8 trigrams. The 4-symbol seal rang out, and a huge wall appeared, blocking the 9 transformations from trembling. Yangzi sneered disdainfully, "Such mediocre talent." As soon as she finished speaking, a dragon-shaped flame appeared around Ju Chuyendong, and the fire dragon and Ju Chuyendong launched a fierce attack on the wall. A blinding light flashed, making it impossible to see clearly. Tuyet Nguyen bit her thumb and said, "Still not finished." She used her inner strength to perform the Lai Kam Dai Trun and Van Tuong Hua Sin commands. Dozens of blazing phoenixes soar up to face the fire dragon, which fiercely cuts down on them, and the situation favors the fire dragon more. Your Tao of illusion has truly reached the stage of transforming the 5 elements into different forms. This Van Tuong Hua Sin technique is as easy as flipping a hand, perfectly harmonious. If you focus solely on the orthodox path, someday you might even surpass me. He raised his hand and continued. Unfortunately, the 9 transformations spirit refining tower is a treasure of the sect, containing some pure yang laws. Even if your myriad spells are quick and flexible, in the face of primal power, they are ultimately just eggs against a stone. The 9 transformations immediately crush them down, causing the phoenixes to scatter in chaos, and the raging fire dragon viciously bites the phoenix. The 9 transformations successfully flattened Tuyet Nguyen, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks into pieces. She spat a mouthful of fresh blood, her body helplessly falling backward. Halan couldn't hold back her tears, crying out in despair. "Master." Tuyet Nguyen turned her head, smiling through tears as she scolded, "What are you crying for, you silly fool?" "My master, no matter good or bad, is also a 3rd-tier spirit talisman. This old tower is far from capable of refining me." She threw an object toward Halan and said, "I have spent years in the treasure pavilion reading all forbidden scriptures and secret books, using every method to test, and the only thing I found that has a mysterious resonance with you. It is definitely not an ordinary object. You must keep it safe, take it with your friends, and leave the Heavenly Path sect and never come back here." Halan quickly ran away, shouting in protest, "No, disciple will not go, master." Ku Chuyendong forcefully presses down on the ground, causing dirt and dust to scatter wildly. Halan Tan's tears keep falling as she painfully witnesses the scene before her. Yangzi looked down with a satisfied smile, seeing that the object Tuyet Nin just threw out was now in Chung Gi's hand. The system notification confirms the war spirit, updating the progress of the concealment mission. He silently says to himself, this is exactly the target of his current trip. The war spirit is still trembling, not yet the desire of a master. Chun Ngai frowned as he held the helmet, which was a conduit capable of withstanding the will of war. He quickly put it on to prepare for battle. Now a source of energy from the helmet immediately erupts. Chung-Yi continues, "I am your conduit." A surge of power shot up into the sky, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The onlookers couldn't help but be amazed. Stunned, Halan, who was crying, also stopped. She looked back in surprise at that power. At this moment, Chun-Yi was fully armored. He was not afraid and charged straight at the fire dragons. They opened their mouths wide to swallow Chun-Yi. A loud explosion rang out as he gathered his inner strength and launched an attack. The energy surged through the space. 9 revolutions. Spirit was destabilized and about to fall due to Chun-Yi's power when another loud explosion rang out, sending surrounding rocks flying. Yangzi clutching her chest, coughing up blood. No way. What kind of power is that? Yuxing slowly stepped forward, telling Yuexing to turn back again. Now, as she looked at her, Holland hesitated. Master, as you remember, years ago I endured all the cold stares, mockery, and gossip within our sect. After being rejected by the ancestor statue, countless nights I doubted myself, helpless and uncertain about the orthodox way of the Thunder Law and my own path. All emotions and all scenes shattered in this moment, as if something had broken them apart. I understand now. The people above were noisy. Sect leader, are you all right? Holland whispered to herself. Lei, what is it? Seeing the snow, the crowd whispered among themselves, refusing to be subdued by the binding spell's form. At this moment, Luke Tien stepped forward, repelling the filth, demonstrating righteousness and breaking the chains. Lin He and Thiet Tam are standing nearby, watching Halan. Now, Halan's gaze turns cold as she says, Master above, if when you founded this sect you carried a heart of justice and protection, then please open your eyes and see how righteousness is blinded by desire and how justice is distorted by power. Halan shouted, Tell me and tell all the disciples, are everyone below the stands stunned? Is she crazy? Halan continued shouting, What is truly the way of Thunder Law? From across the horizon, a golden light suddenly shone down, resembling a galaxy, as strong winds began to rise and the surrounding trees shook violently. And still, the demon beast seemed to sense something, and the magic tools and weapons held by the disciples react, causing everyone to be startled. What's happening? My magic weapon is still trembling, and so is my Bagua mirror. Immediately after, they all gasped in shock. Oh my God, look quickly, it's the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster, truly a saint now. As she watched Halan intently, Tuyet Nin also couldn't help but be stunned. The trembling disciple stammered hesitantly. Grandmaster. The master immediately knelt down and shouted loudly, The Grandmaster is above. The master seemed displeased. He channels his inner strength toward Halan, who stares blankly, her eyes fixed straight ahead at Kao for a moment. Immediately after, pain strikes, and Halan cannot hold back her scream. Tuitngen, frightened, couldn't help but shout loudly, Lan Yi. Sweat poured down Halan's forehead as she felt helpless and overwhelmed by pain. That voice echoes from the sky, Fool, when faced with power you learn justice. Through injustice, you understand your true nature. True Thunder Law. Have you awakened yet? At this moment, Halan feels as if her body has been cleansed, her hair growing longer and her clothes torn apart. He adds, The Heavenly Path sect inherits my lineage but gradually loses my soul. Today, I will use the remaining divine power to prove to you, to continue the lineage of controlling the heavenly thunder, the fate of heaven and earth. Now seeing Halan so enchanting, she stands in the sky with an imposing aura that reaches the heavens. The ground cannot withstand this pressure and finally shatters into countless fragments. Even Chun-Yi, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel inwardly, worried that his teammates might get hurt from this shockwave. Chun-Yi quickly flew forward to block the attack. Over here, she is respectfully called Sorcerer Lei Kun, disciple of Song Halan, bowing to the ancestor. Yangzi looked on in astonishment, the remnants of the ancestor's legacy allowing her to directly undergo a second transformation, and it even resembles the hidden profession of the ancestor. The founding master, personally passing down the lineage of the way, his voice then echoed back from the middle of the corridor, Huyen Duong. He quickly knelt down respectfully and said loudly, I have a disciple. His voice then made Yang Tzu fear. You were originally the protector of the sect, but gradually power has corrupted your heart and clouded your judgment. Stubborn conservatism suppressing geniuses nearly destroys the inheritance of the sect. This crime deserves punishment. Duong Tu's face turned pale as he stammered to say more. Master! Before he could finish speaking, a burst of power struck him down and said, You are forbidden from cultivating and entering the lowest level of the Extinction Thunder Abyss. Having been purified by the 10,000 lightning for 10 years, if he is not yet awakened, he will not be allowed to leave the Tichdiet Loi Uyen. Duong Tu was terrified, trembling uncontrollably, begging the ancestor for mercy, admitting his mistake, while the second elder was utterly stunned. The senior brother of the sect leader is already at level 55 Heavenly Sage, yet before the remnants of the master, he appeared powerless like a child.
Then he added, the position of acting sect leader will be discussed among the elders for now. Any major matter of the sect requires the approval of the Thunder Watch Taoist master, Song Halan. Then the founder looked at Halan again and said, your cultivation has reached level 50. Your mind is clear and bright. The day of the Thunder Watch's great success is when you hold the heavenly Tao sect and bring glory to the Tao lineage. The second elder respectfully replied, we will follow the instructions of the Grand Master. The Grand Master then turned his gaze towards Chun-Hee. This young friend carries many kinds of destiny, awakening the thunder of war and summoning my residual will to manifest, but this is truly extraordinary. As he speaks, the ancestor gradually disappears, looking very satisfied. Before completely dispersing, the master kept repeating himself. Very impressive. After the master disappeared, everyone silently stared intently at Halan. Xiuqing happily rushed over, hugging Halan. Good, good, my Lan. The Grand Master has acknowledged you. You are the true successor. She truly is the legitimate successor. The Linghai disciples are also delighted for her. Lan is amazing. Halan looked so cool just now. At this moment, it seems that Halan has regained her original confidence. Master Linghe, Tuyet Tam. A tear rolled down her cheek as Halan smiled brightly. I think I have found my path now. Chungai quickly descended from above to her side, and the armor was immediately displayed on the system interface afterward. You have successfully completed the mission to hide the inheritance of the heavenly triumph Dragon War Spirit Knight. Lin Feng here quickly smiles and says, this girl, the Taoist girl, also wants to lead a major sect like that. Chu Ninghui casually retorted, so aren't you also a playboy? What are you frowning at? Suddenly a fog of smoke appeared around everyone from that distant place, looking very strange. In front of them, a long-haired blonde girl is standing with her back turned, flanked by two children helping her brush her hair. Sweat suddenly poured down the woman's face as she silently thought to herself that this breath was her quick attempt to use her skills to assess the situation. The Heavenly Triumph Dragon. Knight Dahma, the great war mage I am most loyal to, died in the final battle, and power is now spread across the world of 10,000 heavens. She stopped gathering her internal energy, then immediately summoned a faint golden light and stood firmly in her position. Then she said, I never thought that the inheritance broken for 10,000 years would be restored on this mortal young man. And from the grand hall, her power continued to surge outward. From the sky, the yellow light carried her voice saying, Chuingyi, if you can find the second fragment of the war, prove that you truly have the qualification and destiny to bear this authority. I will personally pass it on to you. Hearing that sound, Chu Nei's eyes suddenly froze, and he was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing him standing there dazed, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Did bird droppings fall on my head? Chun-Yi quickly shared his thoughts without hiding anything. Earlier, I felt like I was being stared at intensely. Lin Feng finally looked in horror at the hat in Chun-Yi's hand. Huh? Why is it cracked now? It's a snum. He silently thought that even divine weapons passed down through the 9 transformations. Dung Refinement Tower would be damaged. The hat kept showing more and more cracks. Chun-Yi was worried. Holy light power cannot restore it. On the contrary, it might cause further damage. The mission to hide the legacy of the Celestial Triumph Dragon Knight is clearly likely to be ongoing. Why didn't the next stage activate automatically after finding the iron helmet? Then the system appeared, and he immediately reached out to select. Now Chun-Yi needs time to repair it before the mission can be reactivated. He understood the problem immediately. So that's how it is. The crack affected the activation mechanism, and the iron helmet needs a little fixing. Ling Feng kept marveling. This helmet is really cool. It does have a small crack, but if you think about it, you have to admit. The leader of the Heavenly Way sect specializes in cultivating energy and making charms. After Song Halan finishes handling the sect's affairs, we'll try to ask her. Maybe she still has a way to fix it. Staring at the hat in his hand, Chun-Yi hesitated and hummed softly. Time quickly passed, and the deadline arrived. 3 days later, inside the Heavenly Realm Hall, everyone stood silently, the atmosphere extremely solemn. That founding ancestor exuded an imposing aura, his portrait silently watching over his disciples as they focused intently, as if no one dared to breathe heavily. At this point, Halan loudly declared that since the founding of the Heavenly Way sect by the ancestor, all teachings have been gathered. Von Fap Kui Tong has existed for 100 years, but for nearly 30 years, the sect has gradually gone astray. Today's gathering of the entire sect is to... The black seal left by the ancestor on her forehead immediately appeared and radiated a majestic aura. She ordered everyone to restore order and clean up the misconduct. Upon hearing this, the people below respectfully bow their heads and kneel to listen. At the same time, the second elder immediately takes out the scroll from his hand and looks inside as he reads aloud.
After 3 days of thorough investigation by the disciplinary committee, it has been confirmed that former sect master Huyen Duong Tuthat committed a major crime. First, abuse of power and unauthorized transfer of resources. Huyen Duong Tu managed the sect for 37 years, producing over 70% of the elixirs and 60% of the talismans each year, used for consumption, testing, and other purposes. The secret transportation to his family clan was the Lei family. Moreover, he continued to alter the inheritance, severing the lineage. To strengthen the Loi family's position in the outside world, Huyen Duong Tu used a corrupted and harmful spiritual technique as an excuse to ban all 42 classic texts of the Phi Loi Fap alchemy system, causing our Von Fap Kui Tong sect to exist only in name. Hearing this, everyone couldn't stop discussing. I wanted to learn feng shui and divination back then, but I couldn't find any scriptures, so it turns out they were sealed. No wonder for decades we've only known about Loi Fap and alchemy. Tuet Han, at this moment, immediately also interjected. Third, oppressing outsiders, persecuting fellow disciples. She declared loudly and passionately that back then, Lan Yi was rejected by the ancestors' divine statue, not because it was not her destiny, but because this old thief had already set his plan. He had long ago designated his grandson as the eternal successor. How could he let a true genius block his path? Everyone was furious at this moment, each one speaking out. My father also once publicly questioned the unfair distribution of resources, and the next day was punished to go behind the mountain to grow herbs, unable to return for 10 years. Exactly. And there's also the star student. She's the most loyal follower. Her rare spiritual talent for summoning was accused of being a heretical sect's forced practice to pass on her thunder magic. At this moment, Halan also listed other crimes such as bribery, using biased personnel, and false reports of achievements, which were recorded in the files and would be posted on the notice board for 3 days for the entire sect to review. I know many people have been forced to participate, either remaining silent or following orders. Today, the law court has established a confession route where those who voluntarily surrender or expose the truth will be judged more leniently. As Halan spoke, she paused to gather her inner strength. If they hide and refuse to report, who will be the ones stubbornly resisting? A stiff smile appeared on Halan's face as she began to threaten, promising severe punishment without mercy. The Lingfeng group standing beside her looked on with satisfaction. Anlan looks really cool, exuding the aura of a top master, handling everything perfectly. Huyen Duong Tu has read enough stories about this sect leader, so he treats the sect as his own warehouse and moves it. If it had been our Tam family, they would have already cut off the legs for the demon beast to eat. After finishing work with everyone in the sect, Halan quickly returned. I'm back. Lin Hai rushes over and hugs her tightly. Lan is super impressive. I really admire her. I also want to be cool like Lan Lan. Lin Feng also wondered a bit. That's right. Where is that Tron Loi? Is he Huyen Duong Tu's second disciple, or should I go teach him a lesson now? Halan then said that Tron Loi admitted to doing many dirty things for Huyen Duong Tu over the years, and according to the sect rules, he was expelled from cultivation, his memories erased, and cast out of the sect, and he is probably still serving his sentence now. Regarding the restoration of the Iron Hat, I found someone from the Heavenly Path sect, the highest level of smith outside of Huyen Duong Tu who has been suppressed, Elder Mac Trui, living in seclusion behind the mountain. He is the one who, due to disapproval of Huyen Duong Tu's methods, voluntarily resigned 20 years ago to become the chief of the forging hall and retreated behind the mountain. At this point, Halan continued, 3 days ago, I told Elder Mac Trui about the Iron Hat. Today, Elder Mac Trui responded to the letter, saying he could summon the earth's thunder and fire to try. She explained to everyone that Lei Hua Lu in the forbidden courtyard behind the mountain requires at least the spiritual power of 3 senior elders to maintain the energy array. My master, second senior sister, and I can be responsible, but Elder Mac Trui emphasized that during the restoration, the Iron Hat could generate a strong resonance with Lei Hua, needing someone with extremely strong mental strength, and someone connected to the Iron Hat to stand beside it and stabilize its spiritual consciousness. Who could this person be? Lin Feng was surprised. What? She added. This will be extraordinarily painful, like putting a part of your consciousness into a furnace to burn. Now Chungi's gaze became serious and he asked, when does it start? Halan quickly advised, tomorrow, rest well today. The recovery process will take time and be very draining mentally. And then, finally, the next day arrived quickly. Everyone, along with Halan, went out towards the back of the mountain to meet that person. As soon as he saw Chungi, Motri immediately stepped forward. He is Chungi. Young man, I respectfully bow to Elder Mo Trui. He looked at Chungi and asked, do you know the difference between restoring this item and restoring a normal magic treasure? The usual magic weapon's flaw is in its form, with the material being the supplement. But this one's flaw is in its intent, with the mind as the supplement. According to him, the Earth Core lightning fire is both yang and fierce, capable of destroying everything or tempering the law. But its power is too intense and requires guidance and regulation. Hence 4 steps. Step 1, the Dung Fu formation to block external disturbances. As soon as he finished speaking, Mak Trui immediately shouted loudly, opening the primordial formation. The second step, connecting the earth veins, ensuring a stable supply of spiritual power. Just as he arrived, the second elder could no longer stand firm. Now, he continued, step 3, using the power of thunder to forge the crack with lightning energy.
Stop for a moment. Ma Trui looked over, then shouted to signal, Sister Tong, lead the lightning. Following Ma Trui's instructions, Halan quickly ceased gathering her internal energy. 9 heavens responded in origin. 10,000 thunders charm leads the way. Then she charged fiercely toward that lotus flower. As soon as the power was transferred into the flower, it immediately bloomed. Mak Trui quickly seized the opportunity, leaping into the air, and now wielding a heavy hammer, he struck the lotus flower repeatedly. He said to Chungye while working, "You need to use the power of holy light as a mediator to harmonize the lightning and fire, and resolve the conflict of will inside the iron hat. According to Mao Trui, as long as there is a slight mistake, the iron hat will not be shattered, but its spiritual essence will be completely eliminated, turning it into a lifeless object." Inside, the Golden Knight's armor is being continuously patched up by the combined efforts of all 3 people. But as soon as Chun-Yi sees it, he feels a moment of confusion. What's happening? The crack is getting bigger. Mak Trui aimed straight at him and shouted, "Kid, don't move!" With that, his large hammer struck Chun-Yi's head, leaving him stunned. Halan looked worried and asked, "What are you doing?" "Don't be afraid, this soul-guiding hammer of mine is designed to channel 70% of his consciousness into the iron hat. Its spirit is still resisting recovery, so someone needs to enter its core consciousness and subdue it directly." A huge explosion then erupted like a volcano, and Shu Nengsing frowned, unable to hold back, and said, "Crazy old man, you're betting your life. If his consciousness gets completely swallowed, we'll all die together." Staring intently from above, Chung-Yi secretly felt terrified. This is the inner boundary of the iron helmet, shattered, chaotic, full of unwillingness. He told it like 2 true friends, "I know you're unwilling, but continuing to resist will only lead to your complete destruction. Let me fix you. Let you become whole again." At this moment, a huge warrior figure swiftly emerged from the helmet, and a deep voice from the sky echoed along with it. "You dare to look down on the authority of war and claim control over my body?" He was startled, quickly raising both hands to block in front of him to avoid being crushed. Halan watched as he spat out a mouthful of blood in panic. "And Ngai is bleeding." Mak Trui quickly blocks her. "Don't go over there. If you cut into his consciousness now, he will be trapped inside forever, becoming a near-dead person." He needs to carry it himself inside. Chunai tried to persuade it. "Your war ended long ago with your previous master. You should have a new master. The spirit of war still cannot contain this anger." It shouted arrogantly, and at the same time, the system immediately appeared with a verdict of justice. The divine magic circle opens, and a blade of light suddenly descends from the sky to ambush the enemy inside. Finally, the righteous angel throws the light attribute spear, causing devastating damage. Now, the battle spirit still stubbornly wants to crush Chun-Yi underfoot. From above, a blinding golden light suddenly appeared, and Chun-Yi quickly dodged and narrowly escaped death. But it didn't stop there. The battle spirit charged forward again with unstoppable momentum. He glanced around, and the internal energy within his body immediately manifested. The system panel reappeared, and the Holy Light Tenet Level 5B cut through with a strike, causing the battle spirit to quickly dodge aside in fear. Chun-Yi was unafraid, and he swiftly gathered his internal energy once more. The Guangqi punishment can unleash a lightning bolt of light attribute magic onto a designated enemy, with the power of the lightning affected by the user's own light attribute. A battle between a person and a war spirit is extremely fierce right now. Then he struck the battle spirit with another powerful blow. Chung-Yi immediately vomited blood, appearing to be seriously wounded this time. Quickly kneeling down, Chung-Yi gasped for breath, wiping the blood from his mouth. Chung-Yi's gaze grew even colder. And then, a burning gaze suddenly appeared behind Chung-Yi, and he finally manifested himself, with the battle spirit charging forward once again. He stared intently at the opponent and shouted loudly, "Then I will let you tame my fighting spirit." The relentless attacks clash fiercely. Repentance, divine authority, sacred storm, and mastery techniques collide.
At this moment, the golden crown of the battle spirit gradually emits immense power, as if responding to this challenge. Standing outside, Halan was surprised and confused by how violent the star was. Mak Trui immediately added, Chunhai might still be using a special method to comfort it. The black light of his battle spirit now dims, as if it has lost its momentum. At this moment, it gazes intently at you, praising, protecting, strategizing, purifying, and remaining unyielding, yet it can coexist, fierce as ever, with countless forms of fighting spirit. In the end, the battle spirit finally accepted you. I admit it, you truly have the right to carry us. And at this moment, everything quickly recovered. Chung-hee's wounds healed instantly, and inside the weapon forge, the helmet was also repaired back to normal. The lotus flower in front of Mak Trui is also shining with a brilliant golden light. Seeing this scene, he was so amazed that he was speechless. Mak Trui was so pleased that he smiled happily. It's a success, and it is actively cooperating to restore and maintain. The final step from the golden hat, a cold light shot straight into the sky. Everyone present watched intently, all of them stunned and speechless. One man among them couldn't help but speak out. What a strange phenomenon. It seems our heavenly Tao sect witnesses another legendary event today. And in the end, the golden crown was completely restored to a shiny, flawless condition. Now, the golden crown immediately flew to Chun-hee's side, as if seeking a master. The system interface also displayed the War Spirit crown successfully restored in perfect condition, with restored consciousness and the special equipment attribute of lightning fire, body fire, greatly increasing resistance to lightning fire damage and capable of absorption and transformation, harmonizing with the host's will, enhancing the power and judgment of all offensive skills, and the concealment mission has been activated. The 2 inheritance missions of the Heavenly Revelation Dragon Knight, with unyielding will buried deep in the earth vein, beneath the dragon's spine bearing 1,000 tons, seek to restore a solid, unyielding foundation of armor, reminding to return to the Black Rock Mountain, Longchi mining area, where rewards await. Master Mo is pleased, good kid. Not only did he restore it, but he also managed to have it accept a master. The old man has forged countless weapons over the years, countless rare items passing through his hands. But this is the first time he has seen such a strange object. And soon, Snow Neon ran over. Are you okay? Chun-Yi wiped the blood from his mouth and quickly added, It's nothing. My mental energy was a bit drained, but the gains are even greater. This time we succeeded thanks to the full support of the elders. Chun-Yi respectfully bowed his head and expressed his gratitude, saying, As a novice in forging, keeping this item in my possession is like a dusty pearl. Today I present it to Elder Mak as a token of my sincerity. He was surprised with a look of awe. Mak Trui held the large stone in his arms, his eyes almost bulging out. A divine artifact for forging weapons, said to bestow fate and spiritual sense in legends, only an S-rank divine object. Having such a large piece is enough to make it a legendary treasure. Chun-Yi happily said, Now it belongs to you. Master Mak Trui happily pats Bao Boy and says, From now on, if you have any matters regarding forging weapons, come find me. Chun-Yi quickly responds, Thank you, Elder Mak. Mak Trui then said, Yes, with this piece of divine crystal you have, I can further strengthen the connection between this iron helmet and you, but I need to pass down the thunder fire of my disciple song for half a month, he replied casually. Half a month later, Xialan stood beside him and said, Then you should stay at my Heavenly Path sect first. He turned to look at Xialan. After restoring the iron helmet, I obtained a precise piece of information. As for the other components, you also hesitated. That's right. Many high-level divine weapons have sensing abilities, which often lead to the whereabouts of other components. Don't worry, I'll take care of your helmet. Chun-Yi smiled apologetically. Sorry to trouble you, Ha-Lan. But right now, Ha-Lan just smiled happily, because my master wants me to straighten out the sect and I can't go with you. Where is the next destination? When he finished speaking, Chun-Yi immediately mentioned the Black Non Mountains and the Long Titch mining area. Ha-Lan was surprised. I remember that place produces black jade steel and crystal earth veins. Lin Hai and the others have just arrived safely. That's great. Lin Feng glanced at the girl beside him and then asked, Tiet Tam, do you know the Long Titch mine? Tief Tom smirked and said, The Long Titch mining area is where the 10,000 towns are. My adoptive father, Tran Yakvo Huang, lives in seclusion and oversees it. Fai Lung was a bit contemplative. Tran Yakvo Huang has quite a reputation. Is your adoptive father very powerful? She quickly added, He is incredibly powerful. 30 years ago, he was already a renowned martial arts master on the central continent. My godfather lost his right arm in an incident 30 years ago and has since become very reclusive, rarely seeing outsiders. He established strict rules. If the mine area is not at a critical point of life and death, anyone who enters without permission will be personally expelled by him. Lin Fong immediately asked Inimast, "We're not here to cause trouble. We just have a serious request. Can't we just be clear about it?" Moreover, your daughter's friend also couldn't find him, right? Tiet Tam said sadly. Lin Fong, you don't understand him. He's very stubborn. I don't want everyone to make a pointless trip or even cause conflict. Chung Hee then added, Tiet Tam, thank you for thinking of me, but I have to go no matter what. If you can't get in, find a way to do so. If he doesn't want to meet, create a reason that makes it impossible for him not to meet. Tweet Tam Than said,
"Yes, the rule is death. The person is alive. Just go first and see what happens next."
Hearing this, Tiet Tam's eyes suddenly softened and a bright smile appeared on her lips. The Tranyak Wu Huang secretly thought that after losing his arm and retreating into seclusion, his difficult temperament was probably not just a matter of his eccentric personality. There must be a deeper reason behind it. But no matter what, the system's mission had arrived and could not be abandoned. At this moment, Mo Chui spoke up, saying, "Tranyak Wu Huang, I know that the minerals from his mine are top quality, but after he issued the ban, he stopped producing and exporting them." Halan quickly and urgently suggested, "How about this? I'll take a few elders of the Heavenly Path sect there with you first. With the reputation of the sect, maybe he will be willing to talk." Mak Chui waved his hand and said, "It's useless." Huyin Duong Tu had already led people over there and even offered to help him with free weapon forging. Chung Ai comforted her. The Heavenly Way sect needs her, and this is also a battlefield for her to prove herself. Stand firm here, and in the future, the entire sect can become her support. Everyone quickly agreed, saying, "We will go to the mining area first to scout the way, and in half a month, you bring the war spirit to join us." Halan was inspired and said, "I understand, Brother Nai. Everyone can rest assured. I will protect this place well and learn what I should, so that the Heavenly Path sect can become your support in the future. Half a month later, I will definitely bring my iron hat at the right time." Before leaving, Lin Hai couldn't help but shout loudly, "Lan Lan, keep it up. We will miss you a lot. Remember to eat on time, and don't just worry about looking at the talismans." Halan also waved goodbye and wished him a safe journey, telling him to stay in touch if needed. Before leaving, Chun Hee glanced back and left a blue butterfly. It continued to fly forward, and the green light was immediately blocked. Chun Hee glanced over, thinking to himself that the energy of the Great Mountain Protection Array was abundant, but at the transition point there would be a small gap, just enough for the guiding insect to leave the next coordinate. Not necessarily used, but it's better to be prepared. In the future, if the Heavenly Tao sect encounters any changes, or if we need to return urgently, there might be an additional path. At this moment, Halan also has her own thoughts. Ngai, I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to face any challenge in the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at Long Tich Mine. Please disembark. Before leaving, the driver also reminded you to remember to rate us next year.
Lin Hai at this moment feels a bit uneasy, sensing that the atmosphere here is very heavy and her breathing is becoming slightly strained. Chung Hee quietly considers that the mine is quite large, but strangely silent. There are no signs of miners or machinery operating, not even the usual sounds of the equipment. Teet Tom leads the way, and right ahead is my adoptive father's residence. Everyone stay close to me. Try to speak less so I can handle everything. But just as she was about to leave, Chung Hai quickly grabbed her hand and pulled Tiet Tam back.